Chapter 1, Unlimited Sign-In System. Jiangcheng University, Finance Department 3rd Year Dormitory, Lijiang Hotel 1 kilometer away. Traveled through time? Lu Xiao listened to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom and looked dazed. But I was clearly charging the second-hand phone I just bought in the urban village, and I wasn't dead, so how did it suddenly break? Could it be that the charging cable and the phone didn't match and exploded? That shouldn't be the case. Although the wattage of my charging head is naturally a bit higher, it's not that exaggerated. After a moment, Lu Xiao finally faced the reality. No matter what, he had indeed traveled through time, and it seemed that he had traveled back to the time when he was in college. Although I don't know what happened, at least it's still me, and I feel relieved. It's a good thing to be able to start over again. Moreover, Lu Xiao always felt that this scene was a little familiar. He looked carefully at the displays around the room and recalled it, and immediately remembered which part it was. We are now at the Lijiang Hotel next to Jiangcheng University. The person taking a shower in the bathroom should be the sophomore campus beauty Wu Qianqian. The reason why he was here was because he ran into Wu Qianqian when he went to the cafeteria to get food for his sons in the afternoon. She pulled his arm and asked him if he wanted it. If nothing unexpected happens, Wu Qianqian will come out and lie beside him in about half an hour, and then leave wrapped in a bath towel an hour later. Of course, when she left, she also took some local specialties that Lu Xiao brought from her hometown. According to Wu Qianqian, she wanted to give some to her boyfriend who made her feel sick. The timeline is 10 years ago, July 2010. Congratulations to the host, bound to the super rich sign-in system. Lu Xiao was just trying to figure out what was going on when he suddenly heard a mechanical prompt sound in his mind and was stunned again. The godly rich system? Lu Xiao felt a little excited and expectant. I worked in the financial circle for more than 10 years in my previous life, but I was still a nobody. I had thought that I could make some money and reach the pinnacle of my life by relying on my foresight in my previous life, but now it seems that it is completely useless. He immediately immersed his attention on the system page. In his mind, a paragraph of text was projected on a light-colored transparent screen, and the first sentence made Lu Xiao's heart tremble violently. Super rich sign-in system, a super system that aims to send the host to the pinnacle of life. Host, Lu Xiao unique binding. Assets, 3,070 yuan. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 0-10 billion can be upgraded after the host consumes. Available for signing in, any asset. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 99% for assets below 100 million yuan, 1% for assets above 100 million yuan. Tip, all assets obtained by signing in are legal. Tip, please consume as much as you can. The faster you consume, the faster your system will improve. Fuck. Seeing the introduction on the system page, Lu Xiao couldn't help but blurt out the Chinese quintessence. You can sign in unlimited times without any restrictions. The probability of signing in with assets below 100 million yuan in a single time is 99%. You can upgrade after spending 1 billion yuan. You know, it's 2010 now. Although the average wage has increased a lot, 100 million is still a huge sum of money. Take Jiangcheng, a second-tier city, for example. The current per capita wage is 4,987 yuan, and the median wage is 3,124 yuan. The mainstream housing prices are 4,700 yuan per square meter in the high-tech zone and 4,400 yuan per square meter in the old city. Those slightly further out are basically around 3,200 yuan, and some second-hand houses are even cheaper. This is still the case in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city. In the surrounding third and fourth-tier cities, prices are basically hovering below 3,000. Not to mention small county towns, where housing prices can be as low as 1,800 or 1,900. You know, around 2018, the overall housing prices in Jiangcheng had more than doubled, especially in the high-tech zone, where housing prices have exceeded 12,000 yuan. Taking a few super first-tier cities as an example, the current housing prices in ordinary locations are just over 20,000 yuan, slightly better ones are over 30,000 yuan, and the top ones are around 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. As for more peripheral areas, the price is not even less than 10,000 yuan. Of course, if we talk about the villa area for the rich over there, the housing prices will be different. In other words, 100 million yuan nowadays can buy a top-notch property in a first-tier city, or a 2,000 square meter villa. As for Jiangcheng, 100 million can even buy 20,000 square meters. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Looking at the system page, apart from some data introduction, the only thing left is a golden sign-in button. Lu Xiao immediately understood that this thing was the operation button of the system. I glanced at the bathroom and the sound of water had stopped. It seemed like it was making bubbles. It would probably take another 7 or 8 minutes. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate. He pressed the button directly. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% ownership of Lijiang Hotel. All operating qualifications of Lijiang Hotel have been replaced. All materials and contact information have been placed in the host's dormitory bookcase. Please receive them as soon as possible. Lijiang Hotel, isn't that the hotel I'm staying in now? Lu Xiao was stunned, but then he was surprised. Lijiang Hotel is a 3-star hotel with more than 100 rooms and a market value of approximately 35 million. Although its star rating is not high, it is a good asset overall. Moreover, in recent years, Lijiang Hotel is an absolute high-quality asset, and its value will appreciate at least in the next few years. If you keep it for 5 or 6 years and then sell it, you can get at least 60 to 70 million yuan. In my previous life, I couldn't even think about it. Lu Xiao secretly smacked his lips. After graduating from university in my previous life, I left Jiangcheng and went to another place. After struggling for more than 10 years, I only managed to buy a house there. I looked for many girlfriends, but I didn't get to be with any of them in the end. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Lu Xiao's attitude of lying down and not getting married. It is difficult for him to devote all his attention to a single woman, especially since Lu Xiao is an orphan. He has never had any concept of family, let alone the idea of getting married. By the way, the system allows unlimited sign-ins. I wonder what I can get if I continue to sign in. Lu Xiao rubbed his hands and looked at the golden button of the system, full of excitement. Sign in. Lu Xiao clicked the sign-in button again. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,500 yuan in cash. The cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Please check it as soon as possible. 1,005? Lu Xiao looked at the message that just popped up on his phone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Compared to the first sign-in, the second sign-in is a world of difference. Lu Xiao clicked the sign-in button again. Congratulations to the host for receiving 12 yuan in cash. The cash has been deposited into the host's bank card. Please check it as soon as possible. My goodness, this gap. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. The second time I signed in was about 5 or 6 minutes after the first time, and I received 1,500 yuan in profit. The third time I signed in was only 4 or 5 seconds after the second time, and I only got 12 yuan in cash. I just don't know when to sign in to get the most benefit. Lu Xiao touched his chin. It is definitely unreliable to keep signing in at this point. It is impossible for him to keep clicking every day. Even if he can earn 300 yuan per minute on average, that is only about 10 million yuan a month, which is far from the first time he signed in. The only benefit of signing in all the time is that you can try your luck with the 1% chance of obtaining assets worth more than 100 million yuan. Wait until tomorrow morning and sign in again to see how it goes in the second half of the day. Lu Xiao calculated secretly in his mind, and then exited from the system page. Just as he put down his phone, Lu Xiao heard a creaking sound coming from the bathroom. The next second, the bathroom door opened. Chapter 2, Wu Qianqian. For Lu Xiao, this was the second time he met Wu Qianqian. He could even recall most of the details covered by Wu Qianqian's bath towel. It is undeniable that no matter from which aspect, Wu Qianqian is absolutely the best. Lu Xiao knew in his heart that he was really lucky to have such a fleeting romance with Wu Qianqian and to have gotten first blood. Beauties of this level generally belong to a small group of people at the top. Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao, who was leaning against the head of the bed, her face slightly flushed. She came here today with the intention of showing off. She didn't want to give her precious first time to that scumbag. She happened to meet a handsome guy like Lu Xiao, and he seemed to be attractive to her, so she just regarded it as giving back to society. Anyway, she would have to be with that scumbag after this, so she might as well let go and have fun for once. At least it would be a good memory to think about later. Looking at Wu Qianqian, who was wrapped in a bath towel and a little hesitant, Lu Xiao stood up with a smile and led Wu Qianqian over. With such a stunning beauty right before his eyes, it would definitely not be his personality to not eat her. He gently wrapped his right hand around Wu Qianqian's waist. The amazing touch and elasticity made Lu Xiao squint his eyes unconsciously. Under Lu Xiao's gaze, Wu Qianqian's face became noticeably redder, and even her neck turned slightly pink. Under Lu Xiao's actions, Wu Qianqian twisted her body unconsciously. Lu Xiao's hand, which had just been placed on his waist, had moved to another place without him knowing when, and Wu Qianqian was half pushed and half willed by Lu Xiao's embrace. Lu Xiao, you can have fun as you please today, but I have one request. After today, we will have no relationship. At the critical moment, Wu Qianqian was a little out of breath, but still forcibly stopped Lu Xiao and brought up the previous agreement again. Okay, you have the final say. Lu Xiao smiled slightly, nodded and agreed, but he had other plans in mind. If this can make Wu Qianqian run away, then wouldn't my rebirth be in vain? After getting Lu Xiao's answer, Wu Qianqian closed her eyes happily. She had no experience in this area and just kept leaning her body into Lu Xiao's arms. But for Lu Xiao, it doesn't matter whether Wu Qianqian has experience or not, as long as he has it, right? Half an hour later, Lu Xiao hugged Wu Qianqian's waist contentedly. Compared to the young man in his previous life, the reborn Lu Xiao is obviously better at grasping some things. Wu Qianqian's condition at this moment was very different from that in her previous life. She could hardly move now. Are you tired? Lu Xiao smiled and took a bottle of mineral water from the side and handed it to Wu Qianqian. Thanks. Wu Qianqian struggled to get up and took the water, her face so red that it was almost dripping with water. She doesn't understand the movements, but that doesn't mean she doesn't understand these things. Which girl hasn't watched a few movies these days? She had always thought that the heroines in movies were just acting, but when it came to her, she realized that it was normal to have a loud voice. After taking a sip of water, Wu Qianqian hurriedly pulled the bathrobe that she had just thrown aside and put it on. Are you still coming? After resting for 10 minutes, Wu Qianqian's strength was fully restored, but for some reason, just when she was about to leave, she suddenly said this. Lu Xiao was also stunned by Wu Qianqian's words. In her previous life, when Wu Qianqian was leaving, she never said this. He was still thinking about how to organize his words to keep Wu Qianqian here. Don't get me wrong. I told you I'll let you do whatever you want today. Of course I won't leave until you're satisfied. Wu Qianqian blushed a little and hurriedly explained, although she herself didn't quite believe it. Lu Xiao couldn't help but put on a smile. Judging from this girl's performance, could it be that she has been conquered by me? Why don't you just not leave tonight? You don't want to give it to that man anyway, right? Lu Xiao said with a smile. That's impossible. My family owes him money. Wu Qianqian showed a bitter smile. Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with some curiosity. He really didn't know these things. Wu Qianqian never told him these things in her previous life. He had never seen Wu Qianqian again after that, so it was even more impossible for him to know these things. Wu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but then she sighed slightly and briefly explained her situation to Lu Xiao. My family is in the real estate business. We ran out of money a while ago and had to borrow money from a loan shark. But after getting the money, the company still hasn't recovered and I can't get the money back. But I know that the reason why my company is struggling is because of him, but we don't have any way to deal with it now. This is the only way I can do to keep the company from going bankrupt. If the company goes bankrupt, all her family savings will be frozen, and her parents will be pursued by countless creditors. However, her father is still the legal person of the company, so even if the company goes bankrupt, the debt will still be on him. Nowadays, there are many entrepreneurs who are forced to jump off buildings. Her mother is okay, but her father is not the kind of person who can accept failure and he is likely to commit suicide. Even if her father didn't commit suicide, the creditors would force him to this point. There is no solution to this problem. Although she knew that it was this person who was doing this in secret, she really had no way to stop him, and what this person wanted was her body. As long as she is that man's lover for a year, her family's company will survive. For her, there is no choice now. So, this person is waiting for you to come over tonight? Lu Xiao suddenly realized. So that's what is happening. He had originally thought that Wu Qianqian might be dissatisfied with her arranged marriage to her, but he had not expected it to be such a debt dispute. Well, he's upstairs in this hotel, in a suite on the 13th floor. Wu Qianqian nodded directly. She had originally planned to simply wash up and go straight upstairs after finishing with Lu Xiao, but now she changed her mind and decided to just tidy up a little and go upstairs. He wouldn't be able to find out anyway, and she could also disgust him. Wait, let me analyze it. Lu Xiao pulled Wu Qianqian and hugged her in his arms again. Wu Qianqian's body is very soft. When she leans in my arms, she is like a warm little kitten, making people want to pet her unconsciously. Such a good girl, of course, should belong to you. Your family owes him money, right? Lu Xiao spoke. Wu Qianqian was a little confused, but still nodded. So is your family's company going to close down in the next 2 days? No, but as soon as he withdraws his investment, the company will go bankrupt in a few days. Wu Qianqian shook her head. The process for a company to go bankrupt is not that simple, and he has not withdrawn his investment yet. He is just waiting for her to come. Then think about it, isn't it right to think this way? Lu Xiao coughed lightly, organized his words and continued. Look, the reason why this person invested in your company and lent you high-interest loans is actually to get you, right? Wu Qianqian nodded in response. Then if you don't go over tonight, and then find an excuse to fool him tomorrow, like saying you're not mentally prepared or something, he probably won't do anything to your family, right? According to what you said, his purpose is just for you. No matter what twists and turns there are in the middle, as long as you don't explicitly reject him, he will be dragged on by you. He won't even dare to withdraw his investment easily, because if he does, your company will definitely go bankrupt, and you will be even less likely to follow him, right? After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Wu Qianqian was completely stunned. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. Even if I don't go there tonight, he probably won't do anything to the company, right? If he dared to withdraw his investment tomorrow, then as Lu Xiao said, the company would inevitably go bankrupt, and there would be no need for me to accompany him. He has been planning for so long just to get me, he can't be so impatient that he doesn't even have the patience for one night, right? Chapter 3, Direct Shutdown. For Wu Qianqian, it would be best if she met the person who disgusted her later. Seeing Wu Qianqian's interest, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Seeing Lu Xiao laughing out loud, Wu Qianqian's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but give Lu Xiao a blank look. Who would have thought that she had already given herself away, and was still thinking about whether she should find a way to stay with this man she just met for one more night? She really felt that she was crazy, but her body stayed beside Lu Xiao honestly, hugging Lu Xiao's arm tightly, not wanting to separate at all. Are you okay? Lu Xiao patted Wu Qianqian's flawless white back and hugged Wu Qianqian in his arms again. Although Wu Qianqian didn't say it, Lu Xiao knew that Wu Qianqian had already agreed. She obviously sensed that something was wrong with Lu Xiao at the moment. The next moment, Wu Qianqian lowered her head shyly. Qianqian, your phone is ringing. Never mind, I won't answer it. Your phone is still ringing. Ignore him, just turn off the phone. Qianqian, wait a minute, my phone is ringing too. Don't look at it, turn off the phone. Wu Qianqian raised her head, snatched Lu Xiao's phone, and turned it off without saying a word. Okay. Looking at the phone that was thrown 3 or 4 meters away by Wu Qianqian and rolled on the carpet, Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just enjoy the present moment. The next morning, the two of them slowly woke up. Wu Qianqian took a look at her own results and shyly buried her head in the quilt. Lu Xiao smiled and dug Wu Qianqian, the cute little snail, out of the nest. According to Wu Qianqian, she would have nothing left after following that man anyway, and since she liked Lu Xiao so much, it was fate that they were together, so she might as well give him everything. Lu Xiao was naturally happy to accept this great gift. You sleep a little longer. I'll go to the front desk and get some food to bring back. Lu Xiao touched Wu Qianqian's smooth black hair, and pinched her little nose lovingly. This woman is so perfect from head to toe that it's scary. Wu Qianqian hugged a pillow, buried her little head in it, and agreed in a low voice. Lu Xiao laughed, took his clothes and put them on. The phone wasn't turned on yet, but it probably wasn't a big deal, so I picked it up from the floor and placed it on the table for now. Anyway, Lu Xiao doesn't plan to use this phone which costs more than 1,000 yuan, so it doesn't matter whether he charges it or not. Lu Xiao went downstairs and arrived at the front desk. Hello sir, are you checking out? The two receptionists smiled at Lu Xiao respectfully. I won't check out for now. I bought this hotel yesterday. Please tell your manager to come down to see me. My name is Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao responded in a very polite manner. Acquired our hotel? The two receptionists were stunned, looked at each other, and then quickly nodded and agreed. If what Lu Xiao said was true, then Lu Xiao would be their boss in the future, so they couldn't be careless about this matter at all. By the way, please help me deliver these meals to my room. Lu Xiao glanced at the menu at the front desk and ordered 4 or 5 dishes at random. The kitchen of a 3-star hotel is just so-so, basically the same as that of a larger restaurant. The dishes are not too expensive, but the taste is just so-so. Okay. Lu Xiao walked to the rest area nearby and found a sofa to sit down. After a few minutes, Lu Xiao saw a slightly bald middle-aged man running out of the elevator in a hurry. Seeing Lu Xiao sitting in the hall, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he quickly ran over here. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Zhao Ko, the manager of our Lijiang Hotel. As a professional manager, Zhao Ko certainly knew that his hotel had been acquired last night, and he also knew that the new boss was called Lu Xiao. But this matter did not give him any time to react. The boss just told him that the hotel was transferred to someone else, and then flew abroad overnight. He originally wanted to meet his former boss to seek a way out, but in the end he didn't even meet him. He was completely dumbfounded at the time. He now hopes that Lu Xiao's temper will be better and that he will not be replaced. Otherwise, at his current age, it will not be easy for him to find such a good job again. Don't be nervous. Seeing Zhao Ko standing in front of him with some restraint, Lu Xiao smiled and motioned for Zhao Ko to sit down and talk. I will take a look at the company's accounts in the next few days. If there is no problem, your position will not be changed, so don't worry. Lu Xiao reassured Zhao Ko. After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhao Ko felt relieved. Mr. Zhao, can you help me check who checked in on the 13th floor last night? Okay, boss. Zhao Ko nodded. Although guests' check-in information is generally kept confidential, if you still keep it confidential when your boss asks about it, then you are simply crazy. Even the hotel's operating system is purchased by your boss. Zhao Ko ran to the computer at the front desk, operated it for a while, and soon came back. Boss, there were 2 guests staying on the 13th floor last night. One is Guan Yuanying and the other is Li Tian. Only 2 people in total? Lu Xiao was a little surprised. He had thought that he might need to further identify it. This Guan Yuanying sounds like a woman, so it must not be her. Needless to say, the person who was waiting for Wu Qianqian last night must be this Li Tian. Yes, boss. Our 13th floor is a luxury suite. There are actually only 4 rooms on the entire floor. One of them is reserved for the boss. Only the remaining 3 are open to the public. Zhao Ko nodded. Boss, the one named Li Tian is that person. Zhao Ko was about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw someone walking out of the elevator over there and hurriedly spoke to Lu Xiao. The guests living on the 13th floor are generally of unusual status. He happened to have paid attention to them yesterday, so he naturally took note of Li Tian's appearance. Lu Xiao looked in the direction Zhao Ko was going. His appearance is average, but he is indeed a bit old, with a large bald spot on his head and a big beer belly. He is not tall, and wearing a blue suit, he looks like a round ball. Lu Xiao looked at Li Tian with a little admiration. To be able to grow up like this is indeed a talent. No wonder Wu Qianqian refused to do it. Wu Qianqian is only 19 years old this year, and this man must be at least 47 or 48, old enough to be her grandfather. And he looks like this, it's lucky that he doesn't feel disgusting to the point of vomiting. Li Tian on the other side saw Lu Xiao looking at him, and saw Zhao Ko standing respectfully beside Lu Xiao. He realized that Lu Xiao's identity might not be simple, and quickly smiled back at Lu Xiao. Although he didn't know why Wu Qianqian didn't come last night and couldn't get in touch with her when he called, he was very sure that Wu Qianqian would be with him sooner or later. He was not in a hurry at all. As the saying goes, good things are worth waiting for. In his opinion, Wu Qianqian didn't come last night because she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. He could give Wu Qianqian a few more days to let her think it over carefully. After all, the lifeblood of her family's company was in his hands, so he was not afraid that she would have any other ideas. Seeing Lu Xiao nodding at him, Li Tian simply walked over. Hello, I'm Li Tian, the boss of Tian Tian Real Estate. Li Tian handed over his business card with a smile, his eyes narrowed so narrowly that they were invisible on his big round face. I'm Lu Xiao, the owner of this hotel. Lu Xiao looked at Li Tian with some surprise, with a strange look on his face. This guy actually came to me on his own initiative? Chapter 4, Sign and Rewards. Are you the owner of Lijiang Hotel? When Li Tian heard Lu Xiao's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He is a good real estate boss, but he has only made his fortune in recent years. His net worth is less than 30 million. His foundation is very shallow and he has no connections at all in the upper levels. After all, small real estate developers are just working for banks and their status in the circle is not high. Only those who are in charge of companies with tens or hundreds of billions of dollars in assets can have real say in the circle and can restrain the investors. For someone like him, if the capital side doesn't serve him well and directly stops his loan, within half a year, he will be worse off than Wu Qianqian's father. In his opinion, if we really talk about assets and connections, the owner of Lijiang Hotel is definitely more powerful than him. Moreover, seeing that Lu Xiao is not very old, he estimates that he is probably a member of a certain family. If he can make friends with him, it will definitely be a great help to him. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiao looked at Li Tian with a strange expression as he walked out of the hotel with a satisfied look on his face. He had originally planned to investigate Li Tian's identity and background, but he didn't expect that without saying a word, Li Tian would come over and explain everything he could, even his recent investment plans and financial situation. He just responded casually twice, and when he left, his face was almost smiling. As Li Tian finished his introduction, Lu Xiao had already thought of how to deal with him. This level of cooperation would make even the most traitorous person cry. "Boss, do you want to list Mr. Li as a VIP customer of our hotel?" Seeing Li Tian, who was chatting happily with Lu Xiao, leaving the room, Zhao walked up to him and asked him with a discerning look. This is also the normal operation of the hotel. VIP customers can enjoy a 50% discount on all consumption in the hotel. Those with better relationships will even be given the hotel's Supreme card, which means they don't have to pay for any consumption in the hotel. VIP customer? I suggest upgrading him to SVIP. When he comes to stay at our hotel again, all his charges will be increased by 20%. Ah? A 20% increase? Zhao Ke was a little confused. Shouldn't good friends lower their prices? It's time to add it. Someone like him who's not very smart will definitely not be able to find it. It's a good thing to make more money. Lu Xiao sneered and waved his hand casually. Seeing that several waiters were already delivering meals upstairs, he did not stay in the hall any longer and followed them upstairs. Only Zhao Ke was left standing there with a confused look on his face. Zhao Ke stood there for a long time before she figured out what was going on. No wonder her boss had asked her to check Li Tian's check-in information. It turned out he was her enemy. Is this Li Tian mentally ill? Thinking of how Li Tian had just given his boss a detailed introduction to the company's operating conditions and capital flows, Zhao Ke prayed silently for Li Tian in her heart. May God bless Boss Li to die a more miserable death. Give me the dining cart. When they arrived at the door of the room, Lu Xiao asked for the food delivery cart. Wu Qianqian was probably only wearing a bath towel at the moment, so it would not be appropriate for others to go in. Okay, boss. After finding out Li Tian's background, Lu Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. Although the sign-in has not been carried out for half a day, relying on my current strength, it will definitely not be difficult to help Wu Qianqian's family solve the financial problem. I'll sign in later. If I'm lucky, I can deal with Li Tian at the same time. And to be honest, if you really can't do it, the worst that can happen is that you put in some effort and sign hundreds or thousands of times in a row, and try to get hundreds of millions of assets with a 1% chance. Although the probability is a little small, there is always hope, right? If he really signs an asset worth 100 million, he would be considered an insider in the circle in Jiangcheng. After all, Jiangcheng is just a second-tier city, and the top companies are just a few companies with a market value of tens of billions. Xianxian, open the door. Lu Xiao pressed the doorbell of the room. When I heard the doorbell, there was a rustling sound from inside. After about 10 seconds, the door opened a little, and Wu Qianqian's little head poked out curiously. After confirming that it was Lu Xiao, she opened the door. Silly girl, can't you hear my voice? Lu Xiao pushed the food cart in and cursed with a smile. Oh, I just wanted to confirm. Wu Qianqian shook Lu Xiao's arm somewhat embarrassedly. But to be honest, she really couldn't remember it. After all, they had only known each other for one night, and most of the noises between them were made by her. But she was embarrassed to tell Lu Xiao about this. Come on, let's eat. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Qianqian and took a few dishes from the dining cart. From yesterday till now, both of them have consumed quite a bit of energy. Although the portions were a bit small, there were many samples, so it was definitely enough for them to eat. The two of them ate with relish and soon finished all the food on the table. Oh, I'm so full. After eating and drinking, Wu Qianqian burped with satisfaction. I'm going to take a shower. I'm all sticky. Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue. Summer has just arrived and the temperature has slowly risen. Although there is air conditioning in the room, I still sweat unconsciously when eating. And the most important thing is that some things are still on my body. Go ahead, call me when you're done. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Seeing Wu Qianqian enter the bathroom door, he first pushed the dining cart out of the room, and then immersed his mind in the system. The last check-in yesterday was at 7:20 p.m., and now it's 8:20 a.m., a gap of 13 hours. Lu Xiao was feeling a little excited. I won the Lijiang Hotel when I signed in for the first time, but the system did not indicate whether the first draw was based on the maximum 7 days or a random time. In the subsequent 2 draws, because the intervals between them were too short, Lu Xiao only won about 1,000 yuan, and was unable to summarize any patterns. Therefore, Lu Xiao plans to experiment with 2 sign-in modes today. One is signing in half a day apart, and the other is signing in more than 100 times in a row. It takes about 3 seconds to sign in once, and only 5 minutes to sign in 100 times. I just don't know if I can get a 1% chance within 100 times. It would be great if I could get hundreds of millions of assets. Lu Xiao rubbed his hands vigorously, without hesitation, and directly opened the system interface. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 10 million yuan. All cash has been deposited into the host's account, please receive it as soon as possible. 10 million? Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. The reward for signing in once every half a day is pretty good. Although it's a little different from the Lijiang I got the first time, this is 10 million in cash. With the current purchasing power of 10 million, it would definitely not be a problem to buy a few good villas in Jiangcheng. After a glance, it seemed that Wu Qianqian would take a while to take a shower, so Lu Xiao was not worried about being disturbed. Now try to sign in 100 times. Lu Xiao's mind moved, and then he started clicking the sign-in button frantically. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving cash, 11 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting cash, 1 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 88 yuan in cash. Chapter 5, Bugatti Chiron. Lu Xiao's hands are very fast. He basically presses the button again after the system issues the reward, and the time interval is about 3 seconds. However, the rewards obtained were very ordinary. After signing in 50 or 60 times in a row, all I received were cash rewards, ranging from 1 yuan to 1,000 yuan. The 98th time. Lu Xiao was silently calculating in his mind, feeling a little excited. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 10 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 104 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 2 yuan. Not out? After signing in for the 100th time, Lu Xiao only received a cash reward of $2. He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, Lu Xiao knew clearly that a 1% probability did not mean that it would come out even if he drew 100 times. Lu Xiao did not give up and clicked the sign-in button again. But after clicking more than 500 times, the payment was only a few dollars. At this moment, Lu Xiao was already very angry. Damn, this system S sign-in probability was learned from Pink 6e, right? The kind where 100,000 people can't even get $100? What are you doing? Wu Qianqian, who had just come out of the shower, saw Lu Xiao sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze. She wiped her wet hair and leaned towards Lu Xiao curiously. Think about something. Lu Xiao smiled, and pulled Wu Qianqian over to him and started to manipulate her breasts. The surprising softness immediately made him distracted again, but in his heart he didn't believe it and pressed the sign-in button again. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host, I won a Bugatti Chiron. The Bugatti Chiron has been placed in parking space number 01 in the underground parking lot of Lijiang Hotel. All the car purchase information has been placed in the car. Please receive it as soon as possible. Lu Xiao was startled and unconsciously exerted some strength with his hands, but then he was filled with joy. Bugatti Chiron, this car is one of the limited editions produced by Bugatti. If I remember correctly, the bare car price of this car alone is 70 million. If it is the top configuration, it should cost around 80 million. But this car has always been in short supply. If it is put on the second-hand market, the price can be increased by at least 100 or 200 million. In actual calculation, the total value is indeed over 100 million. And the most important thing is, even if you spend 100 million, as long as no one wants to sell it, you will never be able to buy it. Lu Xiao felt excited and couldn't help but kiss Wu Qianqian hard on the face. He then picked Wu Qianqian up and even pulled the bath towel apart. Haha, Qianqian, you are my lucky star. Ouch, you hurt me. Wu Qianqian cried out in pain. We spent so much time yesterday and her injuries haven't healed yet. How could you be so rude? Sorry. Lu Xiao chuckled and quickly put Wu Qianqian down. He can be considered a talented player. This is the first time Wu Qianqian has contacted him, and it is really not easy for him to persist until now. Lu Xiao also realized at this time that the system's sign and probability should not be taken too seriously. He had just clicked for about 20 minutes and signed in more than 500 times in total, but only received more than 100,000 yuan in cash. If it weren't for the lucky Wu Qianqian at the end, Lu Xiao felt that he might not be able to draw the lottery even if he tried 1,000 times. What does it mean to win 100,000 yuan by signing in 500 times? On average, it only costs 200 yuan each time. From this we can see that the 1% probability of the system does not increase with the number of draws, but the probability of each draw is 1%. Even if you draw it for the 1,000th time, it will not come out when it should, but if you are lucky, you may get it in the first draw. Moreover, the assets just obtained were also very ordinary. It was said to be more than 100 million, but the value of the card just drawn was just barely 100 million. Just like what is written in the system introduction, the longer the time interval between two check-ins, the greater the probability of getting good stuff. Lu Xiao felt that if he signed in again after 7 days and happened to encounter the 1% probability, the value of what he got might be 1 billion, or even several billion, instead of just barely breaking 100 million. On the other hand, what you get from this lottery mode is basically the same as what you get from crazy consecutive clicks, or may even be slightly inferior. This means that there is not much point in connecting the dots frantically. It seems that this road is not feasible either. Lu Xiao shook his head silently. However, this experiment did give Lu Xiao a basic understanding of the system. It seems that if you want to sign for cash, you can sign once every half a day, but if you want to sign for assets, you may have to control it to more than a day. We need to conduct several more experiments before we can draw a conclusion. Let's try signing in once a day tomorrow. If signing in once a day also gives you a cash reward, then sign in for a few days first. When you've drawn enough cash, then try signing in once every 7 days to see how it works. Lu Xiao pondered secretly in his heart. The task of upgrading the system is not to obtain a certain amount of assets, but to spend money. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2, you need to spend a total of 1 billion yuan. It is better to sign in more cash so that it will be more convenient to spend. Otherwise, if the company's assets are transferred to personal dividends, there is a daily limit, which is troublesome just thinking about it. Seeing that Lu Xiao seemed to have thought of something and stopped talking, Wu Qianqian simply took her own cell phone and turned it on. I just turned on my phone and saw nearly 20 missed calls. Thinking of Lu Xiao and her analysis last night, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but feel a little funny. Although she really didn't want to reply, Wu Qianqian knew that she had to return the call today. Seeing that Lu Xiao seemed to be still thinking about something, he hesitated for a while, then put on some clothes and went to the bathroom. I don't know why, even though she doesn't have much feelings for Lu Xiao, she just doesn't want Lu Xiao to see her humble side. Maybe it's because Lu Xiao is her first man? As soon as Wu Qianqian got through on the phone, Li Tian on the other end started questioning her. Wu Qianqian, what do you mean? Do you still want to help your family out of this difficult situation? This is 5 million in cash. Uncle, I didn't say I didn't agree. Why are you so anxious? Will you die if you do it 2 days later? When Wu Qianqian heard Li Tian's roar, she snorted and did not hold back at all. Just like Lu Xiao said, Li Tian's goal is to sleep with her anyway, so no matter what she does, as long as she doesn't explicitly refuse, Li Tian will agree to it no matter what she does. In that case, why should we treat him well? Sure enough, after Wu Qianqian said this, Li Tian's temper was instantly extinguished. To be honest, Li Tian has struggled for most of his life, isn't it just to enjoy himself in the end? He had only met a few top beauties like Wu Qianqian in his life, and this was the only chance he had to get her. The timing and location were favorable to him, so he certainly didn't want to let it go. You know, I told Wu Qianqian before that I would stay with him for a year. As long as I can get it right the first time, then I will be completely secure for the rest of the year. As for a year later, he was basically tired of playing around, and he didn't care if Wu Qianqian wanted to find an honest man to marry. What did you do last night? Thinking of this, Li Tian's tone suddenly softened a lot. He didn't dare to really annoy Wu Qianqian. If she gave in, he wouldn't get anything out of it. Something happened at school last night, and my phone broke and can't be turned on. Come back to me tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Wu Qianqian originally wanted to say tomorrow, but after thinking about it, she decided to set the time to the day after tomorrow. This was the maximum time she thought Li Tian could endure. Okay, then the day after tomorrow. The afternoon of the day after tomorrow will be at the same place, the 13th floor. If you don't come this time, I will withdraw my investment immediately. Wu Qianqian, you don't want your parents to live on the streets, do you? Li Tian snorted and hung up the phone. Chapter 6. Yes, this car is mine. After hanging up the phone, Wu Qianqian leaned on the wash basin, feeling helpless. She knew very well that no matter what, she could not escape the fate of being defiled by Li Tian. It was only a matter of time. Thinking of Li Tian's greasy appearance, Wu Qianqian felt like goosebumps were about to pop out all over her body. Fortunately, before this, she had given away all the things that could be used. No matter how Li Tian treated her, all he would get was always second-hand. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian felt a little better. I walked out of the door with a heavy heart. When Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianqian go to the bathroom, he also turned on his mobile phone. But as soon as he turned on the phone, Lu Xiao saw 7 or 8 missed calls in a row on the homepage. Shit, something big happened. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead. These missed calls were all from the guys in my dormitory. If I remember correctly, when Lu Xiao went out yesterday, he was going to bring food to his sons. But after collecting money from his sons, he went to the hotel and slept for a night. In the previous life, he went back that same night. Although he was scolded by his sons, at least nothing happened to him. But this time, he had to stay overnight. This time I really don't know what will happen to me after I go back. After all, there are 3 animals staying in my dormitory. After taking a look at the missed call, Lu Xiao thought about it and decided not to reply for now. He would talk about it when he returned to the dormitory. At worst, he could just spend money to avoid disaster. There is nothing that can't be solved with a meal. If there is, then add a night flight. Seeing Wu Qianqian coming over, Lu Xiao put away his Redmi phone in time. Lu Xiao, did you? Wu Qianqian walked over and sat next to Lu Xiao, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Ah? Lu Xiao was stunned. What kind of vicious words are these? I mean, if you're fine, then my promise is fulfilled. When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao's reaction, her face turned red instantly, and she cursed in her heart, why didn't he find another word to replace it? Lu Xiao immediately understood what Wu Qianqian meant. She was about to leave. What if I don't have it? Lu Xiao smiled teasingly and looked at Wu Qianqian. Then I have to leave too. Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly. She had to accept her true fate. Are you really leaving? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian seriously. I really can't help it, but if you want it in the future, you can call me and I'll make time to accompany you. Wu Qianqian nodded with a red face and immediately added another sentence. Of course, as long as you don't mind that I'm not clean. Although I could still stay with Lu Xiao for one more night, it was no longer necessary. There was no love between her and Lu Xiao in the first place. She just wanted to indulge herself last night. In the final analysis, she just wanted to discuss Li Tian. Although she now thinks Lu Xiao is a good person, it is just a fake impression. And even if she has feelings for Lu Xiao, can Lu Xiao have feelings for her? Aren't men animals who think with their lower body? After what happened with Li Tian, it has become difficult for her to invest real feelings in a man. Moreover, if he and Lu Xiao stayed together for too long and were discovered by Li Tian, how could an ordinary person like Lu Xiao withstand Li Tian's revenge? Therefore, she must leave today. As for the future, Lu Xiao can barely be considered her first love anyway, so it's okay to find opportunities to accompany him occasionally. Lu Xiao. Now he finally understood why men didn't like to find a wife with an ex-boyfriend. If we have a quarrel, won't we just get out and die? And why didn't this happen in my previous life? Damn it! As expected, women are tactile animals. I thought it was my handsome looks that conquered Wu Qianqian, but I didn't expect that this was what conquered Wu Qianqian in the end. Okay, do you want to go back to school? I'll take you there. Lu Xiao nodded. It is actually very simple to keep Wu Qianqian, and there is no need for too much explanation. Just go to the parking lot and everything will be done. There is a luxury car worth hundreds of millions parked there. Wu Qianqian originally wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her lips she couldn't say them, and in the end she could only sigh. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the hotel's underground parking lot together. Wu Qianqian consciously shook off Lu Xiao's hand and kept a distance from Lu Xiao, for fear that someone would see them and tell Li Tian. There were not many people in the parking lot at this time in the morning. After going down to the basement floor, Lu Xiao quickly saw his Bugatti Chiron. The Bugatti Chiron is actually one of the concept cars produced by Bugatti. Only about 10 units have been sold worldwide. It looks full of technology, especially this classic blue luxury model, which adds a lot of points. Wu Qianqian also saw the car. Although she didn't recognize what model it was, she still recognized the Bugatti logo. The cheapest Bugatti cars are luxury cars like the Bugatti Veyron, which cost more than 20 million. Although her family has assets of 20 to 30 million, they definitely cannot afford a car like this. Moreover, several sports cars in the family have been mortgaged. If the company goes bankrupt, the sports cars in the family will also have to be auctioned. There was a hint of surprise in Wu Qianqian's eyes. Although she saw Lu Xiao walking towards that direction, she didn't think the car belonged to Lu Xiao. Are you kidding me? Who can drive a Bugatti and use a Redmi phone that costs 1,000 yuan? But under Wu Qianqian's gaze, Lu Xiao walked straight to the Bugatti Chiron, and then took out a car key from somewhere, first pressed it lightly to unlock the car, and then opened the driver's door and got in. Qianqian, why are you standing there? Get in the car. Lu Xiao smiled and looked at Wu Qianqian, who was standing there in a daze. This car is good in every way, but the only drawback is that it does not have butterfly doors, so it is not that cool when the door is opened. But fortunately, the interior is grand and it is very comfortable to sit in. Is this car yours? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, in disbelief. All the decorations inside the car are made of leather, and the driver's seat and steering wheel are orange and gold, highlighting its luxury. But now this decoration matches Lu Xiao, who was wearing a cheap short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The only feeling Wu Qianqian had was that apart from Lu Xiao's good looks that were worthy of this car, anything else on his body was completely incompatible with this car. Do you think there's anywhere I can rent this car? Lu Xiao did not answer directly. He smiled, pressed the start button of the Bugatti Chiron, and then entered the sports mode directly. Buzz! As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, a loud explosion sounded in the underground parking lot. Come on, get in the car. Lu Xiao patted the passenger seat. Awakened by the sound of the Bugatti's explosion, Wu Qianqian finally reacted. Until she got in the car and saw Lu Xiao start the car, Wu Qianqian still felt a wave of disbelief. But Lu Xiao was right, it was indeed impossible to rent this car anywhere. It could be a Bugatti Veyron, but this car is obviously another Bugatti model, and judging from the shape of the car, it is most likely a limited edition. Who would rent this car out? And to put it bluntly, the cost of renting a car is generally about 1/1000th of the value of the car. A supercar worth 300 to 400 million yuan would cost 30,000 to 40,000 yuan to rent for a day, which is definitely not something an ordinary person can afford. After figuring this out, Wu Qianqian was suddenly pleasantly surprised. If this car really belongs to Lu Xiao, then maybe I really don't have to serve that old guy. But looking at Lu Xiao, who was driving beside her, the next moment, Wu Qianqian's mind sank to the bottom again. Even if Lu Xiao's identity is not ordinary, why would Lu Xiao help me? If she had just slept with Lu Xiao for one night, she didn't think that one night of hers would be worth 5 million. On Li Tian's side, it was just a loan of 5 million, but he wanted to buy a year of his youth. And for someone like Lu Xiao, there must be no shortage of women around him, right? P.S. Brothers, the new book is on its way, steady and safe. Brothers who haven't rated it, please help click on the rating, and let's get 50 comments first. At present, the word count is insufficient, and illustrations cannot be added. For illustrations of luxury cars, you can add them in the comments, thank you. Chapter 7, 8 million. Of course Lu Xiao noticed that Wu Qianqian next to him was in a dilemma, but Lu Xiao just smiled slightly and did not speak. He has been determined to be a scumbag in his past and present lives, and has always adhered to 2 of the 3 major principles of scumbags: not taking the initiative when getting along, and not refusing when pursued. After all, his goal is the stars and the sea. If he takes the initiative in a relationship, it is equivalent to giving up the entire forest for a blade of grass, and he will be firmly tied to this blade of grass in the future. This situation is not much different from getting married. As for the third rule of scumbag men, not taking responsibility when the time comes, Lu Xiao does not agree with this. As a man, he should have some responsibility. Generally speaking, even if the women who were with him broke up in the end, Lu Xiao would give them some compensation, and he would never dump any girl on his own initiative. The several girlfriends he had been with in his previous life all broke up peacefully in the end. Lu Xiao felt that he could barely be considered a responsible scumbag. But not taking the initiative doesn't mean he will let Wu Qianxian leave. It is said that a scumbag is in his heart, not in his kidneys. To be a scumbag, besides having the courage and vision to embrace all rivers and seas, you also have to know some tactics of playing hard to get, otherwise you will turn from a scumbag into a bootlicker, from a sea king into a sea dog. Take the present for example. If Wu Qianxian doesn't speak up, Lu Xiao can't just come up to her and say, "Leave your problems to me." If you go up to the girl before she even opens her mouth, you will really become a bootlicker. Thinking of those lickers in later generations who licked girls' feet while paying them, Lu Xiao couldn't help but shudder. What he needs to do now is to make Wu Qianxian accept her as his woman, rather than his girlfriend or himself as her ATM. Although there is not much difference in the normal sense, in a fundamental sense, a woman is not unique, but a girlfriend is unique. Now, Lu Xiao has done what he should do and has shown his abilities to Wu Qianxian. As for the rest, it is up to Wu Qianxian to consider it herself. While Wu Qianxian was struggling along the way, Lu Xiao drove the car into a private parking lot near the school according to his memory. This is also an underground parking lot, and it's not very big, with only about 10 parking spaces. You don't have to worry about causing a sensation if you park your car here. I really miss it. After leaving the underground parking lot, Lu Xiao looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but sigh. In 10 years, this old city area has been almost completely demolished. Although Lu Xiao left Jiangcheng after graduation, he could still see the changes in Jiangcheng from some updates from his classmates and friends. In the next 7 or 8 years, the urban villages and small hotels behind would basically be demolished, making the fun that many friends had in college gone forever. But there is no way, the trend is irreversible. Even if tens of thousands of people sign a petition in blood to allow the good sisters to continue living there, this urban village will eventually have to be demolished. Lu Xiao. Wu Qianxian followed Lu Xiao all the way to the school gate. She had no idea how to start the conversation and finally couldn't help herself. She knew in her heart that if she and Lu Xiao were separated like this, she would be truly hopeless. Regardless of whether Lu Xiao agreed or not, she had to give it a try. After all, she and Lu Xiao had spent a night together, right? This relationship is closer than that of many people. What's wrong? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianxian with a smile. Lu Xiao, there is something I would like to ask you for help with. Wu Qianxian's expression was very serious. The man who wanted to sleep with me that I told you about last night, when my family's company ran out of funds, he took out 5 million and lent it out at high interest rates. My father thought he could use the money to save the business, but he didn't expect this man to trip him up in the middle. Wu Qianxian recounted the entire situation at her home, except that she did not mention Li Tian's name. So what do you need me to do? I need 8 million in cash, to be repaid within 2 years. If you are willing to lend it to me, The whole from some time ago only required 5 million, but since I had borrowed Li Tian's loan sharking money, I had to pay back more. In addition, the company's environment had deteriorated a lot during this period, so 8 million was probably just the right amount. When she said this, Wu Qianxian's face suddenly turned red, but the next moment, Wu Qianxian still said it firmly. I am willing to be your woman from now on. Wu Qianxian let out a long sigh as if she was relieved. She had said everything she needed to say. Whether Lu Xiao was willing or not, or whether she was worth 8 million in Lu Xiao's heart, was no longer something she could decide. To be honest, she could accept the idea of following Lu Xiao from now on. After all her first times were given to the man in front of her, and he was not much older than Lu Xiao, so she really didn't have any disgust towards him. Wu Qianxian raised her head slightly and quietly observed Lu Xiao's expression. But what disappointed her was that Lu Xiao had the same smile from beginning to end, and no attitude could be seen at all. But Wu Qianxian didn't wait too long. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Xiao spoke again. That man's name is Li Tian, right? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. Ah? How did you know? Wu Qianxian was stunned, but still nodded. I met him when I went downstairs to order food this morning. Lu Xiao shrugged. But what makes me curious is that, logically speaking, Li Tian and I should have done the same thing, right? It's just that he took 5 million to buy you for a year, and I only took 3 million more. I want to buy you for a lifetime. Are you really willing? This is different. Wu Qianqian obviously remembered what happened last night. Her face turned slightly red and she replied hesitantly. You didn't use this to threaten me, and if I can follow you, I am willing. Seeing Wu Qianqian's blushing face, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Qianqian, why are you still so far away from me? Lu Xiao smiled slightly and extended his hand to Wu Qianqian. Do you agree? Wu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, but then she reacted, her face full of surprise. What else? Lu Xiao shrugged and grabbed Wu Qianqian's hand. I was so focused on other things yesterday that I ignored Wu Qianqian's soft and boneless little hands. Wu Qianqian, who was born in a wealthy family, obviously had never done any work since she was a child. Her hands are so tender that it is scary. In addition, the cute pink bear manicure adds a lot of points to her hands. The only drawback is that Wu Qianqian has been under too much pressure recently. She hasn't had a manicure for a while. Her nails have grown a lot and don't look so perfect. But this does not affect the beauty. Send me the account number and I'll transfer the money to you right away, but I have a small request. Lu Xiao played with Wu Qianqian's soft little hands, then smiled and pulled Wu Qianqian into his arms. Chapter 8, Wu Qianqian's sense of belonging. This 8 million is not considered a loan from me. I will use this 8 million in cash to directly invest in the company. Lu Xiao continued. Buy shares? What shares? Wu Qianqian's face turned red. Wasn't last night enough? What are you thinking about? I'm talking about capital investment. Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then he understood and couldn't help but laugh and curse. The task given to him by the system was to spend 1 billion. According to the detailed introduction of the system, it is possible to use the money to buy consumer goods or assets, but it is completely useless to lend the money unless it is given out directly. Instead of lending it out for 1 or 2 years, it is better to buy shares directly. Anyway, the real estate industry has been in a period of explosive growth in recent years, and there is no need to worry about losing money if you invest. If you keep it for a few years, you can at least double it. This is much more cost-effective than lending it out. Besides, Wu Qianqian is his woman now. It's better to invest some money in his woman's family company than to just find a random company to invest in outside, right? Simple and reliable. Wu Qianqian lowered her head shyly. She had indeed thought of something wrong at first. But then came the surprise. Given their family's current situation, being able to borrow money is a blessing, but what Lu Xiao was talking about was investment. This means that even if they lose all the money, their family will not be responsible for anything, nor will they have to pay compensation to Lu Xiao. Although it is highly likely that they will not lose money after investing the money. But borrowing and investing are two different attitudes. The next moment, Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao's smile and her heart suddenly felt warm. She understood that Lu Xiao was trying his best to reduce the pressure and burden on her family. Wu Qianqian nodded heavily, leaning slightly into Lu Xiao's arms, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. She seemed to have a sense of belonging to the man in front of her whom she had just met for one night, and this sense of belonging was not the feeling brought by hundreds of millions of lives. Lu Xiao didn't wait any longer and directly asked for the account from Wu Qianqian. Under the operation of the system, Lu Xiao's bank card had already activated the large amount transfer function. After a few operations on the online bank, the money was transferred quickly. I really need to change this phone. It's really slow. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. It has to be said that the Android phones of 10 years ago are indeed far behind, and there is no denying this. Moreover, this phone only has 2 GB of RAM and 16 GB of internal memory, which are basically always full. It will take more than 10 seconds to open an app. By the way, you can handle the share issue yourself. Just tell me directly if you need any materials from me. Wu Qianqian nodded heavily and leaned on Lu Xiao, feeling so warm in her heart. So this is what it feels like to have a man to rely on? Lu Xiao originally wanted to add Wu Qianqian on WeChat, but after thinking about it, he realized that this thing would not be released until January next year, so in the end he could only add QQ first. However, Lu Xiao had no interest in intercepting the business, and to be honest, there were only a few months left, and it was highly unlikely that he would be able to do so. The other party's biggest business was based on QQ, and there was no solution to this. Even Lao Ma got himself into trouble when he wanted to copy their homework at the beginning. Nanshan Pizza Hut can only copy others, but no one else can copy its things. Moreover, with the system, you can just let things develop as they come. The assets you get by signing into the system are enough. Besides, you have finally traveled through time and space, so the important thing is to enjoy life to your heart's content. After the system is upgraded to a few levels, these companies will be nothing in front of him, and there will be no need to do those things. It's the same as signing in. Whether you sign in all the time or sign in every once in a while, you will get the same thing in the end. In fact, what you get from signing in all the time may not be as good as what you get from signing in every once in a while. So why make yourself so tired? Anyway, as for assets, there will be a system sooner or later. Qianqian, do you want to join us tonight? Lu Xiao found a deserted spot at the school gate and sat down, then smiled at Wu Qianqian. I don't think I can do that tonight. I need to go home and take care of some things. I also need to transfer the shares to you. Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue and looked at Lu Xiao embarrassedly. She had just agreed to be Lu Xiao's woman for life, but something happened and they couldn't be together on the first day. She was really a little embarrassed. How about tomorrow? I will come to see you early tomorrow and bring you the equity materials. Wu Qianqian suggested. Okay, let's go to Lijiang Hotel tomorrow afternoon. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. He was not an impatient person. Wu Qianqian had already followed him last night anyway, so it didn't matter if it was earlier or later. In the university town, only Lijiang Hotel is decent. If you want to go to a better 4-star hotel, it is too far away from here. The 5-star. Sorry, there is no hotel of this level in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city. Wu Qianqian nodded shyly. Just drive the car back first and drive to the hotel tomorrow. Lu Xiao generously handed the car keys to Wu Qianqian. Anyway, there is no need to go there near the school. The hotel is only 1 kilometer away from the school and it only takes 10 minutes to walk there. No, I can't drive that car. Wu Qianqian waved her hands repeatedly. The price of this car is more than the total assets of her family. She dare not touch it. It would be terrible if something goes wrong. All right. Lu Xiao shrugged and took the car keys back. But to be honest, now that I have money, it is time to buy an apartment and a car. This Bugatti is very cool and nice, but it is really inconvenient to bring it to school, and you will be surrounded by people if you are not careful. The most important thing is that this car is a sports car with only 2 seats. When taking a girl out, it's not convenient to do anything, right? You can't just touch legs wherever you go, right? Lu Xiao hailed a taxi to take Wu Qianqian away. As he walked towards the school, he thought about buying a house and a car. Just buy a house near Jiangcheng University first, and as for a car, just buy a large SUV. I took a look at my mobile bank card and found that after transferring 8 million, there was still a balance of 2.18 million left. Let's talk about it after we sign in tomorrow morning. There are basically no classes in the junior year, and it is already July. In about 20 days, it will be the holiday. Most students are basically preparing for exams or lying down in the dormitory, and a small number have found internships and are working outside. As soon as he entered the dormitory building, Lu Xiao heard a commotion inside. It's really lively. Lu Xiao looked at the people coming and going in the aisle and couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't seen such a lively scene for many years. Walking to the door of his dormitory, Lu Xiao adjusted his mindset a little, and then just kicked the door open. This is a routine operation in college, and almost everyone has done it. Sons, your dad is back. There was silence for 3 seconds. Then, 3 pairs of murderous eyes stared over instantly. Then, grass. Oh shit. You son of a bitch, you still remember to come back. Chapter 9, 2 Craftsmen? As soon as I entered the room, I was immediately glared at by the 3 big guys in the dormitory. Son of a bitch, where is the meal we asked you to bring yesterday? Are you going to starve your old fathers to death in the dormitory? Lu Xiao smiled awkwardly. I encountered some special circumstances. I almost lost my life last night. Please understand. What's going on? Hearing Lu Xiao say that he almost lost his life, the 3 were shocked and hurried forward to see if Lu Xiao was missing any parts. Lu Xiao is an orphan who has been supporting himself since he was a child. They all know that Lu Xiao has a part-time job outside, but he quit the part-time job because he was taking his final exams these days. They also knew that Lu Xiao was in difficulty, so they often asked Lu Xiao to bring his own meals, and then each of them gave Lu Xiao 2 yuan as a fee for running errands. On average, he ran once a day, which was 6 yuan. Although this amount of money was nothing, it was still enough for Lu Xiao to have a meal in the school cafeteria. They wanted to help more, but Lu Xiao would never accept money directly given his personality, so they could only think of this compromise. It's nothing, actually. I just went out with a girl for a night. Seeing 3 big faces approaching, Lu Xiao unconsciously took a step back. Fuck you. I really thought something happened to you. I'm giving you a chance now. Tell me what happened, and I won't mind you not bringing me food last night. Fuck, is this true? What about the details? What about the details? We want to hear the details. The dormitory boss Pan Xingwen took a big step forward and grabbed Lu Xiao's shoulder with a gossipy look on his face. Tell the truth, Lao Xiao, how many people died last night? Only a little over 1 billion people died. 1 billion people really died? The third brother Zhang Yan had dark circles under his eyes and looked at Lu Xiao with envy. As we all know, one operation costs 300 million. He has been solo for 20 years. Before, only the eldest brother Pan Xingwen in the whole dormitory had a girlfriend, but they didn't expect that there would be another one now, and it was the second brother Lu Xiao who they thought was the least likely to have one. Look, are you talking like a human being? What do you mean by real death or fake death? If I remember correctly, you were the one who gave away 300 million in the toilet yesterday, right? The fourth brother Shui Xiaosong looked at Zhang Yan with contempt. Zhang Yan was startled for a moment, and then his face turned red. He didn't expect that he would be discovered even though he did it so secretly, so he quickly denied it 3 times. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiao immediately looked over curiously. He really didn't expect that Lao Zhan was also a craftsman. That's not right, Xiao Songzi. I went to the bathroom at 3 in the morning last night, and I went to the bathroom upstairs, right? Zhang Yan saw several people looking at him with a teasing look on their faces, and he immediately reacted. The toilet here is a large room on 1 floor. The senior students live upstairs and they basically don't stay in the school. Usually, there is no one here at night. He did it so covertly, and it was foolproof, so how did Shui Xiaosong find out? Ahem, well, let's talk about Lao Xiao. Shui Xiaosong smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Can he say that his thoughts at that time were the same as Zhang Yan's? Lu Xiao was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He had never noticed this in his previous life. He never expected that there would be 2 craftsmen in such a small dormitory. By the way, Lao Xiao, you haven't told me about your girlfriend yet. Pan Xingwen also reacted and quickly looked at Lu Xiao. Isn't it normal to have a girlfriend these days? Lu Xiao spread his hands. Then who is your girlfriend? Is she from our school? That should be it. Lu Xiao touched his chin and replied uncertainly. If I remember correctly, Wu Qianqian should also be a student in the finance department of Jiangcheng University, but she is 1 grade lower than me and is currently a sophomore. Fuck. The eyes of several people suddenly lit up. Come on, stop asking. I'll just tell you directly. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at a few of them. Wu Qianqian knows, right? I know. She's a sophomore campus beauty. I heard she's a rich 2nd generation. Zhang Yan nodded naturally, but suddenly he was stunned. Fuck, you're not going to say Wu Qianqian is your girlfriend, are you? Yeah, we just got together yesterday. Lu Xiao shrugged. You can brag all you want, Wu Qianqian would like you. Although Pan Xingwen really wanted to mock Lu Xiao, he felt a little unsure when the words came to his lips. Although Lu Xiao is very poor, his appearance makes him the best in Jiangcheng University. This is because there is no ranking of school handsome boys. If there is a ranking of school handsome boys, Lu Xiao will definitely be in the top 3. This is because Lu Xiao usually does not pay attention to his appearance. You know, there were many rich ladies who wanted to support Lu Xiao before, and those in their dormitory were all aware of it, but Lu Xiao just always refused. After all, it's nice to have someone to support you, but most people don't understand the joy of using steel wool. But if that's true, it's really possible that Wu Qianqian would fall in love with Lu Xiao. Wu Qianqian is a rich 2nd generation, so it is normal for her to look for a boyfriend without considering his conditions. Oh, there's one more thing. Lu Xiao simply told everything at once. Someone found me a while ago and said that a distant cousin of mine died without any offspring. According to the will, I am the first heir, so I have inherited a small amount of money and am now considered a wealthy man. The three of them looked at each other, and then. Fuck. 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 At first, they were still a little skeptical, but after Lu Xiao took out his cell phone and showed them two random messages from Wu Qianqian's QQ space, the three of them finally believed what Lu Xiao said. Brothers, I seem to have a disease that will kill me if I don't eat crayfish. Pan Xingwen glanced at Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong, then sat down on the bed, looking like he had a stomachache. Oh my, boss, this disease seems to be contagious. I think I have it too. My stomach hurts so much. I need to eat crayfish meat to recover. Old Xiao, I seem to have been infected too. Why is my stomach growling all the time? Am I going to die? The three of them immediately sighed and cried out. Stop, stop, stop. I didn't say I won't treat you. What are you doing? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at the three of them. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Lu Xiao felt really close to his roommates when he saw them again. Moreover, during the 3 years of college, several roommates told me that the reason why I was able to persevere was largely due to the 2 yuan per trip errand fee that several roommates often supported. However, after graduation, the four brothers were not doing well. The eldest, Pan Xingwen, went to Beijing as arranged by his family and they had less contact. The third, Zhang Yan, stayed in Jiangsheng, while the fourth, Shui Xiaosong, gave up the financial industry and switched to become an esports player. Although he had strength, it could only be said that he was mediocre, and in the end he didn't do very well. Lu Xiao glanced at Shui Xiaosong's desk. The game that was opened on it was the competitive game that was just released at the end of last year's League of Legends. Chapter 10, The Crematorium That Never Stops. We made an appointment to eat crayfish in the afternoon, and I just had a bite of it at school for lunch. Xiao Songzi, your record is pretty good. Lu Xiao has also played League of Legends and knows this game. In S1, the game League of Legends did not have ranked matches and ranks, only a ladder score. The higher the score, the stronger the person is. Less than a year after its release, many people have already discovered that this game is fun. As for Shui Xiaosong, his current score is 1900. The current highest score is 2,300 points from professional player Strawberry. 1,900 points, in later generations, is definitely above average strength among professional players. No wonder Shui Xiaosong can take this path. But if I remember correctly, in the early days of professional teams, due to the lack of capitalization, the salaries of players were generally very low, and most of them played for love. When going to Korea to compete, the players raised the money for their own air tickets. When they got to Korea, 5 people plus a coach squeezed into a small room to adjust to the jet lag. It's not like now, where the contestants all live in big villas. The last competition was like chasing stars. Lu Xiao also followed the competition for a period of time, but after it became commercialized, he seldom watched it anymore. It's okay, this game is quite fun. Shui Xiaosong smiled awkwardly. I will also play this game if we have a chance together in the future. Lu Xiao chuckled and planned to pick a time to take Shui Xiaosong with him. AP Juggernaut is now an unstoppable demon king. Not to mention Shui Xiaosong, who has 1900 points, even if he meets the number 1 in the country, he can go into the fountain and chop him down to the point where he can't take care of himself. On the other side, Pan Xingwen was still talking on the phone. His girlfriend was studying in Beijing, and they only had the chance to meet during the winter and summer vacations. During the rest of the time, they could only contact each other by phone. In their first year together, they might not have even gone to class. Zhang Yan was doing exercises nearby. In Zhang Yan's words, his dream is to get into the system. Everyone in the dormitory had their own things to do, so Lu Xiao had some free time for a while. There was no live streaming software, let alone short video apps, so Lu Xiao was a little uncomfortable. Just change your phone first. Lu Xiao thought about it and decided to call Zhaoke first. The good thing about being a boss is that no matter what happens, you can just make a phone call and get it done. Lao Zhao, please buy me a new model of mobile phone, one with the largest RAM and internal memory, and have someone send it to Jiangcheng University for me. Okay, boss. Please wait for 20 minutes. When Zhaoke heard Lu Zhao's words, he was suddenly shocked. Don't be afraid of your boss having too much work to do, just be afraid of your boss not using you. For Zhaoke now, this is exactly the mentality. He didn't understand Lu Zhao's character at all, and was even more afraid that Lu Xiao would replace him for no reason. After hanging up the phone, Zhaoke hurried to the nearest mobile phone store to buy the latest model of mobile phone, and then drove towards Jiangcheng University. When Lu Xiao came to the school gate to pick up his phone, he was a little surprised. "Old Zhao, why did you come in person for such a small matter?" "Hey, it's not far. I'm just worried that my subordinates are unreliable." Zhao smiled and helped Lu Xiao unpack the phone box, took out the phone and handed it to Lu Xiao. "Okay, thanks, Lao Zhao." Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. To be honest, a subordinate who can get things done to the boss's satisfaction can really make people feel happy. Zhao Ku is obviously such a person, willing to spend time thinking about what the boss wants. Zhao Ku didn't stay long and left quickly after handing the phone to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao took out the SIM card and put it into the new phone, and threw the old phone directly into the trash can. The lifespan of a mobile phone that costs just over 1,000 yuan is basically 1 year, and I have been using this phone since my freshman year in college. There is no need to keep it any longer. After returning to the dormitory and downloading all the software again, the interface immediately became much smoother, and Lu Xiao's mood also became more relaxed. "My sons, are you done with your work? If you are, let's go eat crayfish." Finally, it was past 5 in the afternoon and Lu Xiao really couldn't stay in the dormitory any longer. "If you have this time, go check out some pretty girls. Go, go, go." Speaking of eating, Shui Xiaosong stopped first. "You can play games at any time, but you can't eat. Every meal you eat means one less meal. I'm back home. This time, I want to eat all the crayfish that belong to me." Pan Xingwen's face darkened and he jumped down from the upper bunk. "Boss, stop being so immature, okay?" Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Didn't I just read a novel about the return of the god of war?" Pan Xingwen smiled awkwardly. "It's a bit childish, but it's really cool. Especially when I saw the god of war returning to his country and killing 100,000 people alone to protect his woman, my blood was boiling. Boss, the novel you read is so weak. Take a look at my book about the immortal doctor." Zhang Yan chuckled and directly opened the catalog of the novel he was reading. Lu Xiao and Shui Xiaosong also leaned over curiously. Chapter 1, If we can't cure her, the entire hospital will be buried with her. Chapter 2, If you hurt her, your entire clan will be buried with you. Chapter 3, Betray me, and your whole family will be buried with you. I want the entire Su family to be buried with me. If she doesn't admit her mistake, you will be buried with her. I will bury your whole family with me. All male members of the Shangguan family were buried with him. If she loses a hair, all of you in this world will be buried with her. Chapter 40, In your universe, no one can escape the fate of being buried with the dead. Pan Xingwen. Shui Xiaosong. Lu Xiao. At this moment, both those who read the novel and those who didn't read the novel fell silent. After a long while, Pan Xingwen spoke again. "Good fellow, I admit that compared to this, my article about the return of the god of war is indeed weak. The man who sells coffins in this novel must be the richest man in the world, right?" Shui Xiaosong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and replied with a creative idea. Lu Xiao glanced at the title of the novel, Super Medical God. "I think this novel should be renamed The Crematorium That Never Stays Idle, or No One Survives." Lu Xiao's words immediately made everyone laugh. When talking about eating crayfish, all the animals screamed with excitement. Because Lu Xiao was relatively poor, he was not familiar with the restaurants nearby, so Pan Xingwen led him to a food stall next to the school. "I'm not saying anything, the food at this food stall is absolutely amazing, and the 3 proprietresses moved here from the village in the city last year." Pan Xingwen sat down with a few people and introduced them to them with a smile. Were there food stalls in the urban villages before? Zhang Yan was a little puzzled. Why did he remember that there were only a few small restaurants there, and the food was rather average? This is an industrial transformation. They didn't do this before. Pan Xingwen gave Zhang Yan a blank look. It happened that the proprietress came over at this time, and when she saw Pan Xingwen, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, Xiao Pan is here, what are you planning to eat today?" "First, let's fill the gap with 20 pounds of crayfish." When he saw the proprietress, Pan Xingwen immediately became excited. Lu Xiao raised his head slightly and took a look, and immediately thought to himself, what a good guy. His appearance is average, only about 70 points, but he is young, only 23 or 24 years old, and his height is at least D and above. He walks with a graceful gait, and you can tell at first glance that he is a cruel person who has killed hundreds of billions of lives. Furthermore, being able to open a food stall in one's 20s or 30s is a result of the transformation of the urban village industry. Lu Xiao took a silent look and suddenly his mind became clear. I believe Pan Xingwen has made a lot of efforts behind the successful transformation of the boss lady, right? P.S. Brothers, today's fresh stuff is here. Please reward, collect, and comment. Chapter 11, There is Someone Braver Than Me? Seeing Lu Xiao's gaze, Pan Xingwen smiled and winked at Lu Xiao meaningfully. There are only 2 men in the dormitory now, and the other 2 are boys. He feels that he and Lu Xiao may have some common language on this matter. Lu Xiao cast a contemptuous look at Pan Xingwen. This silly child, isn't he afraid of getting sick? And now he has a girlfriend. If he infects her, won't her life be ruined? But come to think of it, it seems that Pan Xingwen has been with his girlfriend this year. When he was taking care of the business in the past 2 years, he seemed to be still single. That's okay. Come on, have a drink first. This first one is to celebrate Lao Zhao's successful breakup with singleness. Come on, let's have another one. This second one is to celebrate Lao Xiao inheriting the estate and not having to suffer anymore. Before the crayfish were served, Pan Xingwen directly ordered 3. After drinking a few glasses of cold beer with nothing to wash it down, Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong suddenly felt that they could not bear it any longer. Lu Xiao didn't feel anything, he just squinted his eyes and watched them laughing. After all these years of drinking, Lu Xiao has already mastered the skill of drinking and knows exactly how to drink it. Moreover, my body is younger now than it will be in the future, so I can drink a lot more. When it comes to beer, drinking half a box by himself is no different from drinking water. Boss, can we take it slow and eat a few bites first? When Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong saw that Pan Xingwen wanted to do another one, they immediately looked depressed. Drinking on an empty stomach is really unbearable. Okay, look at you 2 cowards, and then look at Lao Xiao. Pan Xingwen glanced at the 2 of them with disdain. One of them is a homebody and the other is a game fanatic, and they rarely do physical exercise. Pan Xingwen exercises regularly, while Lu Xiao works part-time whenever he has free time, so it is hard for them to be unhealthy. Boss, you are being unscrupulous. If I had a girlfriend, I would definitely go to the gym too. That's right. Hearing Zhang Yan speaking, Shui Xiaosong nodded vigorously behind him. Okay, just tell me what kind of partner you want. I'll help you look for one at school. Tell me the age, height, measurements, education, and appearance. Just tell me your requirements. Pan Xingwen rolled his eyes. He didn't believe that these 2 guys could really exercise. Real? Really? I'm a student leader and I come into contact with so many girls. It's not impossible for me to introduce them to you if I find a suitable one. Pan Xingwen nodded readily. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong looked at each other and were immediately interested. Zhang Yan thought for a while, then looked at Pan Xingwen. Boss, I only need age and height, the rest doesn't matter. Okay, then tell me and I'll keep an eye out for you. This summer vacation is over, and there will be new students enrolling in September. Pan Xingwen said with a smile. Did I really say that? Go ahead. 1-year-old, height 170 centimeters. Puff. The tea that Lu Xiao had just drunk suddenly sprayed out. Fuck, old Zhang, are you looking for a fight? Pan Xingwen looked at Zhang Yan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He finally realized that this guy didn't think about this at all and was just joking with him. What's wrong, boss? I think my request is reasonable. It's very reasonable and logical. Find me a person who is 170 centimeters tall at the age of 1. Pan Xingwen was already gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Boss, when Neza was 1-year-old, he was 16 feet tall, which is 3 meters in total. Shui Xiaosong reminded from the side. There was a brief silence at the scene. The next moment. Hey, don't get excited, boss. Lao Xiao, Xiaosongzi and I are going to check on the crayfish to see if they are ready. Zhang Yan quickly pulled Shui Xiaosong and ran away. Why don't you talk about the golden crow? When it was born, it was as big as the sun. Pan Xingwen's eyes were almost spitting fire. Lu Xiao saw Pan Xingwen stand up suddenly and quickly pulled Pan Xingwen back. Although he is a little bit out of laughter now. Fortunately, it was just after 5 o'clock and there were not many people in the store, so there was no need to worry about loud noises. After half an hour of clamor, the crayfish were slowly served. Lu Xiao also picked up the wine glass. Looking at the lively roommates whom he hadn't seen for 10 years, Lu Xiao felt truly happy. Isn't this what being young is like? Thank you brothers for taking care of me over the years. Hey, Lao Xiao, what are you talking about? You are the hardest working person in our dormitory. To be honest, if I had worked half as hard as you, I would have been admitted to the civil service a long time ago. Zhang Yan also became serious at this time. There's still a year left. No one will bring me food for the rest of the year. Pan Xingwen smiled ironically and sighed again. Lao Xiao, when you have some free time, buy a computer and play with me. This game is boring to play alone. Should we talk or not? Let's do it. Lu Xiao looked at them with a smile. Come on, do it. Done. Dry. The meal lasted from 5 in the afternoon to around 11 at night. During the meal, many guests arrived and the proprietress felt that they were indeed a bit noisy, so she specially moved them to a private room. According to Pan Xingwen, this was all because of his reputation with the boss's wife. At 11:30, the group staggered out of the restaurant. Old Xiao, I'm telling you, come to this restaurant for dinner from now on. I know all the boss ladies well, so it's great. While picking his teeth, Pan Xingwen proudly showed Lu Xiao the bill, which was more than 100 yuan cheaper. Yes, he has recharged billions, so he must be impressive. Nonsense, boss's body is worth at least tens of billions. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong laughed on the side. Are you two looking for a fight? Pan Xingwen cursed with a smile, then rushed forward and started rubbing the two of them. However, Pan Xingwen himself couldn't remember exactly how much he had recharged, but it was definitely not over 10 billion. Anyway, I will provide some support every month when I get living expenses. According to him, the family situation of the young ladies is not optimistic. Their father was paralyzed at home due to an accident at work, their mother left home early, and they have a 6-year-old brother to take care of, and the brother cannot take care of himself. Although I don't know why 3 or 4 young ladies have the same family situation, we should always have some sympathy, right? In this situation, the dog would bite off a piece of the bone in its mouth and give it away. What's more, Pan Xingwen is still a human being, and a good person with a conscience? Is this reasonable? This is very reasonable. Boss, you are awesome. Lu Xiao silently gave Pan Xingwen a thumbs up. He thought he was philanthropic enough, but he didn't expect that there was someone more courageous than him. Chapter 12, Gu Yueshi. There is still a rule of turning off lights in dormitories in the first and second years of college, but in the third and fourth years, the school defaults to not turning off lights or checking dormitories. The group of 4 staggered back to the dormitory without even washing up, and the other 3 went straight to bed and fell asleep. Lu Xiao looked at the dormitory full of snoring, smiled helplessly, took out his wash basin and went to the bathroom to wash up. It has become a habit for me over the past 10 years to take a shower almost every day. Although it is not convenient to take a shower here, I still have to wash my face and brush my teeth. What is this called? This is called welcoming a sudden girl in the best condition. He drank quite a bit at night. Although he could drink quite a bit, Lu Xiao felt very sleepy after washing up. Listening to the familiar snoring sounds around him, Lu Xiao slowly fell asleep. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Lu Xiao was the first to wake up. I glanced at the time between the check-ins, and it was just over 24 hours. Try to see if the items you sign in for a day apart are in cash. Lu Xiao's mind moved, and he clicked the sign-in button in his mind. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 28 million yuan. The cash reward has been sent to the host's bank card. Please check and receive it as soon as possible. At the same time, the screen of Lu Xiao's newly replaced mobile phone flashed, and with a beep, a bank account arrival text message appeared. There were about 2 million left before, and with these 28 million, it was just a total of 30 million. Sure enough, those who signed in one day apart also received cash rewards. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. But this should be the peak of the cash reward, 28 million, which is not much different from the previously acquired asset, the Lijiang Hotel. In fact, because it is cash, it is actually much more impressive than the Lijiang Hotel. Assets are just assets, cash flow is real. Lu Xiao gave a brief analysis. Signing in for half a day can earn you around 10 million, and signing in for a day can earn you 28 million. It is obviously more cost-effective to sign in once a day. Of course, this is only a temporary analysis, and the number is bound to fluctuate. After all, the number of tests is too small and it is not convincing at present. The asset the system gave me when I signed in for the first time was a Lijiang Hotel worth about 35 million, which should be the reward above the cash sign-in. After a few more tests, we will have a basic understanding of the situation, and we can then come up with a set of rules. Lu Xiao made a summary. Then he clicked the sign-in button a few more times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 12 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 100 yuan. What a pity, I missed again. Lu Xiao shook his head and closed the system page directly. After signing in and clicking a few times, you are actually trying to hit that 100 million chance. If you don't touch it, there's no loss, but if you do, it'll be great. There's no loss if you press it a few more times. After buying some breakfast from the cafeteria, Pan Xingwen and the others woke up. Thanks, Lao Xiao. When they saw the breakfast on the table, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. They drank too much last night and their heads are still aching. Why are you being so polite? It's just a simple matter. Lu Xiao smiled and opened his own copy. As a northerner, I prefer to eat pasta such as tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. Of course, tofu pudding must be salty. The sweet taste always feels weird. Lao Xiao, how is your finance review going? You have an exam at 2 p.m. Pan Xingwen yawned, got out of bed and took out his finance book. I basically didn't take any basic courses in my junior year, so there were only a few professional courses left. But at Jiangcheng University, if I failed the professional course exam, I wouldn't even have the chance to retake it, so I had to choose to retake it. If you can't finish your studies in your senior year, you'll have to stay on. After hearing Pan Xingwen's words, Lu Xiao, who was originally quite happy, suddenly froze. Take an exam? Of course he knows some knowledge of finance, but as we all know, the knowledge learned in school and what you learn after entering a company are two completely different systems. More than 10 years have passed since graduation, and Lu Xiao has forgotten everything he learned in school. He really can't do it at all now. Do you believe me when I say I'm done? Lu Xiao looked at Pan Xingwen and the others with a bitter face. TSK, Lao Xiao, don't be so modest. We all know your academic performance. If there's anything we don't know during the exam, we'll all rely on you. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong came over, each putting their arms around Lu Xiao's shoulders, looking as if they were reassured to have him around. The invigilator for this exam has already been decided. This teacher is notoriously lax and will generally not say anything if someone passes cheat sheets or something, unless the invigilator discovers it. After all, they are all third-year students, and the teachers have basically given them all the leniency they can. It's not necessary to ask a large number of people to retake the course, right? Therefore, although Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong did not put too much energy into their professional courses, as long as they answered some of the questions correctly and then copied a few questions, they would basically pass the course, and the pressure was not too great. Lu Xiao's face suddenly fell. Why don't you choose a good time for this rebirth? But there's no point complaining now, I can only take out the book and read it first. As for these guys in his dormitory, Lu Xiao didn't believe them at all. In his previous life, in an exam, there were 4 people in a dormitory, and 3 of them got 60 points. If the professional course teacher had not been a little merciful when marking the papers, these 3 guys would have had to retake the course. Moreover, the seats where the 4 people were sitting were so far away from each other, it must be a ghost. If you really can't pass it, just wait until next semester and donate to the school. I believe that after donating 10 or 20 million, the school will not have to embarrass itself here. I read books in the dormitory all morning and tried to recall as many knowledge points as possible. Then Lu Xiao discovered sadly. The ball is useless. When you are cramming for Buddha's study, you will always find that Buddha always sits cross-legged and has no feet. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone in the dormitory went to the classroom to prepare for the exam. Lu Xiao was still flipping through the book while walking on the road. He had no choice but to try every possible means and remember as much as possible. I say, Lao Xiao, there's no need to study so hard. You can just get by with your grades. You know nothing. Lu Xiao cursed with a smile. If he could really pass it, he would be nothing. There is no difference between 60 points and 100 points. I took advantage of the last bit of time to flip through the pages and entered the classroom, where the invigilator was already waiting. Students, please find your seats according to your student numbers. There is 1 person between the tables on your left and right. Please sit in a front-to-back arrangement. Hi, Lu Xiao, I haven't seen you for a few days. Lu Xiao had just sat down when he heard a female voice coming from his right. When he looked over, he found that it was Gu Yueshi, the top student and campus beauty in his class. Yueshi, it's been a while since we last met. Seeing Gu Yueshi smiling at him, Lu Xiao also smiled back with a sigh. Although they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, Lu Xiao still has a deep impression of Gu Yueshi. Gu Yueshi's family background is similar to Lu Xiao's, or even slightly worse than Lu Xiao's. Lu Xiao lost his parents when he was a child and had to rely on himself to be self-sufficient, but Gu Yueshi's parents both died in accidents at work when she was a child, leaving behind only a sister who was 3 years younger than her and was still in high school. After so many years, if it weren't for the compensation, Gu Yueshi would have collapsed long ago. Because they were not doing well, they still had a lot of common topics during school, and Gu Yueshi even had some feelings for Lu Xiao. However, after graduation, Gu Yueshi seemed to have taken her sister to Beijing for some reason, and they never met again. Chapter 13, Just Want to Give Her a Home. Gu Yueshi's outfit today is relatively simple, but she looks uniquely beautiful. She was wearing a white long skirt and a pair of ordinary sneakers. Although the clothes were ordinary, they made her pair of white and tender thighs look particularly beautiful. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a black kitten pattern on it. Gu Yueshi tucked the hem of the short-sleeved shirt into her skirt. Her hair was laid flat, and when she lowered her head slightly, her long hair basically fell on the table. A pretty face with a bit of cuteness immediately came into view. Lu Xiao looked him up and down and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although she was wearing a bunch of unknown brands, it couldn't hide Gu Yueshi's amazing looks and figure. To be honest, if she really made money by selling her body, she would not have been short of money a long time ago. The young ladies that Pan Xingwen often took care of have now opened food stalls, not to mention Gu Yueshi, the campus beauty who is dozens of times prettier than those young ladies. And I don't know why, although they both work part-time, Lu Xiao's skin, especially the skin on his hands, is a little rough, but Gu Yueshi's skin is fair and smooth, even just slightly worse than Wu Qianqian who takes good care of herself regularly. But today, Lu Xiao really didn't have much time to appreciate Gu Yueshi's outfit. In addition to being a school belle, Gu Yueshi is also a top student, which is the most important thing to Lu Xiao right now. Yueshi, please let me see the answers when you finish them. Lu Xiao deliberately lowered his voice. Ah? Gu Yueshi was stunned. Does Lu Xiao, whose academic performance is usually not much different from mine, need to cheat? For an exam like this, getting 95 points should be easy, right? Seeing Gu Yueshi's reaction, Lu Xiao's face suddenly turned red. Is this being despised? I haven't studied this course much, so I don't know how to do it. Lu Xiao touched his nose awkwardly. Okay. When Gu Yueshi saw Lu Xiao's expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She also didn't expect that the campus hunk Lu, who usually had a cold face, had this side to him. When Lu Xiao saw Gu Yueshi agreed, he immediately felt relieved. He had very good eyesight and the distance between them was only half a table. As long as Gu Yueshi showed it to him, there would definitely be no problem. The exam lasts 2 hours, and the number of questions in university exams is not that large. Gu Yueshi finished answering all the questions in half an hour, then looked to the side and suddenly found Lu Xiao scratching his head beside him. Gu Yueshi suddenly inexplicably felt that Lu Xiao was a little cute in this state. The two had the same part-time job several times and worked together for a period of time. In her impression, Lu Xiao was the kind of person who had ways and was very capable no matter what he did. This was indeed the first time she had seen this side of Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao is really handsome. Gu Yueshi's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but be a little dazed. She did like Lu Xiao a little, but the contempt and malice from men around her over the years made her become much more realistic. Others only know that she has a younger sister who is in school, but they don't know that her sister has a congenital heart disease, and it is a relatively serious one. If she wants to have surgery, plus the subsequent rehabilitation drugs, it will cost at least 800,000 or 900,000 yuan. If she and Lu Xiao were together, not only would she be dragged down, but Lu Xiao would also be dragged down. And given her physical condition, it is indeed not difficult for her to earn this money. But she doesn't want to, or doesn't want to do so at this stage. The reason why I chose to study finance is because of the absolutely high salary in this industry. If possible, she would like to use her own abilities to cure her sister. If Lu Xiao is also interested in her at that time, she doesn't mind being with Lu Xiao. However, recently, her sister's condition has worsened, causing her to be hesitant at this stage, and her relationship with Lu Xiao has also become much weaker. And according to the doctor, my sister's condition seems to be no longer able to be maintained by medication. Yueshi. Gu Yueshi was thinking about a lot of things in her mind when she suddenly heard Lu Xiao beside her calling her softly. Seeing Lu Xiao looking at her, Gu Yueshi's face immediately turned red. Only then did she realize that she had just been fantasizing about Lu Xiao as her future marriage partner. Yueshi, let me see it quickly. Lu Xiao glanced at the invigilator and lowered his voice to the lowest level, looking very anxious. An hour and a half has passed since the exam, and there is not much time left. Gu Yueshi then remembered what she had said to Lu Xiao before, and she reacted instantly. She quickly lifted the test paper towards Lu Xiao and spread her black hair flat, trying her best to block the gaze of the invigilator. Seeing Gu Yueshi from this angle, Lu Xiao was slightly stunned. I have to say, this is the first time I have such close contact with Gu Yueshi, especially face to face. But the next moment, after seeing the answers on the test paper, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly copied them down with his pen. Half an hour passed quickly. Except for the last big question which he couldn't see clearly because the font was too small, Lu Xiao copied most of the other questions. It's still more fun to copy the answers. Lu Xiao closed the paper and handed it in happily. Now we really have the upper hand. After leaving the door, Lu Xiao finally lowered his voice a lot. Yueshi, thank you so much for today. Are you free this afternoon? I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Next time, I have something to deal with in the afternoon. Gu Yueshi refused with a smile. Okay then, call me when you're free. I'll be there whenever you call. Lu Xiao patted his chest happily. The relationship between him and Gu Yueshi is quite close, so he certainly wouldn't think that Gu Yueshi was refusing politely. Given the relationship between the two of them, if Gu Yueshi said there was something going on, then it really was something going on. Oh, Lao Xiao, you are really good. You were just talking to Wu Qianqian over there, but you've already teased Gu Yueshi over here? Seeing Gu Yueshi leave, Pan Xingwen came over from behind and looked at Lu Xiao teasingly. You mortals know nothing. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. Was he flirting with a girl? He clearly wanted to give her a home. P.S. Woohoo, my mother always told me that children from poor families grow up early tremolo and crying. Brothers, I also want a home made up of rewards, praises, and urging for updates. So pitiful, 10,000 more chapters will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 14, Who Makes Me a Good Person? Old Xiao, let's go and have dinner? Shui Xiaosong patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. There's a new braised chicken restaurant in the cafeteria, let's go check in. Come on, I have something to do today. Lu Xiao shrugged. Pan Xingwen and the others immediately had a bunch of question marks in their heads. You were fine when you were making an appointment with Gu Yueshi to have dinner just now, but now you have problems when we invite you to dinner? I really have something to do. I have an appointment with Qianqian this afternoon. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at a few people. Alas, the friendship we built over 3 years of college has faded. People's hearts have changed. Where is the innocent old Xiao? My son has grown up, and it's time for Dad to let you go free. But remember to report the whole process to me when you come back. The three of them shook their heads at once. Alright, you three, that's enough. I, your dear father, can still tell the difference between sons and women. Seeing the three people teasing each other, Lu Xiao cursed with a smile, then raised his leg and kicked each of them on the buttocks. I made an appointment with Wu Qianqian in the afternoon, but Wu Qianqian hasn't called me yet. I guess she hasn't finished her work yet. But she didn't tell me that she can't come today, so she will probably arrive later. Therefore, after Lu Xiao left the school, he drove directly to Lijiang Hotel. First, I went to the boss's office on the top floor. Lao Xiao, give me a copy of the hotel's accounts. Okay, boss. Please wait a moment. I'll get it right away. Zhao Ku nodded. When Lu Xiao said yesterday that he wanted to check the accounts, he had already sorted them out, and now he just needed to get them. A few minutes later, Zhao Ku came in with a stack of materials. Boss, take a look. This is the account for kitchen purchases, this is the account for hotel operations, this is logistics, and this is outsourcing. Zhao Ku gave an eloquent introduction for more than 20 minutes before he basically sorted out the major categories of the accounts. Lu Xiao nodded and started over from the beginning. Auditing accounts does not mean to check all the accounts one by one, but to check the rationality of the accounts. For experts, some accounts can be identified as false just by looking at the numbers. The logic here is quite complicated. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had been working in the financial circle for more than 10 years in his previous life. Both his way of checking accounts and his understanding of finance were far beyond this era, so such a small matter was naturally no problem. To put it bluntly, in Lu Xiao's opinion, these methods and approaches of accounting for 10 years are no different from addition and subtraction. Lao Xiao, if you have nothing else to do, just go off work. 20 minutes later, seeing Zhao Ke still standing next to him, Lu Xiao spoke. It's okay, boss. I have nothing to do when I get home. Zhao Ke waved her hands quickly. Are you kidding? The boss hasn't left yet, how dare he leave? Especially since Lu Xiao is currently looking at the accounts that he is responsible for. If something really goes wrong, he can still explain it to Lu Xiao on the spot, right? You'd better find a chair and sit down. Lu Xiao smiled helplessly. He knew that Zhao Ke was worried that he would fire him after checking the accounts. But Lu Xiao's idea was exactly what he said yesterday. As long as there were no major problems with the accounts, Zhao Ke would definitely be in charge of the Lijiang Hotel in the future. He was completely overthinking it now. After all, he doesn't have many useful people under his command now. Zhao Ke is capable and has good eyesight, so Lu Xiao is quite satisfied with him. Okay. Zhao Ke quickly found a chair and sat down next to Lu Xiao. To be honest, he was in his 40s and his calves were shaking after standing for so long. Old Zhao, do you smoke? Lu Xiao took out a cigarette from his pocket. Ugh, pump. Zhao Ke hesitated for just a second before taking one from Lu Xiao. No smoker can give up a Zhanghua cigarette handed to them. Each of them took a puff of the cigarette, and Zhao Ke suddenly felt that his relationship with Lu Xiao had become much closer. I don't know which great person made this summary, but there are only 4 types of relationships in this world that are the most reliable. And if they are ranked in order, they are relatives, smoking friends, lesbians, and couples. As for why it ranks second. Smoking buddies, that's the little bird that can help hold your brother when you pee. Bah, it's the brother who is holding the bird. Of course Lu Xiao also smokes, but he is not addicted to it. He only smokes occasionally when he is interested. To be honest, I learned this habit from the guys in my dormitory. At around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xiao began to feel a little hungry. Auditing the accounts is not something that can be done in one day, and after just going through it, there is no problem with the majority of it, so Lu Xiao is basically relieved. After taking Zhao Ke to the restaurant downstairs for a meal, Lu Xiao went up to the room on the 13th floor. Brother Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao was just about to enter his boss's room when he heard a voice calling him from behind. Hey, it's Boss Li. Lu Xiao turned around and saw that the person standing behind him was Li Tian, and he was immediately happy. Didn't this guy leave yesterday? Why is he still here today? To be honest, Lu Xiao was planning to deal with this guy after he had dealt with Wu Qianqian's affairs. Brother, are you staying at the hotel today too? Li Tian looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. Seeing Lu Xiao's attitude towards him, Li Tian suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that he had left a good impression in front of Lu Xiao yesterday. The main reason is that I have a date with a girl, and it's not convenient to bring her home. Seeing Li Tian, Lu Xiao couldn't help but tease. If Li Tian knew that the girl with him was Wu Qianqian, he would probably be so angry that he would have a cerebral infarction, right? However, looking at Li Tian's square body, he might not be able to withstand the cerebral infarction and would most likely ascend to heaven on the spot. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao laughed unconsciously again. Little brother is still young. Li Tian immediately gave Lu Xiao a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Lu Xiao laughed. Brother, you don't know, but I actually have a date with a girl, but it's tomorrow night, and she's absolutely stunning. Li Tian seemed to be afraid of being outdone by Lu Xiao, so he quickly added another sentence. Lu Xiao's expression turned slightly cold. Although he knew what happened and knew that it was impossible for Li Tian to touch Wu Qianqian, Lu Xiao still felt a little unhappy when he heard Li Tian say it. Once Wu Qianqian's problem is resolved, I will immediately bankrupt this guy. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. It's better to make this guy disappear from the face of the earth as soon as possible, so that I don't feel disgusted every time I see him. Now that he has more than 30 million in his hands, plus the things that Li Tian revealed to him, it is only a matter of time before he takes down Li Tian's company. By the way, brother, your appointment was for tomorrow night, why are you here today? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Hey, I'm not afraid of you making fun of me. I paid for a model and we've arranged to meet at the hotel tonight. It's just a little expensive, 15,000. Li Tian chuckled. He was really angry these past 2 days, especially today. When he called Wu Qianqian, the phone was turned off. Needless to say, it must have been blocked. Although he was sure that Wu Qianqian would not be able to escape tomorrow, he still wanted to vent his anger after being treated like this, so he spent a lot of money to find one. Oh, I see. Lu Xiao glanced at Li Tian, touched his chin, and nodded slightly. In that case, he should help Li Tian at night and let him go directly to heaven. Who makes him a good person? Chapter 15, It's useless no matter who comes. I said. Lu Xiao didn't expect that Wu Qianqian actually came with the car model that Li Tian called. When Lu Xiao opened the door, Wu Qianqian was a little surprised, thinking that the car model was also called by Lu Xiao. Brother Xiao, I thought you were going to mess around. When Wu Qianqian saw the car model knocking on the door of the room next door, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. The two rooms are next to each other, and the doors are connected to each other on the left and right, with a distance of just over 1 meter. That person was called by Li Tian, and he paid for it. Lu Xiao chuckled and nodded towards that side. As Li Tian turned the door lock, Lu Xiao quickly pulled Wu Qianqian in and then slammed the door shut. The person living next door is Li Tian? Wu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, but then she understood. It seemed that Li Tian had been living on the 13th floor waiting for her these days, so it seemed reasonable for him to live there. Do you understand what to do? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow at Wu Qianqian. I know. Call the police. He'll be in jail for a few days. Wu Qianqian giggled and quickly took out her cell phone to dial. Wait, at least wait until they start. When I went upstairs at around 7 o'clock, I saw 2 people on duty downstairs. They will probably be up in a few minutes. There's no rush. Lu Xiao stopped Wu Qianqian first. As a man, he certainly knows the process here. Once the girl came in, it took at least 20 minutes to get to the point. Wouldn't it be nice to interrupt him at that time? Brother Xiao, you are so mean. Wu Qianqian also figured it out and laughed, covering her mouth. Although she was a woman, she knew how it felt for a man to be interrupted in the process. If a man is not bad, women will not love him. Lu Xiao took Wu Qianqian's hand and looked her up and down. Wu Qianqian's hair seemed to have been straightened. Her long black hair fell below her shoulders. Just a slight shake of her hair immediately gave off a fragrance. She was wearing a beige Chanel suit, a pair of white Balenciaga stockings on her legs, and a pair of black Balenciaga high heels on her feet, with a few sparkling diamonds on them. Especially since Wu Qianqian herself is very elegant, and when illuminated by the light in the room, her whole body exudes an inexplicable attraction. Lu Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. When I met Wu Qianqian the night before yesterday, she was trying to look good. Her clothes and makeup were extremely casual. But at that time, Wu Qianqian was already very beautiful, and even surprised Lu Xiao at one point. But today, Wu Qianqian, dressed in designer clothes and carefully made up, made Lu Xiao realize what the ultimate beauty is. If there is a scoring table with a total score of 100, then Wu Qianqian without makeup would probably score around 95, and Wu Qianqian, who took a shower and put on makeup today, would definitely score above 98. And the most important thing is that Wu Qianqian is really very young. She is just a sophomore this year and is only 19 years old. When we met the day before yesterday, Wu Qianqian was in a bad mood due to the pressure of family business, and sadness was almost written on her face. But today, perhaps because the family business problems were solved, she looked much more cheerful, and her cute appearance made Lu Xiao couldn't help but want to pinch her hard. Qianqian, you are so cute and beautiful. Lu Xiao smiled and hugged Wu Qianqian into his arms, feeling the warmth from her body. I will let you watch it alone from now on. Wu Qianqian's face turned slightly red, and she unconsciously put her little head into Lu Xiao's arms. But she's so beautiful, what if I really want to pick her up and throw her to death? Lu Xiao teased. Brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian was so amused by Lu Xiao's words that she burst out laughing, and punched Lu Xiao's chest repeatedly in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiao no longer hesitated and directly carried Wu Qianqian into the bedroom. This is the good thing about the suite. It is over 200 square meters, comparable to an average large flat. Moreover, the boss's room seems to be well decorated, and all the furniture inside is high quality. As for the sheets, mattresses and other things, Zhaoke had already been very attentive and asked someone to replace them all. Looking at Lu Xiao's handsome face, Wu Qianqian's little face couldn't help but turn redder. Women generally act in different ways. The night before last and tonight, she was in completely different states of mind. If she was just trying to give herself up the night before yesterday, then today she really wanted to give herself completely to Lu Xiao. After all, this is the man who will accompany her for the rest of her life. Feeling Lu Xiao's tenderness, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but hum softly. I'll have to call later. Lu Xiao chuckled. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. 20 minutes later, Lu Xiao dialed the police number at the right moment. Oh, yes, it's room 02 on the 13th floor of Lijiang Hotel. That's right, there's a sex for money transaction going on inside. I'm an upright person, and I really can't stand seeing this kind of thing. Wu Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Half an hour later, when Lu Xiao was putting on his shirt and reopening the door, he saw Li Tian, who was full of fat, being led downstairs, followed by a beautiful woman who was only wearing a coat. Lu Xiao took a look. Around 88 or 89 points, no wonder Li Tian was willing to pay 15,000. This level is indeed worth the price. When Li Tian saw Lu Xiao standing at the door, his face suddenly turned pale. Brother Lu Xiao, Li Tian opened his mouth, his fat face full of grievance, and his big bald head was so anxious that he was almost sweating. He didn't know what was going on. It had just started when the hotel lobby manager opened his door with a few policemen, and then. It's not that he didn't suspect Lu Xiao, but he and Lu Xiao obviously had a good relationship, and this hotel was Lu Xiao's own. He wouldn't do such a thing in his own hotel, right? In the end, Li Tian just felt that he was really unlucky. He estimated that there was a high probability that the car model was being followed and then he was implicated. After all, this happens quite often. Boss Li, what's going on? Lu Xiao pretended to know nothing and looked at Li Tian in surprise, with a bit of bewilderment on his face. I don't know either. It's so unlucky. I guess I'll have to stay in jail for 2 days. When Li Tian saw Lu Xiao's expression, he was completely sure that it was not Lu Xiao who reported it, but he was already looking like he was about to cry. Even though he is worth tens of millions, when he encounters this kind of thing, in addition to paying a fine, he will have to spend at least a day in prison before he can be released. It wouldn't be a big deal under normal circumstances, but the key thing is that he has an appointment with Wu Qianqian tomorrow. And the most important thing is that he has no connections in the city and can't get out even if he wants to. Boss Li, don't worry. I recognize you as my friend. I will use my connections to get you out as soon as possible. Lu Xiao saw a man who looked like a leader coming over there, and he deliberately spoke loudly with a sincere look. Really? Woo, brother, you were so kind. I will thank you very much when I come out. Then I'll treat you to a delicious meal. When Li Tian heard Lu Xiao's solemn promise to get him out, he was immediately moved to tears. As expected, Li Tian's vision is really good. The friends I like are really loyal. Lu Xiao is indeed a loyal and honest man. Who dares to try to find connections in front of me? Shaoli, give him the maximum punishment period. If it's less than 7 days, I'll see who dares to come and take him away. When the leader heard the conversation between Lu Xiao and Li Tian, he immediately got angry. In this day and age, are there still people who dare to do such crooked things so blatantly in front of me? He threw his hat to the ground and set up a flag on the spot. This guy has been detained, no one can help him, he said. Chapter 16, Do you know the value of a good friend? Li Tian's originally excited expression suddenly became awkward. After seeing the person coming, he felt even colder in his heart. Lu Xiao also pretended to be frightened and gave Li Tian a helpless look, then quickly closed his door. Hey, brother Lu Xiao, I don't blame you. I'm glad you have this intention. When Li Tian was taken downstairs, he took a special look at Lu Xiao's door, feeling infinite emotion in his heart. Although such an incident happened, it witnessed his friendship with Lu Xiao, and that's enough. When Li Tian comes out, he will definitely take Lu Xiao with him to play. Such a good brother, let alone 15,000, even 25,000 will be enough for him to treat. Money is nothing. As for Wu Qianqian, let's let her go for a few days. She will be his sooner or later anyway and she can't run away. After entering the room, Lu Xiao was completely settled. He looked at Wu Qianqian who was eavesdropping behind the door and immediately laughed. By the way, have you dealt with your family affairs? After laughing for a while, Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian came here today with pajamas and she has already changed into them. Although the clothes are relatively loose, one can still occasionally see her beautiful figure underneath, which is a feast for Lu Xiao's eyes. Everything has been handled. The project funds from several downstream parties have been transferred. My parents are responsible for the rest. But I have been holding the money from Li Tian. I will return it to him after holding it for 10 days or 8 months. Speaking of Li Tian, Wu Qianqian snorted angrily again. If she hadn't met Lu Xiao, the rest of her life would have been ruined by this square warrior. However, she had no way to take revenge on Li Tian now. After all, her family's business had just recovered, and now she really couldn't spare a penny of funds. Lu Xiao nodded, and then continued. Li Tian has developed a new project in the high-tech zone. I will transfer another sum of money to you tomorrow. You can use this money to set up a new company and intercept all the material supplies for his project. Intercept his project? Wu Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. It's not really a case of intercepting him, just think of it as going against him. Lu Xiao chuckled and said, sometimes the person who stabs you in the back may not be a knife, but a good friend. And he is very familiar with this thing. For example, Li Tian supplies steel to a project. The purchase cost is 4,000 yuan per ton, and then he sells it to the project for 4,100 yuan, making a profit of 100 yuan per ton. Then Lu Xiao will purchase goods from the same channel and directly supply the project at a cost of 4,000 yuan. Will Li Tian follow him or not? If you follow it, not only will you break even, but you will also lose money on the ticket. The ticket fee for a ton of steel is generally around 10 yuan. If the quantity is large, it will not be a small amount of money. But if I don't follow, won't this project fail? If Li Tian is determined to follow even if it means losing money, then Lu Xiao will continue to lower the price until Li Tian can no longer accept it. After it's done, I'll just hand the project over to Wu Qianqian's family. The money earned later will be enough to make up for the losses earlier. As for Li Tian, who is not convinced and wants to compete later, then he will continue with the previous step. Anyway, Lu Xiao still has 30 million in cash in his hand, so just do it. Who is afraid of who? Li Tian has a small company with a capital of more than 20 million but less than 30 million, and the cash flow is probably only about 5 or 6 million. Now these 5 or 6 million are still held by Wu Qianqian in her own company, and Li Tian's ability to resist risks is only bank loans or pallet funds, which is not much at all. By the way, Li Tian has 2 engineering teams under him. If I remember correctly, the contracts of these 2 engineering teams are about to expire. You can go and recruit them. He also has a small project in the city, supplying sand and cement. When he has time, he can go to the material yard to talk and grab the order. There are also several projects in the county below. I will sort them out and send them to you later. Besides, it's a pity that his company is too small and I didn't buy any shares. Otherwise, I could have bankrupted him in a week. At the end, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Li Tian was arrested and there is no one in control of the company. If there is a chance, we can even directly take down his company. However, for now, we can only force him to the brink of bankruptcy. If we want to kill him directly, it will take at least a month. This is the limitation for physical enterprises. Unless he has powerful connections and can simply force the other party to suspend business and rectify the situation by saying that they fail to meet various conditions, it would be possible to kill him within a few days. Compared to this, manipulating finance is what he is best at. Wu Qianqian, who was standing next to him, was stunned and opened her mouth wide with an incredulous look on her face. Brother Xiao, how on earth do you know so many of Li Tian's business secrets? Did he tell me that himself? Lu Xiao shrugged. Do you understand the value of good friends? Wu Qianqian was completely confused now. Is there anyone in the world who was so stupid as to tell his enemy about the operation of his company? Li Tian doesn't seem to be such a stupid person when it comes to dealing with his own family. By the way, Brother Xiao, here are your equity agreement and materials, keep them. Wu Qianqian seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly ran to the side, took out her bag, took out a file bag and gave it to Lu Xiao. 8 million in financing, accounting for 45% of the shares. So many? Lu Xiao was a little surprised. Logically speaking, considering Wu Qianqian's family's assets of about 30 million, they shouldn't be able to get so many shares with 8 million in financing, right? Hey, Brother Xiao, just keep it. The shares have been divided out anyway, and it's impossible to return them, right? Wu Qianqian's face turned slightly red. When she came, her parents specially handed her the equity agreement. As for the extra part, according to her parents' intention, it was given to her as a dowry. Even when she is 25 years old and is able to take over the company's business, the other 55% of the shares will be transferred simultaneously, and then everything will be handed over to Lu Xiao. She had already made up her mind to devote the rest of her life to this man and no longer cared about money. Then I made a lot of money this time. Not only did I get so many shares, but I also got a beautiful girl for free. Lu Xiao threw the equity agreement aside, smiled and hugged Wu Qianqian and put her on his lap. Brother Xiao, then which one do you think is better, equity or me? Wu Qianqian giggled and naturally put her arms around Lu Xiao's neck. What do you think? Lu Xiao's malicious eyes kept looking at Wu Qianqian's body, as if he was thinking about which part would be easier to start with. Then, Lu Xiao finally determined the destination. Amid Wu Qianqian's exclamation, the Chanel pajamas she was wearing instantly had a big tear in it. Chapter 17, Jianglu Real Estate. After repeated verification throughout the night, when they woke up the next day, both Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian felt their legs were inexplicably weak. But the good thing is that Lu Xiao finally has an idea in his mind. I've come to the conclusion that my Qianqian is the best. Hate it, brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian pinched Lu Xiao's arm weakly. Lu Xiao smiled and took Wu Qianqian into his arms, feeling her softness wantonly. Wu Qianqian has fair skin and beautiful delicate collarbones. Stretched. Looking at the beautiful girl next to him, Lu Xiao suddenly felt refreshed both physically and mentally. This is how the daily life of a super rich person should be. Lu Xiao first transferred 10 million to Wu Qianqian and asked Wu Qianqian to help register a company. It's not that Lu Xiao doesn't want to transfer more, but the problem is that if the money transferred to the company is not spent, it will also be considered an asset under his name and will not be counted as a consumption limit. Rather than letting the money gather dust in the company account, it is better to play less and spend the remaining money. The total consumption now is only about 8 million. Apart from investing in Wu Qianqian's family shares, the only expense is the crayfish meal for roommates. Oh, and the pack of Zhenghua cigarettes I bought on the way here yesterday. Brother Xiao, what are you going to name the company? After breakfast, Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao curiously. She did not doubt Lu Xiao's financial resources. She also looked up the car Lu Xiao was driving on the internet after she went back yesterday. It was a Bugatti Chiron with an official price of more than 80 million yuan and a second-hand market price of about 100 million yuan. She was shocked for a long time. In order to be able to drive such a car, it is normal for Lu Xiao to have hundreds of millions of cash in his hand. 10 million may be a huge sum of money for her, but for Lu Xiao, it may just be a drizzle. The name of the company. Lu Xiao reached into his Chanel shirt to try out the material of the clothes while thinking carefully. Let's call it Jianglu Real Estate. The location is Jiangcheng, and combined with my last name, it's pretty standard. The full name is Jiangcheng Lu's Real Estate Company, Ltd. Okay. Wu Qianqian nodded. There were not too many requirements for the company name, as long as it was not too fancy, and Jianglu Real Estate sounded pretty good. Brother Xiao, please be gentle. Wu Qianqian cried out and acted coquettishly towards Lu Xiao. Are you still being gentle now? Lu Xiao chuckled. I don't know who was the one who urged me to work hard to get into a key high school at that time. Oops. Wu Qianqian acted coquettishly in Lu Xiao's arms. Couldn't she help herself? And how can you still say this after it's over? Anything said at that time cannot be believed. It would be a foul to mention it again. It was already past 8 when we came out of the hotel. Wu Qianqian is a sophomore and her exam will be a few days later than mine. She has nothing to do at school, so she went out to help Lu Xiao register a new company. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, was preparing to return to the dormitory. I signed in while driving on the road. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 20.2 million yuan. The cash reward has been sent to the host account, please receive it as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving cash, 104 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving cash, 1,098 yuan. Signed 20.2 million today? Lu Xiao frowned slightly. This time the check-in was also done 1 day later. However, compared to the 28 million he got for signing in 1 day yesterday, today's amount is obviously much less. It seems like this is really a matter of probability, but fortunately, most of them are above 20 million, which is pretty good. Lu Xiao nodded silently in his heart. If it's 20 million a day, then the 1 billion only needs to be signed for 50 days, which is a little more than 1.5 months. And if you calculate the average, it's about 25 million a day, which is enough for 40 days, and more than 10 days a month. Even if you are lucky enough to draw a large amount, this time will be greatly shortened. That is to say, within 50 days at most, I will definitely get 1 billion in cash. If it's less, it may only take a few days. Lu Xiao secretly calculated his upgrade time. Spending 1 billion is not difficult, and buying cars and houses are the worst way of spending. Lu Xiao does not intend to do this. He will just buy a few houses to live in when the time comes. When the time comes and I have enough money, I can just buy some shares or something, and 1 billion will be spent in a flash. Check the panel. After a silent remark in his heart, the system page suddenly appeared in Lu Xiao's mind. Host, Lu Xiao Unique Binding. Assets, 50.4 million yuan, of which 10 million yuan is company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 8 million 1 billion. Available for signing in, any asset. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 99% for assets below 100 million yuan, 1% for assets above 100 million yuan. I still have 40 million in cash. Lu Xiao couldn't help but shook his head. In my previous life, I worked hard for a few $1,000,000 for most of my life, but now I have started with tens of millions in this life, and I am still a little dissatisfied. You know, if you put 40 million in Jiangcheng now, you can buy 15 or 16 villas of 500 square meters. And if nothing unexpected happens, in the near future, his assets will increase in value at a rate of more than 20 million every day. When he parked the car again, Lu Xiao was already considering whether he should buy the parking lot near the school. Although the place is not big and there are not many people around, there are still some people around. As soon as he parked the car, Lu Xiao saw several girls pointing and talking excitedly over there. He didn't know when they would be surrounded by people. Brother, can you please ask your boss if this parking lot is for sale? Lu Xiao patted the security guard who was staring at the Bugatti intently and said with a smile. Ah. Please wait a moment. I will ask our boss right away. The security guard was shocked. Lu Xiao got off a Bugatti. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao walked out of the parking lot with satisfaction. The previous boss invested more than 1 million yuan, and Lu Xiao directly doubled it, buying the parking lot for 2 million yuan. As for the procedures, Lu Xiao simply threw Zhao Ke's phone over. It's not easy to put this thing under a private name. Lu Xiao's company is not running it, so let Zhao Ke take charge first. After Wu Qianqian registers the new company, we'll see how it runs. When we returned to the dormitory, Pan Xingwen and others were buried in their books. Hey, why are you back so early, Lao Xiao? Why don't you get some more sleep? When they saw Lu Xiao coming in, Pan Xingwen and others were full of envy on their faces. Although I have never seen her, she is the campus beauty Wu. Why do you want to sleep any longer? If you sleep any longer, your kidneys will dry up. Let's wait until night time. Lu Xiao chuckled, lay down comfortably on his bed, and started reading a novel while holding his cell phone. There are a lot of exams these 2 days, so Lu Xiao has no plans to go out. Anyway, there are owner rooms in Lijiang hotels outside, so there is no need to rush to buy a house. Damn it, jealousy is tearing me apart. Old Xiao, look at my face. Is it red and blue? Seeing Lu Xiao feeling comfortable, Pan Xingwen and the other two almost turned green with envy. Lu Xiao didn't say anything and just threw 3 packets of cigarettes down from the bed. Nowadays, there is nothing that a pack of Huazi can't solve. If there is, use 2 packs. You sons of bitches, beat them. Beat them hard. Chapter 18, I can only go to hell. Ah, now I feel much better. Each of the 3 men took out a Zhenghua cigarette and put it in his mouth. After taking a deep puff, he immediately lay down like a corpse. By the way, Lao Xiao, how much inheritance did you inherit? You can even afford to smoke Huazi? Pan Xingwen asked curiously. Lu Xiao only said that he inherited a fortune, but he didn't say how much. At the time, they were so busy asking Lu Xiao to treat them that they didn't bother to ask. I estimate that with Lao Zhao's current living standard, it must be at least several 100,000, right? Zhang Yan guessed. Bullshit, Lao Xiao said at the time that they had a will contract. How could a lawyer make a contract for hundreds of thousands of dollars? I estimate it's at least 1 million, right? Shui Xiaosong shook his head. The 3 of them looked at Lu Xiao expectantly. Although they didn't have it, it didn't stop them from gossiping about Lu Xiao. Not much, maybe tens of millions. Lu Xiao chuckled. Tens of millions? Several people were stunned for a moment. But then the 3 of them started howling like wolves. What the hell? Old Xiao, how many tens of millions did you inherit? Pan Xingwen shook Lu Xiao's bed. I'm going crazy. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten crayfish last night. Zhang Yan murmured silently. Ah, I seem to have a disease that will kill me if I don't eat lobsters. Shui Xiaosong followed suit and took the initiative to raise the level of the lobster. Okay, you can eat whatever you want, and drink as much mitai as you want, but you better get off me first. When Lu Xiao saw the three big men climbing onto his bed, he was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. A bunk bed that is 1.2 meters wide can't accommodate 3 gays. Life is too hard, Lao Xiao. I want to take a shortcut. Please help me. Pan Xingwen looked at Lu Xiao with passion, his hands already eager to move. I'm sorry, Lao Xiao, I'm just like the boss, I also want to take a shortcut, so let's do it together. Zhang Yan's thighs were already rubbing against each other constantly. After the eldest and the third are done, I want to take your shortcut. Shui Xiaosong hesitated for a while, but still rushed forward with the two of them. Get the hell out of here. Lu Xiao immediately got goosebumps, and he kicked the three men down one by one. He was even afraid that the three men would come again, so he kicked each of the human skin swallows one more time on his way down. 5 minutes later, a row of men stood on the dormitory balcony, smoking Zhonghua cigarettes and covering their buttocks and thighs with their hands. Old Xiao is too ruthless, my ass. Pan Xingwen's mouth was grimacing in pain. He tried to squeeze towards the balcony and suddenly saw Zhang Yan's expression. Hey! Lao Zhang, why are you crying? It's okay, I just suddenly thought of my mom. Zhang Yan covered his butt with one hand and held the cigarette with the other. He took a deep puff and 2 tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of his eyes. It hurts. It hurts so much. Oh, your mother has been dead for many years. Why haven't you mentioned her for more than 3 years? Pan Xingwen asked curiously. Zhang Yan was stunned, then looked at Pan Xingwen with resentment. My mother is not dead. Hey! Xiao Sanzi, why are you crying too? It's okay, the wind is too strong and blinds me. Boss, why are you crying too? Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong looked at Pan Xingwen. It's okay, the balcony is windy and it blinds me. Lu Xiao was very happy when he saw his 3 lively roommates. He actually wanted to hide his identity at first, but then he realized that this approach was simply unrealistic. Fortunately, my 3 roommates have no problems with their character or relationships, and they did not choose to alienate or hate me just because I have so much money. This is also my luck. It's not easy to have a few good friends in a lifetime. Lu Xiao sighed. Only those who have been working in society for more than 10 years can know how precious this friendship is. It's really tiring to be so deceitful all day long. Guys, we have an economics exam tomorrow morning, right? Lu Xiao took out his economics book. Economics 2010, Revised Edition 2002. After watching for half an hour, Lu Xiao decided to give up. Damn, given how outdated the textbook is, there is no way he'll be able to remember it. After a fight, Pan Xingwen and his friends went back to studying hard. They are all professional courses and you have to learn them. Old Xiao, why aren't you reading today? Zhang Yan saw Lu Xiao calmly browsing his phone and looked over with some curiosity. What are you looking at? Everything is under control. Lu Xiao chuckled. What can he do if he doesn't know how to do it? If he doesn't answer, won't he learn from it? The person sitting next to him is Gu Yueshi, the top student in the class. Old Xiao is awesome. Zhang Yan silently gave Lu Xiao a thumbs up. He thought Lu Xiao knew everything. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xiao was carried by Pan Xingwen and others to a lobster buffet nearby. I said, is this what you're going to eat? Lu Xiao stroked his forehead. Can't brothers have some ambition? Lobster buffet, 220 yuan per person, all you can eat. Can't you find a big hotel to eat a real big lobster that costs more than 1,000 yuan per piece? If this continues, I won't be able to spend all the bank interest. Hey, I know you're rich, but we're all students. We're not used to going to those high-end places, right? Pan Xingwen smiled teasingly and pushed Lu Xiao into the store. Wait, let me say something. Zhang Yan coughed slightly, imitated Pan Xingwen's posture the day before, then took out his mobile phone to record a video of himself. Brothers, I'm back home. This time, I want to eat all the lobsters that belong to me. After recording, Zhang Yan happily posted the video to his QQ space. In less than 10 seconds, there were several likes and comments. Ah, boss, this sentence is really cool. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhang Yan, raised his leg and kicked the guy directly into the room. The total for 4 people is 808. Although QR code payment is already available, most stores have not yet installed payment codes and barcode scanners, and currently most places pay for purchases in cash. Lu Xiao took out 900 yuan from his pocket to pay the bill, and they went into the store and sat down together. TSK, 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 look at the level of this place. The decoration of this place, the decoration is really fucking amazing. Pershing originally planned to look up some words from the thesaurus to praise it, but after thinking for a long time, he could only come up with 2 words in his mind. Old Pan, come on, you have only a little knowledge in your head, so stop pretending. Lu Xiao gave Pan Xingwen a blank look. The consumption of more than 200 yuan in 10 years is not low. The people sitting around are of higher quality. When Pan Xingwen shouted this loudly, many people around looked over. Pan Xingwen was also a little embarrassed and smiled. I wanted to write a poem to give to the world, but I am uneducated, so I can only say wow, how embarrassing. See, I still have some ink in my belly, bro. Lobsters can't stop you from eating, can they? Shui Xiaosong, who was standing next to him, picked up a lobster and stuffed it directly into Pan Xingwen's open mouth. Woo woo. Holy shit. But the next moment, Pan Xingwen ignored the lobster in his mouth. His eyes widened and he pointed at a figure in the distance and kept saying fuck it. He quickly pulled the lobster out of his mouth. Fuck. There's a beautiful girl. P.S. Why are there only 2 seasons here? One is summer, and the other is about summer. It's so hot, I'm crying. 12,000 tonight, come and give me the reward. Let me challenge myself to finish the first 100,000 words by the 1st of next month. Chapter 19, in 3 days, I want all the information about this person. Forget it, there's nothing you can tell just by looking at the back. Lu Xiao didn't look back, but looked speechlessly at the excited Pan Xingwen. After all, you have a girlfriend, so there's no need to be so excited, right? Besides, there are so many beauties seen from behind these days that when you see them from the front, you will probably vomit out what you just ate. Lu Xiao has a deep understanding of this. When he now identifies a beautiful woman, he first looks at the face, then the beard, then the legs, and then the figure in the back. No, Lao Xiao, look, she really is a beauty. Hearing Pan Xingwen's words, Shui Xiaosong, who was sitting on the same side as him, also looked over curiously. Yeah, with a back view like this, even if she's a little ugly, she's still a top-notch beauty. Shui Xiaosong nodded in agreement. But why does it look a little familiar? Shui Xiaosong was a little puzzled. Could it be that he had seen him somewhere before? After hearing what the two said, Lu Xiao and Zhang Yan, who was sitting next to him, also became curious and turned around to look over there. At this moment, the beautiful woman happened to turn around. Fuck. Fuck. One of them immediately said fuck. Isn't this Gu Yueshi? As soon as Gu Yueshi turned around, she saw Lu Xiao looking back at her and was also stunned. She knew Lu Xiao's financial situation. Although the lobster buffet of more than 200 yuan was not very expensive, it was at least 8 or 9 days' living expenses. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xiao would definitely not come. Wait a moment, I saw some of my classmates, I'll go over and say hello. Gu Yueshi said something to a young man in front of her and stood up slightly. It's okay, go ahead. The man opposite Gu Yueshi smiled gracefully and generously gestured to Gu Yueshi to feel free to do as she pleased. Yueshi, are you coming to eat with friends? Seeing Gu Yueshi coming over, Lu Xiao first asked Zhang Yan next to him to sit inside, and then gave up another seat. However, Gu Yueshi hesitated for a moment and did not choose to sit down. She just stood next to Lu Xiao and started talking. Yeah, I came here with a friend. Gu Yueshi smiled slightly, but the smile was a little forced. She didn't want to let her classmates know her situation. By the way, why did you decide to come to this place today? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao and the others curiously. They are in the same class, so she roughly knows the living standards of the people in Lu Xiao's dormitory. They shouldn't be so wealthy, right? When several people saw Gu Yueshi asking, they all turned their eyes to Lu Xiao. Although he had told a few of them that Lu Xiao had inherited tens of millions of dollars, he certainly couldn't tell anyone else about it without Lu Xiao's consent. It's nothing, actually. A distant relative passed away and left me some money. I'm just going to treat everyone to a meal and have some fun together. Lu Xiao smiled and gave a brief introduction. This reason is really ridiculous. This reason can completely evade anyone who asks. As for someone trying to get to the bottom of the problem, I'm sorry, all the funds in the system are legal, and there will be no problems no matter how you investigate, including how the money got into Lu Xiao's hands, there is no problem at all. However, for Lu Xiao, others would not ask further questions and would generally just stop at leaving a sum of money. Otherwise, when someone asks you, you will always say that you inherited tens of millions. Wouldn't that make you look like a nouveau riche? Gu Yueshi was a little confused by what Lu Xiao said. What does it mean that a distant relative has passed away, so you invite everyone to have a meal and have fun together? If the distant relative was still alive, no, if he had not been cremated, I'm afraid he would have turned into a corpse and hammered Lu Xiao to death, right? However, seeing that Lu Xiao seemed to be doing well now and had also replaced his mobile phone with the latest model, Gu Yueshi also sincerely wished Lu Xiao well in her heart. Both of them are miserable people, and it is a good thing that Lu Xiao can get ashore in this way. As for how much the inheritance might be, Gu Yueshi had never thought about it. They were all ordinary people, so she estimated that a few $100,000 would be the maximum. By the way, who is your friend? Why haven't I seen him at school? Lu Xiao pointed at the man sitting over there with his eyes. I don't know why, even though that person was clearly smiling, Lu Xiao always felt that there was something sinister about him. His name is Li Yun. He is the executive general manager of Tian Tian Real Estate. It seems that he is also the son of Li Tian, the owner of Tian Tian Real Estate. I just met him and don't know him very well. Speaking of this, Gu Yueshi lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. The outfit she wore today was the most revealing one she had ever worn since she was a child. Although she was not willing to dress like this, for the sake of money, she had no choice but to please Li Yun. I went to the hospital with my sister yesterday afternoon, and it has been confirmed that the medication can no longer sustain the effect, and surgery will be necessary within 2 to 3 months. Even without considering the subsequent recovery medication, this surgery alone would cost $600,000. But no matter how capable she is, it is impossible for her to raise this money in just 2 months. What's more, after the operation, medication recovery is also necessary, and at least $200,000 cash must be paid. The $800,000 was like a mountain pressing down on her. Tian Tian Real Estate? Li Yun? Lu Xiao was also stunned when he heard Gu Yueshi's words. It is true that Li Yun is Li Tian's son. Li Tian told him so at the time. But how could Gu Yueshi talk to Li Yun? Li Tian is just that kind of person, so how can his son Li Yun be any good? Although he knew that Gu Yueshi had nothing to do with him, Lu Xiao still felt uncomfortable when he saw Gu Yueshi wearing such revealing clothes and trying to please Li Yun. Yueshi, the Li Yun family is not good people. You'd better stay away from them. Lu Xiao suggested in a low voice. Yes, I know. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi felt a little warm in her heart. But there was no other way, she had to do this, otherwise where would the money come from? When it comes to saving lives, 1 cent can really make a person collapse, let alone such a huge number as 800,000. Even though I know that Lu Xiao has some money now, it's impossible to ask Lu Xiao directly, right? It has not been easy for Lu Xiao over the years. After talking about this, they started chatting about their daily lives. When talking about happy things, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but smile. Later, Li Yun, who had been pretending to be magnanimous but kept looking at Gu Yueshi, saw that Gu Yueshi had been talking to Lu Xiao non-stop and occasionally laughing, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He knew that Gu Yueshi was short of money, and he finally took this opportunity to get along with Gu Yueshi. However, when Gu Yueshi faced him, all her smiles were false, and he didn't know when he would be able to overcome them. But the man over there had an unusual relationship with Gu Yueshi, and he could make Gu Yueshi laugh with just a few words. And the way he looked when Gu Yueshi and Lu Xiao were talking was like a little girl in love. She was almost throwing herself into Lu Xiao's arms. He was already in a bad mood today because his father was arrested last night for having affairs with a model, and it was a matter that could have been settled by paying more money, but he didn't know what had gone wrong with the big bosses above him, and they had to keep his father in jail for 7 days. Finally, after much persuasion, using connections and finding people, I was able to reduce the 7 days to 3 days. I was busy all night last night and my voice is hoarse from making phone calls. He was already furious, and now seeing the woman he had chosen chatting and laughing with others, he felt even more annoyed. The 2 tables were not far from each other, so Li Yun could roughly hear the conversation over there. Lu Xiao? When Li Yun heard Lu Xiao's name, he felt slightly familiar, as if someone had mentioned it to him in the past 2 days. But after thinking about it, I couldn't remember anything, so I simply stopped thinking about it. He took out his phone and called a friend who had always been on good terms with him. This person had strong connections in Jiangcheng and could find out a lot of things. Help me find someone named Lu Xiao. I want all the information about this person within 3 days. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Next moment. Li Yun, are you mentally ill? I want your mother's information within 3 days. Just give me a name and I'll check what the hell is going on. You think I'm God, don't you? A strong curse came from the other end of the phone. Li Yun quickly moved the phone aside. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. Then he realized that he was sick. Brother Chang, this is because I've read too many novels recently. You understand, you understand. Chapter 20, Poison in the Intestines. Brother Chang, this Lu Xiao should also be a student of Jiangcheng University. Li Yun gave a wry smile and quickly replied, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. I don't know what happened recently, but the novel The Return of the God of War completely brainwashed him. He sits in the office every day doing nothing, and first takes out the updated novel to fantasize about it, as if he were the protagonist. After a month, his mind was completely crazy. That's about right. 20,000. I'll give you the information as soon as possible. Brother Chang on the other side calmed down a lot after hearing the specific information given by Li Yun. It's not that he has a bad temper. I don't know what's wrong with him recently. These second-generation rich people have called him one by one, and almost all of them have the same tone as Li Yun. If you don't know, you would think they are all Li Yunlong. They talk even more scoundrelly than this gangster leader. After hanging up the phone, Li Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi was, judging from their current situation, Gu Yueshi was obviously interested in Lu Xiao, and Lu Xiao was so handsome that he gave him a strong sense of crisis. No matter what, he must get Gu Yueshi this time. This is an absolutely top-notch girl. Old Xiao, don't you want to pay attention? Seeing Gu Yueshi leave, Pan Xingwen, who had been silent all the time, nodded towards Li Yun. Yueshi should know the situation well. I will learn about it in the next 2 days. Lu Xiao shook his head. Gu Yueshi is not his woman, so there are some things he cannot say directly. After all, this is a choice Gu Yueshi made on her own initiative. But judging from the state of Li Yun and Gu Yueshi, they should have just known each other for a short time, and Gu Yueshi has also been struggling in society for many years. She knows all the ins and outs very well, and Lu Xiao is not afraid that Gu Yueshi cannot protect herself. In fact, he also noticed that Gu Yueshi's condition seemed to be really bad. During the chat just now, everyone else was laughing happily, but Gu Yueshi only laughed occasionally, with most of the time there was sadness hidden between her brows. However, Gu Yueshi did not say why. Let's wait and see in the next 2 days. Anyway, I have exams these 2 days, so I will have more opportunities to meet each other. I can just ask when I'm free. I will help wherever I can. Pan Xingwen and others nodded without saying much. They all knew that Lu Xiao was now dating the sophomore campus beauty Wu Qianqian, so it was naturally difficult to pair Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi up. Although in their opinion, Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were indeed a good match. But Wu Qianqian is no worse than the other girl, and the whole Jiangcheng University knows that Wu Qianqian's family is rich. Maybe it would be more suitable for Lu Xiao to be with Wu Qianqian than with Gu Yueshi? You wouldn't persuade Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian to break up and be with Gu Yueshi, right? Men always encourage reconciliation rather than separation. As for when you don't give any advice. Come on, brothers, drink. Pan Xingwen directly brought over a box of wine, opened all the bottles, and placed 6 bottles in front of each person. Come. Done. Lu Xiao and others also raised their glasses. There is never a need for a reason to drink among friends, just pick up the glass and drink it up. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong are like 2 porters. As long as the lobsters on the table are gone, they will immediately go and get a bunch of them back. After finishing a buffet, Lu Xiao sat in his seat without moving. It was not until after 7 in the afternoon that everyone went out and walked back. To be honest, lobster tastes just like that. That's right. We are not allowed to speak loudly in this place. I feel so uncomfortable eating this meal. Pan Xingwen and Zhang Yan complained a lot. It's nonsense to say you are not allowed to talk loudly after drinking. And the most important thing is that there is a time limit for eating. You have to leave after 2 hours. I enjoyed the food, but I didn't enjoy the drinking at all. To be honest, they really can't enjoy this kind of high-end place. How about we go to a food stall and have a meal? Lu Xiao suggested. Wu Qianqian just called me and said that the company's procedures had just been completed, and she was planning to go to the high-tech zone to check out Li Tian's project. She probably wouldn't be able to come tonight, as she had an exam tomorrow morning. So she simply wouldn't go to the hotel today. It was still early, and she would just chat and gossip in the dormitory, so she might as well go out and have some fun. Okay. Several people's eyes lit up. Especially Pan Xingwen. When he mentioned going to the food stalls, his excitement was evident on his face. Old Pan, how many hundreds of millions do you plan to give to the boss lady today? Lu Xiao smiled and joked. Get lost, get lost. The boss lady has stopped doing this for a long time. Pan Xingwen's face turned red. But there was one thing he didn't say. Although he no longer worked in this business, every time he went there, the boss lady would occasionally let him touch her, but he always stuck to his bottom line and didn't touch her. According to the boss lady, this was a benefit reserved for him alone and he could come anytime he wanted. Of course, he definitely couldn't say that. After planning the itinerary, the group of 4 went to the food stall in a mighty manner. 2 cold dishes first, a pound of pork intestines, and then a box of wine. They went straight into a private room and Pan Xingwen began to order food with ease. Forget about the large intestine? When Lu Xiao heard that Pan Xingwen ordered large intestine, he waved his hands repeatedly. He really isn't used to eating this stuff. How can we just let it go? The large intestine is the essence. Third and fourth brother, where are you two? Pan Xingwen seriously suppressed Lu Xiao's proposal. Let's just forget about it. We really can't get used to this stuff. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong also hurriedly shook their heads. Well, I have to cheer on my own then. Pan Xingwen had no choice but to order a small portion, as he really loved eating these things. Half an hour later, a scream was suddenly heard in the box. Oh shit! There's poison in my intestines. There's poison in my intestines. Boss, that's not poison, that's feces. And it's pig feces. The color is darker. I guess this pig was probably constipated when it was alive. Shui Xiaosong kindly reminded from the side. Fuck you, I get it, please shut up. Vomit. Pan Xingwen retched. The proprietress came over quickly and was a little embarrassed when she saw the pork intestine sandwich. To be honest, the pig intestines in the store are all purchased ready-made and have always been quite clean, but I didn't expect that they would be contaminated today. Madam Boss, tell me how you're going to compensate us. Vomit. Pan Xingwen retched again. How about, free of charge? The proprietress asked tentatively. Okay. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. He was just watching the fun and didn't mind making trouble. Anyway, he didn't eat the pig intestines, and the only thing that went into it was Pan Xingwen's mouth. And given the relationship between Pan Xingwen and the boss's wife, it wouldn't be good to make things difficult for her, right? What's the problem? It's not possible. Wait here for a moment. I'll go out and see how to deal with it. Pan Xingwen directly and righteously refused, and then took the boss's wife out to discuss a solution. Lu Xiao and the other 2 stared at each other for 5 minutes before Pan Xingwen came back with a happy look on his face. The proprietress followed behind him with a rosy face as well, and took the portion of large intestine with added ingredients. When Lu Xiao and the other 2 saw the state of the 2 men, they knew what Pan Xingwen had done and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Of course, besides the fact that the time is a bit short. Ahem, don't get me wrong. I just discussed the philosophy of life with the boss lady and told her to pay attention to hygiene in the future and not to spit out food that she puts in her mouth. That's all I can say. Even though Pan Xingwen was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable at this moment. Lao Pan, are you doing this to your girlfriend? Shui Xiaosong couldn't bear to watch it anymore. What a girlfriend, we've been together for 3 months and we haven't even seen each other. We just broke up yesterday. Otherwise, how could I, your old father, accompany you to review today? Pan Xingwen gave Shui Xiaosong a cold look. Besides, he really didn't do anything just now, he just touched it slightly. Really, just a slight touch. Chapter 21, Are you short of money? I have some. Pan Xingwen said this, as for whether to believe it or not. You can draw this conclusion by looking at the contemptuous expressions on the faces of Lu Xiao and the other 2. This kind of thing only happens once or countless times, not to mention that Pan Xingwen had done it countless times in the past 2 years. The next morning, the group went to the examination room again. On the way, Lu Xiao checked in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 22.5 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving cash, 1080 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving cash, 800 yuan. My luck is a little better than yesterday. Both instant draws broke double digits. Although the probability of winning is still less than 1%, but the luck is obviously much better than yesterday, Lu Xiao is still quite satisfied. It seems that I am slowly transforming from an unlucky person to a European emperor. I took a look at my current assets, 60.9 million in cash and 10 million in company assets. But the total consumption has just reached 10 million. It seems like I have to start spending money slowly, otherwise having too much money won't be a problem. I'll spend some of it on some things first, and then when I have enough money I'll just buy some shares. Lu Xiao shook his head. Others worry about not having enough money, but I worry about how to spend the money. I have to say, this system setting. It's really likable. Cool. Walking towards the classroom, Lu Xiao couldn't help but hum a song. It must be said that if these songs were released in later generations, he would probably be able to become a super songwriter admired by everyone, right? But Lu Xiao obviously had no interest in this. Today's exam was in economics. Although the classroom was different, I sat in the same old seat. After this exam, there is only one final exam left in a few days, and then it will be officially a holiday. Lu Xiao glanced to the side and saw Gu Yueshi entered the classroom almost on time, and she obviously didn't look well. Lu Xiao suddenly said fuck in his heart. Could it be that Gu Yueshi was with Li Yun last night? Yueshi. Yueshi? Lu Xiao shouted to Gu Yueshi beside him. What's wrong? Gu Yueshi rubbed her eyes, yawned slightly, and turned her head to look at Lu Xiao. What did you do last night? Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still asked. He has known Gu Yueshi for 3 years. Whether it is through daily contact or when they worked part-time together, he has a certain understanding of Gu Yueshi's personality. Logically speaking, Gu Yueshi is a person with a strong sense of self-protection, and it is impossible for her to go to that extent with someone she just met. This was also the reason why he didn't ask more questions yesterday. Although he didn't know what Gu Yueshi was doing, he believed that Gu Yueshi could protect herself. He has never looked down on a girl who has been working hard in society since junior high school. But Gu Yueshi's condition today was obviously a little bit abnormal, which made Lu Xiao think more. What are you thinking about? I had other things to do yesterday and stayed up late. Gu Yueshi saw Lu Xiao's concerns and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She then rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. How could she let that scumbag Li Yun touch her just after they came into contact? The reason why she went to see Li Yun was only because Li Yun promised to give her 800,000 yuan. She would not be able to do anything before the money was in place. She was not a fool. Moreover, she had basically been staying in the hospital with her sister these days, so of course she didn't get enough rest. However, when she saw Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but feel sad. She could have pursued her love. But now, all these seemed to be far away from her. Although she hadn't lost her virginity yet, Gu Yueshi knew that there was no other way for her to raise the money except this way. When Lu Xiao heard Gu Yueshi's words, he felt relieved for a moment. Sure enough, Gu Yueshi was still the commoner school beauty he knew, a rose with thorns. Yueshi, I have a little money now. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. It's not a problem if you have less than 10 million. In Lu Xiao's opinion, the only thing Li Yun could give out was most likely money. Since Gu Yueshi went to find Li Yun, it was probably because she was short of money. He would not be so stupid as to hide the fact that he now has tens of millions of assets from Gu Yueshi and then let Gu Yueshi do something ridiculous. It's best to speak your mind. To put it bluntly, a beauty like Gu Yueshi is right in front of me, and I am asked to give her away? You can eat it later, but you have to send it out. It doesn't exist, okay? Who is Li Yun? 10 million? Gu Yueshi was also stunned. Although she had known yesterday that Lu Xiao had inherited a fortune, she had never thought of comparing Lu Xiao's family with that of Li Yun's. After all, she also knew the situation of Li Yun's family. Although a real estate developer with assets of 20 to 30 million is nothing in Jiangcheng as a whole, it is still an unattainable group of people for ordinary people. Not to mention the extra, I can still afford tens of millions. Lu Xiao nodded. Although I don't know how much money Gu Yueshi needs, according to Li Tian's company, even if he dismantles the company and sells it, this is probably the amount he can come up with in the first place. Seeing Lu Xiao's confident expression, Gu Yueshi was suddenly stunned. 10 million level? She just needs 800,000. The test is about to begin. Please keep quiet. The invigilator handed out the test papers and tapped the table a few times with his fingers. Yueshi, let's talk after the test. Remember to let me copy the questions after you finish answering them. Lu Xiao quickly added a sentence at the end. After hurriedly answering the questions, Gu Yueshi kept looking back at Lu Xiao. And her heart couldn't help but churn. Seeing Lu Xiao winking at her frantically, Gu Yueshi quickly tilted her test paper slightly. In the 2-hour exam, Lu Xiao had finished copying all the answers after 50 minutes. After giving Gu Yueshi a wink, Lu Xiao stood up first and walked to the podium to hand in the test paper. Lu Xiao, not bad. When the invigilator saw Lu Xiao was the first to stand up and hand in his paper, he immediately gave Lu Xiao a kind smile. Lu Xiao was a well-known top student in the class. She happened to be substituting for the finance class, so naturally she knew Lu Xiao. Thank you, teacher. Lu Xiao suddenly broke out in a sweat, thanked him quickly, and fled out of the classroom. If the teacher knew that I copied everything, he would probably burn incense and ask his parents in the afterlife to come out and educate him. Gu Yueshi also handed in her paper and walked out. Lu Xiao first sent a message to his roommates in the group, telling them that he had to leave first due to something, and then looked at Gu Yueshi, who followed him out of the classroom. Yueshi, let's go find a place? Lu Xiao gestured. There are not many people in the school cafe right now. The coffee shop was not far away, and at around 9 in the morning, there were only 2 or 3 people sitting there. Lu Xiao, do you really have that much money? As soon as she found a seat and sat down, Gu Yueshi couldn't wait to ask, her face full of hope. A person who has enough money will never know the desire for life of a drowning person. Gu Yueshi is in this state now. She knew it was wrong to ask, but she couldn't help it because it was so important to her. Recently, she was even willing to sell anything she had for the money. Yes. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. If you need it, I can lend you everything I mentioned before. No, I don't need so much, I only need 800,000. When Gu Yueshi heard Lu Xiao's affirmation, she immediately became excited. 800,000? Lu Xiao was stunned. He thought Gu Yueshi was short of a lot of money. Chapter 22, Transfer of 800,000 Yuan. Problems that can be solved with money are really not a problem for Lu Xiao now. Lu Xiao even hoped that there would be more questions like this so that he could spend more money. I don't know whether the system will treat this money, which I don't plan to get back, as a loan or consumption. Send me your bank card number. Lu Xiao did not hesitate and spoke directly. It was only 800,000. The daily lottery winnings were several times this. Even if it was just lent out, it would not affect the system upgrade. Lu Xiao, you. When Gu Yueshi heard Lu Xiao's words, she suddenly hesitated. 800,000 is really not a small amount of money when spread over a period of 10 years. At present, the average wage per capita in Zhangchang is only 3 to 4,000 yuan. To save 800,000 yuan, one would need 20 years without eating or drinking. What do you mean by you? With our relationship, how can I not help you when you are in trouble? Lu Xiao cursed with a smile and snatched the phone from Gu Yueshi's hand. Password? Lu Xiao just opened his mouth, but suddenly he slapped his forehead and took back his words. The mobile phone used by Gu Yueshi has a hammer password. I opened the mobile banking app, looked up the card number, and then transferred 800,000 yuan directly from card to card. After more than a minute, Lu Xiao refreshed Gu Yueshi's phone and it showed that 800,000 had been received. Okay. Lu Xiao raised his cell phone, and then pushed Gu Yueshi's phone back. Gu Yueshi looked at the phone that Lu Xiao pushed back, with a balance of 800,000 clearly displayed on it, and she was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. Hey, don't cry. Seeing Gu Yueshi crying, Lu Xiao stood up and sat next to Gu Yueshi again, and took a few tissues from the side. Gu Yueshi couldn't hold back any longer and cried and threw herself into Lu Xiao's arms. She has no parents or relatives, and her sister is still lying in the hospital bed. She is under so much pressure and doesn't even have anyone to talk to. No one knows how she has managed to get through this period of time. She tried every way to make money, but 800,000 was too much. In the few days after the doctor gave her sister the notice, Gu Yueshi even met more than a dozen rich second generations, but no one was willing to pay 800,000 yuan. The only one, Li Yun, wanted to pay after taking possession of her. Although she knew it was most likely fake, she still went to meet him yesterday, just for that tiny bit of hope in her heart. But what about Lu Xiao? His background was similar to his own. He had also been poor for half his life. However, he had just received an inheritance, and without even asking why he needed the money, he directly transferred 800,000 yuan into his card. Although according to Lu Xiao he inherited tens of millions in assets, 800,000 is basically only 1/10 of it. Don't worry, Lu Xiao, I will definitely pay you back the money. Gu Yueshi sobbed and took the tissue from Lu Xiao's hand. Of course you have to pay it back. You think I lent it to you for free? But you can decide the repayment period yourself. 10 or 20 years is not too short for me, and 70 or 80 years is not too long for me. Seeing that Gu Yueshi was crying so hard, Lu Xiao took a few more tissues and stuffed them into Gu Yueshi's hands, and said with a smile, "How can you borrow money like this? You will lose it sooner or later." After hearing Lu Xiao's words, although Gu Yueshi was still crying, she couldn't help but smile. Isn't that what I have? I am willing to do it even if money can't buy it. I just have money, so what? Lu Xiao replied with a smile, and then asked, "But what's going on?" "My sister has a congenital heart disease and needs to go to Beijing for a heart bypass surgery. The surgery fee plus the subsequent recovery medicine will cost a total of 800,000 yuan, and the doctor has already notified her that she must have the surgery in 2 months at most. I really don't know how to thank you." Gu Yueshi quickly got up from Lu Xiao's arms, blushing and wiping her tears with a tissue. The moment she stood up from Lu Xiao's arms, Gu Yueshi felt a little reluctant. She had to admit that Lu Xiao's arms were really warm. Lu Xiao suddenly realized. So that's what is happening. No wonder in her previous life, Gu Yueshi was always away from Jiangcheng during her senior semester, and went directly to Beijing after graduation. It turned out that her sister had transferred to Beijing in the past few months. However, these days, $800,000 for a heart bypass surgery is indeed a reasonable price. 10 years later, as the technology becomes relatively mature, the cost will be infinitely reduced, and it can be done with only 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. How about this? I'll use my connections to get an appointment with a doctor with better skills. It's better to be cautious when it comes to surgery. Lu Xiao suggested. Although he has no connections, he is rich. With the money thrown out, many experts and professors are willing to perform the surgery. No, I've already asked in the capital, so I won't bother you anymore. Gu Yueshi shook her head repeatedly. Lu Xiao has already given her 800,000 yuan, so how could she have the nerve to ask Lu Xiao to spend money to find connections for her? It's settled. I'll ask about the equipment at both hospitals. If the equipment is similar, I'll ask the experts there to come over to save your sister the bumpy ride. Lu Xiao waved his hand and took the responsibility. If Gu Yueshi were asked to take care of these things, it would probably take a month for her to contact a doctor. Even if she finally succeeded, it would most likely be a very ordinary one. But on my side, as long as Wu Qianshan asks around in the circle in Jiangcheng and spends some money, the matter can be settled within a day or two. It's just a piece of cake. If you keep a straight face, I'll get angry. When Lu Xiao saw that Gu Yueshi was still hesitating, he immediately slammed the table. I agree. Gu Yueshi was startled and replied quickly. Of course she would be willing to give her sister the best treatment. But as for the favor she owed Lu Xiao, she really didn't know how long it would take her to repay it. If it doesn't work, I will. After taking a look at Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi thought to herself, her cheeks suddenly turning red. Silently picking up the cup of coffee that Lu Xiao had just brought, the next moment, Gu Yueshi really started to think about it in her mind. If she were to repay it in that way, with her figure and looks, she should be able to get a little more money. The first time should be around 100,000, and the remaining 5,000 each time should not be too much. In other words, a total of 141 times? Even if it's once every 2 days, it will take about a year. But I know Lu Xiao, so I have to give him a friendship price. A 50% discount should be normal, right? So it will take at least 2 years? If Lu Xiao wasn't so capable, it might take double that, 4 years? But Lu Xiao is so handsome, and he treats me so well, so a 10% discount seems to be possible, and 20 years doesn't seem to be too much. But money can be repaid, but debts of favor, I'm afraid, can never be repaid in this lifetime? Lu Xiao didn't know that Gu Yueshi beside him was thinking wrongly, but instead he sipped the coffee in his hand seriously. He has never been interested in this stuff. He can't tell the difference between Blue Mountain coffee, Luwak coffee, gourmet coffee, etc. They all taste equally bad anyway. The only thing that Lu Xiao felt was probably the Nestle that cost $1 a bag. It's really hard to drink. Lu Xiao frowned and added a large spoonful of sugar. After stirring vigorously, he took a sip and added a large spoonful of sugar. Damn, it tastes even weirder. Lu Xiao sighed, pushed the coffee aside helplessly, and went to the front desk to buy a glass of lemonade. I can't enjoy it. P.S. Woohoo, I'm short of $1 to buy shampoo. What should I do? QAQ cute face. 10,000 today. Chapter 23, 4 Great Classics. After finally separating from Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi didn't know how she got home. His red face stayed there after he came out of the coffee shop. It was not until he washed it with cold water several times that his pounding heart slowly recovered. But the next moment, Gu Yueshi saw her cell phone light up. I picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Li Yun. Gu Yueshi suddenly felt sick and hung up the call without thinking. She then added Li Yun's phone number to her blacklist. She had probably figured out these days that Li Yun was probably lying to her, otherwise why would he say he would pay her after it was over? But now, it doesn't matter to her whether it's a lie or not. Anyway, she doesn't need to contact this person again in the future. After taking a look at the balance of her bank card, Gu Yueshi immediately became happy. Although I may have to spend the rest of my life paying off my debt to Lu Xiao, at least my sister is alive. And she was absolutely willing to pay the money she owed Lu Xiao. I quickly packed up, took my bus card and rushed to the hospital. My sister's current condition can only be maintained by medication, plus the hospital fees. It costs at least 800 or 900 yuan a day. She had been relying on pensions before, but recently the pension has been used up and she really can't afford it. Drug treatment has been forced to change from once a day to once and a half a day, which is very unfavorable for subsequent surgery. Now that I have money, I can give my sister back her medication, and the risk can be minimized when she undergoes surgery. After separating from Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao went straight back to the dormitory. To be honest, of course he also wanted Gu Yueshi, but Lu Xiao knew Gu Yueshi's view on love, which was quite different from his. In other words, Gu Yueshi may not necessarily be able to accept herself as she is now. This is a woman with a strong personality. Of course, Lu Xiao can use the 800,000 to coerce Gu Yueshi. He believes that for the sake of his sister's life, Gu Yueshi will definitely choose to agree. Moreover, between himself and Li Yun, Lu Xiao was almost 100% sure that Gu Yueshi would choose him. However, Lu Xiao is not the kind of person who uses money to coerce others. There is still a lot of time in the future, so let Gu Yueshi make her own choice. Even if Gu Yueshi really chooses someone else in the future, Lu Xiao will only bless her. There are thousands of girls in the world, there is no need to hang yourself on a tree, right? Only losers would chase girls. The real Sea King would let the girls come to him actively. As for today's incident, even if it wasn't Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao would have donated generously if it was anyone he knew. He is a man who remembers the 2 major principles of a scumbag. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse. Sons, are you going out to eat? Kicking the door open, Lu Xiao shouted at the 3 cultivators in the dormitory. What are you doing? The lemon is full. I'm not hungry. Pan Xingwen rolled his eyes at Lu Xiao and held a copy of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms with a sour look on his face. Didn't someone go out to have dinner with the school beauty? Why did he come back so early? Is the food not tasty or is the school beauty not attractive? Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong also spoke sourly, one holding a dream of red mansions in his hand and the other holding Journey to the West. Look, Lao Xiang, why does Cao Cao look so much like Lao Xiao? Pan Xingwen spoke. Hey, you know what, Jia Baoyu, also look a bit like Lao Xiao. Zhang Yan nodded meaningfully. Hey, do you think Tang Seng broke his vows when he was in the Kingdom of Daughters? Shui Xiaosong sighed heavily. Compared to this, I am more concerned about what Sun Wukong did after he cast the immobilization technique on the 7 fairies in the Peach Garden. Of course he did. Otherwise, where did the 7 gourd brothers come from? Seeing that a debate was about to take place in the dormitory, Lu Xiao quickly spoke up to stop it, looking at the 3 people with a helpless look. How come he has learned to be sarcastic? That's enough, I just had something to talk to Gu Yueshi about. What are you guys thinking about? Brothers, do you believe it? We left the examination room at 9 in the morning to discuss something, and didn't come back until 11:30? Pan Xingwen looked at Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong inquiringly. The 2 of them shook their heads frantically. In 2.5 hours, let alone discussing business, they should have had a child, right? To be honest, the three of them were really jealous at this moment. Even if nothing really happened between the two of them, everyone could see Gu Yueshi's attitude towards Lu Xiao. When we met in the buffet last night, Gu Yueshi came over and seemed to be talking to Lu Xiao alone, right? In Gu Yueshi's eyes, the three of them were basically no different from air. She just greeted them politely. Lu Xiao quietly won over all the campus beauties in the sophomore and junior years. Pan Xingwen and the others were so jealous that their heads turned purple. That's the school bell. And it must be said that Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi are definitely the two most beautiful campus beauties in Jiangqing University in the past 8 or 9 years, no doubt about it. The two people's suitors are not enough to be counted by platoon, so they have to be counted by battalion level. Brothers, I'm wrong, isn't that enough? Can you please speak human language? Lu Xiao felt a headache. We are speaking human language. We are telling the truth, right? Ah, yes, yes. Shui Xiaosong was stunned, but couldn't think of the words for a moment, and then he opened his mouth to agree. Lu Xiao stroked his forehead. When a man gets jealous, women really have nothing to do. Netizens are not lying to me. Okay, stop being jealous. I heard Qianqian say last time that several girls in their dormitory are pretty and single. How about we arrange a social gathering after the exams in a few days? Lu Xiao suggested. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about, Lao Xiao? We are all brothers, and we only have sincere wishes for you. Pan Xingwen's eyes suddenly turned green and he threw the romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand aside. That's right, Lao Xiao, don't be so narrow-minded. In fact, we don't want to get together at all. We just want to give the girl a warm hug. And Lao Xiao, you should have been a romantic figure with Huang on your left and Qing Tsang on your right. Zhang Yan adjusted his glasses and replied righteously. Ah, yes. Shui Xiaosong nodded frantically, even though his saliva was already flowing out from the corners of his mouth. But you guys are quite avid readers. You've even started reading the 4 great classics. Lu Xiao was a little curious. When did his roommates start to work so hard? He took the romance of the Three Kingdoms that Pan Xingwen was reading, and when he saw the page that was blocked, his face suddenly turned dark. The outer cover of the book is Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is good, but what the hell is inside? By Jie? Ahem, I said I just happened to see this, do you believe me? Pan Xingwen shrank back and replied weakly. I don't believe you. Is there by Jie in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Lu Xiao cursed with a smile, then threw the book back to Pan Xingwen. Maybe, do you think it could be the name of a horse? Pan Xingwen argued cunningly. But the next moment, Lu Xiao felt something was wrong again. This is Romance of the Three Kingdoms, what about Journey to the West and Dream of the Red Chamber? He took the other 2 books from Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong. Turned around slightly. Really? One is Aben, the other is by Yuntao. Your sister. Lu Xiao gave the 3 of them a thumbs up. He said, how come these 3 guys have changed their personalities and started reading famous books, and they wouldn't eat when he asked them out for dinner? It turns out that TM is waiting here. Chapter 24, Pick up the bowl and start showing off. After staying in the dormitory for another day, Wu Qianqian finally finished her work early the next morning and returned to school. Lu Xiao was playing table tennis downstairs with a few weak roommates. He had just taken advantage of the halftime break to collect the reward for today's sign-in when he saw Wu Qianqian, who had just walked into the stadium. Qianqian, this way. Lu Xiao quickly waved to Wu Qianqian, who had just come over. I had already contacted them by phone before coming and had originally planned to go out for dinner, but thinking that I had already told several roommates that I had been together with Wu Qianqian for several days, I decided to take this opportunity to introduce Wu Qianqian to them. Brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she trotted all the way to Lu Xiao, then firmly wrapped her arms around Lu Xiao's arm, her eyes smiling into 2 beautiful crescents. Wu Qianqian feels very happy every time she sees Lu Xiao. Although she didn't know if this was the feeling of being in love, Wu Qianqian felt that she was completely dependent on Lu Xiao. Anyway, every time she was with Lu Xiao, she would feel a joy from the bottom of her heart. For her, that was enough. There was a sound of people gasping for air all around. Stop sucking. Global warming is happening because you guys are sucking up all the cold air. Seeing the increasingly exaggerated expressions of Pan Xingwen and the other 2, Lu Xiao picked up the ping-pong ball that had just fallen to the ground and threw it over with a smile and curse. Well, hello, sister-in-law. Pan Xingwen scratched his head, took a step forward, and greeted Wu Qianqian somewhat awkwardly. Although he had one or two girlfriends, they were all ordinary girls. Compared with Wu Qianqian, the gap in figure and appearance was too big. Especially, Wu Qianqian's family background is well known. In front of Wu Qianqian, one can always feel her oppressive aura, as if she is an unattainable fairy. Hello. Wu Qianqian smiled and nodded. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong also came over from behind. However, these two people are obviously a bit socially anxious. They can't even finish their sentences in front of Wu Qianqian. One hides behind the other, and they are almost stuck there in becoming a bug. Hello, it's our first time meeting. Please take care of me in the future. Wu Qianqian greeted the three of them politely. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at several of his roommates. I usually punch hard in the dormitory, but when they get outside, everyone's face turns red and their necks become angry. It's really embarrassing for me as an old father. Isn't it just black stockings from Balenciaga and Valentino high heels? Is it that amazing? Look at the eyes of your old father, how upright and incorruptible I am. Lu Xiao secretly swallowed the saliva that had just flowed to the corner of his mouth, and then he opened his mouth and directly sold out the three people. Qianqian, my roommates are all animals. If you need any errands at school, just tell them. They are all free labor. Brother Xiao, this is not good, right? Wu Qianqian smoothed her hair somewhat embarrassedly. What's the big deal? If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I am a student leader after all. I am not bragging. Just leave it to me. Pan Xingwen immediately stepped forward and patted his chest. That's right, there's absolutely no problem for us to run an errand. Zhang Yan also nodded repeatedly. He was still thinking about the social gathering that Lu Xiao mentioned. In 3 years of college, I never even touched a girl's hand. How miserable. Me too. Shui Xiaosong added a sentence at the end. The three of them patted their chests and winked at Lu Xiao frantically. They had never thought of a beauty of Wu Qianqian's level, but as long as she was a woman, it would be fine. Especially Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong, who have been solo for 20 years and now don't want to let go of even a sow. Lu Xiao understood immediately. Qianqian, it seems like everyone in your dormitory doesn't have a partner, right? No, they are all single. Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. She roughly understood what Lu Xiao meant. How about this, Brother Xiao? I'll ask them in the next few days, if possible, let's organize a social gathering and go out and play together. Hearing Wu Qianqian's agreement, Pan Xingwen and the others immediately became excited, and even helped to sign a contract to sell themselves. Sister-in-law, you don't know that we and Lao Xiao are close friends. If you have anything to say, just ask. Yes, Qianqian, you don't know how good my relationship with them is. Lu Xiao lazily put his arm around Wu Qianqian's waist, sat on the ping-pong table, and looked at Pan Xingwen and the others with a smile. You don't know, when we were freshmen, we were so young and hot-tempered that we didn't care about anything. As a result, one day I had a conflict with a group of thugs and was blocked in an alley by dozens of people. If Lao Pan hadn't stepped forward, you probably wouldn't have seen me today. Lu Xiao sighed. Pan Xingwen was stunned. Why didn't he remember such a thing? But when he saw Lu Xiao winking at him, Pan Xingwen immediately understood. It seemed that Lu Xiao was going to make up a story about a hero saving a bear to create an image for him. After figuring this out, Pan Xingwen agreed without hesitation. You don't know, sister-in-law, the situation was really dangerous at that time. But it's been several years, so I can't quite remember it. Let Lao Xiao tell you about it. Pan Xingwen blinked gratefully at Lu Xiao. Lao Xiao is such a good person. We must praise it very much and let Wu Qianqian promote it well to her roommates when she returns. The right of first choice in choosing a spouse is here. Brother Xiao, how did you get out in the end? Wu Qianqian became a little curious after listening to Lu Xiao and Pan Xingwen's detailed explanation. Well, come to think of it, it's actually my fault. It's my fault for not stopping Lao Pan. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead, feeling regretful. We were surrounded by dozens of people in the alley. Just imagine, how could the four of us students be a match for dozens of thugs with steel pipes and baseball bats? What's more, several of them were holding knives. We were scared. The leader told us that we would not be allowed to leave unless we ate shit today. We were all dumbfounded at the time. Lu Xiao's voice suddenly choked. As a result, without saying anything, Lao Pan took out a spoon from his pocket and started showing off. If it weren't for Lao Pan, we wouldn't be able to stand here intact today, don't you think? Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong. That was the situation at the time. Zhang Yan was stunned, but reacted immediately. Sister-in-law, you don't know. The boss didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the spoon and drank a bowl of soup. The hooligans were stunned. Dozens of them threw down their sticks and started running, shouting devil as they ran. But where's the boss? He's still holding the bowl and showing off even after everyone else has run away. He's also chasing the gangsters while showing off. We can't stop him at all. Really? Even though 3 years have passed and the boss doesn't care about it, we brothers will never forget the scene. It's still vivid in our minds. Yes, that's right, that's what happened then. Shui Xiaosong added a sentence at the end and nodded repeatedly. Having said this, Wu Qianqian could no longer fail to hear that Lu Xiao was making fun of Pan Xingwen. She was laughing so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back. When Zhang Yan finished speaking, Pan Xingwen finally came back to his senses. Then there was a broken roar. Fuck you, second uncle. Chapter 25, Let us merge the two companies. After having lunch at school, it was already past 1 in the afternoon when Wu Qianqian and I left the school. Brother Xiao, your roommates are really interesting. Wu Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. They are all nice people with good tempers. If there are suitable girls, you can introduce them to some of them. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Although Pan Xingwen spent some time on entertainment, it was only in the past 2 years. This year, apart from occasionally taking care of the business of the food stall owner, he basically did nothing, and he has broken up with his previous girlfriend. Lu Xiao doesn't admire people who quit smoking and drinking, but only admires people who can quit sex. To be honest, for a man to abstain from sex, how cruel must he be to himself? Anyway, Lu Xiao felt that he would never be able to quit. But Zhang Yan is a down-to-earth and honest man who only wants to get a job and have no problem making a living. As for Shui Xiaosong, he is good at playing games. Although he didn't make much money in his previous life, he definitely has talent. As long as Lu Xiao gives him some simple help, his life in the future will definitely not be bad. He may even have the best life among them. My roommates are pretty good too, we'll see if they can hit it off when the time comes. Wu Qianqian smiled and nodded. Her roommates all come from ordinary families and have nice personalities. In her opinion, they are quite a good match. When they arrived at the parking lot, the security guard immediately saluted Lu Xiao. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. It's not hard, thank you boss. The security guard replied respectfully. After Lu Xiao acquired this parking lot, he now only serves Lu Xiao. Whenever I have time, I can go downstairs to see my boss's Bugatti, and even secretly take a couple of photos and post them on my space. It's so cool. Of course, he only dared to pat the car body. As for the license plate and so on, he consciously skipped them. Exposing the boss's information was something a small security guard like him couldn't afford. Although the copywriting is not even good enough, the comments below are also overwhelming. Brother Xiao, did you buy this parking lot? When Wu Qianqian saw the security guard's address, she looked at Lu Xiao with some surprise. If I remember correctly, the investment for this parking lot is more than 1 million. If you buy it, you have to pay at least 1 or 300,000, right? Well, I bought it from the previous boss. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for Bugatti to be surrounded by people every day. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded, then went downstairs with Wu Qianqian and got in the car. By the way, Qianqian, if you come to the school later, please park your car here. It's quite spacious inside anyway. Just send me the license plate when the time comes. Lu Xiao reminded. Wu Qianqian nodded slightly, and couldn't help but admire Lu Xiao's wealth. It's just a matter of time before he spends more than 1 million yuan. But her car is still pledged, and it will take at least a month to get it out. But her car is just a red Ferrari worth 1.3 million, which is incomparable to Lu Xiao's car. Brother Xiao, let's go to the high-tech zone first and take a look at the Jianlu real estate I got for you. Wu Qianqian gave Lu Xiao an address. Speaking of this, Wu Qianqian felt quite proud. Not only did they set up a company in just 2 or 3 days, they also recruited a group of people. Moreover, they have already started to take action against Li Tian South Tian Tian real estate. I believe there will be some movement in the next 2 days. No hurry, wait until 5 or 6 in the afternoon to see it. I have something important to do now. Lu Xiao chuckled and looked at Wu Qianqian teasingly. Seeing Lu Xiao's condition, Wu Qianqian's face suddenly turned red. But she still agreed. To be honest, I haven't seen you for more than 2 days. It would be a lie to say that I don't miss you. It's just that girls are generally more reserved. Half-day tour of Lijiang Hotel Suite. Even when she followed Lu Xiao to the company, Wu Qianqian still had no strength left. The only ones left are Chanel and Valentino. As for Balenciaga, it had already been shattered all over the room in the dispute. But to be honest, Wu Qianqian looked sexy even without stockings. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Qianqian brought Lu Xiao into the new company. Brother Xiao, the company has just been established. I have only recruited 4 salesmen and 2 financial officers. Although there are few people, they are all veterans in the industry and there is no problem in taking care of the normal operation of the company. Wu Qianqian smiled and called the person out to introduce him to Lu Xiao. As for personnel and management, we are still recruiting on the Lipin platform. If I can't find the right one, I will transfer a few people from my family's company. I estimate that all the positions will be filled within a week. The initial staffing will be 50 people. It is expected that after the business is expanded, the number will increase to 100 within 3 months and 200 within a year. Lu Xiao nodded. Wu Qianqian was very generous when choosing the location. Although there are only 6 people in the entire company now, they have booked an entire floor of an office building, which is estimated to be at least 1,500 square meters. If it operates normally, excluding the conference room, gym, lounge and so on, it should be able to comfortably seat 200 to 300 people. This is completely configured according to the specifications of companies with a value of more than 50 million. Wu Qianqian did an amazing job in this matter, it can be said to be perfect in every aspect. This floor was originally transferred by someone, so I took it over directly. All the office supplies in the lounge can be used normally, and there is no need to go through the trouble of redecorating it. Of course, all office supplies in the offices above the manager level have been replaced and are brand new. Wu Qianqian took Lu Xiao into the general manager's office. Is this reserved for me? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with a smile. This is not it, Brother Xiao, yours is the chairman's office. Speaking of this, Wu Qianqian twirled her toes unconsciously, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lu Xiao. She gave herself the title of general manager. She had originally planned to take over the family business after graduating from university, but now that she is following Lu Xiao, she is less and less interested in running the family business. When it comes to doing things for the family, all kinds of passive resistance come into her mind, but as long as she is working for the newly established company of Lu Xiao, she is even more active than the employees under her. She even found a reasonable excuse for herself. Anyway, her parents' management team is very complete and the employees are very familiar, so she doesn't have to worry too much. But Lu Xiao's company has just been established, and she can't bear to let Lu Xiao go through the procedures personally, so she just came over to help Lu Xiao. Girl, if your parents knew about this, they would eat me up. Lu Xiao rubbed Wu Qianqian's hair, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although I had never worked in the real estate industry in my previous life, I had more than 10 years of experience, so I was more than capable of controlling the general direction. They dare. When Wu Qianqian heard Lu Xiao say this, she immediately became anxious. If it weren't for you, Brother Xiao, I don't know what would happen to my family's business now. Wu Qianqian pouted and looked unhappy. Besides, I am the only one in the family, so won't the family property be inherited by me in the future? Wu Qianqian secretly made a decision to merge the family business with hers in a few years. Since she was already following Lu Xiao, why would she go through so much trouble to separate the two businesses? Chapter 26, Li Tian is a loyal man. After taking a tour around the company, Lu Xiao was indeed very satisfied. Brother Xiao, I have already asked someone to run the project that Li Tian supplied that you told me about the day before yesterday. Pulling the boss chair open for Lu Xiao, Wu Qianqian smiled slightly. How is it going? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Li Tian told him that the place was good, but he had never actually been there. Lu Xiao didn't know whether he was telling him the truth or just bragging. It's pretty much the same as what you told me, Brother Xiao. We've already reached an agreement on the supply of the project over there. As long as our prices remain the same, we can supply them normally. I calculated that if Li Tian wants to keep this project, he will lose at least 500,000 in the early stages. 500,000, it's still a little too little. Lu Xiao touched his chin. Although Li Tian had put most of the funds into Wu Qianqian's family company, he definitely had some surplus funds in his hands. Losing $500,000 would at most just make him feel uncomfortable, and it would most likely not have any substantial impact on him. Brother Xiao, don't forget, you also told me about the other 3 projects. I have already sent people out to run them. Wu Qianqian chuckled, took the initiative to sit on Lu Xiao's legs and put her arms around Lu Xiao's neck. A hint of fragrance flowed into Lu Xiao's nose along the tips of Wu Qianqian's hair, and Lu Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. It is a luxury for most people to even take a look at this beautiful scenery. Among the other 3 projects, there is a large project. If Li Tian does not want to give up the project, he will probably lose about 1.5 million. Even if we were a little more ruthless, we could directly snatch these projects away, but there is no need for that. Now Jianglu Real Estate has only spent some money on company construction, but there are still more than 9 million in the account, and Li Tian is in the open while he is in the dark, so how can he win? After hearing Wu Qianqian's introduction, Lu Xiao immediately mourned for Li Tian in his heart for a second. It's not that my brothers want to mess with you, but that you messed with a woman. But then again, Lali is really a kind man, he dug a hole in advance to bury himself. It even made Lu Xiao feel a little embarrassed to continue to cheat him. But then, Lu Xiao gave Wu Qianqian the next suggestion with righteous words. Let's just snatch these projects first. We don't have to take over the projects. We just need to keep Li Tian's profits down and make him lose the money in the short term. Then we will take advantage of the fact that his cash flow is broken and comprehensively attack the infrastructure projects under his control. Remember to inform your family and keep Li Tian's 5 million for 10 days. You can return it to him when he sues you. Anyway, he was trying to set up a trap, and there are problems with the contract. You don't have to worry about the penalty. Material supply is just a small part, the details still depend on the infrastructure. If infrastructure loses money, it won't be hundreds of thousands or millions, but at least tens of millions. It may even be so bad that it will come to a complete halt. By that time, Tian Real Estate would be close to bankruptcy. It is actually very easy to do this. You can even just publicize that Tian Real Estate's cash flow has been cut off, and the bank will come after your loan without you having to do anything yourself. And when it comes to that stage, people will come to ask for their wages. Wu Qianqian nodded excitedly. She thought so too. Her family has been enduring the same recipe for more than 3 months, and it's time to let Li Tian enjoy it. After finishing the work, Lu Xiao thought for a moment and spoke again. By the way, Qianqian, do you have any connections at the hospital? Hospital connection? Yes, my parents are quite familiar with several doctors at Jiangqing First Hospital. If you want to find a doctor of other specialties, you can ask them to introduce them. It's no problem. Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with some confusion. What about the cardiologists in Beijing? They mainly specialize in congenital heart disease surgery. Lu Xiao asked. I'm not sure about this, but now these hospitals are all connected internally. Let me know, there shouldn't be any problem. Brother Xiao, do you have congenital heart disease? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao curiously. When we were doing that thing together these few days, Lu Xiao looked completely different. He was strong and healthy like a little tiger. Basically, every time it ends with her being unable to bear it. If there is any illness, the probability of her being sick should be higher, right? I don't have one. It's a friend's sister. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand. He had no intention of hiding anything from Wu Qianqian and told her the whole story of Gu Yueshi. After listening to Lu Xiao's words, Wu Qianqian clearly understood the relationship between Gu Yueshi and Lu Xiao. Although she was prepared to accept these things when she was really with Lu Xiao, when things really happened, she still felt a little uncomfortable. But the next moment, Wu Qianqian completely suppressed this discomfort in her heart. She knew in her heart that there were some things she could never stop. If she wanted Lu Xiao to not hate her, she had to learn to accept everything with magnanimity. No matter what, she is Lu Xiao's first woman. From any angle, as long as she doesn't act up, her position will be very stable. This is the biggest advantage of first come first served. And from her initial negative attitude to her later feelings of being touched and recognized, it is undeniable that she has indeed fallen in love with Lu Xiao, and when she took the initiative to ask Lu Xiao, she had already prepared herself mentally to face all of this. She has already given her body completely to Lu Xiao, where else can she go in this life? After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the circle of wealthy people. Although her family is not like that, she has seen quite a few of them since she was a child, and she does not have such a strong resistance to it. Therefore, Wu Qianqian quickly adjusted her mindset. No problem. I'll call them in a bit. If the equipment allows, I'll try to find a doctor with stronger abilities to come to Jiangcheng. Of course, Lu Xiao also noticed the subtle changes in Wu Qianqian's expression, but this was also the reason why Lu Xiao told the truth. There is no need to hide such things, as they will be exposed sooner or later. It is better to speak out early to avoid any unpleasant incidents that will affect the relationship if something really happens. This is not directed at Wu Qianqian alone. Even if Gu Yueshi takes the initiative later, Lu Xiao will also make things clear at the first opportunity. You wouldn't ruin a girl and then say I can't take responsibility for you, right? That would really make him a scumbag. Hearing Wu Qianqian's usual tone, Lu Xiao couldn't help but like this woman even more. Needless to say, his abilities are absolutely the best among his peers. Although he is only a sophomore, he can still manage such a large company in an orderly manner, and is not much worse than a professional manager. Not to mention her figure and appearance, she is just 19 years old, at the prime of youth and beauty, the best time of a woman's life. Her every frown and smile is enough to tempt people to commit a crime. Brother Xiao, I always feel like you look like a villain right now. Wu Qianqian felt Lu Xiao's touch and couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. Look, he just calculated the life and death of a company in the office 5 minutes ago, and 5 minutes later, in front of his woman, he asked her to help another girl do something. Brother Xiao, do you think you are a villain? Wu Qianqian bit her lips lightly and looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. Although she couldn't do anything openly, it didn't stop her from expressing her jealousy to Lu Xiao in this way. Ha ha ha, you little girl. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. This little girl is really cunning. I also remind myself in this way. I promise you that I won't mention other people in front of you anymore, okay? Humph, that's more like it. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Wu Qianqian immediately raised her little face with pride. But Qianqian, you said I was a villain, but isn't it a little lacking in atmosphere now? Like an office villain or something? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian's Chanel suit with a teasing look. Balenciaga is gone, so there's no point for Chanel to survive alone, right? Secretary Wu Qianqian reports to the boss. Wu Qianqian blushed slightly, but still cooperated and lay in Lu Xiao's arms. Chapter 27, Royal Dragon Courtyard. After returning to Lijiang Hotel from the company, Lu Xiao really started to consider buying a house. Although the hotel suite is quite convenient, it is still more business-oriented and is still a bit uncomfortable to live in. Especially in terms of air circulation, because of the structure of the hotel, it is impossible to face north and south completely like a residential area, and it always feels a bit stuffy inside. It wouldn't matter if the time was short, but lately I've been putting dates on hold all the time and I always feel like I can't catch my breath. Qianqian, is there any good villa area near the university town? The kind with fine decoration? Lu Xiao stretched and pulled the food he had just ordered in through the door. It seemed that Zhao Ke knew that he had been eating in the hotel frequently recently, so he invited a chef from somewhere. The food in the hotel improved a lot, and Lu Xiao was really satisfied with the taste. Brother Xiao, are you planning to buy a house? Wu Qianqian helped Lu Xiao set the table and looked at him curiously. Most of the villas in Jiangcheng are concentrated in the old city area, but most of them are older villa areas, and there are not many newly developed ones. What does it mean to buy a house? It means to build our love nest. Lu Xiao made a joke, which immediately caused Wu Qianqian to grumble. But because of this joke, Wu Qianqian ran to the side and started to seriously study the housing resources after dinner. What Lu Xiao just said about finding a doctor also aroused Wu Qianqian's sense of crisis. If I could buy a house outside and live together with Lu Xiao, and spend most of my time with him, wouldn't it be able to curb the development of Lu Xiao's side business? I just don't know whether my parents will agree to her and Lu Xiao living together. But never mind, she had to make the decision whether to agree or not, otherwise, who knows how many good friends Lu Xiao would bring back to her in the future. Even though she couldn't do anything to Lu Xiao, couldn't she just find ways to squeeze him dry every day? Address the problem directly at its source. Brother Xiao, look at this. It's 5,000 meters away from Jiangcheng University. There are currently 3 fully furnished houses for sale. Wu Qianqian handed the phone to Lu Xiao and pointed to the sales information on it. Lu Xiao took a look and found that the geographical location was good and the decoration was indeed quite good. 6,000 yuan per square meter, a total of 270 square meters? Lu Xiao muttered something and shook his head. This villa is too small. Let's look at a bigger one. At the current market price, a 270 square meter house would only cost about 1.6 to 1.7 million yuan. Is this still small? It is 270 square meters, with 2 floors, 4 rooms on the first floor and 3 rooms on the second floor. There is a garden and ground parking space outside. The actual delivered area is at least 320 to 330 square meters, so the price-performance ratio is absolutely very high. Wu Qianqian smacked her lips slightly. The villa her family lives in now is only about 300 square meters, and even though it is occupied by a family of 3, she already feels it is not small. You know, although housing prices are not high now, a villa will cost at least 1 or 2 million yuan. And buying a villa is only one aspect. The maintenance of the villa and the cost of later occupancy are the big expenses. Take her villa for example. The property fee alone is more than 10,000 yuan per year, and then there are electric heaters, garden maintenance, villa upkeep, etc., which cost another 80,000 to 90,000 yuan each year. I only spent about 1 million yuan when I bought this house, but I have lived in it for more than 10 years and have spent nearly 1 million yuan on it. All in all, living in the villa for a month would cost 8 or 9,000 yuan. And if the villa is larger, the cost of living will also increase accordingly. Wu Qianqian glanced at Lu Xiao. Well, for Lu Xiao, this amount of living cost is really not much money. Wu Qianqian continued to search online, and Lu Xiao also leaned over to look. Qianqian, this looks good. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Yulong Jingjuan is a newly developed property, and the project was delivered just 1 year ago. It was a fine decoration, but the smell of the furniture had almost dissipated after a year. I took another look at the level of decoration. There is no doubt that the decoration was definitely designed by someone and it is absolutely high-end. 600 square meters is not a bit too big. Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue. These 600 square meters are the sales area. In addition to these 600 square meters, there is also a separate courtyard and garden outside the villa. Adding them all up, there are at least 800 square meters, close to 900. Not to mention 2 people, it is big enough for a small family with 4 generations living together. It's okay. This is a small 3-story building, and the basement floor also occupies a part of the area. Lu Xiao smiled and flipped through the pictures. The first floor of the villa is the living room and guest rooms, the second floor is the master bedroom, and above that is a small attic. As for the underground floor, it is divided into 3 areas, a gym, a cinema, a KTV, and a parking area. The gym and cinema room look pretty good, and there are 5 parking spaces, which is just enough. It looks good in every way. But this 1 square meter costs more than 8,000 yuan. Wu Qianqian pointed to the price. 18,000 per square meter, for an area of 600 square meters, the cost would be around 4,800,000. If the stamp duty and other things are included, the cost would exceed 5 million. If her family were allowed to buy this house, this one house alone would drain most of the company's cash flow. The villas in this area are about 6,000 yuan per square meter. This kind of fine decoration costs 2,000 yuan per square meter, which is a good standard. The price is not randomly marked. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. I just won a prize this morning and won more than 20 million. Now Lu Xiao has 81.2 million in cash. Not to mention buying one, even if you buy all the remaining houses in this villa area, that's the deal. Okay, let's do this. Lu Xiao flipped through the pictures again and nodded with satisfaction. Lu Xiao directly called the sales number reserved above and informed the other party that he would come to view the house in the next 2 days. Wu Qianqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she watched Lu Xiaoguan quickly decide on a property. These days, shouldn't buying a house mean comparing prices from multiple sources and then picking the one with the best overall value for money? Why does it feel like Lu Xiao buying a house is as casual as buying cabbage on the roadside? At this moment, Wu Qianqian even felt that the house Lu Xiao chose was a model of more than 600 square centimeters. Your brother Xiao, don't have anything else, but I still have some money. You should learn to be more generous in the future. Lu Xiao smiled and hugged Wu Qianqian in his arms. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. My family conditions are considered good in Jiangcheng University, but why do I feel like nothing compared to Lu Xiao? Judging from Lu Xiao's attitude, there is basically no difference between spending 5 million and spending 500 yuan. Chapter 28, European Emperor Wu Qianqian. But for Lu Xiao, this is indeed the case now. What he is thinking about now is how to spend the money instead of keeping it in his hands. Only by quickly spending 1 billion can the system level be upgraded. After deciding to buy a house, Wu Qianqian's enthusiasm increased a lot. Before being with Lu Xiao, she had never even thought about becoming a woman at this age. Originally, she had expected that she might wait until she graduated from college and then wait another 2 or 3 years, until she was 23 or 24 years old, before considering finding a boyfriend. But because of this incident, she suddenly found Lu Xiao, who was preparing to get food in the cafeteria, and asked, "Do you want it?" God knows how she had the nerve to say this. But now, she unconsciously lost herself in Lu Xiao's arms. It can only be said that life is unpredictable. Leaning in Lu Xiao's arms, she gently drew circles on Lu Xiao's body. It would have been nice if it had been more formal that night. Wu Qianqian hugged Lu Xiao tightly and muttered softly, this was her only regret now. But now, every time Wu Qianqian thinks of the night she spent with Lu Xiaozhang, she feels the blood rushing to her face. She didn't know how she had endured the pain in her body and handed over everything. In front of Lu Xiao, all her dignity was gone. She gave him all the first times for the first time. How great it would be if I could have a sweet love affair with Lu Xiao from the very beginning. But it's not bad now. Although there is no such process as at the beginning, she is also lying in the arms of her lover, isn't she? She didn't know when it started, but Lu Xiao was the only one left in her mind, and she felt that there seemed to be no room for anyone else except Lu Xiao. With a lot of thoughts in her mind and exhausted, Wu Qianqian soon fell asleep in Lu Xiao's arms. Lu Xiao smoked a cigarette happily, and with great effort he also fell asleep in his arms around Wu Qianqian. The next morning, a little bee was working hard to contribute its strength to building its home. Lu Xiao also woke up quickly, looked down, and immediately made Wu Qianqian grumble. He chuckled, adjusted his position slightly, and then immersed his mind in the system. Sign in first. The signing has been completed for 6 consecutive days. The total funds obtained are about 102 million yuan, and the assets obtained are Lijiang Hotel and a Bugatti. About 11 million was spent these days, leaving 91 million, of which 9 million was kept in the company account. In other words, there are currently 82 million in Lu Xiao's bank card. We still need another 900 million to complete the first level mission. Lu Xiao glanced at the system panel. A level 1 system would allow Lu Xiao to live a good life. To put it bluntly, the average cash amount is 23 to 24 million per day, which is 8.4 billion per year. With such a huge sum of money, even if Lu Xiao did nothing, in a few years, it would be enough for him to be among the top richest people in the country. And assets are assets, and cash is cash. There is a big difference between the two. Even though many people say they have assets worth hundreds of billions, they definitely cannot produce 20 billion. Even for many real estate companies, their cash flow is less than 10% of their assets, and their debt ratio is as high as several 100%. Cash flow, to a certain extent, is much more powerful than assets. In times of asset crisis, cash can be used to save the market. When the stock market is doing well, cash can also be used to make some profits. Overall, the degree of freedom is very high. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Xiao has been insisting on signing in for cash every day recently. On the one hand, it is to complete the system tasks, on the other hand, it is because cash is really useful. Sign in. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 22 million yuan. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Another 22 million. Now I have 104 million in cash. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Then continue to click sign in on the system page. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward, 104 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Ferrari 488. The Ferrari 488 has been placed in the host's parking lot near Zhengzheng University. All documents have been placed in the car. Please accept it as soon as possible. When Lu Xiao saw that the random draw at the back had produced real stuff, he was stunned at first, and then instantly surprised. Is my unlucky career really over? Although the Ferrari 488 is worth only 4.5 million, doesn't this mean that my face has finally become more European? But the next moment, Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly when he looked at what he was holding in his hand. What do you mean my face turned European? It's obviously because Wu Qianqian is by my side. The first time, it was because of Wu Qianqian that a Bugatti was drawn, and the second time, it was also because of Wu Qianqian that a Ferrari was drawn. Lu Xiao tried to separate the two for a second. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and congratulations to the host for receiving a cash reward of 117 yuan. Sign in. Lu Xiao didn't give up and clicked twice again. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 100 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 8 yuan. Then, Lu Xiao put his hand back. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 10,870 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 1,800 yuan. Lu Xiao's face turned dark in an instant. The world has become real. Is the current system so realistic? Even if you really want to go by looks, can't you give yourself a little face? Brother Xiao. When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao's actions, she pinched Lu Xiao's arm unwillingly, signaling Lu Xiao not to move. She is still busy with work. Seeing Wu Qianqian's shy face, Lu Xiao had an idea and directly closed the system page. He smiled, raised his hand and hugged Wu Qianqian into his arms. So what if Wu Qianqian is a European emperor? It doesn't belong to you yet. At worst, can't we just sign in together later? Let's put off the lottery and other things for a while. Now that things have come to this, the most important thing is to get down to business. Right? Chapter 29, A Gift for Wu Qianqian. As the two of them walked towards the school, Wu Qianqian's legs unconsciously felt a little weak. Brother Xiao, look at what you have done. Wu Qianqian stretched out her white and tender legs in the passenger seat and looked at Lu Xiao coquettishly. This ha ha ha. Lu Xiao took a look, was suddenly stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. Wu Qianqian had indeed consumed too much energy, and her calves were now shaking uncontrollably. Why are you laughing? It's all your fault. Wu Qianqian snorted and pinched Lu Xiao's thigh without saying a word, but her face was slightly flushed. It was the first time for her to realize that if it was too powerful, her legs would really become weak. And no one told her why she would tremble unconsciously when her legs became weak. Hurry up and have a good rest. I will give you a gift later. Lu Xiao smiled mysteriously. The Ferrari parked in the parking lot cannot be driven if your legs are weak. The sophomore exams will be a little later than the junior exams, but they have already started today. But the only difference is that there are more subjects in the second year. Compared to Lu Xiao, who takes an exam every few days, Wu Qianqian has to take 2 exams in a row this afternoon. Then I will take 4 more exams tomorrow, and 2 more the day after tomorrow, and all the exams will be over. Lu Xiao's last exam is also the day after tomorrow, but it will be on the morning of the day after tomorrow. Drive the car into the underground parking lot. Brother Xiao, why is there a Ferrari parked over there? After parking the car and getting out, Wu Qianqian looked curiously towards the distance. Wasn't this parking lot bought by Lu Xiao? Why are there still cars parked here? She also recognized the car. It was much better than her previous one. It was a Ferrari 488. The high-end version was priced at around 4.5 million yuan, and the estimated purchase price was around 5 million yuan. This car is, of course, a gift for you. Lu Xiao took out a Ferrari car key from his pocket like a magician, and put it into Wu Qianqian's hand with a smile. Of course, it can't be said to be a gift. After all, the ownership of the things extracted by the system is under the name of Lu Xiao. To be honest, it can only be considered as a loan. Ah. When Wu Qianqian saw the Ferrari keys in Lu Xiao's hand, she was surprised for a moment, but then she was moved. She really didn't expect Lu Xiao to prepare a gift for her. You know, this car is worth 5 million. Go ahead and give it a try. Brother Xiao, I. Wu Qianqian held the car keys in her hand and hesitated for a moment. Although she had experience driving a sports car, she had never driven such a good car. Seeing Lu Xiao's encouraging eyes, Wu Qianqian opened the door of the Ferrari with trepidation. The overall interior of the Ferrari 488 is 2 levels higher than the one Wu Qianqian drove before. Just by sitting in the car, Wu Qianqian can feel the luxury of this car. The operating systems are pretty much the same though. Wu Qianqian fumbled around for a while and quickly started the Ferrari. The red Ferrari suddenly started to burn with a rumbling sound. Lu Xiao stood outside the car, looking through the driver's window at Wu Qianqian, who was sitting inside with her long white legs stretched out, and nodded with satisfaction. This car is indeed quite suitable for girls to drive. Sure enough, only designers understand men best. But it seems that I have to buy a few more pairs of stockings for Wu Qianqian as backup, otherwise after tearing them off every time, only her beautiful legs will be exposed. Wu Qianqian just felt the car for a while before getting out. Why don't you go out for a walk and have some fun? Lu Xiao smiled and took Wu Qianqian into his arms. I can't go. Wu Qianqian hugged Lu Xiao and shyly buried her little face in Lu Xiao's chest. Her legs were still weak at this moment. Lu Xiao couldn't help laughing again. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to open it in the future anyway. It doesn't matter if you wait a little while. You can open it when you are used to it. Don't you think so, Secretary Wu? Hate it, Brother Xiao. Seeing Lu Xiao starting the car again without saying anything, Wu Qianqian hurried to the exit of the parking lot. If we stay here any longer, the story that the boss and the secretary have to tell might happen in the parking lot. When Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianqian running away in panic, he couldn't help but shook his head and laughed, then he followed her. But to be honest, since this underground parking lot was bought, only cars with license plates that you have entered can enter. Normally, there is no one in the huge parking lot. And the lighting here is so dim. Maybe it really works? Sure enough, people become bad when they have money. Lu Xiao chuckled, and the two of them got into the elevator together. After returning to school, Wu Qianqian still had to take an exam and did not stay with Lu Xiao for long. And according to Wu Qianqian, there are 4 exams tomorrow and 2 the day after tomorrow. She definitely can't stay together with Lu Xiao for these 2 days. She plans to stay in the dormitory for 2 days to finish the exams. Of course, these are just excuses. The fact is that Lu Xiao is too strong, and Wu Qianqian really can't handle it anymore. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Yan was reading Pan Xingwen's copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms with great interest. Shui Xiaosong was playing games, and Pan Xingwen was lying dead on the bed. Hey, what's wrong with Lao Pan? Lu Xiao saw Pan Xingwen looking at his phone with a weak face and laughing evilly from time to time, and he immediately became curious. What else can I do? Isn't it the God of War's return to China that has been updated? Shui Xiaosong turned his head to look at Lu Xiao and shook his head helplessly. Pan Xingwen has been completely addicted to it recently, waiting for the little red dot to be updated all day long. Xiao Songzi, you know nothing. Pan Xingwen gave Shui Xiaosong a blank look. This thing is really cool, the more I watch it, the more I get addicted to it. Moreover, he also got several books about the rebirth of the medical immortal from Zhang Yan. It was so exciting to read several books at the same time. Is it the kind where a wife and a woman are bullied in the country, and in anger she returns home with 100,000 soldiers? Lu Xiao asked. Old Xiao, I recommend you to watch it too, it's really cool. Pan Xingwen nodded repeatedly. Forget it, I'm not interested in this. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen and lay down on his bed. Can he say that he had read all these war god articles in his previous life? It feels really good, but it's also really painful. Chapter 30, Gu Yueshi's Treat. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao was about to go out for dinner when Gu Yueshi called. Yueshi, what's the matter? Nothing, do you have time now? I want to treat you to a meal. Over there, Gu Yueshi asked somewhat nervously. She knew that Lu Xiao was very rich now and had long since taken that step and entered the real upper class. He was no longer from the same world as her. But she really didn't know how to thank Lu Xiao. Maybe it was just to give herself psychological comfort. Now she could only express her gratitude in this way. Have a meal? As soon as they heard the voice on the other end of the phone, Pan Xingwen and the other two came over with gossipy looks on their faces. Go away, get out of the way, this is none of your business. Lu Xiao cursed with a smile, then kicked each of the 3 men. He felt that these 3 guys could finish 8 meals a day, and they enjoyed every meal. They immediately became energetic when they heard about eating. Okay, are you in school? Lu Xiao agreed immediately. I'm right here at the back door of the school. Gu Yueshi seemed to have not expected Lu Xiao to agree so quickly, and was immediately surprised. Wait for me for a moment, I'll be out soon. Lu Xiao nodded. Is it Gu Yueshi? Seeing Lu Xiao hung up the phone, Pan Xingwen leaned over curiously. Yes. Lu Xiao nodded. Fuck, Lao Xiao, you still dare to say that you have no relationship with Gu Yueshi? Isn't Lao Xiao going to be back tonight? When the 3 heard Lu Xiao's affirmative words, they immediately started wailing. It's confirmed, it's confirmed. The 2 most beautiful girls in Jiangcheng University's history have both been taken by that beast, Old Xiao. I really don't know what's so good about Lao Xiao that Gu Yueshi would like you. Pan Xingwen sighed deeply. Although they were not sure why Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were having dinner together, it did not stop them from being jealous. No matter what, being able to have a meal with the school beauty is something you can brag about for years. Get lost, go charge your second-hand phone. Seeing Pan Xingwen making such a fuss, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh and scold. What are you charging for? The first batch of second-hand cars have been retired for more than half a year, and I heard that the manufacturer is also preparing to demolish the factory. Many second-hand cars I know have already left home. The power supply is running out of room. If this continues, I'll have to learn from Lao Zhang and discharge the electricity on my own initiative. Pan Xingwen sighed. It's really difficult for him. Not only did I lose my second phone, but my girlfriend also broke up with me. All I had left all day was discussing life philosophy with the two guys in the dormitory. It was estimated that in a while, he would have to go upstairs to the bathroom with Zhang Yan at night. Boss, can you please stop taking me with you all the time? Zhang Yan looked at Pan Xingwen with resentment. There are more than one craftsman, so why can't we mention Xiao Sonzi? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at a few of them. Gu Yueshi was still waiting outside, and he didn't have time to chat with these guys. When he arrived at the school gate, Lu Xiao saw Gu Yueshi standing on the side of the road. Her smooth black hair flowed down her shoulders and neck to her waist, swaying gently in the wind. Her face was slightly red, and her delicate makeup was just right, especially her big eyes, which were so bright that they almost glowed, full of liveliness. Her clothes were very ordinary, a light blue suit, which looked like it had been washed several times. The color was a little lighter in some places, but it gave Gu Yueshi a sense of extreme purity. Lu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. When I saw Gu Yueshi yesterday, she was not dressed up and she didn't look very well. Although she was pretty, she was obviously not as stunning as she is now. But today, Gu Yueshi was obviously in very good spirits, and she was also well dressed. No matter from which angle you looked at her, her beauty almost pierced the heart of a perfectionist. In just a moment, many boys pretending to be busy were standing in the distance and secretly looking over. Brother, who has the face to let the school beauty wait there? A boy next to Lu Xiao spoke sourly. It should be a girl. It seems that school Belgu doesn't have a boyfriend. It's probably her roommate or something. The two of them were speculating for a while. Even if she has a boyfriend, given Gu Yueshi's looks, it is likely that a man is waiting for her, right? When Lu Xiao heard what the two said, he smiled slightly and walked over. On the other side, Gu Yueshi, who also saw Lu Xiao coming over, was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly walked towards Lu Xiao. Beautiful Yueshi, do you know that you have only been standing here for a few minutes and there are dozens of perverts in this place? Lu Xiao looked at Gu Yueshi with a smile. It's not that serious, I just put on some makeup and cleaned up. Gu Yueshi smiled embarrassedly. Of course she knew that many boys around her were secretly looking at her. But after so many years, she has long been accustomed to this kind of gaze. However, in order to meet Lu Xiao today, she did dress up deliberately. Lu Xiao gave Gu Yueshi a blank look. This little girl has no idea how attractive she is. It would be fine under normal circumstances, but with Gu Yueshi's outfit today and her delicate makeup, any man would probably be unable to take his eyes off her, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you know how lethal this simple makeup of yours can be to men? Lu Xiao walked up to Gu Yueshi and teased her with a smile. By the way, beautiful lady, what are we going to eat today? There's a pretty good Sichuan restaurant next door, why don't we go there and have some food? Gu Yueshi suggested. Okay. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. He doesn't have high requirements for what he eats, as long as he can fill his stomach. Besides, since Gu Yueshi had to take care of her younger sister, she definitely didn't have much extra money, so she could just eat whatever she wanted. I went into the store and found a small private room to sit down. The soundproofing in this private room was quite good. Once the door was closed, most of the noisy noise outside disappeared immediately. You can have some. Gu Yueshi pushed the menu to Lu Xiao. I don't think there are many delicious dishes here, Yueshi, how about some chicken? Lu Xiao casually flipped through the menu and saw that the signature spicy chicken was quite good. He asked while lowering his head to look at the illustrations. Ah? Gu Yueshi was startled and her little face suddenly turned red. What do you mean there are no delicious dishes? Ask yourself whether you want to eat this stuff? Could it be that Lu Xiao wanted to do something bad in this box? P.S. I still need 30,000 words to reach 100,000 tomorrow, so sad. Chapter 31, Brother Chang's Connections. Lu Xiao looked up and immediately reacted. Don't get me wrong, Yueshi. I'm talking about this spicy chicken. Lu Xiao quickly pushed the picture of spicy diced chicken in front of Gu Yueshi. The chicken I'm talking about is this chicken. There's no such thing as this one. Don't let your imagination run wild. But it would have been better if Lu Xiao didn't say anything. After he said that, Gu Yueshi's face instantly turned from slightly red to blood red, and her little head lowered completely. I understand, Lu Xiao, please, stop talking. Gu Yueshi clasped her hands together and buried her head completely. Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead helplessly. This was really barbecue. The more you describe it, the worse it gets. But this girl Gu Yueshi is too thin-skinned. She couldn't handle it before she even drove. If it were Wu Chanshan, she would probably just let the mistake go. Guessing that Gu Yueshi would not be able to recover for a while, Lu Xiao simply opened the door and called the waiter in. 1 spicy diced chicken, a small portion of pickled fish, and some stir-fried shredded potatoes. That's all I'll do. Oh, 2 more servings of rice. Okay, what would you like to drink? We have all kinds of drinks on the market. No, just tea will do. Okay. The waiter nodded and came out. It was not until the dishes were served that Gu Yueshi's complexion slowly returned to normal. However, she still did not dare to look at Lu Xiao. She just kept putting the rice that had just been served into her mouth. Yueshi, slow down. No one is competing with you for it. Lu Xiao pushed the dishes towards Gu Yueshi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I. Gu Yueshi felt a little stuttering and felt like she couldn't speak very well. In fact, she invited Lu Xiao out today not just to treat him to a meal. After all the money she had now was borrowed from Guan Lu Xiao. How could she borrow someone else's money to treat him to a meal? The fundamental reason why she chose to come to school in the afternoon was to repay Lu Xiao. But when she really sat down with Lu Xiao, she realized that she couldn't say these words at all. You can't just say, you can do bad things to me 141 times in total, right? What's wrong with you? Lu Xiao was a little confused. He always felt that Gu Yueshi's state today was a little bit off. She shouldn't be so shy just for a slip of the tongue, even if it was a misunderstanding at the beginning. I think. The next moment, Gu Yueshi finally mustered up the courage to speak, but just as she was about to speak, the door of the private room was pushed open halfway. The words that I had just prepared came to an abrupt halt. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong box. A young man scratched his hair, and when he saw Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi sitting inside, he quickly apologized and left. Lu Xiao shook his head and didn't take it too seriously. It was very normal to enter the wrong private room in a small restaurant like this, and it happened often. Yueshi, what are you thinking about? Lu Xiao asked curiously. No. I didn't think anything. Gu Yueshi's face turned red instantly and she shook her head quickly. You should eat more vegetables too. Gu Yueshi pushed the dishes towards Lu Xiao again. Outside the door, the young man who had just left the hotel walked out and took a detour to the back of the hotel. Mr. Li, I saw it clearly. The young man with Gu Yueshi is indeed as you described to me. He is very handsome. Okay, it's none of your business. Here's $200. Li Yin took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the young man. Seeing the young man leave, Li Yin's face became visibly ugly. He called Gu Yueshi yesterday at noon, intending to ask Gu Yueshi out for lunch. He thought that Gu Yueshi would definitely not refuse for the money, but he didn't expect that Gu Yueshi didn't even answer his call. Then when he made the second call, he found that the other party's phone was turned off. I called several times in a row, but the message was always that the phone was turned off. Only then did he realize, what other reason could it be other than being blocked? Even though he was blocked, Li Yin still didn't want to let go of such a stunning beauty like Gu Yueshi, so he went to Jiangcheng University to look for her at noon today. As a result, in the afternoon, he saw Gu Yueshi, who was dressed in a pure and charming manner, on the roadside. He originally wanted to go over and ask what was going on, but within 2 minutes, he saw the boy who seemed to be the one he had seen in the buffet store that day walk up to Gu Yueshi, and the two of them walked away while talking and laughing. He followed all the way. However, because it was too far away, he didn't dare to be sure at the first time, so he randomly found someone on the side of the road, pretended to enter the wrong private room and went in to take a look. It's him, it's him. Li Yin felt like his back teeth were about to be bitten off. After realizing that he couldn't win Gu Yueshi over with sweet words and subsequent promises, he was ready to spend some money. He planned to give Gu Yueshi a deposit of 100,000 yuan, sleep with her a few times and then kick her out, just like spending money to pick up girls. But someone intercepted them midway. It's so unfair. When had young Master Li ever suffered such humiliation? Taking out his cell phone, Li Yun called Brother Chang with anger. We clearly agreed to provide information within 3 days, but it's already been 2.5 days and there's not even a word from the other side. Do they have to be so punctual in gathering information? Mr. Li Yun, what do you want from me? Brother Chang over there seemed to be eating melon seeds. When he saw Li Yun making a phone call, he spat out a melon seed shell. Brother Chang, today is already the 3rd day. Have you found out any news about Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao? Oh, I remember now, wait a moment. Brother Chang slapped his forehead and immediately recalled that 3 days ago Li Yun paid him 20,000 yuan to ask him to investigate Lu Xiao. When Li Yun heard Brother Chang's reaction, he was stunned. Brother Chang, you won't tell me you forgot, right? How is that possible? It's just that there are too many messages recently. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. Brother Chang's face froze, but he still replied immediately. Don't hang up, I'll find it soon. Okay, I'm patient. When Li Yun heard Brother Chang's confident voice, he immediately felt relieved. Although I have never asked Brother Chang to investigate anything before, several brothers have told him that what Brother Chang investigates is quite reliable. But whenever I ask Brother Chang what channels he used to conduct his investigation, he always acts mysterious. Over time, people in their circle really think that Brother Chang has connections everywhere. After all, that is personal information. Even if it is just rough personal information, in this information age, if you want to get a person's general information, you have to go directly to the top. Anyway, Li Yun definitely doesn't have this channel. Brother Chang over there put the phone he was using to talk to Li Yun aside. Then, he turned on the computer in front of him and found 2 mobile phones next to him and turned them on. A web page was opened on the computer, and 2 apps were opened on the mobile phone. Web page, Zhongcheng University Campus Forum. App, Kichacha. App, Lipin.com. Chapter 32, Add Money. Brother Chang bit open another melon seed and spat the shell into the garbage bag next to him. He first searched Lu Xiao's name on the Zhongcheng University Campus Forum. Oh, you're lucky, it's out directly. When Brother Chang saw the information popping up directly on the forum, he was immediately delighted and quickly picked up a pen and paper to make a brief summary. Lu Xiao, an orphan, won 2 scholarships at school. Well, yes, this is simple information. Brother Chang curled his lips. I don't know if these rich second generations have something wrong with their brains. They are willing to spend 20,000 yuan to buy information that can be easily found on the internet. As for relationships, he has a fucking relationship. If he can find the information, he will charge money. If he cannot find the information, he will refund the money. This also makes him look reputable. He makes money by making money from the information gap. However, in line with the principle of being serious and responsible, he still used the 2 apps on his mobile phone to search the name Lu Xiao again, so as to avoid being cheated by a big shot pretending to be a newbie and then bringing his employer to death. You must be cautious about matters that affect your reputation. Look at Lipin.com first. Brother Chang opened Lipin.com and entered the information of Lu Xiao from Zhongcheng University, and then entered several other search keywords. No, but that's normal. You're still a junior, so you probably won't submit your resume here. Brother Chang nodded, and then opened Kichacha again. After entering Lu Xiao's name, a piece of company information immediately popped up on the interface. Ha? Is it a duplicate name? Brother Chang was stunned. Can a person who works and studies part-time still start a company? Brother Chang quickly compared them carefully again. Fuck, it's really him. This guy is really good at hiding his wealth. How can he work part-time at school with this much money? If I had this much wealth, I would go to the club every day to be a young model. Brother Chang said fuck in his heart. There is only one recently updated company change information above. There have been changes in the equity of Lijian Hotel recently. The original 100% shares have been changed to the owner, Lu Xiao. Lijian Hotel assets, 30 million to 35 million. However, there is only this one piece of company information. Jianlu Real Estate has just been established and is still in the process of reporting it, so it naturally cannot be seen above. Fortunately, he checked it carefully, otherwise he would have been badly cheated this time. The next moment, Brother Chang looked at the information he had just summarized on his notebook and smiled. Pick up the phone that was placed far away next to you. Brother Chang, are you ready? Li Yun had been waiting for 5 or 6 minutes and was becoming impatient. Mr. Li, I just got the results of the investigation from my subordinates, but... Brother Chang ended the sentence in a profound tone. But what? I already paid you, okay? Li Yun cursed in his heart. His goddess might have already been lying in that Lu Zhao's arms by now, and you are still playing guessing games with me? For the first piece of news, I can tell you directly that this Lu Xiao is an orphan, a junior student at Jiangcheng University. He has received several scholarships and often works part-time to earn money for his studies. Brother Chang, do you mean he is just an ordinary student? Li Yun was delighted when he heard Brother Chang talking. If he was just an ordinary student, then it wouldn't matter. What's the big deal if we had a falling out? Even if I can't teach Lu Xiao a lesson in front of Gu Yueshi, it would be okay to find a few people to warn him behind the scenes. Just a poor student, what waves can he make? I believe that as long as I act a little more ruthless, Lu Xiao will not dare to get within 10 meters of Gu Yueshi anymore. That's just the information on the surface. As for the second one, Brother Chang chuckled. It costs extra money. Brother Chang, we agreed on 20,000 yuan. When Li Yun heard Brother Chang was about to raise the price, he immediately became anxious. These 20,000 yuan are just for investigating an ordinary student. If his identity was a little more ordinary, I would give it to you as a gift. But Lu Zhao's identity is not that simple, so I can't just let it go like that. My subordinates paid 30,000 yuan to get this second piece of information. Mr. Li, you won't let me do a business that loses money, right? Brother Chang curled his lips and stuffed another melon seed into his mouth. Catch the fool and cheat him as much as possible. Anyway, this business probably won't last long. He might have to run away once it's exposed. Li Yun was so angry that he laughed. However, the second piece of news that Brother Chang said made him itchy again. His family is just an ordinary wealthy family with assets of only 30 million. In Jiangcheng, there are a lot of people he cannot afford to offend. This is also the reason why he is so careful in everything he does. It doesn't matter if you offend someone who is worth tens of millions, because you can't do anything to him anyway. But he would never dare to offend those who were worth hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions, for fear that he would accidentally destroy the business that his father had worked hard for so many years. Therefore, he will never take the initiative to attack before he knows a person's identity clearly. But now, Brother Chang is using this point to force him to pay. Although 30,000 yuan may not be a lot of money, most of the family's money has been locked up in the company recently, so he can't use much. Li Yun gritted his teeth. I've already paid 20,000 yuan, so I don't mind adding another 10,000 yuan. I'll just consider it as a favor to Brother Chang. Brother Chang, I'll transfer another 10,000 to you. If he didn't feel that he couldn't afford to offend this Chang brother, he would have wanted to kill someone. Mr. Li, I spent 30,000 yuan just to get this information. My subordinates have to be paid. I found so many channels, so I have to get some money for the favors, right? Brother Chang is exaggerating. Then how much do you say? Li Yun took a deep breath, his face flushed red. $50,000, 1 cent less, I'll keep this news to myself. But don't worry, Mr. Li. Since I dare to ask you for 50,000, it means that this information is worth 50,000. It is definitely worth the money. Brother Chang chuckled and saw that it was almost done, so he decided to call it a day. You? Li Yun was so suffocated that he was speechless. Okay, I'll give you the money. But Brother Chang, remember, if the information you give me is not worth the price, I, Li Yun, am not so easy to talk to. Li Yun cursed in his heart, but still transferred another 30,000 yuan to Brother Chang's account. It's natural, it's natural. When Brother Chang saw the arrival information of the money through mobile banking, he was instantly delighted. It's true that it's easy to cheat fools out of their money these days. After receiving the money, Brother Chang of course told Li Yun everything he knew and relayed to him all the information he had found. After hanging up the phone, Li Yun glanced towards the hotel with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fortunately, I spent 50,000 yuan to investigate, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself. Chapter 33, with a net worth of 30 million, he is still working part-time to support himself? With a net worth of 30 million and working part-time at school, this guy is probably not a good person. Li Yun analyzed silently in his mind. Maybe Gu Yueshi was deceived by his outward appearance. The more Li Yun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Gu Yueshi is a junior in the finance department, and Lu Xiao is also a junior in the finance department. Lu Xiao has been pretending to be poor in school to gain sympathy, and as a result, he deceived Gu Yueshi, a girl who is not very worldly. It must be like this, Gu Yueshi was indeed deceived by this guy. Li Yun cursed inwardly. He originally thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect that there was someone even more shameless than him. At least he could pay some money to get sex with a girl, but Lu Xiao didn't even have to pay any money, and beautiful women would take the initiative to let him have sex with them. We even eat in small restaurants like this, and it doesn't feel out of place at all. Who made Lu Xiao poor? Judging from the dining environment, a meal probably costs less than 100 yuan, and we don't even know who pays. Oh shit. For some reason, a look of envy suddenly flashed in Li Yun's eyes. How nice it would be if it were me. No, if Gu Yueshi knew that this guy was working part-time to earn money for his studies, but was actually the owner of a hotel worth 30 million yuan, she would probably be so angry that she would curse him on the spot, right? As long as I expose Lu Xiao's lies on the spot, I won't have to say anything more. Gu Yueshi, who is so angry, will just follow me smoothly, right? He. Bah. You must have read too many God of War novels. How come you laugh like this? Li Yun quickly patted his face to restore himself to normal, and then laughed as if he suddenly realized something, and immediately felt that the 50,000 yuan was really worth it. The anger I felt towards Brother Chang suddenly dissipated. Sure enough, Brother Chang is Brother Chang. The means of investigation are truly superb. They were able to find out such crucial information. These $50,000 are really worth it. As for Lu Xiao's wealth, Li Yun didn't care much. Isn't it just on the same level as my own family? If you've offended someone, so be it. What's the big deal? Are you going to give up the most stunning girl that is about to be yours just to avoid offending such a person? Stop joking, okay? That's Gu Yueshi. In the private room. The food had been completely eaten up. If Sichuan cuisine is eaten in Sichuan, there is generally no concept of large and small portions. But after it came to the north, in addition to the side dishes having evolved slightly to be more in line with northerners' eating habits, the portions have also been adjusted, and many dishes now have large and small portions. If it was a large portion of pickled fish, it would be enough for Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi. Therefore, in order to have more dishes, Lu Xiao ordered all small portions. Lu Xiao, are you full? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao, who had put down his chopsticks because there was no more food, and felt a little embarrassed. She also didn't know how much Lu Xiao's appetite was. She had a small appetite and was full after eating just a little. The rest was eaten by Lu Xiao. That's fine. That's perfect. Shall we go pay the bill then? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. He had looked at the menu when he ordered just now. Spicy diced chicken is 15 yuan, boiled fish is 25 yuan, fried shredded potatoes are 6 yuan, plus 2 servings of rice, the total is 48 yuan. Lu Xiao, wait a moment. Seeing Lu Xiao stand up, Gu Yueshi shouted to Lu Xiao anxiously. If I leave, I really don't know when I can say this again. From the time she started hesitating about eating to now, Gu Yueshi knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she mustered up her courage and said. Lu Xiao, I think. Yueshi, he lied to you. Just when Gu Yueshi was about to say something, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, and Li Yun walked in angrily. As soon as he came in, he shouted, and then stared at Lu Xiao, as if he wanted to see through Lu Xiao. Li Yun? When Gu Yueshi saw the person coming, she was stunned. Didn't she delete Li Yun's contact information? Lu Xiao was also stunned. He didn't expect Li Yun to appear in such a place. Lu Xiao, I have already investigated you, so please stop lying. Yueshi, he is a complete liar, you must not be fooled by him. Li Yun said righteously, and pretended to walk towards Gu Yueshi, wanting to hold Gu Yueshi's hand. Are you ill? Lu Xiao stepped forward, pushed Li Yun away, took Gu Yueshi's hand and hid her behind him. Li Yun looked around and was afraid that things would get out of hand and it would be embarrassing, so he closed the door of the box. But when he saw Lu Xiao holding Gu Yueshi's hand, he suddenly became angry again. You hypocrite, don't think that no one knows what you did. To be honest, Lu Xiao was a little confused when he heard Li Yun calling him a liar and a hypocrite. Are you sure you're not insulting yourself? It's obviously you and your father Li Tiankai. Lu Xiao hadn't said anything yet, but Li Yun on the side was still relentless. Tell me the truth, how many people have you deceived over the years by relying on your work-study personality? Yueshi, don't be fooled by him. He told you that he was a poor student, but he actually owns a hotel. Hearing Li Yun's words, Gu Yueshi was slightly stunned. She only heard Lu Xiao say that he inherited the estate, but she didn't expect Lu Xiao to inherit the property. Lu Xiao, do you still have a hotel? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao curiously. Yes, there is a hotel, the Lijiang Hotel near the school, 3-star, with a market value of around 30 million. I can't remember the exact amount. Lu Xiao nodded. Yueshi, look, he admitted it. When Li Yun heard Lu Xiao's admission, he looked at Gu Yueshi with surprise. He originally thought that Lu Xiao would deny it for a while, and he would even produce evidence to slap him in the face or something, but he didn't expect that Lu Xiao would admit it as soon as he said it. It seems that his mental pressure was too strong. Lu Xiao simply gave in and won the victory perfectly. But the next moment, after seeing Gu Yueshi's reaction, Li Yun was suddenly confused. I see. Thank you, Li Yun. Is there anything else? Gu Yueshi looked at Li Yun with a calm expression. AI? Li Yun was stunned. How could this be? Shouldn't he think that Lu Xiao is a hypocrite and that he is the real good person, and then throw himself into his arms? Yes, Li Yun, I haven't had time to tell Yueshi yet. Thank you for coming over to tell me about this. Lu Xiao walked up and patted Li Yun on the shoulder. It's nothing, we'll leave first. Lu Xiao held Gu Yueshi's hand and walked past Li Yun, who was standing there in a daze. Bang! The door of the private room creaked open and then slammed shut. Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi disappeared. Li Yun was the only one left in the private room. After a long time, Li Yun finally reacted, and was at a loss as to what to do. It shouldn't be like this. Why could Gu Yueshi's reaction be so calm? Li Yun saw that the two people in the private room had left, and he pushed the door open again and walked out with some annoyance. Am I just making myself lonely? Hey, sir, please stay. You haven't paid yet. Seeing Li Yun was about to leave, the waiter nearby quickly called Li Yun to stop. I didn't eat? Li Yun looked at the waiter in confusion. Sir, the two people who were in the same box with you just now left first, saying that you were here to pay the bill. The waiter smiled kindly at Li Yun. Okay, $100, no need to change. Li Yun sighed helplessly. He knew that he was cheated by Lu Xiao, but fortunately he didn't have much money, so he just paid the bill. He took out 100 yuan from his bag and handed it to the waiter. But unexpectedly, the waiter didn't answer it at all. Not enough, sir, the total consumption is 1,448 yuan. The waiter looked at Li Yun with a smile. You're a shady shop, right? How can those few dishes in the private room cost more than 1,000? Li Yun was already in a bad mood at the time, and when he heard the waiter quoted a price of over 1,000, he immediately became angry. Although Li Yun is rich, he is not a fool, right? The lobster buffet for 2 people 2 days ago only cost $414, and a meal in your small restaurant costs $1,400? Why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Even in first-tier cities, the prices are not as high as yours. Excuse me, sir. Just now, your companion ordered 2 soft Zhonghua cigarettes before leaving. One is 700, so the total for 2 is 1,400. The meal fee is 48. Is there any problem? The waiter still said this with a smile, but waved his hand behind his back. The next moment, a burly man holding a kitchen knife, about 1.9 meters tall and weighing 250 kilograms, wearing a chef's uniform and with a face full of flesh, suddenly walked out. Sir, is there any problem with the price? No, no problem, I'll pay right now. Li Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly took out a stack of money from his wallet, counted out 15 bills and handed them out. 3 minutes later, Li Yun left the restaurant. Seeing Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi had completely disappeared, he suddenly became furious and felt suffocated. He couldn't help but howl to the sky. Fuck you, my uncle. Chapter 34, he still has to apologize to me. On the way back to school, Gu Yueshi looked at the 2 soft Zhonghua cigarettes in Lu Xiao's hand and couldn't help laughing. Lu Xiao, you are too bad. Originally, Gu Yueshi was going to pay the bill when leaving, but was stopped by Lu Xiao. To be honest, she was still nervous when she went out, but now all she felt was excitement. It feels so good to be able to discuss this guy Li Yun. If a man is not bad, women will not love him. Besides, didn't Li Yun say he would give you 800,000 yuan? 1,000 yuan must be nothing to him. Lu Xiao chuckled. Originally he wanted to order something expensive, but the most expensive liquor in this small restaurant was just the ordinary 6-year-old Shifeng, which cost 188 yuan a bottle. In the end, Lu Xiao had no choice but to ask the waiter to go to the store next door and buy 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Aren't you afraid that Li Yun will cause you trouble? Gu Yueshi covered her mouth and laughed secretly for a while, but her expression was still a little worried. Although he knew that Lu Xiao's current assets were no worse than Li Yun's family's, the problem was that Lu Xiao had just inherited the estate and his roots in Jiangcheng were still relatively shallow. If they really fought, he might not be the other party's opponent. She heard that those who made their fortunes in the real estate industry were not clean. If Li Yun took revenge by any means necessary, wouldn't Lu Xiao be in great danger? Why should I be afraid of him? His father and I are still good friends. Lu Xiao curled his lips. We live in a society ruled by law now. Who would dare to do such a thing without caring about their life? If you really dare to do that, you will definitely get 404 right away and 1T be able to get out of the game later. At most, it's just threats and a few harsh words. As for physical violence, if they are not really mortal enemies, who would be stupid enough to have a criminal record? Even if you hire someone to kill someone, you never know when it will be exposed. It's totally unnecessary. There are no real death warriors in this era. Everyone is just trying to make money. When they have no money, these bloody gangs may fight fiercely and bravely, but after they have money, everyone will inevitably be timid in doing things, especially those who were the more ferocious in the beginning, who will become more timid after they have money, for fear of offending someone they cannot afford to offend and having their criminal records dug up. Of course, you still have to be careful and not let some idiots sneak up on you. It would be too late to say that there was no flash at that time. To be honest, if word of this gets to his father, he'll have to grab this guy's ears and ask him to come over and apologize to me. Lu Xiao smiled slightly. However, according to the leader's intention last time, Li Tian would be detained for 7 days. It is estimated that Li Tian will have to stay in the police station for a few more days before he can be released. This may not be achieved in the near future. And when Li Tian comes out, he will probably be so busy with the company's affairs that he won't be able to take care of himself. Do you know Li Tian? When Gu Yueshi heard Lu Xiao say that he knew Li Yun's father, she immediately became curious. His father is not a good person either. At that time, my girlfriend Wu Qianxian's family was in financial difficulty, so we took the opportunity to take 5 million. Lu Xiao pretended to be indifferent and brought up Wu Qianxian's matter. Gu Yueshi was walking on the street with Lu Xiao with a loving look in her eyes, but when Lu Xiao suddenly said the 6 words girlfriend Wu Qianxian, Gu Yueshi was suddenly stunned, so that she didn't hear a word Lu Xiao said afterwards. You have a girlfriend? For some reason, Gu Yueshi paused and her voice suddenly trembled. Yes, you should have heard of Wu Qianxian, the sophomore campus beauty. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. He said this on purpose. Lu Xiao is not a fool. From the first sentence Gu Yueshi said when they sat at the dinner table today, he actually understood what Gu Yueshi meant. As a man who aspires to become Aquaman, his emotional intelligence has long been extremely high. Although Gu Yueshi didn't say the rest, Lu Xiao could still roughly understand it. There are only a few things between men and women, and to be honest, it's not worth mentioning. He had originally planned to explain the situation to Gu Yueshi on the spot, but was interrupted twice, resulting in Gu Yueshi never saying anything, and Lu Xiao had no chance to bring it up. Choosing to pick a reason and speaking it out at this time actually allows Gu Yueshi to be mentally prepared. The same thing. Lu Xiao didn't intend to hide it. It's the same with Wu Qianxian, and even more so with Gu Yueshi. This is a matter of mutual choice. Lu Xiao never forces others, nor will he be forced by others. No matter how things develop, Lu Xiao will stick to this principle. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world. If your values don't match, just find someone else. There's no need to catch a girl and flirt with her, and then tell her you're not suitable. On the way, Lu Xiao kept talking, but Gu Yueshi beside him fell silent and just followed Lu Xiao mechanically. Her heart was in turmoil. Reason told her that with Lu Xiao's character, appearance, and ability, and now that he had inherited such a large inheritance, it was normal for him to have a girlfriend. And the most important thing is that she doesn't really want to be together, she just wants to repay the favor. According to the price she calculated, it might take a few years to repay the favor. Even if she offered another friendship price on top of the friendship price, 4 or 5 years would be enough. Even if Lu Xiao really doesn't accept it, she can still pay it back to Lu Xiao when she makes money in the future, and the debt of favor can be settled separately. But emotionally, Gu Yueshi really couldn't accept it for a while. Lu Xiao, if you said you had someone else outside, would Wu Chanqian be willing? For some unknown reason, Gu Yueshi suddenly asked this question. Ha! Lu Xiao was stunned. He really didn't expect Gu Yueshi to ask this. But the next moment, Lu Xiao laughed. Listen to what I just said. His story with Wu Chanqian was indeed a coincidence. But this coincidence also created a different relationship between him and Wu Chanqian. The restaurant is not far from the school. When Lu Xiao sent Gu Yueshi to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, the story had just ended. I see. Gu Yueshi blushed slightly and nodded gently. She really didn't expect that Wu Chanqian would give her most precious thing to Lu Xiao so easily. But the next moment, Gu Yueshi felt a little lost again. Why is there no such coincidence between her and Lu Xiao? You know, Lu Xiao and Wu Chanqian have only known each other for a week. But she and Lu Xiao have known each other for 3 years. But she has a chance now, and it depends on how she handles it. Suddenly, Gu Yueshi began to feel secretly grateful to this girl who was 1 grade lower than her. Although she got there first, she still left herself a little chance so as not to be completely eliminated. As for whether to do it or not, it is up to her to judge. Chapter 35, Such Terror. Sons, your daddy is back. Kicked open the dormitory door. As expected, several of them were still lying dead in the dormitory. Fuck, you have the guts to say that again, Dad. Pan Xingwen sat up and glared, but in just a second, his expression changed. Old Xiao, don't think you can act arrogant just because you have money. In this dormitory, you will always be my son, my father, my real father. Zhang Yan put his glasses back on as he spoke, but the moment he saw things clearly, he began to tremble with excitement. Are you too crazy? Damn it, how can you not greet Dad when he comes back? Shui Xiaosong was still wondering why the two people's expressions suddenly changed, but the next moment, he also joined in with a twitch. Lu Xiao put 2 soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the bed, found a seat to sit down, and unconsciously crossed his legs. Oh, you guys seem quite unconvinced. Looks like I'm going to keep these 2 soft Zhonghua cigarettes for myself. How could that be? Old Xiao, you are my biological father. Guess what? I went for a paternity test a few days ago, and the result is, hey, all 3 of us are your sons. 24K pure biological child. Pan Xingwen licked his face and moved closer to Lu Xiao. Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong came over with eager looks on their faces, as if to say, you can bully me as much as you want as long as you give me a cigarette afterwards. That expression made Lu Xiao feel so disgusted that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly picked up a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the bed and threw it over. But Lao Xiao, you didn't go out with Gu Yueshi tonight. Pan Xingwen looked at Lu Xiao curiously. What are you thinking about? There is nothing going on between Gu Yueshi and me right now. Lu Xiao gave Pan Xingwen a blank look. Xiao Songzi, could you please explain what this means? Zhang Yan adjusted his glasses and looked at Shui Xiaosong seriously. It should mean that it's almost done, but it will definitely work, right? Shui Xiaosong chuckled. That's enough of you guys. It would be great if Meisher could read more books. Our Journey to the West and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms no longer interesting? Seeing that no one touched the cigarettes he threw over, Lu Xiao took them directly, tore open the box, and handed 2 packs to each person. Suddenly, there was a cloud of smoke in the dormitory. After taking a puff of cigarette, Pan Xingwen sighed. I went to a boss today and wanted to buy a second-hand phone, but I didn't expect the market for second-hand phones to be so good this year. A 90% new phone that has been charged about 50 times actually costs 500 yuan. I was originally thinking of taking Lao Zhang and Xiao Songzi with me, but our economic level can't keep up with the development of the times. Pan Xingwen took another deep sip. The cost of living has not increased, but the price of goods has increased. He has gone from being a galloping rider to a resentful woman in the boudoir. Puff. Lu Xiao couldn't hold back his breath and almost vomited it out. So what Lao Pan said in the afternoon about not being able to take it anymore was really true. A 90% new one is a bit of a luxury, but a second-hand one that's 70% to 80% new is also good, right? What are you thinking, Lao Xiao? Do you dare to buy one that has been charged 200 or 300 times? If the quality is not good, it will explode. Pan Xingwen said unhappily. He has the most say in this regard. As for Lu Xiao, hey, guess what? There is no need for that at all. Just tell me, are you angry or not? Well, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. But let me be frank. Lao Pan, if you do these things again, don't go to the social gathering. If you really ruin the relationship of a girl, I won't be able to explain myself. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Pan Xingwen couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Lao Xiao, I haven't done that since I came here this year. I just talked nonsense. I have given up on it a long time ago. If it doesn't work, I'll go for a physical examination tomorrow. Talking about socializing, they were no longer sleepy. Lu Xiao also gave some advice to the few people at the right time. Shanshan sent me a message this afternoon saying that several girls in her dormitory have agreed. Like us, they will finish their exams the day after tomorrow, so the party is tentatively scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. We will go hiking in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Brothers, don't buy tickets for home yet, so you don't have to buy 2 tickets later. The day after tomorrow. After hearing Lu Xiao's introduction, several people immediately became excited. By the way, I have already sent your photos to Chanchan. She agreed only after seeing your photos, so guys, seize the opportunity this time. Lu Xiao teased. Pan Xingwen and the others are not bad looking. Although they can't compare with Lu Xiao, who is the school idol, they are definitely handsome. As for family background, it can be seen from the fact that the 3 of them have frequently helped Lu Xiao in the past 2 years that it is likely that their family background is not too bad. If he can really settle down in Zhangcheng, it will not be a problem for his family to pay the down payment. The reason why we went our separate ways in our previous lives was mostly because of our professions. Therefore, Lu Xiao really felt that the 3 of them had a good chance. After all, Wu Qianqian's roommate also studied finance, so their majors matched and they had common topics, so the probability of success was very high. Of course, whether it can be successful depends on how well both parties like each other, and you can only know that when you get to the scene. If you don't like each other, no amount of matchmaking will be of any use. After all, not everyone is as handsome as me. Old Xiao, do you have any pictures of these girls? Shui Xiaosong gave Lu Xiao a wry smile. Yes, Lao Xiao. How about we take a look first and consider how to allocate it in advance? Zhang Yan's eyes also lit up. Although Pan Xingwen didn't say anything, the curiosity on his face showed that he meant the same thing as the other 2. Get lost. Lu Xiao glared at the 3 of them and went straight to the bed. You are still thinking about the good things that were assigned to you in advance. Why don't you let him just send the girl to your bed? After staying in the dormitory for a night, at around 2 in the morning, Lu Xiao was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt the bunk above him shaking. Then, I vaguely saw Pan Xingwen quietly getting out of bed and sneaking towards the door. Then, when Lu Xiao was about to fall asleep again, he vaguely saw Pan Xingwen crawling onto the bed. Lu Xiao was a light sleeper to begin with. Every time he was woken up, it would take him at least 20 minutes to fall asleep again, and it could even take half an hour. However, Lu Xiao was too sleepy at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. But when he thought about it the next morning, he felt something was wrong. Can it take 20 minutes to go to the toilet in the middle of the night? The dormitories all have squat toilets. If you squat for so long due to constipation, getting numb legs is no big deal. You might even get anal prolapse from squatting, right? Lu Xiao looked at Pan Xingwen, who was smoking on the small balcony with a dazed look in his eyes, and suddenly said fuck in his heart. Could it be that there is another craftsman in the dormitory? Old Pan, did you go to the bathroom last night? Lu Xiao shouted as if to verify. Pan Xingwen, who was smoking, was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lao Xiao, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and woke you up. Lu Xiao was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Judging from Pan Xingwen's false and concealing expression, this matter is most likely to happen. So, except for me, the other 3 people in the dormitory are all skilled masters? So terrifying. Chapter 36, Buying a House, 600 square meters in Yulan Jingjuan. Lu Xiao originally wanted to go to the playground to exercise, such as playing badminton or something. Although Pan Xingwen got up, he looked so weak and it seemed that he still needed some recovery. As for Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong, these 2 guys stay up late every day. When they have nothing to do, they will never get up until 11 o'clock. Then they will probably go to the canteen to eat on time, come back to take a nap after dinner, and start working in the afternoon. Wu Qianqian has exams all day today, so she definitely doesn't have time to come out. As for Gu Yueshi, after saying so much last night, all that was left was for her to consider on her own. As long as Gu Yueshi is willing, Lu Xiao will of course agree. Which man wouldn't he want such a beautiful lady? Whatever you say you don't want, you will never get. This is human nature. So boring. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. When you have more money, you do have a lot more worries. For example, how to spend money. For example, how to find something to do. For example, how to cause trouble for Li Tian and Li Yun. The last thing has even become one of Lu Xiao's happiest things recently. I can never quit this thing. It feels so good. I just want to say that most people really don't understand the charm of top beauties. Lu Xiao originally planned to go out for a stroll and at the same time decide on the property in Yulangjingyuan that he had seen online the day before. However, there were only 10 minutes left before the full day's sign-in time, so he stayed in the dormitory for a while. System, sign in. When the time came, Lu Xiao silently pressed the sign-in button in his mind. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 20.3 million yuan. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, get a cash reward of 20 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, I received 2 pairs of men's socks. The items have been placed in the host's dormitory closet, and the purchase invoice has been placed in at the same time. Lu Xiao clicked twice after signing in. The first time he signed in, he looked very well behaved, but the second time, an item appeared. Although socks are not worth much. So, in a lottery held once a day, even if the probability doesn't explode, it's not necessarily true that only gold will appear. It's just that the probability of gold appearing is higher, and the probability of other things appearing is lower. Lu Xiao stroked his chin and thought. If that's the case, it's a good thing. Anyway, the probability is not high, so it would be fun to see something else. As for socks, forget it. In this hot summer, it is more comfortable to wear sandals. Lu Xiao didn't even bother to go over and take a look. Open the system panel. Lu Xiao's mind moved again, and the system panel suddenly flashed out. Host, Lu Xiao Unique Binding. Available funds, 131 million yuan, of which 9 million yuan is company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 11 million 1 billion. Available for signing in, any asset. Current assets, Lijiang Hotel, Jianglu Real Estate, underground parking lot near Jiangcheng University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. Not bad. Seeing the data panel, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The current disposable funds are 130 million, but if all other assets are taken into account, Lu Xiao's current net worth is not low. The Lijiang Hotel is worth 30 million, and the Bugatti is worth 100 million. Adding these two together, the total assets have reached 260 million. Lao Pan, buddy, let's go out for a walk. Lu Xiaochong greeted Pan Xingwen, who was smoking his third cigarette, then stood up and left the dormitory. First, I called the salesperson at Yulang Jingjiwen whom I had contacted the day before and told her that I would be there in about 20 minutes. Then Lu Xiao drove out his Bugatti. I haven't had time to buy clothes in recent days, so Lu Xiao is still wearing the same ordinary clothes he wore before. Although many people say that there is not much difference between expensive clothes and cheap clothes, that is just psychological comfort for most people. In fact, although the clothes are expensive, they are indeed comfortable to wear. And the more expensive the clothes are, the more elegant they appear. This is an indisputable fact. Rich people are not fools. If it is really not good, why would so many rich people buy it? Buying a villa is considered a large expense. In order to avoid encountering a melodramatic plot, Lu Xiao simply drove his Bugatti over. The distance is okay. After driving all the way to Yulang Jingjiwen, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. It's south exactly 10 minutes drive from Jiangcheng University. If there is a traffic jam, it will probably take about 15 minutes to get there, which is very convenient. The female salesperson had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Lu Xiao's Bugatti driving into the park, she secretly clicked her tongue and trotted over to greet him. Hello, sir. Are you Mr. Lu Xiaolu whom I just called? The female salesperson looked at Lu Xiao, who was wearing cheap clothes, walking out of the Bugatti, and did not dare to show any disrespect at all. It's me. Lu Xiao nodded slightly, and his eyes lit up when he saw the female salesperson. The girl in front of me has a face value of at least 70 points, and is definitely a little beauty in the public's aesthetic standards. Moreover, it is now July and the weather has become hot. The female salesperson is indeed wearing very cool clothes. She is only wearing a transparent gauze jacket on her upper body. If I am not mistaken, there is a small knotted shirt inside. With a slight pull, the shirt will automatically untie. As for her legs, she was wearing a white denim miniskirt, which was so short that from Lu Xiao's angle, he could directly see her safety pants. Seeing Lu Xiao staring at her, the female salesperson deliberately adjusted her posture. Lu Xiao knew at first glance that he was a truly rich man. Although such people would generally look down on her, people should have dreams. What if the other person really liked her? Is the house I saw the day before yesterday still there? Lu Xiao automatically became immune to the female salesperson's flirtatious behavior. With the enchantress Wu Qianqian by his side, Lu Xiao is now completely immune to ordinary beauties with scores below 80, not to mention female saleswomen who only score around 70. It's almost the same as using the internet celebrity filter to see through it. Yes, we can go and see it right now. The saleswoman nodded repeatedly, looking slightly excited. The entire villa area actually has only 50 or 60 houses, and they are all relatively expensive. Normally, there are very few people who come to see the houses. Their sales model is to close for half a year and make money for half a year after opening. Of course, income does not necessarily all come from real estate commissions, as anyone who understands will understand. And the only car Lu Xiao drove was a Bugatti. Although she wasn't sure what brand it was, she knew that even the most basic model of Bugatti Veyron could buy 4 or 5 houses from her. In other words, the probability of Lu Xiao buying a house is very high. Following the female salesperson all the way inside, the female salesperson began to introduce herself to Lu Xiao along the way. Mr. Lu, we have a total of 55 properties in Yulangjingjuan, ranging in size from 300 to 600 square meters. It is divided by a straight road in the middle, and there is an artificial lake on each side. Behind the artificial lake is an antique garden design with rockery and water, various stepping stones, and some fixed children's playgrounds and adult sports areas. Not bad. After taking a look at the infrastructure of Yulangjingjuan, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Although the environment of this community cannot be compared with those super luxury villa areas full of technology, it is definitely the one with the best environment in this vicinity. No wonder it is sold for more than 8,000 per square meter. What's your current occupancy rate? Lu Xiao asked. We have sold 30 buildings so far, and since we have fully renovated them, most of them have already been occupied. Well, okay, let's go check out the house. Lu Xiao nodded. We walked all the way to the house, and the property was pretty much the same as it looked in the pictures. The entry door uses a fingerprint lock. I don't know what it uses, but it is said to be the latest technology and looks quite advanced. When you enter the front door, you can see a small garden, which has a leisure area and a barbecue area. The area is about 200 to 300 square meters. The first floor is a large living room and guest bedrooms, and the second floor is several master bedrooms. The basement is also divided into 3 parts, an audio-visual room, a fitness area and 5 parking spaces. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this house? Coming up from the basement, the female salesperson asked Lu Xiao to sit on the sofa, and then she sat next to Lu Xiao. It's okay. Lu Xiao nodded. He was indeed quite satisfied with this house. Then Mr. Lu, can we sign the contract today? I closed the door when I came in just now. There is no one here today. As your future residents, you can stay as long as you want. It depends on whether you want to stay here or not. The saleswoman winked at Lu Xiao, and then reached for her clothes. Chapter 37, Who can't stand such a test? No, don't untie it. Seeing the female salesperson's actions, Lu Xiao said fuck in his heart and quickly spoke up to stop her. But the saleswoman's actions were obviously much faster than Lu Xiao's words. When Lu Xiao just shouted this, the saleswoman's beautiful figure was already fully revealed in front of Lu Xiao. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Xiao couldn't help but stare. See? This number suddenly popped up in Lu Xiao's mind. Put it on quickly. I don't do this. Lu Xiao reluctantly moved his eyes away, but still refused righteously. He is not Liu Xiaohui, but he has requirements for his partners. Let us not talk about her appearance for now, but at least she should be a serious girl. If this female salesperson could do this to me today, then I don't know how many times she had done this to me in the past. She was not clean all along. Even if it was just for his own safety, Lu Xiao would not touch it. Mr. Liu, are you still not satisfied with this villa? The female salesperson looked at Liu Xiao with some disappointment. The reason why she did this was not only because she wanted to get close to the rich man Liu Xiao, the most fundamental reason was the unspoken rules here. The villa costs 8,000 yuan per square meter, and it is 600 square meters, so the total cost is 4.8 million yuan. With some procedures and deed tax, it is exactly 5 million yuan. As a direct salesperson, she can get a commission of 1%, which is 50,000 yuan. But these days, if a man comes to buy a villa, how can he just take a look and buy it? The little thoughts of men are fully reflected here. This is probably the process for buying luxury cars and luxury houses. The female salesperson had long been accustomed to it. Almost every man who came to buy a villa would bring up unspoken rules. As long as you don't agree, the other party will never place an order. She sold 3 or 4 sets here. Except for 2 sets that were sold on the spot, the remaining 2 sets required her to stay with them for about a week. This is actually a recognized fact in their villa circle, and her colleagues are not much better than her. She took the initiative to attack before Liu Xiao even mentioned it. Besides thinking that Liu Xiao was a super rich man, the other most crucial reason was that Liu Xiao was really handsome. Not to mention one day, even if it was a month, she thought she would be willing. But what she didn't expect was that Liu Xiao actually refused directly. Hurry up and put on your clothes, then take me to sign the contract. Seeing that the saleswoman didn't move at all, Liu Xiao couldn't help but give her a blank look. Is this a test of my determination? Which cadre cannot withstand such a test? You want to sign a contract? The saleswoman blinked her big eyes in disbelief. Can I get the money directly without selling it? Is there such a good thing? Am I dreaming today? Hurry! Hearing that there was some anger in Liu Xiao's words, the saleswoman came to her senses and quickly pulled her clothes up and tied them up again. Seeing that the female salesperson had returned to normal, Liu Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that although the saleswoman only looks about 70 points, her body is indeed very hot. If she stayed here for a few more minutes, Liu Xiao might really make a fool of herself. Liu Xiao stood up first and walked out of the villa, while the female salesperson just hurriedly adjusted the position of her clothes and trotted after him. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, I don't know your aspect. The female salesperson looked at Liu Xiao apologetically. What's wrong with me? Liu Xiao suddenly felt that there was some ambiguity between the saleswoman's words. Does this guy think he is incapable? I meant that I didn't know you weren't interested in that. No, I mean you might not feel anything for us women. The female salesperson kept waving her hands to explain, but it felt like the situation was getting worse. Liu Xiao's face suddenly turned dark. Can't you just shut up if you can't speak? The saleswoman also felt that what she said was becoming increasingly wrong, so she quickly covered her mouth and shut it completely. The contract was signed smoothly, and half an hour later, all processes and formalities were completed. Mr. Liu, the total price of the house is 4.9 million. You chose to pay it in full in one lump sum. The deed tax is 2%, a total of 98,000. You need to take the time to pay it separately. The female salesperson handed all the contracts and keys to Liu Xiao. As for things like the real estate certificate, you can't get it today. It will only be sent to you after it's processed. Liu Xiao transferred the money directly to the other party through online banking. Once the transfer is completed, the contract will take effect immediately. After taking the contract and keys, Liu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although I bought a house in my previous life, it was just an ordinary residence of 100 square meters, and there was a 40% loan on it. The increase in housing prices is much higher than the increase in wages. But in this life, at the age of 20, I bought my first house, a large mansion with an actual area of more than 900 square meters. After leaving the sales department, he drove directly into the underground garage of Yulong Jingjuan. I quickly found the indoor parking lot of my villa. After changing the fingerprint on the password lock with the management password, Liu Xiao pressed it lightly and the rolling shutter door of the garage suddenly rose up. After parking the car, I went upstairs from the basement. Looking at the spotlessly well-maintained room, Liu Xiao lay down on the sofa. Cool. Liu Xiao really felt that he was having a bit of a nouveau riche vibe at the moment. But Liu Xiao really felt that this feeling could come more often. And to put it bluntly, even if this villa is just left here, its value will increase by at least 2/3 in 10 years. We have most of the things, except for the basic necessities. Liu Xiao walked around the villa. Fine decoration does not mean that everything is ready, but that the basic decoration facilities are fully equipped. Things like sofas, coffee tables, and chandeliers in the living room should not have been there originally, but the developer took the initiative to add them in order to make the living room look better. As for the kitchen, there are only gas stoves, range hoods, and cabinets. There are no electrical appliances like refrigerators. The other rooms were also empty. I glanced at my phone and it was still early. Lu Xiao drove directly to the home furnishing market and spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy everything that should be in the villa. Then I went to the home textile market next door and bought all the necessary sheets, mattresses, and quilts. Both sides started delivering goods immediately afterwards. I was busy until after 6 in the afternoon when I finally installed everything. After taking a look at the villa, which had been greatly transformed, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The previous villa was too empty. Although it was big, it was not warm. Now that the villa is fully equipped with everything, it feels a bit like home. Then hire an ant, and it will be basically perfect. Lu Xiao pondered in his heart. It would be exhausting to clean such a big room by yourself. Lu Xiao remembered that the property management seemed to provide this service. He would just contact them and ask them to find an ant to come and clean up. As for the small garden outside, the property has already taken care of it in the early stage. If you want to take care of it yourself later, you can just trim it according to the grain. If you don't want to do it, you can also ask the property staff to do it. The property fee here is 10 yuan per square meter. The basic area is 600 square meters, so the property fee alone is 6,000 yuan per month. Of course, these services are included. Of course, the property fee is actually worth the price. After all, there are only 55 households in a community, and most of them are only 300 square meters in size, so there is not much money to be made in a month. In addition to paying the property management staff, this money is also used to maintain the normal facilities in the community. The estimated surplus at the end of a month is only 10%. If my income was lower, I really couldn't afford to live here. Lu Xiao shook his head and sneered. The property fee in an ordinary community is only between 1 and 2 yuan, but here it has doubled. This is just the cost of property fees. If we take into account the cost of the ant, we will have to add another 4,000 yuan a month. Moreover, as the villa gets bigger, the electricity bill will also rise sharply. Although Lu Xiao had never tried it, based on what Wu Qianqian had said before, the electricity bill for their small villa of 300 square meters would be 1 or 2,000 yuan a month in the summer. Moreover, the daily care and maintenance of the villa also costs money. If you are really a working-class person, living in a villa like this would make you go bankrupt. After getting everything ready, Lu Xiao felt really hungry. I was busy all day and didn't even have time for lunch. There are not many restaurants around the villa area, and Lu Xiao is not familiar with this place, so he simply drove directly back to Jiangcheng University. Just when he was about to call Wu Qianqian to go find food nearby, the next moment, Lu Xiao saw two people standing at the school gate. When he saw him coming, the leader waved at him excitedly. "Brother, here." Chapter 38, We Are Good Brothers. At the school gate, the square warriors were waving excitedly at Lu Xiao. Standing next to him was Li Yun with a depressed look on his face. The moment he saw Lu Xiao, he suddenly felt unwell, but his expression was a little timid. Seeing the two of them, Lu Xiao was also a little surprised. Didn't Li Tian receive a 7-day gift package? Shouldn't he still be in jail? If I remember correctly, today is only the 4th day, right? But the next moment, Lu Xiao smiled again. Although I don't know why he was released, now that Li Tian is here, I might as well trick him again. Brother is amazing, you came out so quickly. Lu Xiao winked at Li Tian teasingly. Hey, stop talking. I had used my connections to reduce the time to 3 days, and I was supposed to be released last night. But I didn't expect that leader to get crazy and keep me locked up for half a day. In the end, it was a friend who persuaded me to let me out. Speaking of this, Li Tian's big fat face suddenly became much more miserable and he started to complain. He felt that the female model he found was like the leader's wife. Was it necessary for him to treat him like this? Moreover, he had just started and was caught before he could even enjoy it. Not only did I waste $15,000, but I also had to stay in there for 3.5 days in discomfort. I almost felt suffocated. But fortunately, you finally got out. I'll take you to ride a horse in a couple of days. Brother, why are you here? Lu Xiao pointed at Li Yun and asked. When Li Tian saw Lu Xiao pointing at Li Yun, his face suddenly turned dark. It's fine if this rebellious son is lawless all day long, but he actually dared to provoke Brother Lu Xiao and snatch a woman from Brother Lu Xiao. This is really outrageous. Rebellious son quickly apologized to Brother Lu Xiao. Li Tian pulled Li Yun from behind and slapped him directly on the head. The 300-pound fat man slapped Li Yun on the head and almost knocked him unconscious. Lu Xiao, who was standing by, exclaimed, "Wow, this guy is even more ruthless than Liu Bei." Liu Bei was acting, but Li Tian was just here for an exercise. It felt like every slap he gave was intended to make sure Li Tian would have no son in the future. They were simply not on the same level. Tears of grievance welled up in Li Yun's eyes. If he had known that Lu Xiao had such a relationship with his father, how could he dare to say those words in front of Lu Xiao? But he still gritted his teeth and shouted out the words he had rehearsed long ago. "Brother Lu Xiao, it's me." Bang! Li Tian slapped him again. "Can you call me Brother Lu Xiao? Call me Uncle Lu." Yes, Uncle Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have competed with you for a woman. I promise that I will never contact Gu Yueshi again." Li Yun looked at his father with resentment. Lu Xiao is 2 years younger than him. Is it really appropriate to call him uncle? And it really hurts. Although we are very dedicated in acting, can't we be a little more gentle? I was only in police custody these few days. If I knew you dared to go against Brother Lu Xiao, I would have torn off your legs long ago. How dare you investigate Brother Lu Xiao? Do you know who Brother Lu Xiao is? He is a good brother recognized by your father. He is the good brother who took the initiative to protect me in front of the leaders when your father was suffering. Do you understand? Every time Li Tian shouted, a new big bag fell on Li Yun's head. I understand, Dad. Li Yun cried out in pain, but didn't dare to dodge at all. Are you kidding? With his small body, his dad can do twice as much as him. Li Tian is truly at the pinnacle of sumo wrestling. Brother Li Tian, you really are a good parent. Seeing that Li Yun didn't even dare to say a word, Lu Xiao immediately gave Li Tian a thumbs up. That's right, brother. I have experience in this area. Li Tian smiled complacently. Brother, don't take this little bastard's matter to heart. I promise that he will never bother your woman again. Get out of here now. Li Tian turned around and glared at Li Yun, who immediately ran away in dejection. Don't take them too seriously, they are just that kind of people, just teach them a lesson. Brother, do you have time today? I will treat you to a meal. Li Tian rubbed his hands and narrowed his eyes. Sure, no problem. Lu Xiao agreed readily. Of course he would not be fooled by Li Tian's appearance. When Li Tian was dealing with Wu Qianxian's family, he was definitely not as ruthless as he is now. But since Li Tian came here specially and put on such a good apology in front of him, there was probably something waiting behind. And to be honest, Lu Xiao was really hungry at this moment. After finding a nice restaurant nearby, Li Tian specially ordered a large table of dishes. Lu Xiao follows the principle that eating the enemy's bullets is killing the enemy, so he specifically picks the expensive ones to eat. Brother Li Tian, how about we have a drink? Lu Xiao suggested. Okay, waiter, bring me a bottle of mutai. Li Tianyi slapped his thigh. He's been waiting for this. No, brother. I can't drink this stuff. I usually only drink pure brews that are over 30 years old. Lu Xiao shook his head repeatedly. How much does a bottle of ordinary mutai cost? At most 1 or 2,000. Do you have any 30-year-old pure brew here? Li Tian looked at the waiter beside him curiously. I'm sorry, gentlemen. We only have ordinary mutai liquor here. Anything more expensive is red wine. Although the waiter didn't understand why such an old fat man and such a handsome young man were calling each other brothers, he still shook his head responsibly. Aged liquor is usually collected and can only be bought in special places. But red wine is a different story. There are many of these worth tens of thousands of dollars, and they are not scarce either. Most larger restaurants have some in stock. Then red wine, let's have this. Lu Xiao looked at the menu and directly picked the most expensive wine from the Dole Winery. I don't know what this Domain Dole Winery is, but it's expensive. Li Tian just took a look and his eyelids started twitching wildly. A bottle of red wine, 70,000 yuan. If it were in the past, I would have invited you, but these days my working capital is almost gone, so it's really hard to get this money. However, thinking that he still needed Lu Xiao to do something, Li Tian gritted his teeth and said, Listen to my brother and serve a bottle of this red wine. Li Tian took it directly and with great momentum. The red wine was soon served. Of course Lu Xiao would drink this stuff, but he didn't intend to do any ritual this time. He just poured most of it into the cup and drank it down in one gulp. Cool. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This is a good vintage red wine. Li Tian's eyelids were twitching as he watched from the side. Lu Xiao finished a quarter of the bottle in one gulp. Do I need another bottle today? Red wine, especially the one with a moderate alcohol content, is unlikely to make people drunk if they have a good alcohol tolerance. Brother, come and have one too. Seeing that Li Tian didn't move, Lu Xiao poured half a cup for Li Tian, and then poured half a cup for himself. Brother, come here. Lu Xiao handed the wineglass directly to Li Tian, then clinked it casually and drank it in one gulp. The temperature of this thing is probably only about 10 degrees. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. Lu Xiao felt that with his alcohol tolerance, drinking 2 bottles would be no problem at all. If each bottle wasn't 750 milliliters, Lu Xiao felt that he could drink 3 bottles by himself. Li Tian gritted his teeth and drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. He felt extremely depressed. Damn, I'll probably order a second bottle today. Chapter 39, well said, another bottle. Waiter, another bottle. Seeing that the bottle was empty, Li Tian shouted out before Lu Xiao could say anything. Brother, I've made you spend a lot of money today. When Lu Xiao heard Li Tian's direct call, he almost laughed to death. Brother, what are you talking about? What kind of friendship do we have? Do you still care about this? Li Tian waved his hand readily, but his eyes never left Lu Xiao's wineglass. The next moment, when Li Tian saw Lu Xiao gulp down half a glass of red wine, he felt heartbroken. This one bite costs 20,000 yuan. Originally, he was planning to try to trick Lu Xiao to see if he could get Lu Xiao to invest actively, but seeing that he could still drink a few more glasses, Li Tian couldn't bear it anymore. The reason why he came to see Lu Xiao today was very simple, that is, his company's funds were basically cut off. 5 million yuan was originally lent to Wu Qianshan's family, and then several projects added another 3 or 4 million yuan, leaving only more than 1.5 million yuan in liquid funds. He originally thought that the 2 million would be enough to last him until he could take down Wu Qianshan, but during the 2 days he was in jail, problems kept cropping up on the projects under his charge. First, a terminal project in the high-tech zone that had been cooperating for a long time suddenly found a source of goods at a lower price on the market and stopped purchasing from him. Although he didn't know why someone would sell things at a loss, in order to keep this channel, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and pay the money. In just 3 days, he lost 100,000 yuan. If we finish supplying this batch of goods, we will lose at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. But before this matter was settled, 2 engineering teams under his command were poached by others with high salaries. The key point was that the contracts of these 2 engineering teams were about to expire, and he had no time to renew them, so they just left without paying any penalty. But as soon as the engineering team left, the original project was immediately suspended. The project site has been trying hard to get him to find someone over as soon as possible in the past 2 days. After he came out at noon today, he finally calmed down the emotions on the project with all his might. However, it is not so easy to take over a project that has been half finished by others. The engineering team is afraid of taking over the mess left behind by others. Therefore, he spent twice as much money and was barely able to find a construction team to take over the stall. But the result was that he spent another 500,000. But just as this matter was dealt with, the call from the project in the old city came again. Tell him that the cement mortar business has been snatched away. The price remains unchanged, but others are willing to advance payment to the construction site for 15 days. This project was his core project, so of course he couldn't just let it go. He could only reluctantly notify the other parties to advance the funds. In this way, another 500,000 yuan was spent. In other words, he has spent 1.2 million out of the 1.5 million he has now, leaving only 300,000. Today I treated Lu Xiao to a meal and we drank 2 bottles of red wine. Another 150,000 yuan was gone. I only have 150,000 yuan left in my hand. I have no ability to resist risks at all. If anything happened, he would have to cut off his arm to survive. If someone took advantage of this opportunity to mess with him, he would even lose a lot of his assets. He had just arrived in Jiancheng and didn't know many people. If Lu Xiao couldn't invest to help him, he would have to take out 5 million yuan from the Wu family to save his life. But of course he wouldn't say this to Lu Xiao. When they first met, he told Lu Xiao about several key projects under his charge, so that Lu Xiao would know his strength and thus achieve the goal of equal status. But now the capital chain has been cut off. If Lu Xiao tells this, he will probably turn around and leave. By the way, I have recently developed several new projects, but the projects are a bit large, and I may not be able to take up all the funds I have. I wonder if you are interested, brother Lu Xiao. The return rate in 3 months is about 20%, which is absolutely high profit. Li Tian slapped his chest, making it sound loudly. A new project? Lu Xiao asked curiously. They are all in the high-tech zone. The scale is indeed quite large. The initial investment is about 5 million. Li Tian smiled and nodded. Lu Xiao sneered in his heart. This old fox finally showed his true colors. Wu Qianqian has been keeping an eye on the developments of Tian real estate these days. Besides, Li Tian is staying there, so why is he developing any new projects? Lu Xiao understood immediately that Li Tian's funding chain was probably running out, and he was trying to find a way to raise funds for himself. Brother, you know this is not a small amount of money. Even if we have a good relationship, I can't just pay you because of what you said, right? Lu Xiao smiled and picked up the red wine and took another sip. Li Tian's heart trembled again. Looking at the second bottle, which was almost empty, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Are you going to order a third bottle? Of course, I will show you something real. To be honest, if I wasn't short of money recently, I really want to keep it all for myself. Ha ha ha. Li Tian took out his cell phone with a smile and sat next to Lu Xiao. All the new projects are bullshit, but apart from the ones he told Lu Xiao about a few days ago, he naturally has some other projects under his control. I picked out 4 or 5 of them at random. Look, bro. This is a drainage ditch project with a budget of 1 million and a construction period of 4 months. The total return is 1,200,000. There is also the supply of materials for this villa area, and the return is also more than 20%. This. Li Tian introduced several projects in a very eloquent manner. He knew Lu Xiao's strength. Unlike his old loan in real estate, it was normal for someone who could open a hotel to have a cash flow of around 10 million. Therefore, Li Tian spared no effort in introducing the project, and even made crazy promises on the side, just to tempt Lu Xiao to take out the funds. Lu Xiao silently wrote down all the projects introduced by Li Tian. When we get back, we'll send someone to take a look, and it would be best if we could bring all these projects over. On his face, Lu Xiao had a hesitant expression. Brother, you know that my hotel can make some money in a year. I am not very interested in this aspect. I still want to make some stable money. To be honest, I'd be quite satisfied with a 15% profit a year. If it appreciates over 20 to 30 years, my assets would exceed 100 million. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, Li Tian immediately looked as if he was disappointed in his friend. Brother, your idea is not good. As businessmen, we must have crisis thinking. Your hotel is making good money, but what if something unexpected happens? For example, if there is a natural disaster or something, and the customer flow drops significantly, how long can the cash in your hand sustain you? 1 month, 2 months? Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment. That's right, brother. You're right. I really don't have the ability to resist risks. Hearing Lu Xiao's answer, Li Tian was immediately extremely satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Oh, that's right. So, when we do business, we have to make multiple arrangements while the market is still good. Do you know how long it took me to grow an ordinary real estate company from 0 to 30 million? 10 years, brother. If I had the same idea as you, I would probably only have a small stall worth 1 or 2 million now. But I'm thinking that in 10 years, I'll meet you at a billion-level business dinner. Li Tian sighed for a long time, speaking with true feelings, and 2 tears rolled in the corners of his eyes unconsciously, and he almost moved himself. I really approve of your character. I am willing to share this opportunity with you. I hope that we 2 brothers can make progress together. Even if there are any troubles in Jiangcheng in the future, we can help each other, right? Hearing Li Tian say this, Lu Xiao slapped his thigh excitedly. That's well said, bro. Waiter, bring another bottle of red wine. My brother and I won't leave until we're drunk today. Chapter 40, Good brothers are in my heart, brother, do it. Seeing another bottle of red wine, Li Tian couldn't help but fall silent no matter how excited he was just now. By the way, apart from taking a few bites of the food at the beginning, did this little guy not even touch the food at all? This is the third bottle. Come on, brother, let's drink to our friendship. Lu Xiao poured wine into the two people's glasses directly. I accidentally spilled some on the table. Lu Xiao estimated it carefully. Well, there should be a drink or two. Dry. Li Tianyi gritted his teeth and poured it directly into his mouth. If I could get Lu Xiao's investment money today, let alone the third bottle, even another bottle would be fine. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. You can't catch money without sacrificing red wine. Brother, what do you think of my brother's character? After drinking this glass of wine, Li Tian felt his head was a little dizzy, so he took this opportunity to continue asking questions. That's definitely no problem, absolutely. Then do you think you can trust what my brother said? Then you can definitely believe it. Lu Xiao imitated Li Tian and patted his chest loudly. Brother, just listen to me, this business is invested. Bro, I still want to be conservative. Puff. Li Tian almost spit out his wine. So all the half hour he just talked for was in vain? But brother, I can also simply invest a little bit in it. I definitely can't take 5 million by myself. The risk is too great. Lu Xiao hesitated for a while before speaking. Your words prove that I was right. When Li Tian saw Lu Xiao's appearance, he was immediately moved. It's true that Lu Xiao is conservative by nature, but for the sake of his elder brother, he is still willing to help. See? This is a true friend. For a moment, Li Tian even felt a little embarrassed for plotting against Lu Xiao. You definitely can't take the 5 million all by yourself, brother. The total investment is 5 million, and you can't make all the money by yourself, right? Li Tian pretended to laugh. How about this, we'll each take half, but 2.5 million doesn't sound right, so I'll invest 251 and you'll invest 249, and we'll still split the profits equally. How do you think? About 2 million. Lu Xiao touched his chin and thought carefully. Judging from Li Tian's current condition, he probably doesn't have much cash flow left. Although I can't guess it for sure, seeing how anxious Li Tian is, I estimate that he has at most 500,000 in his hand. So, does that mean he can already set a trap for Li Tianxia? Thought for a while. I really think the investment risk is quite high, and I don't intend to do this. But since you are short of money for these projects, I can't help but support you, right? Lu Xiao said. How about this, brother? Let's not talk about half and half. I will just take out 5 million from the company and lend it to you. The interest rate is 7%. You just need to pay it back within 10 days. Lend me 5 million, with an interest rate of 7%? Li Tian was stunned for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. The interest rate of 7% can be said to be extremely low. The interest rates of pallet companies on the market are generally between 1.2% and 1.5%. Only a few relatively large and high-quality companies can get loans of around 8%. For example, the 5 million loan he lent to the Wu family had an interest rate of only 5 cents, which was absolutely usury. Maybe it's not obvious when put this way, but if you put it in a different way, it will be more intuitive. 5% interest actually means 5% monthly interest. If you use 5 million for 1 month, you will have to pay 250,000 just in interest. If the loan is for 1 year, the simple interest will be 3 million, and the annualized interest on this loan will be 60%. The current highest personal online loan is actually only about 25% annualized. The interest rate that banks pay to companies on loans is a few percentage points less and only about 10% at most. If Wu Qianxian's family really couldn't find the money, they would never have borrowed it. The 7% that Lu Xiao mentioned means a monthly interest rate of 0.7%. If you use 5 million for 1 month, the net profit would only be 35,000. And if you only borrow for 10 days, this number has to be divided by 3, so the interest is not much at all. Li Tian thought to himself that this was actually feasible. He currently lacks working capital, but all the projects and engineering projects under his control are still there, and the company system is also sound. As long as the project payment is received, he can immediately get millions of cash. The previous batch of projects will probably be completed in 10 days or half a month. Even if there is no payment for this batch of projects at that time, he can directly withdraw his 5 million from the Wu family and return it to Lu Xiao. There is no risk anyway. And during these 10 days, he can continue to threaten Wu Qianxian to get the real thing done. Wouldn't that be great? Seeing Li Tianyi's moved look, Lu Xiao took a sip of wine and chuckled in his heart. With his current financial strength of over 100 million, it would be extremely difficult for him to force Li Tian into bankruptcy. After all, Li Tian's money is all physical and does not circulate in the capital market. Even if Li Tian's capital chain is broken, he only needs to shrink his business. At most, the company will become smaller, and he can't do anything to Li Tian. But as long as he borrows these 5 million from him and takes on this debt, he will have plenty of ways to bring down Li Tian. Lu Xiao was confident that he could not refuse the conditions given. With the idea of drinking as much as possible, Lu Xiao drank red wine quietly, not in a hurry at all. If Wu Qianqian was not his woman, Lu Xiao would naturally choose to be friends with Li Tian. After all, villains also have their value. But Li Tian first set his sights on Wu Qianqian, and Li Yun then set his sights on Gu Yueshi. So Lu Xiao can't be blamed for being cruel. In his heart, he had already sentenced the Li family to death. Lu Xiao's principle in dealing with things is to either not do anything, or to destroy all the opponents means like a storm, not giving the opponent any chance. To achieve this, planning is necessary. Li Tian thought carefully for 5 minutes, while Lu Xiao drank half a glass of red wine. Li Tian's mouth twitched as he watched. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. If he hesitated any longer, it would be doubtful whether he could afford the bill with the 300,000 yuan he had. Brother Lu Xiao, you lent me money and you only take such a small interest. I can't stand it. Li Tian spoke hypocritically. What does it matter? We are all friends. Lu Xiao waved his hand generously. Let's do this, brother. Li Tian had drunk some wine at this time, and was indeed a little moved by Lu Xiao's magnanimity. Brother, since I'm investing in the industry, I'm sure it will make money. Don't charge me 7% interest. I'll give you the highest interest rate on the market, 1.5%. The interest rate is 1.5%, and the loan is for 10 days, so the interest is 25,000 yuan. This dinner tonight cost over 200,000 yuan, and he still cares about this little thing? Okay, it's not much money anyway, let's do as you say, brother. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Li Tian also made a sudden decision and called the company's business department on the spot to ask them to work overtime to get the contract. Of course, Lu Xiao also cooperated very well in borrowing money. About half an hour later, Zhao Ku informed Lu Xiao that he had transferred the money. At the same time, Li Tian's mobile phone lit up, showing that the company's account had received a total of 5 million yuan. Seeing the money arrive, Li Tian immediately became excited. Look, look! True brothers are not just talking, but sincere. 5 million, it was deposited into my account without any further ado. What is a brother? That's what brothers are. Good man. They both looked at each other and couldn't help but think in their hearts. Brother, come on, do it. Waiter, bring another bottle. Chapter 41, 3 sips and a glass of wine. They kept drinking until after 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Xiao felt a little dizzy. As for Li Tian, he only had a little bit of consciousness left. At this point, Lu Xiao didn't dare to drink anymore. What if he really got this guy drunk and no one paid the bill? That would be pointless. Brother, well, let's stop here today. I have to go back now. Lu Xiao stirred up the remaining half bottle of red wine. Okay, brother. Don't worry. If you have any problems in the future, just let me know. As long as it is something I can do, I will arrange it clearly for you. Li Tian stood up unsteadily. Waiter, check out. Hello, sir. Your total spending today is 295,300 new Taiwan dollars. I'll give you the change. Just pay 295,000 new Taiwan dollars. Because the order amount is too large, the lobby manager is personally responsible for this order. The lobby manager looked at Li Tian with a smile. This is today's big customer, and you can tell at first glance that he is a wealthy man. 295,000. Although Li Tian was drunk, he was still speechless. Okay, swipe the card. Lu Xiao is a good guy in every way except that his meals are too expensive. He had just spent more than 1,000 yuan on his son's last meal, and this one cost him almost 300,000 yuan. If he hadn't just received the 5 million yuan lent to him by Lu Xiao, he would have been out of food after today. When Li Tian thought of the 5 million in his bank card, he suddenly became excited again. With this money, the urgent problem can finally be solved. Those guys who have been targeting you these past 2 days and only dared to stab you in the back, now it's all over if Li Tian dares to do anything to you. Brother, I'm leaving now. Seeing that the card swipe was successful, Lu Xiao smiled, said hello and went back to school first. It feels really good to be able to cheat this old guy out of some money. After lending out the money, they just waited for Li Tianhua to leave and see what would happen if he couldn't pay the money back. Pan Xingwen and others were also surprised to see Lu Xiao returning to the dormitory drunk. Old Xiao, are you heartbroken and drinking to drown your sorrows? Zhang Yan hurriedly stepped forward, took the bottle of wine from Lu Xiao's hand and put it on the table. It's nothing about a broken heart. I just drank a little too much by accident. Lu Xiao gave Zhang Yan a blank look. Oh my god, how come this bed is growing on the road? Brother, you're drunk, don't mess around. Pan Xingwen looked at Lu Xiao walking around in the dormitory, speechless, and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Lu Xiao. Oh my god, how much did you drink? Shui Xiaosong handed over a bottle of mineral water and took a chair for Lu Xiao to sit down. Lu Xiao opened the bottle of mineral water and took a big gulp, then he felt a little better. Not much. I opened 4 bottles of wine in total. I only drank 1 glass from the 4th bottle. As for the first 3 bottles, I probably drank more than 2 bottles. Lu Xiao thought about it. Old Xiao, you are really awesome. You have never drunk red wine, but you drink this stuff as water? That's right, we just drink some beer. There's no point in drinking this kind of foreign liquor. Old Xiao, you have no self-control. I won't drink this wine even if it's placed in front of me. Several people rolled their eyes. Red wine tastes similar to beer when you drink it. It's not very intoxicating, but it does have a strong aftereffect. At this moment, Lu Xiao was obviously suffering from the aftereffects of his injury and could not even walk in a round manner. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at the 3 people in return, then silently turned the label on the back of the red wine over, motioning for them to look for themselves. A 7. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros? This wine costs 70,000 yuan a bottle? Did I read the decimal point correctly? I misread the word hammer. There's a colon and a dot at the end of it. Fuck, how many bottles did Lao Xiao just say he drank? More than 2 bottles? And we opened 4 bottles in total, so that's 280,000? Several people were somewhat shocked. Nowadays, the average salary is only 3 to 4,000. 280,000, this is an ordinary person's total income for 7 years. Someone big enemy treated me to a meal, and I didn't spend any money. By the way, guys, you guys can have a taste if you have nothing to do. 1 glass of wine is definitely enough for each of you. I brought it back especially for you. Let's celebrate together. Lu Xiao chuckled and went straight to his bed. This is really a bit too much. When they saw Lu Xiao get on the bed, they looked at the red wine on the table and they all looked at each other. Then, the 3 of them silently took out their own cups of water. 5 minutes later. Oh my, this 1 sip is worth $1,000. It's a blessing to follow Lao Xiao. I'll have a 2,000 yuan one first. Zhang Yan took out his mobile phone and started recording the video. Let everyone see what it means to drink 3 glasses of wine and get $7,000 a mouthful. Lu Xiao lay on the bed and looked helplessly at the 3 guys who were working. I told you that you wouldn't drink it even though it was served to you? What about principles? After taking a look at his phone, he saw a message from Wu Chanxian saying that a doctor for heart surgery had been found and they were currently in contact with him. The doctor would be here soon and the surgery could be performed at Jiangcheng First Hospital. Apart from that, there are some sweet words expressing concern for oneself. When Lu Xiao saw the message sent by Wu Chanxian, he couldn't help laughing out loud. This little girl is really bold. She dares to say anything. What about secretly giving it to yourself the day after tomorrow when you go hiking? What kind of lewd words are these? But let us be honest, if 8 people go together, do we really have a chance? Lu Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it silently in his heart. After replying a few messages to Wu Chanxian, briefly explaining the situation on Li Tian's side, and asking Wu Chanxian to contact the business department to handle the matter, Lu Xiao could no longer bear it and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Xiao was woken up by several people in the dormitory. Are you guys still reading books? Lu Xiao yawned and glanced to the side. Several people were already reading books there. No way, the exam still needs to be passed. Several people rolled their eyes at Lu Xiao and said nothing. There is no great person like Gu Yueshi next to them. Besides, Lu Xiao is also a great guy, so this basic question will definitely not be difficult for him. Lu Xiao silently glanced at the time, entered the system page and signed in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 24 million yuan. The cash reward has been issued, please check it as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 1,202 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received 10 sets of Durex condoms. The items have been placed in the master bedroom of the host's Yulon Jingjiwen villa. Please accept them and use them as soon as possible. Fuck you, I don't know what I can do with this thing. Lu Xiao looked at the new items with a mixture of laughter and tears. Besides, this thing is not super thin, so it is not easy to use. Bad review. Chapter 42, Taking Wu Qianqian to Yulon Jingjiwen. Gu Yueshi came very early today. When she saw Lu Xiao sitting next to her, her face was still slightly red. To be honest, besides going to the hospital to take care of her sister yesterday, she was thinking about how to get along with Lu Xiao in the future. But her mind was still a mess and she didn't know how to face Lu Xiao. She really didn't want to separate, but it always felt a little weird for them to be together. But if she really wanted to treat it as a transaction, she didn't want to do it. After all, she still had real feelings for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao took a look at Gu Yueshi's attitude and knew that she probably hadn't thought it through yet. But Lu Xiao was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time, so he just let Gu Yueshi think about it slowly. Yueshi, a professor of cardiology from the capital, may come here soon. He will perform surgery on your sister at the First People's Hospital. Remember to transfer to another hospital in the next 2 days. Lu Xiao remembered what Wu Qianqian said yesterday and reminded Gu Yueshi. The success rate of this operation is pretty good. Since it is performed by a professor, there is basically no risk and you can basically rest assured. Well, thank you Lu Xiao. Gu Yueshi nodded gratefully, but felt a little sad in her heart. The more Lu Xiao cared about her, the more she didn't know how to face Lu Xiao. By the way, Yueshi, remember to copy the answers for me later. Seeing that the test papers had already been distributed, Lu Xiao quickly gave another reminder. Good. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Under Gu Yueshi's care, Lu Xiao quickly finished the last test paper. After taking these subjects, 90 points might be a bit high, but 85 points is still about the same. Plus, my usual scores are also full, so it was easy to pass. It's easy. Lu Xiao stretched lazily. The exam in the junior year is basically the last exam. After school starts in a few dozen days and I enter the senior year, the only thing left is the graduation thesis. This doesn't matter. Lu Xiao still remembers his graduation thesis from his previous life, so he can just use it when the time comes. After leaving the examination room, Gu Yueshi went to the hospital to take care of her sister, so Lu Xiao went straight back to the dormitory. He stayed in the dormitory and boasted to several roommates all day until the afternoon. When Wu Qianqian finished her exam, Lu Xiao went to the girls' dormitory to pick her up. Hello. Lu Xiao saw a few girls following Wu Qianqian and greeted them with a smile. Wow, are you Qianqian's boyfriend? So handsome, Qianqian, you are so lucky. What nonsense are you talking about? He is obviously lucky to have a girlfriend as beautiful as our Qianqian. Several people were laughing and making a lot of noise. Brother Xiao, these are my roommates. Wu Qianqian walked to Lu Xiao somewhat embarrassedly. She originally planned to go downstairs and leave with Lu Xiao, but several roommates insisted on seeing their boyfriends. Wu Qianqian had no choice but to let them follow her downstairs. Am I that petty? Seeing Wu Qianqian looking embarrassed, Lu Xiao smiled and stroked Wu Qianqian's hair. But to be honest, Wu Qianqian's roommates are quite good looking. Almost every one of them is as pretty as the saleswoman she met at Yulon Jingjiwen yesterday. Wu Qianqian also introduced Lu Xiao to him at the appropriate time. This is Luo Jiayue. This is Dai Xiaoxiao, and this is Huang Menion. Lu Xiao looked at them one by one. The girls all have distinctive looks. Luo Jiayue is about the same height as Wu Qianqian, both around 1.68 meters, but her figure is much worse. She wears glasses, is tall and thin, and you can tell at first glance that she is not very good at talking. Dai Xiaoxiao is estimated to be only about 1.5 meters tall, half a head shorter than Wu Qianqian. She is wearing a pink JK uniform and looks quirky and cute. Huang Menion, on the other hand, appears to be more conventional, with an above-average appearance and a faint smile always on her face. Lu Xiao nodded secretly. To be honest, these girls would all be stunning beauties if they dressed up a little. After getting to know each other, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian didn't stay long and left the school together. Qianqian, let me take you somewhere. Lu Xiao chuckled and drove straight to Yulong Jingjuan. I haven't told Wu Qianqian about the house I bought, just to give her a surprise. Surprise? Seeing Lu Xiao driving the car into Yulong Jingjuan, Wu Qianqian had some guesses in her mind. Brother Xiao, you didn't really buy that house, did you? Wu Qianqian opened her mouth in surprise. The building area is 600 square meters, and including the attached area, the total area is about 900 square meters. It is definitely a top-notch luxury house. But that would cost 5 million. Ha ha, what do you think? Lu Xiao laughed, and without saying anything more, he drove the car directly into the underground garage, then took Wu Qianqian up to the first floor from the basement. All the furniture and appliances in the house have been purchased by Lu Xiao. The wood used is all solid wood, not much glue is used, and there is basically no odor. Wow! When Wu Qianqian saw the layout of the house, she looked around in surprise. The furniture Lu Xiao chooses are all those with nice color combinations. Just by looking at the pictures of the house, both of them thought it was great, and after adding these soft furnishings, the villa was elevated to a higher level. Especially this color combination, Wu Qianqian likes it from the bottom of her heart. Brother Xiao, you really bought it. How could that be false? I have already prepared all the furniture and furnishings. He smiled and touched Wu Qianqian's little head, then took Wu Qianqian out the door. This place can be used for outdoor barbecues in the future. In the garden, you can also plant your favorite flowers and raise pets. There is a place reserved for pets. Lu Xiao pointed. The good thing about living in a villa is that if you can raise cats and dogs, you don't have to worry too much about problems with peeing and pooping. As for hygiene issues, there will be aunties to clean regularly and keep the villa clean and tidy. How is it? Do you like it? Of course I like it, thank you Brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian happily threw herself into Lu Xiao's arms and immediately bumped into Lu Xiao's arms. She would be really excited. Although he had been with Lu Xiao before, every time they dated, they were in a hotel. The scene and mood were different. The feeling in the hotel was a bit like a date between college students. But now, Lu Xiao bought a house here. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be the only hostess of this house in Yulong Jingjuan in the future. This also means that Lu Xiao recognizes the relationship between them. It was here at Yulong Jingjuan that Wu Qianqian truly felt that she and Lu Xiao had become a perfect couple, and there was no longer any barrier between them. If you want to thank me, this little bit is not enough. Lu Xiao hugged Wu Qianqian tightly in his arms like a sloth and said with a smile. After a quick look, I saw that the front and back doors of the villa were closed, and there were walls all around, so it was impossible to see inside from the outside. Lu Xiao sighed inwardly. No wonder the female salesperson told him yesterday that he could do whatever he wanted after the villa door was locked. You are honest with me. Wu Qianqian bit her lip and looked at Lu Xiao lovingly. She is a very proactive girl. When love is deep, you can give anything. Chapter 43, confirmed, the face of a non-African. The two of them worked until midnight and didn't even have time to eat lunch. Fortunately, when Lu Xiao was buying furniture yesterday, he also bought some instant noodles, eggs, ham and other common ingredients at the entrance of the community and left them at home, otherwise the two of them would really go hungry tonight. Brother Xiao, don't laugh. In the kitchen, Wu Qianqian was busy cooking noodles. Seeing Lu Xiao staring at her and smiling, she put down her chopsticks and immediately shook Lu Xiao's arm in dissatisfaction. It's not me laughing. Lu Xiao held back his laughter and spread his hands helplessly, pointing at the instant noodles cooking in the pot. Why do you think there is a word bubble in the word instant noodles? Don't you think you have a little too much water? There was no problem with the procedure of putting the noodles into the pot, but the problem was that for only 2 packets of noodles, Wu Qianqian directly filled a whole pot with water. Not to mention cooking 2 packs of instant noodles, even if the amount of water is doubled, it is more than enough. What kind of taste can this cooked noodles have? Moreover, the natural gas had been burning for 5 minutes, but the pot of water was still lukewarm, with no sign of boiling at all. Lu Xiao really had no idea which one would collapse first, his stomach or the pot of water. Come on, let me do it. You just didn't finish the work. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes, asked Wu Qianqian to sit down a little, and then started cooking the noodles himself. He has been an orphan since childhood, so he is naturally good at cooking. After all, there has been no takeout in recent years. If he wants to eat, he either goes to a restaurant or cooks at home. Cooking at home is healthy and saves money. Over time, he naturally developed his cooking skills. Even when they sat down at the dining table, Wu Qianqian still felt a little unconvinced. "Brother Xiao, I will learn cooking from now on, and I will make sure I succeed and serve it to you later." Wu Qianqian ate the instant noodles in the bowl angrily. Although her family background was not very high, she was from a wealthy family after all. From childhood to adulthood, except for cleaning her own room, all other housework was done by the aunt at home. She even knows some commonly eaten vegetables, but she can't name vegetables that are not eaten very often. "I did go into the kitchen, but only to get some bread, milk, etc. I only turned on the gas stove a few times." It can be said that Wu Qianqian is a real rich lady. However, compared to those who are willful and capricious, Wu Qianqian is indeed very sensible and lovable in every aspect. Not being able to cook would be a deduction for an ordinary family, but it doesn't matter at all for Lu Xiao. Wouldn't it be easier just to find an aunt? It's just a matter of a few $1,000s a month. Okay, then I'll wait to eat you. I'll wait to eat the noodles you make. Looking at Wu Qianqian, who was determined to be a good housewife, Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile. "You are so annoying." How could Wu Qianqian not understand that Lu Xiao was deliberately teasing her? "Wait." Lu Xiao picked up a tissue and gently brushed it across Wu Qianqian's lips, wiping off the drink she had just secretly drunk in the kitchen. "Be more careful next time. Why are you acting like a little kid?" Wu Qianqian's face turned red instantly, and she gave Lu Xiao a cold look without saying a word. "What exactly is going on? Don't you have any idea?" Compared to the day he first got together with Lu Xiao, his injuries had long since recovered. But even so, she still felt a little overwhelmed. She didn't quite understand why Lu Xiao was so energetic, as if he always had endless energy. Lu Xiao pursed his lips. "When you are young, of course you have more strength." Not only is his strength great, but his strength is also very enduring. He can run shoulder to shoulder with the sun at high speed without any problem. But Lu Xiao did not discover this in his previous life. Maybe this is the case for most people. When they have the ability and strength, they don't have the opportunity to work, but when they no longer have the ability and strength, they have to work every day. Oh, being a man is difficult. Okay, let's take a rest after eating. We have to go hiking tomorrow morning. Of course, instant noodles are not very delicious, they can just barely fill your stomach. Lu Xiao yawned. The kitchen is equipped with a garbage disposal and a dishwasher. You can just throw the garbage in to break it, and then put the dishes in the dishwasher and you're done. It's very convenient. Wu Qianqian also nodded. She has to take exams and take care of things at Jianlu Real Estate these days. She is so busy that she is almost going crazy. She stayed up late today and is so sleepy now. The next morning, Lu Xiao first called Zhao Ku. "Old Zhao, please find someone to drive a commercial vehicle to the entrance of Jiangcheng University for me. There are 8 of us, so a seat for 10 will be enough." "Okay, boss." Zhao Ku quickly agreed. "Brother Xiao, shall we set off now?" Over there, Wu Qianqian had already put on her makeup and was ready. Lu Xiao glanced over and was immediately amazed. Today they are going to hike, so Wu Qianqian changed into a white sports outfit and tied her hair into a bun, looking very capable. But because of this, Wu Qianqian's beautiful face and figure were fully revealed. "Come here, give me some incense." Lu Xiao chuckled, raised his hand, pulled Wu Qianqian over and made her sit on his lap. "Brother Xiao, please don't mess up my makeup." Wu Qianqian was afraid that Lu Xiao would do something bad again, so she pouted and kissed Lu Xiao on the lips and cheek. When she saw the light red lip marks left on Lu Xiao's face, she couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Qianqian and took a wet towel to wipe off the residue on her face. At the same time, today's sign-in has been completed. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 35.4 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 108,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 300 Durex Ultra Thin products. The items have been placed in the bedside table in the master bedroom of Yulong Jingjiwen Villa. Please receive and use them as soon as possible. Hey, this is the face of AF King African. Before today, Lu Xiao had no idea that he could win more than 30 million in cash just one day after the draw. From the first day, the cash rewards received were around 20 million. Once, he won 27 million, which made Lu Xiao happy for half a day. He always thought that the upper limit of the daily lottery was about 30 million. But the result? Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Now he can only resort to self-comfort. As long as Wu Chanxian is his, that's enough. Chapter 44, even if it was a stone monkey, I would keep her warm. When Lu Xiao and Wu Chanxian arrived at the school gate, they found Zhao Ke was already waiting there. Old Zhao, why are you here in person again? Lu Xiao took the car keys from Zhao Ke with a smile. It was also Zhao Ke who gave him a mobile phone last time. The distance is too short, and I don't trust the people below to do the work. Zhao Ke scratched his head, chuckled, and used the same old excuse. By the way, boss, the gas tank is full. I just asked the kitchen to pack 10 breakfasts and put them in the car for you. Zhao Ke pointed at the business car parked on the side of the road. This business car is a Mercedes-Benz brand. Lu Xiao can't remember the specific model, but according to Zhao Ke, the price is probably around 1 million. The hotel actually bought so many cars for free because buying a car can be deducted from taxes. Therefore, they basically buy one every year before checking taxes, and over the years they have 7 or 8 cars. Moreover, the refueling and maintenance of these vehicles can be reimbursed by tax authorities as long as invoices can be issued. In simple terms, it is free of charge. Okay, Lao Zhao, you've worked hard. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Zhao Ke is indeed thoughtful and meticulous in his work, and Lu Xiao has also seen his work ability in recent days. If there is a chance in the future, it would be okay to let Zhao Ke move up a level. Such people are really comfortable to use. Then boss, I'll go back first if I have nothing else to do. Seeing that everything was done, Zhao Ke suggested leaving at the right time. He naturally knew that Lu Xiao was planning to go out and play, so it would be redundant for him to stay any longer. After Zhao Ke left, Wu Chanxian looked at Lu Xiao curiously. Brother Xiao, is the Lijiang Hotel also yours? Just now at home, she knew which subordinate Lu Xiao was calling to ask for a car, but she never expected that this subordinate would be the general manager of Lijiang Hotel. Even after staying in Lijiang Hotel with Lu Xiao for so many days, she had never noticed this. No wonder, except for the first time I booked a room myself, I stayed in the same room on the 13th floor every time. She thought that she and Lu Xiao were lucky to always have the best decorated room, and she never thought that the room was originally reserved for the boss. I'm your husband, I'm very strong, okay? There will be more surprises in the future. Lu Xiao smiled and shrugged, pressed the unlock button, took out 2 breakfasts from the car, and handed one to Wu Chanxian. After taking the breakfast, Wu Chanxian was still secretly amazed. The Lijiang Hotel alone was no worse than her home. But in addition to the Lijiang Hotel, Lu Xiaoming also has tens of millions in cash and a Bugatti. His total wealth is probably close to 200 million, right? However, Wu Chanxian herself didn't quite believe that someone who could drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of yuan was only worth 200 million yuan. For example, if you have 10 million, would you spend 5 million to buy a car? That's definitely impossible. Unless it is an absolute need, no one would be stupid enough to spend half of their net worth to buy a means of transportation. In other words, Lu Xiao's status was much higher than she had imagined. But then again, when she and Lu Xiao went to Lijiang Hotel to book a room, did Lu Xiao just see her playing there alone? I am doing a round of role-playing, and Lu Xiao is both a player and a spectator? Thinking of this, Wu Chanxian felt shy again. When I was giving everything I could like a madman, Lu Xiao never thought of stopping me. It's really too rogue. After a few minutes, Lu Xiao saw Dai Xiaoxiao and 3 others walking towards the side. Here. Lu Xiaochong waved over there. Wow, Mercedes. Dai Xiaoxiao and a few others came over and exclaimed when they saw the car logo. Let me use the company car. Lu Xiao explained with a smile. Several people knew Wu Chanxian and his conditions. Wu Chanxian's family was in real estate, and Lu Xiao was also wealthy, so it was not surprising that he had a car worth 1 million. There is breakfast in the car. Let's eat something to fill our stomachs first. We can eat when we get to Jiulong Mountain. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Dai Xiaoxiao and the other 2 excitedly ran to the car and took out breakfast. Compared to yesterday's bare faces, the 3 of them put on makeup today and wore cooler sportswear, which made them look even more beautiful. Especially Luo Jiayue, although her figure cannot compare with Wu Chanxian, she is definitely the best one among the other 3, and her figure can definitely be described as well-proportioned. Brother Xiao, can your eyes be more normal? Just when Lu Xiao was about to appreciate it more deeply, Wu Chanxian's slender little hand had unknowingly rested on the soft flesh on Lu Xiao's waist. Ahem, I'm just checking on my sons to see what their future daughters-in-law are like. As an elder, how can you be so superficial? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian sternly. Really, Brother Xiao? Wu Qianqian had a smile on her face, but her fingers had already started spinning in place. Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to watch it anymore. I don't want to watch it anymore. Lu Xiao took a breath of cold air. He stared at Wu Qianqian fiercely. This woman is really ruthless. I'll deal with her properly at night. Wu Qianqian raised her face proudly and snorted at Lu Xiao, showing her courage to come at anyone and not be afraid of anyone. Hey, just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. Lu Xiao stood in front of Wu Qianqian and reached his hand into her sportswear. Wu Qianqian's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly looked to the side. When she found that her roommates didn't see it, she breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly pushed Lu Xiao's hand away, took 2 steps to the side, and glared at Lu Xiao fiercely. Lu Xiao smiled complacently. Little girl, can't I cure you? After waiting for another 2 minutes, Pan Xingwen and others arrived. Old Xiao, this is amazing. As soon as the 3 of them glanced at Luo Jiayue and the others, they immediately stealthily pulled Lu Xiao aside and started discussing excitedly. Are you satisfied? Lu Xiao looked at the 3 people with a smile. I'm absolutely satisfied. With her beauty and figure, she's definitely a beauty. By the way, I want the most lively girl, don't fight over her. Pan Xingwen quickly declared his sovereignty. At first sight, he liked Dai Xiaoxiao, this lively and cute little girl. As for height, it doesn't matter at all. A head difference is called contrast cuteness. This is popular nowadays. Then I want another one without glasses. Shui Xiaosong looked at Huang Menion on the other side. She is quite pretty, a little over 1.6 meters tall, and always has a gentle smile on her face. You can tell at first glance that she is a gentle and caring person. Zhang Yan. To be honest, I think the short one is pretty good too, and the one without glasses is also good. How about we compete, brothers? Zhang Yan asked tentatively. Get lost. Zhang Yan's words immediately drew a beating from the 2 men. Well, fine then, I'll just reluctantly choose the one with glasses. Zhang Yan sighed. Luo Jiayue's appearance is actually not bad at all, and her figure is at least sea level. Overall, Luo Jiayue is even the most beautiful one among the 3 girls. But the problem is that Luo Jiayue is a bit shy and rarely smiles. You can tell at first glance that she is not easy to deal with. In front of Zhang Yan, an old otaku who had never been in a relationship, he naturally backed off. I heard from Qianqian that Luo Jiayue's family is not bad. If anyone can hook up with her, it won't be a problem for him to work 20 to 30 years less in the second half of his life. Lu Xiao said with a smile. And it seems that Luo Jiayue has a direct relative who is a leader in Jiangcheng. It should be easy for him to get a job in the civil service, right? Fuck, I feel a little regretful. What should I do? Me too, how about this, Lao Zhang? How about we switch? Pan Xingwen suggested. Get lost, what are you changing? How can you change this thing? When he heard about the career establishment, Zhang Yan's eyes immediately lit up with a strong desire to fight. Brothers, let me tell you, you may all fail today, but I will succeed, okay? Even if it's a stone monkey, I have to keep her warm today. P.S. Brothers, today's post is 32,000 words, which is already 100,000 words. Come on, please put the public screen on Youbai. Chapter 45, Every Day Upward. Zhoulong Mountain is still some distance away from the center of Jiangcheng City. The group set out at 8 o'clock in the morning and did not arrive at the foot of Zhoulong Mountain until 11 o'clock in the afternoon. There is another section of road that should reach halfway up the mountain. Lu Xiao took a look at the navigation. The navigation location is Zhulongshan parking lot, which is about 7 kilometers away. However, as a 10-seater commercial vehicle, it is indeed a bit troublesome to drive on such a narrow mountain road. The narrowest part of this winding mountain road can only accommodate 2 small cars passing in opposite directions, with no more space than that. Old Xiao, can you do this, one after the other? Pan Xingwen was sitting behind Lu Xiao. Seeing Lu Xiao constantly moving around, he couldn't help but complain. You can you up, no can no BB. Lu Xiao looked towards the back seat unhappily. This car looks like a piece of shit. It turns almost 360 degrees. If it wants to go straight through, the rear wheels have to be suspended in the air. He is being responsible for everyone's safety, okay? He is not the car body of Akina Mountain. Drifting is too difficult. And what's the point of Pan Xingwen, a guy who doesn't even have a driver's license? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lu Xiao speaking English. As students from a key university, even if they failed the CET4, they still had a certain language foundation. But why couldn't they understand Lu Xiao's words for a moment? Don't think about translating, just translate it literally. Afterwards, Shui Xiaosong suddenly blurted out something. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, don't talk. Dai Xiaoxiao tried to translate it and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Ha, Lao Xiao is really talented, this is absolutely amazing. Zhang Yan reacted and held his stomach, laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. Brother Xiao, where did you learn this? It's too awesome, isn't it? Wu Qianqian, who was sitting next to them, was also very happy. It's on the forum. And I want you to study hard and make progress every day. Good study, day up. Lu Xiao curled his lips and said with a smile. However, with Lu Xiao's joke, the originally silent atmosphere in the car became slightly cheerful. It took the group nearly an hour to travel the 7 kilometers. At 12 o'clock noon, Lu Xiao finally parked the car successfully in the parking lot. Jiulong Mountain is a medium-sized scenic spot. The parking lot is also a place with a lot of people, and there are quite a few restaurants inside. They randomly found a restaurant to have a meal. Pan Xingwen, Luo Jiayue, and a few others introduced themselves to each other. After the meal, the relationship between the group became much closer, and there was no longer the awkwardness that they had when they first set out. We are now halfway up the mountain. The roads going up are all small roads. We can no longer drive. The total journey up will take about 2 hours. I heard that you can see snow on the top of Jiulong Mountain. Is that true? Behind, Dai Xiaoxiao was a little curious. She is from another place and is not familiar with Jiangcheng. I don't think it's possible in this season. It would be more suitable in spring, but it would definitely be a bit cold in the mountains. Pan Xingwen rubbed his hands and explained with a smile. In fact, you can no longer feel the warmth of the sun at this location halfway up the mountain. The wind blows past in gusts, and it is really cool. Xiao, how about I help you carry your bag? Okay, but I have a lot of stuff with me, so it might be a bit heavy. Dai Xiaoxiao handed the bag over with a smile. What's the point? Look at my physique. It's easy for me to do it. Pan Xingwen chuckled and took the bag directly from Dai Xiaoxiao. He turned around and made a gesture in the direction of Zhang Yan and Shui Xiaosong. Seeing that Dai Xiaoxiao had already walked up the mountain, he hurriedly jogged after her. Seeing Pan Xingwen succeed, Shui Xiaosong's eyes suddenly turned green, and he quickly plucked up the courage to talk to Huang Meniong next to him. Monrong, can I help you carry your backpack too? No need, there's not much. Huang Meniong smiled politely. You're welcome. We're all here to have fun together. Carrying a bag is nothing. Besides, I'm quite strong. It's nothing. Shui Xiaosong patted his chest so hard that it made a loud thump. Okay, I'll give it to you then. Huang Meniong had a good impression of Shui Xiaosong, and the two of them climbed up while chatting and laughing. Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian looked at each other, and seeing the remaining couple standing there awkwardly, they also went up the mountain silently. It goes without saying that these two people will have to stay in seclusion for at least 5 minutes. However, in Lu Xiao's opinion, the most suitable two among the 6 people may be Zhang Yan and Luo Jiayue. The two are quite compatible in terms of personality, worldviews, and attitude towards life. Zhang Yan didn't know why, but he always acted like a familiar figure in front of his roommates, but as soon as he met girls, especially pretty girls, he was speechless. Seeing that everyone else had left one after another, he looked at Luo Jiayue beside him and held his breath for more than 5 minutes. Until he felt that it was inappropriate not to say anything, he finally couldn't help but speak. Well, why don't we go up the mountain together? Give me the bag, I'll help you carry it? No, I can do it myself. Luo Jiayue looked at Zhang Yan awkwardly and shook her head. Zhang Yan glanced at Luo Jiayue next to him, and then looked at the bag Luo Jiayue was carrying. I wanted to say something else, but suddenly I didn't know what to say. But at least, the two of them managed to follow the main group and slowly walk up the mountain. Seeing that Luo Jiayue didn't say anything but still moved, Zhang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed him to climb up. Qianqian, do you often go hiking? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian, who was breathing steadily beside him, and asked with a smile. It's okay, maybe once every 2 or 3 months, but I do some aerobics on my own every so often. Wu Qianqian nodded. This is also her secret to staying in shape. So do you want to do some fun aerobic exercise here? Lu Xiao chuckled and pointed to a small fork in the road beside him. The main road goes up the mountain, while the small road next to it goes down. And because the mountain is quite steep, if you walk down the path for 50 or 60 meters, you will not be able to observe the situation below from this position above. It is definitely a hidden place. Moreover, this path is quite remote, and most people probably won't notice this place. Wu Qianqian looked in the direction of Lu Xiao's finger and her face immediately turned red. How could she not understand what Lu Xiao was pointing at? But didn't we do aerobic exercise many times yesterday? She was a little worried at this moment whether Lu Xiao's body could hold on. Qianqian, do you remember what you said to me last night? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian teasingly. Oh, brother Xiao, that doesn't count. Wu Qianqian stomped her feet shyly. Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianqian's expression. Although he heard that it was a rejection, Lu Xiao knew in his heart that women generally prefer to say the opposite of what they mean, especially when they are shy, then what they say must be heard in the opposite way. Now what Wu Qianqian meant by it doesn't count is that it must count. Lu Xiao suddenly smiled, and when he saw that there was no one around, he pulled Wu Qianqian and walked towards the small path next to him. Hey, brother Xiao, be gentle, you sprained your ankle. Haha, I hope you'll say that again later. Chapter 46, The End of Student Life is Junior Year. Among the group, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were the last to reach the top of the mountain. Old Xiao, you don't have the physical strength. When Pan Xingwen saw Lu Xiao arriving late, he couldn't help but show off. He and Dai Xiaoxiao were the first ones to come up, and Dai Xiaoxiao ran out of strength halfway up, so he had to hold her hand and pull her up the whole way. Yes, you guys are doing well now, okay? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Pan Xingwen. If I hadn't been delayed on the road for half an hour, would you have been the first to come up? Qianqian, you usually have good physical strength, why are you sweating so much today? Dai Xiaoxiao walked up to Wu Qianqian and took a curious look at her. Yes, Qianqian, it should be quite cool on this mountain, right? Huang Menion also came over curiously. She was a stay-at-home girl who seldom went out, but she didn't sweat much. Based on her understanding of Wu Qianqian, climbing a mountain of this magnitude shouldn't be that tiring, right? Maybe you were too tired from the exams these days and didn't get enough rest, okay? Wu Qianqian smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to respond. Instead, she deliberately moved a little distance to the side. In addition to the smell of sweat, there is also the smell of Lu Xiao on his body. Although it is unlikely that the girls would know since they don't have boyfriends, if they were to really find out, they would be publicly killed. Today is still a weekday, so there are not many people on the top of the mountain. There is a large platform in the center, which was built as a place for people to camp in the wild. There are also several businesses around it, selling tents and barbecues. However, because it is impossible to drive to the top of the mountain, these things are relatively expensive. But for Lu Xiao, this amount of money is nothing. I looked at the time. It was just 3:30 in the afternoon. It was still early. I simply rented a barbecue grill there and bought some meat to grill. A group of girls were busy barbecuing over there, while Pan Xingwen and a few other boys were being attentive. Lu Xiao sat aside, lit a cigarette, and looked at his roommates with some emotion. Although it is the junior year and there is still a year before graduation, most people who have been to college know what it is like to be a senior year. Those who should be doing internships, those who should be taking postgraduate entrance exams, and those who should be going home to inherit family property have almost all gone back during this period of time. Therefore, after the senior year, it is hard to say how many people will be left in the school. Especially for students majoring in finance, they basically start working as interns from their senior year. This is an industry that requires experience, and if you can enter a year earlier, the salary you get will be very different. Most people will naturally work hard in this direction. After this time, if we want to get together again, we may not be able to get all of us together. It can be said that this party is basically the last carnival of college days. Of course, it is impossible for several couples to establish a relationship at a social gathering. But the good thing is that you can add each other's contact information, so if you are really interested, you can continue to keep in touch later. Whether it can be successful or not really depends on fate. Brother Xiao, how about trying my grilled meat? Wu Qianqian took a few skewers of meat and ran to Lu Xiao eagerly, immediately pulling Lu Xiao out of his memories while he was thinking about something. Lu Xiao took a look at the skewers of meat that Wu Qianqian handed over and couldn't help but be a little surprised. To be honest, judging from the color and appearance alone, the skewers of meat grilled by Wu Qianqian really look very presentable. Did you really bake it yourself? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with some suspicion. I couldn't even cook instant noodles last night, how come I can even make barbecue today? Oh, this isn't difficult. I'll be able to do it after they do it once. Why don't you try the taste? When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao doubting her, she immediately pouted. This was indeed what she had just learned from Dai Xiaoxiao and the others. Okay, I'll try. Lu Xiao took the skewers with a smile. Well, you know what, it's really delicious. Real? Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she quickly took a string and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow! Why is it a little salty? The salty taste you taste is not this taste, don't forget when you go up the mountain. Lu Xiao reminded kindly. Brother Xiao, you're looking for a fight. When we walked down the mountain, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. However, compared to going up the mountain, going down the mountain was obviously much faster. At just 7 o'clock, everyone returned to the halfway point of the mountain. Lu Xiao took the car and drove back. Compared to the awkward atmosphere when we came, the atmosphere in the car on the way back was obviously much more harmonious. When they first arrived, 3 girls sat on one side, 3 boys sat on the other side, while Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian sat in the front row. And now, Pan Xingwen was already sitting next to Dai Xiaoxiao, telling some joke that made Dai Xiaoxiao laugh so hard that she couldn't stop. Shui Xiaosong sat next to Huang Meniong, bragging about his gaming skills. Huang Meniong looked at Shui Xiaosong and smiled appropriately when Shui Xiaosong got excited. What surprised Lu Xiao the most was Zhang Yan and Luo Jiayue. They were obviously getting along quite awkwardly when they went up the mountain, but on the way back, they both put on the same headphones and listened to music. Seeing the condition of his sons, Lu Xiao, as an old father, couldn't help but feel gratified. Lu Xiao drove all the way back to Jiangcheng University and sent several people back to the dormitory. Then he went back to the underground parking lot and drove out his Bugatti. Qianqian, have the projects I told you about yesterday been arranged? After getting in the car, Lu Xiao brought up the company's affairs. I just lent 5 million to Li Tian the night before yesterday. Of course, I wanted Li Tian to check and fill in all the gaps he should fill first. Now that a day has passed, I believe Li Tian should have almost finished his work. I have arranged it, but Li Tian called me last night. He was on the blacklist, but I didn't see it until I checked my phone this morning. Wu Qianqian couldn't help laughing when she thought of the details of the 5 engineering projects that Lu Xiao had told her. Just ignore his phone call. If they can't find you, they will definitely go to your parents and let them hold on to his money. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. If it delays for 10 days, Li Tian will be completely finished. Oh yeah, there are only 8 days left now. Chapter 47, 2 Giants in Jiangcheng. The next morning, Lu Xiao signed in first, and then went to Jianlu Real Estate with Wu Qianqian. I haven't been here for a few days and the company staff has expanded a lot. There are now about 70 or 80 people scattered around, which barely looks like a big company. Brother Xiao, the company currently has 3 departments: finance, business, and logistics. The people in the logistics department have basically been hired, and the remaining ones are finance and business. As they walked in, Wu Qianqian introduced to Lu Xiao the company's progress over the past 2 days. Lao Wang, how are the 5 projects assigned to your team yesterday going? As soon as she arrived at the office, Wu Qianqian called in Lao Wang, the project manager of the business department, and asked about the progress of the tasks that had been arranged yesterday. Boss, General Manager. When Lao Wang saw Lu Xiao was there, he first greeted him and then began to introduce the business. We have already won all 5 projects yesterday. The other party agreed that we can supply them with goods at the lowest market price. We have just purchased a batch of goods, which is expected to arrive tomorrow. However, the quantity is not too large. It is mainly to suppress competitors. Lao Wang said with a smile. In fact, it was not too easy for them to complete this business recently. After all, the bottom line given by the company is the market price 100. I believe that as long as the project team is not crazy, they will most likely agree. In order to make his performance look better, he never used the bottom line price given by the company. Lu Xiao nodded. If one project is calculated with an advance payment of 400,000 yuan, then if Li Tian wants to secure all 5 projects, he will have to pay out at least 2 million yuan. You can also collect more information about Tian Real Estate. Whenever you find a project, go for it and try to make the other party spend more money. But you only need to know these things. Don't tell the people below. Lu Xiao reminded. Don't worry, boss. I'm still in contact with 2 other projects. I believe they can be completed within a day or 2. As for the people below, I will directly assign the business to them. It is strictly confidential. As a senior executive of the company, Wu Qianqian still revealed to him some of what the company was going to do, and he certainly knew what his boss meant. In fact, he had been doing things according to Lu Xiao's instructions these days. The staff were divided into several groups, pretending to be from different companies to discuss business. As of now, Tian Company still thinks that several companies are jointly targeting him. Okay, go ahead and get busy. After understanding the situation, Wu Qianqian nodded and signaled Lao Wang that he could leave. She hired Lao Wang at a high salary and his abilities are beyond doubt. Judging from his performance over the past 2 days, there is indeed no problem in letting him be responsible for sniping against Tian real estate. Brother Xiao, should we also do some terminal projects? I see there are several recently developed projects that we can bid for. I believe that with our strength, it will be no problem to get the project. Wu Qianqian flipped through several project plans that had just been collected. In recent years, as long as there is cash flow, real estate is still easy to do. Even Lu Xiao's obvious assets are of high quality. It is also easy to apply for a loan with these as collateral. Not a terminal. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. He never intended to go this route. The fundamental purpose of registering this company is to help Wu Qianqian, and also to give Wu Qianqian something to do. As for Lu Xiao himself, if he wanted to make money, there was no need to do any business. With the current scale of capital, what kind of business can allow him to earn more than 20 million in cash every day? As for industries, after a while when you have drawn most of the cash, try a longer sign-in and draw more. With the system, Lu Xiao is not short of money, he is just enjoying life purely. Just as the system introduced, even if Lu Xiao did nothing, with the help of the system, Lu Xiao would become the richest man in the world. It was just a matter of time. Unless one day he really is no longer interested in girls, he might focus on his career. To put it bluntly, now when Lu Xiao wakes up every day, there will be one more Wu family on his asset list. An ordinary person might not be able to spend all the money Lu Xiao earned in a day in his entire lifetime. In this case, why should he do these meaningless things? Although Wu Qianqian didn't understand Lu Xiao's thoughts, she didn't say much. After all, Lu Xiao's assets are at least hundreds of millions, and a small company with an investment of only 10 million is indeed dispensable. After spending a whole morning in the company and watching Wu Qianqian handling all the normal business, Lu Xiao felt a little bored. Qianqian, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, let's go shopping together? Lu Xiao suggested. It has been several days since he was reborn, but he hasn't even bought a decent set of clothes. These clothes always look a bit student-like when worn. Okay, I haven't been there in a long time. Wu Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The family company had been in crisis for several months, and the pressure she was under was no less than that of her parents. Her nerves were already stretched to the limit, otherwise she would not have gone crazy and just dragged Lu Xiao to get a room. It was only after the crisis at home was resolved these few days that she slowly relaxed. After a simple meal at the company, just after the afternoon, Wu Qianqian brought Lu Xiao to the largest shopping mall in Jiangcheng Shanda Shopping Plaza. Brother Xiao, this Shanda Shopping Plaza has 5 or 6 branches in Jiangcheng, all of which belong to the Shanda real estate of the Zhang family in Jiangcheng. The market value of Shanda Shopping Plaza is about 1 billion, and the market value of Shanda real estate is about 40 billion. The Zhang family's influence is almost everywhere in Jiangcheng. Half of the real estate companies in Jiangcheng were established or invested by the Zhang family. Lu Xiao nodded. For Lu Xiao now, the Zhang family is indeed a behemoth. If you want to compete with this behemoth, you will probably have to wait for at least a few days until the system is upgraded to level 2. I remember that Jiangcheng seemed to have 2 giants, right? Lu Xiao said. Well, the Zhang family is the strongest and is the undisputed number 1 in Jiangcheng, but besides the Zhang family, the Lin family is also pretty good. Wu Qianqian explained with a smile. The Lin family runs an energy-related business, but most of them are agents for giants, such as oil and gas. The market value is about 30 billion, which is slightly less than that of the Zhang family. Except for Zhang Lin and his family, the largest company in Jiangcheng is only worth tens of billions of yuan, and they don't have any overt say in Jiangcheng. After all, Jiangcheng is just a second-tier city with a limited population, so it is indeed difficult to develop an industry worth hundreds of billions of yuan. In fact, the assets of the Zhang and Lin families have remained at their current scale for some time. Let's not talk about them for now, let's go shopping in the mall first. Chapter 48, The Temperament is Firmly Grasped. Took Wu Qianqian into the mall. The first 3 floors are basically places for eating, drinking, and having fun, the 6th and 7th floors are places for selling clothes, and the top 8 floors are luxury stores, mainly some watches and jade, and some bags. The layouts of several grand shopping malls are the same. Wu Qianqian has obviously been here many times and she introduced them to Lu Xiao with ease. There are quite a lot of people here. Lu Xiao looked at the people coming and going and was a little surprised. You know, today is still a weekday. If this were to be the weekend, wouldn't it be a disaster? Especially those places selling snacks on the first floor, there are basically long queues. After all, it is the top shopping mall in Zhangcheng. Wu Qianqian smiled and pulled Lu Xiao to a vertical elevator. She usually didn't hang out on the first 3 floors. Things below the 3rd floor are basically priced at the affordable price. From the 4th to the 6th floor, things are a little more expensive. But only the 7th and 8th floors are where the wealthy people in Zhangcheng gather. Wu Qianqian also bought most of her Chanel and Balenciaga items on these 2 floors, but this store is not close to Wu Qianqian's home, so she usually shops at another branch. Lu Xiao had no intention of hanging around on the first few floors, so the 2 of them took the elevator all the way up to the 7th floor. Compared to the lower floors, there are obviously fewer people on the 7th floor, with only a few scattered around. Looking through the transparent glass, there were only 1 or 2 people picking things out in most of the stores. Brother Xiao, why don't we go to the men's clothing store first? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao. Although summer clothes are all short-sleeved, the clothes Lu Xiao is wearing now are indeed not very good-looking. To be honest, it's only because of Lu Xiao's handsome face that the clothes are so attractive. If it were someone else, they really wouldn't be able to make the cheap goods look like this. Okay. Lu Xiao saw a private custom men's clothing store called Fate in front of him and nodded with a smile. The clerk who had been standing there suddenly brightened up when he saw Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian come in, and he hurried over. What Lu Xiao was wearing was quite decent, but the girl accompanying him had a great figure and good looks, so could she really be poor? But she knows that rich people nowadays love to show off the most. She herself was not bad looking, so she knew in her heart what a beauty like Wu Qianqian represented. A woman like this, let alone an ordinary person, even an ordinary wealthy man can't control her. Besides, it seems more fulfilling to dress up your woman beautifully while you go out wearing only shorts and flip-flops. Maybe he is wearing cheap clothes but driving a Lamborghini? Sir, would you like to buy a shirt or a short-sleeved shirt? Buy a few of each. Our Fate store mainly deals in private customization. We only produce about 500 pieces of each style of clothing, and they are sold all over the country. In other words, the clothes you buy from us will definitely not be sold in your city. The clerk replied quickly. No similar item? This is really new. Is this kind of hunger marketing common nowadays? Do you have a style in your store that you only produce 1 piece at a time, so there is no other model in the world? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. The clerk was choked by Lu Xiao. Well, we don't have that. We all have 500 pieces. The clerk smiled awkwardly. Even if there is, it's impossible to send limited edition clothing to Jiangcheng, a second-tier city, right? Anyway, she definitely hasn't seen it. Take these 2 pieces of clothing for me, and I'll try. Lu Xiao smiled and stopped teasing the clerk, pointing to a white suit nearby. The quality of the clothes is really good. It feels cool when worn, and you can obviously feel that it is very breathable. It feels light as if it has no weight. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. He stayed in the locker room for half a minute longer and only walked out after he got used to it. Otherwise it always feels like I'm running naked with no clothes on. As soon as she stepped out of the door, Wu Qianqian opened her mouth in surprise. If Lu Xiao looked handsome before, now his whole figure seems to be more upright, and he has a more unique temperament, as if he has become a completely different person. Not bad, huh? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian and smiled. It's really beautiful. Wu Qianqian nodded sincerely. Lu Xiao's current state was so handsome that it really touched her heart. She felt that even if Lu Xiao wanted to take her into the locker room now, there was a 50% chance that she would agree directly. Okay, then buy this one first. Lu Xiao nodded. These clothes do not come with labels, and there is no need to cut off the tags or anything. There are no annoying white labels, which further improves the comfort. Lu Xiao walked around the store again and found that the quality of other clothes in the store was indeed similar to the one he was wearing. Please pack all the same size as mine. After a round, Lu Xiao didn't plan to try again, so he just went for it all at once. Men's summer clothes are all similar, and there are only a few to choose from. Ah? You want all of them? The clerk was a little confused by Lu Xiao's words. Although there are not many clothes in her store, there are more than 200 pieces, and Lu Xiao has a relatively well-proportioned figure. There are at least 50 pieces in the store that are suitable for Lu Xiao. So she bought them all? Yes, I want them all. Let's start packing them. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. He is a person who fears trouble, especially buying clothes for himself. Wu Qianqian next to him was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but did not stop it. The quality of the clothes in this store is really good, and Lu Xiao really needs to enrich his wardrobe now. Sir, if you want to buy so many, it will cost at least 200,000 or 300,000. The clerk hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up to remind him. The clothes in her store cost at least 3,000 yuan per piece, and the more expensive ones even cost 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. Swipe the card. Lu Xiao directly handed over his bank card. When the clerk saw the bank card that Lu Xiao handed over, he took it with great surprise and hurried to the store to find a suitable size for Lu Xiao. Soon, all the clothes were packed. Lu Xiao was too lazy to change his clothes back, so he just wore them. Sir, the total is $276,000. With a 10% discount, the total is $248,000. The clerk respectfully handed Lu Xiao's bank card back. Do you guys have delivery services in your store? Wu Qianqian spoke. Yes, as long as it is within the Jiangqing area, we will deliver it within 24 hours. Then send all these clothes to this place. Wu Qianqian nodded and wrote down the address of Yulong Jingjuan. The service of luxury stores is generally impeccable. Even if the item is not from Jiangcheng, they can usually mail it to you for free. After leaving the Fate store, he went to a shoe store nearby and bought a dozen pairs of shoes. He also changed a pair and gave a dozen pairs home as gifts. His total spending was 100,000 yuan, but it was Wu Qian who rushed to pay for the 100,000 yuan. Brother Xiao, I think all you need now is a hairstyle. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but smile when she saw the aura emanating from Lu Xiao after he had completely changed his clothes. I'll keep my hair the same as it is. When my hair grows a little longer, I'll get a haircut like a billionaire. Lu Xiao chuckled, the richest man in Jiangqing City? There are actually only a few styles of men's clothes, no matter how big the brand is, that's basically the limit. If it's more expensive, it would be winter clothes that use more materials, or casual suits. It's summer now, and Lu Xiao doesn't plan to buy these things. Short sleeves are actually quite comfortable to wear. Chapter 49, 10 million, spend as you like. Qianqian, let's go to the women's clothing store. Brother Xiao, I have plenty of clothes. I don't need to buy any. When Wu Qianqian heard that Lu Xiao was going to the women's clothing store, she quickly shook her head. She knew that Lu Xiao was rich, but she didn't want Lu Xiao to spend money, and she did have enough clothes to wear now. What do you mean by a lot? Why didn't I see how many clothes you had? Oh, they are all left at home and have never been changed. Just leave your clothes at your house. We can't have none at home. At least leave me 2 pieces that I can tear. Lu Xiao gave a wicked smile. Brother Xiao. Wu Qianqian stamped her feet. What do you mean by leaving 2 pieces that can be torn? Lu Xiao smiled and took Wu Qianqian's hand. He said this as a joke, but he really was planning to buy some clothes for Wu Qianqian to keep at home. From the time he met Wu Qianqian until now, she has only changed her clothes twice. Although he had invested 8 million yuan from Wu Qianqian, Lu Xiao still had a rough idea of the company's current situation. It was good that it had survived, but it would take at least half a year to recover. Wu Qianqian probably had only about 100,000 yuan in her hand, and she even took the initiative to pay when she bought the shoes just now. I have to say that the past few months when the family company was in debt crisis have really tempered Wu Qianqian. Now Wu Qianqian is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Lu Xiao couldn't help but touch Wu Qianqian's smooth hair. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and transferred 10 million to Wu Qianqian's account. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Wu Qianqian didn't notice what Lu Xiao was doing on his phone. When she heard the ding-dong sound of 10 million yuan being deposited into her account, she was completely stunned. This is not a company account, this is your own personal account. You know, even when her company was at its peak, it would have been impossible for her to come up with such a large sum of cash. Not to mention that the transfer from public to private assets requires dividend procedures and personal income tax. If all their assets were converted into cash, it would be good if they could get 2/3. What else can I do if I let you hold Huabei? Lu Xiao said with a smile. My woman, how can you live without some money? In the system's judgment model, the assets that Lu Xiao gives to others for the purpose of gifting are not included in the consumption limit. However, this 10 million is really not a lot of money for Lu Xiao. To be honest, this 10 million was drawn because of Wu Qianxian's European emperor possession. When he signs in while playing with Xiongxiong tomorrow morning, the money will probably be returned. Besides, what's wrong with spending some money on your woman? Isn't this the joy of being a man? Lu Xiao took a look and found that after transferring the money to Wu Qianxian, he still had 180 million in cash left. The total spending limit was 17 million. He didn't know when he would be able to spend all the money. But 10 million is too much. Wu Qianxian looked at Lu Xiao with a wry smile. She has always known that Lu Xiao is very rich, but what happened today has refreshed her perception. 10 million in cash, just given away at any time, feels just like giving away 10,000 yuan. But, even if an ordinary man wants to give his girlfriend 10,000 yuan, he will probably still think about it, right? Brother Xiao, I'd better return the 10 million to you. I really don't need so much money. Wu Qianxian hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and wanted to transfer the call back to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao snatched Wu Qianxian's phone away angrily. She's my woman, why are you being so distant with her? He took a look at Wu Qianxian's mobile banking balance and found that, apart from the 10 million he had just transferred, there was only more than 1,000 yuan left. What? Of course I won't be distant with you, brother Xiao. I just think it's really too much. Wu Qianxian quickly snatched her phone back, not wanting Lu Xiao to see the remaining money. But when she saw that Lu Xiao had already seen it, she pouted. Don't think that I only have this much money in my bank card, but I still have tens of thousands of cash to spend. I'm not short of money. A small portion of your family's company shares have become mine. How could I not know what's going on? It seems that I have to work harder tonight. I have to cure your stubbornness. Lu Xiao slapped Wu Qianxian on the butt, making her face blush immediately. Brother Xiao, there are so many people here. Wu Qianxian quickly looked around, and when she saw two girls not far away staring at her and laughing, she quickly pulled Lu Xiao away from the area as if escaping. But Wu Qianxian didn't say anything at this time. Anyway, the money is just here with her. As long as she doesn't spend it, the money will still be there. When Lu Xiao needs money to run his business, she can take it out. Ah, how come I became a housekeeper? Thinking of this, Wu Qianxian couldn't help but blush again. But in her opinion, it is true. No one who does business can guarantee to be rich all his life. If she keeps this money, even if Lu Xiao fails in business in the future, at least she will have a way out, right? Went into a Givenchy store. These luxury stores don't just sell luxury goods, they also sell ordinary clothes and other things. It's just that when people mention Givenchy, they always think of it as a store that sells lipsticks and cosmetics. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Givenchy. Seeing the two people come in, the shopping guide's eyes lit up. We'll go around on our own. Seeing a few shopping guides, he wanted to introduce them, but Wu Qianxian quickly spoke up to stop him. She knew all these shopping guides selling women's clothing. She had no way to deal with these girls, but she had many ways to deal with men. All you keep saying is that your girlfriend looks really good in this dress, like a fairy or something, and you feel embarrassed if you don't pay for it. Anyway, Wu Qianxian could understand it, so she simply didn't let them introduce it. She had made up her mind that no matter what clothes she saw, she would say they were ugly and would just buy one and leave. In any case, she would definitely not let Lu Xiao spend more money. Qianxian, this dress is nice. Lu Xiao stepped forward and pinched the texture of the clothes. It was beige in color, and had a cute style. There were also a few diamonds dotted on it, and it looked really good. Ah, this. Wu Qianxian really liked it, but when she saw the price tag, she quickly shook her head and refused. This doesn't look good. I don't like it. All right. Lu Xiao shook his head. He really thought that this dress suited Wu Qianxian very well, and it only cost over 100,000 yuan. I have to say, although they are both luxury items, one piece of women's clothing is worth more than 10 pieces of men's. Sure enough, there is a reason why men are at the bottom of the consumption ranking. This is blatant discrimination. But no one seems to say that men can't wear skirts. What about this one? This sky blue one looks good too. Lu Xiao pointed at the figure next to him. As soon as Wu Qianqian looked over, her heart softened instantly. Really, really beautiful. She wants it so much. But I took a look at the price, 167,000, which was more expensive than the first one. Brother Xiao, this doesn't look good either. Wu Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. This one is good too. It doesn't look good. What about this? No, it's not suitable for me. Brother Xiao, this is good. Wu Qianqian saw an item priced at 16,000 and said quickly. What tattered clothes? I won't buy them. Lu Xiao pointed out all the clothes in the store that he thought were suitable for Wu Qianqian, and then Wu Qianqian followed him and honestly denied them. Wu Qianqian's attitude left the silent shopping guide behind her completely speechless. If the two of them had not been talking in a low voice, she would have suspected that Wu Qianqian had come to the store today to cause trouble. Shopping guide, bring this one, these few, and this one. Lu Xiao called the shopping guide at the back and pointed at the clothes he had just looked at. These, and these, pack them all for me. Chapter 50, over 1 million worth of clothes. Brother Xiao. When Wu Qianqian heard Lu Xiao's words, she immediately became anxious. Didn't I say it's not pretty? Why would I buy it? Let's talk about it after we get out. Lu Xiao smiled and pressed Wu Qianqian down. How could he not know what Wu Qianqian was thinking? As soon as he saw the third piece of clothing, he knew what Wu Qianqian was planning, but he didn't say much. Instead, he took Wu Qianqian with him for a walk. Along the way, I basically wrote down all the clothes she liked. Although Wu Qianqian wanted to say something, she saw the shopping guy following her, so she opened her mouth but gave up. When there are no outsiders around, you can say whatever you want. The final result will be reflected in the bed anyway, because that is the fun. But if there are outsiders around, women must not refute what the man says. If they really think it is inappropriate, they can only make suggestions in a low voice, but they can only make suggestions. Especially when getting along with a man like Lu Xiao, who already has a high social status, you should pay more attention to this point. You must maintain your man's face in public. This is the reason why a woman can keep being liked by men forever, and it is also a reflection of her good upbringing. Of course, the same is true in reverse, it is a matter of mutual respect. Well, this sentence is to respect female boxers. When the shopping guide at the back just came to his senses, Lu Xiao had already handed over the bank card. Please wait a moment, I will pack it right away. The shopping guide was startled and hurried to the front desk to register his information. The commission in their store is 0.8%, and they can usually get 800 yuan for selling a piece of clothing worth 100,000 yuan. It seems like a lot, but the problem is that only a small number of people come to luxury stores to buy clothes. It is already a great achievement for a shopping guide to have more than a dozen customers every month. Moreover, the clothes that customers buy may not necessarily cost more than 100,000 yuan. There are many clothes in the store that cost more than 10,000 yuan. The average salary is around 5,000 yuan, and a better salary can be 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. But Lu Xiao just selected at least 10 items, and the total amount is at least more than 1 million. If he gets a commission, he would get more than 10,000, right? And she didn't even introduce herself, she just followed Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian around. In less than 20 minutes, I did nothing and got 10,000 yuan. Is there anything more exciting than this? With the full cooperation of the shopping guide, all the clothes Lu Xiao wanted were packed 10 minutes later. I am a member here, my phone number is. Seeing that the rescue efforts were futile, Wu Qianqian could only helplessly hand over her membership card from Shanda. At least I can get an 12% discount, so the less I pay, the better. After the discount, your total consumption is 1.23 million. Please enter your password. Lu Xiao directly entered the password, and the next moment it showed that the deduction was successful. Sir, 1.23 million points have been issued to Miss Wu's account. You can exchange them for cash according to the ratio next time you come. Seeing that the deduction was successful, the shopping guide immediately smiled. A commission of more than 10,000 yuan, now it's completely secure. Yes, all delivered to this address. After following Wu Qianqian to visit 2 stores, Lu Xiao was already very familiar with the process and simply repeated the address of Yulong Jingyuan. Okay sir, we are very close to Yulong Jingyuan and will deliver it within 2 hours. Okay. Lu Xiao nodded. This women's clothing store is indeed different. For men's clothing, they say it will be delivered within 24 hours, and it is probably delivered at a fixed time. But for women's clothing, it is calculated based on the immediate delivery time. Alas, men are so miserable, there is no comparison, no comparison. After leaving Givenchy's store, Wu Qianqian still felt like she was in a dream. This is more than 1 million yuan, and you just spend it like that? To be honest, although she often goes to luxury stores, she usually doesn't buy clothes like these that cost more than 100,000 yuan each. She usually buys clothes that cost around 10,000 yuan. For example, her pair of Valentino high heels are only a little over 30,000 yuan. This is also her most expensive pair of shoes. Most of them cost only a few thousand yuan. The only expensive thing is the Chanel dress she is wearing, which cost 90,000 yuan. It was one of the gifts my parents gave me for my 18th birthday last year. As for Balenciaga stockings, they are even cheaper, only over 100 yuan per piece. Lu Xiao felt that this shopping spree was enough to buy 3 or 4 rounds of all the clothes she had bought since she was a child. You've already bought it, so stop looking so sullen. Lu Xiao saw that Wu Qianqian was just following him in confusion and couldn't help but pinch Wu Qianqian's face. I just feel sorry for your money. Wu Qianqian pouted and pulled Lu Xiao's arm and shook it. Now that she has bought it, what else can she do except wear it? To be honest, those clothes are expensive, but they are really beautiful. Your husband is not short of money, you know? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with some amusement. I'm eager to spend a little more money. But having said that, Lu Xiao was indeed quite touched. Nowadays, there are not many girls like Wu Qianqian who are willing to do things for men. If those green tea bitches and White Lotus girls met someone who spent money to buy clothes for them, they would probably jump for joy. Lu Xiao immediately decided in his mind that he would reward Wu Qianqian with a set of sugar-roasted chestnuts when he returned home in the evening. Yeah, that's it. We can't let Wu Qianqian just work without getting paid, just like a car needs regular refueling and maintenance to run better. This must be done to the core. After thinking about it for a moment and taking another look at Wu Qianqian, whose face was slightly blushing and almost cute and sexy, Lu Xiao immediately changed his mind. Once may not be enough, you must reward twice. When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao looking at her with an uneasy look in his eyes, she knew what Lu Xiao was planning. She is now too familiar with Lu Xiao's gaze. Moreover, she could now analyze from Lu Xiao's eyes how long Lu Xiao's plan would last. She even admired the skill she had just acquired in the past few days, the skill of identifying old batches. I bought clothes for myself and Wu Qianqian, and today's task was only half completed. He came here today intending to spend some of the cash he had. Although a piece of clothing cost hundreds of thousands, it was still a bit too difficult to spend the money he had. Therefore, Lu Xiao had already set his sights on the real luxury store on the 8th floor. When Wu Qianqian heard Lu Xiao say that he was going to a luxury store to buy something, she did not object. She has completely given up now. I tried to buy clothes for myself, but just because I resisted, Lu Xiao rewarded me with a stubborn punishment and 2 meals of sugar-roasted chestnuts. If I continue to resist, I might even have to overdraw my funds for tomorrow. It will really break, okay? Moreover, Wu Qianqian also realized that her vision was indeed too narrow, and Lu Xiao was not someone who needed this little money at all. In this case, just be a pendant. P.S. My grandma told me when I was little that I wanted to be an astronaut who eats haichu jelly when I grow up. Cute chicks. Chapter 51, 16 million given away in one day? Oh, there's also a Patek Philippe store? After going upstairs, Lu Xiao looked at the Patek Philippe store in the middle with some surprise. If watches also have circles, then Patek Philippe is definitely the aristocrat among aristocratic watches. Moreover, among the world-class top brands such as Rolex, Cartier, Vacheron Constantin, and Blancpain, Patek Philippe is definitely among the top 3. Especially in terms of popularity, only Rolex can slightly surpass it, but this does not mean that Rolex is better than Patek Philippe. In fact, Patek Philippe is still a little better. He originally thought that there might not be such a store in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city, but he did not expect that there was one in Shanda. There are no high-end watches in the Jiangcheng branch. Wu Qianqian said from the side that she had been here several times before. But due to the consumption level in Jiangcheng, limited editions worth tens of millions like Patek Philippe are definitely not available here. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Xiao walked into the store with great interest. As soon as I walked into the store, the first thing I saw was one of Patek Philippe's classic models, the 5711. This is more suitable for older men, so my dad bought one at that time. Wu Qianqian said with a smile. A shopping guide was about to come over to introduce the two people, but was stopped by Wu Qianqian. Although she cannot afford many of the watches here, she knows about them all. After all, this is one of the must-know knowledge in the luxury goods circle. The Patek Philippe 5711 watch is designed in blue-green throughout. This color is relatively dark and is actually designed for middle-aged and elderly people. Moreover, this watch is just a very common mass-market model, priced at a little over 260,000 yuan. Lu Xiao nodded and continued looking forward. All the watches on the left are ordinary watches. Patek Philippe 5167, 5226 G. 5711. The price is less than 500,000 yuan, so it can only be said to be a very middle-class item. Although it looked good, it was not to Lu Xiao's liking. Moreover, these watches only have a strong mechanical feel, but they are far from being exquisite. After walking for more than 10 meters, Lu Xiao finally saw a slightly better watch. This one is pretty good. Lu Xiao looked at the Patek Philippe 5270P priced at 1.65 million. This one is indeed more suitable for young people to wear. Wu Qianqian also nodded in agreement. This watch is still fashionable. Lu Xiao walked around the store. This store can only be described as average. It is indeed like what Wu Qianqian said, there is not a single item worth more than 10 million. Not to mention 10 million, there are not many that are worth more than 6 or 7 million. The few that are available are mostly styles for middle-aged and elderly people and are not suitable for young people to wear. In the end, Lu Xiao only picked out 3. One is Patek Philippe's 5270P, the dial is pure green but not old-fashioned, the price is 1.65 million, mainly for men. The second one is Patek Philippe's 5160, which has a simple style. It is all white and looks a little cute. It costs 1.52 million and is suitable for both men and women. The third one is Patek Philippe's 5145 or white gold model. The bezel is light gold, the dial is pure white, and the inside is designed with mechanical flying needles. It is also simple in style. It is also the most expensive of the 3, priced at 4.87 million, and is suitable for both men and women. It's so hard to choose. Wu Qianqian looked at the 3 watches and was at a loss for a moment. These 3 watches have been taken out and looked at, but she thinks that each of them looks good on Lu Xiao's wrist, and she doesn't know which one to choose for a moment. Why do I have to choose? Can't I just buy them all? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with a smile. He hadn't originally planned to buy just one, but had wanted to buy a batch to take home for his collection. However, he hadn't expected that there were so few high-end watches in this store, let alone good-looking ones. After a careful round of selection, he could only pick out these 3. Lu Xiao looked at the shopping guide who had been following not far behind him. Please help me pack all 3 watches. Okay. The shopping guide was also stunned, but when he heard Lu Xiao's words, he came to his senses instantly. She originally thought that Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian just came into the store to look around, but she didn't expect that Lu Xiao placed an order directly without her even introducing the store. When Lu Xiao took away all 3 watches, the shopping guide finally came to his senses. She didn't even know how she completed the procedures throughout the whole process. Wu Qianqian, who was following Lu Xiao, was also secretly amazed. A total of 8 million was paid for the 3 watches. If you add the clothes and shoes you bought earlier, Lu Xiao's total spending today is almost 10 million. Flourishing. Lu Xiao called Wu Qianqian next to him, took her hand, and then put on the Patek Philippe 5145 or platinum model he had just bought. After carefully appreciating it, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This beige simple style watch really suits Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian's skin is naturally fair, and the combination of the two really complements each other. Brother Xiao, this. When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao wearing the watch on her wrist, she was a little confused for a moment. Isn't this bought for Lu Xiao himself? This is the only good one among the 3. I'll keep the other 2 as gifts. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Lu Xiao really didn't think highly of the remaining 2 watches. He just picked the taller one among the short ones and bought them casually to make up the number. Anyway, this thing can be used for collection. As for the one Lu Xiao wears himself, he will buy it when he has the chance to go to Beijing in the future. Brother Xiao, you are so kind to me. When Wu Qianqian heard Lu Xiao's explanation, she couldn't help but feel moved. She had only been with Lu Xiao for 10 days, but Lu Xiao had no idea how many things he had given her. A Ferrari worth 4 or 5 million, a house worth 5 million in Yulong Jingjuan, a dozen Da Vinci clothes, and now a Patek Philippe watch. All added up, it's already more than 16 million. Even though the Ferrari and the property were both under Lu Xiao's name, she was the one driving and living in them, and there was no difference between them and her. In addition to this, Lu Xiao had just given her 10 million in cash. In 10 days, Lu Xiao spent more than 26 million on her. Although she didn't know how long it would take Lu Xiao to earn so much money, she knew in her heart that even if the richest man in Jiangcheng earned that much money, it would take at least 10 days or half a month, right? Chapter 52, Bugatti is watched. Lu Xiao took a look at the system. The current total consumption amount has just reached 26 million, and the balance in the account is still 180 million. Oh, I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all at all. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly and immediately decided never to shop in Jiangcheng again. Not only were the prices low, but there weren't many good things to buy. I spent half a day shopping and only ended up spending 10 million. Isn't this nonsense? If one wants to spend 1 billion yuan in Jiangcheng, it seems that he will have to empty out all the branches of Shanda Shopping Mall. It is still more reliable to buy shares. I walked around the 8th floor with Wu Qianqian for a while. Lu Xiao went into the first shop next door and just took a look but didn't choose to buy anything. Although they looked gorgeous, he still couldn't get used to these things. When he thought about how bloody they were at the beginning, he had an instinctive rejection in his heart. And he really thinks that clothes made of artificial fibers are quite comfortable. Lu Xiao also went into the jade shop to take a look, but didn't find anything he wanted, so he didn't buy anything. Brother Xiao, how about we go home? Wu Qianqian touched her flat belly. It's already 7 o'clock in the afternoon. I just had a simple meal in the morning and I'm starving now. Okay, time to get back to work. Lu Xiao nodded and chuckled. This time I came here to buy some clothes and stuff. And to be honest, he couldn't wait to see Wu Qianqian wearing Givenchy. A Givenchy dress, paired with Balenciaga stockings and Valentino shoes. And then top it off with a Chanel hairpin? How beautiful would it be if this were combined? Isn't it that men spend money on women so that they can enjoy themselves at times like this? Lu Xiao froze unconsciously. Wu Qianqian slowly leaned against Lu Xiao, put her arms around Lu Xiao's neck, and left a red mark on Lu Xiao's face. Brother Xiao, I have another set of Pala pajamas that just arrived. I'll wear them for you tonight. Wu Qianqian giggled, then ran towards the elevator as if escaping. Fuck. Lu Xiao's saliva started to flow. Of course he had heard of the brand Pala. Fun pajamas. Lu Xiao really didn't expect that Wu Qianqian would secretly buy such a thing. Wu Qianqian's figure is already perfect, if she wears this kind of clothes. For a moment, Lu Xiao was a little unable to stand. It's not that he is weak-willed, but that the enemy's firepower is too strong. Take the elevator all the way down to the underground parking lot. Just as I was about to pick up the car, I saw from a distance that it was surrounded by a group of people. Brother Xiao, it seems your car is being watched by people. Wu Qianqian glanced over. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead fiercely. Be on guard, don't forget this. There are a lot of people at the Shanda Shopping Mall. It would be strange if no one noticed my Bugatti if it was placed there so clearly. If I had known earlier, I would have driven out in Wu Qianqian's Ferrari. Lu Xiao had just pulled Wu Qianqian to squeeze into the crowd when he saw two security guards sweating profusely and stopping people from entering. Everyone, please make way. Everyone, please make way. It's you guys who should get out of the way. Can't we just go up and take a few photos? That's right, let's go up and take a photo. If you hadn't stopped us, we would have finished taking the photo and left. These security guards are really taking advantage of the power of others. The owner of the car parked here without saying anything, but now they think the car is theirs and are blocking us from entering. Several people watching in the front row sneered in dissatisfaction. The onlookers behind immediately echoed. It's not easy to see such a luxury car. What's the point of taking a photo from a distance? Of course, you should also take a photo of yourself, so that you can brag about it in front of your friends in the future, right? Everyone, stop standing around and just take a few photos outside. Quickly disperse. Quickly disperse. If you damage your car, no one will be responsible. The security captain tried his best to push people out, but there were only a few of them and they couldn't handle the 60 or 70 people watching. Besides, these people are not gathering to cause trouble, they just come to look at the cars. They can't just chase people away for no reason, right? But if they leave them alone and let these people get close to the Bugatti, who knows, one of them might mess around and scratch the car. Then the crowd will scatter and they will be completely at a loss. They have already checked this car. It is a luxury car with a market value of nearly 100 million yuan. Even if the paint is just scratched, it will cost at least 1 or 2 million yuan. Therefore, all we can do now is persuade these people to leave, and then hope that the owner of this luxury car will come back quickly and drive the car away. But the onlookers didn't care about that. In their opinion, it was just taking a picture. How could it cause damage to the car? Besides, there are so many people surrounding us now. If something really happens, we can just run away. How can we blame them? The law does not hold everyone responsible. Therefore, when everyone saw the security guards chasing people away, they became even more anxious and wanted to go up and take a few pictures before the car owner came back. Call the dispatch room, please send a few more people down, we brothers can't handle it anymore. Shanxian, it seems we have screwed these security guys over badly. Lu Xiao looked at the security guards in the middle who were almost sweating, touched his head, and couldn't help laughing. Wu Qianqian looked at the people around her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's not that these people are bad people at heart, they just want to take a chance and want to show off by taking a photo. In Jiangchang, an entry-level luxury car generally costs around 800,000 renminbi, which is just enough to qualify as a supercar. As for a higher-end car, it would probably be the Ferrari that Wu Qianqian drove before, which costs around 1.5 million renminbi. The upper-middle-class wealthy people basically drive cars worth around 5 million, and as for the top-tier ones, they probably drive tens of millions. This is also the top level of luxury cars in Jiangchang. Going further up, the cars driven by the Zhang and Lin families may be more high-end, but these people usually go from point to point and are rarely seen by people. Therefore, it is easy to cause a sensation when a luxury car worth 100 million yuan suddenly appears in an ordinary underground parking lot and is just placed there for anyone to take. Lu Xiao was just about to go forward and drive the car out when he suddenly saw a beautiful figure squeezing into the center of the venue under the protection of several security guards. As soon as he walked in, he picked up a loudspeaker and started shouting. Please be quiet, everyone. I am Zhang Qingwan, the general manager of Xingda Shopping Center. Zhang Qingwan's voice is very clear, but it has a hint of harshness. You can tell at the first glance that she is a capable woman. As you crowd forward, I would like to remind you that this car is a Bugatti Chiron, a global limited edition car worth 100 million yuan. What does this mean? Some people may not have any idea about this, but I can tell you clearly now that if this car is scratched, it will cost at least 1 million to repair. If someone scratches this car, it will cost at least 5 million to repair. If there is a dent or electrical damage, the repair cost will be more than 10 million. Please take a look at the infrared monitoring device in your upper left corner. All of you are being recorded by this monitoring device. If the car is damaged due to your crowding, we at Shanda will definitely send the monitoring video to the car owner. At that time, it doesn't matter whether the person who caused the damage pays or all the people who caused the crowd pay. We at Shanda will unconditionally support any conditions proposed by the car owner. As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of people at the scene took a step back involuntarily. Not many of them recognized the car, and even if a few people did, they didn't have much idea about it except that they thought it was very expensive. But now that Zhang Qingwan said this, everyone suddenly became a little scared. Just a little scratch will cost 1 or 2 million. Many people looked to the upper left corner first. Sure enough, a camera with a flashing red light was shining in this direction. Zhang Qingwan added at the right time. There are about 50 to 60 people at the scene. Even if it's just a simple scratch, each of you will have to pay 30,000 to 40,000 yuan on average. If you are all willing to pay this amount, I will ask the security guards to move away right now. The scene suddenly fell into silence. How about we just take 2 photos from a distance? It doesn't matter if I take 2 photos. My friends all know each other. Everyone knows that with my financial situation, I will never get a car like this. Yes, forget it. The onlookers immediately became timid. Many people gathered at the back were already silently backing away, fearing that they would accidentally squeeze the people in the front row and knock the car over. What would they do if they were asked to pay for it then? There's such a big surveillance camera there, you may not be able to run away even if you want to. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan in the field with some surprise. Because there were too many people in front of him and he was blocked from seeing Zhang Qingwan in her entirety, he could still vaguely see a corner of her. It has to be said that just this little bit is enough to make Lu Xiao conclude that this person must be a beauty. And I have to say, this woman's ability to respond is really amazing. Chapter 53. Are you sneaking around to take pictures? Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Lu Xiao was not in a hurry to go up. The onlookers have started to leave one after another. If I go up and start the car now, I will probably be watched by others again. Therefore, Lu Xiao just waited obediently for the onlookers to leave. Seeing that most people at the scene had left, the security guards breathed a sigh of relief. Please wait for the owner to arrive before leaving. Zhang Qingwan smiled and looked at the security guards, then said to the secretary beside her. By the way, Xiaoli, remember all their names and give each of them a bonus of 2,000 yuan at the end of the month. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Xiaoli nodded. When the security guards heard about the 2,000 yuan bonus, they immediately became excited. They were originally low-level employees, earning only 2 to 3,000 yuan in salary, so this 2,000 yuan bonus was not a small amount for them. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. We brothers will wait until the owner comes back today. The security captain nodded excitedly and watched Zhang Qingwan and the others leave. His body, which had been almost exhausted just now, suddenly became full of energy. Hey! You two over there, why don't you leave? Are you sneaking around like that and want to take a picture? Wu Qianqian was talking to Lu Xiao with her back to the security captain, so the security captain only saw Lu Xiao looking over here frequently. In the eyes of the security captain, Lu Xiao was obviously planning to find a chance when they were not paying attention so that he could run over and take a photo. What is wrong with these two people not hearing what the general manager said just now? If it really breaks, can you afford to pay for it? Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian were both startled by the security captain's loud shout. The two of them were originally waiting to wait for the others to leave before going over to drive the car, but when they looked around, it seemed that they were the only two left. But Lu Xiao was still a little unsure, so he turned around and asked again. Are you talking about me? Lu Xiao pointed at himself uncertainly. He just changed into a handsome outfit, does he look like an outsider? Do you see anyone else here? Let me tell you clearly, this car is worth 100 million yuan. If it gets scratched, it will cost more than 1 million yuan. If it gets damaged, you may not be able to afford the compensation even if you sell your house. If the owner is serious, your whole family will suffer with you. The security captain kindly repeated Zhang Qingwan's words. Then, he saw Wu Qianqian, who was beside Lu Xiao, turned around. The security captain's eyes suddenly widened. This woman, how can this woman be prettier than their general manager? Bah, how can he be as good-looking as their general manager? He is as good-looking as their general manager. But before the security captain could react, he saw Lu Xiao took out a key from his trouser pocket and pressed it gently. At the same time, the Bugatti parked behind him suddenly honked. Then, the security captain stretched out his hand, first pointing at Lu Xiao, then at the Bugatti behind, and finally at Wu Qianqian. He opened his mouth wide but couldn't utter a word. Lu Xiao walked up and opened the door of the Bugatti, then took out 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the car. He bought these cigarettes a few days ago and put a few cartons in the car, intending to give them to others. Thanks, brothers. You've worked hard today. Here are a few packs of cigarettes for us to smoke. He smiled and patted the security captain's shoulder, then winked at Wu Qianqian. Without staying there for long, he quickly got into the car and left. Hearing the roar of the Bugatti gradually fading away, the security captain, holding 2 packs of cigarettes in his hand, still felt a little dizzy. Was he just shouting at the big shot who was driving a luxury car worth 100 million? And the big shot didn't seem to blame him, instead he gave him 2 packs of good cigarettes. Oh my god! What did I just do? Coming back to his senses, the security captain suddenly felt a chill on his head. If Lu Xiao was a petty person, he would have probably lost most of his life just now, right? But the next moment, seeing the 2 Zhonghua cigarettes in his hand, he suddenly became excited again. You little bastards, hurry over here and grab the cigarettes. These are gifts from a big shot. I'll go to the finance office at the end of the month to get your bonus. The remaining security guards also reacted and the scene was suddenly filled with wolf howls. On the way back, Wu Qianqian sat in the passenger seat and laughed non-stop. Brother Xiao, this is the first time I see you being scolded, ha. I'm not the only one being scolded. Lu Xiao gave Wu Qianqian a blank look. If he remembered correctly, the security captain was talking about the two over there, right? But Qianqian, do you know Zhang Qingwan just now? Compared to the security captain, Lu Xiao was more concerned about the cold woman just now. He couldn't see her appearance clearly because there were too many people, but he heard her name. Zhang Qingwan. Wu Qianqian thought for a moment. If I remember correctly, Zhang Qingwan should be from the Zhang family, and seems to be the youngest daughter of the Zhang family's patriarch. Although her family was also rich, their status and position were much lower than that of the Zhang family, so they had no chance to communicate with each other normally. As for Zhang Qingwan, she had only heard of her. After all, Zhang Qingwan seemed to be in the same grade as her and was also in school. She didn't get involved in much business, and they had even less interactions. Lu Xiao thought about it and nodded. When Lu Xiao heard Zhang Qingwan introduce herself, he was wondering whether this Zhang was related to the Zhang family. Now it seems that he is indeed from the Zhang family. However, only a big family like this can train people of this age to be so outstanding. Brother Xiao, you are not attracted to Zhang Qingwan, are you? When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao's expression, she couldn't help but tease him. Having said that, Zhang Qingwan and Lu Xiao are indeed a good match. During this period of time, Wu Qianqian also realized that Lu Xiao's assets were probably not much different from those of the Zhang family, otherwise he would not have such a consumption level. Zhang Qingwan is the same age as him, so she and Lu Xiao are naturally a good match. She never thought of eating alone from the beginning. 2 days ago she tried her best to help Lu Xiao find a cardiologist. But I don't know if Zhang Qingwan would agree. Get lost, am I that impatient, your husband? Lu Xiao scolded with a smile. He just thought that Zhang Qingwan was very capable. And to be honest, he hadn't even seen Zhang Qingwan's face clearly just now. Even if he is a pervert, he still has to see clearly whether she is pretty or not, right? He is a picky eater. P.S. Woohoo, I'm not picky about food, please give me one. Chapter 54, Grand Prize, Sky Building. The next morning, Lu Xiao first cheered himself up, and then deliberately moved his hand to prepare for signing in. Brother Xiao, I'll sleep a little longer. Wu Qianqian hadn't opened her eyes yet, but when she felt Lu Xiao's touch, she just twisted her body twice and acted coquettishly. Lu Xiao chuckled, first suppressed YW, and then immersed his mind directly into the system. He actually didn't want to behave like a teddy bear, but there was nothing he could do, the system just fell for it. When he was not with Wu Qianqian, his salary was definitely over 20 million, but as long as he had some contact with Wu Qianqian, his salary was at least 27 or 28 million. He is also helpless about the system's attitude of judging by appearance. And even though he was holding Wu Qianqian, Lu Xiao didn't move at all. After all, a good young man would never do anything shameful. This is the principle. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Zhangcheng Sky Building. All business qualifications and procedures of Sky Building have been placed in the host's study desk in Yulun Jingjuan Villa. Please receive them as soon as possible. I'll go. When Lu Xiao saw the system's sign-in reward, he sat up suddenly with his eyes wide open. He still had some impression of this Sky Building. Brother Xiao, you hurt me. Wu Qianqian cried out in pain. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Are you okay? Lu Xiao quickly lifted the quilt and looked at the place where Wu Qianqian was hurt by him. Because the skin was very tender, the arm that was moved by the hand was already red. As for the other area, the redness was even darker, but fortunately there was no bruise. Wu Qianqian sat up, with tears in her eyes, but still shook her head. Although I feel a little stronger, it's just labor pain after all, and I think it will be gone in a while. Seeing that Wu Qianqian seemed to be fine, Lu Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just the arm, it would definitely not have any impact, but he knew that bears were generally fragile, and it would be a big deal if they were really injured. After comforting her for a while and seeing that Wu Qianqian was indeed fine, he was completely relieved. He didn't even have time to try the next 2 draws. He ran to the study without even putting on his clothes. It really is the Sky Building. Lu Xiao took out the documents for Sky Building from his desk pocket, his face full of surprise. The landmark building in the high-tech zone is located in the center of the commercial street. It has 60 floors and is used as an office building. At this point in time, the Sky Building had only been built for a year and had just completed the first batch of investment promotion. Each floor is 2,000 square meters, and the total commercial area of the 60 floors is 120,000 square meters. The average selling price is 10,000 yuan per square meter, and the rent is 10 yuan per square meter per day. In other words, based on the total real estate value alone, the Sky Building is worth 1.2 billion. If all the properties could be rented out, the rent alone would be 1.2 million per day. Calculated on a monthly basis, the net profit would be 36 million per month. After deducting some maintenance costs and personnel costs, it would not be a problem to make 30 million per month. Of course, this is before tax, but after tax deduction, you should be able to get 20 million a month, which is already a considerable profit. A property worth 1.2 billion. Lu Xiao's face was filled with joy. This was definitely a huge explosion among explosions. Wu Qianqian, it's indeed YYDS. Lu Xiao felt that if he were to sign in himself, there was an 80% chance that 20 million would be deposited into his account. After a simple calculation, it turns out that a lot of money has been taken from Wu Qianqian during this period. First it was a Bugatti worth 100 million, then several single payments of 30 million, and finally a Ferrari, and now a Sky Tower worth 1.2 billion. It's almost 1.4 billion yuan in total. System, check the panel. Lu Xiao's mind moved. Host, Lu Xiao Unique Binding. Available funds, 180 million yuan, of which 9 million yuan is company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 26 million 1 billion. Available for signing in, any asset. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets. The longest interval is 7 days. Lu Xiao took stock of his current fixed assets again. Sky Building, Lijiang Hotel, Jianlu Real Estate, Wojia Shares, Underground Parking Lot near Jiangcheng University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. Nearly 200 million in cash and 1.3 billion in assets. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had a total of 1.5 billion in assets, but he got 1.3 or 1.4 billion of them thanks to Wu Qianqian's luck. He is really unique in his situation. His face is as dark as the darkest African. However, with Lu Xiao's current assets, he has indeed entered the core wealthy circle of Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao has no shortage of assets now, what he may lack is some connections. But in the circle of wealthy people, money and connections complement each other. People with connections will definitely make a lot of money, and similarly, people with money will definitely have a lot of connections. As long as you find an opportunity to show your face in the circle of wealthy people, your connections will basically come to you. Ding dong. The cell phone beside me rang. Lu Xiao took a look and saw that it was a person who added his QQ with the note general manager of Sky Building Property. Lu Xiao nodded his agreement directly. Less than 10 seconds later, Lu Xiao saw another group chat notification. Administrator Huang Shi invites you to join the group chat Sky Building Management Group. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. The original group owner Huang Shi has transferred the group to you. You are now the new group owner. Welcome Mr. Lu to join the group. Huang Shi was the first to speak below. Welcome, Mr. Lu. Hello, Mr. Lu. Below, more than 10 information prompts appeared in succession. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. Without further reply, he directly pressed the screen off button on his phone. He was planning to take a look around today, so he didn't plan to make any meaningless replies in the group. He would just go and meet with the management when the time came. After returning to the room, Wu Qianqian had nothing to do and was looking for clothes to wear. When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao coming in, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She really wasn't trying to seduce Lu Xiao on purpose, but after she came back last night, her pajamas had been completely torn into pieces. But pajamas are nothing, only a few $100s each. But a Givenchy pair I just bought yesterday was torn by Lu Xiao, and I don't know if it can be repaired. She didn't feel anything last night, but when she saw the shattered Givenchy clothes on the ground, Wu Qianqian felt really sad. Qianqian, you are really my lucky goddess. Seeing Wu Qianqian's shy look, Lu Xiao immediately chuckled. In Lu Xiao's opinion, Wu Qianqian's current state was deliberately seducing him. It just so happens that I was planning to reward Wu Qianqian well. This was just right. Seeing Lu Xiao rushing over, Wu Qianqian hesitated for just a second before being picked up by Lu Xiao. Then, under the influence of force majeure, they both fell down. Half a minute later, amid Wu Qianqian's exclamation, the war reignited. Chapter 55, Destruction Complex. At 12 o'clock noon, Wu Qianqian's Givenchy outfit was completely unwearable. Lu Xiao leaned on the bed, watching Wu Qianqian sweeping the pieces of her pajamas with a broom, and couldn't help laughing. Brother Xiao, don't tear my clothes anymore. They are too precious. Wu Qianqian picked up Givenchy's body from the ground with a look of heartache on her face. After looking around, I saw big holes on both sides, and several broken diamonds on it had fallen off. Especially the one between Big Bear and Little Bear, it had been broken beyond recognition for a long time, and I didn't know if it could be repaired. You are now a multi-millionaire, so go buy another one. Lu Xiao smiled and took Wu Qianxian into his arms. But then again, tearing clothes is something that can only be done occasionally. The quality of clothes nowadays is incredibly good, and it takes a lot of strength to tear them, which has resulted in Lu Xiao's hands feeling a little weak. But it really feels good. This should be the innate destructive complex of men in psychology, right? Well, the second time, there might have been a bit of a broken window effect. Anyway, you are not allowed to do that in the future. If you want to tear something, just tear my pajamas. Wu Qianxian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. She was planning to save the 10 million for Lu Xiao. Besides, 10 million is 10 million, but clothes are clothes. You'll still feel sorry for them, right? Brother Xiao, I'm going to the company at noon. Are you coming over? Wu Qianxian raised her head slightly and looked at Lu Xiao. Leaning in Lu Xiao's arms, she felt weak all over. Forget it. I have something to do at noon. Lu Xiao shook his head. Currently, Jianglu Real Estate only has one business, which is to target Li Tian. It hasn't even recruited all the staff yet, so it would be a waste of time for him to go there. The reason why Wu Qianxian went over to keep an eye on them every day was actually because she was a little worried. After all, they were all newly recruited into the company and she was not familiar with the employees' individual abilities. But if she went to open this, there was actually not much to do. Now Li Tian has fallen into the trap. If nothing unexpected happens, the net will be closed in a few days. He just needs to wait for the final move. Lu Xiao planned to go to the Sky Building first. If there were any remaining floors in the Sky Building that were not rented out, Jianglu Real Estate could move there. After all, they were both in the high-tech zone and the distance was not far, so relocation would be quite convenient. The environment in the Sky Building is much better than the place I'm renting now. After having lunch at home, Lu Xiao first went to the property management and asked them to help him find an aunt to come and do the cleaning and cooking, and then drove straight to the Sky Building. I also informed Huangxi on the way. It is worthy of being the largest commercial building in the high-tech zone. After parking the car in a relatively hidden parking space and walking out of the underground parking lot, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If we calculate that each floor is 3 meters high, then the 60-story Sky Building is a full 180 meters high. At this height, it is difficult to see the entire top with the naked eye. Only by looking from a slightly distance and at an angle can you see the top. It is no exaggeration to describe it as reaching into the sky. And now, this building belongs to me. Huang Shi. Lu Xiao saw a middle-aged man in his 30s standing at the door, who seemed to be waiting for someone, so he called out tentatively. When the man heard someone calling him, he turned around and was surprised at first, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly trotted towards Lu Xiao. Hello, Mr. Lu. I didn't recognize you the first time I saw you. You are really too young. Huang Shi quickly extended his hand to Lu Xiao, feeling a little nervous, and at the same time, he looked at his new boss curiously. The building's procedures were changed too quickly and he, a professional manager, was completely unaware until he discovered that his company had a new boss. If the former boss hadn't left the current boss's contact information, he wouldn't know how to contact Lu Xiao. And to be honest, Lu Xiao's youth really scared him. Lu Xiao also shook hands with Huang Shi. Boss Lu, this is your first time here. Can I introduce you first? Following Huang Shi into the office, Huang Shi first busied himself pouring a glass of water for Lu Xiao, and then brought out some snacks and put them on a plate. Lu Xiao nodded. This was the main purpose of his coming here. At present, our Sky Building has a total area of 120,000 square meters. In addition to the first floor used for offices, the remaining 118,000 square meters have been rented out, with a monthly net profit of about 2.7 million. After deducting operating costs, the net profit basically fluctuates between 2 million and 2.2 million. At present, the top 60th floor and the 59th and 58th floors of the second and third floors are not rented out. The 30th and 31st floors in the middle are not rented out. In addition, there are some scattered areas, totaling about 30,000 square meters. After hearing Huang Shi's introduction, Lu Xiao asked in surprise. The top floor hasn't been rented out yet? People who do business generally pay attention to feng shui. The top floor, in terms of both the view and the scenery that can be seen, is definitely the best location on the entire floor. Logically speaking, the top floor should be the best rented floor, and the same goes for floors 59 and 58 adjacent to the top floor. How come most of the other floors have been rented out, but these 3 floors are still there? Huang Shi nodded. As for office buildings, the price of the top floor is definitely higher than that of other floors, but I deliberately raised the price a little bit on this basis. The price of our top floor is twice that of other floors, and the price of 58th and 59th floors is about 1.5 times the average price of other floors. Although the top floor was not sold in the early stage, someone has contacted me to inquire about the price in the past 2 days. It is very likely that it will be rented out in the next 2 days. As a landmark building in a high-tech commercial district, it is reasonable to set the price at twice the original price, but there are very few companies with such strong capabilities. The rent is 20 yuan per square meter, and the whole floor is 2,000 square meters, so the rent for 1 day is 40,000 yuan. The monthly rent cost is more than 1 million yuan. Moreover, the top floor can only be rented as a whole and cannot be rented separately. In other words, even if you do nothing every year, you still have to pay 13 million in rent to the real estate company. If Wu Qianxian's family rents an office space here, then after 3 years, all the company's assets will have to be used to pay rent. There are indeed not many people in Jiangcheng who can afford this amount of money. It's okay. If no one wants it, we won't sell it. Take down the signs on these 3 floors and keep the top 3 floors for me. Lu Xiao waved his hand. If someone asks for the price to rent a property, he will do so. He will not interfere too much with the normal operations of his companies. In addition to Lijiang Hotel and Sky Building, he currently only has one company under his control. If nothing unexpected happens, when he starts investing in enterprises later, he will open another investment company. With 2 companies each occupying 1 floor, they will occupy most of the area. You can rent out 1 floor and keep 2 floors for yourself. If no one rents them, you can keep both. When the time comes, you can just pay the rent and save some taxes while transferring the money from one hand to the other. Isn't that great? Okay. Huang Shi quickly agreed. The whole building belongs to Lu Xiao, so naturally it is Lu Xiao who has the final say on what he wants to do. To put it nicely, he is a professional manager, but in a general sense, he is just the property general manager of this building, which is completely different from Lu Xiao's identity. And to be honest, most of the building has already been rented out, so the top 3 floors don't matter. If the boss is willing to let it go, he will of course fully support it. Thinking of this, Huang Shi felt happy. What is this called? This is called emotional intelligence. Chapter 56, Zheng Qingwan wants to rent an office building? Is Mr. Huang here? Lu Xiao was just about to go upstairs to take a look, but just as he stood up, a clear and beautiful female voice was heard from outside. Yes, please wait a moment, I will inform you right away. Looking for you. Lu Xiao looked at Huang Shi and sat down again. Since we are looking for Huang Shi, we probably won't be able to go upstairs for a while. Lu Xiao was not in a hurry today, so he decided to wait and see how Huang Shi handled things and see what Huang Shi's abilities were. But listening to the conversation outside, Lu Xiao always felt that the voices sounded a little familiar. Boss, she should be Mr. Zhang who asked for the price these 2 days. Please wait a moment, I will receive her first. Huang Shi stood up apologetically, but he was very happy in his heart. Lu Xiao wanted to check his abilities, and he also wanted to show his abilities in front of his boss. If he could leave a good impression on Lu Xiao, his annual salary next year might be able to be raised a little bit. Mr. Zhang? Hearing Huang Shi's words, Lu Xiao was stunned at first, and then suddenly reacted. He said that the voice sounded familiar, and it turned out to be the voice of Zheng Qingwan whom he had seen in the parking lot yesterday. Zheng Qingwan's family is in the real estate business, why would they want to rent an office building? Lu Xiao looked at Huang Shi curiously. Huang Shi was stunned when he heard Lu Xiao's words, feeling a little confused. Boss, are you saying that Mr. Zhang also has an office building at home? Huang Shi asked tentatively. No, Zheng Qingwan is from the Zhang family in Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao waved his hand and said nothing more. Looking at Huang Shi's expression, you can tell that he definitely doesn't understand. But just this one sentence was enough to stupefy Huang Shi. If we only talk about the Zhang family, we may not be able to guess Zheng Qingwan's true identity, but if we add the word Jiangcheng in front of it, then there is no need to say who this Zhang family represents. Mr. Zhang, whom he has been in contact with these days, is actually from the Zhang family? You know, the market value of their Sky building is only 1.2 billion, but the Zhang family is a behemoth with a market value of 40 billion. Thinking of this, Huang Shi finally understood why his boss was curious. As the largest real estate developer in Zhangcheng, the Zhang family owns numerous office buildings. They can just move into any one of them. If nothing unexpected happens, why would they come to my place? Please ask her to come in. Seeing that someone was knocking on the office door, Lu Xiao called out to Huangxi. If it was Zhang Qingwan, then it would be inappropriate for Huangxi to receive her when I was present. Oh, okay. Huangxi hurried forward, but halfway through he turned back with hesitation. Then boss, Mr. Zhang will come in soon. To be honest, your identity is still. It was the first time he met Lu Xiao, and he really had no idea what Lu Xiao's temper was like. If he messed up, his status in Lu Xiao's heart would plummet. Although asking directly will cause some loss of points, it is better than messing up directly. Just tell the truth. Lu Xiao said with a smile. There is nothing shameful about my identity, and all the industries under my control are legal and compliant. Besides, I have no conflicts with the Zhang family. Even if it is the Zhang family, they will not target me for no reason, right? Moreover, the Zhang family was not that scary in Lu Xiao's opinion. If pressed to the limit, the worst that can happen is that the Sky Building can be sold directly to cash out 700 to 800 million yuan, and then 1 billion yuan can be spent on upgrades within a few days. According to the previous introduction of the system, the assets obtained by upgrading one level basically increased tenfold. Previously, the minimum amount of cash for signing in for 1 day was 20 million, so the cash for signing in after the upgrade is estimated to be 200 million. If you are lucky enough to win a big prize like today, it will be a business worth more than 10 billion. Even if your luck is average, if you can sign 200 million in cash in 1 day, that would be a considerable amount of money. Not to mention the Zhang family, even if the Zhang family and the Lin family were tied together, Lu Xiao would not be afraid. Both of these companies are listed. If someone were to spend 200 million yuan every day to smash their stocks, it would probably take less than half a month to make a big hole in the stocks of both companies. Of course, this is just the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, as long as you are not sick, who would offend others for no reason? Just like Lu Xiao, the same is naturally true for the Zhang and Lin families. After getting Lu Xiao's reply, Huangxi immediately felt relieved and walked to the door and opened it. Mr. Huang, can you make the price of the 60th floor a little cheaper? As soon as Zhang Qingwan saw Huangxi, she immediately started talking about the rent for the 60th floor. She was really anxious about this matter. They had not been able to communicate well on the phone, so she just came here directly today. But the next moment, as soon as she entered the door, Zhang Qingwan saw Lu Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa and had just stood up. Is it you? Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao in surprise and was stunned. The words she had just spoken were stuck in the corner of her mouth. Do you know me? Lu Xiao was also stunned. What's going on? I shouldn't have had any contact with Zhang Qingwan, right? No, I don't know you, but I saw you in the underground parking lot of the Grand Mall yesterday. Zhang Qingwan shook her head. She is a person who is good at observation. When she was dealing with the parking lot matters yesterday, she also roughly looked at the dozens of people at the scene. They said there was a surveillance camera, but that was actually a lie. The surveillance camera broke down 2 days ago and had not been repaired yet, otherwise she would not have gone to so much trouble to adjust it. The handsome couple Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian also left a deep impression on her. The handsome guy Lu Xiao was okay, he just made her feel that he was very handsome and attractive, but Wu Qianqian next to Lu Xiao really amazed her at that time. Wu Qianqian's appearance is no worse than hers. Lu Xiao nodded suddenly. There were so many people there, and the two of them were standing in a remote place in the middle. After the people behind left, even the security captain didn't notice it, but unexpectedly Zhang Qingwan noticed it. Her eyes are really sharp. Mr. Zhang, this is the boss of our Sky Real Estate. Huangxi introduced it at the right time. Hello, Miss Shang. I'm Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao greeted Zhang Qingwan with a smile. There were too many people yesterday and he couldn't see clearly, but today, with such a close observation, Lu Xiao easily saw Zhang Qingwan's full appearance. Her hair was dyed light yellow and hung down her back in slightly wavy shapes. She wore a pair of gold glasses without lenses on her face and brown-gray contact lenses in her eyes. Her makeup was slightly reddish, and she even applied light pink to her neck. She was wearing a black hip skirt with stockings reaching the bottom. She was wearing a pair of pure black high heels. The 5-centimeter high heels brought out her beautiful figure to the fullest. It is also obvious that Zhang Qingwan is not very old, and there is still a hint of childishness on her face, which makes her look even more cute and sexy. Her skin is really very good and there is no flaw at all on her body. There is not a single flaw to be found on any exposed part of the body. If Wu Qianqian remembered correctly, Zhang Qingwan should also be a sophomore student and just turned 20 this year. Lu Xiao made a judgment about Zhang Qingwan almost at first sight. Top beauty. P.S. The first day I wanted to find a partner through a book. Chapter 57, Zhang Qingwan's Investment. There was a hint of astonishment on Zhang Qingwan's face. As soon as he saw Lu Xiao, the first thing he thought of was what happened yesterday, and his second reaction was that Lu Xiao might be Huangxi's subordinate or relative or something, but he never thought that this sky building belonged to Lu Xiao. It's not that she couldn't accept a fortune of more than 1 billion. There weren't many people with fortunes of 10 billion in Jiangchang, but there were still a lot of people with fortunes of 10 billion. But at Lu Xiao's age, it is impossible for him to have such a huge amount of assets, right? However, Zhang Qingwan reacted quickly. Her expression only changed slightly and soon returned to normal. Hello, Mr. Lu. Zhang Qingwan took the initiative to extend her hand to Lu Xiao. If this is Lu Xiao, then it is enough for her to show her sincerity. After all, to have such assets at this age, it means either the family behind him is very powerful, or the individual is extremely capable. No matter which point it is, there is no problem in becoming friends. If the person has good character and can be open-minded, he will be a help in the future. This is also the importance of the circle. Lu Xiao smiled and shook hands with Zhang Qingwan. Lu Xiao didn't reach out at first. After all, some women don't like physical contact with men. Gently squeezed the fingertips. Very slippery. Huangxi, who was standing by, tactfully asked the two to sit down, and went to the side to pour a glass of water for Zhang Qingwan. Boss Lu, if you are here today, I will keep it short. Zhang Qingwan took a sip of water and sat opposite Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao nodded slightly. Mr. Huang previously quoted me a monthly rent of 20 yuan per square meter. Later, Mr. Huang gave me a discount of 1 yuan, making it 19 yuan per square meter. However, I still think it is a bit expensive. I hope to get it for 15 yuan. If possible, we can rent it for a long time in the future. Of course you can, but logically speaking, Mr. Zhang, you shouldn't be short of this little money, right? Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Regardless of Zhang Qingwan's status as a member of the Zhang family, or because she helped coordinate the matter of her Bugatti yesterday, it naturally didn't matter if the rent was cheaper. To be honest, even if I don't ask for a penny of rent and just take a favor from Zhang Qingwan, I will still make a lot of money from this business. Therefore, the moment Zhang Qingwan said this, Lu Xiao only thought for a moment and responded directly. 2,000 square meters, with a monthly rent of 20 yuan per square meter, that's only 1,200,000 yuan a month, which is not a lot of money at all. The small change from the daily lottery is much more than this money. What's more, Zhang Qingwan only wants to save $5, which means she will only save 300,000 yuan a month, which is just the cost of Li Tian's meal, so there is no need to worry about it. Zhang Qingwan opened her mouth, but suddenly she was unable to speak. She had been talking to Huangxi on the phone for 2 days, but Huangxi had not agreed. She thought there would be a heated debate when she came here today, but she didn't expect that as soon as she said the first sentence, Lu Xiao agreed directly, resulting in her being unable to say what she had in mind. But no matter what, the goal has been achieved. Zhang Qingwan let out a long sigh and answered Lu Xiao's last question. Boss Lu, if I represent the Zhang family now, I definitely don't need this little money. But if I founded my own company, I can have an extra 300,000 yuan a month, which can pay salaries to many employees. Zhang Qingwan smiled bitterly and briefly introduced her current situation to Lu Xiao. In her opinion, Lu Xiao was most likely a direct descendant of some family and was absolutely qualified to know these things, so it didn't matter if she talked about it. In their Zhang family, besides her, there are 2 other direct descendants of this generation. But it is naturally impossible for the Zhang family to be directly split into 3 parts. Therefore, there is an inheritance system. After the father reaches the age of 50, the direct lineage will begin to compete for the position of the next head of the family. The rules are that each person starts with an initial capital of 10 million and creates his or her own company. There is a total of 2 years for assessment, and the final evaluation will be based on the company's final market value, and the strongest one will win. Of course, you cannot use family power to benefit yourself during this process. If you are found out, you will be disqualified from the assessment. It doesn't matter for someone like Lu Xiao who knows that she is a member of the Zhang family and gives her some discounts, but if she directly waives the rent or exceeds the market price by too much, she will also be disqualified, and family members will later review all the processes within 2 years. If someone spreads the word that he is a member of the Zhang family and deliberately solicits investment, he will also be disqualified. Therefore, at the family level, the possibility of several people taking other paths was eliminated. And this year happens to be the last year. The company she founded is an internet company. The office they rented had just expired, and the staff had expanded significantly over the past year. The original office was no longer able to accommodate everyone, so they were planning to move to a bigger one, so they thought of coming to the Sky Building to take a look. Moreover, they were discussing a big project these days. In order to make a good impression on the other party and get the investment, she chose the 60th floor almost at first sight. But the only problem is that it is too expensive. Her company does not have much liquidity and cannot afford such expensive rent. After hearing what Zhang Qingwan said, Lu Xiao also suddenly realized. He said that with Zhang Qingwan's status as a member of the Zhang family, why would she come here in person to rent a house? Mr. Zhang, I wish us a happy cooperation. Lu Xiao said with a smile, and glanced at Huang Shi next to him. Huang Shi, prepare the contract. Okay, boss. Huang Shi nodded and quickly walked out of the office. Mr. Zhang. Boss Lu, we are of the same age, so you can just call me by my name from now on. Zhang Qingwan smiled and shook her head. Well, don't be polite to me. Lu Xiao nodded. Names are meant to be called by people. Qingwan, you just said that the family gave you 10 million last year? I wonder how big your company has grown in 2 years. Lu Xiao asked curiously. About 50 million, but this is just an estimate at this stage. If I can get that investment in the next 2 days, it should be able to rise to around 80 million. So strong? Lu Xiao was surprised. Having worked in the financial circle for more than 10 years, Lu Xiao certainly knows what this means. Generally speaking, if the funds used for investment can appreciate by more than 20% each year, it is considered very good. When the funds are large, such as tens of billions or hundreds of billions, those who can achieve a stable appreciation of more than 15% are considered absolutely brilliant and will be snatched up by major investment companies. For a startup company, it is normal for its assets to double or triple in 2 years. After all, it is only a 10 million yuan plate. But those who can make 8 times the profit are definitely the best among the best. At this moment, there was something wrong with the way Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan. It's only 80 million now, so what if this company continues to operate? Maybe by this time next year the market value will be several hundred million. Chapter 58, The Operational Model of a Large Family. In fact, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Internet projects have had good prospects in recent years, so this growth is quite normal. Hearing Lu Xiao praising herself, Zhang Qingwan waved her hands a little embarrassedly. Besides, her current market value was only 50 million. Whether it could reach 80 million depended on whether the 2-day talks went smoothly. After all, her capital was small, so the large growth rate was not exaggerated. But if you win in the end, what will happen to the next generation of the Zhang family after you inherit the Zhang family? Lu Xiao asked curiously. That's easy. Just pick 1 or 2 from the children you give birth to. Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao strangely. There is actually not much difference between men and women in this regard. If a man has children with his own surname after marriage, but if a woman has children, she can have 1 or 2 more children and then change her surname to inherit the property. Anyway, with current medical conditions, having 4 or 5 children is no big deal. Besides, the older generation in the family has just retired, not died, so when the children grow up, you can just leave them to raise. Even if I can't have children in the future, there are still many side branches in the family, and it won't be a problem to pick a few from them. This is also the way of survival for most large families. The industry belongs to the family, not to the individual, and the individual only runs the company. Lu Xiao suddenly broke out in a sweat. This question is indeed a bit stupid. However, this family-style business model did make Lu Xiao a little uncomfortable. Just like Zhang Qingwan, while running her own company, she also has to take care of Zhang family affairs. For example, what happened at Shanda Shopping Mall yesterday was Zhang Qingwan's part-time job. You know, Zhang Qingwan is just a young person in her 20s. Compared with people of the same age, they do have to bear a lot, but if they fail in the end, they will get nothing. The most they can get is a few million to go and have fun. I have to say, this model is really cruel. Huang Shi knocked on the door at this time. Boss, Mr. Zhang, the contract has been printed. Huang Shi handed the contract to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao took a quick glance, mainly looking at the breach of contract clause. It was a standard lease contract and there was nothing wrong with it. Qingwan, take a look. Lu Xiao handed the contract directly to Zhang Qingwan. Huang Shi looked at Lu Xiao with some surprise. He was calling him Mr. Zhang just now. How come after I went out for 7 or 8 minutes, he started calling him in a soft voice? Could it be that there is something going on between my boss and Zhang Qingwan? Huang Shi looked around his office carefully. The potted plant is still the same potted plant, and the desk is still the same desk. They have not moved at all. This should not be the place. He glanced at the lounge again and saw that the door of the room was still closed and the key was still in his hand. The sofa next to it was also quite clean, and it didn't look like there was any water spilled on it. But apart from this, what else can quickly heat up the relationship between a man and a woman? Could it be that he was wrong? No problem, I'll transfer all the money when I get back this afternoon. Zhang Qingwan also took a look and then put the contract away. After she signed the contracts, she had to go back and stamp them with the company's official seal, and then mail 2 copies back here. After sending Zhang Qingwan away, Lu Xiao still felt a little emotional. The Zhang family has indeed been established in Jiangqing for a long time, and their ability to have such strength is closely related to the Zhang family's inheritance model. Zhang Qingwan, who is still a sophomore, is so strong. What about the 2 brothers that Zhang Qingwan mentioned? Judging from how nervous Zhang Qingwan was, it seemed that these 2 people were no worse than her. But rather than being an heir in such a family, it's better to start your own business. Lu Xiao shook his head and muttered something. He himself was not very accustomed to this kind of restraint. After working hard all your life, in the end everything belongs to the family. Isn't this nonsense? I stayed in the company until the afternoon and got a brief understanding of the business. At around 4 o'clock, Lu Xiao drove to Jiangcheng University again. Several people in the dormitory have already gone home, and Lu Xiao doesn't know whether his son's relationships have been successful. This time he went there to get his USB flash drive from the dormitory. The study materials saved for 3 years cannot be thrown away just like that. It is better to keep such precious things in the study. But just as he walked downstairs to the dormitory building, Lu Xiao suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in the corner. Yueshi? Lu Xiao stepped forward and patted Gu Yueshi's shoulder curiously. Gu Yueshi was startled, but when she turned around and saw that it was Lu Xiao, she relaxed. Yueshi, what are you doing here? I. Gu Yueshi's face turned red and she stuttered a little when she spoke. The reason why she came here today was to see if Lu Xiao was in school. Seeing that there was no light in Lu Xiao's dormitory, she was about to leave, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Lu Xiao appear behind her. She was not mentally prepared for the moment and was directly frightened. After several seconds, Gu Yueshi finally returned to normal. Lu Xiao, my sister is going to have surgery tomorrow. Do you have time? My sister said she wants to see you. Well, if you don't have time, forget it, I'll go talk to her. At the end of her speech, Gu Yueshi waved her hands repeatedly, fearing that she would delay Lu Xiao because of her own affairs and make Lu Xiao feel uncomfortable. Originally, the things between her and Lu Xiao had not been clarified yet, and she was still a little afraid to come and see Lu Xiao these days, but her sister suddenly made this request. Her sister will be on the operating table tomorrow. In order to put her sister in a good mood before the operation, she hesitated for a while, but finally decided to give it a try. She also wanted to finish what she had always wanted to do in the past few days. She also felt these days that if she continued to drag things on like this, it would really be a big deal. Okay, I have nothing to do right now, no problem. Lu Xiao readily agreed. He had just told Gu Yueshi 2 days ago about transferring her sister to Jiangcheng First Hospital. He had thought that it might take a while for the doctor from Beijing to arrive, but he didn't expect him to come so soon. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Gu Yueshi's eyes reddened as she looked at Lu Xiao, who agreed readily. In this matter, Lu Xiao really helped her a lot. Hey, why are you being so polite? We've known each other for 2 or 3 years. Don't you know who I am, Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao smiled and patted Gu Yueshi's hair. It was really not easy for a girl to do so many things. He didn't have anything to do anyway, so he helped if he could. Wait for me for a moment. I'll go upstairs to get something, and then we'll go together. Lu Xiao greeted him and then walked upstairs through the door. But at this time, Gu Yueshi behind him blushed slightly, gritted her teeth, and followed Lu Xiao into the dormitory building. Lu Xiao thought Gu Yueshi was waiting for him at the door, so he went up 1 floor and found that Gu Yueshi was still following him. Yueshi, this is the boys' dormitory. You don't have to follow me. I'm going upstairs to get something. I'll be down in 5 minutes. Lu Xiao looked over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How could a living person like me just get lost like that? This has followed me to the second floor, big sister. I asked Pan Xingwen and others before I came here, and they said they had already bought tickets to go home. My sister and I agreed to go there tomorrow morning. Besides, the building manager is not here right now. Gu Yueshi blushed, but still shook her head slightly. Chapter 59, Gu Siyu is about to undergo surgery. When these words came out, Lu Xiao was stunned. Oh my god, is it still possible? Gu Yueshi's words couldn't be more straightforward. If he still didn't understand, then he was a complete fool. However, seeing Gu Yueshi's determined look, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh again. He knew that Gu Yueshi had made her choice. If that is the case, then what is there for him, the person who set the question, to disagree with? Of course you have to choose to be admitted. I glanced around and found that several students were already walking towards this side. Lu Xiao, who was afraid that he would be on the campus headlines tomorrow, quickly took Gu Yueshi's hand and ran back to his dormitory while there was no one on the third floor. With a click, he closed the dormitory door. Gu Yueshi walked to the balcony with a red face and pulled all the blackout curtains. Then, he gently put his arms around Lu Xiao's waist from behind. Lu Xiao, who was suddenly attacked, only had time to send a text message to Wu Qianqian, saying that he would not go home for dinner, and then fell into infinite tenderness. The next morning, Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi went to the hospital together. Lu Xiao, is your car a Bugatti? Gu Yueshi got into the car and looked at the interior of the car curiously. It was the first time she saw Lu Xiao's car. Well, it's a limited edition car from Bugatti. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. But Yueshi, you have to change the way you address me from now on. Xiao, brother Xiao. Gu Yueshi's face flushed, but she still shouted out. Lu Xiao laughed and stepped on the accelerator. The Bugatti suddenly made a roar and sped towards the hospital. Last night, Gu Yueshi also opened her heart to Lu Xiao. She didn't want to become Lu Xiao's vassal, nor did she intend to accept Lu Xiao's help. She still wanted to live the life she was supposed to have. However, unlike her previous goals, the job she chose now would definitely stay with Lu Xiao, and she would not go to another city. And she would choose a fixed place to live, so that Lu Xiao could go to see her anytime when he wanted. She will never have another man, and will live a good life with her sister and work hard to make money to return the 800,000 to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao originally planned to arrange a one-stop service for her including a house, a car and a job, but in the end, under Gu Yueshi's insistence, he respected her choice. He doesn't like to influence other people's will or force others to do things they don't like. Although it felt a bit regrettable, no matter what, Gu Yueshi did not go to Beijing to develop in this life and stayed with him. Even though he chooses not to accept my help now, there are still many days to come. I can wait until I get more familiar with him later. Anyway, I can go there anytime I want. Zhengcheng is not that big. Besides, even if she doesn't accept financial help, she can still provide some physical help and educate Gu Yueshi frequently. This thing is something that accumulates little by little. As long as you say it enough times, it will eventually work. He just didn't believe that when they were truly close and could talk about anything, Gu Yueshi would still be distant with him. In the words of Zhang Yan, even if it's a stone, he has to keep it warm. By the way, Yueshi, I still don't know your sister's name. Walking along the hospital corridor with Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao asked curiously. My sister's name is Gu Siyu. Gu Yueshi walked forward with a slight limp. When she saw Lu Xiao holding her hand, she looked around feeling guilty. Lu Xiao's strength was indeed beyond her imagination. In her current state, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what she had done last night. If there weren't so few people in the corridor at this time in the morning, she would have had the urge to just shake off her hands and run away. Gu Siyu, that's a nice name. And Yueshi, is it necessary to feel so guilty? Lu Xiao smiled and pulled Gu Yueshi's hand over, holding it firmly in his hand. It's not good to be seen by others. Gu Yueshi struggled unconsciously a few times, but when she found that she couldn't get free, she felt even more guilty. What's wrong with that? If someone sees it, they can only envy you. After being glared at fiercely by Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi finally let Lu Xiao hold her hand obediently. Because she was going to have surgery today, Gu Siyu had stopped eating since yesterday afternoon and only supplemented herself with a little glucose. However, because he had taken sufficient medication in the past few days, although his face was still pale, at least he was in good spirits. When Gu Siyu saw her sister being led into the ward by a man, her eyes suddenly lit up. Siyu, how do you feel today? Gu Yueshi walked to the bedside and habitually glanced at the ward rounds record hanging on the shelf next to it. Lu Xiao also stepped forward to take a look. There was a series of vital signs data written on it, and all of them were marked as normal in red pen. I feel fine. Is this my brother-in-law? Gu Siyu stared at Lu Xiao with eyes wide open. To be honest, my brother-in-law is really handsome. If nothing unexpected happened, the man in front of him should be Lu Xiao, whom his sister often mentioned. But according to what her sister said, she shouldn't be with Lu Xiao yet. Siyu, after today, you can move freely in the future. Are you happy? Lu Xiao smiled and sat down on the accompanying chair beside him. Gu Siyu was still young, and her face was pale, making her look a little weak. But judging from the contours of her face, she was obviously a beauty, she just hadn't grown up yet. I have to say that Gu Yueshi's family genes are really good. Not only did they give birth to Gu Yueshi, a beauty with a score of over 95, but they also gave birth to Gu Siyu, a girl whose appearance is only slightly worse than her sister's. Vlad, brother-in-law, are you Lu Xiao? It's me. Your sister told me that you wanted to see me, so I came here specially to see you today. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. When Gu Siyu heard Lu Xiao asking about the operation, she nodded excitedly. After suffering from heart disease for so many years, I am definitely excited to think that I will be able to return to a normal life in a few days. And this feeling of excitement even surpassed the fear of the upcoming surgery. Moreover, she also heard from her sister that the doctor who would perform surgery on her today was an expert specially invited by Lu Xiao from the capital, so her fear of the upcoming surgery unconsciously lessened a little. But what made her even happier was that her sister seemed to have really found her love. Although her sister's eyes were still evasive when she looked at Lu Xiao, Gu Siyu could still see it clearly as a bystander. In the past, when entering the ward, her sister's attention was almost all on her, but today, in addition to looking at her, most of her sister's attention was focused on Lu Xiao, and every move of Lu Xiao made her sister's eyes follow involuntarily. In addition, considering my sister's attitude towards Lu Xiao when we talked about it before, if I say that my sister doesn't like Lu Xiao, that would be far from the truth. Even if the operation really failed, seeing this scene now, Gu Siyu felt that she was completely satisfied. Chapter 60, 200 is okay. Family members, please move aside for a moment while I take blood and vitals tests. Just after talking for a while, a man who looked like a doctor patted Lu Xiao on the shoulder. Seeing Lu Xiao turning around, he smiled at him kindly, apparently knowing that Lu Xiao had invited people over. Okay. Lu Xiao stood up and nodded. By the way, doctor, what time is the surgery scheduled for today? Lu Xiao looked at the doctor beside him. It's around noon. I'll send my blood for testing and do some routine tests. If everything is fine, I'll start anesthesia. The doctor replied, and then looked at Gu Siyu on the bed. Siyu, the surgeon who will perform the surgery on you today is an authoritative professor from the capital. There will be no danger at all, so just relax. Thank you, doctor. Gu Siyu looked at the doctor gratefully. She has been hospitalized for a long time, and this doctor has been very caring towards her. He also knows that Gu Yueshi is in difficulty, so he goes to the pharmacy to use his internal discount almost every time she gets medicine. Although it's not much, it's still a favor. Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi did not stay in the ward for long. Seeing that Gu Yueshi had no intention of going out for dinner, Lu Xiao made a special phone call to a nearby restaurant and ordered a meal to be delivered. Then he went to the front desk and secretly booked a high-end ward for Gu Siyu. During this period, I also went to see the surgeon who came from Beijing. When Lu Xiao brought the food he had bought and took Gu Yueshi into the VIP ward, Gu Yueshi realized that Lu Xiao had secretly done so many things. Brother Xiao, why did you spend so much money on me again? Gu Yueshi was really helpless. The VIP ward in the first hospital costs at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a day, and Lu Xiao booked it for a month, which means he spent 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. If this continues, when will she be able to pay it back? She had originally planned to return home to take care of her sister after she got better. What do you mean by spending money on you? I just booked a room for myself. I can't have no place to eat, right? Lu Xiao put the food he bought on the table with a smile, and then gently took Gu Yueshi into his arms. I haven't eaten all morning. Let me have some porridge first. It's made with red beans and barley. Lu Xiao scooped a spoonful and brought it to Gu Yueshi's mouth. Gu Yueshi felt helpless when she heard Lu Xiao's unreasonable arguments. Just for a meal, and it takes a month? A meal costs 50 yuan, and the place where you eat costs 70 or 80,000. Who can eat so luxuriously? But the room had already been booked, and she had no choice but to accept reality and secretly add the 70,000 or 80,000 yuan to her bill. Brother Xiao, I'll feed you. Gu Yueshi put the porridge into her mouth, her face slightly red, and she closed her eyes. Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then gladly accepted this special gift of food. Sure enough, this is the pinnacle of life. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao successfully finished eating everything. He glanced at the door and couldn't help feeling a little more excited. Brother Xiao, this time it's free. If you want to eat it again in the future, it will be 200 each time. Gu Yueshi's face turned red. This time she really gave up. She was in the dormitory yesterday, and today she went to the hospital again. She really felt like she was not going to be happy anymore. When did she become so bold? Moreover, I have so many debts that I can hardly pay them off. I originally didn't plan to collect any money, but if this continues, I'm afraid I'll owe more and more. So I might as well shamelessly collect some. 5,000 a time is fine, but considering my figure and looks, 200 a time shouldn't be too much, right? If you do it 15 times a month, you can still pay back 3,000. When Lu Xiao heard what Gu Yueshi said, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Girl, even if you want to charge money, you think too little of yourself, don't you? If you ask me to name a price, I won't bother to pay unless it's 10,000 yuan. Gu Yueshi's appearance and figure are both top-notch. When Pan Xingwen went to take care of his homeless sister 2 days ago, the starting price was 300 yuan. I'll just take $200. Gu Yueshi blushed and shook her head, then picked up a piece of food and put it into Lu Xiao's mouth. Although she knew that this amount of money was nothing to Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi still said it firmly. Maybe she also wanted to use this method to create some freshness for Lu Xiao, so that Lu Xiao would come to accompany her more often. Thinking of this, Gu Yueshi's face couldn't help but turn even redder. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the morning that we finally finished the meal. Lu Xiao was full and satisfied, but Gu Yueshi was so tired that she was gasping for breath beside him. Brother Xiao, I'm going to check on my sister. She's about to go into the operating room, and I want to give her some encouragement. Gu Yueshi was a little worried about her sister and prepared to go over to see what was going on. But Lu Xiao stopped him with his hand. If the surgery is to be performed at 12 o'clock, you should have been anesthetized by now. You won't be able to see anything if you go over now, so you'd better stay in the ward. Lu Xiao gave Gu Yueshi a blank look. A person who is anesthetized has lost consciousness, so why is he still trying to inhale? He is just comforting himself. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a while, but finally sat down again. But his eyes kept involuntarily turning towards the door. Heart bypass surgery is a major operation and will take at least 5 hours. Take a nap if you feel tired. Lu Xiao was playing Tetris on his phone. Seeing that Gu Yueshi was very nervous, he could only comfort her in a kind voice. Lu Xiao also understood this feeling. After all, the person undergoing surgery now was Gu Yueshi's only living relative, and it was a major surgery, so it was certain that he would feel uneasy. Gu Yueshi shook her head slightly and still sat there staring blankly at the door of the ward. Lu Xiao had no choice but to let Gu Yueshi do it. Anyway, after Gu Siyu comes out safely, Gu Yueshi will probably return to normal. The operation took longer than originally estimated. The lights in the operating room were still on until 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Yueshi could no longer sit still in the room, so she ran outside the operating room and waited. By 8 o'clock in the evening, even Lu Xiao felt a little uneasy. Only now did he understand the feelings of the patient's family members waiting outside the operating room. I'm really afraid that a doctor will open the door, hold up a document and sign a critical illness notice. But fortunately, at 8:30 in the evening, the lights in the operating room suddenly turned on, and within a minute, several nurses came out pushing a cart. Congratulations, the operation was successful. The patient will mainly eat liquid food in the near future, so you should pay attention to your diet. The doctor came out from behind the door and took off his mask with a smile. When Gu Yueshi heard the doctor say that the operation was successful, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She breathed a sigh of relief, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Lu Xiao quickly caught Gu Yueshi from behind. Thank you, doctor, for your trouble during this period. It's nothing. This is what we should do. But you still have to take good care of your girlfriend. She is really exhausted during this period. And judging from the color of her skin, she should be a little lacking in blood. But it's not serious. She can just take care of her with food. The doctor replied with a smile, nodded at Lu Xiao, and quickly left from the other side. The doctor who came from the capital must have this level of skill, so Lu Xiao naturally believed what he said. I secretly wrote these words down. Then the nurse pushed Gu Siyu into the ward and changed her bed. Gu Siyu is still under anesthesia. According to the nurse, it will take at least some time for her to wake up. Brother Xiao, I can take care of this. It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao. Why would I go back? It's 2,800 per night. I have to stay for a few nights, right? Lu Xiao lay down directly on the accompanying bed next to him and looked at Gu Yueshi, who was standing beside him, with a smile. I have to say that the VIP wards are indeed different. Both the hospital bed and the accompanying bed are 1.5 meters by 2 meters, which is very spacious. There is also a small balcony and a separate bathroom next to it, with various flowers placed everywhere, which makes it very lively at first glance. Compared to the cold tones in other parts of the hospital, living here will undoubtedly make people feel much better. Chapter 61, Brother-in-law, are you and my sister okay? When Gu Yueshi heard Lu Xiao's words, she opened her mouth in confusion. There are only 2 beds here. Her sister just had surgery, so she definitely doesn't dare to squeeze in. But if she doesn't stay with her sister, it means she will have to squeeze into another bed with Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao pulled Gu Yueshi over with a smile. No, definitely not. What if Siyu wakes up at night? Gu Yueshi screamed and quickly jumped up from Lu Xiao's arms. What are you thinking? Just rest. Lu Xiao slapped Gu Yueshi on the butt in annoyance. Am I the kind of person who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman? It seems so. But it's good that you still have some self-control. You know, he is also a man with the surname Lu. Moreover, the reason why he stayed was not to take advantage of Gu Yueshi or anything. After all, the conditions in the hospital were limited, and it was not very convenient to do anything. Lu Xiao just planned to help Gu Yueshi take care of Gu Siyu so that Gu Yueshi wouldn't have to work so hard. Although nurses are good, they are not as attentive as our own people. When Gu Siyu wakes up tomorrow and returns to normal, I will feel more at ease when I leave. You watch for a while, I'm going to go out and buy some food. Lu Xiao carried Gu Yueshi aside, then got up and went out. I went out to pack up a few dishes and also ordered a few blood-replenishing ones. As for the soup, Lu Xiao didn't buy it. Drinking broth is not as reliable as eating meat, as it is full of free proteins and purines. Not only is it not nutritious, but some businesses also add additives such as Sanhua evaporated milk, which makes it even more unacceptable to drink it. After staying in the hospital for a night, Lu Xiao was relieved to see Gu Siyu woke up the next morning. Brother-in-law, are you leaving? Gu Siyu saw Lu Xiao climbing down from the bed and looked at him teasingly. She had actually woken up more than an hour ago, and the first thing she saw was Lu Xiao and her sister beside her. She had originally thought that her sister had just been with Lu Xiao and probably hadn't done anything yet. But when she saw how intimate they were, she realized that she was still too young. Lu Xiao's hands were not honest at all. I watched the two of them for more than an hour, and when my eyes were almost blinded, I saw Lu Xiao wake up. This is truly live broadcast. Seeing Gu Siyu's gaze, even Lu Xiao's old face blushed unconsciously. He always likes to put his hands in that position when he sleeps, and he hasn't been able to change it for many years. I didn't expect that Gu Siyu saw it today. Don't ask. If you do ask, can't you just admit that you have an Oedipus complex? If you ask again, just arrest him. As for the LSP thing, he would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Siyu, can I help you rock the bed a little? Lu Xiao saw that Gu Siyu was lying uncomfortably, and then he shook the bed slightly upwards. But I didn't dare shake it too high, just a slight arc. How are you feeling today? Lu Xiao asked in a low voice. The wound hurts a lot, but other than that, everything else is fine. Apart from the pain in her heart, Gu Siyu felt extremely comfortable all over her body. Before the surgery, the pain in my chest that I would feel whenever I spoke for a while has completely disappeared. The difference between external pain and internal pain is quite obvious. Gu Siyu was in a very good mood at the moment. Although she still needs to be careful not to engage in strenuous activities after she recovers, she can now do some basic exercises, and there will not be much difference between her and ordinary people in the future. Does the wound hurt particularly? Lu Xiao asked. If it is particularly painful, it may be that the stitches were not sewn properly, so you still need to pay attention to this. No, just normal pain. Gu Siyu shook her head, then smiled at Lu Xiao. Brother-in-law, how about you help me check the wound? What nonsense are you talking about, you devil girl? Lu Xiao scolded with a smile and pretended to pat Gu Siyu lightly on the forehead. That position, if the doctor checked it, it's fine, but if you check it yourself, it's illegal, right? Besides, Gu Siyu is only 16 years old this year and still a high school student. If she really does something, she might end up in jail. Gu Siyu immediately burst into giggles. She just made a joke because she saw what happened in the morning. She is 16 years old after all, so she probably knows something about this. You should stay in the hospital and recover from your injuries during this period. If you need anything, call your brother-in-law. Lu Xiao took Gu Siyu's mobile phone and saved his own phone number in it. Seeing that Gu Yueshi was still sleeping soundly, Lu Xiao did not disturb her. He went out and bought 2 breakfasts and came back. He opened a bag of millet porridge and fed it to Gu Siyu. Siyu, your sister didn't sleep well last night. Let her rest for a while. If you need anything, you can ring the bell to call the nurse. I'll be leaving first. Lu Xiao yawned and put the remaining breakfast on the table. Okay, brother-in-law, don't worry. Gu Siyu nodded with a smile. But brother-in-law, my sister didn't sleep well last night. Did she do anything bad? Lu Xiao turned around and glared at Gu Siyu. You are a little brat, take good care of your injuries. But speaking of this, Lu Xiao was obviously feeling a little guilty, and fled out of the ward. I just added a spoonful of evaporated milk. And it's only 1 spoonful, which is definitely not excessive. He promises. Chapter 62, Sign in Successfully, Fading Technology. On the way back, Lu Xiao signed in. I was busy with a lot of things yesterday morning and forgot to sign in. I have been saving up for 2 days to sign in this time, so I don't know what I will sign out. I missed the sign in yesterday morning. Lu Xiao originally wanted to sign in at noon, but after thinking about it, he decided to postpone it to today. After all, signing in for 2 days is more cost-effective than 1.5 days. While driving, put some of your energy into your mind. In less than a day, unless there is a critical hit, in 99% of cases what you sign in is cash. If the time is more than 1 day and less than 2 days, the probability of cash and assets appearing is basically half and half. If the period is more than 2 days, the probability of assets being withdrawn will be higher, and the probability of cash appearing will be much smaller, but it is not zero. Exactly 48 hours have passed since yesterday. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Fading Technology Company. All the documents of Fading Technology have been placed in the host's Bugatti car. Please receive it as soon as possible. Feidian Technology? Lu Xiao had never heard of this company before, and it was probably not a famous big company. Lu Xiao signed in twice in a row. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 1,500 yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting 80 yuan in cash. Hey, I really should have just signed in when I was in the ward. After seeing what came out the last 2 times, Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Although I don't know whether Gu Yueshi is lucky enough to be lucky, but no matter what, she is definitely much luckier than me. My life is just a guarantee every day. After returning to Yulong Jingjuan, Lu Xiao took up the information of Fading Technology. Flourishing? I took a look into the master bedroom. The room was very tidy, the quilt was already spread out, and there was no one inside. I looked around the house but didn't see Wu Qianqian. This little girl, is she going to the company so early? Lu Xiao was a little surprised. It's just before 9 in the morning. I took out my cell phone and sent a message to Wu Qianqian. After waiting for a minute, Wu Qianqian replied quickly. Lu Xiao was suddenly helpless. Just as he thought, the girl really ran to the company early in the morning. But since Wu Qianqian was willing to do it, Lu Xiao let her do it. It was just a small plate anyway, and letting Wu Qianqian tinker with it was a good thing, as it could give her something to do. After a while, when you reach level 2, you can invest some more cash there and move the company to the Sky Building. He took the information about Fading Technology and went into the study. Market value, 70 million, mainly engaged in network technology. The business scope is program development, app development, data storage, system maintenance, network security. Lu Xiao looked at it for a while. Wow, this business scope is really diverse, with more than 60 items. But on the other hand, the business scope on the business license can actually represent part of the company's strength. From this we can see that Fading Technology's strength should be quite good. However, with a market value of 70 million, it can only be said to be okay, not amazing. After all, if Lu Xiao signs in for 2 consecutive days, he can get at least 40 to 50 million in cash. Although it seems a little less, it is definitely not much worse than the market value of 70 million. The most important thing is that the cash is free and he can do whatever he wants. The company's address is in the old city, not far from where Lu Xiao lives, only about 2 kilometers away, about half an hour's walk. I put the information about Fading Technology and Sky Building into the desk pocket. Lu Xiao was planning to go to the company to find Wu Qianqian, but just as he stood up, his cell phone rang again. Fading Technology's Wan Lei wants to add you as a friend. Lu Xiao nodded his agreement directly. The next moment, the phone rang again. Fading Technology's Wan Lei invites you to join the group chat Fading Technology's Core Management Group. Fading Technology's Wan Lei has transferred the group to you, and you are now the group owner. Why is this the case with every company? Can't you just make a phone call? Lu Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the Lijiang Hotel, although I didn't join the group at first, after I met Zhao Ku also pulled me in. Huang Shi from Sky Hotel also directly pulled himself into the work group. The same is true for Wang Lei today. If he adds his own Jianglu Real Estate Group and Wu Qianqian's family company shareholder group, he now has 5 groups. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a headache. Wu Qianqian's family company doesn't require him to handle matters, but for several other companies, he has to make decisions on larger businesses. For example, for the leasing business of the Sky Building, the final signature has to come from the boss himself, and he also has to check Huang Shi's reports on the rental situation regularly. As for Jianglu Real Estate, although Wu Qianqian is in charge, all the documents that need to be signed must be sent to her in the end. As for Wu Qianqian's family company, although she doesn't have to take care of the business, she still has to look at the company's financial reports, which is also a workload. It's okay to have 5 now, and I can just spare 1 or 2 hours every day, but if the assets increase in the future, will I be able to handle it? No, we have to find a secretary during this period. We have to solve this problem before the company becomes overwhelmed. Lu Xiao made a decision immediately in his heart. I am here to enjoy life. If you need to make a decision yourself, it is better to let your secretary find out about it first, and then report to you after he or she is clear about it. This way, the workload will be much less. As for the selection of secretary, Wu Qianqian definitely can't do that. Wu Qianqian has her own career, and Lu Xiao is also training Wu Qianqian to be the general manager of the company. Originally, Lu Xiao wanted to let Gu Yueshi take charge, but Gu Yueshi was unwilling to accept his help, so he could only find someone else later. Boss, we have a big project to discuss today. Are you free? We need you to take charge here. In the workgroup, Wang Lei tagged Lu Xiao and then sent a project bid to the group. After being reborn, life is still hard. Seeing the message sent by Wang Lei, Lu Xiao sighed helplessly and became more determined to find a secretary as soon as possible. As for recently, damn, he never signs assets again. Cash, it must be cash. P.S. Is anyone playing LOL? Your Ash is my nurse is so cute. Chapter 63, the partner is Zheng Qingwan. It just so happened that Fading Technology was not too far away, so Lu Xiao didn't drive and just went out and hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao arrived at Fading Technology's office. Boss Lu? When Wang Lei saw Lu Xiao who had just walked in, he didn't dare to recognize him for a moment and asked tentatively. Yes, it's me. You are Wang Lei, right? Lu Xiao smiled and looked at the young man in front of him. Although he is said to be young, he should actually be in his early 30s, just slightly younger than Huang Shi. It's me. Wang Lei laughed and quickly invited Lu Xiao into the office. Boss, here's the situation. We at Fading Technology have recently taken on a relatively large project. The main function is to achieve remote collaborative control of a precision instrument. The other party offered us 80 million yuan in compensation. However, because we don't have enough manpower and the other party is pushing us hard, we plan to find another company to work together to develop this project. That's no problem. You mean we're going to hold a meeting with the other party today, right? Lu Xiao nodded. It is normal business practice for companies of the same type to cooperate in developing software projects. Yes, boss. Today we are mainly going to inspect this company to see if they are qualified to cooperate with us. If they are qualified, we will discuss the profit distribution and development projects. Wang Lei replied quickly. The entire fading technology has a market value of only 70 million. If we can get such a big order, there will be no problem in increasing the market value of fading technology to more than 100 million through this project. Such a big thing is not something that he, as the general manager, can decide privately. The boss must make the final decision in person. But his former boss informed him this morning that the company was transferred to Lu Xiao. Although the new boss may not understand the specific things very clearly, there is nothing he can do now. He can only try to explain things more clearly, hoping that the new boss can agree with him on the future development of the company. Okay, let's go and take a look. Lu Xiao nodded and agreed. Wang Lei was suddenly surprised. He had originally thought that the new boss might be dissatisfied with the previous strategic deployment and work after he came, but he didn't expect that after he just mentioned it, the new boss completely agreed with his point of view. Lu Xiao didn't stay in the company for long. Before 10 o'clock, he was invited by Wang Lei to go to the other company. The other party is in the high-tech zone? Lu Xiao was a little surprised when he saw Wang Lei driving towards the high-tech zone. The high-tech zone in Jiangcheng has just been developed, and there are not many companies settled in it so far. Most of the internet companies, like Fading Technology, are located near the university town. Yes, boss. The other party's company was established not long ago, so the location was chosen in the newly developed high-tech zone. Wang Lei smiled and nodded. Lu Xiao looked at the road that was becoming more and more familiar, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Isn't this the road to the Sky Building? Think about it. My company has taken over an 80 million project, and will be meeting with another company today. Then the day before yesterday, Zhang Qingwan also told herself that because she had a meeting with an internet company today, she wanted to rent the 60th floor of the Sky Building. A few minutes later, Lu Xiao was completely speechless when he saw Wang Lei park his car in the underground parking lot of Sky Building. Things have come to this point. It would be unrealistic to say that Wang Lei is here to see someone other than Zhang Qingwan, right? Is their company on the 60th floor? Lu Xiao looked at Wang Lei. Ah. Boss, how did you know? Wang Lei was stunned, but then nodded. The address the other party informed him of was indeed the 60th floor of the Sky Building. Okay, let's go upstairs. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly and didn't say much. All the way up to the 60th floor. Sure enough, the first thing Lu Xiao saw when he entered the room was Zhang Qingwan, who was wearing a black suit, standing at the door to greet him. It can be seen that Zhang Qingwan has carefully put on makeup today. Although she is wearing a professional suit, it still cannot conceal her super high looks and good figure. Originally she was waiting for the boss of Fading Technology, but when she saw Lu Xiao coming in, Zhang Qingwan didn't react for a moment and just stood there in a daze. However, the next moment, Zhang Qingwan saw Wang Lei following Lu Xiao again. Lu Xiao, you guys? Zhang Qingwan pointed at Lu Xiao, then at Wang Lei behind her. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. Shouldn't Lu Xiao be the boss of Sky Building? How come he is related to Wang Lei from the internet circle? And judging from their attitudes, they didn't seem like friends or anything. Instead, they gave her the feeling of being a superior or a subordinate. Qingwan, we meet again. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan with a smile. Boss, Mr. Zhang, do you know each other? Wang Lei behind was also a little surprised. He now understood. No wonder his boss had reacted like that when he mentioned the Sky Building just now. It turns out that my boss already knows the CEO of the other company. Lao Wang, there's no need to investigate the cooperation partner anymore. Go over to their sales department and discuss the profit and project distribution. Lu Xiao gestured. Okay boss, I'll go right away. Wang Lei was very happy when he saw the scene in front of him. He was already very satisfied with Zhang Qingwan's company. He came here today just for a routine inspection and to persuade his boss, but he didn't expect that there was such a relationship between the two. In this way, the subsequent cooperation between the two companies will undoubtedly be much closer, and this project can be perfectly promoted. Qingwan, come into the office and talk? Lu Xiao winked at Zhang Qingwan. Sure, I just got a can of the best de Hong Pao from home today, just perfect for making tea. Zhang Qingwan smiled at Lu Xiao and gestured for him to come in. She was really curious about Lu Xiao now. Just now Wang Lei addressed Lu Xiao as boss, which means that Fading Technology belongs to Lu Xiao. And at this moment, Zhang Qingwan's heart really calmed down. Lu Xiao has just agreed to the cooperation between the two parties, so the increase in her company's market value is a foregone conclusion. Although there is a bit of luck involved, luck is actually a form of strength. Zhang Qingwan took Lu Xiao into the office and closed the door. Qingwan, you are really efficient. You rented a place the day before yesterday and moved all the staff here today. Lu Xiao exclaimed in praise. Sky Tower delivered to tenants little more than empty rooms with paint and flooring. But today, the 60th floor had been completely decorated by Zhang Qingwan, and all kinds of facilities were basically in place. What am I doing? I'm nothing like you. You clearly knew that our two companies were cooperating, but when we met the day before yesterday, you didn't even mention it. Zhang Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. She also analyzed her company's strength and development prospects to Lu Xiao, and even emphasized the cooperation that they were going to discuss today. She didn't believe that Lu Xiao was unaware of the cooperation between the two companies at that time. You really misunderstood me. I am a hands-off boss. If Wan Lei hadn't dragged me here today, I probably wouldn't even know that this matter was accomplished. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. When we met the day before yesterday, I was not yet the boss of this company. Chapter 64, You will protect me from now on. Just tell me whether I believe you or not. Zhang Qingwan rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao and brought him the freshly brewed tea. Lu Xiao spread his hands. Well, this is totally inexplicable. Even if you don't admit it, I still accept your kindness. With this cooperation agreement, my company should have no problem reaching a market value of 80 million by the end of the year. Zhang Qingwan thought that Lu Xiao didn't want her to owe him a favor, so she replied with a smile. But she is a person who values love. Lu Xiao gave her such a great help in the last few months, she must remember it in her heart. And with a market value of 80 million, if nothing unexpected happens, her first place is completely secure, and it is absolutely compliant. Even if her two brothers were extremely capable, it would be impossible for them to increase the company's market value eightfold in 2 years. You owe me a favor? Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan with a smile. This is a favor from the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, the future leader of the Zhang family. It seems that I can do whatever I want in Jiangcheng in the future. My dear, if you really want to do whatever you want, you have to wait until my dad retires. I am just a nobody now. I am okay with the younger generation, but when it comes to the older generation, my words are useless. Zhang Qingwan covered her mouth and laughed. However, her father started taking assessments after he turned 50, so if she really wanted to inherit the Zhang family, she would have to wait until her father retired. How about this, before you inherit the Zhang family, I will only offend the younger generation, and after you inherit the Zhang family, I will do whatever I want. Lu Xiao said tentatively. Okay, but I can only greet them openly. I can't do anything about their actions behind the scenes. As long as you are not afraid of being hunted down when you go out, I have no objection. Just don't come to me for refuge every day. Zhang Qingwan smiled and shrugged. Lu Xiao was joking, of course she could tell. And to be honest, Lu Xiao has so many businesses under his control at such an old age, but she has never heard of him in Jiangcheng. Needless to say, Lu Xiao must be from a big family, and in terms of power, it may not be smaller than their Jiangcheng Zhang family. And although they had not met much, she still approved of Lu Xiao's character. At least in terms of how he dealt with people, he was much better than those rich second generations who did nothing all day and caused trouble everywhere. If she hadn't met Lu Xiao's girlfriend in the Xingda parking lot that day, she would even think that Lu Xiao might be a very suitable boyfriend candidate. But unfortunately, Lu Xiao is already taken, and she will not do anything to steal someone else's boyfriend. And to be honest, Lu Xiao's girlfriend is no worse than her in terms of looks and figure. If you really try to snatch her away, you may not be able to get her. But no matter what, being friends is a good choice. Lu Xiao, this project may take about 3 months, and there will definitely be many problems to deal with in the future. How about we leave contact information? Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao. The two have known each other for several days, but have not left their contact information. Originally, this should have been said by Lu Xiao, but she has been waiting for half a day and Lu Xiao didn't even want to bring it up. There was no way, she had to say it herself. Okay. Lu Xiao nodded. Although Zhang Qingwan said that her power in Jiangcheng was average, that was just a humble statement. Not to mention that he is a direct descendant of the Zhang family and a candidate for the future head of the family, even just this identity of being a member of the Zhang family is enough to scare many people. In other words, if Zhang Qingwan revealed her identity as a member of the Zhang family, no matter where she went in Jiangcheng, who would dare not give her some face? Moreover, when one reaches Zhang Qingwan's level, she naturally has her own circle. If she has any problems, she just needs to ask in the circle, and there will be people who will do things for her. Of course, none of the above is important to Lu Xiao. After all, he doesn't need to do anything. What is more important to him is that Zhang Qingwan is a beauty. Although Zhang Qingwan's status might not make it possible for her to hook up with him, it's still okay to just enjoy the view. But because of this, Lu Xiao is not very interested in Zhang Qingwan. Such a woman would never accept my emotional style. In this case, it would be best not to think about anything happening between us from the beginning. After staying in the company for an entire afternoon, waiting for Wang Lei to deal with things, Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan became closer. From being polite at the beginning, they can now occasionally joke with each other. Moreover, Lu Xiao also discovered that although Zhang Qingwan was a strong woman, she was still a bit cute at heart and it was really comfortable to get along with her. At exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xiao and Wang Lei left the company. "Old Wang, how did you handle the situation?" Leaning back in the back seat, Lu Xiao yawned lazily. "Boss, the agreement has been signed. We will have to wait for the business personnel on both sides to communicate tomorrow and delegate the specific matters to them. The current division of labor for the project is that they are given half of the content, and the profit they share is 35 million. Wang Lei reported to Lu Xiao while driving. Originally, he planned to pay only 30 million, but because of the relationship between Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan, he added another 5 million. Anyway, the money should have been shared, it's just that he had always wanted to lower the price. Lu Xiao nodded. It's pretty standard. Moreover, when it comes to making tens of millions in just a few months, Lu Xiao always feels a little uninterested. The little money the company earned was just enough for him to fill his stomach. By the way, Lao Wang, if you send me to this address, I won't go back to the company. After leaving the Sky Building, Lu Xiao told Wang Lei the address of Jianglu Real Estate. I haven't seen this little girl Wu Qianqian for 2 or 3 days. I really miss her. Since I have nothing to do right now, I might as well go over and see her. Okay, boss. Wang Lei took a look and saw that the place was not far from here, so he drove Lu Xiao directly there. P.S. I'm not feeling well today, so I'll just write 2 chapters first. Chapter 65, Desk. Brother Xiao, why are you here? When Wu Qianqian saw Lu Xiao come in, she stood up with some surprise. Of course she knew about Gu Yuexi's affairs. She had originally thought that Lu Xiao might stay with Gu Yuexi for a while. After all, Gu Yuexi's sister had just undergone surgery and definitely needed someone to take care of her. I have nothing to do at home, so I came to see you. Lu Xiao closed the office door, smiled and hugged Wu Qianqian into his arms, then started to manipulate Xiong Xiong. Brother Xiao, there are so many people in the company. Wu Qianqian blushed and grabbed Lu Xiao's hand, but she only stopped Lu Xiao from continuing and did not pull his hand out. Lu Xiao naturally understood what he meant. He stood up and first closed the blinds of the office. Then he smiled, walked over, raised his hand, and put Wu Qianqian directly on the desk. When a woman mentions objective conditions but does not explicitly refuse, it means that she wants you to overcome the difficulties rather than asking you to give up. Of course, Lu Xiao understood the reason very well. In this situation, you have to go ahead if there are difficulties, and you have to go ahead if there are no difficulties. But just when Lu Xiao was about to do something further, the phone rang. Who is so blind? Lu Xiao took out his cell phone in dissatisfaction. The atmosphere has been set to this point, can't we wait half an hour before talking about it? Wu Qianqian chuckled. Brother Xiao, you should answer the phone first. I'm still here and I'm available anytime. Wu Qianqian smacked Lu Xiao on the face, then jumped down from the desk with a smile and moved a chair over to herself. Hearing Wu Qianqian's words, Lu Xiao's heart suddenly felt hot. What does anytime mean? Does it mean it's also possible when you are outside? In that case, the office wouldn't be that satisfying. Just when he was about to say a few perfunctory words and hang up the phone, the next moment when he took out his phone to look at it, the expression on Lu Xiao's face suddenly froze. Brother Xiao, whose phone is this? Wu Qianqian also leaned over curiously. It's Li Tian, but shouldn't this guy be busy with company matters recently? How did he have time to contact me? Lu Xiao showed the phone page to Wu Qianqian with some confusion. Although he has not been in the company these 2 days, Lu Xiao can still see the business of Jianglu Real Estate. Li Tian must be in a miserable situation recently. Originally he didn't want to pay attention to it, but after thinking about it, Lu Xiao decided to answer it, intending to see if this guy was doing anything weird again. As soon as the call was connected, Li Tian on the other end blurted out. "Brother Lu Xiao, is Jianglu Real Estate your company?" Hearing this, Lu Xiao was startled. He first covered the receiver with his hand, then tentatively looked at Wu Qianqian next to him. Although Jianglu Real Estate was trying to seize Tiantian Company's projects, none of the sales personnel had ever used the name of Jianglu Real Estate. Moreover, for insurance purposes, several sales personnel including Lao Wang specially registered a small company with the purpose of setting a trap for Li Tianxia. And Wu Qianqian was watching over him at the company every day, so how did Li Tian suddenly know about this? Wu Qianqian repeatedly shook her head at Lu Xiao. She was a little confused at this moment. She was sure that Li Tian had no chance of knowing, but now that Li Tian had called Lu Xiao directly, it would be a bit self-deception to say that she didn't know. Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianqian's expression and knew that Wu Qianqian probably didn't understand what was going on, so he could only reply helplessly. "Yeah, brother, I invested a few million just for fun, just a small investment. There is no point in keeping this secret any longer. As long as Li Tianyi checks the company information of Jianglu Real Estate, he will know that the legal person and shareholder is Lu Xiao. There is no way to lie in this situation. If I had known earlier, I should have found someone else to register the company and then signed the equity agreement privately," Lu Xiao muttered. "In this way, the company is still yours, but you are not the legal representative or the boss. It's just that it's more troublesome to do so Lu Xiao didn't do it at the beginning for the sake of simplicity." But Lu Xiao was not panicked. A few days ago, he needed to use this method to bring down Li Tian, but now, even if he really fell out with Li Tian, he could still bankrupt Li Tian with his hard power. Assets of over 1 billion and cash of nearly 200 million are no joke. It's just that this mindless and horizontal approach is not as ruthless as the previous one. After all, the foreshadowing was to let Li Tian take on a huge debt after the company went bankrupt, so that Wu Qianqian could vent her anger. Lu Xiao brainstormed and was already considering how to use the resources and cash he currently had to bankrupt Li Tian in the shortest possible time. But the next moment, Li Tian's voice came from the receiver again. "Ha, brother, you are not kind at all. I asked you to invest and join but you refused. I really thought you were not interested in this business. I didn't expect you to come here and secretly set up a company." Li Tian laughed. "If I hadn't just seen you go upstairs, you would have been able to hide it from me." "Ah?" Lu Xiao was stunned. So this guy didn't know what was going on and just happened to see me? But Lu Xiao reacted quickly. "Brother, you are joking. Your words the other day were very inspiring to me. I am just trying to start a company for fun. How can it compare to your company? It's fate that we met. I'm already at the front desk of your company. I'll come in right now and let's meet and talk." Li Tian spoke with a smile. Lu Xiao glanced at Wu Qianqian who was sitting next to him. The entire company is a large flat floor, and the offices are built with transparent glass. If the blinds are not drawn, you can see in from the outside. But even though no one can see in from the outside now, since Li Tian has already gone outside, it would be difficult for Wu Qianqian to go out again. And Wu Qianqian is the one that Li Tian cannot see the most. If this were seen, all the previous plans would be ruined. Wu Qianqian was also obviously aware of this, and looked around in panic for a place to hide. "But the entire office is empty, I can't hide behind the sofa, right? Isn't that just covering one's ears and stealing the bell?" On the other end of the phone, Li Tian was already communicating with the front desk. "Look, this is your boss phone call. You heard our conversation just now, so I went in." "Okay sir, our boss's office is the first room on the left inside. You can see it when you go in." When Wu Qianqian heard the voice coming from the phone, she immediately panicked. The front desk is only about 10 meters away from the office. The next moment, Wu Qianqian suddenly saw the desk next to her. This desk is a wooden mahogany table with a large empty space in the middle for legs. However, for the sake of aesthetics, a thin layer of wood was added to the outermost side to cover the legs. Hearing the footsteps outside getting closer, Wu Qianqian didn't have time to think, and quickly opened Lu Xiao, and then went straight in. Chapter 66, She Really Pinches the Flesh. Wu Qianqian had just hidden inside when she heard the sound of the door lock turning outside. When Lu Xiao entered just now, he just closed the door but did not lock it, so it could be opened from the outside. Normally, company employees would knock on the door before entering to report something, and it didn't matter whether the door was locked or not, but they didn't expect such an uninvited guest to come. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiao quickly adjusted his sitting position to completely cover Wu Qianqian. "Ha, brother Lu Xiao, you didn't expect that we would meet here." The next moment, Li Tian's square body squeezed in through the gate. "Brother, you know what? Your office is really well decorated. I enjoy it more than you do." Li Tian looked at the decoration of Lu Xiao's office with great interest, his face full of admiration. Lu Xiao enjoys life much better than him. There are green plants everywhere in the office. The air feels different when you stay here. Ahem. Wu Qianqian, who was hiding below, was adjusting her position and accidentally bumped Lu Xiao's calf into the corner of the table next to her. Lu Xiao coughed unconsciously a few times to cover up the sound. "Brother, my waist hurts a little today. You can find a place to sit. I won't move." Lu Xiao spoke. Although this desk is not small, it is still a bit difficult to hide a person in it, and he has to cover Wu Qianqian here. Li Tian nodded, but didn't notice anything wrong. He sat down on the sofa on the other side carelessly, picked up the teacup and poured himself a glass of water. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. "It seems that this set of tea set that I bought for more than 10,000 yuan is useless." Seeing Li Tian's appearance, he really had no appetite to use the things he had used before. Besides, who would drink water from a teacup instead of a teacup? Originally, it would have been enough to throw away the 2 teacups, but now the entire set of tea sets cannot be kept. "I'm not saying anything bad about you, brother. You're still young, you should stop being obsessed with women. Learn from me and know when to relax and work hard. Look at my brother, he's so energetic." Li Tian chuckled and winked at Lu Xiao teasingly. "Come on, I don't want to end up in jail like you." Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Li Tian. Li Tian's old face suddenly turned red, and he remembered that he was taken away in public a few days ago. His fat face trembled unconsciously twice, and he smiled at Lu Xiao awkwardly. "It was an accident, it was an accident. By the way, brother, how come you have time to come here today? I remember your company is in the old city, right?" Lu Xiao looked at Li Tian curiously. "Hey, I'm out on business." Speaking of this, Li Tian sighed helplessly. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, brother. I don't know what happened to the project I told you about a few days ago. Several people have been targeting me like crazy, and they have lowered the price of the supply so that I don't even have a penny of profit. In addition, I have lost a lot of money." He has been feeling really miserable these past 2 days. He borrowed 5 million from Lu Xiao, and in less than 5 days, he had already put in more than 3 million. Although his mind told him that he could not put in any more money, if he did, in case something went wrong with the 5 million he lent to Wu Qianqian's family, he would not be able to pay back Lu Xiao the 5 million when the due date came. But he was unwilling to give up. The project that he had finally won was secretly exposed by someone, and now he has to cut losses to save his life? Once he really gives in and shrinks, throwing away most of the projects he has, the money he lost in the early stage in order to make money in the end will be really lost, and his assets will instantly plummet from 20 or 30 million to more than 10 million. Even though the difference is only twice, the gap in social status is infinite. With assets of 30 million, he went to the bank to apply for a loan of several million, and the bank president personally received him. But if you have an asset of 10 million and then go to the bank to apply for a loan, wanting to meet the bank president, that is just a dream. He had worked so hard to develop the company to its current level, and now he cannot bear the huge gap of changing back. Therefore, he is now gambling on what the other party's endurance limit is. But he only had 1.5 million left in his hand. Even if he had a good mental state, he was still a little panicked when faced with this situation. Therefore, I came to the bank today to apply for a loan, and it was quite successful, with a loan of 2 million. Now with 3.5 million in cash in his hand, Li Tian felt a little more at ease. He just didn't believe that the other party would spend 7 million to target his project. Lu Xiao laughed secretly in his heart, but he didn't show it. Instead, he was concerned about the 5 million he had lent to Li Tian. "Brother, didn't you say this business was a sure win? Why are you losing money now? The 5 million I lent you will be due in a few days. Don't lock the money in there and not be able to take it out." Hearing what Lu Xiao said, Li Tian was helpless. "Hey, you don't know, this business has really made my head a mess lately. As for your 5 million, don't worry, brother. I still have 5 million in cash that I haven't collected yet. Even if I don't get my money back by the due date, I will definitely return your money in full." Li Tian slapped the fat on his chest, making a loud slapping sound. What he said was actually true. In his opinion, having a friend like Lu Xiao who could give him an almost interest-free loan was far more important than breaking his promise for 5 million. He might be counting on Lu Xiao to help him someday in the future, so he certainly wouldn't let Lu Xiao hate him for such a small profit. That's fine. The Lijiang Hotel will need to purchase a lot of things at the beginning of August. If I can't get this money back, my funding chain will also be cut off. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately moved Li Tian. See? This is what a true brother is. My own funding chain was about to break, but I was still able to take out 5 million to give him, and the interest was almost the same as an interest-free loan. Even if he is a brother, he may not be so nice to him. Brother, you have opened a real estate company now. If you have any good projects in the future, remember to tell me. When I get over this hurdle, I will invest a lot of cash in you. Li Tian smiled. Brother, are you free tonight? I have a channel here to find you a car model girl. Would you like to go with me tonight? He still remembered the promise he made to Lu Xiao. Car model girl? Lu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't worry, brother, it's absolutely clean. Seeing that Lu Xiao was interested, Li Tian immediately added another sentence. He knew the girl named Gu Yueshi, and he also knew that Gu Yueshi was very beautiful, definitely not comparable to a car model. But let us be honest, men are all good at cheating. No matter how good the original wife is, if there is an opportunity to cheat, there is a high probability that she will be interested. This is a common problem. Isn't it at times like this that the friendship between men becomes closer? And for him, the cost of this kind of communication is not high. For a girl with a good figure and good looks, the social cost is only 15,000 yuan. Compared to the 300,000 yuan it cost to treat Lu Xiao to a meal, this cost can be completely ignored. Lu Xiao was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill on his waist. Then, a small hand, soft as boneless but with a hint of murderous intent, suddenly wrapped around the soft flesh of Lu Xiao's thigh. The next second, a sudden pain hit him and Lu Xiao took a breath unconsciously. This girl Wu Qianqian, she really likes to pinch if she has any flesh. But the problem is that at the same time. Where are his pants? Chapter 67, I'm not interested in this. The next moment, Lu Xiao knew why his pants were missing. While Li Tian was drinking water, Lu Xiao glared down fiercely, but what responded to Lu Xiao was Wu Qianqian's smiling little face. In this situation, Lu Xiao was in a difficult position to speak and did not dare to take any action. He could only helplessly accept Wu Qianqian's mischief. Brother, forget it. I'm not interested in those women. 3 seconds later, Lu Xiao shook his head, but his voice suddenly became hoarse. He doesn't want this wrong feeling now. Hey, brother, what are you talking about? We are all men, who don't understand who. Li Tian laughed, totally unconvinced. Then, Lu Xiao felt his calf being hit hard, and the pain made him almost cry. Damn it, it was clearly Li Tian who was talking, why was I the one who got hurt every time? Well, next time we have a chance, I'll treat you to a visit to the club. It's up to you whether you want to go there or not. Li Tian thought about it and finally came up with a compromise. The relationship with Lu Xiao must be consolidated. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Xiao will be his strategic partner in the future, so they must form a united front. He doesn't have much energy to pick up girls recently as he has a lot of company matters to deal with. Moreover, Wu Qianqian had clearly promised him that she would meet him, but for some reason, the phone call had not been connected in the past few days. Although he was very angry, he didn't have time to deal with it in the past 2 days, so he can only talk about it later. Okay, I'll go next time I have a chance. Lu Xiao forced himself to nod, his hands unconsciously supporting his lumbar spine. Li Tian saw that Lu Xiao was sitting there uncomfortably and kept holding his waist, as if he really had a backache. For a moment, he was too embarrassed to say anything more. How about this, brother? I came here in a hurry today. After I finish my work in a few days, on the day I repay you, I will treat you to an outing. Today, I'm leaving first. I have some things to deal with at the company. Seeing Li Tian stand up, Lu Xiao suddenly felt nervous, fearing that Li Tian might have accidentally seen something. After all, in this situation, a table alone cannot cover it completely, but Li Tian is not tall, so it is hard to say whether he can see Lu Xiao. But what follows is a sense of excitement. Only then did he realize why he felt a little perverted. I quickly suppressed the thoughts in my heart. I won't see you off. My waist is hurting again. It's sore and numb. Lu Xiao replied quickly. Hey, don't force yourself. Take a rest. You'd better go to the hospital. Young people don't necessarily have back pain. Be careful if there is something wrong. Li Tian laughed, winked at Lu Xiao teasingly, and then quickly walked out. Only after confirming that Li Tian had left the company did Lu Xiao finally breathe a sigh of relief. He pulled Wu Qianqian out from under the table. Brother Xiao, how is it? Wu Qianqian pursed her lips, picked up the cup beside her, took a sip of water, and looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. You want to die? When Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianqian swallowing, he glared at her fiercely, and then he swallowed involuntarily. This little girl is really getting bolder and bolder. If I hadn't had such strong willpower to hold on, if I had been discovered, wouldn't I have died in public? Of course I don't want to die, so Brother Xiao, can we continue now? Wu Qianqian smiled and sat in Lu Xiao's arms. If Lu Xiao doesn't fight back when others have already attacked him at his doorstep, that's definitely not his character. Therefore, amidst Wu Qianqian's exclamation, Lu Xiao directly picked her up. Then, he went to the 2nd Battalion commander to borrow something. A minute later, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but cover her mouth when she thought of the employees outside. On the way home, Wu Qianqian drove the Ferrari, while Lu Xiao sat in the passenger seat drinking a cup of red bean milk tea. Brother Xiao, did you drive today? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with some curiosity. Although the distance between the high-tech zone and Yulangjingyuan is not far, it is not close either. She originally planned to leave the Ferrari at the company and then drive Lu Xiao's Bugatti back. No, I came here to do something, and an employee from another company drove me here. Lu Xiao shook his head. Wu Qianqian suddenly realized. Wu Qianqian knew that Lijiang Hotel belonged to Lu Xiao, but she also knew that Lu Xiao must have more assets than this, and it was normal for him to have other companies. As for what company it was, she didn't think of asking. All she wanted to do was to help Lu Xiao manage the real estate company. Soon we returned to Yulangjingyuan. Qianqian, go to the property management first. I asked them to help me find an auntie, but they haven't responded in a few days. Go check on the situation. Lu Xiao signaled Wu Qianqian to park the car in the ground parking lot. This is really not Lu Xiaolan. The indoor area is more than 600 square meters, and the outdoor area is more than 300 square meters, totaling 900 square meters. If he were asked to clean such a large area, he could indeed clean it well, but he can't spend all his time cleaning the room every day, right? If I leave it to my aunt, it will be much easier. After all, this is what the aunt does professionally. The house is 900 square meters, and the auntie cleans it once every 3 days, in a step-by-step manner, cleaning an average of 300 square meters a day. She also cooks for herself and gets a salary of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. In fact, the work is not hard. Wu Qianqian was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, such mistakes should not occur in the property management of such a high-end community. There aren't many owners to begin with, so the owner's demands should be recorded very clearly. Is it possible that the annual property management fee of more than 100,000 yuan is paid in vain? The two of them entered the property office together. Hello, Mr. Lu Xiao. As soon as he entered the door, a property manager immediately recognized Lu Xiao. When he saw Wu Qianqian next to Lu Xiao, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared. It seems reasonable for someone who can live in the largest villa in their Yulangjingyuan to have a girlfriend like Wu Qianqian. It's Xiaoli. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. When the villa was being furnished, it was this Xiaoli who helped the property management to find someone to move things. She has strong business skills and is really capable, so Lu Xiao is quite satisfied with her. Mr. Lu Xiao, what brings you here today? Xiaoli brought Lu Xiao to the reception room and brought 2 glasses of water to them. It's like this. I asked your property management to find me an aunt to clean my room and cook for me a few days ago. I waited for a few days but there was no response, so I came to check on the situation. Lu Xiao simply recounted the situation at that time. Please wait a moment. Let me check the records. Xiaoli was also a little surprised. Their property management company has a special cooperative relationship with them, so it should only take half a day to hire a nanny and start working there. Xiaoli took out his mobile phone to log into the system, then simply looked up Lu Xiao's name and quickly found the record of the day's request. The result is still being searched? Xiaoli was stunned, then looked at the property management to record Lu Xiao's request. An auntie, her daily work is cleaning and cooking. Requirements: preferably young and pretty, with a cheerful personality preferred, those who can accept some small requests from the employer preferred, those who are tight-lipped preferred, the price is optional. Chapter 68, Property Manager Xiaoli, I also want to apply for this job. No problem. Lu Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. That was what he said at the time. This person had indeed recorded everything very comprehensively, almost word for word. Besides, what he said were all literal meanings, which are not difficult to understand. It is not possible that he could not find it after several days, right? If you find someone to come home to cook and clean, it must be someone younger and prettier, at least she will be pleasing to the eye, right? And if they are all young people, at least they can chat occasionally to relieve boredom. As for her cheerful personality, she wouldn't always look gloomy at home looking at her aunt, right? Of course, you have to laugh. What about those who can accept some small requests from their employers and keep their mouths shut? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with resentment. She doesn't care about cheating outside. But the place is so small, can't she satisfy Lu Xiao's needs by herself? Whenever you want to do something, just look for her. Besides, in this last aspect, although she had just started practicing, she had already tried very hard. Well, hadn't she been practicing well before coming back? Other celebrities have to practice for 2.5 years before they can make their debut, and she hasn't even had 2 months yet. How great can she be? Hearing this, Xiaoli suddenly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere at the scene. Mr. Lu Xiao, let me first ask who received you that day. He quickly smiled awkwardly and fled out of the reception room. That's fine with me. Lu Xiao broke out in a sweat. He knew Wu Qianqian had misunderstood. When I say I can accept some small requests from my employer, I mean that if I want to have an extra meal occasionally, or if there is something that needs to be cleaned separately occasionally, she should not refuse. Besides, I mean keep your mouth shut. After all, we sometimes have a lot of fun. If someone with a big mouth tells everyone about our bad deeds, and the whole community knows about them, I won't be able to handle it. Lu Xiao spread his hands helplessly. Moreover, he also noted at the end that the price was arbitrary, and if the latter two requirements could be met, then the salary could be increased, and the other party would not lose out at all. 10 or 20,000 a month is no big deal to him. What he wants is quality. As long as the food tastes better and the housekeeping is cleaner, adding a few tens of thousands will be the deal. As for women, no matter how hungry he is, he wouldn't look for a woman among ants, right? How perverted that would be. Hey, I don't know what you guys are thinking about all day long. With a sigh, Lu Xiao finally understood why the property management had not found an ant for him for several days. Wu Qianqian's face also suddenly turned red. What do you mean she usually has a lot of fun? She is a lady, okay? But when I think about it, it seems that what Lu Xiao explained is really the case. Xiaoli, come in for a moment. Lu Xiao shouted to Xiaoli, who was standing guard outside the lounge. He gave Xiaoli a cold look. Anyone with a discerning eye could see his level of skill. Go find a weird colleague who is obviously avoiding a fight, okay? Xiaoli, you may have misunderstood my request. Please record it again. Lu Xiao gestured. Okay, Mr. Lu Xiao, you tell me, I'll report it right away. Xiaoli nodded repeatedly. In order to prevent the property management from misunderstanding again, Lu Xiao directly stated his requirements. Female, no older than 30 years old, above average in stature and appearance, more than 1 year of work experience, lively and cheerful, able to accept some reasonable requests from the owner, and secondly, keep your mouth shut. You are not allowed to talk about what you saw at home when you go out. This should be written into the contract as a breach of contract clause. Lu Xiao deliberately emphasized the word reasonable request. Okay. Xiaoli agreed immediately. These requirements are quite normal, and I believe we can find someone in half a day. By the way, I'm looking for one based on a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Lu Xiao added another sentence. He has always believed that only real money can buy good service. If the boss can only make empty promises, most of the employees will not accept it in their hearts. Even if the promises are too big, the employees will not accept it in their hearts and may even say sorry to your relatives. Only when you give enough money, use both kindness and strictness, and set clear rules, will your subordinates be convinced by you. It's actually the same for ants. With a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, she will strictly follow the employer's requirements, even if it is just to cherish the salary which is much higher than that in the same industry. Of course, when showing kindness, we must also be careful to strike the right balance, as human hearts will never be satisfied. 20,000? Xiao Li was stunned for a moment. The salary level in Jiangqing City is that a full-time ant only makes about 4 to 5,000 yuan. Whether you are older or younger, the price is basically the same. The older ones have experience and can take care of people, while the younger ones are good-looking and can chat. There is not much difference between the two. 20,000 yuan is 4 times the normal salary. In an instant, Xiao Li's face turned red. With such a high salary, let alone reasonable requests, even unreasonable ones can be negotiated. Mr. Lu Xiao, do you think I can do it? What is this called? This is called seizing the opportunity and recommending oneself. There is no future in property management. You only make 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. Auntie is at the peak of her life. Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian were also stunned. Wu Qianxian was the first to react. It's true, this Xiao Li really meets the requirements. She is about 25 or 26 years old. Her appearance and figure cannot be said to be good, but they are not bad either. She is considered a little beauty. By letting Xiao Li stay at home, she had absolute reason to believe that Lu Xiao would never be attracted to her. After all, Lu Xiao's request is there. Xiao Li probably can't even reach Lu Xiao's bottom line. He is quite tactful, as can be seen from the fact that he found an excuse to leave right after he finished speaking. We don't know what he means by this yet, but judging from Xiao Li's revealed personality, he might be quite tight-lipped. I'm not very clear about the business capabilities. After all, most companies will train ants for a period of time before they start working. Mr. Lu Xiao, don't worry. I am very experienced in cleaning. I often deal with those aunties, so my level is not bad. Besides, my parents run a restaurant. I have learned almost all kinds of dishes since I was a child. I can't say that I am a chef, but I can definitely cook some simple family dishes. Seeing that Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian seemed a little hesitant, Xiao Li quickly spoke. This is a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Working for Lu Xiao for 1 month is equivalent to working for a property company for 4 months. If she can work for 10 years, shouldn't she just retire right there? Woohoo takes off. P.S. I caught a cold yesterday and felt dizzy, so I wrote 1 less chapter. Who was it that spread the rumor yesterday that I played League of Legends every day and didn't update? Other people's good reputation. Stand up furious. Finally, I would like to thank NW817 for their certification. Thank you. I would also like to thank my brothers for the other gifts. I appreciate their efforts. Chapter 69, Sign in for 70 million. 10 minutes later, under Xiao Li's respectful gaze, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian walked out of the property office. Yes. Seeing Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian walking away, Xiao Li jumped 3 feet high. 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be possible for you to marry a handsome man in a matter of minutes and reach the peak of your life? Manager, I want to resign. 2 minutes later, Xiao Li pushed open the door of the manager's office and went straight to the point. There aren't many things to do in the property management, and she doesn't have much work to hand over. As long as she finishes the formalities tomorrow, she can leave. However, Xiao Li still felt it was a bit late. He had nothing to do in the afternoon anyway, and it was dinner time, so he simply walked all the way to Lu Xiao's villa, ready to cook a big meal for his future bosses so that they could see his cooking skills. But just as he crossed a tree-lined path and approached the gate of the villa, preparing to ring the doorbell, he suddenly saw the gate of the villa shaking slightly. On the other side, there seemed to be faint sounds coming from a series of sounds. Yulong Jingjuan is a high-end residential area. There is a certain distance between the villas, and each one has its own entrance. One has to go through a small path to reach the main entrance, which is also to protect the privacy of the residents. If you are a little further away, the sound will be barely audible. But now, standing at the door, she could hear the sound clearly. In just a moment, Xiao Li's face turned red. She is not young anymore, how could she not know what that sound is? This is clearly exercise. For a moment, Xiao Li couldn't bear it anymore. No wonder there's a clause in the requirements to be strict, this is really a trick. Xiao Li muttered something silently, then immediately gave up the idea of ringing the doorbell and turned around to walk out. If Lu Xiao knew that she had heard the two of them playing such a frivolous game, he might regret not hiring her. She is not a coward, what is this called? This is called emergency hedging. Half an hour later, the sound at the door finally disappeared. Lu Xiao hugged Wu Qianxian, who was completely exhausted, and entered the room. Brother Xiao, my strength has improved quite well, right? Wu Qianqian turned over in Lu Xiao's arms and looked at Lu Xiao's face with a smile. Not bad. Next time I'll recommend you some action movies. The fights between the characters in these movies are very intense. If you watch carefully, you can still learn a few moves. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. He has already retrieved the USB flash drive from the dormitory. Although there are only a few gigabytes of files. But these few G. It's a seed. This is also a good movie that Lu Xiao has collected over the years. Especially some movies that describe life and have a bit of suspense and horror are really good to watch. For example, Mr. Kozuka is too big. You don't want Mr. Kozuka to lose his job, right? As soon as the actor opened his mouth, the suspenseful atmosphere was immediately raised to the extreme. The most important thing is that the actor's acting skills are really nice. Although I can't understand the foreign language, with their superb acting skills, I can understand some of the words without even listening. This can be seen from the fact that the entire movie has almost no negative reviews. I don't watch that. How could Wu Qianqian not understand what Lu Xiao was saying? She ran to the other side with a red face and started playing with her phone. Seeing Wu Qianqian's shy look, Lu Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. After working all day, Wu Qianqian was indeed very tired. Xiaoli won't be able to come to work until tomorrow afternoon, so Lu Xiao will have to cook this lunch. The next morning, when Lu Xiao had close contact with Wu Qianqian again, he clicked the system's sign-in button. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 70 million yuan. The cash reward has been issued, please check it as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 5,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. 70 million? When Lu Xiao saw the system sign-in data, he was immediately surprised. Sure enough, a critical hit can only be achieved with a normal attack. Brother Xiao. Noticing Lu Xiao's actions, Wu Qianqian immediately became dissatisfied and acted coquettishly in Lu Xiao's arms. You little devil. Lu Xiao exited the system page and immediately laughed and cursed. This little girl, Wu Qianqian, has always stayed true to her original intention. I will never give up until Lu Xiao is exhausted every day. According to Wu Qianqian, this was to prevent Lu Xiao from having the energy to cheat outside. He quickly made some arrangements for the little girl, and after breakfast, Lu Xiao was able to focus on his assets. We already have 240 million in cash. I estimate that it won't be long before we reach 1 billion. Seeing the data, Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. When the amount was about to reach 1 billion, he immediately set up an investment company and invested all the money in shares. Moreover, he has already discovered a pattern. As long as he is with Wu Qianqian, he can get some of this lucky attribute. If I can earn 40 to 50 million every day, it will only take more than 10 days for me to be upgraded. This efficiency can be said to be quite high. After getting up, Wu Qianqian went to the company to work as usual. As for Lu Xiao, he was planning to go and see the little girl Gu Siyu. The little girl just had surgery and needs to rest well. I don't know how she has recovered in the past 2 days. First, I called Zhao Ku. Boss. When Zhao Ku saw that it was Lu Xiao calling, he quickly replied respectfully. Old Zhao, didn't you hire a new cook? Ask him to prepare 2 meals now. One is mainly liquid food for a patient who just had surgery, and the other is a larger meal with more blood-enriching foods like carrots for 2 people. I'll pick it up in about half an hour. Lu Xiao warned. Okay, boss. Don't worry. I'll arrange for the kitchen to do it right away. Zhao Ku nodded repeatedly. These were just small things to him, but the boss allowed him to do these small things in life, which showed that his boss valued him, Zhao Ku, so of course he was happy. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao drove to Lijiang Hotel. Boss, this is liquid food. There are a lot of supplements added to it, but don't worry, the effects are relatively mild. This dish has some blood-boosting ingredients added to it. A little bit of ginseng has been added to the soup. You can drink a small amount. Seeing Lu Xiao coming in, Zhao Ku hurriedly came up to greet him with a smile. The 2 meals were fully packaged, but they didn't look small, as if there were quite a few dishes inside. Old Zhao, thank you for your trouble. Lu Xiao took the meal from Zhao Ku with a smile. The packaging is transparent and you can see inside from the outside. Although there are quite a few dishes in it, the portion size is relatively small, and the amount is just right for 3 people. Lu Xiao was very satisfied. He now owns so many companies, but the only one who can really get things done according to his heart is Zhao Ku. By the way, Lao Xiao, what is your current annual salary? Lu Xiao placed the meal on the passenger seat and looked at Zhao Ku. Now the annual salary is 400,000. Zhao Ku smiled. This is also the reason why he cares so much about this job. These days, there are not many people who can earn an annual salary of $400,000. With the current housing prices in Jiangcheng, his annual salary would be enough to buy a commercial house in 2 years after tax deduction. How about this? Your annual salary will double to 800,000. Sign a new contract in the next 2 days. Study management skills and I'll give you a chance in the future. Lu Xiao nodded. Zhao Ku was stunned for a moment, but then he was overjoyed. An annual salary of 800,000 yuan. There should be few workers in the entire Jiangcheng who can get this salary, right? And the most crucial thing is Lu Xiao's next sentence: give him a chance after a while. He is now in his 40s and originally thought that his career would be over at this stage, but he did not expect that there is still a possibility of moving up. Don't worry, boss. Zhao Ku assured repeatedly. Having worked in management for so many years, Zhao Ku naturally has his own experience. The Lijiang Hotel is thriving under his management. If he is promoted to the next level, he is confident that he can take it over. And Zhao Ku can now speak loudly. Who says licking a dog is useless? The useless ones are just the bootlickers who have no ability and can only flatter. But for a bootlicker like him who has both ability and good sense, wouldn't it be easy for him to get promoted and get a raise? Chapter 70, Gu Yueshi's Plan. I came to the hospital with 2 meals. In the ward, Gu Yueshi and her sister were chatting and laughing. Hey, Siyu looks pretty energetic today. Lu Xiao pushed open the door and looked at the two of them with a smile. Brother Xiao, you are here. Brother Xiao. Gu Siyu sat up slightly and greeted Lu Xiao. She originally wanted to call him brother-in-law, but her sister refused to accept it and insisted that there was no clear relationship between her and Lu Xiao, and asked her to change the address in the future. Although she knew that her sister was being stubborn, she had no choice but to do what her sister wanted. Besides, calling him Brother Xiao seemed to be nice. Although it was the first time she called him that, she inexplicably felt it was very smooth. How has your wound recovered in the past 2 days? Lu Xiao saw Gu Siyu's back hanging in the air, so he helped to move the bed upwards. It's okay. I'll be able to go out normally in a few days. Gu Siyu giggled and moved her arms to show that she was still strong enough. Gu Yueshi on the other side came over and took the 2 meals from Lu Xiao's hands. That's fine. If you need anything, just ring the bell to call the nurse. It's convenient here. Have lunch first. Lu Xiao walked forward and opened Gu Siyu's meal, then laid out the utensils for eating in bed. Although he had never taken care of anyone, these things were very simple and he could tell how to do them at a glance. Brother Xiao, I'll be here. Gu Yueshi walked forward somewhat embarrassedly, took the tableware from Lu Xiao, and then quickly set it for Gu Siyu. Lu Xiao was indeed a little too good to them sisters, so much so that she was really afraid that she would never be able to repay him in her lifetime. But now, she couldn't completely refuse Lu Xiao. This contradictory feeling made her a little dazed. Oh, I'd better do it myself. I'm not disabled, I just can't move around. Gu Siyu reached out and snatched the spoon from Gu Yueshi again. She just can't get out of bed now, and she can't exert any strength due to the injury on her bare mouth. However, she has no problem drinking some porridge and eating a few bites of vegetables with a spoon. He scooped a spoonful of porridge from the bowl and put it into his mouth, then smiled at Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi, indicating that he was completely fine. As for her elder sister and Lu Xiao, let them get along with each other. She just wants to be an invisible person now. Seeing that Gu Siyu seemed to be able to move freely, Lu Xiao felt relieved and let her do it herself. Yueshi, come here, let's eat too. Lu Xiao put all the dishes on the table. Gu Yueshi hurried forward and set the table for Lu Xiao. Seeing the table full of delicious food, Gu Yueshi sighed helplessly. Well, now I owe one more. She had been staying in the VIP ward for the past 2 days. She had originally thought that she would take good care of her sister for a while, but she found that there was nothing to do. Every few hours, a nurse would come to check on the patient and check on the wound and recovery status 3 times a day. Every half a day, we will check the physical signs to ensure that they have returned to normal. As for going to the toilet, just press the bell and a professional nurse will come in to help. Moreover, the bed is of high quality, and going to the toilet is not embarrassing at all. The caregiver does a really good job. The day before yesterday, she thought that this high-end ward was too expensive at more than 2,000 yuan a day, but now she realizes that there is a reason for its high price. For these services, it's really worth the price. This has resulted in her having nothing to do now. All she does every day is talk to her sister to make her happy, and the rest of the time she just plays with her phone. Although she enjoyed these benefits, she knew in her heart that all of this was given to her by Lu Xiao. If Lu Xiao hadn't gone to arrange for this high-end ward, she would now be squeezed in a noisy 6-person room with her sister, enduring the noise of the patients and their families in the beds next to her every day. The nurses would come to check on her at irregular intervals every day. If there was any problem, she would go around looking for doctors and nurses. If she needed medicine, the doctors, nurses and pharmacy would have to run around. As for going to the toilet, it goes without saying that it is a torture for both my sister and myself. Money does play a small role sometimes, but it is undeniable that money can play a decisive role in most cases. Yueshi, what are you going to do next semester? Lu Xiao took a bite of the food and then looked at Gu Yueshi. The summer vacation is not long, only about 30 to 40 days. When school starts next year, some people will continue to idle around, but most people will look for jobs or take postgraduate entrance exams. With Gu Yueshi's personality, she would definitely not sit idle in the dormitory doing nothing. Me. After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. More than 10 days ago, she had actually been thinking of finding a way to get 800,000 yuan, whether by selling herself or using any other method, to raise enough money for her sister's medical treatment. Then go to the capital to treat my sister's illness. As for what happened next, she never dared to think about it. But she felt that if she had followed her thoughts at the time, she should have stayed in Beijing and worked hard to make money. After all, Beijing is much bigger, and for someone like her who studies finance, there are many more opportunities to make money and grow. But she had promised Lu Xiao 2 days ago that she would not leave Lu Xiao. Therefore, she really didn't have much idea about what to do next. I should find a job in the financial circle here in Jiangcheng. Gu Yueshi said somewhat uncertainly. Jiangcheng University is also a key university, and it is not difficult for graduates to find a job. Especially in the financial industry, there have been few practitioners in recent years, but you can always get in if you work hard. She is still very confident in her abilities. Why don't you just come to my company and I'll give you an annual salary? Lu Xiao said with a smile. He had just given Zhao Ku an offer of 800,000 yuan, and also gave Gu Yueshi an offer of 800,000 yuan, which would be enough to pay off the money he owed him in 1 year. Your place is a hotel. If I go there, I will have to work as a waiter. Gu Yueshi smiled and shook her head. That's nonsense. If you really go there, you will definitely be a director. Besides, who told you that I only have one company? I'm planning to start a venture capital company recently. If you want to come over, I'll give you the position of general manager. Lu Xiao patted his chest. Gu Yueshi's current abilities are not so good. After all, she has just graduated from her junior year, but it is undeniable that Gu Yueshi's learning ability and talent are absolutely top-notch. And the most important thing is that Gu Yueshi has had close contact with him and is someone he can definitely trust. In this industry, a trustworthy general manager will make the boss feel much more at ease than a capable general manager. If Gu Yueshi could become the general manager of the future venture capital company, that would definitely be the best outcome. Brother Xiao, although you have inherited a lot of money, you should spend it frugally. I am all yours. There is no need to spend so much money on me. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao with annoyance. She even thought that Lu Xiao was setting up a venture capital company in order to keep her by his side. Opening a financial company, whether it is construction costs or labor costs, it is not something that can be covered by a little money. She doesn't want Lu Xiao to be so wasteful. Hearing Gu Yueshi's words, Lu Xiao shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is this the trick to teach yourself online and then ignore it after getting it? Chapter 71, My heart has long been as cold as a knife. Lu Xiao didn't say anything further. Anyway, it is estimated that it will not take long to save up 1 billion yuan, so I should wait until the company is established before inviting Gu Yueshi over. At that time, it will depend on whether what this little girl said, that she is afraid of continuing to owe me a favor, is more important, or what her man said is more important. Of course, if Gu Yueshi dared to choose one, he would have to use the mace he raised high to teach people a lesson. He has always been a very democratic person and will fully respect the other party's wishes when making choices. Well, very democratic, very democratic. However, this little girl's temper is really stubborn, but it is precisely this character that makes Lu Xiao like her so much. Having a strong sense of self-esteem is not a bad thing. If women are just vases, then one is enough, why so many? If you see beautiful things too much, you will always get tired of them. And an interesting soul is the core of human beings. Well, of course, the premise is that the interesting soul has to be hidden in a beautiful body. Otherwise, sorry, you are a good person. This is the most basic respect for a person who loves looks. Moreover, in Lu Xiao's heart, he appreciates every woman and hopes that they can have their own careers. After dinner, Gu Yueshi took the initiative to clean up all the things in the room. However, there were too many boxes and disposable dishes and chopsticks, and the trash can at the door could not hold them all, so I simply carried the trash to the big trash can outside and threw them away. Lu Xiao also followed out at the right time. On the way back, Gu Yueshi saw a thin patient who was the only one queuing to pay the bill, and was struggling to find money in his empty wallet. "Uncle Liang!" Gu Yueshi shouted over there. "It's Yueshi. I heard your sister had surgery. How was it?" Uncle Liang in front turned around and looked at Gu Yueshi with a smile, but his face looked frighteningly pale. "The operation went smoothly and I think I will recover in a while. Uncle Liang, this money is what I earned from working a few days ago. Take it first." Gu Yueshi seemed to have noticed the man's embarrassment, and hurriedly searched in her bag, took out all the more than 1,000 yuan she had with her and handed it over. In addition to what Lu Xiao lent her, she also earned some money working over the years. After paying the bulk of the surgery fee, her life is still relatively comfortable for now. This Uncle Liang was a fellow patient who came in with my sister, and they had a very good relationship. But unlike Gu Siyu's illness, Uncle Liang is in the advanced stage of cancer, and his relatives are long gone. Now he is just relying on drugs to stay alive. No, your sister is in need of money right now, and I don't have many days left to live, so you should keep it for Siyu." Uncle Liang smiled and shook his head, then took out more than 100 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the front desk. "Uncle Liang, just take it. This is also a token of Yueshi's love." Lu Xiao smiled and stuffed the money into the man's bag, then took out more than 10,000 yuan in cash from his arms and secretly stuffed it into the man's other pocket. Perhaps Uncle Liang was really at the end of his rope, and he didn't even notice Lu Xiao stuffing the money in. But fortunately, Lu Xiao doesn't need to explain this. After doing this, Lu Xiao pulled Gu Yueshi and ran back, and turned back and winked at Gu Yueshi slightly on the way. "Brother Xiao, you are such a good person." Gu Yueshi naturally also saw Lu Xiao's actions. She returned to the door of the ward and hugged Lu Xiao involuntarily. "I've never been a good person. I just feel sorry for you. I have been slaughtering fish at RT Mart for 10 years, and my heart has long been as cold as a knife." Lu Xiao shook his head and patted Gu Yueshi's black hair with a smile. From the time he met Gu Yueshi until now, Lu Xiao discovered that this girl, apart from being very scheming, was truly kind beyond words. To use a phrase that is widely circulated on the internet, one's own life is a mess, but one cannot bear to see the suffering of life. Hearing Lu Xiao's teasing words, Gu Yueshi burst out laughing. "What do you mean you've been killing fish for 10 years? Did you start killing fish when you were 11? Lu Xiao immediately rolled his eyes at Gu Yueshi. "Do you understand what I mean? Even if not 10 years, but killing fish for 2.5 years will be fine. Brother Xiao, I have no money on me, what do you say I should do?" The next moment, Gu Yueshi blushed and looked up at Lu Xiao. Well. Lu Xiao was confused for a moment, but then he remembered that Gu Yueshi had told him about a transaction worth 200 yuan 2 days ago. "But Yueshi, it seems that I have already spent all the money I have." Lu Xiao spread his hands helplessly, indicating that he was powerless. "I don't care, you figure it out. I'm short of money now." Gu Yueshi buried her head in Lu Xiao's chest, her face red, and held Lu Xiao tightly, refusing to let go. "I don't have $200, but I can give you 300 million. Lu Xiao looked at Gu Yueshi with a smile. "Hate it, you're the winner." Gu Yueshi pinched Lu Xiao's arm hard, and Lu Xiao grimaced in pain. Wow, pinching people has become a skill exclusive to girls? How come everyone does it twice? How about I owe you the money first and then bring it to you next time I come? Lu Xiao asked tentatively. Gu Yueshi immediately hummed inaudibly. Half an hour later, Gu Siyu in the ward was puzzled. Why did it take so long for my sister and Lu Xiao to throw away the garbage just because they went out? The next moment, just when Gu Siyu was about to press the bell to ask the nurse to help look for it, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Walking in front was Lu Xiao, who was sweating profusely, and following behind was Gu Yueshi, who had a flushed face. Brother Xiao, sister, what's wrong with you? Gu Siyu looked at the two of them curiously. Even though it's the middle of summer, it shouldn't be this hot. How come this state is the same as if I had just gone out for a fight? Could it be that he met some bad guy, beat him up and then ran away? Lu Xiao suddenly started coughing like he had tuberculosis. After a while, he finally tricked Gu Siyu, the innocent little girl. When Gu Siyu heard Gu Yueshi talking about Uncle Liang, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Lu Xiao was wondering on the side. This is the third time now, but why is there no proper one among so many times? First the dormitory, then the ward, and then the bathroom. Could it be that I have some special attributes? Stayed in the hospital for a while. I have to say, although Gu Siyu is not very old, she knows a lot. She made jokes one after another, making the two of them laugh. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao was about to go out to buy some food to eat in the hospital, but suddenly received a call. P.S. Thank you all for your rewards and comments, you guys are so generous, I have no way to repay you, so I'll just kowtow to you all. 10,000 tomorrow. Chapter 72, Zhang Qingwan's Fierceness. Lu Xiao walked out of the ward and glanced at his cell phone. It was Zhang Qingwan calling. The call was connected quickly. Lu Xiao, do you have anything to do this afternoon? It's okay. What's the matter, Boss Zhang? Do you want to treat me to a meal? Lu Xiao teased. There was a sudden silence over there for a while, and then Zhang Qingwan's voice appeared again. If you have time this afternoon, I'll treat you to a meal on the top floor of Tianlai Mansion. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. He originally thought that Zhang Qingwan wanted to talk to him about something, and what she said just now was just a joke. After all, the two of them had only known each other for a few days. Although they were friends, Lu Xiao didn't think it was to the extent that Zhang Qingwan would take the initiative to ask him out. Although he didn't know what Zhang Qingwan meant, Lu Xiao felt that Zhang Qingwan definitely wouldn't ask him out just to have a meal, and there must be something going on. There can't be any project you want to share with me, right? Lu Xiao thought about it and agreed. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at 4001 on the top floor of Tianlai Mansion at 7 p.m. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Lu Xiao glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tianlai Palace is an old 4-star hotel, and its star rating is one level higher than that of Lijiang Hotel. But Tianlai Mansion, both in terms of luxury and size, is far from comparable to Lijiang Hotels. After saying hello to Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao got in the car and drove towards Tianlai Mansion. When Lu Xiao went upstairs, he found that room 4001 had already been opened. When I opened the door of the box, I was immediately surprised. There was a large table of food in front of her, and behind Zhang Qingwan stood a bodyguard-like person. Although she was a woman, her figure was unusually strong, and she looked very muscular. This is not surprising. After all, it would be strange for someone of Zhang Qingwan's status to not have a bodyguard. But Zhang Qingwan's forearm was wrapped in a long bandage, and a lot of red could be seen inside. It looked like the wound had just been sutured, but because it was quite serious, it was still bleeding slightly, staining the bandage a little red. There were also several scratches on Zhang Qingwan's face, which looked like they had just been disinfected and were still blood red in color. Qingwan, what's going on with you? Lu Xiao hurried forward and asked. Zhang Qingwan gave Lu Xiao a bitter smile, shook her head and said nothing. I thought about the people I've known since I was a child, but in the end I realized that except for you, it seems that I don't have any friends at all. You wouldn't mind being invited out so hastily, would you? It seems I'm lucky to be your only friend. Lu Xiao smiled, pulled out the stool next to Zhang Qingwan and sat down. To be honest, he was indeed quite surprised. After all, when they were together yesterday afternoon, Zhang Qingwan was still intact, but why did she suddenly become like this today? This doesn't look like an ordinary fall or scrape, and the wound on the arm is so long that it looks like it was caused by a sharp weapon. Can you have a drink with me? Zhang Qingwan took a bottle of red wine from the side and looked at Lu Xiao. With your injury, you shouldn't be able to drink, right? Lu Xiao shook his head. It's okay, the wound has been sutured. Zhang Qingwan didn't listen to Lu Xiao. She used her other hand to pour half a cup for herself and Lu Xiao respectively. Then he picked up the wine glass, clinked it lightly with Lu Xiao's glass, and drank it directly with his head tilted back. Lu Xiao just picked up the wine glass. Why did he feel that the scene in front of him was inexplicably familiar? Isn't that what happened when I was with Li Tian? This guy Zhang Qingwan did all his work. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still had a drink with Zhang Qingwan. But as soon as he finished this cup, Zhang Qingwan refilled Lu Xiao's glass. And this time, he completely ignored the rule of pouring red wine to the bottom of a glass and directly poured full glasses for both Lu Xiao and her. Cheers! Zhang Qingwan tilted her neck back and swallowed the full glass of red wine in one gulp. Stop, stop, stop. You called me over here. You can't just keep drinking without saying a word, right? Lu Xiao directly snatched the cup from Zhang Qingwan's hand and put it on the table unhappily. I don't want to talk now, I just want to drink. Zhang Qingwan lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. Lu Xiao frowned and turned his gaze to the female bodyguard standing behind Zhang Qingwan. What's going on? The female bodyguard saw Lu Xiao's gaze and hesitated for a moment, but still chose to speak. After all, the fact that her young lady asked Lu Xiao to come over showed that she had no intention of hiding this matter. But Zhang Qingwan didn't want to talk now, so she couldn't just let Lu Xiao sit here, right? That's right. The young lady was ambushed on the way to the company this morning. The lady was stabbed on the arm. I held back two of the other men, but the other security guard was stabbed in the aorta while trying to protect the lady. He lost too much blood when he arrived at the hospital and could not be saved. Talking about this, the female bodyguard couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Although they had thought about this outcome before working as bodyguards, it was still hard to accept when their companions actually died in front of them. But after all, she has received professional training. Although she is the only one left now, she still has to follow her employer for close protection. Especially when she has just been ambushed and is in danger, she is always on edge. They had just finished taking statements, but Zhang Qingwan couldn't accept the reality. Lu Xiao was also silent for a while. He thought that Zhang Qingwan had at most encountered criminals or something, but he didn't expect that it was a deliberate ambush and some people died directly. No wonder Zhang Qingwan is in this state now. You should go out first and find a place to rest. This is a downtown area, and Tianlai Mansion is also your Zhang family's property. It is very safe. Lu Xiao signaled the bodyguard to go down and rest. He knew that Zhang Qingwan must have something to say today, otherwise she wouldn't have asked him to come over. In that case, let's create a quieter environment for Zhang Qingwan. The female security guard hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Qingwan, do you know who hired someone to kill you? There were only two people left in the room, and Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan. Zhang Qingwan hesitated for a while, sighed, but still said, I left home today, and only my family knows my specific itinerary. Zhang Qingwan picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. Lu Xiao frowned immediately. He knew Zhang Qingwan's family situation. My parents and two older brothers. No matter how vicious Zhang Qingwan's parents were, they would not kill Zhang Qingwan. So, the only people who could kill Zhang Qingwan could be her two brothers? Thinking about the fact that Zhang Qingwan is competing with her two brothers for the next generation of the family head, this is not impossible. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. This is the deformed state of the competition mechanism of large families. There are always some crazy people who want to take this path. He now finally understood why Zhang Qingwan was in this state. Did you tell the police when you were taking the statement? Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhang Qingwan simply shook her head. This kind of thing is useless even if you really say it. When doing things, we will definitely find the person who took the blame. No matter how much we ask, we can only find out the person who took the blame. What made her most uncomfortable was that the bodyguard who had been with her for many years suddenly died in front of her. Although the other party was just hired by her, after so many years, she had long regarded her as a sister. She really felt unacceptable. Want revenge? When Lu Xiao saw Zhang Qingwan's slightly fierce expression, he immediately knew what Zhang Qingwan was thinking. My heart was shocked. He originally thought that Zhang Qingwan was so sad because she was bound by the constraints of family affection, but now it seems that Zhang Qingwan is not a simple person either. Chapter 73, Investing 200 million. Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao, and then nodded heavily. So what if he is her brother? The moment he chose to kill her, this man no longer had anything to do with her. The injuries on her body will heal after some time, but what about her dead sister? Lu Xiao couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Zhang Qingwan's character is truly the strongest among all the women he has ever met. You know, they are her parents, relatives, and loved ones. And Zhang Qingwan is only 20 years old this year. It is really not easy to make such a decision at this age. But you asked me to come here today, don't you want me to help you? After a moment of silence, Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan with a smile. Let me make it clear in advance that although I consider you a friend, I will not help you with your family's internal fights, especially when it involves human lives. Lu Xiao made his words very clear. Friends are friends, boundaries are boundaries. He would not take the initiative to help Zhang Qingwan do these things just because she was a beauty, and put himself and the people around him in danger. I certainly won't let you do it. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhang Qingwan was not angry. Instead, she couldn't help but force a smile on her face. Only now did she realize that Lu Xiao was really a cute person. She and Lu Xiao had only known each other for a few days. Even if she had a lot of face, she didn't think Lu Xiao would help her do these things unconditionally. Of course, unless Lu Xiao really wants to have something happen between them. But Lu Xiao was obviously not such an impatient person. Even when he saw himself covered in wounds, his expression only changed slightly. This was enough to show that Lu Xiao had a very strong psychological quality. I never said that my way of revenge is to find a group of people to intercept and kill them. Since he failed to intercept me, he must have been prepared. If I take action now, I will most likely send myself to prison. Zhang Qingwan hesitated for a while. Because I don't know if it's one person or two people who are attacking me, I will conduct a secret investigation during this period. During this period, I want to win the successor assessment with an absolute advantage. If I can become the heir of the Zhang family, I will have more authority to do things, and it will be easy to handle them. Lu Xiao nodded. If that was the case, then with Zhang Qingwan's current performance, it would be a sure thing. So what do you need me to do, and what benefits can I get after I do it? Invest in my shares. Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao and spoke without hesitation. Lu Xiao? We were just chatting about something, why did he suddenly start driving? And this car really caught us off guard. Besides, considering Zhang Qingwan's current physical condition, is it really possible for her to invest? He still remembered that Zhang Qingwan said that she didn't seem to have a boyfriend yet? What are you thinking about? Zhang Qingwan blushed when she saw Lu Xiao's reaction. I'm talking about investing in my company, you rascal. Lu Xiao quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Qingwan, what are you thinking about? I was wondering why you need me to invest in you. Lu Xiao said stubbornly. In this situation, whoever gives in first will prove to be the one who has the wrong idea first, so of course he can't give in at this time. Zhang Qingwan glared at Lu Xiao unhappily. If Lu Xiao hadn't had any bad thoughts just now, she would have immediately chopped off her head and let Lu Xiao kick it like a ball. However, Zhang Qingwan did not intend to say more about this matter. Since they came to kill me, they probably already know the specific account information of my company. To be honest, if they have other ideas, 80 million alone may not necessarily win me a complete victory. Moreover, they may suppress me through various channels. Even if it was just the two of them working together, I wouldn't have had a chance of winning at all. And you have nothing to do with our Jiangcheng Zhang family, nor with the major forces in Jiangcheng. If I can get investment from you, it is also a normal business behavior of mine. Zhang Qingwan said this sincerely, even with a hint of hope. The Zhang family's assessment does not allow for obtaining investment from people and things related to the Zhang family. This is set up to prevent playing the emotional card or doing small tricks in secret. But Lu Xiao was obviously not among them. She had only known Lu Xiao for a few days and they were business partners, and the Zhang family's network of relationships had no overlap with Lu Xiao's. Although there are many such people in Jiangcheng, Lu Xiao is the only one who has the ability to invest in her. After all, the Sky Building's assets are there. And obtaining Lu Xiao's investment, as Zhang Qingwan said, is a normal business behavior, and no one can find any fault with it. How much do you want? Lu Xiao nodded. He understood what Zhang Qingwan meant and asked directly. Zhang Qingwan thought for a moment. Do you have 200 million? She now has 80 million. If she can add another 200 million, the company's market value will reach 300 million. If she could reach this level, she could even apply to the family to end the assessment in advance. Yes, there is, but what about my benefits? Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan with a smile. He now has 240 million in cash, and this much money was originally intended for investment. There is not much difference between saving up 1 billion before investing and investing now. When Zhang Qingwan heard Lu Xiao say that he really had 200 million, she was immediately surprised. As long as you can invest in me, any benefit will do. Zhang Qingwan assured repeatedly. But then, she thought that she really couldn't give Lu Xiao anything at the moment, and her face turned slightly red, and then she spoke again firmly. Even if you really want to invest, I will accept it. Puff. Hearing this, Lu Xiao almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Look. What the hell are women talking about nowadays? What kind of lewd words are these? Lu Xiao was very sure that he did not misunderstand the following sentence, and what he heard was exactly what he thought. But to be honest, this girl Zhang Qingwan is really ruthless. He was very sure that there was not much emotional foundation between him and Zhang Qingwan. But for revenge, just because she had misunderstood the meaning before, Zhang Qingwan went with the flow and offered her body without any hesitation. He took a look at Zhang Qingwan's curvy figure. Although she was injured, it was still difficult to conceal Zhang Qingwan's beauty. This is definitely a top-notch woman. How about this? I'll invest 200 million in you, and as for the conditions, you'll owe me the money first. From now on, whenever you can do something within your ability, just ask me to do it for you. Lu Xiao waved his hand. If Zhang Qingwan can succeed, then the promise of becoming the future successor of the Zhang family will be no less valuable than these 200 million. Including that aspect? Zhang Qingwan hesitated for a while, then looked at Lu Xiao with a blushing face. Lu Xiao immediately rolled his eyes at Zhang Qingwan in annoyance. Why did this girl always think in this direction? If you want to include it, then include it. Besides, I'm not interested in your current state. Let's wait until you recover from your injury. Chapter 74, Can't Tell Who is the Capitalist. To be honest, Lu Xiao was a little dazed when he walked out of Tianlai Mansion. At the last moment when he agreed, Zhang Qingwan, this girl, went crazy for some reason and leaned into his arms. That feeling of physical contact. If it weren't for the frequent activities in the past 2 days, the crowd might have been embarrassed. Although nothing happened in the end, Zhang Qingwan still gave her a deposit. Sitting in the car, Lu Xiao couldn't help but wipe the redness from his face. This is not lipstick, but a trace of blood oozing from the wound on Zhang Qingwan's face. Hey, this girl, I didn't even tell her to find someone to take me home after I drank. It seems like what happened today was really a big blow to her. To be honest, Zhang Qingwan is indeed quite miserable. If it was designed by someone else, it doesn't really matter. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon. But the person who did this was her relative who she lived with day and night, and he had no intention of letting her live from the moment he started. Lu Xiao had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call Wu Qianxian, asking her to come and pick him up. Then, Lu Xiao took the opportunity to call Wan Lei. He borrowed 200 million yuan from his personal account and transferred it to Fading Technologies' account, and then signed an investment agreement directly with Zhang Qingwan's company in the name of Fading Technology. He is a man who does what he says. Since he has decided to invest, he will get things done as soon as possible to avoid a lot of trouble and headaches later. Wang Lei was very quick and informed Lu Xiao half an hour later that the money had been transferred. System, check the panel. Lu Xiao immersed his mind in the system. Host, Lu Xiao Unique Binding. Available funds, 50 million yuan, of which 7 million yuan is company assets. Current system level, level 1. Upgrade progress, 230 million 1 billion. Available for signing in any asset. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the interval between 2 sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 99% for assets below 100 million yuan, 1% for assets above 100 million yuan. It's another big step towards our goal. Lu Xiao immediately nodded with satisfaction. What we lack now is cash. The next main goal is to sign out the cash as soon as possible and then quickly invest in upgrades. After finishing this task, Wu Qianxian happened to open the door of the Bugatti. Brother Xiao, didn't you go to the hospital today? Wu Qianxian was really a little curious. He clearly said he was in the hospital when I called him in the afternoon, so how come he came to Tianlai Houting to drink at around 8 or 9 in the evening? I have some business matters with Zhang Qingwan, so I came over to take care of them. Lu Xiao fastened Wu Qianxian's seatbelt with a smile, and rubbed the texture of Givenchy's clothes. Well, it's worthy of being a famous brand clothing, the material is really sufficient. Zhang Qingwan? Wu Qianxian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao and held down Lu Xiao's restless left hand. Didn't Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan know each other a few days ago? That's what happened. Lu Xiao had no intention of hiding anything from Wu Qianxian and briefly told her what had happened in the past few days. Of course, Lu Xiao took the initiative to omit the unnecessary matter of investing. So, Brother Xiao, you invested 200 million in Zhang Qingwan's company. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but smack her lips. 200 million in cash, if you take out all this money, it would probably pile up into a small mountain, right? However, when Wu Qianqian thought about how Lu Xiao had exchanged the 200 million for a promise from Zhang Qingwan, she felt that it was quite a good deal. Besides, it's not like you're just throwing away 200 million yuan. If you invest these 200 million yuan, there will still be a positive return in the future. If you can get rewards and win favors, wouldn't it be a direct way to make money? What surprised Wu Qianqian the most was that Lu Xiao's assets were so huge. Not to mention so many companies, but they just took 200 million in cash without any hesitation. You know, her family was struggling over 5 million in cash some time ago. No wonder Lu Xiao is so generous when shopping in the mall. As it stands now, a few million is really nothing to Lu Xiao. By the way, how are things going over there? Wu Qianqian slowly started the car and drove out, and Lu Xiao asked from the side. 6 or 7 days have passed since Li Tianxia was trapped. Speaking of this, Wu Qianqian burst into laughter. Didn't I meet Li Tian at the company yesterday? He said he had borrowed another 2 million from the bank, so I asked Lao Wang to cut a few more projects over to him. According to the feedback from the project today, Li Tian has managed to secure this batch of resources. He should have no more than 2 million in cash now. Lu Xiao nodded. There are still 3 or 4 days left. If he works harder, Li Tian will not be able to keep the 2 million. But he hasn't contacted your parents in the past few days. Do you want to get the money back? I contacted him once, but he still cared about me. He didn't say anything too harsh, but just gave me a deadline, which was the day after tomorrow. Wu Qianqian chuckled. If it were a few days ago, she would definitely be worried and anxious, but now seeing Li Tian like this, she just wanted to laugh. No matter how happily Li Tian danced, he could not touch her at all, and now all the places on her body were occupied. And when the 10 days are up, Li Tian's fate will be completely in his own hands. Then will be the time for Li Tian to pay the price for what he has done. Besides, I want to thank him. Wu Qianqian winked at Lu Xiao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met Brother Xiao, right? You girl. Lu Xiao cursed with a smile. When Lu Xiao drove back home, he found that Xiaoli was already waiting at the door with a pile of vegetables. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead and then remembered that Xiaoli said yesterday that he would come to work this afternoon. Because Wu Qianqian didn't come back from the company and Lu Xiao went to Tianlai Mansion, there was no one at home. I'm sorry, I forgot about this in my busy life. Come in, come in. Wu Qianqian quickly called Xiaoli to go inside. It was said to be afternoon, so Xiaoli would probably come at around 5 or 6 o'clock, but there was no one at home. I guess Xiaoli had been waiting at the door for at least 2 or 3 hours. Mr. Lu, Ms. Wu, I just completed my resignation procedures and have just arrived. Xiaoli felt a little flustered when he saw that Wu Qianqian was a little too polite. Do all rich people have such good tempers? Would you like me to make some midnight snack tonight? No need, we've already eaten outside. Since you're here today, I'll give you a brief introduction. Lu Xiao smiled and invited Xiaoli to sit down. You come from the property management department, and you know the structure of the house, so I won't introduce it to you in detail. First, let me tell you your working hours. You just need to arrive before 11 a.m. every day and leave work at 7 p.m. You can arrange the cleaning and cooking in between. You will also have 5 days off every month, and you can choose any time you like. Of course, if I come home late at night and need you to work overtime to cook, I'll pay you daily wages each time, is that okay? A daily wage for overtime work? When Xiaoli heard Lu Xiao's words, his heart was moved. You know, her current monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. If calculated based on 30 days daily wages, that would be close to 700 yuan a day. Of course it's based on the daily wage. If you work 23 days a month, your daily wage is 870 yuan. Lu Xiao nodded. Ah? Xiaoli was a little confused. Is Lu Xiao's daily wage still calculated based on the statutory working days? He compared it with the boss of the previous property company whose net worth was only a few million, and then looked at Lu Xiao, who drove a Bugatti and had a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. For a moment, Xiaoli really couldn't tell who the capitalist was. Chapter 75, Investment Tips. Of course, Xiaoli is totally willing to accept such conditions. I will put some cash in the pocket of the table in the living room. You can just use it to buy groceries and give me a detailed account statement at the end of each month. By the way, you can pick any guest room on the first floor. You can rest anytime you want at noon. My only request is that the house be kept clean at all times and the food be delicious. Lu Xiao said with a smile, and gave Xiaoli a copy of the password to the villa door. He was not afraid that Xiaoli would embezzle money or anything. First of all, his monthly salary is already high enough. There is no need for Xiaoli to ruin his future for a little money to buy groceries. This is actually a high salary to maintain integrity. Secondly, Lu Xiao also came from a poor background, and he had a good idea of the prices of goods. He would look at the account details at the end of every month, and even if he wanted to cook the books, he would not be able to hide it from himself. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will definitely make you satisfied. Xiaoli couldn't wait to agree. Lu Xiao's requests were just like nothing. What's more, the working hours are incredibly relaxed, and there are several days of vacation every month. This is even easier than real estate. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go back today. Today will be your first day at work. Lu Xiao nodded to Xiaoli. There is still work to do in the evening. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning. Xiaoli walked out of the villa gate. He was almost flying with joy. She now even hopes that her future boss can play outside more every day and go home at 10 or 11 o'clock in the evening. If I could get overtime pay for 10 days every month, wouldn't my salary be around 30,000? One toilet per month, one living room per year, one apartment per 2 years. Even if you accompany other rich people for 2 years, you may not be able to get so much, right? This is the mindset of rich people. The boss of that crappy company is simply a modern version of Joe Popeye. Xiaoli snorted lightly, then laughed and skipped out of the community. Brother Xiao, the salary you pay Xiaoli is higher than the salary I pay Lao Wang. After Xiaoli left, Wu Qianqian nestled in Lu Xiao's arms, laughing and teasing. Lao Wang is a master's student in civil engineering at Beijing University of Technology and a veteran who has been in the industry for 7 or 8 years, yet she only pays him 15,000 yuan a month. Lao Wang's job is to run around on projects all day long, and in terms of how hard it is, even the 3 Xiaolis can't compare to him. This world is not fair. Lu Xiao smiled and shrugged. He doesn't care about any of that, or how much anyone's service is worth. With a daily check-in of at least 20 million, he doesn't lack this little bit. The same applies to giving Zhao Ku a salary increase, and offering Xiaoli the same applies to providing him with conditions. And in Lu Xiao's opinion, there is nothing wrong in being nicer to the people below you. As long as they can abide by the rules and recognize their own identities, Lu Xiao would be happy to give them a monthly salary of 200,000, let alone 20,000 yuan. Brother Xiao, what exactly is investment? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with some curiosity. Although her family had some money, it was far less than Lu Xiao's. As far as she knows, the industries Lu Xiao is currently involved in include the internet, real estate development, and hotel business. Moreover, several companies seem to be operating well, and today they invested 200 million yuan in Zhongqingyuan. That is 200 million in cash. If you buy her company, you could buy 6 or 7 of them. Just by listening to what Lu Xiao said, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating violently. If it were her, she would rather keep the 200 million in her hands than invest it. Because investment will inevitably face the possibility of losses, but the 200 million yuan in the account can earn interest, which can be a lot of money every year. Investing is about casting a wide net. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. There is no trick to this thing, it's just a matter of luck. The reason why Penguin was able to become an empire is because of the wide range of investments. Whether it is a project at home or abroad that can be invested in and has some prospects, we will invest money in traffic without hesitation. If we pick 1 out of 100, how can it not succeed? Cast a wide net? Wu Qianqian was a little confused. Let me give you an example. Lu Xiao thought about it. In ancient times, there was a young lady who met a poor scholar who was going to Beijing to take an imperial examination and took shelter from the rain. She found that he was very talented and promised herself to him. The next day, the young lady sent the scholar off in tears. Before leaving, she gave him 100 taels of silver for travel expenses and told him not to forget her if he passed the imperial examination. The scholar swore to never let her down and took the money to go to the capital. Then what? Wu Qianqian asked curiously. After the scholar left, the young lady asked the maid to record the scholar's name in the book. Then she flipped through the book and found that there were more than 50 names recorded in it. Lu Xiao said with a smile. This is the venture capital of finance. After the scholar left, he asked the servant to record the young lady's name in the book, and then he sighed and said, "This is the 50th one. That's financing." But what neither the scholar nor the young lady knew was that after they separated, the book boy and the maid wrote down each other's names, and then they both sighed at the same time. This is what it means to follow the investment. Wu Qianqian burst out laughing. "Brother Xiao, your analogy is really apt." Wu Qianqian couldn't help laughing. Lu Xiao's words were really easy to understand. That's the reality. When it comes to investing, there are always gains and losses. If you only invest in one, you'll be worried all day long. But if you invest in 100, even if 90 of them fail, you won't panic. If you divide 100 million into 100 parts, even if 95 of them fail, as long as 5 of them succeed, you will succeed. No one remembers the losers, people only build monuments for the winners. Wu Qianqian nodded, not quite understanding. She seemed to have some idea of how she should proceed in the future. Nowadays, most companies are frantically expanding themselves, and few people will take the initiative to invest large sums of money. Even for investment, most of the time it is buying houses or fixed assets. This is actually the limitation of the times. Lu Xiao is not short of money. If he can't find a suitable investment project, Lu Xiao will invest all his money in Mutai once he has saved enough. Anyway, the appreciation of this thing has hardly decreased. If you invest 1 billion yuan, you don't know how it will increase in 10 years. Then Brother Xiao, do you want to invest in your secretary Xiao Wu? If you invest now, you might get a gift package in October. Wu Qianqian leaned on Lu Xiao and winked at him. Is 300 million enough? Lu Xiao hugged Wu Qianqian into his arms, and held the edge of Da Vinci with a smile. 300 million is not enough, it needs to be at least 600 million. I don't have that many financing targets, so I can only let Brother Xiao work hard for you. There was a smile on Wu Qianqian's face. Then he bowed slightly. Chapter 76, Buying a Property Company. The next morning, Lu Xiao clicked the sign-in button as usual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 52 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. 52 million? European Emperor YYDS. Lu Xiao was extremely surprised. He hugged Wu Qianqian, who was still sleeping soundly due to exhaustion, and kissed her little face. Adding these 50 million and deducting yesterday's 200 million investment, the cash on hand now exceeds 100 million. I'm lucky. I don't know if I can have another big hit. Lu Xiao rubbed his hands first, then put his hands in the right place, and then silently clicked the sign-in button. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a cash reward of 10,000. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the full range of Mercedes-Maybach models, a total of 8. All cars have been placed in the parking lot next to the host Zhengzheng University. Please receive them as soon as possible. Fuck, it really exploded? Lu Xiao looked at the rewards displayed on the system panel with some astonishment. Of course he knew Mercedes-Maybach. This series of cars are generally business cars, mainly SUVs. Lu Xiao actually wanted to buy it for a long time, but the Mercedes-Benz store in Jiangcheng only had a few basic models, and they hadn't transferred any goods recently, so he didn't consider it. But now, all the Maybach cars have been won? Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Wu Qianqian, who was next to him, was awakened by Lu Xiao's actions and rubbed her eyes in a daze. She now discovered that Lu Xiao became particularly excited at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and always liked to do something to her. It made it impossible for her to sleep in. Nothing, just the full range of Maybach cars I ordered some time ago has arrived. Lu Xiao chuckled and kissed Wu Qianqian on the face again. The word lucky queen can no longer be used to describe Wu Qianqian. In Lu Xiao's opinion, the word goddess of luck is more accurate. This good luck is really endless. The entire Maybach range? Wu Qianqian was stunned. Yes, there are 8 cars in total. The garage at home can't hold them all, so I have put them all in the private parking lot I bought at Zhengzheng University. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. There aren't that many regular models on sale, right? If there are 8, then doesn't that mean it's a concept car? There should be several, right? Lu Xiao wasn't quite sure either. But he remembered that there were not many Maybach models normally sold, only about 3 or 4. Brother Xiao, how did you get it? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao a little exaggeratedly. Liu Xiao's Bugatti is actually a concept car, limited to about 10 units worldwide. But that's just one. If you ask around in the market, there's still a good chance you'll get one. But if you can get the whole series, the concept will be completely different. Simply put, without a strong background, it is absolutely impossible. A friend gave it to me. Liu Xiao smiled and shook his head. Never mind for now, we'll talk about it at noon. Seeing Wu Qianqian's beautiful figure exposed to the air, Liu Xiao couldn't help but smile and lay down again. Even if you do nothing, the feeling of sleeping with a beautiful woman in your arms is an amazing enjoyment. Originally, we told Xiaoli that he only needed to arrive before 11 o'clock in the morning, but Xiaoli was afraid that lunch would be late, so he came over at around 9 o'clock in the morning. This was the first meal Xiaoli prepared for his employer, and he really put a lot of effort into it. In addition to the vegetables I bought yesterday, I also brought a lot of other things with me. When Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian woke up again, Xiaoli's meal was almost on the table. Mr. Liu, Ms. Wu, please take a rest for a while. The food will be ready soon. Wow, you cook so many dishes. Liu Xiao saw the 4 or 5 cold dishes on the table and couldn't help but sigh. The portions are not big. This is my first time cooking, and I don't know what you like to eat, so I made a few extra portions for you to try, so you won't waste it in the future. When Xiaoli saw Wu Qianqian and Liu Xiao in pajamas, he couldn't help but blush slightly. She could clearly see that Wu Qianqian's pajamas were empty. Moreover, Wu Qianqian's figure was so stunning that even a woman like her couldn't help but blush when she saw it. She really couldn't understand why Wu Qianqian was so beautiful even though they were both women. When Nuwa created human beings, could it be that she simply threw a handful of mud to create herself? Thanks a lot. Wu Qianqian nodded to Xiaoli. Compared to Liu Xiao, she is more accustomed to this kind of life. After all, Wu Qianqian used to live at home and her life was basically taken care of by servants. Liu Xiao tasted the food and his eyes suddenly brightened. Xiaoli was not bragging, the food he cooked was really delicious. Of course, it can't compare with hotel chefs, but it has a homely taste. And to be honest, he rarely eats restaurant dishes other than those in his own hotel. As we all know, the national standard states the bottom line, but many businesses regard it as the upper limit. This thing might contain some additives. If you eat too much, you might really foam at the mouth. After having lunch at home, Wu Qianqian originally planned to go to the company, but was dragged by Liu Xiao to the parking lot next to Jiangcheng University. It's more fun to drive a car with 2 people. Brother Xiao, I think you need to buy a bigger parking lot. After entering the garage and seeing it full of cars, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. There are only 10 parking spaces in the parking lot. 8 Maybachs are parked there, and with this one coming in, 9 are already occupied. The underground parking lot at home can only accommodate 4 or 5 cars at most. We really need to build a new parking lot. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. Although it is still possible to park, the parking lot at Jiangcheng University was purchased for the convenience of going to school and cannot be used as a daily parking place. You can't have to drive your car from home and then change cars every time you want to drive, right? I remember that Yulin Jingjiwen Property Management still has a number of parking spaces, right? Liu Xiao thought about it. There are public parking spaces over there, and there are quite a lot of them, but Brother Xiao, aren't you afraid that people will stare at you if you park your car there? Wu Qianqian smiled. Will this stump me? Liu Xiao chuckled. Since they are public parking spaces, wouldn't it be enough to just turn them into private ones? He took out his cell phone and called Huang Shi directly. Huang Shi, please help me check the shareholder information of the property management company of Yulin Jingjiwen, and then contact them to buy their company directly for me. Chapter 77, Maybach Supreme Edition. Brother Xiao, you. When Wu Qianqian saw Liu Xiao hung up the phone, she was really confused for a moment. Just for parking, do you want to buy the property company directly? Although the property of Yulin Jingjiwen is not owned by a very large company, it is still a first-class property. Together with the fixed assets in the community, if you buy them all, it will cost at least more than 10 million. Seeing Wu Qianqian's expression, Liu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's just over 10 million, and this 10 million can be counted as investment consumption, so why not do it? Brother Xiao, you are such a spendthrift. Wu Qianqian looked at Liu Xiao helplessly. If she had known this earlier, she would not have mentioned it. Well, this 10 million was spent again inexplicably. It's okay. There has to be a place to park. Liu Xiao waved his hand and walked forward to look at the row of Maybachs parked. The vehicle information is not divided into timelines, as no information can be found. After all, the car the author drives is just a Lamborghini Hermes. The first thing that catches your eye is the three basic models of Maybach. One is the Maybach S-Class, one is the Maybach GLS, and then the Maybach G-Class. Just barely. Liu Xiao nodded. Compared to Bugatti, Maybach is already very cheap. Compared with Bugatti's basic model Bugatti Veyron, which starts at 25 million yuan, the Maybach S-Class is 4 million yuan, the Maybach GLS is 3.5 million yuan, and the Maybach G-Class is around 3.6 million yuan. The total price of the three cars barely exceeded 10 million. Wu Qianqian didn't know much about these cars, she just compared them by looking at pictures online. Maybach SL Class, this car is a concept car, the estimated price is around 16 million. The Maybach EQS SUV is also a concept car, with an estimated price of 12 million. Wu Qianqian secretly smacked her lips. At present, these two cars are worth more than her family's company. Maybach Project, this is Mercedes sports car concept car. I heard the pre-sale price is over 20 million. There is also Maybach, which is also a sports car concept car. The estimated selling price is around 30 million. I actually like this one the best. Liu Xiao smiled and patted the hood of the last car. This is Maybach's supreme luxury concept car, with an SUV design in all red, which looks very grand. And the most important thing is that this car has a huge space, whether in the front or back seats. If I remember correctly, the pre-sale price of this car is about 30 million. In other words, the total price of these 8 cars is just over 100 million. I think this one looks the best, too. Wu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Not to mention the two sports cars, Liu Xiao's Bugatti Vision is right here, and no matter how you look at it, it is far inferior. However, what stands out about Maybach cars as a whole is their grandeur and length. It is obviously inappropriate for a girl like her to drive these cars. Liu Xiao didn't have any feelings about the other cars, and finally just chose the Maybach's supreme luxury version. Although it is priced at more than 30 million yuan, the car has a low-key design, comfortable interior, and large space. Liu Xiao tried the chassis of the entire vehicle and found it was indeed very stable. Even if you do something in the car, you probably won't see any changes outside. Qianqian, you drive the Bugatti and I drive this Maybach. Liu Xiao picked out the Supreme Deluxe Edition and tried to sit inside. Although the Bugatti is more expensive, it is undoubtedly not as comfortable as the Maybach in terms of riding comfort. Drive these two cars first and return them home at night. After Huangxi buys the property, take all the other cars back. Brother Xiao, I think you can drive this SUV in the future. After all, your Bugatti is a bit too eye-catching, and it's not easy to park outside. Wu Qianqian said with a smile. Every time I drive my Bugatti out, I have to find a secluded corner when I get to the parking lot, and I dare not park for too long, as I will be watched if I do. And I dare not stop on the street. The appearance and streamlined body of this car are absolutely killer for both men and women. In comparison, this Maybach Ultimate Edition is much more low-key. Although it still looks very grand, people who don't know it would just think that this car might be a Maybach brand that they have never seen before, worth a few million. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. And with the shockproof and soundproof features of this car, even if you park it on the street to do something in the future, you won't necessarily be discovered, right? The two drove all the way to the company. When Lao Wang saw Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian going upstairs, he quickly knocked on the door and followed them into the office. Boss, Mr. Wu. This is the project record for the past 8 days. Based on the feedback from the business staff, I have summarized the current project progress. Lao Wang reported on the project follow-up status in the past few days. We have currently discovered 13 projects of Tiantian real estate, including 4 large projects, 5 medium-sized projects and 4 small projects. Tiantian real estate has given up on the 4 small projects. We are now taking over and supplying them at the lowest market price. For the next 9 projects, Tiantian real estate is still competing with us for money. During the negotiation yesterday afternoon, I invested 1.5 million yuan and directly drove the market price to the lowest point. Liu Xiao took a look at the materials and nodded. How much of the 10 million on the books is left? There are still about 6 million left. Before Lao Wang opened his mouth, Wu Qianqian spoke first. Because she was the attacking party, and could quote a low price and not ship the goods, waiting for Li Tian's response, the capital expenditure on Jianglu real estate side was not that large, only about 4 million. What about Tiantian real estate? What is the current estimate? Tian Real Estate has probably spent more than 6.5 million yuan so far. Lu Xiao pondered secretly in his heart. So that means Li Tian may only have 500,000 left? But it doesn't matter. There are only 2 days left. As long as Li Tian doesn't have 5 million left, he will inevitably face a breach of contract with himself. If Li Tian is given a month, he might still be able to make his money back from the project, but now, Li Tian is probably really finished. Thank you for your hard work during this period. After these few days are over, everyone in your project team will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. You will personally receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Lu Xiao added another sentence at the end. When Lao Wang heard Lu Xiao's words, he was suddenly surprised. Thank you, boss. 50,000 yuan is his normal 4-month salary. It seems that the boss was right and was really generous. Chapter 78, Wu Qianqian's Parents. Qianqian, just do the company's work casually in the future. There's no need to work so hard. Lu Xiao stroked the ends of Wu Qianqian's hair. This girl has been spending almost every day at the company these days. She is working very hard. Lu Xiao can see that the red bloodshot in Wu Qianqian's eyes has basically never gone away. Wu Qianqian has to look at all the company's accounts and information with her own eyes before she can feel at ease. It doesn't matter. I still like this job. Wu Qianqian smiled. She works here not just for revenge, after all, she still wants to help Lu Xiao succeed in this career. Although Lu Xiao's wealth has repeatedly refreshed her cognition, she still feels that what she is doing now is quite meaningful. Her current mentality is like that of a little thief who has hidden a treasure for her lover. Although it is of no use at this stage, she feels inexplicably motivated when she thinks that Lu Xiao might need it in the future. Moreover, the real estate business has been so good in the past 2 years. Maybe the company's market value can really be increased under her leadership. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Wu Qianqian, Lu Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. He now took back what he had said before, that it would be best for a woman to have a career. It seems that it is not a good thing for a woman to be too career-oriented. By the way, Brother Xiao, I'm going to go home and take a look, do you want to come with me? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao. Since that day when she got together with Lu Xiao, she only went home once, and after resolving the company's financial situation, she never went back again. These past 2 days, her parents have been saying that they want to meet Lu Xiao. Back to your home? Lu Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He really hasn't thought about this question. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Xiao has basically lived alone. Although he grew up in an orphanage, Lu Xiao didn't have any friends or brothers there. After he became self-sufficient, he worked and went to school. Therefore, he has no concept of relatives. Including in the previous life, although we talked a lot, none of them got to the point of meeting the parents. But to be honest, he should indeed go and meet Wu Qianqian's parents. After all, he has 8 other people's daughter dozens of times, and Wu Qianqian doesn't even care about her family business now. It's as if she has run away. It's reasonable and moral to get to know her. Okay, then shall we go there this afternoon? Lu Xiao hesitated for a while, but still nodded. Wu Qianqian didn't expect Lu Xiao to agree directly. When she heard Lu Xiao's words, she was immediately surprised. Then it's settled, Brother Xiao. I'll go call them now. Wu Qianqian stood up and trotted over to call her parents. This girl. Lu Xiao shook his head. When meeting Wu Qianqian's parents, Lu Xiao was actually not that worried. After all, they both knew about the relationship between him and Wu Qianqian, and he was the one who saved Wu Qianqian's family company, so the other party should not have any bad feelings towards him. Anyway, we are all in Jiangcheng and will meet sooner or later. Since we have this opportunity, we might as well meet. I went to the nearby store to buy a few packs of good cigarettes and 2 bottles of good wine, then went back home and put on the 2 Patek Philippe watches I bought last time. One is for men and the other is for women. The packaging is also very beautiful, perfect for gifts. Brother Xiao, this is too grand. Wu Qianqian looked at the trunk filled with Lu Xiao's stuff, feeling both amused and helpless. Not to mention anything else, just those 2 watches together cost several million. The more courtesy, the less blame. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head, then closed the trunk of the Maybach. Brother Xiao, you are so nice to me. Wu Qianqian took the initiative to kiss Lu Xiao on the lips. She knew that the reason Lu Xiao took so many things was entirely because of her. Although this was nothing to Lu Xiao, Wu Qianqian still felt touched. You kissed the wrong place. Lu Xiao wiped his lips with his fingers and looked at Wu Qianqian with a smile. Let's talk about it when we get home tonight. How could Wu Qianqian not understand Lu Xiao's words, and she suddenly felt shy. It's too late to go home. It should take about 30 minutes to drive to your house. Why don't we? Lu Xiao gave a meaningful chuckle and then got into the car first amid Wu Qianqian's blushing face. Wu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but still got on the passenger seat, then pressed a button to lower the screens on the left and right windows. The good thing about luxury cars is that they are not exposed to the sun even in such hot summer weather. Seeing Wu Qianqian being so self-conscious, Lu Xiao slightly changed his sitting position, and then started the car directly and drove towards Wu Qianqian's home. When the car drove into the villa area, Wu Qianqian took out a bottle of mineral water from the side and took a few sips. She quickly took out her foundation from her bag and put on makeup on her red face. I'd be in trouble if my parents saw me in this state. Brother Xiao, is there anything wrong? Wu Qianqian glanced around, but still looked at Lu Xiao uncertainly, fearing that some water might splash onto her clothes without her noticing. Lu Xiao smiled and took a look. All the evidence had been destroyed by Wu Qianqian. Apart from her still red face, nothing else could be seen. Don't worry, it's okay. I'll go to another store and buy you some clothes next time. Although Givenchy's clothes are nice, the styles are indeed a bit too monotonous. Wu Qianqian was wearing the most expensive outfit she had bought at the Givenchy store in Shanda Shopping Mall a few days ago. To be honest, the clothes are really nice, but clothes of the same brand, although different in style, always have some similarities in workmanship and shape. Although Wu Qianqian changes her clothes every few days, it always feels to him like she has never changed her clothes. It's already very good looking, okay? Brother Xiao, are you tired of me? Wu Qianqian snorted in dissatisfaction. Can I go home with you if I'm tired of you? Lu Xiao slapped Wu Qianqian hard on the butt, scolded her with a laugh, and then stopped the car in front of the villa. Is this the one? Lu Xiao pointed to the house more than 10 meters away. This community was built quite early. In addition to the underground parking lot, there is also a dedicated road on the ground. Moreover, there are some parking spaces outside the house, so you don't have to go to the underground parking lot. Yes, shall I call them? Wu Qianqian nodded. Come on, we're already at the door, why are you still calling? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Qianqian, turned off the engine, got out of the car, and took out all the gifts he had brought from the trunk. He walked to the door of the villa and rang the doorbell. In less than half a minute, hurried footsteps were heard from inside. A middle-aged woman opened the door, and her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Lu Xiao for the first time. Mom! Wu Qianqian shouted. Qianqian, this is Lu Xiao, right? Mother Wu looked at Lu Xiao, who was standing next to Wu Qianqian, her eyes shining. My son-in-law is really handsome. Chapter 79, Teaching by Words and Deeds. Hello, Auntie. Because he was holding something in his hands, Lu Xiao just smiled and nodded. To be honest, although it was just the first glance, Wu Ma's appearance was definitely very high. She was in her 40s, but she looked like she was in her early 30s. If she really stands together with Wu Qianqian, it probably wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are sisters. Come in, come in. Aunt Wu quickly reached out to take the gift from Lu Xiao and welcomed the two of them into the house. Mom, where's my dad? Wu Qianqian walked in and looked around curiously, but did not see Wu's father. Hey, there's no wine at home. He said he was going out to buy a few bottles. Isn't Xiao Xiao here? Aunt Wu said with a smile. The reason why their company was able to come back to life was all because of Lu Xiao's single-handed efforts. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Xiao is their savior. And now, Lu Xiao is together with his daughter again, and they seem to have a very good relationship. How can they not be happy about this? Therefore, the old couple planned to entertain their future son-in-law well, but because Wu Qianqian's notice was too tight, the family did not prepare anything. Therefore, after finishing the phone call, she sent her aunt and father Wu out to buy things, and she took the initiative to act as the chef and busy herself in the kitchen. Compared to Wu Qianqian, the spoiled daughter, her cooking skills are still very good. Aunt, I just came here to visit you and uncle today. There's no need to be so grand. What's so grand about it? In Jiangcheng, this is how sons-in-law come to visit. Qianqian, take Xiao Xiao upstairs to rest for a while. When your dad comes back, we'll have dinner. Mother Wu pointed to Wu Qianqian's room upstairs. Auntie, let us help you cook. Lu Xiao said with a smile. It's basically done. There's nothing to help with. Just listen to Auntie and go upstairs and have a rest. Aunt Wu pushed Lu Xiao directly up the stairs. Lu Xiao had no choice but to follow Wu Qianqian upstairs. Brother Xiao, my family is welcoming, right? Seeing Aunt Wu enter the building, Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. Her parents both have good tempers and have basically never lost their temper with her since she was a child. Her parents support her finding a boyfriend in college, but their principle is that she is not allowed to look for gangsters. Therefore, her family environment is quite relaxed. Passionate indeed. Lu Xiao nodded. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation since he was a child. Push open Wu Qianqian's bedroom door. The room inside is decorated in a cute style, with the background wall painted pink and various anime posters hanging on it. The bedding on the bed was also pink, and there were two big bears over half a meter tall placed next to it. In the closet, there were several sets of fitted clothes hanging in a messy manner. Seeing Lu Xiao looking around her bedroom, Wu Qianqian couldn't help feeling shy for a moment, and hurriedly stepped forward to put away her underwear. You are already an old married couple, why are you still so shy? Seeing Wu Qianqian's actions, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He has seen these things more than once, right? Hey, wait a minute, I'll go wash up. Wu Qianqian stomped her feet with a red face and went into the bathroom first. The results of the battle still need to be handled carefully, to avoid being discovered, which would be very embarrassing. But in Wu Qianqian's surprised gaze, the next moment, Lu Xiao also followed her in. Brother Xiao, don't move! Wu Qianqian screamed and quickly ran away. But the next moment, Wu Qianqian was hugged by Lu Xiao with a smile on his face, and then Lu Xiao slowly put his cheek close to Wu Qianqian's ear. Qianqian, you don't want your parents to know about this, right? After hesitating for 3 seconds, Wu Qianqian gave up resisting completely. When the two went downstairs, it was already an hour later. Qianqian, did you just take a shower? Mother Wu was a little surprised to see that Wu Qianqian's hair was still a little wet. She saw it when Wu Qianqian came back just now. If there is nothing wrong, she should have just taken a shower in the morning, right? That. Wu Qianqian suddenly became nervous, and a hint of panic inexplicably appeared on her face. Auntie, the car didn't have the air conditioner on the way here. It's too hot in the summer, so Qianqian went to take a shower. Lu Xiao smiled and smoothed things over for Wu Qianqian. Oh, that's it. Aunt Wu nodded and looked at her daughter and son-in-law thoughtfully. Then, a teasing smile appeared on Wu Ma's face. Your uncle is back, come sit down in the restaurant and have dinner together. It's all your fault, Brother Xiao. He must have been discovered. Wu Qianqian's face flushed, and she pinched the soft flesh on Lu Xiao's arm with one hand, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. If you've been discovered, then you've been discovered. Next time you discover your parents as well, then we'll be even, right? Lu Xiao smiled awkwardly. He also didn't expect that Wu Ma was so sensitive. But fortunately, no one exposed my secret. In that case, I might as well just be a turtle. As soon as Lu Xiao walked into the living room, he saw a middle-aged man standing up from the sofa. Lu Xiao, this is the first time we meet. Welcome to our home. Father Wu came over with a smile and held Lu Xiao's hand. He was really satisfied with this son-in-law. He only has this one daughter, and he has never thought about making the family too big. It is enough for him to make his daughter happy. And Lu Xiao, a son-in-law who can help in times of crisis, is indeed impeccable. In fact, if it weren't for Lu Xiao's identity, and he wanted his daughter to be on equal terms with Lu Xiao, after this crisis, he would even want to sell the company directly, and then use the cash to become a wealthy man. Whenever he thought of the tragic situation when his family was almost destroyed, he felt even more grateful to Lu Xiao. Okay, Dad, come eat. Wu Qianqian smiled and hugged Lu Xiao's arm, pulled Lu Xiao back from Wu's father's hands, and then made a face at Lu Xiao. Well, my daughter is grown up, so she is not close to her father anymore. Seeing his daughter's appearance, Dad Wu shook his head helplessly. My mother is the same. Isn't this what you taught her by example? Wu Qianqian giggled and pulled Lu Xiao to sit on the chair at the dining table. Let uncle sit first. Lu Xiao pulled Wu Qianqian and invited Wu's father to sit down first, and then the two of them sat down beside him. Chapter 80, The Reason Why the Wu Family Owes Money. Aunt Wu quickly brought the remaining 2 dishes to the table. Come on, Xiao, first of all, thank you for this glass of wine. Father Wu poured Lu Xiao a glass of white wine. Dad Wu and Mom Wu raised their glasses together. They must toast with this glass of wine. Even if Lu Xiao will be their son-in-law in the future, one thing is for sure, there are very few people who can come up with 8 million under such circumstances. Uncle and aunt, if you say so, I have to thank you for this glass of wine. Thank you for raising such a good girl like Qianqian. Lu Xiao raised his glass with a smile, then secretly glanced at Wu Qianqian and winked at her. Wu Qianqian immediately lowered her head shyly. She understood what Lu Xiao meant. Most girls can't give any point without a few months. But she didn't even know Lu Xiao, so she dragged Lu Xiao from the cafeteria to the hotel, and then gave him everything she could. Even the female bodhisattva didn't give her as much. However, Mr. and Mrs. Wu did not understand the hidden meaning of Lu Xiao's words. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became more intimate. By the way, Xiao, do you have a company in Jiangqing currently? Father Wu looked at Lu Xiao curiously. He knew that his daughter had been working in Lu Xiao's company these days, but they didn't ask what company it was. Well, there are a few small companies. Lu Xiao nodded. What industries are you in? Civil engineering, hotels, real estate, and the internet. Lu Xiao said with a smile. So much? Father Wu was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Lu Xiao's family situation might be similar to his, but if he had so many companies and could easily invest 8 million in them, then Lu Xiao's assets would not be something that could be stopped by tens of millions. There aren't that many, just 4 companies, a small operation. Lu Xiao explained. Apart from sky building, he really doesn't think highly of the other companies now. After all, their market capitalizations are too small and they have a lot of troubles. Mom and Dad, Lu Xiao's companies all have market capitalizations of at least tens of millions. Wu Qianqian added with a smile. My own status and position cannot definitely be compared with Lu Xiao's. Wu Qianqian had already seen this clearly. Any clothing he buys would cost at least 1 million, and any watch he buys would always be the most expensive one. He gave himself 10 million, saying it was just pocket money. Although her family is considered wealthy, if Lu Xiao really spends money, he can squander all her assets in one day. Seeing Lu Xiao's indifferent expression, Dad Wu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, sometimes the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and pigs. Uncle, I won't say much. You have invested in our company now. If your company needs any help in the future, you can use my company's money and people as you like. We are both almost 50 years old. The company will be Qianqian's dowry in the future. Dad Wu smiled and took a sip of wine. Dad, how old are you? The company can't do without you. When Wu Qianqian heard that her father was going to be a hands-off boss, she quickly spoke up to persuade him. They are all in their 60s and 70s and still working. You are still so young, you should work for a while longer before making any decisions. Hearing Wu Qianqian's words, Dad Wu felt a sudden warmth in his heart. As expected, my own daughter still cares about me. Qianqian, don't worry, your father's health. But before Father Wu finished speaking, Wu Qianqian continued. If you retire early, won't Lu Xiao be exhausted? Father Wu. How could the warmth that just surged from the bottom of my heart disappear inexplicably? Qianqian, if you can't speak, just say less. Lu Xiao glared at Wu Qianqian unhappily. Ahem, uncle, come here and have a drink. Lu Xiao quickly filled Mr. Wu's glass with wine. Aunt Wu watched the fun from the sidelines and didn't mind making any trouble. She laughed so hard that she could hardly stand up straight. It seems that when she was young, she was the same as her own daughter, right? Why does it seem so irritating now? Wu Qianqian pouted, seeming a little unhappy because Lu Xiao glared at her. Lu Xiao quickly opened his mouth and changed the subject. Uncle Wu, where exactly is our company's current business focus? How could the funding chain suddenly be cut off? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Logically speaking, the real estate industry should be taking off in the past few years, right? To put it without exaggeration, as long as the family has some assets, in this day and age, even if they let a pig do the work, they can still take off in the wind. Speaking of this, Dad Wu suddenly looked helpless. Given the economic situation in the past 2 years, he has been able to build the company to this level. To be honest, he himself wants to slap him in the face. That's what happened. Father Wu had no intention of hiding it from Lu Xiao, and told him everything that happened. My company focuses mainly on construction site projects and project contracting. A year ago, the Zhang family in Jiangcheng announced several contracting projects. I thought that since the Zhang family was wealthy and powerful, funding would not be a problem, so I bid for one of the project units and eventually got a project worth 20 million yuan. It was fine for a few months last year. The advance payment period was 1 month and all the money was returned when it was due. But starting from March this year, the advance payment has been delayed again and again. It has been delayed until June this year, and the Zhang family has not returned 10 million to me. But the employees below are making a big fuss, so there is a gap of more than 5 million. I have no choice but to borrow money. But you know the bank. In this case, no one would lend me money. I had no choice but to look for funds in the market. I found Li Tian's Tian company and borrowed a high-interest loan of 5 million. The requirement was to know the details of how the money was used. This was also normal. I didn't doubt it at the time. Instead, I was glad to be able to borrow the money. But I didn't expect that after Li Tian lent me the money, he used the detailed information he knew to spread the news of my bankruptcy in the projects below, and announced my loan details and the company's actual account details to the employees below, causing panic among the people below. Several foremen kept chasing me for the 2 months' salary they owed me. If you hadn't helped, I might not have been able to bear it. Father Wu gave a wry smile. This time, he fully witnessed the evil of human nature. But he still doesn't know why Li Tian did this. Lu Xiao nodded. The reason why Li Tian did this was actually just to get Wu Qianqian. The reason why he was willing to lend money to Wu's father from the beginning was actually because he was attracted by Wu Qianqian's relationship. Of course, although he knew this, he would definitely not say it. But what made him more curious was how could such a large company like the Zhang family owe Wu's father the project payment for no reason? 10 million is just a small amount of money for the Zhang family, right? Losing your credibility for such a small sum of money is definitely not the style of a big family. Chapter 81, My daughter has grown up. Lu Xiao asked about his doubts. However, Mr. Wu shook his head and said he was not sure. The Zhang family is such a huge company that it is not something that a small person like him can shake. Even if he was owed money, he didn't dare to confront the Zhang family directly. He could only ask for the money in a nice way. Lu Xiao's heart suddenly moved. By the way, Uncle Wu, who was the person in charge of the company that signed the project supply contract with you at that time? Zhang Haifeng is the eldest son of the Zhang family's patriarch. What's wrong? Indeed it is. Lu Xiao nodded. If the Zhang family endorses it, then the money will definitely not be in arrears. For a big family, reputation is always more important than money. These days, it's actually a credit economy. But if it was Zhang Qingwan's brother, then this would be very normal. After all, they only received assessment tasks and had only 10 million in starting capital. Using 10 million in startup capital to fight for 20 million projects, or several of them, it is very normal for the capital chain to break. Lu Xiao pondered for a while. In this case, if something happens to Zhang Qingwan, it will be of great benefit to Zhang Haifeng, right? Uncle Wu, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll ask my acquaintances in a few days to see if I can get back the 10 million you've deposited. Lu Xiao smiled and picked up the wine glass. Lu Xiao had no intention of getting involved in the internal struggles of the Zhang family, so he would just provide this information to Zhang Qingwan when the time came. Father Wu did not ask any further questions. Although it was obvious from Lu Xiao's expression that he knew some inside information, he was no longer interested in knowing these things. Anyway, my family is harmonious and my life is happy now. I will no longer do things that require a lot of money. I will just develop honestly. He finally realized that he could never make enough money, but life was only once, so living in the present and enjoying life was the right thing to do. Drink, drink. Father Wu also picked up his glass. Xiao, we just talked about the economic situation in the next few years. How do you think our company should develop in the next few years? Father Wu looked at Lu Xiao curiously. The development of the enterprise? Lu Xiao thought about it. In my opinion, future development should be done in 3 aspects. When the economy is good, we civil engineers should develop more projects, with less or no advance payment, and do cash business. This way we can maximize the market share and have lower risks. Secondly, we should develop more projects in high-tech areas and then hold them in hand until the dividend period arrives. Finally, just follow the market trends. When you are able to take out a loan, the more the better. Of course, there is no need to take out a loan now. Uncle Wu, if you have a good project, let me know and I will pay the money to the company account within an hour. Lu Xiao said with a smile. In recent years, no matter what you invest in, it is better to buy a house and hoard it. After 4 or 5 years, the return on investment will be more than double or triple. Even for properties in some key locations, the price can at least triple or quadruple. If you bet on school district housing, it can even increase by 5 or 6 times. With a market value of 20 or 30 million, if you bet right, it can be doubled to 150 million in more than 4 years. Even if there is loan leverage, it would not be difficult to double this number to 1 billion. Xiao, are you so optimistic about the future market? When Father Wu saw Lu Xiao was so confident, he became a little curious for a moment. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head, and briefly analyzed the future situation and market trends to Wu's father. Lu Xiao was originally in the financial field, and he had basically stored all the financial information for the next 10 years in his mind. Whether it was the current situation or the future speculation, Lu Xiao had a good idea of it. As Father Wu listened to Lu Xiao's analysis, his eyes became brighter and brighter. That's right. Why didn't I think of this? With such a good thing, why would I need to pay for it? Father Wu immediately slapped his thigh. They chatted for more than an hour and the food on the table was cold, but Dad Wu still pulled Lu Xiao aside and asked him questions. Dad, that's enough. How can you ask like that? Wu Qianqian and her mother went back to the kitchen to reheat some hot dishes and brought them out. Seeing that her father was still asking questions, she couldn't bear it any longer. Qianqian, you don't understand. Xiao Zhao's ability really amazes me. Father Wu shook his head repeatedly. If he had known Lu Xiao for a year earlier, he wouldn't have run the company like this. But it's not too late now. After talking with Lu Xiao for more than an hour, Dad Wu really felt that he benefited a lot. No wonder Lu Xiao could open 4 companies at such a young age. He originally thought that Lu Xiao relied on the help of his family, but now it seems that with Lu Xiao's ability, as long as he is given a little capital, let alone opening 4 companies, even opening 40 companies would be more than enough. He has met many people over the years, including some people at the top of the industry in Zhengcheng. However, in his opinion, those people's summaries of the present and judgments about the future are all ambiguous official statements. However, Lu Xiao's analysis is absolutely crystal clear. It can be said that Lu Xiao's ability is definitely much stronger than those people. Seeing her father admire Lu Xiao so much, Wu Qianqian felt proud for a moment. Brother Xiao, have some soup. I just heated it up. It's beef soup. It's delicious. Wu Qianqian quickly served Lu Xiao a bowl of soup and placed it in front of him. Lu Xiao was feeling a little thirsty from talking, so he picked up the bowl and took several sips. Xiao, come, eat more food. You haven't eaten much of today's food yet. Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Wu also quickly picked up a few bites of food and put them into Lu Xiao's bowl, and watched Lu Xiao put them into his mouth with a smile on her face. Hey, where's mine? Father Wu looked at the mother and son who had rebelled on the spot, then looked at the empty bowl and chopsticks in front of him, his face full of helplessness. Dad, you're so young, you should do it yourself. Wu Qianqian took Lu Xiao's bowl with a smile and poured another bowl of beef soup for Lu Xiao. Mother Wu didn't say anything, but just rolled her eyes at Father Wu, then picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up a lot of dishes for Lu Xiao again. Can you compare with your son-in-law? Auntie, that's enough. Lu Xiao saw that Auntie Wu kept picking food for him and he kept waving his hands to refuse. If he continued to pick up food like this, the food in his bowl would soon pile up into a small mountain. Eat more. There was a smile on Wu Ma's face. Of course she was listening to what Lu Xiao said. She knew a little about it. The more she listened to Lu Xiao, the more shocked she was. My son-in-law is really amazing. Chapter 82, Wu Yunhai's Procrastination Tactics. In the evening, Lu Xiao originally planned to go home, but he could not resist Wu Ma's enthusiasm and had to stay overnight at Wu Qianqian's house. Xiao, I won't clean up the guest room for you alone. Aunt Wu looked at Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian teasingly. Mom! Wu Qianqian's face turned red instantly and she couldn't help but stomped her feet on the spot. Although her parents already knew that she and Lu Xiao moved out, knowing it and saying it out loud are two different situations. Looking at her mother's gaze, Wu Qianqian felt as if there was fire burning on her face. Lu Xiao standing aside was also feeling a little embarrassed. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he still felt a little embarrassed to walk into a girl's room in front of her parents and even stay the night. Aunt Wu laughed, stopped teasing the two of them, and went back to her room alone. Brother Xiao, it's all your fault. I won't be able to stay at home anymore. Wu Qianqian quickly pulled Lu Xiao back to the room. I think your parents are quite open-minded. It's not that serious. Lu Xiao chuckled and pulled Wu Qianqian over. I will never live at home again. Wu Qianqian buried her face in the pillow, and her white thighs kept shaking up and down. Especially when I returned home in the afternoon, it seemed that what happened in the room was discovered by Wu Ma. When she thought of this, Wu Qianqian suddenly felt overwhelmed. However, Lu Xiao had no intention of doing anything else tonight. The physical strain these 2 days is indeed a bit too much. He is not a stud, so he still needs to rest. Besides, I did feel a little uncomfortable at Wu Qianqian's house. Only Lu Xiao knew that Wu Qianqian's voice sounded terrifying when she screamed, otherwise she would not have told Xiaoli in advance that he was not allowed to spread anything he saw or heard at home. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Qingwan, asking her to investigate the accounting information of Zhang Haifeng's company. That should be fine. If Zhang Qingwan can successfully control the Zhang family, then we won't have to worry about anyone tripping us up in Jiangcheng in the future. Lu Xiao pondered secretly in his heart. He is not actually afraid of the Zhang family. After all, it is just a small family with a market value of tens of billions. It won't be long before Lu Xiao himself can reach this level, but sometimes, the smaller the family, the easier it is to trip others up. There are always some blind and brainless people in this world. Jiangcheng can be regarded as Lu Xiao's base camp. If it is controlled by Zhang Qingwan, then things will be much smoother in Jiangcheng in the future. If necessary, after the system is upgraded in the future, he can also take action to help Zhang Qingwan take complete control of the Zhang family. After staying at the Wu family for one night, Lu Xiao got up early the next morning after signing in. 46 million in cash, not bad. When Lu Xiao saw the rewards for signing in, he immediately felt in a good mood. I now have 150 million in cash, and I have spent 240 million, which adds up to almost 400 million. After washing up quickly, he went downstairs with Wu Qianqian. Hey, Loli, can you give us a few more days? Hey, I really can't help it. If you want to withdraw your investment, you have to wait until I free up this money, right? Downstairs, Father Wu was sitting with his legs crossed, peeling an orange while complaining to the person on the other end of the phone with a look of deep resentment on his face. Seeing Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian coming downstairs, Father Wu quickly gestured to them. Lu Xiao nodded to show that he understood immediately, and took Wu Qianqian to sit next to Wu's father. And Mr. Wu also turned the phone to speakerphone mode at the right time. Wu Yunhai, I'm telling you, I have to withdraw my investment today. I don't care what method you use. Before noon, the 5 million must be transferred to my company account. Li Tian yelled on the other end of the phone. He is really anxious now. In order to get Wu Qianqian, he didn't ask for payment in the past few days. Originally thought it was a sure thing, but when the deadline came, Dad Wu insisted that he could not come up with the money. You know, he still has to repay Lu Xiao tomorrow. He really doesn't have a penny in his hand now. If he doesn't get the money back, he will be in breach of contract with Lu Xiao tomorrow. Mr. Li, I really don't have it. If I did, would I not give it to you? Your interest rate is so high. Every day the money is with me, my burden increases. If I really have a way, can I not find a way to give you the money? Dad Wu was still crying miserably. Wu Yunhai, if you don't return the money to me, wait for the court summons. Li Tian roared. Don't be so anxious, Lao Li. Have you forgotten that you signed a loan sharking contract with me? The law stipulates that interest that is 4 times higher than the bank interest rate of the same period is uniformly considered usury, so the contract between you and me is invalid. The reason why I am willing to pay you back the interest is because I am afraid of damaging my reputation. Otherwise, I could just return your principal. I really don't have money now, but don't worry, I will definitely pay you back as soon as I have money. Father Wu replied with a smile. Speaking of the contract, Li Tian suddenly felt helpless. This contract is indeed not justifiable from a legal perspective, but it is also the default practice in the industry. After all, the situation that Mr. Wu experienced at that time was not uncommon in the industry. With lower interest rates, who would be willing to lend money? Borrowers, for the sake of their own credit, usually repay the loan at usurious interest rates when the due date comes, otherwise the person's reputation in the industry will be ruined. But now, if Father Wu really brings this up, he would indeed be in the wrong in the contract. Then I can also sue you and make you return my principal. Li Tian spoke again. Then go ahead and sue. Our company's legal department has just resumed normal work. Father Wu snorted and hung up the phone. It will take at least a week for this case to be decided. If the Ministry of Justice delays further, it will take 2 weeks without any problem. He can drag it out on his side, but can Li Tian also drag it out on his side? Lu Xiao looked at Father Wu and laughed unconsciously. Uncle, I didn't expect you to be so good at shirking your debts. Lu Xiao teased. What do you mean by refusing to pay? You don't know how badly Li Tian tortured me some time ago. If I have this chance, I will definitely fight back. Dad Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago, his own company was almost bankrupted by Li Tian. Now he is asked to turn around and let Li Tian go? Not to mention that Lu Xiao's plan required his cooperation. Even if Lu Xiao had no plan, he would not let Li Tian get the money so easily. Chapter 83, Li Tian is finished. After not staying at the Wu family for long, Lu Xiao returned home with Wu Qianqian after breakfast. Brother Xiao, I'll go to the company to see if there is anything else that needs to be done. Wu Qianqian is very motivated. Now all that is left to deal with Li Tian is the finishing touch. Alright, why are you going there today? Just let Lao Wang keep an eye on it. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Wu Qianqian and pulled her over. When I just came here, it took some time to set a trap for Li Tian, but now the trap is completely ready, and there is only 1 day left. No matter how hard he struggles, it will be useless. Lu Xiao had no intention of calling in advance to urge them, but just waited quietly for tomorrow. Come, Qianqian, peel some grapes for me. Lu Xiao chuckled and placed the fruits that Xiaoli had washed in the morning next to Wu Qianqian. Then he carelessly turned on the TV and lay comfortably on Wu Qianqian's legs. Both hands also found their positions. Brother Xiao, there are others. Wu Qianqian's face turned red instantly. Stop messing around and peel the grapes quickly. Lu Xiao used a little more strength. What's wrong with that person? She's just a woman, not a man. Besides, it's so far away from me and there's a sofa back blocking my view. Xiaoli, who was cleaning at the back, looked at the situation on the sofa with a red face. He turned his face away and kept repeating to himself, "Don't look at what is inappropriate." Then, he tactfully trotted to another room to avoid the situation. Xiaoli, I want to eat hot pot this afternoon. Go out and buy some ingredients and come back by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Xiao shouted in the direction Xiaoli was running. Got it, boss. From behind, Xiaoli replied in a muffled voice. How could she not know that her boss was planning to get down to business? I just don't know if she should be the one to clean up the battlefield. I lay comfortably at home all day. Lu Xiao remotely controlled and responded to all the matters concerning several companies. The next morning, when Lu Xiao woke up, it was already 9 o'clock. I signed in 3 times normally. Today, I didn't trigger the European Emperor characteristic, it was just an ordinary 30 million in cash. Sitting up and stretching. Qianqian, get up and go to the company. Hey, brother Xiao, don't move. Wu Qianqian stuck her little head out from under the quilt and looked at Lu Xiao with dissatisfaction. The two arrived at the company early. Lao Wang, all the projects we have contacted before today are offered at a price 5% lower than the lowest market price. Take all the projects that can be leveraged. Remember to inform the surrounding real estate companies. We are only targeting Tian real estate. Don't let them misunderstand that we are disrupting the market. By the way, starting tomorrow, we won't have to do this in secret anymore. We can just cooperate under the name of Jianlu Real Estate. Lu Xiao warned. Okay, boss. Lao Wan was shocked. After holding back for so many days, is the boss finally going to use his big move? Qianqian, call Uncle Wu and ask him to sue Tian Real Estate for maliciously stealing the company's internal secrets. Sue Li Tian for commercial espionage. Even if you can't get him, you have to disgust him to death. Okay, boss. Your secretary Wu will do it right away. Wu Qianqian giggled, picked up her phone and went to the side to make a call. After giving these 2 instructions, Lu Xiao called Zhao Ku again. Mr. Zhao, I lent Tian Real Estate 5 million yuan in the name of the hotel 10 days ago. You should call them right now and ask them to repay the loan on time. The final deadline is noon today. If they can't pay it back, file a lawsuit in court immediately. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. On the other side, Zhao Ku nodded repeatedly and wrote down Lu Xiao's request. Lu Xiao sat in the office chair, tapping the table silently. Although there are still some secrets of Li Tian that have not been revealed, but these 3 are enough to make Li Tian suffer. After thinking about it, Lu Xiao put Li Tian's phone number on the blacklist. Then he instructed the company's front desk that anyone who came from Li Tian or Tian company should be stopped outside the company and no one would be seen today. After thinking about it and realizing that nothing was missing, Lu Xiao immediately felt relieved. Unfortunately, this is not a financial battlefield. If it were a financial field, there would be many more means available. On the other side, Li Tian, who had just woken up early in the morning, felt almost numb all over. Dad, we just got news from the project side that our competitors from a while ago have made another move. Some of our long-term partners are still willing to let us supply them, but most of the projects plan to use their materials. Li Yun hurriedly pushed open the door of Li Tian's office. Honey, why are the engineering team we just recruited a while ago quitting again? They are making trouble over there and refusing to work. You should go and take care of it. Li Tian's wife also hurried into the office and started cursing at the foreman below. Boss, Zhao, the person in charge of Lijiang Hotel, called and urged us to pay back the 5 million yuan loan and required us to return it before 12 o'clock. After hearing what the three people said, Li Tian was suddenly overwhelmed. You guys go out first, I'll think about it. Li Tian waved his hands impatiently. Boss, Wu Yunhai has sued our Tian company for stealing his company's trade secrets. The court has already notified us that the trial will begin tomorrow. We must prepare the materials today. The manager of the legal department ran over and opened the door. He was also stunned when he saw the people in the office. Everyone get out. Li Tian slammed the table and yelled. After a rage in the office, Li Tian took out his cell phone helplessly and started calling people one by one. Lao Mo, why do you want to change suppliers again? Isn't our recent supply pretty good? Lao Li, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but the goods they supply are cheap, so we naturally have to use the cheap ones. When your goods become cheaper, I will naturally come back to purchase, right? On the other end of the phone, Lao Mo replied with a smile while smoking a cigarette. But Lao Mo, the other party is obviously setting a trap for me. If they kill me like this today, the price they will give you tomorrow will definitely be higher than the price I gave you. Li Tian couldn't help but complain. It's such an obvious tactic, can't those who are working on the project see it? Then tell me, if there are cheap products on the market and I don't use them, how can I explain to my boss in the end? Will he tell my boss that I took kickbacks from you? Since we are competing, others can lower the price, so why can't you? Lao Mo snorted coldly, without giving Li Tian any face, and hung up the phone directly. Chapter 84, Li Yun ran away. Damn, you short-sighted bastard. Li Tian cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Others have money to throw in, but he really doesn't have a penny in his hands now. He quickly called the foreman to comfort him. After finally calming the foreman down, Zhao called again. Mr. Li, it's already 10 o'clock. When can we get our 5 million? We also need working capital to operate our company, you know that. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I have some financial problems today. How about this, can I call your boss first? Li Tian quickly apologized with a smile. If Wu Yunhai doesn't return the money to him, he will have no way to repay the 5 million loan. Okay, then you fight. Zhao snorted and hung up the phone. Li Tian quickly called Lu Xiao. In the end, there was only a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Grass. Li Tian slammed the phone on the table. At this moment, Li Tian felt that the whole world was against him. Pushing open the door, Li Tian sighed helplessly when he saw a row of people standing at the door. These people were all his confidants, but at this moment, everyone seemed to have lost their backbone and just stared at him. Dad, what should we do? Li Yun looked at Li Tian expectantly. Let's stabilize everything first. The legal department will delay the prosecution. You guys should also prepare and take Wu Yunhai to court for the money he owes us. I'm going to the bank first. Li Tian shook his head and hurried out the door. He knew clearly that the money from Wu Yunhai could be delayed, but the money from Lu Xiao could not be delayed. The current situation of his company is that as long as people know that there is a cash flow problem, it will immediately be in an avalanche state. Even if he can delay paying Lu Xiao's money for 2 weeks, during this period, the pressure from all sides will be enough to bring his company down. Just like what he did to Wu Yunhai back then, even worse than Wu Yunhai. His last chance is a bank loan. He had already been to the bank yesterday, but with such a large amount of 5 million, the bank president was hesitant as to whether or not to approve it. The reason he went there this time was to get this batch of loans. As long as he gets this money and repays Lu Xiao's money, he will be free of the heavy debt pressure, and all he will have left is the 1-month loan of $2 million from the bank, which will allow him to relax for a while. Once the project funds are recovered, this matter will basically be over. 12 o'clock noon. President, don't worry, our company is absolutely stable. This money is just a transition. There will be no problem. Lee Tian couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw that the loan he had negotiated with great difficulty was finally going to be approved for him. But at this moment, a message popped up on the president's system page. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, I can't lend you this money. The president simply shook his head. Why? Lee Tian was completely stunned. Everything had already been agreed upon, so how could it fail at the stage of signing the contract and making the payment? Just then, the legal manager called again. Lee Tian picked up the phone while still dazed. Boss, Lijiang Hotel is suing us. Grass. Lee Tian's eyes went dark. He finally understood why the bank president rejected his loan at the last minute. His company now has debt information, so it will definitely not pass the audit. Lee Tian couldn't help but curse. Is Li Jiang sick? I didn't say I wouldn't pay it back. It's only half an hour late, and they even issued a notice from the court? Boss, our contract is very clear, so it was reviewed very quickly, and they should have submitted it at 12 o'clock. Lee Tian hung up the phone helplessly and walked out of the bank with a dejected look on his face. He knew that as long as the lawsuit was not dropped, he would not be able to get the money anyway. Oh, right, Jianlu Real Estate. Lee Tian's eyes lit up. I can't get through to Lu Xiao on the phone now, but that is also Lu Xiao's company, so there is a high possibility that Lu Xiao is there. As long as Lu Xiao can withdraw the lawsuit and give him some time, he can pay back the money. It happened that the bank and Jianglu Real Estate were not far from each other, so Li Tian jogged all the way and ran directly to the door of Jianglu Real Estate. Is your CEO Lu here? I can't get through to him on the phone. I want to see him. I'm sorry, sir. We have an internal meeting today and outsiders are not allowed to enter for the time being. As the front desk, we cannot disclose Mr. Lu's personal information. The receptionist shook his head and refused directly. I know your boss Lu is here, so let me in to take a look. Boss Lu and I are good brothers. Li Tian leaned inside without giving up. The receptionist secretly complained in her heart, but still firmly refused. Li Tian's eyes rolled slightly, and then while the front desk clerk was not paying attention, he rushed inside. Hey, security, security. The receptionist was stunned and immediately shouted towards the door. But the security guard was still a step too late and was rushed several meters away by Li Tian. Wu Chanqian, who was outside helping Lu Xiao get some information, was stunned when she saw Li Tian rushing in. But the next moment, 2 security guards rushed in and pulled Li Tian, who was also in a daze, out. Li Tian sat in a daze at the door of Jianglu Real Estate. In fact, the moment Li Tian saw Wu Chanqian, he already understood everything. Only then did he understand why Lu Xiao had not answered the phone, and why the Lijiang Hotel was in such a hurry, and even wanted to take them to court when the time came. It turned out that all this was a trap set for him. No, I still have a chance, I still have a chance. Suddenly, Li Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly got up and rushed downstairs, not even bothering to curse at the door. He knew that Lu Xiao was no longer reliable at all. All he can do now is to cut off his arm and survive. Son, call your Uncle Zhang. I want to sell the company's fixed assets. Back at the company, Li Tian hurriedly shouted. Mr. Li just went home. The accountant next to him reminded. Contact Zhang's company as soon as possible. I want to sell the company's assets. Li Tian said anxiously. Mr. Li, our company's fixed assets are all mortgaged to the bank. Have you forgotten? The accountant looked at Li Tian and smiled bitterly. The 2 million loan taken out a few days ago was pledged with more than 4 million of the company's fixed assets, so they are not qualified to sell them now. Li Tian's expression suddenly froze. I still have about 4 million left to pledge, so I'll sell this core asset first. Li Tian gritted his teeth. At this point, he no longer cares about protecting his capital. The most important thing is to survive. Mr. Li, when you went to the bank just now, your wife had already sold this part of the assets. The proceeds have been transferred to your personal account after deducting personal income tax. What do you mean my personal account? My account is with her. Li Tian was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and looked at his phone in disbelief. Sure enough, there was a message on the mobile phone page, which was sent by his wife. The gist of it is that she knew that Li Tian's company had gone bankrupt, and she took away all the personal assets of more than 2 million yuan that she had saved over the years and the more than 2 million yuan after tax that she had just sold the assets. She is currently at the airport with Li Yun and is expected to take a flight abroad at 1:30. Li Tian suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he fell straight down. Chapter 85, Lu Xiao is a loyal person. When Lu Xiao received the news that Li Tianjin was in the hospital for emergency treatment, he was also a little stunned. Logically speaking, Li Tian shouldn't be at this point? Obviously, there are still core assets that can be sold to get money to save lives. He had originally planned to find someone to secretly spread the news and deliberately lower the price, and then make Li Tian bankrupt, but how come he suddenly couldn't bear it and fainted and was admitted to the hospital? Brother Xiao, did Li Tian faint from anger after seeing me in the company just now? Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue and looked at Lu Xiao embarrassedly. It's really possible. Lu Xiao nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lao Wang brought back another piece of news to Lu Xiao. After rescue, Li Tian was out of danger, but the hospital had withheld his money because he had no money to pay for the medical bills. His wife and son took all the money and ran away? Fuck, is it so exciting? Lu Xiao was stunned. Even if his wife is not his biological daughter, she is his biological son. Just for these few million, he even sold out his own father? But thinking back on Li Yun's style, it is really possible that he would do such a thing. It's really tit for tat. Wu Qianqian clapped her hands in celebration. Old one, let's do this. Lu Xiao thought about it. Go to the hospital and pay Li Tian's medical bills and get him out. Then find a flight during the time period when Li Tian's wife leaves and see where it's going. Send Li Tian there as well. Brother Xiao, you are so mean. Wu Qianqian was laughing so hard that she couldn't stop. If we send Li Tian over like this, wouldn't it just be a dog-eat-dog situation? It's really fun to think about the scene of the family members fighting each other. Boss, he should know by now that we did all these things. Will he listen to us? Lao Wang was a little hesitant. If he were Li Tian, he would probably never deal with Lu Xiao. Don't worry, he will. He owes me 5 million in China. After the company went bankrupt, the bank still has at least 300 to 400 million in regular loans. For other engineering projects, the penalty is at least 10 million. If he still dares to stay in the country with a debt of 20 million, it won't be long before he is driven to death by the debt collectors. He must understand this. Lu Xiao said with a smile. After Li Tian went abroad, he took over all the projects in Li Tian's hands. Li Tian was in debt of 20 million, of which his 5 million was earned back from Li Tian's projects, so he made no loss anyway. Okay boss, I understand. I will definitely send him to the plane myself. Lao Wang also figured it out and nodded. Go ahead. Don't worry. He will thank me in the end. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. Li Tian is a typical egoist. Now in Li Tian's heart, the hatred he felt for Lu Xiao was probably not even 1/10 of what he felt for his wife and son. Moreover, with his current status and position, even if Li Tian had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to go against Lu Xiao again. What's more, he does not have the ability to do so now. I believe he will figure it out. Lao Wang was very efficient. He went out at around 4 in the afternoon and picked up Li Tian from the hospital at 5 o'clock. When Li Tian heard the plan conveyed by Lao Wang, his expression was very complicated. He knew that his 20 million plus fortune had completely collapsed. The reason why Wu Qianqian was so anxious and afraid that the company would go bankrupt was actually because of her father Wu Yunhai. When an ordinary person goes bankrupt, the most he owes is a few $100,000, which he can still pay back. Even if he is in dire straits, he can just give up. But if their companies go bankrupt, the debts they carry will be enough to drive a person to death. Even if they want to get rid of the debt, they can't do it. What you will face are bound to be endless debt collectors. And he was absolutely certain that if he didn't leave, Lu Xiao would make him live a life worse than death. After all, it is normal for a person who owes more than 20 million to be beaten to death accidentally, and not many people would bother about it. Lu Xiao asked him to go abroad, so he at least had a chance to find his wife and son and get his share of the money back. It would be best if he could find a chance to kill these two people to make him feel better. Although life abroad is definitely not easy, it is much better than in China. Hey, help me tell Lu Xiao that what my brother did against the Wu family was wrong. I agree with his plan. Compared to my two beastly family members, Lu Xiao is still a loyal and honest man. Thank him for me. Thinking of his wife and son, Li Tian's gums were almost broken. I went to the hospital, but I couldn't even afford the medical expenses for emergency treatment. I am trying to kill myself. As for Lu Xiao, not only did he not add insult to injury, he also gave him a final helping hand at this critical moment. This is the case for outsiders, but what about your wife and son? Well. Lao Wan was stunned, but quickly nodded. His boss really came up with what he said. Will Li Tian really thank him? My boss's understanding of human nature is truly unparalleled. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when Wu Qianxian received Lao Wan's report, she felt a lot more relaxed. The knot in her heart was finally untied today. Qianxian, remember to take over all the assets of the Li family tomorrow. This is how I will make back my 5 million. Lu Xiao saw Wu Qianxian's relieved expression, smiled and hugged her in his arms. Wu Qianxian nodded heavily, then looked at Lu Xiao with a red face, and breathed softly at Lu Xiao. Brother Xiao, I just finished washing up. A smile suddenly appeared on Lu Xiao's lips. But Qianxian, Xiaoli is still in the kitchen cooking. Is this really okay? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lu Xiao slapped Wu Qianxian's smooth back. Wu Qianxian didn't say anything, but just looked at Lu Xiao lovingly, and then silently. When Xiaoli brought the dishes out of the kitchen, he didn't notice anything wrong. Instead, Wu Qianxian looked at the table full of dishes, swallowed involuntarily, and picked up the lipstick from the table and applied it on her lips. Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wu Qianxian's appearance. I have to say, Wu Qianxian looks really beautiful when she eats. Chapter 86, 500 million cash reward. After resolving Li Tian's issue, Wu Qianxian's mentality obviously improved a lot. The next morning, Wu Qianxian first gave Lu Xiao a routine wake-up call, and then skipped to the company to take over the assets. Lu Xiao deliberately slept in today and didn't wake up until 12 o'clock. System, sign in. Lu Xiao yawned, immersed his mind in the system, and clicked the sign in button. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 500 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. When Lu Xiao saw the window popping up on the system page, he was stunned at first, and then suddenly sat up from the bed. Fuck! A cash reward of 500 million? Lu Xiao was really confused. I had originally planned to have a leisurely day today. After all, I had just helped Wu Qianxian deal with Li Tian. Lu Xiao also wanted to have a good time at home for a few days to celebrate, and it would be best if he could come up with a 3 billion project or something. Therefore, when signing in today, even Wu Qianxian was not around. But how could a non-African like me sign for such a large cash reward? The peerless European emperor turned out to be me? The cell phone suddenly dinged and a text message alert sounded. Lu Xiao looked over and saw that there was already 680 million in cash in the account. Lu Xiao calculated secretly in his mind. Up to now, the total consumption is 240 million, and the cash on hand is 680 million, which adds up to 920 million. With the remaining 80 million, the system upgrade task will be completed. Lu Xiao, who had originally planned to sit back and relax, suddenly became excited. This means that it will take at most 3 to 4 days to upgrade the system to level 2. So, we must set up an investment company? Lu Xiao pondered. To invest such a large amount of money, it is necessary to set up an investment company. Otherwise, if you always invest as an individual investor, you will not be able to manage so many accounts. And someone has to handle the equity contacts on the investment company side, right? Lu Xiao briefly took stock of his current assets. The Sky Building has a market value of 1.2 billion yuan, the Lijiang Hotel has a market value of 30 million yuan, the Jianlu Real Estate has a market value of about 10 million yuan, and there are about 10 million yuan of Wu family shares. Secondly, there is the Jiangcheng parking lot worth 2 million yuan and the Yulong Jingjiwen property worth over 10 million yuan. Finally, there are the 200 million assets invested by Zhang Qingwan and Fading Technology with a market value of 70 million. That is to say, in terms of assets, I currently have a little over 1.53 billion, and cash is 680 million. Lu Xiao nodded secretly. This asset is enough to enter the core circle in Jiangcheng. The only problem now is that Lu Xiao's industries are too diverse. There are all kinds of companies. Although each has its own management system, the final decision must be made by himself. The assets are still a bit small now. After the upgrade, we will see if we can merge them all into a group. If we can merge into a group, future management will be much easier. But the most critical issue now is the investment company. If we can set up the investment company in the next 2 days, system upgrade will be put on the agenda. However, there are not many investment opportunities in Zhangcheng. Lu Xiao could invest all the money in real estate, but his expectation for the investment company is to take a light asset route, such as investing in the internet. There are not many investment opportunities of this kind in Zhangcheng, and you can only look for them in first-tier developed cities such as Beijing. Therefore, Lu Xiao planned to establish the head office in Zhangcheng, and then directly open a branch in Beijing. There is no other way but to open a branch, as the tax issue cannot be resolved. Having made up his mind, Lu Xiao got up quickly. Mr. Lu, I'm going to prepare some Sichuan dishes for lunch today. See if there's anything you'd like to eat. When Xiaoli saw Lu Xiao coming out, he hurried forward and asked. I won't eat lunch, so just eat something simple. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand. How could he have any appetite to eat now? All he was thinking about was where to find a great enemy to help him with the work. To open an investment company, the procedures are very complicated. If he were to go alone, it would take him 3 or 4 days even if his legs were numb. He is still waiting to register a branch in Beijing after opening the company in Zhangcheng. After thinking about it, it seems that the only person around me who has the ability to get things done within a day is Zhang Qingwan. After thinking about it, Lu Xiao decided to call Zhang Qingwan. Hey, Qingwan, are you free at noon? I'll treat you to a meal. The call was connected, and Lu Xiao spoke with a smile. Okay, I'm right here at the Sky Building, you know the address. When Zhang Qingwan heard Lu Xiao's words, she nodded readily. Okay, I'll call you when I get there. Lu Xiao nodded, hung up the phone, got into the Bugatti and drove towards the Sky Building. Zhang Qingwan was also surprised when she saw the Bugatti in the underground garage. Oh my goodness, it turned out that it was you who was in the Shanda parking lot. Zhang Qingwan got on the passenger seat and rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was standing right beside her at the time, but she was left to go in alone to chase them away. Ha ha, I never denied it, did I? Lu Xiao started the car with a smile and drove outside. Well, do you owe me a favor? Zhang Qingwan smiled and spread her hands. The wound on her arm had not healed yet, but the scratches on her face had basically healed. She put on a long-sleeved shirt and seemed to be fine. You owe me a favor, so let's just pay it back. You owe me a favor anyway, so we're even. Lu Xiao chuckled. That's not the case. This is just a small favor on my part, but this is a big favor on your part. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance in the future. By the way, I checked what you told me about my brother. He invested all the 10 million yuan his family gave him into civil engineering projects. But because the project was too big, his funding chain was broken. If he can save it, he can survive. If not, he will probably file for bankruptcy. Zhang Qingwan talked about what Lu Xiao told her the day before yesterday. Then do you think Zhang Haifeng has a chance? Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan curiously. It's unlikely. If this is the case with his company, even if he kills me, it won't work. Zhang Qingwan shook her head. Zhang Haifeng's South Company is close to bankruptcy. Unless he kills the other 2 people, he will definitely lose. But the problem is, if he really killed both of them, the matter would definitely not be concealed, and he would get nothing in the end. Zhang Qingwan didn't think her elder brother would be so stupid. So you mean your second brother's side? I'm not sure. Maybe they are colluding with each other or he is desperate. Zhang Qingwan smiled and shook her head. Let's talk about everything after I win this game. Lu Xiao didn't ask any more questions. After all, this was just Zhang Qingwan's family background. The previous few sentences were only based on the information he provided to Zhang Qingwan. When they arrived at the dining place, Lu Xiao first ordered a large table of dishes. Lu Xiao, you've been saying you owe me a favor and showing me your attentiveness all this time. Now you've ordered such a large table of dishes. Don't you have any ulterior motives? Zhang Qingwan sat next to Lu Xiao and looked at him with a strange look. Being so attentive, could it be that Lu Xiao wants to seduce me? But he obviously already has a girlfriend. There is something else. Lu Xiao smiled awkwardly. He was thinking about talking about it after he had almost finished eating, but he didn't expect Zhang Qingwan to see through him at a glance. Starting an investment company is not a big deal, but it is not a small one either. If it takes 3 or 4 days, or even a week or two, you don't need anyone's help, you can do it alone. But if you want to get it done in 1 day or even half a day, you need connections, and they must be very reliable connections. Although Lu Xiao has a lot of money now, he is not well known in Jiangcheng and does not know any leaders. It is absolutely impossible for him to get this done directly. The only person around him who has this ability is Zhang Qingwan. Having money and having power are two different things. Lu Xiao may be able to do this after the system is upgraded, but for now, there is still a gap between him and the Zhang family. Is it true? Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao in surprise. She didn't even bother to eat the food for a moment. She quickly put down her chopsticks and looked at Lu Xiao in surprise. Could it be that what she just thought was true? To be honest, although she had not known Lu Xiao for a long time, she had already made a judgment about Lu Xiao in her heart. Be it ability, wealth, personality, or appearance, he is almost perfect. Even in her heart, someone like Lu Xiao is the template for her future boyfriend. But the problem is, Lu Xiao already has a girlfriend. So does Lu Xiao mean that he wants to pursue her after breaking up with his previous girlfriend, or does he want her to join him? All kinds of possibilities suddenly emerged in Zhang Qingwan's mind. For a moment, Zhang Qingwan was a little hesitant. If Lu Xiao really asked, should she agree or refuse? Lu Xiao didn't realize what Zhang Qingwan was thinking. It was only when he saw Zhang Qingwan talking that he brought up his own affairs. Here's the thing, Qingwan. I have some cash on hand that I'm going to invest in some projects, but if I go to handle it myself, the procedures are rather complicated. I don't know anyone in Jiangcheng, so I wonder if you have any connections here who can help me get through this process as soon as possible. Ah? That's it? Zhang Qingwan was stunned. Yes. Lu Xiao nodded affirmatively. Zhang Qingwan's face immediately turned red. She thought Lu Xiao had some feelings for her. That's no problem. I have an uncle who is a leader there. Give me the information and I'll send it to him later. I'll have it for you this afternoon at the latest. Zhang Qingwan nodded and agreed. This matter is neither simple nor difficult. As a direct descendant of the Zhang family, it would only take her a matter of words to accomplish this. Thank you very much. Lu Xiao was immediately delighted. He gave all his information and company name to Zhang Qingwan. Lu Xiao named the newly established investment company Jianglu Venture Capital, and its full name is Jiangcheng Lu Venture Capital Company, Ltd. As long as you complete the formalities in Jiangcheng, it will be very simple to open a branch in Beijing, and it can be done in half a day. If Zhang Qingwan could give him the documents in the afternoon, then he would go to the capital early tomorrow morning, and probably he would be able to get the documents there in the afternoon as well. After dinner, Lu Xiao drove Zhang Qingwan back home. However, what made Lu Xiao a little strange was that before Zhang Qingwan got off the car, there was always a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lu Xiao thought that Zhang Qingwan was just worrying about her family affairs, so he didn't take it seriously and stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the hospital. See you, it looks like you've recovered well. Having not seen each other for several days, Lu Xiao just walked in and saw Gu Siyu pacing back and forth in the ward. Although Gu Yueshi was still supporting him, he was able to get out of bed. Brother Xiao. Gu Siyu saw Lu Xiao come in and looked at him with surprise. Brother Xiao, you are here. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao, but was somewhat hesitant to look in Lu Xiao's direction. It had only been a few days since the last incident, but now every time she went to the bathroom she felt like the past was happening again. The doctor just checked me, and the wound has started to heal gradually. I can eat some normal meals in the next 2 days, but I can't eat anything too spicy or oily. Gu Siyu walked over leisurely and took Lu Xiao's arm with a smile. That's fine. I think it will be back to normal in less than a month. Lu Xiao smiled and helped Gu Siyu up. The little girl has always been very light due to her illness, and because she is young, she weighs less than 80 kilograms, and she feels so light that she feels like she has no weight at all. And to be honest, she is so thin that it makes people feel sad. Fortunately, after recovering from the illness, I can slowly add nutrition to replenish my body. Logically speaking, for a girl of Gu Siyu's age, with a height of 1.65 meters, her weight should be over 95 kilograms to be considered normal. Siyu can take care of herself now. Gu Yueshi said with a smile on her face. Since yesterday, Gu Siyu has been able to take care of everything by herself, whether it is eating or going to the toilet, without the need for any help from a caregiver. The most important thing is that the recovery from heart disease is really good, and there will be no difference between people with heart disease and normal people in the future. Of course, you still can't do strenuous exercise and your heart rate can't be too high. According to the doctor, I can be discharged from the hospital in another week. To be on the safe side, I can stay in the hospital for 20 days. Lu Xiao could get back more than 10 days of the 1-month hospital stay he paid for. Siyu should be in her 3rd year of high school when school starts, right? Lu Xiao looked at Gu Yueshi. Well, senior year starts. Brother Xiao, I am also going to apply to Jiangcheng University. Then I will be your junior. Gu Siyu giggled. That's difficult. By the time you go to school, I'll have already graduated. Lu Xiao laughed. Besides, you haven't been to school for the past 6 months. Jiangcheng University is a key university. Don't let yourself fail the entrance exam. How is that possible? I'm a good student, okay? Gu Siyu pouted. Her talent in studying is similar to Gu Yueshi's, and she is always among the top 10 in her class every year. Even if she didn't attend classes in the second half of the semester, she had already taught herself all the necessary knowledge, so there would definitely not be any big problems. By the way, Yueshi, you will accompany me to the capital tomorrow morning to do some work there. After a brief greeting, Lu Xiao also told the purpose of his visit. P.S. This chapter has 4,000 words, and I have re-uploaded it. Chapter 87, Heading to the Capital. Gu Siyu's health has almost recovered in the past few days. The doctors, nurses and caregivers in the hospital are all very well equipped. Lu Xiao also arranged for Zhao Ke to find someone to deliver nutritious meals to Gu Siyu at a fixed time every day, so there would definitely be no problem. When Gu Yueshi heard Lu Xiao's words, she was stunned at first, and then nodded directly. Although I don't know what happened to Lu Xiao, it is definitely not something that will harm her. When it was afternoon, Lu Xiao did not leave but stayed in the hospital for one night. At around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Qingwan called and said that all the procedures had been completed. She gave Lu Xiao an electronic copy of the documents and asked Lu Xiao to get the originals next time he came. Lu Xiao thanked him and quickly downloaded the electronic version of the information sent by Zhang Qingwan to his mobile phone. It was okay when Gu Siyu was sick before, and Lu Xiao could still do something secretly, but now that Gu Siyu has recovered, Lu Xiao can't do anything. The accompanying bed was less than 1.5 meters away from Gu Siyu's bed. Since Gu Siyu had nothing to do, she just lay on the bed and looked around. Lu Xiao originally wanted to do something bad, but when he turned around, he saw Gu Siyu staring at him with her 2 beautiful big eyes, and then when she saw him looking over, she bared her teeth at him, as if to say, "Go ahead and treat me as if I don't exist." Lu Xiao stayed up until 11 o'clock in the evening. He thought Gu Siyu should have fallen asleep, but when he turned around, he saw Gu Siyu's big eyes and 2 rows of flawless white teeth again. For a moment, Lu Xiao lost all thoughts. He was almost falling asleep waiting here, but this girl was still so energetic. I sent a message to Wu Qianqian and then had a good night's rest. The next morning, Lu Xiao first secretly held Xiong Xiong, and then signed in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 50 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. 50 million? So I'm the only one who's not a leader? Lu Xiao's face darkened, but when he thought about the fact that he had just won 500 million in cash yesterday, he felt a little better. I got the sign-in reward today, and I only need the last 30 million. If nothing goes wrong, I can try again tomorrow and start investing immediately. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao became more excited. See you, have a good rest. Someone will come to bring you lunch these 2 days. We will be back in 3 or 4 days at most. Lu Xiao warned. Brother Xiao, you guys go ahead. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Gu Siyu giggled and moved her body deliberately to indicate that she was fine. Nowadays, the wound suturing methods for surgery are very advanced. Besides, the surgeon who performed the surgery on her was a master in the medical field, so the wound was not that big at all. She didn't feel much pain in the past 2 days. Moreover, she felt a little embarrassed to always rely on her sister to take care of her. Lu Xiao happened to invite Gu Yueshi to go to Beijing for work, so it would be better to let her sister go to Beijing to relax. See you, remember to call your sister if you have anything. Gu Yueshi still gave some worried instructions. Don't worry, sis. I'm fine. Gu Siyu raised the phone in her hand towards Gu Yueshi. After leaving the ward, Gu Yueshi was still a little worried. After all, this was the first time in all these years that she and Gu Siyu had been separated for such a long time. After leaving like this, I always feel empty inside. Lu Xiao could roughly understand Gu Yueshi's mentality. After all, Gu Yueshi has been raising Gu Siyu alone since they were young. Apart from going to school, the two sisters would basically meet every afternoon. No matter it was windy or rainy, the two sisters had basically never been separated for more than 2 days, at most a little more than a day. After being together with Lu Xiao in the dormitory that day, he went to the hospital early the next morning. After so many years, we have already formed a habit. It is really hard to accept that we have to be separated for a few days suddenly. But Lu Xiao is definitely going to take Gu Yueshi away this time. On the one hand, Gu Yueshi is a talent who can establish a company, and on the other hand, Lu Xiao plans to bring Gu Yueshi to his side. What about not working under me or working for me in the future? These were just what Gu Yueshi said. You can obviously have a better life, so why do you have to suffer in the workplace? Moreover, the person is already in his hands. Is it possible for him, Lu Xiao, not to exploit him? Even if Gu Yueshi doesn't agree this time, at least we can get started. After the company is successfully established, we can then bring Gu Yueshi over. Gu Yueshi is a girl with good ideas, and Lu Xiao never thought that he could seduce her in one go. Well, I'll find someone to look after it. Lu Xiao thought about it and called Zhao Ke directly. Zhao Ke immediately agreed and asked his wife to come over to accompany him. Is this okay? This person under my command is absolutely reliable. Lu Xiao smiled and took Gu Yueshi's hand. He was absolutely confident in Zhao Ke's work, and this had been proven many times. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Gu Yueshi was touched. The distance between Beijing and Jiangcheng is not far, only about 400 kilometers. It's such a short distance, so it's no problem to drive a sports car over there. It will take about 2 hours to get there, so Lu Xiao didn't go back specifically to drive the Maybach over. As they got on the highway, Lu Xiao couldn't help but yawn. Brother Xiao, did you not sleep well last night? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao with curiosity. Didn't you go to bed at around 10 o'clock last night? Why are you sleeping? Speaking of this, Lu Xiao felt resentful. How strong must one's concentration be to be able to fall asleep with such a beautiful woman lying in his arms? He felt uncomfortable for half the night last night and did not fall into a drowsy sleep until around 3 in the morning. He woke up again at around 7 in the morning and only slept for more than 4 hours. If I hadn't slept until 11 or 12 yesterday morning, I would have felt a little overwhelmed today. When Gu Yueshi heard Lu Xiao's explanation, she immediately laughed. It seems I'll have to call my sister along next time. As Gu Yueshi laughed, her forehead trembled, and Lu Xiao couldn't help but turn his eyes away. How dare you? To be honest, I'm still feeling uncomfortable. Lu Xiao sighed. Only you know whether this thing makes you angry or not. Brother Xiao, how about I do it? Gu Yueshi blushed and looked around the space inside the car. The front seats of a sports car are really spacious, especially this Bugatti. If you fold down the seats, you can even sleep there. Lu Xiao was stunned at first, but he reacted quickly and couldn't help but smile. Although he was a little curious in his heart, why the two of them were never in a proper place. But now it's time, who cares? Brother Xiao, you haven't given me the 200 yuan from last time. In a trance, Gu Yueshi suddenly shouted. Chapter 88, Opening a Branch. Fortunately, today is a weekday and there are not many people on the highway. But on the 4-lane road, the Bugatti was still moving back and forth on 2 lanes, constantly making an S shape. Lu Xiao was nervous and didn't dare to relax for a moment. He stared at the rearview mirror, fearing that something might happen. Fortunately, Lu Xiao's driving skills were not bad, but his speed was a little slow. Half an hour later, the Bugatti, which was driving in an S-shaped manner, finally resumed normal driving. Lu Xiao was completely relieved. Bugatti actually drove at the minimum speed of 60 on the highway, which is simply an insult to the car. With a step on the accelerator, the speed of the Bugatti suddenly soared. Next to her, Gu Yueshi was pinned to the backrest by the recoil of the Bugatti's sudden acceleration. She almost choked on the Assam she had just taken a sip of. Ahem. Brother Xiao, slow down. After taking a few moments to relax, Gu Yueshi immediately rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. She knew that Lu Xiao definitely did it on purpose. Lu Xiao laughed, and then unconsciously stepped on the accelerator a little more. It's quite far to the capital, and he was thinking of submitting the formalities before the afternoon. At 10:10, the car entered the checkpoint. After swiping his ID card, Lu Xiao successfully entered the capital city. It's worthy of being the capital. Look at the cars on the road. They are obviously several levels higher than those in Zhangcheng. Lu Xiao pointed at the cars on the road. Although most of the cars are still priced around 100,000 yuan, there are also many good cars priced at 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. And from time to time a million-level car would pass by. In the 10 minutes since he came in, Lu Xiao had already seen 2 Ferraris and an Aston Martin. These were luxury cars worth more than 3 or 4 million. Gu Yueshi next to him rolled his eyes at Lu Xiao. She didn't know it before, but she knows now that the Bugatti that Lu Xiao is driving is the Bugatti Vision, one of the global limited editions produced by Bugatti, with a market price of 100 million. He drives a car worth 100 million yuan and still says other people's cars worth several million yuan are better. Didn't they see that those sports cars were deliberately keeping a distance from them? Lu Xiao clicked on the navigation in the car and drove all the way to the office area. To register a company, the first thing you need is a registered address, and the same process applies to a branch. Before coming, Lu Xiao had already checked on the internet and found that the largest office area in Beijing is this coastal street in the city. It's a shame. If I had more money, I could just buy a building. Lu Xiao muttered. Office buildings in Beijing are much more expensive than those in Zhangcheng. A sky building costs 1.2 billion yuan, but if it were built in Beijing, it would cost more than 5 billion yuan. With Lu Xiao's current financial resources, it is still a bit difficult for him to buy a house directly. And if you buy them layer by layer, they won't be able to sell them. Therefore, we can only rent a floor now and consider moving to another place after upgrading the system. Brother Xiao, if you plan to open an investment company, you don't have to choose the address here. When Gu Yueshi saw Lu Xiao choosing a location in the most luxurious area, she couldn't help but make a suggestion. The nature of an investment company is not one that gathers talent. In fact, the difference in the total number of employees between a billion-level investment company and a tens billion-level investment company is not that big, maybe just 1 or 2 times. Let's take a look first. I actually want to buy one, but unfortunately I don't have enough money right now. Lu Xiao laughed and took Gu Yueshi to park the car in the underground garage. In Beijing, the shock caused by the Bugatti's appearance was not that great. Although many people will still be shocked, it is unlikely to attract a lot of attention. After all, there are quite a few luxury cars in Beijing. At night, luxury cars worth 4 or 5 million are everywhere on the streets, and there are also quite a few worth tens of millions. Everyone is tired of them. Taking Gu Yueshi with him, he randomly found a building that was still looking for tenants. The rent here in Beijing is 30 yuan per square meter per day, which is twice as expensive as in Zhangcheng. Seeing the rent, Gu Yueshi was secretly amazed. If you rent 1 square meter at 30 yuan a day, and rent a 1,000 square meter apartment, the rent alone would be 30,000 yuan a day. If you rent an entire floor of 2,000 square meters, the rent would be 60,000 yuan a day. There are 30 days in a month, and nearly 2 million is thrown in. In other words, if you rent an office floor in this place and your monthly income is less than 2 million, it will be a definite loss. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary companies to rent a floor directly. Those that can rent a floor must be large companies with a market value of at least hundreds of millions. These are normal prices, and even at this price, the building is not willing to sign a long-term contract with the company. Lu Xiao pointed to the information description at the top and said with a smile. It clearly states on it that the rental period is 6 months or 1 year. If you want to rent it next year, you can only pay the market price for the second year. Real estate has been appreciating wildly in the past 2 years, and the owners of these buildings obviously understand this. But this is more in line with Lu Xiao's plan. After all, he wasn't planning to rent in these places for a long time. After the system is upgraded and he gets the assets or cash sign and rewards, he plans to move out directly. But even if it's only for a month or 2, Lu Xiao still plans to find a place with beautiful scenery. After taking a look at the rental information for the top floor, 88th floor, Lu Xiao looked at Gu Yueshi standing beside him. Yueshi, let's go to the property management. Lu Xiao pulled Gu Yueshi's hand. Brother Xiao, you don't want to rent the top floor, do you? Gu Yueshi was stunned when she saw Lu Xiao's gaze lingering on the top floor. 88 floors is good, but the downside is that it's expensive. For an ordinary floor, the unit price is only 30 yuan per square meter, but for the 88th floor, it's 45 yuan per square meter. The unit price is 1/3 more than others. I will only rent for about 3 months. At the latest, I will move my company out at the beginning of next year. Lu Xiao said with a smile. In these 3 months, it doesn't matter if it's a little more or a little less. It's not much anyway. Brother Xiao, be careful not to squander all your inheritance. Gu Yueshi rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. An extra 900,000 yuan every month means an extra 2.7 million yuan in 3 months. Is that still not much? However, she also knew that Lu Xiao's inheritance was definitely more than the tens of millions he told her the first time. After all, a Lijiang hotel costs 30 million yuan, and there is also a luxury car worth 100 million yuan. And according to her understanding, Lu Xiao also has a real estate company outside, and the scale of the real estate company is no smaller than Tiantian Real Estate owned by Li Yun's family. Furthermore, since Lu Xiao was able to come to Beijing to open a branch of an investment company, it meant that the head office in Jiangcheng must have been opened. From Lu Xiao's nonchalant attitude, it can be seen that this amount of money is indeed not a big deal for him. She is a very smart woman, so she won't keep talking about this. If you want to understand what Lu Xiao is doing, just give him a little reminder. Chapter 89, Buying an Apartment in Beijing. My Legacy. Hearing Gu Yueshi's words, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He not only hopes to spend more of the money he has, but also hopes to spend it as quickly as possible. Yueshi, if you're worried that my money will be gone, would you like to try for the position of general manager of the investment company? Don't want. Gu Yueshi shook her head firmly. She had already made up her mind that she would never accept Lu Xiao's help again, but would slowly repay Lu Xiao's kindness to her. Once she enters Lu Xiao's company, she will never be able to pay it back. But if you don't come, what if I lose all my money? Lu Xiao spread his hands. Isn't there Wu Qianqian watching over you? Gu Yueshi snorted softly. Wu Qianqian's family is also a business owner, so it is impossible to say that she has poor abilities. Moreover, she was also clear about Lu Xiao's abilities, which were not much different from hers. Although you may not necessarily make money, there will definitely be no problem in maintaining your success. Besides, Lu Xiao is not someone who spends money recklessly. These days she also hadn't heard that Lu Xiao went around squandering money after inheriting the estate. Qianqian is looking after the real estate company. I really have no one in the investment company right now. I am the only one in charge. If you don't come to help me, I will really have to fight alone. Lu Xiao sighed. How about you help me set up the company first, and then it won't be too late for you to leave? Gu Yueshi rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. It would be strange if she believed it. Seeing that Gu Yueshi was not easy to fool, Lu Xiao smiled to ease the awkwardness and pulled Gu Yueshi into the property office. The top floor has not been rented out yet. Although the building is rented out on a 6-month or 1-year basis, it is only August now, and a 3-month lease will last until November, which is just in time for the New Year's Eve. Therefore, the property management thought about it and decided to rent the 88th floor to Lu Xiao for 3 months. The area is 2,000 square meters, and the cost per square meter is 45, which means 2.7 million per month, and 8.1 million per 3 months. The property management saved a small amount, collected 8 million, and gave away 100 sets of office desks, chairs, and workstations. I went up to the 88th floor and took a look. The decoration done by the previous company was pretty good, so there is no need to redecorate it again, so I'm just going to rent it like this. I looked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. This building was the tallest one in the vicinity. From this height, a large area in front was visible without any obstruction. Commercial buildings generally have taller floors than residential buildings. Lu Xiao took a look and found that the height of this single-story building was a little over 4 meters. In other words, the 88th floor is about 350 meters high. Looking down from this angle, the people on the road are just the size of ants. It was also the first time for Gu Yueshi to come to such a high place. Looking at the scenery in the distance, she was quite excited at first. But what followed was a wave of heartache. The rent for this place for 3 months would cost 8 million. Yueshi, don't you think it would be a pity to just stand there in front of such a large floor-to-ceiling window? Lu Xiao glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window, looked into the distance, and then looked at Gu Yueshi beside him, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Xiao, what do you want to do? Gu Yueshi noticed that the atmosphere was a little off. I looked around and saw that the door was closed and there was no one else on the entire floor. Looking out the French window, the other buildings around me were at least several dozen meters away from me. Gu Yueshi unconsciously took a few steps back. Lu Xiao took out 600 yuan from his wallet. 200 of them were from last time, and 200 were from this morning. As for the remaining 200? The next moment, Lu Xiao rushed forward like a hungry tiger. When Lu Xiao came to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register his information, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, the information registration was very fast. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a series of information was given to Lu Xiao. "Brother Xiao, what do you want to do now?" Gu Yueshi's legs were still a little weak, and when she saw Lu Xiao's thoughtful look again, she was so scared that she jogged into the car, fastened her seatbelt tightly, and wrapped her hands around her thighs. She had figured out that whenever Lu Xiao showed her this expression, nothing good would happen. The vast view through the floor-to-ceiling windows in broad daylight really opened her eyes. Until now her face is still red and the redness won't go down. This kind of thing, before today, she had never thought about it. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Xiao got into the driving seat, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He needs a rest too, right? It takes half a day to enter the sage mode. "I was wondering where we were going to stay tonight," Lu Xiao said. "And you said you didn't think about it." Gu Yueshi snorted and covered herself tighter. "I'm talking about business. It's already afternoon. We should rest at night, right?" Lu Xiao was helpless. "I'm not a prehistoric monster, so there's no need to be like this. Just stay in a hotel. I think a hotel is fine. Oh, open 2 rooms." Gu Yueshi stuck out her tongue, thought for a moment, and added another sentence. She is really a little scared now. Hotels are unsafe these days. There are pinhole cameras everywhere. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. "You don't want to see yourself in the domestic section, do you?" In fact, although he said that, Lu Xiao just suddenly thought of how to spend the money in his hand. 240 million have been spent, and there is still 730 million left. If you want to invest this money in a project, you have to investigate it first, right? We still have to negotiate after the inspection, right? If we really want to wait for the investment to come out, it will take at least 1 to 2 weeks. The most important thing is that Jianglu Venture Capital doesn't have a single employee yet. Even if he wants to recruit employees, it will take at least a few days. Moreover, 700 million is not a lot in Beijing. Originally Lu Xiao was planning to wait, but when he thought about the issue of where to live, he suddenly thought of buying a house. Originally, Lu Xiao had no plans to buy a house. After all, the appreciation of real estate in Jiangchang was only average, and the prices were not high. A top-notch property like Yulong Jingjuan only costs about 6 or 7 million yuan. How many houses do we need to buy to spend 700 million? Moreover, Lu Xiao did not plan to invest too much money in real estate. After all, if he got too much of it, it would be difficult to sell it in the future. But it's different here in Beijing. The housing prices in Beijing are much higher than those in Jiangchang, and the villas in wealthy areas are even more expensive. After careful calculation, the 730 million yuan in his hand is almost the price of a top-notch villa in Beijing. I will definitely come to Beijing often in the future, and I can't stay in a hotel every time, right? It is quite necessary to buy an apartment. As for the remaining money, after tomorrow's sign-in is over, I can take Gu Yueshi to the mall and the system will be upgraded directly, right? Chapter 90, the house worth 640 million. Then why don't you go back? Gu Yueshi suggested. The journey is not far, and it will take only 2 or 3 hours to get back to Jiangcheng. I have to set up the company tomorrow, and I don't want to mess around. Lu Xiao shook his head. I won't stay at the hotel, and I won't go back to Jiangcheng. I can't buy a suite. Gu Yueshi stopped talking abruptly, and then looked at Lu Xiao involuntarily. Brother Xiao, you don't really want to buy a house in Beijing, do you? Why not? Lu Xiao shrugged and chuckled. But the current housing prices in Beijing basically start at 10,000, so a house costs at least 1 million. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi suddenly became anxious. She didn't mind Lu Xiao renting a more expensive venue for his company, because it was a necessity. Renting a better one would also attract more talents, and she had no objection. But buying a house in Beijing is completely unnecessary. If Lu Xiao didn't start an investment company, she would even suggest that Lu Xiao buy all his assets into houses. But now that I have opened an investment company, I can no longer invest in real estate in such a large amount. What if the company needs funds but cannot provide them? What should be spent, and every part that should be saved. Okay, just follow me. I know what I'm doing. Lu Xiao didn't explain too much. He just laughed and stepped on the accelerator. He had not been to the capital many times in his past and present lives, so he was not very familiar with the place. But fortunately, the information on the internet is quite complete. Lu Xiao searched on Baidu and quickly found the location of the top villa area in Beijing. Brother Xiao, you don't want to buy a house here, do you? After getting out of the car with Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi couldn't help feeling a little panicked. The place in front of me is so luxurious that it's a bit scary. Just at the reception desk of the sales office, she saw several jade-decorated objects on display, each of which cost at least hundreds of thousands. Although I don't recognize the tables and chairs used for reception, they look very luxurious. She just took a look at the property models inside, and the smallest one was over 1,000 square meters. Even if we calculate based on the most common housing prices in Beijing, this area of more than 1,000 square meters would cost more than 10 million yuan. But can the housing prices in this place be the same as those in ordinary places? Even if it was doubled, Gu Yueshi might still feel it was not enough. Don't worry, Yueshi, I know what's going on. Lu Xiao patted Gu Yueshi on the back comfortingly. Seeing Lu Xiao's confident look, Gu Yueshi wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. Hello, sir and madam. Seeing Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi walking in arm, the salesperson in charge's eyes lit up instantly and he quickly trotted over to the two of them. Putting aside other things, just considering Gu Yueshi's appearance, Lu Xiao is definitely a potential customer. How much is the house price here? Gu Yueshi asked nervously when she saw the person coming. Ma'am, our Lichuan Garden is the largest villa area in Beijing and is also the most populated by wealthy people. The current unit price of a villa ranges from 50,000 to 80,000. The salesperson introduced it with a smile. Not bad. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. With a house price of 50,000 yuan, you can buy 2 houses at most. Isn't that money wasted? How big is this house? Lu Xiao pointed to the largest set of models, which had a label saying not for sale yet on it. Sir, you have a good eye. This apartment is the best in our villa area. It has its own swimming pool, garden, court, and various entertainment facilities. It has 3 floors and a total area of 8,000 square meters. Of course, this house is also the most expensive, with a unit price of 80,000 yuan. 8,000 square meters. Lu Xiao touched his chin. A housing price of 80,000 yuan is indeed a bit high in the past 2 years, but to be honest, if it is a gathering place for wealthy people in Beijing, 80,000 yuan is indeed acceptable. Moreover, with a house price of 80,000 yuan, a house would cost 640 million yuan, which was just enough for me to spend with the money I had. Lu Xiao took another look at the apartment layout. The villa is located at the deepest point, absolutely quiet, and is surrounded by a circle of walls to protect privacy. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a complete set of retro gardens and there is even a small pond for raising fish. The overall construction of the villa is made of blue one-way glass exterior walls, which looks very technological. It can be said that this house is a fusion of modern technology and traditional culture, and the fusion is very good. The garage is divided into 2 groups, ground and underground. There are more than 10 parking spaces on the ground, which is enough for friends to stop by for gatherings. Underground, the entire second underground floor is made into a garage with more than 50 parking spaces, which can definitely meet all the requirements of luxury car collectors. It really deserves to be 8,000 square meters. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. Not only that, the parking spaces and swimming pools are also marked as included areas. If the free area is also counted, this house is definitely over 10,000 square meters. Okay, let's take this. Lu Xiao made the decision immediately. The salesperson who had been following nearby was stunned when he heard Lu Xiao's voice. Does Lu Xiao mean to place the order directly? But she hasn't started introducing it yet, and she hasn't taken me to see the villa yet. Brother Xiao, this is more than 600 million, not more than 60 million. Gu Yueshi was afraid that Lu Xiao had miscalculated the price, so she quickly reminded him. I know. Lu Xiao smiled and rubbed Gu Yueshi's hair. Lu Xiao directly handed the bank card to the salesperson next to him. Can the formalities be completed within half an hour? Yes, don't worry, I'll bring all the contracts and keys here in 20 minutes at most. When the female salesperson saw the bank card, she was shocked. I met a real big shot today. The smallest villa in Lichuan Garden is 1,000 square meters, and the middle ones are about 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. And there is only one such largest one, which is 8,000 square meters. If she sells this villa today, she will get a lot of commission. When all the documents were handed over to Lu Xiao, Gu Yueshi was still in a daze. It was not until Lu Xiao pulled Gu Yueshi all the way to his own villa, walked through the garden and entered the room that Gu Yueshi slowly woke up. Looking at the villa in front of her, which was almost luxurious to the extreme, Gu Yueshi felt dizzy again. Brother Xiao, this is more than 600 million. Gu Yueshi held Lu Xiao's hand and looked at the property in front of her with shock. The first feeling it gave her was that it was huge. Compared to the house she rented, the area of this house was at least 50 times that of hers. The garden, swimming pool, open-air barbecue tables and chairs outside refreshed her cognition. If she didn't know that this was something Lu Xiao had just bought, she would have thought she had arrived at a scenic spot. Chapter 91, System Upgrade. Lu Xiao was indeed very satisfied with this house. Inside the house, whether it is home appliances or beds, everything is installed and they are all top brands. Of course, these things don't actually cost much. And you can see that everything inside is very clean, and it is definitely cleaned regularly. The gardens and swimming pool outside are also kept very clean. 600 million yuan is enough to buy a property like this in Beijing. It's really a good deal. Lu Xiao lay down on the sofa and stretched comfortably. If this house is sold for another 5 or 6 years, it will be impossible not to sell for 2 billion yuan. Of course, the most important thing is that the consumption limit has finally increased significantly. The current balance left in hand is 90 million, and the spending limit has reached 880 million, leaving only the last 20 million for the upgrade. Brother Xiao, I now seriously suspect that you are worth tens of billions. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao, who was careless and didn't care at all, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. What tens of millions of inheritance? Has anyone ever seen someone with assets worth tens of millions driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions or buying a villa worth more than 600 million? She has no doubt at all that Lu Xiao has a net worth of 10 billion. Ha, congratulations, you guessed wrong. Lu Xiao smiled and spread his hands. He doesn't have tens of billions now, and he only has 90 million left. Yueshi, what do you want to eat this afternoon? Let's not go out to eat. I'll make something for us. Gu Yueshi thought for a moment and said. Okay, to be honest, I haven't tasted the food you cooked yet. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Although this villa is expensive, the service is really excellent. The property is equipped with a professional team to maintain the gardens and swimming pools. There are even dedicated people to clean and cook. All the owner has to do is press the bell. Compared with the villas in Zhangcheng, it is more upscale than ever. If you want to cook for yourself, just say a word and someone will bring you what you need. You just need to pay. Gu Yueshi wrote down a list of the ingredients needed and handed it to the property management. Before long, all the needed items were purchased. Gu Yueshi entered the kitchen and started to fry something. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Yueshi put a large table of dishes on the table. Lu Xiao had just used his mobile phone to deal with several company matters of the past 2 days. When he arrived at the restaurant, he smelled a fragrance. Wow! Yueshi, your cooking skills are amazing. What kind of cooking is this? These are all home-cooked dishes. Brother Xiao, please try them and see how they taste. Gu Yueshi smiled and pulled out a stool for Lu Xiao. She watched Lu Xiao sit down, then sat aside, supporting her little face with both hands, waiting for Lu Xiao's evaluation with anticipation. Do I need to taste it? Just by looking at the color, I know it's definitely delicious. Lu Xiao smiled and picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. The fish meat is stir-fried with fermented black beans and then stewed for a few minutes. The fermented black bean flavor is very strong, but it does not cover up the original tenderness of the fish meat at all. Lu Xiao gave a thumbs up unconsciously. Although he had a similar background to Gu Yueshi, the meals Lu Xiao cooked since childhood were only okay. There was no comparison between them and the table of dishes cooked by Gu Yueshi. And the taste is even better than the food cooked by Shaoli. Seeing that Lu Xiao was satisfied, Gu Yueshi's eyes turned into crescents. Is there anything more joyful than being recognized by your loved ones? Stayed one night in the villa. This is the first time that Gu Yueshi and he are together in such a serious manner. During the evening routine, Gu Yueshi was even a little uncomfortable, always feeling that it was a little too formal. The next morning, feeling the warmth in his arms, Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 43 million yuan. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Ding. The host's cash assets have exceeded 1 billion yuan. Please spend as soon as possible to upgrade the system level. After the upgrade, the system will come with a gift package 1. Current upgrade progress, 880 million 1 billion. It's settled. Lu Xiao was delighted. All we need to do today is spend another 120 million. What made Lu Xiao most excited was the upgrade gift package notified by the system. I don't know what this big gift bag will contain. Lu Xiao couldn't help but squeeze the thing in his hand, feeling a surge of anticipation. Gu Yueshi had woken up a long time ago, and when she felt Lu Xiao's movements, her face couldn't help but blush slightly. However, Lu Xiao doesn't have any other thoughts now. The most important thing today is to complete the system upgrade. After having breakfast in the villa, Lu Xiao took Gu Yueshi to the commercial street early and first found an advertising and media store. Yes, just follow this layout and try to make it more grand. Lu Xiao saw the design made by the boss and nodded with satisfaction. The company has just been established, so it still needs a storefront. Yueshi, please upload our company's recruitment requirements on the recruitment website first, and try to build the overall structure in the next 2 days. Okay. Gu Yueshi nodded. There are quite a few talented people working in finance in Beijing, and she can see quite a few job resumes on the internet. After uploading the company information today, she can make calls one by one. Although she said that she would not work under Lu Xiao, what she meant was that she would not receive any compensation from Lu Xiao. But she would definitely help. She couldn't let Lu Xiao do all these things by himself, right? While waiting for the storefront to be completed, Gu Yueshi also uploaded all the information about Zhanglu Venture Capital. Lu Xiao was busy with matters at the head office. At the head office, Wu Qianqian took the initiative to take over the matter. The finance department has already been recruited in the past 2 days. As for the people in finance, Wu Qianqian simply pulled a few of her classmates over to take over. After dealing with these 2 things first, Lu Xiao took Gu Yueshi to the shopping mall nearby. 120 million is not a lot of money when it comes to buying things in Beijing. We went all the way up to the largest jade shop upstairs. He picked out a top-quality jade pendant and 2 top-quality jade bracelets, and spent more than 80 million yuan in total. Then he randomly picked out more than 10 pieces of various jade bracelets, wristbands, rings, etc. worth 3 or 4 million and took them all away. Finally, after Lu Xiao paid the money, the system prompt sound finally rang. Congratulations to the host, your total consumption has reached 1 billion yuan, reaching the upgrade standard. Do you want to upgrade? Chapter 92, System Level 2. No. Lu Xiao nodded silently. Now still in the mall, Lu Xiao decided to wait until he got home to talk about it. Gu Yueshi, who was following Lu Xiao, was completely numb. I went to talk about buying a house last night, but today, he actually went to the jade shop and bought more than 100 million worth of jade? More than 100 million yuan was taken out and almost all the high-end jade in this store was sold out. Yueshi, go home first. I have something to deal with. Lu Xiao picked up all the things, got into the car, and took Gu Yueshi back to the villa. I'm going to the study to take some time. Brother Xiao, go ahead and do your work. I'll contact someone who meets the requirements. Gu Yueshi nodded, took out her cell phone and started calling one by one. Lu Xiao entered the study, locked the door first, and then let out a long breath. Almost 20 days have passed since I traveled through time and space. System, upgrade. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and clicked the upgrade button directly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the upgrade conditions. System upgrading. Congratulations to the host, the system upgrade was successful. System panel loaded successfully. Check the panel. Host, Lu Xiao unique binding. Available funds, 20 million yuan. Current system level, level 2. Upgrade progress, 20 million 10 billion. Available for signing in, any asset, any skill. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the time interval between 2 sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets and skills. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 99% for assets below 1 billion yuan, 0.99% for assets above 1 billion yuan, and 0.01% probability of obtaining skills. Tip, the upgrade gift pack has not been opened yet. Sure enough, it's 10 times. Lu Xiao was excited. According to this logic, after I reach level 2, the assets I sign in every day will be at least over 300 million. In addition to assets, there is also an additional skill in the system sign-in rewards. Although I don't know what this skill is, the probability of obtaining it is indeed frighteningly low. 0.01% is directly equivalent to 1/10,000th. According to the nature of the system, there is an 80% chance that this 1/10,000th should be multiplied by 0.1. I just don't know what these skills are for. We'll see when the first one is drawn. Lu Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. To be honest, he doesn't actually need any extra abilities. In modern society, as long as you have money, you can pay others to do anything. Of course, Lu Xiao does not reject this. After all, no matter how much others know, it is not as good as what he knows. What Lu Xiao is most looking forward to is this upgrade gift package. System, open the upgrade package. Ding! The upgrade package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 billion yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the asset, a Beijing Parkson building. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, car driving mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, cloud seeking hand. 5 billion in cash? Lu Xiao first noticed the cash reward. So, my level 2 upgrade task was completed halfway by the upgrade gift pack? Lu Xiao was surprised. The second level upgrade task only requires spending 10 billion. But now, 5 billion in cash has been delivered to him. Lu Xiao took out his mobile phone and searched on Baidu for information about the Beijing Parkson building. Wow, a commercial building with a market value of tens of billions? Lu Xiao secretly smacked his lips. For a moment, he was a little confused as to whether he was lucky or the upgrade package was just that powerful. An upgrade gift package directly made Lu Xiao a billionaire. And it's that kind of absolute cash flow. Although he is nothing in the capital, he is definitely one of the top figures in Jiangcheng. In addition to this, the system also provides 2 skills. One is an expert in car driving, the other is a master in exploring the clouds. Lu Xiao could understand that he was proficient in car driving, but he was really confused about this cloud finding hand. Next to both skills, there is a light green learning icon. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and clicked on study. Suddenly, a warm current emerged from Lu Xiao's mind, and then slowly circulated in Lu Xiao's brain. Lu Xiao felt a little strange, even a little comfortable, but before he could feel it carefully, the heat flow had completely disappeared. And suddenly, countless knowledge appeared in my mind. Various types of car driving, sports car value, military car value, large passenger car driving. Speeding through the corners, drifting through the corners, fast S-turns, 90-degree drifts. Lu Xiao was secretly surprised. He felt like a veteran who had been driving for a lifetime. No matter what car it was, as long as he thought about it, the performance and operation of the car would pop up in his mind at the first moment. Is this a skill that can be acquired? Lu Xiao felt the knowledge in his mind in disbelief. Only now did he feel that he had underestimated this ability. With such driving skills, it is no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Xiao were to drive a racing car now, he would definitely be world class. This is just a driving skill. What if it is replaced with other fighting skills? Doesn't that mean one can beat 10? In an instant, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Oh, and there's also a cloud detector. Lu Xiao searched for the knowledge of the cloud exploring hand in his mind with some anticipation. With extreme hand speed, you can steal anything you want from the other person without being discovered within 2 meters, and you can also put anything you want on the other person without being discovered. Lu Xiao looked at this ability with a mixture of laughter and tears. Compared to the driving proficiency just now, this ability seems a bit useless. He is not a thief, so it seems that he has no chance to use this ability, right? And to be honest, this all seems a bit exaggerated. For example, if someone is wearing shorts and their legs are stuck there, how can you steal it? You can't just steal someone's underwear, right? But when Lu Xiao just thought of this, a tutorial on how to steal pants suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu Xiao fell silent immediately. Nice. There are clothes outside, but the clothes inside can be stolen. After receiving all the knowledge, Lu Xiao was completely convinced. This skill is really the same as its introduction. It can steal anything you want from the opponent. I don't know who invented this thing, but he is indeed a talented person. But it seems it's still useless. Lu Xiao is a good young man. He wouldn't steal girls' clothes on the street, right? When the surveillance is checked, I'm afraid I'll be sent to a 7-day darkroom package. Chapter 93, How about hiring a secretary? Lu Xiao looked at the system panel again. The current amount of spendable cash has reached 5 billion. In the column of fixed assets, the asset of parks and building alone exceeds 11 billion. In other words, adding the previous assets, Lu Xiao's current total assets are approximately 12.5 billion plus 5 billion in cash. We only need 5 billion yuan in spending to reach level 3. This system gift package is really awesome. Lu Xiao couldn't help but praise it. Not only did he extract 2 skills, but he also pushed the upgrade progress forward by such a large margin. If the sign-in reward is 10 times as much as before, and based on an average of 300 million sign-ins per day, it will only take 15 or 16 days to save up all the money. In this case, there's no need to rush to level up to level 3. Sign in once for the 7-day reward first, and then slowly claim it. Lu Xiao pondered in his heart. Now that I have 5 billion in cash, it is not easy to invest this money. It will take some time to set up the company, to inspect the project, and finally to sign the agreement. It will take at least 10 days. During this period of time, you can first digest the 5 billion yuan in your hands, and then hold a 7-day maximum lottery to see if you can draw any surprises. From the time he got the system until now, Lu Xiao has never tried the real top prize draw. After figuring this out, Lu Xiao left the study room contentedly. Outside, Gu Yueshi was still contacting people for interviews. Yes, come to the 88th floor tomorrow morning. We will conduct the interview here. Don't worry, our company is in the establishment stage, not a shell company. You can find our specific information on the Industrial and Commercial Information website. Yueshi, what's going on? Seeing Gu Yueshi hung up the phone, Lu Xiao smiled and sat next to Gu Yueshi. Brother Xiao, are you done? I have just made appointments for 15 interviews, 5 of whom are in finance and 10 are in the financial field. As for logistics and administration, I will deal with them tomorrow. Gu Yueshi handed the data she had just compiled in her notebook to Lu Xiao. As soon as they heard that our company was located on the Binhai Commercial Street, they all expressed their willingness to come and take a look. Gu Yueshi said with a smile. Nowadays, a company's address can actually directly reflect its image and capabilities. If you don't have some capital, you wouldn't dare to have an office on the 88th floor of the largest office building in Binhai Commercial Street. This is the first impression of the company. If we can get these 15 people, the basic establishment of the company will be almost complete. Lu Xiao took a look at the recorded personal profile and nodded with satisfaction. There are indeed many talented people in Beijing. So many were screened out in just one day. Although the salary increases are relatively high, for Lu Xiao, this amount of money is nothing at all. According to Lu Xiao's plan, the number of employees in Jianglu Venture Capital's Beijing branch will be around 200 in the future. As for the head office, because of the relatively small amount of business, there may be about 100 people. If we open branches in Shanghai and Shenzhen in the future, the number of people at the head office may increase further. Within the next year, the company's headcount will probably increase to 1,000 people. Even if the average salary of these 1,000 people is more than 10,000 yuan, it is actually only 10 million yuan a month. For Lu Xiao, it was really pitifully little. Not to mention this, even if it increased tenfold, Lu Xiao could definitely afford it. Okay, let's do this first. After we interview these people tomorrow, we'll interview a group of administrators and HR, and then we'll leave the rest to them. Lu Xiao smiled and closed Gu Yueshi's notebook. After a while, when Lu Xiao was thinking about doing something with Gu Yueshi, suddenly, his cell phone rang. Brother Xiao, you should answer the phone quickly. Gu Yueshi covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then quickly ran to the side to tie her belt again. Lu Xiao gave Gu Yueshi a blank look. Why is he so defensive about himself? But Lu Xiao still picked up the phone. Unknown number in Beijing? Lu Xiao frowned slightly, but then he figured it out. This should be the person in charge of the Parkson building who was just drawn. But according to the nature of the system, didn't those previous companies all invite themselves to join the group? Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and directly clicked the connection. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the general manager of our Parkson building. When are you free to receive the information and procedures of the Parkson building? The other party's tone was a little uneasy. I'll come over in the next 2 days, just prepare the information. Lu Xiao replied with a smile. Okay, boss. Although he is the person in charge of the Parkson building, to put it nicely, he is just the general manager of the property. The Parkson building worth more than 10 billion yuan has nothing to do with him. After getting a new boss, he was still quite nervous, fearing that the new boss would dislike him for some reason. By the way, boss, can I invite you to join our group chat at Parkson later? Finally, another sentence was added. Lu Xiao's face suddenly turned dark. I originally thought that the call was because this company didn't have a group, but I didn't expect that I couldn't escape in the end. After I hung up the phone, less than 5 minutes later, I received a notification to join the group. Then came a series of transfer of group owners and welcoming words. Hey, when will this end? Lu Xiao looked at the list of tasks specially separated in the mobile phone group chat, his face full of helplessness. The group chat is about to explode now. The Wu Family's shareholder group includes Jianglu Real Estate, Lijiang Hotel, Fading Technology, Sky Building, and Jiang Qingwan's company's investment business group, plus the Jianglu Venture Capital business group that Wu Qianqian had just established, and this Parks and Building business group. In total, there are already 8 group chats. And almost every 1 or 2 days, a batch of things that require my own decision are pushed to me. Lu Xiao now feels really overwhelmed. Gu Yueshi, who was standing next to him, saw Lu Xiao staring at the group chat on the screen. Although she didn't see the specific name of the group chat, she laughed when she saw so many careful people. What are you laughing at? If you keep laughing, I'll arrest you and make you my secretary. Lu Xiao gave Gu Yueshi a displeased look. When I was an employee in my previous life, there were more than 20 groups within one company. But even though there are more than 20 of them, the overall business is limited. We don't have to handle things in these 20 groups every day, and only a few of them are used frequently. But now, these 8 groups have things to deal with basically every day, and the work intensity has been raised dramatically. I'm not coming. I didn't expect that you, Brother Xiao, have so many companies under your control. Now she finally understood why Lu Xiao had the confidence to spend so much money on buying houses in Jade. If that doesn't work, Brother Xiao, why don't you get yourself a secretary? With the help of a secretary, these things are much easier to handle. Gu Yueshi suggested. Chapter 94, Interview. It's not that simple. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. It is indeed very easy to find a secretary with decent work ability. But it is not easy to find a secretary who is beautiful, looks good in stockings, and is capable at work. Lu Xiao's current aesthetic taste has been influenced by the 2 girls. Even if such a close person does nothing, Lu Xiao, who is of average appearance, is indeed a little unwilling to have one. Let's wait and see. If there is a suitable one, we will recruit him. Gu Yueshi rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. Even hiring a secretary is so dishonest. Yueshi, it's okay if you don't want to be the general manager. How about being my secretary? Lu Xiao looked at Gu Yueshi with a smile. That's a nice thought. I don't think so. Gu Yueshi shook her head repeatedly. If I become Lu Xiao's secretary, won't I meet Wu Qianqian more often in the future? She doesn't want this. Girl, I don't know what to say to you. Lu Xiao was really helpless when he saw that Gu Yueshi still refused. This little girl's personality makes him love and hate her. Hey, don't ask me to come over here all the time. I've already told you. Seeing that Lu Xiao was a little angry, Gu Yueshi quickly ran over and snuggled into Lu Xiao's arms. It's not that she doesn't want to be with Lu Xiao, but she has her own plans. She now knew that the 800,000 yuan that Lu Xiao lent her was nothing. Even the pieces of jade that Lu Xiao bought yesterday, no single piece was worth less than 3 million yuan. But this money is nothing to Lu Xiao, but to her, it is like a life-saving thing. In her heart, she had already completely belonged to Lu Xiao. If Lu Xiao was still single, she would definitely come over without hesitation. But now, Lu Xiao already has a girlfriend, and she doesn't want to disturb Lu Xiao's normal life. And this method is the best way she can think of. After being treated like this by Gu Yueshi, Lu Xiao couldn't get angry at all and could only comfort himself in front of Gu Yueshi. The next morning, Lu Xiao first went to the Parks and Building. The Parks and Building and the office rented by Lu Xiao are not far from each other, only about 100 meters apart, and the properties of the two are basically the same. However, the Parks and Building is a little shorter, with a total height of only 70 floors, and it has just been completed. Currently, businesses have moved in, and it still needs to be renovated by itself. Therefore, Lu Xiao was not in a hurry to move the company there directly, but asked the property management to renovate the top floor and move the entire company there in November. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were already sitting in the office preparing for the interview. Qin Huai. Hello, Manager Gu. When the visitor saw Gu Yueshi, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that the person who contacted him yesterday would be such a beautiful woman. Even in the capital, where top beauties often appear, he has rarely seen beauties of this level. But it is obvious that Gu Yueshi should already be taken, and the person sitting next to Gu Yueshi should be her boyfriend. Xin Hui, 36 years old this year, has been working in the financial industry for 15 years, has worked in many financial institutions, and has worked in the top domestic financial institution for about 3 years. Finally, he left because of family circumstances? Gu Yueshi read Xin Hui's basic information again. By the way, the person next to me is Lu Xiao, the boss of Jianglu Venture Capital. Gu Yueshi then introduced Lu Xiao. Are you the boss? Xin Hui was obviously a little surprised. At first he thought Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were both employees. So, one is the boss and the other is the boss wife? Why, doesn't it look like that? Lu Xiao said with a smile. It's not that you don't look like one, it's that you are just too young. Xin Hui shook his head. We already know your basic situation. Since you are joining us, please give us a brief introduction of your situation. Lu Xiao looked at Xin Hui with a smile. Okay, I graduated from Beijing University of Technology with a degree in finance. I have been working in finance since graduation. I am good at venture capital. I once invested in an internet company with 8 times the profit for my previous company. I have done a lot of research on the internet economy. Xin Hui briefly introduced his personal experience. After all, a resume is just a small page and can only record general achievements. But when introducing yourself, you can obviously say more, such as work experience and experiences can be described in detail. He really wants to get this job at Jianglu Company. The job location is in Beijing, working from 9 to 5, with a starting monthly salary of 12,000 yuan, plus performance bonuses. If your work ability is recognized, your salary can be increased again after 3 months, by at least 50%. It can be said that these conditions are already very favorable in Beijing. Moreover, he has been in the industry for more than 10 years, so he is very confident that he will get a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan in 3 months. And 20,000 yuan is considered an absolutely high salary in Beijing today. Lu Xiao tried to ask a few more questions, and Xin Hui answered them fluently. You meet our requirements. If you are willing, congratulations, you are hired. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Can I start work now? Xin Hui was stunned, but then he was surprised. Boss, when can I come to work? Xin Hui asked hurriedly. After he quit his job in Shanghai, he has had no income for 2 months. The rent here in Beijing is not low, and he doesn't have much savings to begin with, so he urgently needs some money for an emergency. If you want, you can do it today. You can find any workstation inside. You can start working after the computer arrives this afternoon. Lu Xiao shrugged, then gave Xin Hui 3 copies of the labor contract prepared by Gu Yueshi. Of the 3 contracts, one is kept by the employee and the other 2 are kept by the company. It is just the beginning of August now, so we can calculate the salary based on the whole month, which is actually simpler. Xin Hui was suddenly pleasantly surprised. After reading the breach of contract clause, he signed his name on the contract without any hesitation. After more than an hour, all 15 people who came for the interview today had finished their interviews. Because Gu Yueshi selected talents with very good resumes, and in fact, these people's professional knowledge was indeed very good, so Lu Xiao kept all of them. Xin Hui, you will temporarily serve as the leader of the financial team. Among these people, Xin Hui is the most capable. Okay, boss. Xin Hui was stunned for a moment, but then became excited. When he first enters the company, he is temporarily appointed as a team leader. Even if someone more capable comes and replaces him in the future, he can still be a deputy team leader or something like that. And with his abilities, he felt that he was capable of doing this job. Chapter 95, Total Investment Plan of 4.5 billion. Lu Xiao originally planned to stay in the capital for 3 days. But it turned out that 3 days was indeed a bit too short. Setting up a company is not as easy as you think without help. Apart from the previous 2 days, the 2 stayed in the capital for another 3 days. It was not until the 5th day that all the trivial matters were finally dealt with and the basic order of the company was established. Looking at the venture capital company that already has more than 50 people, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. These people were carefully selected by him and Gu Yueshi. They were all highly paid and could definitely be considered backbone personnel in the industry. Everyone, stop what you are doing. I'm going to announce some recent work. Lu Xiao walked out of the office and clapped his hands, signaling everyone to hold a meeting together. First, regarding the administration, continue to recruit people according to the recruitment requirements I gave you before. The temporary quota for the administration department is 10 people, who will mainly be responsible for logistics and personnel. If you feel that it is not enough, you can continue to add people. It doesn't matter. The finance department has a staff of 20 people. The finance director will be in direct contact with me, and I have to read the financial report every week. For financial business, we have 70 people, divided into 10 teams. After we have recruited enough people, the team leaders of each team will be selected freely. By the way, Qin Huai, you will temporarily serve as the head of the finance department and will be directly responsible to me. Lu Xiao looked at Qin Huai, who had performed very well in the past few days. Okay, boss. Qin Huai's heart suddenly started pounding and he quickly agreed. With promotion, the welfare benefits will naturally increase. Lu Xiao has already handed over the specific business performance appraisal plan to the finance and administration departments to formulate, and it is expected to be available in a few days. The current temporary staffing limit is 100 people. Although it is not too many people, it is definitely enough. As for the rest, we can just wait until after this month and continue recruiting. However, when recruiting, we may have to recruit more recent graduates. Too many old employees in a company will cause trouble. Next, I will tell you about the general direction of our company. As long as it is within this general direction, you can give full play to your abilities. First of all, our company's initial investment is scheduled to be 4.5 billion. I will invest this money gradually within a month or so. There is no limit on the specific industry, but we must ensure that more than 70% of the investment is in the internet industry. Lu Xiao spoke. 4.5 billion? As soon as Lu Xiao said this, the people below immediately became excited. 4.5 billion a month, doesn't that mean the total investment is 150 million every day? There are only 7 groups, so doesn't that mean every group can get an investment quota of 20 million every day? They originally thought that Jianglu Company was a small investment company, but now it seems that it is definitely a behemoth. You know, in Beijing, the only companies that can come up with 4.5 billion yuan for investment in a month are probably the top few with a scale of 100 billion yuan, right? Be quiet. Lu Xiao smiled and pressed his hand down. What I'm talking about here is just the basics. It won't be distributed on a daily basis, but on a total basis. If any of you are capable of finding a big investment opportunity, I can invest all of this money. As for performance bonuses, you can imagine it yourself. There was a sudden burst of laughter from below. Everyone knows that if someone can invest so much money at once and gain a lot of profits for the company, he or she may not have to work for the rest of his or her life. Let's talk about risk control. For investments below 5 million, after the team leaders sign, the funds can be transferred to the finance department. For investments below 30 million, the payment can be made after the signature of the general manager and financial review. For investments above 30 million, the team leader and the general manager must sign and hand it over to me. After I agree, the finance department will review and transfer the funds. According to the quota of 4.5 billion, assign tasks to each team and they must be completed by the deadline. Of course, you must guarantee me an investment rate of return. If the investment failure rate of each team is over 50%, the team leader will be automatically demoted. If the investment failure rate is over 70%, they will leave on their own. If the general manager signs, if the failure rate is over 30%, they will also be demoted. Above that, we will conduct an assessment every 6 months. Everything is fine, right? Lu Xiao put his words very simply. No problem. There was a sudden sound of chest patting at the scene. Lu Xiao's words were very clear. Everyone had been in the financial circle for a long time, so they were naturally clear about these things. In fact, Lu Xiao's assessment requirements have become very relaxed. Moreover, each group has the authority to make single investments of less than 5 million yuan. You know, these days, the starting investment for many companies may be just a few 100,000. 5 million is already the investment amount for a medium-sized company. Even 30 million is something that most companies can invest. Only a few large companies need more than 30 million. This autonomy is really broad. Lu Xiao directly transferred 4.5 billion from the card to the company account. From now on, whether it is your own investment or the company's investment, it will basically be withdrawn from this account. This is also the beginning of the formalization of investment. After finishing these things, Lu Xiao suddenly had some free time. I stretched hard in the office. Gu Yueshi was massaging Lu Xiao's shoulders from behind. Brother Xiao, have you been very busy these days? Gu Yueshi said with a smile. I'm really busy. Lu Xiao gave Gu Yueshi a blank look. This girl, apart from helping herself, really refuses to take any official position. Lu Xiao has been really pissed off these past 2 days. However, thinking that Gu Yueshi did this for his own good, he felt reluctant to say a few words to Gu Yueshi, and could only sigh in the end. Lu Xiao now feels more and more that it is not a good thing for a girl to have too strong a personality. Sometimes, a vase is better. Have a good rest tonight, we will return to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Lu Xiao took Gu Yueshi into his arms and said with a smile. It has been 5 days since I came to Beijing, and 3 days have passed since the system upgrade. Most of the work has been done. I am unfamiliar with the capital. Even though the city is more developed, it is definitely not as comfortable as Jiangcheng. Gu Yueshi nodded shyly. Brother Xiao, there are people outside, please be gentle. You should keep your voice down. Lu Xiao laughed and glanced outside. The blinds were closed and no one outside could see in. Then, Lu Xiao gently patted Gu Yueshi's little head. Gu Yueshi rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao, but still leaned down obediently. Chapter 96, Head Office. The next morning, Lu Xiao brought Gu Yueshi back to Jiangcheng. Yueshi, I have something else to do at the company. You go back first. I'll come to see you in 2 days. Lu Xiao dropped Gu Yueshi off at the hospital entrance. Okay, Brother Xiao, go ahead and get busy. Gu Yueshi nodded. She knew that the Jiangcheng headquarters of Lu Xiao Investment Company was still under construction and it would definitely be very busy in the next few days. Lu Xiao first called Wu Qianqian, and then headed all the way to the Sky Building. Jianglu Venture Capital headquarters is located 2 floors below Zheng Qingwan's company, that is, the 59th and 58th floors. Brother Xiao. Seeing Lu Xiao coming in, Wu Qianqian waved to him with surprise. Hello, boss. When several newly hired employees saw Lu Xiao come in, they quickly greeted him. Hello. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded in response, then walked into the office with Wu Qianqian. The head office is also very efficient, with more than 30 people. Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian with some surprise. The reason why the efficiency in Beijing is so high is that Beijing is one of the gathering places for talents. There are many talents in terms of selection range and number. As long as the salary is high, there is no need to worry about the personnel issue at all. But the financial circle in Jiangcheng is not big, and it is really not easy to find so many people in such a short time. How could I have that ability? It was Sister Qingwan who helped me. Wu Qianqian giggled and leaned into Lu Xiao's arms. Sister Qingwan used her connections to recruit 8 or 9 key members for us. Almost every one of these people brought several more people with them. In just a few days, we had gathered more than 30 people. I see. Lu Xiao suddenly realized. If that's the case, then it can be completely explained. By the way, Brother Xiao, what is the main business of our head office? The employees have been idle these days. Wu Qianqian stuck out her tongue. The basic staff has basically been fully staffed. If we need to recruit more people, it will be mainly for supplementary purposes. Because Lu Xiao has not issued any tasks, so many people have been idle recently. Don't worry for now. Let them first summarize the financial information in Jiangcheng, and then follow up on the internet project that Zheng Qingwan and I are working on. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. In the Jiangcheng base, he serves as the general coordinator. If possible, he doesn't even plan to let the companies here take on too much business. After all, Jiangcheng is very small and there are not many investment opportunities. Of course, if there is a really good project, he will certainly do it. Okay, I'll ask them to follow up on the project. Wu Qianqian nodded. She knew that Lu Xiao had invested 200 million yuan in Zheng Qingwan, and of course she also knew that Fading Technology, which Lu Xiao owned, was cooperating with Zheng Qingwan's company. As a shareholder, although we will not interfere in specific matters, we must have the right to know. Wu Qianqian brought the resumes of all the employees at the head office to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked through them one by one and gained some understanding of the personnel at the head office. In terms of professional quality, there are still several very good ones among them. After all, they were recommended by Zheng Qingwan, and their abilities are indeed reliable. But compared with those in Beijing, it's still a little bit lacking. Qianqian, don't worry about what's going on here for now. Just take a good rest recently. Lu Xiao hugged Wu Qianqian lovingly. This girl has been running back and forth between the two companies these days, with a lot of things to do, and she obviously looks a little mentally unwell. Wu Qianqian nodded happily. Isn't this what she is pursuing? Before Lu Xiao came back, she had a lot of things to take care of, but now that Lu Xiao is back, she can be her little woman again. Let's go home. Lu Xiao picked up Wu Qianqian and walked out the door with a smile. Brother Xiao, put me down quickly, there are employees outside. When Wu Qianqian saw that Lu Xiao was not shy at all, she immediately became anxious and hurried to come down. What are you letting go of? I'm the boss and you're the boss's wife. Who dares to say no? Lu Xiao exerted a little more strength in his hands again, held Wu Qianqian tightly in his arms, and then walked directly out of the general manager's office. When the 30-odd employees outside saw Lu Xiao carrying Wu Qianqian and walking out, their eyes involuntarily focused on them. Are you jealous? Why don't you work hard and ask me to find you a sister-in-law next year? Seeing everyone's gaze, Lu Xiao immediately laughed and cursed. The employees on site burst into laughter. Boss, the boss lady is still in your arms. Aren't you afraid of having to kneel on the washboard after saying this? A courageous employee laughed and made a joke. It's okay. I'm your boss and I'm very capable. Your sister-in-law will understand. Lu Xiao laughed. Wu Qianqian's face instantly turned red to her neck. If you laugh again, all your wages will be deducted. It's true, the boss and his wife both have nice personalities. Seeing Lu Xiao taking Wu Qianqian out, several employees started talking about it. For those who come out to work, all talk of an ideal future is bullshit. There are only two things they look at: salary and working environment. Needless to say, as long as they are capable, these people will get the highest salaries in Zhangcheng. As for the working environment, I am on the 58th and 59th floors of the Sky Building, the largest building in the high-tech zone. Most of my colleagues are young people, so the work pressure is not that great. And now, the boss seems to be quite easygoing, which means that the future working environment will definitely be very good. I don't know whether they have good personalities or not, but I know that the boss and his wife are definitely not doing anything good when they go out now. Next to her, a female employee covered her mouth and laughed. Women understand women best. Having just caught a glimpse of Wu Qianqian's charming face, how could she not understand what Wu Qianqian's current state was? Hurry up and work, boss and madam, is that something we can discuss? The supervisor coughed twice and quickly suppressed the conversation in the office. Chapter 97, Tianlai Real Estate. For the next 3 days, Lu Xiao didn't go anywhere, but stayed at home to accompany Wu Qianqian for a few days. The feelings between people are actually the most difficult to deal with. Having money will only make the process smoother, but regular maintenance is naturally necessary to satisfy both parties. He did not bring Wu Qianqian with him when he went to Beijing this time. Although Wu Qianqian didn't say anything, Lu Xiao knew in his heart that the little girl must be unhappy. In order to soothe the unhappiness in the heart of this little girl, we must work harder to cultivate and irrigate her. Lu Xiao woke up early this morning. Today is the end of the 7th day. I really don't know what I will get. Lu Xiao held Tuan Tuan in one hand, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Excluding the big gift package, this is the first lottery after the system was upgraded to level 2, and it is a full lottery. I really don't know what it will bring me. The European Emperor Wu Qianqian is by my side now, so I have everything going for me. System, sign in. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and clicked the sign in button directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the asset, 100% of the shares of Beijing Tianlai Real Estate Company. All the information of Tianlai Real Estate has been placed in the study of the host's Yulong Jingjiwan Villa. Please receive it as soon as possible. Real estate company? Lu Xiao frowned. To be honest, what he is most interested in is actually internet companies, followed by some light asset companies, and then this kind of heavy asset companies. However, the company is still in the stage of enriching its industries recently, and Lu Xiao is not too picky about what specific company it is. Taking out the mobile phone on the bedside, Lu Xiao searched the internet for information about Tianlai Real Estate. Total assets are 40 billion, the main projects are in Dongjiang province, and there are also many projects in Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao looked at the information he had just found with some astonishment. Is this a big explosion? You know, after the system is upgraded to level 2, the drop rate of signing in is probably only more than 1 billion assets. The parkson building that Lu Xiao had obtained in Jiangcheng before was not drawn by him, but was given as a gift in the system upgrade package. And now, he actually won Tianlai real estate with a market value of 40 billion? To be honest, Lu Xiao initially thought that it would be good enough for this company to have a market value of 800 or 900 million. After a few minutes, Lu Xiao heard a ding-dong from his cell phone, indicating a friend request. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement out of habit. Then in the next moment, Lu Xiao was pulled into a group of senior executives of a company called Tianlai Real Estate. What followed was another series of familiar procedures. It's really this Tianlai Real Estate. Lu Xiao confirmed again that the Tianlai Real Estate currently under his name was indeed the behemoth with a market value of 40 billion that he had searched on the internet. And the most important thing is that although Tianlai Real Estate is registered in Beijing, its main business is concentrated in Dongjiang province. In other words, Tianlai Company is very helpful to Lu Xiao at present. Such a huge company, in a sense, represents strength and power. Boss, our company is currently bidding for the North City Tourism City project, and there is a high probability that we will win it. Because the project is relatively large, we need you to come and make the final decision. In the group, Zhao Bin, general manager of Tianlai Real Estate, tagged Lu Xiao. When Lu Xiao saw this message, his head suddenly ached. How come I just took over a company and already there are so many things to do? Send me the project bid first. Lu Xiao also tagged Zhao Bin in the group. Zhao Bin on the other end quickly replied with a received message, and within a few minutes, he privately sent a PDF file to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao opened it and took a look. The distance between Beijing and Jiangcheng is not far. After leaving the city, it is only about 200 kilometers. It is located in the north of Dongjiang province and is about an hour's drive away. This tourism city project was also tendered by Beijing as a landmark project. The total project value is approximately 10 billion yuan, with a profit of about 3 billion yuan and a total construction period of 1.5 years. That is to say, the annualized profit is 20%. Although not much is earned after deducting the bank loan interest, the important thing about this project is the subsequent returns. After completion, the company that wins the bid will be responsible for the upkeep and repair of the tourist city over the next 10 years. This profit is about 500 million yuan per year, which means 5 billion yuan in profit in 10 years. With such a stable income, naturally countless people are flocking to it. And to be honest, winning this project is also a great opportunity to build my own brand image. Ah, it looks like there's no escaping this again. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. It is now August 10th, and it will probably be almost September before this project is completed. I haven't even had a good time during my summer vacation, and school is about to start again. No, we need a secretary. If we keep going like this, I'll definitely die suddenly. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth. Now that I have my own company, I cannot handle many of the businesses by myself. Moreover, the total market value of his companies is now about 50 to 60 billion. This level of assets is enough to attract some outstanding secretaries to come and work for him. Lu Xiao did not hesitate and sent messages to the general managers of several companies under his control, asking them to post all the recruitment information for assistant general managers. Boss, what are your requirements for an assistant? Qin Huai asked with some trepidation. He had not spent much time with Lu Xiao, and did not know Lu Xiao's temperament very well, so he was a little undecided for a while. If I find a pretty one, the boss has a beautiful girlfriend. But if I find an ugly one, what if the boss doesn't like her? Wouldn't that be courting death? Ahem, actually I don't have any requirements, just a good figure, good looks, and good obedience. Okay, I understand, boss. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Qin Huai felt relieved. Doesn't this mean that you should find someone pretty with a good figure who can do that? By the way, it also requires workability. Chapter 98, Gu Yueshi is looking for a job. Boss, I understand. I'll look for one right away. Zhao Bin also nodded and agreed. By the way, boss, if you come to North City in the next 2 days, I can bring the candidate with me. Zhao Bin added another sentence. Tianlai Real Estate is located in Beijing, so it is not difficult to select a secretary. Lu Xiao's request is simple and difficult at the same time. In Beijing, the probability of meeting the right candidate is obviously higher. If you are lucky, it is not difficult to find one within a day or two. Wu Qianqian, who was next to him, was also awakened by Lu Xiao's series of actions. Brother Xiao, I heard you call and said you were looking for a secretary? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao curiously. Well, things are a bit overwhelming. Lu Xiao spread his hands helplessly. With your current status, Brother Xiao, it is indeed time for you to find a secretary. Wu Qianqian also smiled and nodded. Although she didn't know that Lu Xiao's current net worth was 50 or 60 billion, she still knew that Lu Xiao's net worth was over 10 billion. In reality, there are indeed very few people of Lu Xiao's worth who don't have a personal assistant. But Brother Xiao, you can't use the excuse of looking for a secretary to find a woman. Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with some concern. The secretary is a close personal to her, and if she wants, she might even stay with Lu Xiao longer than she does. Ahem. Lu Xiao coughed awkwardly. But to be honest, when he went to find a secretary, he never thought about doing anything to the secretary. His idea was just to find someone good-looking and pleasing to the eye, who could wear black or white stockings alternately so that he could feel comfortable, and who also had strong working ability. After all, she is someone who will always be around you, and it would be unpleasant to see her if she is ugly. By the way, Xianxian, I might have to go to North City tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you have nothing to do, come with me. Lu Xiao thought for a while and said. He wanted to let Wu Qianqian handle the real estate matters, and this trip to Jiangcheng was about a business worth more than 10 billion yuan, so it was a good opportunity for Wu Qianqian to go over and take a look at the situation, and also to see the world and improve her abilities. North City? Well, there is a project in North City that needs to be bid for by a company in Beijing. Lu Xiao mentioned this with a smile. Okay. Wu Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded in agreement. Having decided to go to Jiangcheng tomorrow, Lu Xiao had breakfast at home and then went to the hospital. After these few days, Gu Siyu's body has almost recovered and she can move like a normal person. However, according to the doctor, it would be best to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. Gu Yueshi was extremely happy to see that her sister had completely recovered. Brother Xiao, I plan to go out and look for a job the day after tomorrow. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a while, but still said to Lu Xiao. To be honest, she did feel a little sorry for Lu Xiao if she didn't go to the financial company he had just established. Looking for a job tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? What are you going to look for? Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Since Gu Yueshi is willing, let her go. Anyway, with his current abilities, even if Gu Yueshi pokes a hole in the sky in Jiangcheng, he can fix it. If we really talk about wealth, Lu Xiao is now the undisputed number one in Jiangcheng, without a doubt. Perhaps the thing that is really lacking is power, but as for this thing, once you have money, your circle will naturally come closer to you, and after a while you will have what you deserve. I'd prefer to be in the financial sector. If not, I'd like to work in the forward-looking department of an internet company. Gu Yueshi spoke. She originally only wanted to work in the financial sector, but for some reason, internet companies suddenly became her choice. Perhaps Lu Xiao's venture capital company focuses on the internet? Okay, then you go find it first. If you have any difficulties, tell me. I have a good friend in Jiangcheng who can help you get into the company you want to join. Lu Xiao said with a smile. In his opinion, it would be good if Gu Yueshi could join the forward-looking department of an internet company. Forward-looking work, after all, is a judgment on the future direction of the internet. If this judgment is relatively accurate and can be recognized by the majority of people, the development direction of internet companies will definitely move in this direction. In fact, this thing is still similar to a venture capital type enterprise. Although the financial circle offers high salaries, there are indeed too many complexities involved and it is not as stable as internet companies. If Lu Xiao were asked to help him choose, he still hoped that Gu Yueshi could join an internet company. Gu Siyu just listened and didn't say much. As for what happened between Lu Xiao and her sister, except for not knowing the details of how they had sex, Lu Xiao, as her sister, knew everything else. Of course, she also knew why her sister wanted to work independently. Although she really wanted to persuade her sister not to make things difficult for herself, she was still in school and had no way to help her sister make any decisions. I can only wait until I am able to work, and then make good money to repay my sister in Lu Xiao's kindness. After finishing talking about this, Gu Yueshi seemed to have let go of some worries, and she felt relaxed all of a sudden. By the way, I have to go to North City in the next few days, so I definitely won't be able to come over recently. I'll come to see you when I get back. After staying in the hospital for a while, Lu Xiao also planned to leave. He originally wanted to get closer to Gu Yueshi, but with such a big light bulb sitting next to him, he couldn't do anything. Rather than leaving this alone, let us talk about it next time. North City? Gu Yueshi nodded, guessing that Lu Xiao might have some business over there, but she didn't ask any more questions. Lu Xiao originally wanted to go to Zhang Qingwan's place, but thinking that it was already afternoon, it was not appropriate to ask girls out at this time, so he simply did not call Zhang Qingwan, but planned to talk about it after returning from North City. After thinking about it, Lu Xiao called Zhao Ku again. "Old Zhao, have you had any problems recently?" "It's okay, boss, just tell me what I can do for you." Zhao Ku seemed very enthusiastic. "I have to go to North City to discuss a project in the next few days. If you have nothing to do, can you come with me?" Lu Xiao said with a smile. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zhao Ku was stunned at first, but then he was ecstatic. He understood that this was the opportunity Lu Xiao had given him. "It's okay, boss, don't worry, I'll be there early tomorrow morning." Zhao Ku stood up excitedly and paced around the office. He is already in his 40s. At this age, if he can move up a little, it will definitely be a good thing for his future and his family. To be honest, although his annual salary is 800,000 now, this 800,000 is fake. It is just a salary that Lu Xiao gave him because he was nice to him. In fact, the work he is doing now is definitely not worth the price. Ever since he listened to Lu Xiao's words last time, he has been studying hard about management knowledge, and even took the initiative to sign up for classes. During this period of time, he has made great progress, all for this moment. Lu Xiao hung up the phone with a smile. Zhao Ku is an absolutely smart person, so there is no need to worry about this. And the most important thing is that Zhao Ku is a very capable person and has never had any bad intentions towards him. He can definitely be cultivated as a confidant. In addition, Zhao Ku is now in his 40s, and is at the age where he has elderly parents and young children to take care of. As long as he is kind to her, Zhao Ku will definitely not betray him. With the increasing number of companies recently, Lu Xiao has begun to consider merging the companies to form a group. These companies under our control will also be integrated one by one. And Zhao Ku was the general manager of one of the subsidiaries that Lu Xiao has booked. Of course, whether or not he could obtain these depended on whether Zhao Ku's abilities matched the requirements. If the abilities don't match, then Lu Xiao won't be able to help him. He can only simply give him a level up or two as a token of his appreciation. Chapter 99, Heading to North City. The next morning, Lu Xiao got up and signed in first. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning cash, 450 million yuan. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. The cell phone placed aside rang with a ding. Lu Xiao took it and saw that 450 million yuan had been deposited into the account. "We still have 1 billion in cash, which is enough to deal with emergencies." Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "There is so much money, and I can never spend it all." "Brother Xiao, are you ready to set off?" Wu Qianqian was awakened by Lu Xiao's noise. Because it was still too early, she yawned involuntarily. "Don't worry, sleep a little longer." Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. The bidding is tomorrow, and Zhao Bin is still helping to find a secretary. If everything goes well, he will arrive this afternoon. If not, he may not arrive until tomorrow morning. He chose to go there today, first to stay put and then to take a walk around, just like going on a trip. They slept until noon, and after having breakfast at home, Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian went out. "Brother Xiao, are you still driving your Bugatti?" "Forget about the Bugatti. After all, this is a formal occasion. Let's drive the Maybach." Lu Xiao shook his head. Zhao Ku had been waiting outside for a long time. After receiving Lu Xiao's notification, he hurriedly drove behind Lu Xiao. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xiao entered the territory of North City. Compared to North City, Zhangchang is obviously still a little bit inferior. Wu Qianqian had been to Beicheng several times before and had some understanding of Beicheng. Zhangchang is just a second-tier city in Dongjiang province. Although its economic development is relatively good due to its proximity to the capital, overall it can only be considered average. But Beicheng, as the capital of Dongjiang province, is a first-tier city. This can actually be seen from the economic scale. The bidding for this tourist city is likely to be on a scale of tens of billions. If this happened in Jiangchang, apart from the Lin family, there probably wouldn't be many companies capable of taking on such a project. "Let's find a place to stay first?" Lu Xiao asked with a smile after getting out of the car with Wu Qianqian and Zhao Ku. "Boss, there is a 5-star hotel more than 10 kilometers away. How about we go there?" Zhao Ku spoke quickly. He had already explored all the tourist attractions, big and small, and star-rated hotels in North City last night. Okay, to be honest, I haven't stayed in a 5-star hotel yet. Lu Xiao nodded. No, I haven't lived there, but I have stayed in a mansion in Beijing worth 600 million yuan. It's much better than a 5-star hotel. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips. Lu Xiao suddenly broke out in a sweat. Qianqian, if you want to stay, I'll take you there in a couple of days, how about that? No, how dare I disturb my brother Zhao's love nest? Wu Qianqian snorted lightly, took out a bottle of water from the car and took 2 sips. She drove all the way from Jiangcheng and ate snacks for more than an hour in the passenger seat, which made her mouth dry. Zhaoko quickly turned his head away, looking as if he couldn't hear or see anything. Old Zhao, I'll give you Xiaobin's phone number later. Please contact him and ask him to live here with his people so that you don't have to run back and forth. You lead the way, and I'll follow you. After Lu Xiao gave Zhaoko instructions, he glared at Wu Qianqian fiercely. Just because you're familiar with Zhaoko, you dare not give face to me, the head of the family, right? Once we get in the car, we'll see whether he can do it or not, and whether he'll take revenge or not. Brother Zhao, I'd better take your car, okay? Wu Qianqian shrank back in fear. No, Madam Boss, if you do this, the boss will tear me apart. Zhaoko quickly ran to his car, got into the driver's seat, and then stepped on the gas and drove straight to the front of the Maybach. Boss, I'll drive slowly ahead, the distance is not far. Although he didn't know what his boss wanted to do, his intuition told him that it would be better to stay as far away from him as possible. Lu Xiao immediately nodded with satisfaction. Qianqian, there are only 2 of us left now. You can choose for yourself, do you want to fight with words or with force? Lu Xiao chuckled and dragged Wu Qianqian into the car. Brother Xiao, aren't we going to the hotel soon? Wu Qianqian shrank back in fear. There are still 10 kilometers to go. If we drive slowly, it will take at least half an hour. That should be enough. Lu Xiao chuckled. Can I not choose? Wu Qianqian asked weakly. What do you think? Lu Xiao glared at Wu Qianqian. Then I'll choose the literary one. Then, while Lu Xiao was starting the car, Wu Qianqian silently bent down. This driving proficiency is really useful. Lu Xiao looked at the straight line he had walked along and nodded with satisfaction. As soon as he touches the steering wheel of the car's ultimate control method will instantly appear in Lu Xiao's mind, and his hands and feet will naturally coordinate these skills, as if they had been honed hundreds of times. The last time I went to Beijing, I took S-curves most of the way. But this time, it was very stable, without even the slightest shake. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped steadily downstairs of the hotel. Next to her, Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao, then took out lipstick from her bag to touch up her lips, then followed Lu Xiao out of the car. Hello sir, are you here to look for someone or to check in? The doorman saw that Lu Xiao and Zhaoko didn't have any luggage, so he stepped forward and asked. Check in. Let's book 3 top-level suites first. They'll be open for 3 days. Lu Xiao took a look at the price list. There are several top suites available, and the price per night is 66,000 yuan. Okay sir, please show your ID. Please wait a moment. The doorman's eyes lit up. We have 1 suite here. We'll keep it empty for now. We'll register after people arrive. Zhaoko quickly took out his ID card. Lu Xiao and Wu Qianqian definitely have 1 set, and he has 1 set, so the remaining set must be reserved for Zhao Bin. It was such a small matter, he certainly couldn't let Lu Xiao do it himself. I hurried over and paid the fee. All this money can be paid into the company account, and all you need to do is issue the invoice. Chapter 100, Must Make Back the Money. Went upstairs with Wu Qianqian. Wow, no wonder this room is so expensive. As soon as she entered the door, Wu Qianqian started shouting. Brother Xiao, look, there's an Estée Lauder face cream moisturizing set in Chanel's classic perfume. Wu Qianqian was pleasantly surprised when she saw the cosmetics set placed next to the wash basin. These things alone are worth at least 5,000 yuan. There's also cherry blossom water over there. Lu Xiao gave Wu Qianqian a blank look. Next to it was mineral water produced in Sakura, in luxurious bottles, 1 bottle costing 1,500 yuan, and there were 6 bottles there, which amounted to 9,000 yuan. The room is equipped with all kinds of entertainment facilities. All of these consumables are free, and a new set will be replenished every day. In other words, all these things can be taken away. Wu Qianqian wandered around the room like a curious doll. In the end, it was discovered that if calculated based on market prices, these things that could be taken away were worth at least 40,000 yuan. Lu Xiao was not surprised by this. This is actually a common practice among top hotels, which use these more famous luxury goods to improve their grade. A room costs 65,000 yuan a night, but the things you can take away are only worth 40,000 yuan, which makes people feel that it is a good value at first glance. But in fact, the hotel's purchasing price of these things is 20,000 yuan, which is considered good. Even if the cost of top-level buffet is excluded, the hotel can make at least 40,000 yuan a night. But Lu Xiao doesn't hate this approach. After all, it's rare to find a business that both parties feel is worthwhile. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao did not bring Zhao Ko, but instead walked around the North City with Wu Qianqian. Brother Xiao, this starch sausage is quite delicious. According to what is said online, I wouldn't buy it even if there is a piece of meat in it. Wu Qianqian smiled and stuffed a starch sausage into Lu Xiao's mouth. This grilled gluten is also good. Lu Xiao smiled and pointed to the gluten being roasted nearby. Snacks are still quite cheap in recent years. Starch sausage costs $1, and roasted gluten costs $1.50. Rice cakes, grilled tofu and the like are all $1 each. Before she even spent 20 yuan, Wu Qianqian was already holding her belly so full that she couldn't bear it anymore. No, I can't eat anymore. I have to go to the hotel's buffet dinner this afternoon. Wu Qianqian shook her head desperately. These snacks taste absolutely amazing. Look at what you have accomplished. Lu Xiao gave Wu Qianqian a blank look. With his current wealth, he can't afford anything, so why should he care about that buffet? You don't understand. If we don't go to eat, won't the 60,000 yuan room fee for one night be wasted? This is all for the sake of making back the money. Wu Qianqian clenched her fists. Brother Xiao, let's go for a walk. We must quickly digest what we just ate. Lu Xiao. What you said makes so much sense that I am speechless. Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Wu Qianqian was from a wealthy family after all, so why were her thoughts no different from those of ordinary people? Beicheng is not really a tourist city. Apart from being more developed, other things are not much different from Jiangcheng. After strolling outside for half a day, the two felt a little bored and returned to the hotel in time for lunch. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw Zhao wolfing down his food in the dining room. Seeing Lu Xiao coming over, Zhao immediately smiled awkwardly and quickly swept the lobster shells that were all over the table to the side. He didn't want this to happen, but given this opportunity, it would be a shame not to make a profit. A star-rated hotel costs more than 60,000 yuan a night. Even though he earns hundreds of thousands a year, he still feels heartbroken. He had already packed up all the cosmetics and other items in the room and was waiting for the waiter to stock the room with new ones tomorrow morning. In 3 days, you can get 3 sets of things. A set costs about 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, so the final cost is more than 100,000 yuan, right? If he takes it back to his wife, won't she reward him well? Wu Qianqian didn't hesitate and ran to the buffet immediately, taking several lobsters and crabs. Brother Xiao, eat quickly. I know this lobster. 1 pound costs more than 500 yuan. This big one must cost at least 2,000 yuan. Let's try to eat 5 today. Wu Qianqian broke the lobster shell with a snap, and then put a large piece of meat into the plate in front of Lu Xiao. Okay, eat it. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Why is it that everyone around me becomes nouveau riche once they come here? Then, Lu Xiao ate 6 lobsters and 2 king crabs by himself, and also finished a bottle of red wine with Zhao Ku and Wu Qianqian. The next morning, after Lu Xiao woke up, he couldn't help shaking his dizzy head. My goodness, eating so much, your uric acid is going to explode, right? Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. It's not that he looked like a nouveau riche, the key point was that the king crab was really delicious, and with Wu Qianqian constantly urging him on, he accidentally ate a few more. As for the red wine, Wu Qianqian forced herself to drink it just to make back her investment. Glancing to the side, I saw that the little girl Wu Qianqian was still drunk. With such a low alcohol tolerance, you dare to drink so much? Lu Xiao couldn't help but give Wu Qianqian a blank look. After just 1 glass of red wine, the girl couldn't bear it anymore. After the second glass, she slept until now. But I have to say that Wu Qianqian does look pretty good when she's drunk. Her face is red and her skin all over has a special pink color, no different from a baby's skin. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 390 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Not bad, one step closer to the goal. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The assets in hand are now close to 1.4 billion yuan. It is estimated that it will not be long before the consumption target of 10 billion yuan can be achieved. After getting up, Lu Xiao went all the way to Zhao Ke's room without disturbing Wu Qianqian. Chapter 101, Zheng Xiaoyi. Zhao Ke was chatting with another middle-aged man. When she heard the knock on the door, she quickly let Lu Xiao in. Boss. You are Zhao Bin, right? Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, boss, this is the first time we meet. Zhao Bin stood up and greeted Lu Xiao respectfully. When did you arrive? I flew here early this morning and just arrived at the hotel. Zhao Bin's attitude is very correct. After chatting with Zhao Ke for a while, he also roughly understood the personality of his new boss. As long as he doesn't act out of line, according to Zhao Ke, Lu Xiao generally won't take the initiative to blame him. This also made him feel a lot more relaxed. To be honest, his mood now was not much better than when Zhao Ke just met Lu Xiao. He was still mostly nervous. Don't be too nervous. I'm not some wild beast. Besides, you and Lao Zhao have the same last name. This is fate. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand, then sat on the sofa beside him. He is not a difficult person to get along with. Zhao Bin can sit in the position of general manager of Tianlai Real Estate. Naturally, he has extraordinary abilities. If there is no big problem, Lu Xiao will certainly not replace him. By the way, boss, I have already implemented the request you gave me the day before yesterday. Currently, a total of 3 people have been selected, and I have hired them all in the name of the company. If you are not satisfied, I will arrange for them to work in the administrative department. Zhao Bin quickly took out several resumes from his pocket. Lu Xiao took the resume with great interest and briefly flipped through it. They are all pretty good. Lu Xiao took a look. There is no problem with their work ability, and they all graduated from prestigious universities and have some work experience. In terms of appearance, all 3 are not bad. Just looking at the photos on the resumes, they are all at least above 85 points. Boss, how about I call him over? Seeing that Lu Xiao was satisfied, Zhao Bin quickly spoke. Okay, call him over, I'll take a look. Lu Xiao nodded. Zhao Bin called a few people, and within a few minutes, all 3 girls came into the room. When Lu Xiao saw a girl named Zheng Xiaoyi on her resume, his eyes suddenly lit up. I couldn't tell it from her resume just now, but in reality, Zheng Xiaoyi's appearance is perfect, at least around 95 points, and she has a slightly sweet temperament. Brother Bin, it's okay. When Zhao Ke saw Zheng Xiaoyi, he was a little stunned, but then he looked at Zhao Bin with admiration. He really didn't expect that Zhao Bin could recruit a woman with such a distinctive appearance. This girl named Zheng Xiaoyi is no worse than Wu Qianqian in appearance. Perhaps the only thing that makes her inferior to Wu Qianqian is that she is a little older. But this also depends on who is doing the visit. Maybe if the person is older, he or she may be better at taking care of others. Entering the room, the 3 girls were obviously nervous. This is Mr. Lu Xiao, the boss of our company. I have already told you this when I recruited you. Please give us a brief introduction. Zhao Bin looked at Zhao Ke with a smile, a hint of pride in his eyes. The photo on Zheng Xiaoyi's resume was just taken casually. In fact, he was shocked when he saw Zheng Xiaoyi for the first time. If Lu Xiao hadn't asked, he would definitely want to keep this girl for himself. Even if you can't do anything, just watching it can make people happy. The 3 of them took turns introducing themselves. Lu Xiao also had a brief understanding of it. The 3 girls are all returnees from overseas and have similar educational backgrounds. In terms of work experience, the other 2 girls have more than 1 year of work experience, but Zheng Xiaoyi has only 3 months of work experience, but she worked in a Fortune 500 company during these 3 months. All 3 girls can accept working away from home for a long time. Okay, let's go with Zheng Xiaoyi. Lu Xiao made the decision without hesitation. Since their education backgrounds and work experience are similar, you'd be a fool not to choose the pretty one. Although the other 2 girls had anticipated the result, they were still disappointed when they saw Lu Xiao make the final decision. To be honest, both of them look pretty good, but compared to Zheng Xiaoyi, they are obviously several levels behind. Boss, what is my main job in the future? Zheng Xiaoyi was pleasantly surprised when she saw that she was chosen. She actually saw that Tianlai Real Estate was recruiting, so she came to give it a try, and she didn't expect it to actually work. My main job is to help me coordinate the documents and affairs of my company, and then report to me based on the importance of the matter. Secondly, I will be responsible for some trivial matters in life. Don't worry, there aren't many things in this regard, just buying tickets and so on. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Boss, what about the salary? How much is it? Zheng Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xiao curiously. 20,000 per month for the first 3 months, and if I'm satisfied, the monthly salary will range from 50,000 to 100,000. Lu Xiao nodded and said with a smile. 20,000. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Zheng Xiaoyi lowered her head in disappointment. Why, isn't this salary enough? Zhao Bin next to him looked at Zheng Xiaoyi in surprise. This girl probably doesn't know what a salary of 20,000 during the internship period and over 50,000 after becoming a regular employee means, right? You know, before Zhao Ke was with Lu Xiao, his annual salary was only 400,000, which is only more than 30,000 per month. Even in Beijing, for a job like a personal assistant, a salary of 20,000 to 30,000 is considered good. Therefore, the 50,000 given by Lu Xiao was definitely a high salary. No, that's enough. Zheng Xiaoyi waved her hands repeatedly to indicate that that was not what she meant. If you think the salary is too low, keep working hard. If your work ability satisfies me, I will consider giving you a raise. How about this? I'll extend your internship period to 20 days. If you satisfy me before September, I'll consider your salary as a regular employee in early September. How do you think? Lu Xiao said with a smile. To Lu Xiao, there is not much difference between 20,000 and 50,000. All he wants is ability. If you are capable enough, you would give it to him, even if it is 500,000, let alone 500,000. Thank you, boss. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard Lu Xiao's words, she was immediately surprised and nodded repeatedly. Lu Xiao looked at Zheng Xiaoyi with some curiosity. It seemed that this little girl was a little short of money. Boss, what do you think of me? How about I be your secretary? Zhao Ke laughed and joked. If Zheng Xiaoyi could successfully become a full-time employee, her annual income would be at least 600,000, which would almost catch up with him. Get lost. Lu Xiao cursed with a smile. You're a grown man, and you still want to compete with those delicate little girls? Boss, I'll go arrange for the servants to prepare for the bidding this afternoon. Seeing that things here came to an end, Zhao Bin stood up and said. Tianlai Real Estate S branch is right here in North City, and the previous preparations have been almost complete. However, this bidding is indeed a big deal, and he would feel uneasy if he didn't go and keep an eye on it in person. Go ahead. By the way, Lao Zhao, you should come with us and learn from me. Lu Xiao nodded. Okay. Zhao Ku smiled and nodded. Zhao Bin next to him also nodded to Zhao Ku in sync. Although Zhao Ku was much inferior to him in terms of identity and status, Zhao Bin knew in his heart that he and Zhao Ku were both Lu Xiao's employees. As long as Lu Xiao wanted, he could let Zhao Ku take his place at any time. Moreover, in Lu Xiao's heart, it seems that Zhao Ku's status is not low, and it seems that he wants to focus on training Zhao Ku. In that case, he might as well do a favor. Besides, he and Zhao Ku both have the surname Zhao, which undoubtedly increases the affection between the two. The two of them walked out quickly. Zheng Xiaoyi stood beside Lu Xiao somewhat restrainedly. To be honest, she knew what this assistant job was supposed to do. She is also well aware of the peculiar quirks of some bosses. From the beginning, she didn't want to do this job. But the problem is that the salary for this kind of job is relatively high. If she chooses a normal position, the salary would be at most 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, which is definitely not enough for her to spend. Therefore, she had no choice but to apply for this job. After all, there are many bosses who are recruiting assistants and they are recruiting serious assistants. The probability is not small. Moreover, Zhao Bin said that the boss of the company is a young man. In her opinion, young people probably wouldn't mess around with anything. Most of those who do that are bald, middle-aged men. But she had made up her mind that she would never let anyone take advantage of her. If it really doesn't work, I'll just quit this job and go home and admit defeat. Xiaoyi, come here for a moment. Lu Xiaochong waved to Zhang Xiaoyi who was standing beside him. Check my phone and add your account to these group chats. Your daily job will be to coordinate the files that need my processing in a timely manner. Okay, boss. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard Lu Xiao's request, she nodded repeatedly. Chapter 102, You Still Owe 10 Million. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Seeing Zheng Xiaoyi still standing next to him, Lu Xiao looked over with some surprise. Ah. Boss, other than this, that's all? Zheng Xiaoyi was stunned. Is her daily job just to organize documents? Didn't I tell you that the first thing is the overall planning work, and then some trivial matters as a personal assistant? Lu Xiao gave Zheng Xiaoyi a blank look. Doesn't this girl think this job is easy? Now that I have so many companies under my control, if I really want to coordinate them, I have to be busy for at least 3 or 4 hours a day. And I also have to report to myself, which takes about 1 or 2 hours. I see. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly, took Lu Xiao's phone with a happy face, and ran to the side to join the group. It was around noon when Wu Qianqian finally woke up. No more drinking, you hear me? Lu Xiao returned to the room and picked up Wu Qianqian with a smile. Oh, this is such a loss. Wu Qianqian touched her hair embarrassedly. She seldom drank alcohol before, and only took a few sips each time. She never expected that her alcohol tolerance was so poor. Let's go, have a meal, and then it's time to bid. Lu Xiao said with a smile. This project is an official project, and the bidding location is in an office building not far away. After having a meal with Wu Qianqian, Zhao Bin also came over with a large group of people. When Wu Qianqian saw Zheng Xiaoyi walking from the other side of Zhao Bin to behind Lu Xiao, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. The girl in front of her is no worse than her in terms of appearance and figure. And why does she feel that this girl is pretty good in terms of temperament? Boss, I've already added you to the group chat, and I've brought the information you requested. Zheng Xiaoyi handed back a document and Lu Xiao's cell phone. The moment Zheng Xiaoyi saw Wu Qianqian beside Lu Xiao, she was also a little surprised, but she was only surprised for a moment before she returned to normal. After all, for a big boss like Lu Xiao, it didn't seem strange to have a girlfriend with great looks. Brother Xiao, is this your new assistant? Wu Qianqian leaned over and whispered in Lu Xiao's ear. How's it going? Not bad, right? Lu Xiao chuckled. Not bad, I guess I'll have to keep an eye on you more from now on. Wu Qianqian gave Lu Xiao a displeased look. Although she didn't mind Lu Xiao finding a good-looking female secretary, she didn't want her to be this good-looking, okay? And she looks cute. Although her clothes are not very revealing, it is still difficult to hide her good figure. The only drawback is that he is a little older, probably around 25 years old. But this age difference doesn't seem to affect anything at all. Haha, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhao Bin. He was the one who found this. Lu Xiaoqiao pointed at Zhao Bin who was standing beside him. Wu Qianqian snorted lightly, folded her hands in front of her chest and glanced in the direction of Zhao Bin, already thinking about how to teach Zhao Bin a lesson. Zhao Bin on the other side was still arranging things, but suddenly he felt a chill on his neck and shivered involuntarily. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone entered the office building together. The large conference room on the first floor has been cleared and has more than 100 seats in total. There are a total of 6 companies participating in the bidding this time, all of which are real estate developers with deep roots in Dongjiang province. Boss, this is Xiao Yang, the boss of the Xiao family in North City. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Bin whispered in Lu Xiao's ear. Boss Xiao, how come you have time to come here in person today? When Xiao Yang saw Zhao Bin, his eyes lit up and he strode over with a smile. Our boss is here, so how can I, as a manager, not be here? Zhao Bin replied with a smile. He has a relatively good relationship with Xiao Yang, and Tianlai Company's business has some overlap with the Xiao family, so they can be considered good business partners. Are you the new boss of Tianlai Real Estate? Hearing Zhao Bin's words, Xiao Yang quickly looked at Lu Xiao. As soon as Xiao Yang said this, many people at the scene turned their attention to him. Hello, I'm Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled and shook hands with Xiao Yang. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Li Jiang from North City. Boss Lu, I'm from Beijing. I heard that your company also has a project in Beijing, and there is a chance we can work together. At the scene, several bosses who had just arrived greeted Lu Xiao one after another. For this project, almost all the real decision makers from the 6 companies have arrived. The real estate circle in North City is so small. Although Tianlai Real Estate is in Beijing, its business focus is still in Dongjiang province. Everyone has naturally heard about the acquisition of Tianlai Real Estate, but what they didn't expect was that the new boss would be such a young man. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were flying and they began to speculate about Lu Xiao's identity. You know, Tianlai Real Estate is a giant with a market value of more than 40 billion yuan. Being able to acquire such a company, its strength must be more than just this. Xiao Yang stood next to Lu Xiao enthusiastically. Boss Lu, let's sit together later so we can exchange any news. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Seeing Xiao Yang speak, the others also wanted to invite him, but they kept silent. As the largest real estate developer in North City, the Xiao family has a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan, and is definitely one of the largest families in North City. Okay, this is my first time in North City. I hope Mr. Xiao can take good care of me in the future. Lu Xiao also agreed with a smile. This is actually how you build connections. When your assets reach a certain level, the circle will automatically come to you. And relationships are also the result of mutual cooperation. Beicheng is the capital of Dongjiang province, and the Xiao family is one of the big families in Beicheng. Befriending the Xiao family means that the relationship in Dongjiang province has been initially opened up. Boss Lu, I'm Zhang Haifeng from the Zhang family in Jiangcheng. If you have time in the future, you can come to Jiangcheng to play. I'll be your host. A man in his 30s arrived late, but after seeing the excitement on Lu Xiao's side, he came over with a smile and said hello. Are you Zhang Haifeng? Lu Xiao was slightly stunned. Isn't this Zhang Qingwan's elder brother? It's me. Why, has Mr. Lu heard of me? Zhang Haifeng was stunned when he saw Lu Xiao's reaction. I've heard of it. I'm from Jiangcheng too. When Zhang Haifeng heard that Lu Xiao was also from Jiangcheng, he immediately became enthusiastic. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded, then walked to Zhang Haifeng's side and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear clearly. You still owe my father-in-law 10 million. When will you pay it back? When Zhang Haifeng saw Lu Xiao and then glanced at Wu Qianxian beside Lu Xiao, he was stunned. But the next moment, Lu Xiao patted Zhang Haifeng on the shoulder again, smiled and walked away. Chapter 103, Bidding. To be honest, this account of 10 million is actually just a business account. Since Wu Qianxian's father Wu Yunhai has chosen to invest in this business, whether it makes a profit or a loss is his own business. Both Wu Yunhai and Wu Qianxian are clear about this. This is also the reason why Wu Yunhai and Wu Qianxian did not resent the Zhang family even when the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Of course, part of the reason is that we dare not feel resentment. There are so many companies going bankrupt these days, and the other party did not intend to go bankrupt. When encountering such a thing, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. But emotionally speaking, Zhang Haifeng is indeed very sorry to the Wu family. After all, it was because of his endorsement that Wu Yunhai invested in this business, which even led to the fact that the Wu family might be broken up. If it weren't for Lu Xiao's help, the Wu family might have gone bankrupt long ago. But Zhang Haifeng just had a company go bankrupt, and he is still the eldest son of the Zhang family. From this point of view, the contradiction between the two is irreconcilable. Even if Zhang Haifeng did not do it on purpose, it is an indisputable fact that he harmed people. What's more, the Wu family is just one of them. Zhang Haifeng contracted 4 projects at the same time. In other words, the other 3 companies are now most likely driven bankrupt by Zhang Haifeng. When Wu Qianxian saw Zhang Haifeng, her eyes were somewhat complicated. If I say I hate it, I wouldn't say I hate it that much, but if I say I don't hate it, I feel a little bit of it in my heart. You know, it was because of him that Wu Qianxian had to do such dirty things. Qianxian, I will avenge you in a few days and teach him a lesson. Lu Xiao smiled and touched Wu Qianxian's little head, then sat down next to Xiao Yang. Lu Xiao has never been someone who easily forgives others. Li Tian's entire family has been taken abroad to fight with him, and this is the best proof. Although Zhang Haifeng's matter was not serious, it would be nice to give him a lesson and let Wu Qianxian vent her anger. And now Lu Xiao naturally already has this ability. When Zhang Haifeng saw Lu Xiao and Wu Qianxian over there, he felt a little complicated for a moment. His startup failed and he also owed a lot of debts. However, because it was a matter of a limited liability company, when the company went bankrupt, these accounts also became bad debts. But this doesn't mean he feels good. He also knew that he had caused several companies to suffer cash flow disruptions and go bankrupt, but he really did not have the cash to save the market. Boss Lu, what's the matter? Are you having a conflict with him? Xiao Yang saw Lu Xiao, smiled and pointed at Zhang Haifeng who was not far away. It's nothing serious, just a little business conflict. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. How about I snipe him for you in this bidding? Xiao Yang smiled. Come on, Mr. Xiao, if you want to snipe him, do you have to snipe me as well? I am determined to win this bidding. Lu Xiao gave Xiao Yang a blank look. With that little bit of 99 in his heart, he still talks about helping himself. He just wants to withdraw from the bidding. Ha, Mr. Lu, you are such a mean person. Xiao Yang immediately laughed to resolve the embarrassment, and in his heart he also had a new understanding of Lu Xiao. Although this guy looks young, he is not easy to fool. Soon, the bidding officially began. The map of the North City Development Zone was hung on the big screen. Everyone, please look, from here to here, this area is planned to be a tourist city to be built this time. The supporting facilities of the tourist city to be built this time are divided into the following. Our total budget is 11 billion yuan. You can bid downward within this budget. The bidder with the lowest price will win. Each price reduction must not be less than 10 million yuan. If everyone has no objection, let's start now. 10.8 billion. 10.2 billion. 10.15 billion. Quotes started immediately on the spot. Boss Lu, what is the bottom price of your offer this time? If your price is lower than mine, I won't quote you. Xiao Yang saw that several other people had already started to quote their prices and looked at Lu Xiao on the other side. My base price is 8 billion. Lu Xiao replied with a smile. Okay, Mr. Lu, if you can make it with the 8 billion, just take it. Xiao Yang almost spit out the mineral water he had just drunk. Although the prices were reduced drastically at the beginning, everyone had actually calculated the prices before coming. A price of 11 billion is definitely impossible, and the cost price this time, for the Xiao family and Lu Xiao's company, which are doing well in North City, is about 8.5 billion. It would be best if it could be around 9.5 billion, leaving a profit of 1 billion. For other companies, the cost is around 9 billion yuan. The remaining profit will be earned through 10 years of maintenance after completion. 8 billion, wouldn't that mean a direct loss? Lu Xiao laughed. Of course, he made up this reserve price. Then Mr. Xiao, what is your reserve price? I have the same price as you. If your reserve price is lower than mine, I will automatically withdraw. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Let me be serious. The reserve price for this bidding is around 9.5 billion. As long as the price is not too far away from this, I plan to take it. Xiao Yang spoke up. That's difficult. My reserve price is probably about this much. Lu Xiao shrugged. How about we two families do it together? Compared to how much money this business can make, Lu Xiao really doesn't think highly of it. On the contrary, interpersonal relationships are what Lu Xiao cares more about. After all, his current foundation is indeed a bit too weak. Even though he now has the relationship with Tianlai Real Estate, he still doesn't know many upper-class people. If we can facilitate cooperation with the Xiao family, there will definitely be many benefits. Xiao Yang frowned. He knew that today's competition would still be between him and Lu Xiao. After all, among the people present, his Xiao family is the strongest, and he doesn't know Lu Xiao's true strength, but the strength he has displayed on the surface has already exceeded that of several other companies. If Lu Xiao had confronted him, it would have been difficult to win this project today. Xiao Yang glanced at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was chatting and laughing with Wu Qianqian next to him, as if he didn't take this project seriously at all. This made Xiao Yang even more unsure. Chapter 104, 8.9 billion. Old Zhao, give me the price. Lu Xiao looked at Zhao Bin standing aside. His reserve price this time is actually 9.2 billion. What I just said to Xiao Yan was just a test. For this project, Lu Xiao never thought about making money. He was always thinking about interpersonal relationships. If he could give up this profit, he would undoubtedly be linked to the leadership of North City. But now that I have this relationship with Xiao Yang, it doesn't really matter whether I have a relationship with the leadership of Beicheng or not. It will be the same as long as we can reach a cooperation with the Xiao family. Zhao Bin next to him nodded and directly quoted a price of 9.8 billion. Old Xiao, I'll win this bidding, and then we can split it 50-50, how about that? Xiao Yang next to him hesitated for a while, but still spoke. He didn't want to fight with Lu Xiao today. In his opinion, if he could make friends with Lu Xiao, it would be a good choice for the Xiao family. Okay. You can bid as you like. Anyway, I only want 500 million in profit in the end. Any more will be given to you. If it's less, I won't take more. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded, and readily gave away the remaining part of the profit. Zhao Bin next to him put down the quotation board with great tact. Xiao Yang felt relieved immediately. Since Lu Xiao said so, then all profits above 9.5 billion will belong to his Xiao family. He simply raised the quotation board and lowered the price to 9.7 billion yuan. At this price, other companies' profits are already being squeezed infinitely. After all, in North City, his Xiao family has the home advantage and can save a lot of money. But in other companies, except Lu Xiao, no one can save this money. The field suddenly fell into silence for more than 30 seconds. Just when Xiao Yang thought he had it all figured out, Zhang Haifeng, who was not far away, suddenly raised his card. 9,680 million. Ha, it seems that you have met your match, Mr. Xiao. Lu Xiao laughed immediately. 9,650 million. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and killed another 30 million. I'll reduce this by another 10 million. Zhang Haifeng on the other side gritted his teeth but still raised the sign again. It's not that he wants to go against Xiao Yang, but he has to do it today. His own company had just failed. If he didn't show some ability, it might be difficult for him to become a senior executive in the family in the future. He really wanted to get this project, and he didn't mind if the profit was a little lower. 96 billion. Xiao Yang next to him silently made a new offer, and his heart was bleeding at this moment. I don't know where this fool came from. Now I am really helping you to get revenge. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. Everything was going well, but a profit of 100 million was gone just like that. Originally, I said that I would help Lu Xiao fight against the Zhang family just verbally, but I didn't expect it to become a reality now. This is not helping me, this is you, Mr. Xiao, trying to gain profit for yourself. Lu Xiao held back his laughter. 9,580 million. Just when Xiao Yang thought he had it won, unexpectedly, Zhang Haifeng on the other side raised the sign again. Fuck. Xiao Yang couldn't help but curse. ISNT 20 million money? Could it be that Zhang Haifeng couldn't see that he was bound to win? In this area of North City, is it really possible to rob him? 9,570 million. Xiao Yang made another offer with some headache. If this continues, he won't be able to gain any advantage from Lu Xiao. 95 billion and 30 million. Over there, Zhang Haifeng directly lowered the price by 40 million. Still following? Lu Xiao was holding back his laughter. He also didn't expect that Zhang Haifeng was still a tough guy. No wonder he suffered so much loss in business before. Now he finally understood what kind of thinking this guy had. The brave are fearless. Follow. 9.5 billion. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and directly quoted his lowest price. 94 billion. On the other side, Zhang Haifeng gritted his teeth and made another offer. There was an uproar at the scene. 9.4 billion, this is no different from not making any money. Only the Xiao family and Tianlai, who have deep roots in the North City, can make some profit from this cost. Fuck, where did this young man come from? Xiao Yang was also confused. Isn't this pure stupidity? He pushed it down by 30 million, and this guy pushed it down directly by 100 million? Mr. Xiao, how about we forget it? No, it doesn't count. Don't worry, I'll keep your 500 million profit for you. Xiao Yang just shook his head. He doesn't believe it today. 92 billion. He will keep 700 million in profits today, 500 million of which will be given to Lu Xiao, and he will take 200 million. He doesn't believe that Zhang Haifeng will dare to follow him. 9 billion. If you still want to bid this price, I won't offer it. Zhang Haifeng gritted his teeth and quoted the final price. Lu Xiao was also a little confused at this time, and looked carefully at the quotation sheet that Zhang Xiaowei had just handed to him. That's right, with 9 billion yuan, the Zhang family should not make a penny, right? Is this a show of love? Even Lu Xiao was puzzled at this moment. His original budget was only 9.2 billion. Xiao Yang was also stunned. If Lu Xiao was given a profit of 500 million, then if the report was lower than 9 billion, wouldn't he not make a penny and even have to pay Lu Xiao more money? Isn't this bullshit? Boss Lu, I'm afraid I can't do it anymore. How about you come and I quit? Xiao Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head at Lu Xiao. Okay, I'll do it then. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. For him, making money or not doesn't matter much. He signs in hundreds of millions every day, so that's really not a big deal. In this case, let's use this matter to build a good relationship with the leadership of Beicheng. No matter what happens in the future, there will be someone to protect us in Dongjiang province. Lu Xiao signaled Zhao Bin next to him to make a quote. 89,900,000,000. At the back, Zhang Haifeng, who had been chasing the price, suddenly looked dejected. He knew that it was absolutely impossible to lower the price any further. After more than a year of investment and huge amounts of capital tied up, it was difficult for him to explain to his family why he didn't make any money. If he lost money again, he would probably be put on trial. Seeing that it was Lu Xiao who lowered his price in the end, Zhang Haifeng could only sigh helplessly. I give up. Zhang Haifeng put his hand down directly. Well, let's congratulate Tianlai Real Estate for winning the tourism city. There was immediate applause at the scene. Lu Xiao also stood up at the right time and signed his name on the cooperation document in front of him. Boss Lu, are you free tonight to have a quick meal together? The leading leaders looked at Lu Xiao with smiles on their faces. Such a low price, these are all achievements. It will definitely be a significant contribution to their future development. Xiao Yang, who was standing next to him, could only sigh helplessly when he saw Lu Xiao successfully win the bid. He now even suspected that he was being tricked by Lu Xiao and Zhang Haifeng. By the way, you are Mr. Lu's assistant, right? Xiao Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoyi, who was standing in the audience but did not follow him up. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded blankly. This is my business card. Give it to Mr. Lu later. When he's done with his socializing, call me and tell him I'm treating him to a meal. Xiao Yang directly handed his gold-stamped business card to Zhang Xiaoyi, and then hurriedly left the scene. Chapter 105, Relationships in North City. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, when Lu Xiao came out of the hotel lobby, he had a thick stack of phone numbers in his hand. Brother Xiao, are these all from North City? Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with some surprise. Well, with an investment of nearly 10 billion, can the salary be lower? Lu Xiao smiled and shook his phone. Then you can walk sideways here in the future. Wu Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. You can't usually see what your connections are, but as long as you have them, you'll have confidence no matter what you do. This is also the reason why Xiao Yang was willing to do it even if he could only make 200 million yuan at the beginning. But he was helpless because Zhang Haifeng tried his best to lower the price, and he had an agreement with Lu Xiao. If he continued this business, he would lose money. Of course, he would not take over it actively. Of course, this is also the relationship between Gu Lu and Lu Xiao. After all, Lu Xiao's attitude today has already been revealed to him, and he has to get involved no matter what. Boss, this is the business card that Mr. Xiao will give you this afternoon. He said he will contact you when you are free. Zhang Xiaoyi also told Lu Xiao about what happened in the afternoon. And boss, these are the things you need to deal with today. Take a look. The first one is the progress of fading technology. Currently, the program development is going smoothly. It is expected that this part of fading technology's work will be completed by the end of September. Also, the third quarter financial report of Lijiang Hotel needs your signature and approval. Also, I have taken a look at several projects of Jingqing Investment Company. Among them, there are relatively many investments in internet companies. 2 of them are over 30 million yuan, which need your personal approval. Zhang Xiaoyi reported everything in one go. If they need my offline signature, ask them to mail the documents to Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao took the document and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi with some surprise. This girl's work ability is really good. It's only her first day at work, and she has sorted out so many company matters? And it didn't take that long. I just attended 2 social events. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded and wrote down Lu Xiao's request. Xiaoyi, can you drive? Yes, boss. Okay then, you drive back to the hotel and I'll take care of things while I'm at it. By the way, you will be counted as working overtime this afternoon, and I will pay you overtime pay at the end of the month. Lu Xiao smiled and handed the Maybach car keys to Zhang Xiaoyi. Overtime pay? Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. When Wu Qianqian saw Zhang Xiaoyi's money-obsessed look, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She now realizes that although Zhang Xiaoyi is older than her, she is quite cute. With Zhang Xiaoyi's coordination, Lu Xiao's work became much easier. All he has to do is basically give a yes or no response. In less than 20 minutes, all the matters of several companies were handled. It's great. This is how you enjoy life. After returning to the hotel, Lu Xiao couldn't help but stretch. If you are trapped by company affairs all day long, wouldn't you become a slave to money? Brother Xiao, you still have to stay in North City for the next few days. Wu Qianqian looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. The new project has just been launched, and there are definitely a lot of things to deal with, especially the contact with the leadership. Although Lu Xiao does not have to do all of these, he definitely has to do part of them. Of course, this is actually Lu Xiao's layout to build his own business empire. After all, with so many companies under its umbrella, it's time to set up a group. If the group's address is in Dongjiang province, then all the relationships between the upper and lower levels must be taken care of. After the group is truly established, even if he gets some assets in the future, he can just hand them over to the people in the group, and he will be completely liberated. For the sake of a better life in the future, Lu Xiao is willing to work hard for a few days. Secretary Xiao Wu, should we take a break? Lu Xiao looked at Wu Qianqian, who had just changed into pajamas, with a wicked smile. Who is your secretary, Xiao Wu? Your secretary lives downstairs. Wu Qianqian snorted softly. She is just an assistant, you are the real secretary. Lu Xiao laughed and rushed directly towards Wu Qianqian. By the way, brother Xiao, I may have to go back to Jiangqing tomorrow. My parents said they want to visit my grandparents. They only go there once a year, and they asked me to go with them. Your grandparents are no longer in Jiangqing? Lu Xiao was a little surprised. My dad is from Xinjiang, but he's just developing in Jiangqing. He goes back home almost every year. Don't worry, brother Xiao. I estimate he'll be back in about a week. Planes are very convenient. Wu Qianqian smiled. Okay then, remember to buy more things then. Lu Xiao nodded. Anyway, there is nothing to do recently, and I have to stay in North City for a while, so it doesn't matter whether Wu Qianqian is around or not. The next morning, Lu Xiao first sent Wu Qianqian back to Jiangcheng, and then drove back to Tianlai Real Estate Space here. Morning, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi saw Lu Xiao come in and greeted him with a smile. Where's Xiao been? Mr. Zhao went to the project early in the morning. Zhang Xiaoyi replied. Because Lu Xiao said that there was no need to wear a uniform to work, Zhang Xiaoyi dressed more casually today, wearing only a black camisole and a short skirt. Standing next to Lu Xiao, the white thighs were almost completely visible to Lu Xiao. This girl, at least has C, right? Lu Xiao muttered to himself. I didn't have time to take a closer look the past 2 days, but when I took a closer look today, I found that Zhang Xiaoyi is really a naturally beautiful girl. Her figure is almost perfect, and her skin is very tender, as if she often takes a bath in milk or other smooth things. Her face is full of collagen, and her long black hair flows down her back, making her look full of energy. And today, wearing such cool clothes, basically everything that should be revealed is revealed, and it is really quite attractive. Perhaps the only flaw is the lack of a pair of stockings. Pack up and come with me to meet Xiao Yan later. Lu Xiao quickly withdrew his gaze. Although Zhang Xiaoyi is beautiful, Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi are no worse. After all, he still has some resistance. Oh, okay, I'll arrange the itinerary. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly. After taking over the job for more than a day, she has already fully understood the situation at Tianlai Real Estate. As a large company with a market value of more than 40 billion, it naturally has its own dedicated car and driver. Chapter 106, Bikers. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xiao brought Zhang Xiaoyi into Xiao Yang's office. Boss Lu, you are so lucky. Xiao Yang gave Lu Xiao and Zhang Xiaoyi a teasing look. He even brought a female secretary with him when he went out. Although Xiao Yang also had one, in terms of appearance, she really couldn't compare with Zhang Xiaoyi. Mr. Xiao, don't talk nonsense, work assistant. Lu Xiao laughed and sat down opposite Xiao Yang. I think we should not be so formal in the future. If you think highly of me, Boss Lu, we should stop calling each other boss and just call me Xiao Yang. I'd better call you Brother Yang. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. Xiao Yang is already in his 30s, and it is difficult for him to call out his name. Then I'll just call you by your name? Xiao Yang smiled. Lu Xiao, I'm organizing a party this afternoon. A small number of the wealthy people in North City will be here. It's actually a car club. Do you have time to go and take a look? Car club? Lu Xiao was stunned. Hey, it's actually a luxury car club. In North City, anyone with a car worth more than 5 million can join this club. But the people I invited this time are intermediate members of the club and above. Those who can come basically have cars worth tens of millions, and their net worth is more than 500 million. Xiao Yang laughed. He had also seen Lu Xiao's Maybach yesterday. The Maybach Ultimate Edition is still a concept car. There may only be a few of them produced, and the price is at least 20 to 30 million, which is definitely enough to qualify. Besides, the market value of Tianlai real estate is more than 40 billion. If Lu Xiao can't get in, then there are really few people who can get in this North City. Okay. Lu Xiao thought about it and then agreed directly. He also wanted to see what kind of people were in the wealthy circle in North City. Just as Xiao Yang thought, with his current wealth, although he might not be ranked in the first echelon in North City, he is definitely one of the best among them, and his qualifications are definitely not a problem. By the way, Brother Yang, what car are you planning to drive this time? Lu Xiao looked at Xiao Yang curiously. As for me, I just got a Koenigsegg a few days ago, and I drove it over to look impressive this time. Xiao Yang laughed. Although he is already over 30 years old this year, strictly speaking, he still belongs to the young people, but he is just an elder brother among the young people. Of course, he also likes cars very much. This car is not cheap. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. The Koenigsegg is actually a kind of high-end sports car. If it is a limited edition, it is normal for it to be sold for 700 or 800 million. Of course, there is still some gap between it and Bugatti. It's nothing, actually. It's just a Koenigsegg 1, limited edition, about 80 million. Speaking of this, although Xiao Yang was being modest, there was still a smug expression on his face. He spent a lot of effort to get this car. Moreover, 80 million is not a small amount of money for him. Even though the Xiao family controls a company worth hundreds of billions, the dividends he receives from shareholders each year may only be 300 or 400 million. If he wants to get a large sum of cash, he can only sell his shares. This car directly wipes out a quarter of his annual income. Moreover, this limited edition sports car can be bought not only by having money, but also by having connections. This time, he found a top domestic agent for Koenigsegg and spent 4 or 5 months to purchase it from abroad. By the way, Lu Xiao, if you have a better car, you can drive it here. If it can explode directly on the spot, it will definitely be a good thing for you. Xiao Yang said with a smile. In a luxury car club, the most important thing is of course to look at the cars. The desire to show strength here, such as how much money one has and what connections one has, are all side effects and are not intuitive. On the contrary, as for cars, as long as the car you drive is awesome, then you as a person will naturally be awesome too. Change the car. Lu Xiao thought about it. Okay, then I'll just drive the sports car out. Lu Xiao nodded. Although the Maybach is high-end, it is an SUV after all, not a sports car, so it always feels weird when driving it. It just so happened that Jiangcheng and Beicheng were not far away, and the tour would only start in the afternoon anyway, so he might as well bring his Bugatti over as well. Lu Xiao thought about it and called Zhao Ko, asking him to go to Jiangcheng and drive his sports car over. Xiaoyi, if you don't want to go this afternoon, just give me the data and you can go home. Lu Xiao looked at Zheng Xiaoyi who was standing next to him. Will the riders have food to eat? Zheng Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xiao curiously. This should be available, right? When Lu Xiao heard this question, he was also a little confused. But at gatherings of this level, there will generally be food. There will definitely be food. Not only food, but also various snacks and gifts. Xiao Yang laughed and added a sentence. He hired a chef from a 5-star hotel, so the taste is definitely no problem. Then I'll go. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded heavily. She was not interested in the biker club, but she was interested in eating because she didn't have much money left. I had 2 buffet meals in a 5-star hotel yesterday. I will definitely have lunch with Lu Xiao today, but I have no idea where to eat. I only have a few $100s in my pocket now, and there are more than 10 days left until the end of the month, so I must save as much as I can. Lu Xiao was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Did I hire a good for nothing? Chapter 107, North City Circle. Zhao Ku is very fast. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xiao's Bugatti was driven over. Boss, is this your car? When Zheng Xiaoyi saw Lu Xiao's Bugatti, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She recognized this car, the Bugatti Vision, which is limited to 10 units worldwide. The current market price is about 100 million. Although the price is not expensive, this car is fundamentally different from the Koenigsegg one she heard about at noon. Although the Koenigsegg car is limited edition, you can get it as long as you have enough money and a few connections. But for this Bugatti, money is not a problem. Only those with really powerful connections can actually get this car. And judging from the newness of Lu Xiao's car, it doesn't seem to be second-hand, but something he bought directly. This car is definitely not something that can be purchased by an ordinary person with a fortune of tens of billions. It requires at least hundreds of billions. She also knew of one that was driven by the CEO of a company with a market value of about 200 billion yuan. Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xiao with some curiosity. She really didn't expect that her boss's identity seemed to be a bit unusual? Nonsense, if it's not mine, then whose else could it be? Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiaoyi a blank look. Okay, get in the car. Lu Xiao opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Yang had already gone there early and just gave the seat to Lu Xiao. The car club officially starts at 5 p.m. It is located at a holiday resort outside the city. It takes at least an hour to drive there, so now is the perfect time to go there. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly and got into the car. She didn't really want others to know that she understood these things. If I run away this time and go back again, who knows what will happen? She quickly sat in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and then stretched out her long white legs naturally. Ahem. Lu Xiao couldn't help but cough. Doesn't Zhang Xiaoyi know that there is a man next to her? Why are you posing in such a seductive manner? Those snow-white thighs have already dazzled his eyes, okay? When Zhang Xiaoyi saw Lu Xiao's gaze, her face turned slightly red and she quickly retracted her legs that she had just stretched out. Driving along the main road, the Bugatti soon left the northern city. At around 5 o'clock, Lu Xiao drove into a small road. This should be it. Lu Xiao compared the names carefully. He was not familiar with the North City and relied entirely on navigation to get here. After driving a little further inside, Lu Xiao saw a row of luxury cars parked nearby. Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Mercedes-Benz, Bentley. As she drove along, Zhang Xiaoyi counted the various luxury cars parked on the roadside. Oh, you know a lot. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoyi with a surprised smile. Generally speaking, girls are not very interested in cars, and it is rare to find a girl who can recognize all the cars like Zhang Xiaoyi. You can occasionally see them in the capital. Zhang Xiaoyi chuckled and raised her head with some pride. She can basically name all the cars on the scene, no matter the brand or series. There were many parking spaces inside, and Lu Xiao randomly found an empty space and parked the car. Just now when I came here, there weren't many cars on the road, probably only about 30 or 40. The owners of these cars are probably the real wealthy people in North City. Xiao Yang said they are in the banquet hall. Let's go and take a look. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoyi with a smile. Banquet hall? When she heard the word banquet hall, Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up instantly. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes full of expectation were clearly urging Lu Xiao to leave quickly. Lu Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Okay, let's go. Lu Xiao looked around the parking lot and was a little puzzled when he didn't see the Koenigsegg that Xiao Yang mentioned. We followed the signs all the way into the banquet hall. Wow, that's a lot of food. When Zhang Xiaoyi saw the dazzling array of things in the banquet hall, her eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Xiao, here. Xiao Yang, who was not far away, saw Lu Xiao and waved in Lu Xiao's direction. Go ahead and get whatever you want to eat. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes lingering on the things next to her, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, thanks boss. Zhang Xiaoyi cheered. He quickly grabbed a few snacks from the side and ran to a deserted place nearby and sat down. You know what, this stuff tastes really good. Lu Xiao also took a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering something. I am now worth hundreds of billions, but I don't enjoy it like these people. Just have a gathering and invite a large number of chefs from 5-star hotels. Lu Xiao took another look and found that almost everyone inside had a female companion. Not far away, there were quite a few good-looking women swaying their bodies, as if waiting for someone to come over and chat with them. This is actually the norm in the circle. Although Lu Xiao knew that he could take these women away if he wanted, he was definitely not interested in them. Seeing Xiao Yang talking to a few people not far away, Lu Xiao also followed over. Lu Xiao, you are finally here. I thought you were lost. When Xiao Yang saw Lu Xiao coming over, he couldn't help but laugh. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiao, the new owner of Tianlai Real Estate, and also the developer of the tourist city. Xiao Yang smiled and pushed Lu Xiao in front of the crowd. The boss of Tianlai Real Estate? After hearing Xiao Yang's introduction, the eyes of several people around him suddenly lit up. Hello, my name is Li Zhe. I am currently engaged in the processing of some aerospace equipment. A man in his 20s or early 20s next to him handed out his business card first. Li Zhe is a well-known rich second generation in our North City. He runs a family business. Xiao Yang joked. Brother Yang, please stop teasing me. I have a fortune of over 10 billion, but you tease me every day, making me look like the richest man in North City. Li Zhe scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed foolishly. Everyone around burst into laughter. Hello, it's our first time meeting. Hope we can keep in touch in the future. Lu Xiao also smiled and nodded, then put away Li Zhe's business card. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm in the clothing business. If you need clothes in the future, just contact me directly. Come on, forget it. How could Mr. Lu be willing to wear your short-sleeved shirt, which only costs 2 yuan a piece? A person nearby laughed and made a noise. You're talking nonsense. My company also has high-end brands. It's a high-end brand, but isn't it a private label product? The cost is still 2 yuan a piece. A few people nearby who knew the inside story started laughing again. Lu Xiao, his clothing business is one of the best in North City, and his net worth is 700 to 800 million. Xiao Yang reminded Lu Xiao from the side. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. To be honest, he was a little surprised at the harmonious atmosphere at the scene. I also took his business card. I say, since this is Mr. Lu's first visit to our North City, shouldn't we toast him a glass? After Lu Xiao had collected most of the business cards, Xiao Yang suggested. Yes, it's time to toast Mr. Lu. Everyone nodded. Almost everyone already knows Lu Xiao's net worth, Tianlai Real Estate, worth more than 40 billion. Most of the people present here have a net worth of only around 1 billion yuan, or even less than 500 or 600 million yuan. The better ones have assets ranging from 50 to 60 to 100 billion, and the highest one, which is Xiao Yang's, is close to 100 billion, followed by some companies with 2 or 300 billion. In other words, Lu Xiao's net worth is undoubtedly the highest at the scene except for Xiao Yang. This also caused some bosses in real estate-related industries to become instantly jealous. You know, Lu Xiao has just taken over the tourist city project. If Lu Xiao can allocate some of the project to them, they will also make some money, right? Anyway, if Lu Xiao wants to develop this project, he will definitely have to mobilize the engineering team in North City. Come on, everyone is driving today, let's drink tea instead of wine. Xiao Yang raised his glass and proposed. Thank you, everyone. Lu Xiao also raised his glass with a smile. Chapter 108, Racing. Xiao Yang, didn't you drive a Koenigsegg one here today? Why didn't I see it when I came? Someone next to him asked. It's parked over there in the garage. If you want to take a look, you can go over and take a look later. Xiao Yang laughed. He treasured this car very much. As soon as he got here, he immediately went back to the indoor garage, fearing that there might be any accidents outside. Koenigsegg 1? The crowd watching also became interested. Everyone basically knows this car. It is a limited edition of Koenigsegg, and the starting price is at least 700 to 800 million. I didn't expect that Xiao Yang would drive one here today. What Koenigsegg? Didn't you see that the boss was driving a Bugatti Vision? Zheng Xiaoyi sat in the corner, putting a spoonful of cake into her mouth very elegantly, and couldn't help rolling her eyes and mumbling softly. Lu Xiao's Bugatti crushes Koenigsegg 1, right? Moreover, after taking over as Lu Xiao's personal assistant, she probably knew how much assets Lu Xiao had in the past 2 days. At the age of 21, the company has a market value of nearly 70 billion yuan, and it also spans 3 industrial chains, real estate, hotels, and the internet, and even has an investment company. Although the market value of Xiao Yang's Xiao family is more than 90 billion, close to 100 billion, in her opinion, it should be less than Lu Xiao's assets. After all, the hundreds of billions of market value of real estate companies and the hundreds of billions of light assets and mixed assets are definitely not on the same order of magnitude. In terms of cash flow, Lu Xiao has much more than Xiao Yang. The most distinguished person at the scene is obviously your boss, right? Xiaoyi, what are you mumbling about? Lu Xiao smiled and patted Zheng Xiaoyi on the shoulder. It's true, this girl has an inexplicable sense of elegance when eating. It was also the first time that Lu Xiao saw someone eat so beautifully. No, nothing. Boss, the blueberry cake here is delicious. Would you like a piece? Zheng Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly. She didn't notice when Lu Xiao came over. She quickly raised a piece of cake and handed it to Lu Xiao. I heard there's a big dinner tonight. You eat so much now. What are you going to eat? Lu Xiao said with a smile. Ah? There's supper tonight? Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly lit up and her eyeballs rolled rapidly. If she ate a full meal at night, then she wouldn't have to eat breakfast tomorrow. She could just wait until noon and have a meal with Lu Xiao. Wouldn't that probably solve tomorrow's meal problem as well? In this way, the probability of making it to the end of the month to get paid is increased. Don't worry, boss. I can still eat at night. You're a foodie. Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiaoyi a displeased look. When you're almost done eating, come with me over there and take a look. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyi chuckled, quickly stood up and followed Lu Xiao. Walking out of the main hall and reaching the small courtyard at the back, Lu Xiao finally saw Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg one. It's indeed a luxury car worth 80 million. Look at the interior, it's much better than my Ferrari. Wow, this car is really worth the price. Old Yang, how about we go have a race and see how your car performs? At the scene, several people surrounded Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg and praised it. The value of this car is already more than 1/3 of the wealth of many people present. And you have to know that if you want to buy a car, you need cash, not assets. The market value of an enterprise that can come up with 80 million yuan at once without any major damage must be at least 300 to 400 million yuan. We are all men, which man doesn't love cars? What's more, most people today came with their female companions. Others drove luxury cars worth 80 million, but he drove a car worth tens of millions. Although it was also very good, the gap was immediately widened. But there is no way, they know that this kind of thing cannot be achieved by envy. Xiao Yang was hugging a scantily clad girl in the middle, proudly introducing the performance of his car, his mouth almost splitting with joy. He receives hundreds of millions in dividends every year, so he is not short of money at all. How much can you spend in your daily life of luxury? Spending 200,000 a day, that's only 6 million a month, and less than 80 million a year. Even if you find a woman, giving her a few 100,000 a month is enough to make her grateful. When she gets tired of you after a few months, you can just give her a house and let her leave. It doesn't cost much at all. The dividends are accumulating every year, and after so many years, the cash on hand has already exceeded 10 billion. The dividends he received kept increasing. Besides buying a house, his biggest interest was buying a car. The fact that he can attract so much attention in the circle is naturally a reflection of his strength, and he really enjoys the process. Of course, in addition to buying cars, racing is also one of his hobbies. After all, he is only in his 30s this year and still belongs to the young people who are in their prime and full of energy. He still has the fighting spirit to break into the game. Okay, then let's go to the racetrack and have some fun? I've made great progress in my racing skills recently. Add to that my Koenigsegg, and I really don't know who can beat me. Xiao Yan laughed out loud with joy. Okay, go have some fun now, and come back in the evening just in time for dinner. Everyone agreed. There are 40 or 50 people on the scene, and certainly not everyone will participate. Only a quarter of them, which is exactly 14 or 15, can form a show. Next to this resort, there are all kinds of facilities, including a racing track, but the fees are a bit expensive. Of course, this is not a lot of money to them. Xiao Yang immediately called to reserve a venue. Lu Xiao, I'll send you the address. You can go there by yourself or follow me. Xiao Yang walked over to Lu Xiao with a smile. I haven't seen the car you drove here today, I must join you later. Okay, don't worry about me. We have navigation. I'll be there by myself in a little while. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Xiao Yang gave a few instructions and then hurried to the side to entertain other people. Boss Lu, would you like to play together later? Several people nearby also invited him. Given Lu Xiao's status and position, no one dared to ignore Lu Xiao's attitude. Okay, no problem. Lu Xiao agreed readily. He came here today to make friends and build a foundation, so of course he would not refuse such a sure thing. Racing. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard that they were going to go racing, stars suddenly appeared in her eyes. Racing is also one of her hobbies, and she goes there once or twice every month. Can you play this? Lu Xiao saw Zhang Xiaoyi looking eager to try and said with a smile. I can't do that. I can go kart. Zhang Xiaoyi quickly shook her head. By the way, boss, can you? It shouldn't be a problem. Lu Xiao touched his nose. According to Lu Xiao, his driving skills should be at least at the level of a professional racing driver, or even higher. If I compete with professional drivers, I may not necessarily win the championship, but for wealthy amateur racers like Xiao Yang, isn't it a sure thing? Chapter 108, Koenigsegg and Bugatti. Let's go first. It's about half an hour's journey, so we won't be late later. Lu Xiao took a look at the distance on the navigation. It was about 40 kilometers, which was still some distance from here. The car can't go very fast on ordinary roads, and it takes about half an hour to travel 40 kilometers. Boss, wait for me. Zheng Xiaoyi thought about it, then hurriedly trotted to the lounge next to her, took out several bags of snacks and stuffed them into her skirt. Sister, how long have you not eaten? Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead helplessly. Hey, let's go, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly pushed Lu Xiao out. Lu Xiao's personality is relatively easygoing. Zheng Xiaoyi was quite restrained at first, but then she relaxed. Her personality is also that of an optimist with a slightly naughty edge. Besides, this was not her first time to come to such a place. She had been to places more luxurious than this place many times, so naturally she did not feel restrained. It was now time to get off work and not be involved in work, so she naturally treated Lu Xiao as a friend. As for taking snacks, isn't that forced by life? I'll put the snacks in Lu Xiao's car and keep them there when I get home in the evening. That way I'll have the afternoon meal for tomorrow. When they returned to the parking lot, everyone else hadn't set off yet, so Lu Xiao drove the Bugatti directly towards the racetrack. This time the journey was very smooth and we didn't take the wrong road again. Half an hour later, Lu Xiao drove the car into the gate of the racetrack. To be honest, this was Lu Xiao's first time seeing a racetrack offline. There is a huge parking lot at the entrance. Outside the parking lot is a lounge and tea room. The space is very large and can seat at least 300 or 400 people. Then there are two large screens at the top, and next to them are a lot of drones, probably used to track the images. About 300 or 400 meters away is the professional level track. Because the track is located at a slightly lower level, Lu Xiao can probably see some of it from his position. The track is about 5 kilometers long and has all kinds of bends and obstacles. It is indeed very professional. Hello. Just after Lu Xiao got off the car, he saw a slightly fat middle-aged man running towards him quickly. Hello, I'm the owner of the racetrack. We were not open today. I was just contacting the employees. Sorry. When the boss saw the Bugatti Vision that Lu Xiao was driving, he was also surprised. As a professional racing enthusiast, of course he recognized Lu Xiao's car. Xiao Yang had just called him and told him that some friends would come over to hang out today, so he hurried over. But anyone who can drive this kind of car must be of no lower status than Xiao Yang. It's okay, just do your thing, I'll be there in a moment. Lu Xiao greeted the boss with a smile. He also noticed that the lights in the lounge and tea room had just been turned on, and several people inside were hurriedly packing up their things. Xiaoli, pour the tea for the guests first. The boss shouted into the distance. The track is already being prepared and will be ready for use in about half an hour. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. This racing track is not very big, and the investment is estimated to be limited, about 100 million yuan. Lu Xiao had seen some high-end racing tracks on the internet in his previous life. In addition to these basic facilities, there are various KTVs, hotels, entertainment rooms, chess and card rooms, and there is more than one racetrack. There will even be quite a few women there. Compared to those, this scale can only be said to be extremely small and can only be used for simple fun. Of course, for Lu Xiao, who was visiting the racetrack for the first time, it didn't matter how big it was, he just wanted to enjoy the novelty. Not long after, Xiao Yang's large group followed into the parking lot. Wow! Good guy. Oh my god, is this Bugatti Vision? I'm just guessing, this car must belong to Mr. Lu, right? Li Zhe stood next to Bugatti and said with his eyes wide open. Lu Xiao told me at noon that he would change the car, but he ended up changing it to a Bugatti Vision. Isn't this a slap in the face of me, Xiao? Xiao Yang looked at Lu Xiao, who had just walked over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You know Lu Xiao is driving this car, so why is he pretending to be so cool at the resort? Lu Xiao, you are so unkind. Xiao Yang cursed with a smile, and in his mind he repositioned Lu Xiao's identity. Almost everyone at the scene suddenly became more enthusiastic towards Lu Xiao. A car is a man's face, and this is true to some extent. And the car is not only a face, but also a reputation. From the difficulty Xiao Yang encountered in getting the Koenigsegg one, we can see how difficult it is to get a global limited edition luxury car. But Lu Xiao's Bugatti is several levels higher than Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg. Plus Lu Xiao is young. Almost in an instant, everyone redefined Lu Xiao's identity. If everyone previously thought that Lu Xiao's status was not low but should be inferior to that of the Xiao family, now, almost everyone believed that Lu Xiao's status was definitely beyond that of the Xiao family. And he is so young, yet he possesses such great strength. Most likely they are children from those super families, right? I didn't want to embarrass you, so I drove the best car in the garage here. Lu Xiao walked forward with a smile. Well, you are not embarrassing me, you are making me feel ashamed. Oh, it looks like I bought this Koenigsegg for nothing today. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yang, that's not what you mean. Isn't it enough to just defeat Mr. Lu in the competition? A person behind laughed and joked. It's easy to say, but my Koenigsegg is a level lower than Lu Xiao's Bugatti in terms of power. How can I win? Don't make excuses. The top speed of your car is at least 450. You're an amateur, so you shouldn't drive your car at this speed in a race, right? It's all about speeding at 170 or 180. It has little to do with the performance of the car. Don't make excuses. Li Zhe laughed loudly on the side and directly exposed Xiao Yang's excuse. If it is a professional level rally, the performance of the car is naturally very important. Even a slight difference in acceleration can lead to different results. After all, the speed of rally racing is basically above 250 km/h, and the extreme ones can even reach 280 km/h or even 300 km. But these rich kids race just for fun, not to die. Therefore, everyone's speed was basically around 170 to 180 km/h. Any faster would be difficult to control. This speed can be achieved in a short period of time, not to mention Bugatti and Koenigsegg, even a car worth more than 100,000 yuan can reach it. With so many people on the scene, and all the cars weighing over tens of millions, the difference in acceleration from 0 to 170 or 80 is basically the same as no difference at all. What really matters is the individual's technical level. Chapter 110, Coke and Mentos. Lu Xiao, how about we set a prize? After hearing what everyone said, Xiao Yang looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. Okay, Brother Yang, you say? In today's racing competition, other people's results don't count. It's just the two of us. Whoever comes in last will pay for all the expenses tonight. How about that? Sure, no problem. When Lu Xiao heard this, he agreed immediately. How much money can 40 or 50 people spend? Even if he finds a sister or something to play with, it would probably cost a few $100,000. Adding the cost of today's racetrack and the cost of the resort, it would be at most 1 million. To Lu Xiao, it was just a drizzle. And to be honest, Lu Xiao didn't think he would lose. Readily. Xiao Yang laughed. Wait a minute, that's not right, Brother Yang. You should be the one paying for tonight's consumption. How come it becomes that if I win you will have you pay for it, and if I lose it becomes mine? Lu Xiao thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, Lao Xiao, that's really not very kind of you. It's you who's treating us today. The onlookers reacted immediately and laughed out loud. Old Xiao is really a cunning man. If it weren't for our CEO Lu's quick reaction, he would have tricked us today. Li Zhe joked on the side. Xiao Yang just stood there in embarrassment. Then let's put it this way, Lu Xiao, you decide on the bet, and I'll pay for tonight's consumption. Xiao Yang patted his chest cheerfully. He really didn't notice this when he placed the bet just now. Yes, Mr. Lu, you are the guest today, why don't you speak first? Boss Lu, let's do something exciting. It's not easy to beat Xiao Yang. His driving skills are the best among us. Don't let Mr. Lu down. What are you afraid of? Mr. Lu drives a Bugatti, so are his driving skills bad? Lu Xiao listened to the noise of the crowd and was thinking about what bet to make. If there is less, it will be boring. If there is more, it will become less of a hobby and the competition will become too formal. How about this, whoever loses will have to drink Mentos and Coke in front of everyone. Puff. When everyone heard Lu Xiao's words, they burst into laughter. I think this will work. Okay, Lu Xiao, don't regret it. Xiao Yang nodded and agreed readily. But we can play a little bigger, like this. Xiao Yang added. Today there are about 50 people in total, and everyone has brought their female companions, so there will be 100 people in total. Let's place our bets. You can bet on me or Lu Xiao. The loser gets to drink Mentos and a bucket of Coke with his female companion. He has to wait until the Coke is flat before he can let go. How do you say that? This works. Li Zhe laughed. This is fun. I'll bet on Mr. Lu to win first. No problem, it's just playing Coke. We've never been afraid of anything. Everyone at the scene nodded in agreement. Boss, can you do this? When Zhang Xiui heard that she had to be accompanied by a female companion, she immediately became timid and quickly looked at Lu Xiao and said in a low voice. She doesn't even have the right to choose. If Lu Xiao loses, she will have to criticize him too. If you put Mentos and Coke directly into your mouth, I'm afraid your nostrils will burst, right? She is a great beauty, and a glorious image is very important. I'm going to teach you a lesson now. Never tell a man he's incompetent. You won't know until you try. Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiui a blank look. I accept this bet, because you trust me and stand on my side. Lu Xiao stood directly next to his Bugatti. I'll do it, I'll do it. Li Zhe ran over excitedly. Boss Lu, my girlfriend, and I'm leaving our reputation to you. Li Zhe's girlfriend is a pretty girl with a look score of about 85 points, and she is also quite attractive. Seeing Li Zhe looking at Lu Xiao, his girlfriend also looked at Lu Xiao with burning eyes, her face full of nervousness. To put it nicely, these women are called girlfriends, but in fact, they have no say in front of these rich men. If I really lose, it will be a complete disgrace. If she really reveals her ugly side, it would be another matter whether Li Zhe would be attracted to her after today. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lu Xiao smiled and patted Li Zhe on the shoulder. Li Zhe was not much different in age from him, so they had a lot in common. Believe me, stand on my side. Everyone knows my racing skills. Don't be like Li Zhe and become an unlucky guy. Xiao Yang was also shouting at the side. Old Xiao, I actually want to believe you, but I'm on Boss Lu's side. One person laughed, but still stood on Lu Xiao's side. I'll choose Brother Yang. I know Brother Yang's level. I choose Brother Yang too. Of course I have to choose Mr. Lu. Since Mr. Lu dares to propose it, he must be confident in his own ability. The scene was quickly divided into two teams. Among them, about 60 people were still on Xiao Yang's side, and the remaining 40 or so were on Lu Xiao's side. Of course, although the people standing on Lu Xiao's side said that they believed in Lu Xiao's skills, one could tell from the people that most of them were of average strength, with a net worth ranging from 1 billion to 5 billion. Then there are a few people like Li Zhe who have assets worth tens of billions. As for the middle level, most of those with assets between 600 million and 700 million to 10 billion stood on Xiao Yang's side, and many of those with assets over 1 billion also stood on Xiao Yang's side. Although they are just playing, this situation reveals the shrewdness of these business tycoons everywhere. Standing on Lu Xiao's side meant helping Lu Xiao, a newcomer from North City, to save face, and also to curry favor with Lu Xiao, a member of a super family with an extraordinary status. Those who stood on Xiao Yang's side did so partly because they believed in Xiao Yang's skills, but more importantly, because of the Xiao family's influence in North City. Okay, I've written down all the names. Don't be crazy, you guys on the other side. Don't regret it when you lose and drink Coke later. Xiao Yang laughed. Although he knew that these people all wanted to take sides, he didn't care. He hasn't had so much fun in a long time. Chapter 111, Bugatti's Extreme Speed. Boss, I don't want to drink Coke. On the court, Zhang Xiaoyi sat next to Lu Xiao with a bitter face. Don't worry, you definitely won't get any drinks today. If you really lose, I'll double your salary. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Double your salary? Then you must lose, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Lu Xiao's face suddenly turned dark. What does it mean that you must lose? Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to go. Lu Xiao looked at the staff in front waving at him, started the car, and slowly drove to the track. Lu Xiao, 1 lap is 5 kilometers. We will run 5 laps in total. The first one to arrive wins. Xiao Yang also drove the car next to Lu Xiao. No problem. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded, then lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti immediately began to roar. Next to them, more than 10 cars were ready, and Lu Xiao also rolled up the car windows. Boss, how about we give them a minute? Would you like a Coke? Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiaoyi a blank look. Compared to drinking Coke, I still want a salary increase. Zhang Xiaoyi giggled. If I had some money, I could buy a few sets of clothes and a bag. I've decided. If you win, I'll deduct 1/3 of your salary. Lu Xiao said unhappily. No, boss. Can I just be wrong? Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xiao pitifully, pulling Lu Xiao's arm and shaking it. Fuck, let go, it's starting. Lu Xiao was enjoying it at first, but when he saw the countdown on the big screen was over, he realized what Zhang Xiaoyi was thinking. Xiao Yang next to him had already rushed out and was at least 30 or 40 meters ahead of him. Although Lu Xiao is very strong, Xiao Yang and others who drive sports cars are not weak either. It's okay to give way for a while, but if you give way for too long, you might really overturn in the ditch. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't want to drink Coke, and Lu Xiao didn't want to drink it either. Besides, if I stay there for too long, even if I win in the end, it will still look ugly, and others will think I am mocking them. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the Bugatti rushed out instantly. The total length of the track is 5 kilometers, of which the straight distance is about 3 kilometers, and the other 2 kilometers are various bends. That is to say, the total distance of the 5 laps of the track is 15 kilometers in a straight line, and 10 kilometers are curves. The first section is the straight line distance. Therefore, Lu Xiao directly increased the speed to the limit. Bugatti's 0-100 acceleration has always been top in the industry. In just less than 2 seconds, Lu Xiao's speed reached 200 kilometers per hour. The scenery on the roadside was receding madly at a speed invisible to the naked eye. But Lu Xiao still had no intention of stopping. He stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed directly reached 250 kilometers per hour. Boss, slow down. Zhang Xiaoyi next to her was instantly frightened. This speed is almost as fast as an F1 car. Ah, don't worry, it's okay. Lu Xiao laughed, stepped on the brakes, and the speed of the Bugatti began to drop sharply. Then he suddenly turned the steering wheel, did a beautiful drift, and the car went straight through the first bend. 3 kilometers seems like a long distance in a straight line, but in fact, if you run at a speed of 200 yards, it only takes 1 minute. On the curve, Lu Xiao's speed was much slower, but still much faster than the others, at least over 160 km/h. Fuck, I just said that Mr. Lu is awesome, right? Li Zhe, who was not participating in the competition, was full of excitement. Lu Xiao started a little slow, 5 or 6 seconds, but at this speed, he had already overtaken 6 or 7 cars at the first corner. The only ones in front were Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg and 2 others. Moreover, the distance between the two is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. When you were sprinting just now, did Mr. Lu reach a speed of over 200? More than that, I just looked at the big screen and it showed a real-time speed of 255. This speed is almost flying. My goodness, I was so nervous when I turned the corner just now, afraid that I would run off the track by accident. But I can see that Mr. Lu's racing skills are really extraordinary. We are sure to win this time. Li Zhe and his companions burst into laughter. Why are you panicking? Our president Xiao hasn't done anything yet. When the other people saw Xiao Yang in front also starting to speed up, they immediately started laughing. Xiao Yang had already entered the straight line of the second lap. As soon as he rushed in, his speed began to soar. In less than 5 seconds, the speed of the Koenigsegg reached 230 km/h. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Xiaoyi, who was starting to panic but now had a very excited look on her face. Xiaoyi, do you want to experience speed and passion? Lu Xiao said with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly. At the beginning she didn't know Lu Xiao's strength, but after a round, she found that Lu Xiao's driving skills were really terrifying. She has been playing in the capital for so long, but no one has driving skills comparable to Lu Xiao. Even though he only turned at a speed of 160 just now, Lu Xiao's control was completely casual and it was obvious that he was not taking it seriously at all. Hold on tight, we're starting to speed up. Lu Xiao laughed. In the past, although Lu Xiao's driving skills were decent, they were still far from the level of racing. He could only be considered an experienced driver. But now Lu Xiao can fully control all the performance of this car. As long as he sees the road ahead, he can almost know the maximum speed he can drive at. After the first lap, Lu Xiao could basically see how fast he could go around the corner on the straight line. The accelerator was stepped on again, the rear end of the car swung violently, and the Bugatti successfully entered the straight road from the curve. Boom! A violent roar suddenly sounded. The speed of the car suddenly increased from 180 km/h. He rushed past 250 and directly reached a speed of 280. Then, Lu Xiao stepped on the accelerator again, and the car speed directly reached 300. As a classic limited edition of Bugatti, the maximum speed of this Bugatti Vision is 584 miles per hour, which is almost comparable to the speed of an airplane taking off. Of course, this is just the maximum speed. If it really reaches this level, it will definitely fly in reality. But I can't reach 500, but more than 300 is still very easy. At least at the current speed of 300, Lu Xiao still felt that the car was very stable and completely under control. But this speed is only good for running in a straight line. Zhang Xiaoyi next to her was already shouting. However, Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg was overtaken in the third second when Lu Xiao accelerated. After driving at the maximum speed of 300 yards for more than 20 seconds, Lu Xiao began to slowly brake. When braking to 200 yards, the Bugatti arrived at the entrance of the second bend. Lu Xiao took advantage of the situation and made a beautiful side swing. The car rushed directly into the curve, and then without slowing down at all, he began to make various maneuvers in the curve. Chapter 112, Professional? Oh my god, is Mr. Lu a professional racing driver? Those watching the game outside were stunned. Even in professional F1 racing, there are very few people who can drive the car at a speed of more than 300 miles per hour, right? And turning at a speed of 200, isn't that a bit too scary? When they turn a corner, it's good enough if they can reach 150 km/h. Most people can only reach a speed of around 140 km/h. Although it's only a difference of 50 yards, if it is put on the field, it's the difference between heaven and earth. This also means that Lu Xiao's running speed on a curve is faster than most people's running speed on a straight line. Even at this moment, Lu Xiao could almost see the tail lights of the people who had just finished the first lap. It looks like we won't be able to enjoy this Mentos and Coke today. Li Zhe hugged the girl in his arms and couldn't help laughing. He chose to stand on Lu Xiao's side just to give Lu Xiao face. After all, most of the people in these circles in North City are meeting Lu Xiao for the first time. If the top people in these circles all support Xiao Yang, then who among the rest dares to support Lu Xiao? Not to mention that Lu Xiao might be the heir of some big family, but Lu Xiao is not a native of North City after all. Not standing on Lu Xiao's side would not offend Lu Xiao, but if everyone stood on Xiao Yang's side, but some individuals stood on Lu Xiao's side, it would offend a large number of top families in North City. In the North City, being sanctioned by these people, how can these small families like them be safe? The reason why he chose to stand over was to explain to others that Beicheng welcomes Lu Xiao, and their top families also welcome Lu Xiao, and everyone can join the team at will. Therefore, everyone can play with complete peace of mind today. He originally thought that he was bound to lose today, but he didn't expect that Lu Xiao's racing skills would be so strong. At this moment, he is almost half a lap behind Xiao Yan, who is in second place. The girl in Li Zhe's arms was also very happy. She didn't think so much about it, but if Lu Xiao won, she wouldn't have to drink Mentos and Coke. Oh, it's all over. There's no hope for Mr. Xiao anymore. In the third round, Xiao Yang was almost completely defeated by Lu Xiao, and those who had voted for Xiao Yang spoke helplessly. It is almost impossible to make up for this gap. By the fourth lap, Lu Xiao had already surpassed Xiao Yang by 1 lap. By the time Lu Xiao finished 5 laps and stopped at the finish line, Xiao Yang had only run 3.5 laps. The others were even worse. The better ones ran 3 laps, while the worse ones only ran 2.5 laps. In other words, Lu Xiao's speed was almost twice as fast as everyone else. If Lu Xiao had run together from the beginning and speeded up a bit in the first lap, these two words could have basically been eliminated. Boss, you're so fast. After parking the car, Zhang Xiaoyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, already had stars in her eyes. Ahem, watch your words. Lu Xiao emphasized. This girl, why did she say she couldn't do it this afternoon, but now she says she is fast? Boss, you are really fast. Zhang Xiaoyi pouted and looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. Her racing skills are okay, but to be honest, they are probably just at the same level as Xiao Yang. Compared with Lu Xiao, the difference is beyond words. In her opinion, Lu Xiao's level is definitely that of a professional racing driver. If we could get Lu Xiao the best Bugatti GT, maybe he could be even faster. However, the Bugatti GT costs 800 million yuan, and it seems that you can't get it if you don't have the status. It seems that there are only 3 units limited to this model worldwide. Okay, I win. I'll deduct 1/3 of your salary this month. Lu Xiao glared at Zhang Xiaoyi. No, boss, you just said it, I didn't agree. Zhang Xiaoyi suddenly became anxious. This month's salary is estimated to be just over 10,000 but less than 20,000 yuan. If 1/3 of it is deducted, wouldn't there be only 8,000 or 9,000 yuan left? There was enough food, but she couldn't buy any of the things she wanted. If you don't want to have your salary deducted, then reword your words for me. Lu Xiao snorted softly. Boss, you are not fast, boss, you are very strong. Zheng Xiaoyi spoke without thinking. But as soon as she said it, Zheng Xiaoyi's face turned red. Having said that, I always feel a little ambiguous, as if I have tried it myself. That's good enough. If you dare to say it again next time, I will continue to deduct your salary. Lu Xiao smiled complacently. Now he knows how to deal with this girl. There is no need to say anything else, just deduct the salary and you can have complete control over it. After waiting for a while, Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg also stopped next to Lu Xiao. Awesome, awesome. I have to admit I'm better than you. Xiao Yang got out of the car, looked at Lu Xiao, and shook his head helplessly. Ha ha ha, luck, luck. Lu Xiao also got out of the car and looked at Xiao Yang with a smile. No, if you're lucky, we'll be nothing. Xiao Yang gave Lu Xiao a blank look. No wonder Lu Xiao agreed so readily, it turned out that she was waiting for him here. With this level of racing, he would believe it if someone said he was the best among professional drivers. He was driving at a straight line speed of 230 just now, but he saw Lu Xiao's car whizzing past him. When he saw the taillights of Lu Xiao's car rapidly disappearing into the distance, the shock in his heart was almost indescribable. It's like you're sitting in a rocket and looking out, and suddenly you see another rocket whooshing past you into the sky. It's not that he didn't think about speeding up, but he knew that if he increased his speed even a little bit, he might have an accident. He couldn't control such a high speed at all. Although he was pursuing speed, he still felt that his life was more important. But they are both cars, so why is there such a big difference? Haha, brother Yang, don't forget the Coke and Mentos. Lu Xiao reminded with a smile. There are more than 60 people standing on Xiao Yang's side. 60 people working together to suck water is a spectacular sight to think about. And among these 60 people, half of them are beautiful girls of various types. Chapter 113, Dragon Sucking Water. Oh, the game isn't even over yet and the creditor's already here. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Xiao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Go find the boss over there and ask him to prepare the Coke and Mentos. Xiao Yang patted the female companion beside him. The female companion looked a little helpless, but still nodded and agreed. Coke is easy to find. It's right here at the racetrack. But Mentos is out of stock here, so you can only buy it at the supermarket nearby. But fortunately, there is one not far away. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Old Xiao, you have done a lot of harm to others. Several people who had a good relationship with Xiao Yang looked at him with bitter faces. Ahem, can you blame me for this? How can I win against a monster? Xiao Yang had a dark face. The Coke was 1.5 liters, and each one contained 2 pieces of Mentos. How about you give us a sample first, Lao Xiao? That's great, that's great. Since Brother Xiao is the one making the bet, he should come first. Li Zhe and his companions immediately started to make a noise. What's this? Bring it here. I'll go first. Xiao Yang looked like a brave man and stood next to the table. Over there, Li Zhe opened a bottle of Coke with a smile, and then handed 2 Mentos pills to Xiao Yang. Li Zhe, just wait for me, I will tell your father about it later. Xiao Yang glared at Li Zhe. Brother Xiao, if you say that. Li Zhe chuckled and then took out a pack of Mentos from the side. Then I'll have to fill it up for you. Get lost. Xiao Yang cursed with a smile. If this pack were to go down, I would be sprayed away. Lu Xiao watched with great interest from the side. Zhang Xiaoyi was also laughing as she watched from the side. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and threw the Mentos directly into the Coke. Then plug the bottle mouth with your mouth. I said, this doesn't seem to be a big deal. Puff. When Xiao Yang saw that there was no reaction, he wanted to show off, but the next moment, the Coke in the bottle sprayed out. Before Xiao Yang was ready, the Coke suddenly sprayed out. And the next moment, it came out directly from Xiao Yang's nostrils. Don't let go. If you do, you'll have to start all over again. Li Zhe laughed beside him. It's so funny, ha ha ha. When Zhang Xiaoyi saw the Coke spraying out of Xiao Yang's nostrils, she clapped her hands for joy. More than 30 seconds later, just when Xiao Yang couldn't bear it anymore, the Coke in the bottle finally stopped. Cough. Cough. Xiao Yang couldn't help but coughing violently. Lu Xiao looked over and immediately laughed. As expected, most people can't play the dragon-sucking water game. Okay, I'm done, it's your turn now, don't even think about running away today. Xiaoyang took the towel and wiped his face briefly, then laughed and looked at those who had voted for him at that time. Xiaoyang, I suddenly remembered that I have some things to deal with at home. How about I go back first? Nonsense. Even if you are being cheated on today, you have to drink this Coke before you can leave. Xiaoyang didn't care anymore. I have already lost all my face today. When everyone goes back, this news will definitely spread throughout the entire North City circle. In this case, I will make most people like myself, so that if they dare to talk about myself, I can also talk about them. Anyway, there are more than 60 people who chose him today, and most of them are on his side. The female companions beside the crowd were almost dumbfounded. In fact, many people have never seen a dragon sucking water, and they originally thought that they could just endure it, but after watching Xiaoyang's performance, they found that this thing is simply unbearable. Most of them have put on makeup and dressed up carefully. If they do this, won't their makeup be removed on the spot? Lu Xiao didn't care about all this and just watched everyone making a fuss. Under Xiaoyang's strong pressure, it didn't take long before more than 60 people stood in a complete line beside the table. Then, each of them held a bottle of Coke and began to drink water in a group. Don't take videos. Lu Xiao saw a girl next to him trying to take a video, so he smiled and pressed her hand down. It's fine for everyone to play together, but this thing must not be kept as a copy. Boss, look at those girls. They're making me laugh to death. When Zheng Xiaoyi saw the girl next to her, she was so happy that she couldn't straighten her waist. Compared with boys' lung capacity, girls is obviously a level lower. Most of these female companions are of weak physical condition. I couldn't bear it almost immediately. Lu Xiao looked over and couldn't help laughing. But to be honest, these rich guys really know how to choose women. Whether in terms of figure or appearance, she is definitely the best choice. Although they look a bit disheveled now, none of them are ugly by any means, and the worst one is at the level of a top car model. Even looking at it this way, it feels a little bit alluring. Rich people really know how to have fun. Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Xiaoyi next to him looked at Lu Xiao with a strange expression. You say rich people know how to have fun, but does that mean you are missing something to play? Speaking of the female companion, and I'm not bragging, she should be the one with the best appearance and figure at the scene, right? But then again, since Lu Xiao hired her, it seems that he hasn't asked her to do anything out of line. It was just a normal work contact, and there wasn't even the most basic contact. And when they were together, she was not asked to do anything she didn't want to do. If that's the case, then my boss is indeed a little special. I don't know if he thinks about it but doesn't he do it, or if he has a beautiful girlfriend who doesn't he care about these things? Soon, all the punishments were completed. Li Zhe clapped his hands and laughed wildly. But after everyone was punished, the first person to be caught and hammered was Li Zhe. Boss Lu, help me, I'm your #1 paparazzi. When Li Zhe saw that he was being chased, he quickly ran all the way to Lu Xiao's side. Boss Lu, please move aside for a moment. We have to teach this guy a lesson today. I'm sorry, you've offended too many people. I can't protect you. Lu Xiao smiled and stepped aside. Boss Lu, you. Li Zhe didn't expect Lu Xiao to sell him out so quickly. He exclaimed and quickly ran away. But within a few minutes, Li Zhe was carried back by several people. Brothers, how about we give Xiaoli a Coke bath? Xiaoyang suggested with a laugh. I think this will work. The group brought several boxes of Coke. Xiaoyang led a few people to open them one by one, and then poured them all on Li Zhe's head. Of course, there are only a few people who really dare to fail. After all, Li Zhe's family is a supergiant with hundreds of billions of dollars, and ordinary people really dare not offend them. But Xiaoyang and several other tycoons who are also worth hundreds of billions don't care. Besides, they have a good relationship with Li Zeping, so they can play more casually. Boss Lu, help me. Li Zhe shouted wildly on the side. You'd better wish for the best. Lu Xiao quickly stood further away. If I get myself implicated in this, I'll be in big trouble today. It seems like these people in the North City Circle have pretty good relationships. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh. Why, have you seen other circles? Lu Xiao asked with a smile. I saw it once before when I was in Beijing. The circles in Beijing are basically full of infighting and scheming. Zheng Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue. The circle in the capital. When Zhang Shui mentioned it, Lu Xiao also remembered the investment company he established in Beijing. After finishing things in the North City, it's time to go to the capital. Chapter 114, Return to Jiangcheng. In the evening, a group of people returned to the resort. Boss Lu, I have a project under my management that is still in the planning stage. The profit situation is still considerable. Do you want to learn more about it? Boss Lu, are you interested in hotel assets? I have 2 hotels that I'm planning to sell. Boss Lu. At the dinner, countless people came over to Lu Xiao to say hello. All the previous entertainment and play were actually paving the way for the future cooperation. Once you become familiar with each other, many things will be much easier to say. In just a short while, many people came here to find Lu Xiao to seek cooperation. But this is also very normal. In everyone's eyes, Lu Xiao is absolutely the best in North City, both in terms of company strength and personal strength. Even Xiao Yang cannot compare to him. If they could reach a cooperation with Lu Xiao, at least they wouldn't have to worry about funding issues at all. However, Lu Xiao basically ignored all the cooperation offers. Although Tianlai Company is a real estate company, Lu Xiao is still reluctant to continue expanding the scale of the real estate company. After all, when working in real estate, there are so many things to consider, including relationships in all aspects and issues of project quality, which are simply endless. But regarding the projects of the tourist city, Lu Xiao basically contracted out all of them at the dinner. Even if the 8.9 billion business is divided equally, each person will have a scale of 100 million or 200 million. And the profit is at least 10 or 20 million. Such a huge investment immediately brought Lu Xiao a lot of popularity. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I will immediately dispatch the engineering team. I will definitely complete your project in the shortest possible time. Boss Lu is so generous that he gave us such a big project directly? It doesn't matter if it's a big project or a small project, the real thing is to make money together. Lu Xiao said politely with a smile. The purpose of this trip to North City was basically achieved at this dinner. In fact, Lu Xiao didn't expect it to be so easy. He glanced at Xiao Yang, who had been following him. Seeing that he was looking over, Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile and nodded at Lu Xiao. Zhang Shui was standing nearby, eating in small bites while secretly stuffing some things she wanted to take away into her skirt. Lu Xiao just rolled his eyes at Zhang Shui. I don't know what Zhang Shui's skirt pockets are made of. Lu Xiao watched as she stuffed 2 large bags of snacks into them, but there was not even a bulge to be seen. Until everyone left at around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Shui was still secretly putting things into her pockets. Come on, stop stuffing it up, it's time to go. Lu Xiao couldn't help but slap Zhang Shui on the head. Oh, boss, it hurts. Zhang Shui touched his head. When Zhang Shui got back into the car and saw that there was no one around, she quickly took out all the things she had hidden in her pockets. My goodness, are you robbing the dinner? Lu Xiao was stunned when he saw the snacks that almost filled a large shopping bag. And why is there a big lobster wrapped in a plastic bag inside? Lu Xiao first looked at the thing, then couldn't help but look at the pocket on Zhang Shui's leg. Can this really fit in? Boss, you don't understand. Children of poor people are in need of money. Zhang Shui's face turned slightly red, but she still spoke stubbornly. You are the only one who is short of money. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. Lu Xiao didn't know how much money Zhang Shui had, but the dress Zhang Shui was wearing was Chanel. Even if it was not a limited edition, it would cost at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, so her family background was definitely not bad. No matter how miserable you are, you can't just care about such a little thing, right? And when I see Zhang Shui eating, I always feel that she looks noble. Really, boss? Would you consider giving me a higher salary? Little stars suddenly appeared in Zhang Shui's eyes. You're only working for 2 days and you're thinking of raising your salary. That's wishful thinking. If you really want a raise, at least let me see your sincerity. Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Pervert boss, if you don't want to raise it, then don't raise it. I won't do that. Zhang Shui snorted softly. Ha! Lu Xiao touched his nose and was stunned. I haven't done anything out of line, so why do I suddenly become a pervert? If you want a salary increase, you should at least show your business capabilities, right? There's nothing wrong with that. However, seeing that Zhang Shui turned her head away, Lu Xiao didn't bother to say anything more. He shrugged his shoulders, started the car and drove towards the hotel. For the next few days, Lu Xiao basically stayed in North City. Lu Xiao didn't need to go there in person to handle some specific contacts on the project, as Zhao Bin had already taken care of it. Lu Xiao is responsible for some social interactions and contacts with the leadership. It took me 4 days to finish all the preliminary work. And these few days, because Wu Chanxian was not around, Lu Xiao's luck as the European emperor disappeared. Until today, I only have 2 billion in cash. But the investment company is okay. They have already invested 1 billion yuan. When Lu Xiao saw the financial report handed over by Zhang Xiui, he nodded with satisfaction. According to this progress, it is estimated that the 4.5 billion yuan paid to the investment company can be fully invested before early September. By then, I should be able to save the remaining 5.5 billion yuan. Then I can find a big project to invest all of it, and the system can be upgraded again. And today, Lu Xiao also plans to return to Jiangcheng. Xiaoyi, pack your things and follow me back to Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao shouted to Zhang Xiui, who was working next to him. Oh, okay, boss. I'll get it done right away. Zhang Xiui was stunned, but nodded quickly. She had originally thought that Lu Xiao might stay in North City for a while. But it doesn't matter. She has always stayed in hotels here, and the room fees are paid by the company. She doesn't have any unresolved private matters. To her, it makes no difference where she goes. By the way, boss, please wait for me for half an hour while I go get my clothes. Zhang Xiui thought about it and greeted Lu Xiao again. Don't go by yourself, let's go together. We can go back as soon as we get our things. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. The car I drove back home was a Maybach, which had a lot of space and I didn't have to worry about not having enough space to put my things. And his Bugatti had been driven back by someone a few days ago. After all, this thing is also quite eye-catching in the North City. I have no plans to buy a house or a villa in the North City, and there is no place to park. Chapter 115, Living Off Others? Is this Jiangcheng? After entering Jiangcheng, Zhang Xiui looked around curiously. Compared with the prosperous capital and the northern city, which is more like a first-tier city, Jiangcheng's development is obviously worse. Moreover, in terms of population, Jiangcheng has a total population of less than 2 million. Although it cannot be said to be sparsely populated, you definitely won't see crowded scenes on the streets. Moreover, it is not the rush hour, and there is no traffic jam on the road. It's definitely not comparable to Beijing, but life here is more comfortable. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Given the environment in Jiangcheng, even though I made a lot of efforts in my previous life, I was ultimately unable to stay here. From now on, your permanent residence will be in Jiangcheng. If I need you to accompany me when I go out, I will let you know in advance. Stay in the hotel for the next 2 days, and then rent a house nearby in a few days. Lu Xiao drove the car directly into the parking lot of Lijiang Hotel. Rent a house? When it comes to renting a house, Zhang Xiui's face immediately falls. It's not even August 20th yet, and salary won't be paid until the 1st of next month. If she rents a house during this period, the few $100s she has on her won't be enough. Of course I rent a house. You still want to stay in a hotel? Even if the hotel is mine, the rent is very expensive. Lu Xiao smiled teasingly. And to be honest, staying in a hotel is okay for a short period of time, but if you stay there for a long time, it will be very uncomfortable and it is definitely not as good as a normal residential residence. The rent for a 3-bedroom apartment in Jiangcheng is just over 2,000 yuan. The internship salary I paid to Zhang Xiui is more than 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, which is not a problem for her. Boss, do you have any vacant rooms in your house? Zhang Xiui looked at Lu Xiao embarrassedly. Don't even think about it. Lu Xiao said unhappily. Hey, boss, how about I stay in the hotel for a few more days and then rent a house after I get my salary next month? Zhang Xiui quickly grabbed Lu Xiao's arm. Don't you have any money? Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Xiui with some surprise. Before coming to his company, wasn't Zhang Xiui an employee of a Fortune 500 company? Don't you have any money saved? No, I've spent it all. I only have 300 yuan left. Zhang Xiui touched her hair embarrassedly. When she came out, her bank cards and other things were frozen, leaving her with only over 10,000 yuan in cash. At first she didn't know how ordinary people spent money, so she spent the 10,000 yuan frugally. But after only 7 or 8 days, she only had a few hundred yuan left. When she had only a few hundred yuan left, she felt the crisis and rushed to apply for jobs without even daring to select a good job. These days, she basically didn't spend any money. Lu Xiao took care of her accommodation, and she also followed Lu Xiao for meals. She only occasionally went out to eat in the afternoon. After saving and saving, I only have 300 left. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you didn't have money? Lu Xiao was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly understood why Zhang Xiaoyi had been staring at the snacks at the banquet and putting them into her pocket a few days ago. It turns out that this girl is hungry. How about this? I'll advance you next month's salary, 20,000 yuan, not a cent less, so you can rent an apartment now, right? Really, boss? Zhang Xiaoyi was suddenly surprised. Of course it's true. I'm still very reliable, okay? Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi now works for Tianlai Real Estate, so Lu Xiao sent a message directly to the finance department, asking them to first borrow Zhang Xiaoyi's August salary. The efficiency over there was very fast. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xiaoyi's phone lit up. After deducting more than 2,000 yuan in taxes from the 20,000 yuan salary, the remaining more than 17,000 yuan had all been deposited into Zhang Xiaoyi's account. Wow, thank you boss, you were so nice. Zhang Xiaoyi immediately cheered. At first, she didn't know how to spend the 10,000 yuan, but now that she has the money, she knows how to live. But after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaoyi thought of another question. By the way, boss, do you know how to rent a house? Zhang Xiaoyi picked her fingers awkwardly. Well, are you the assistant or am I the assistant? Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead helplessly. How come this girl Zhang Xiaoyi looks like a fairy from heaven? His work ability is indeed impeccable. He can handle all matters well and has his own opinions. Some ideas even seemed very avant-garde to Lu Xiao. But how come I am a complete blank slate when it comes to my ability to live? When it comes to renting a house, they don't even have the basic concept. Okay, don't stay in the hotel anymore. Come with me. I'll take you to rent a house. He sighed helplessly, got out of the car, and took Zhang Xiaoyi directly to a residential area not far away. If Lu Xiao came by himself, he would definitely have to find a real estate agent, but real estate agents take a commission. Zhang Xiaoyi only has more than 10,000 yuan in cash now, and if they take a commission of 1 month's rent, it might not be enough for her to live on. Therefore, Lu Xiao directly found a newer community and found a small advertisement posted by the owner himself on the bulletin board inside. In Shui Yifeng community, fully furnished and ready to move in, with water, electricity, gas, refrigerator, TV and all other home appliances. This is not bad, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi saw a house of more than 140 square meters. She didn't feel much about the size of the house, but she noticed the words ready to move in at a glance. The rent is 2004, which is okay. Lu Xiao nodded. He called the landlord according to the phone number and was relieved when he heard that the landlord was a middle-aged woman. Zhang Xiaoyi is such a beautiful woman. If she lives alone, the male landlord should not consider her for the time being. It would be bad if something happened to her. The landlord lived in another apartment in the community and came downstairs in a few minutes. Lu Xiao also took Zhang Xiaoyi to see the house. Sister, can I pay you monthly? Don't worry, I will definitely transfer the money to you as soon as possible every month. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard that she had to pay a year's rent in one lump sum, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Monthly payment? When the landlady heard this, she frowned and couldn't help but look at Lu Xiao. How can you rent a house with such a beautiful girl, but you can't even afford a year's rent? And why does it look like Lu Xiao is a gigolo? Yes, big sister, she just started working and doesn't have much money. Don't worry, we can leave a 2-month deposit with you. If we want to check out early, we will at least tell you 2 months in advance. Lu Xiao noticed that the landlady was looking at him strangely and couldn't help but touch his nose. Hey, okay, I'm just thinking about you as a little girl. It would definitely not work for anyone else. The landlady looked at Lu Xiao, then at Zhang Xiaoyi, and sighed helplessly. Zhang Xiaoyi seemed to be a little older than Lu Xiao. In her opinion, he was most likely a gigolo. It's not easy for a little girl to support such a man, so please help as much as you can. Chapter 116, Rent is waived. Really? Sister, thank you so much. When Zhang Xiaoyi heard the landlord agree, she immediately cheered. I quickly signed a contract with the landlord. Zhang Xiaoyi reluctantly transferred 7,200 yuan from her newly paid salary to the landlord, and then took the key from him. When the landlord was leaving, he saw that Lu Xiao had no intention of paying, and he sighed helplessly. Woo, there are only 10,000 yuan left. After the landlord left, Zhang Xiaoyi looked at the balance in her mobile banking account and felt more and more uncomfortable. There are still more than 10 days until the beginning of September, and 40 days until the second salary in October is paid. And although the house is ready for move-in, in reality you just don't need to buy any large furniture. If you want to move in, you have to buy a 4-piece bedding set and sofa cushions. If you want to cook, you also have to buy some pots and pans, which will cost at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. And the most important thing is that the portable cosmetics she brought with her are almost used up, and she has to buy them again, and she doesn't know how much this will cost. She had to hold on to this $10,000 for such a long time, she really didn't know how to spend it. Okay, we still have 10,000 yuan. Even if we buy some daily necessities, it should be enough to last for 40 days. Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiaoyi a blank look. This girl really has never suffered. If he really had no money, Lu Xiao felt that he could spend 10,000 yuan for a year, and it was only 40 days. But I'm out of makeup. Zhang Xiaoyi's face was full of grievance. Just buy a new set when you're done. How much can cosmetics cost? My essence cream costs more than 170,000 yuan per bottle, and even a small bottle costs 60,000 yuan. There are also face cream, foundation, moisturizer, sunscreen. Zhang Xiaoyi counted them one by one on her fingers. Stop. Your family is in such a poor condition, and you still have to work. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a headache. The total amount of things Zhang Xiaoyi counted must be at least 1 million, right? I'm kidding. Zhang Xiaoyi immediately realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, and she quickly laughed awkwardly, covered her mouth and dared not say anything more. By the way, your workplace will be on the 57th floor of the Sky Building in the high-tech zone. But you don't have to go there every day. If I don't go there, you can just follow me. If I go there, you can go there too. Over there in the Sky Building is the address of the investment company. I must run there often. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded and wrote down the address. After explaining everything, Lu Xiao left. This community is relatively new and the environment is pretty good. Plus, the landlord is a woman, so there is no need to worry too much. And although Zhang Xiaoyi is a novice in life, she is still a smart person and there is no need to worry too much about safety issues. I drove to the hotel again and went to the hospital first. See you, where's your sister? After entering the ward, Lu Xiao did not see Gu Yueshi. Brother Xiao, are you back? When Gu Siyu saw Lu Xiao, she was immediately surprised. My sister has gone to work. She probably won't be back until the afternoon. I heard she works for a pretty good internet company. How is your recovery going? Hearing that Gu Yueshi went to work, Lu Xiao didn't care too much. With Gu Yueshi's ability, it was easy for her to find a job, and Lu Xiao was not surprised by this. Since this girl doesn't want to come to my company, let her go out and work hard first. It's okay. I've basically recovered and will be discharged from the hospital the day after tomorrow. Gu Siyu smiled happily. After accompanying Gu Siyu in the ward for a while, Lu Xiao did not stay long. It will take Wu Qianqian 2 days to come back, and there is nothing to do when she goes back. Zhang Xiaoyi needed to clean up her residence, so Lu Xiao gave her a day off today. Therefore, Lu Xiao drove directly to the Sky Building alone. Last time Zhang Qingwan helped him set up the company, he said he wanted to thank her, but he was delayed because he had to go to North City. So he took this opportunity to treat Zhang Qingwan to a meal. Qingwan. Lu Xiao had just gotten on the elevator when he saw Zhang Qingwan walking towards him not far away. His eyes lit up and he quickly pressed the pause button on the elevator and waved to Zhang Qingwan. Lu Xiao? Zhang Qingwan was also stunned when she saw Lu Xiao, but then she walked in with some surprise. Didn't you say you had something to do for a while? Why are you back so soon? Zhang Qingwan asked with a smile. Things went smoothly and ended early. I was just planning to go to your company to treat you to lunch, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Xiao said with a smile. By the way, thank you for helping me last time and for helping me recruit so many talented people. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. Compared to the 200 million you invested in me, what I did is really not worth mentioning. There's no need to come all the way to thank me. Zhang Qingwan didn't care too much and smiled at Lu Xiao. For her, it was just a matter of words. The wound on Zhang Qingwan's arm has slowly scabbed over, and the sandbags and other things have been removed, but it is still a bit unsightly, so she wears long sleeves. The scratches on his face have all healed completely, and he looks no different from a normal person. This is different, so let's treat each one differently. Lu Xiao laughed. Followed Zhang Qingwan to the top floor. Over the past few days, Zhang Qingwan has tidied up the 60th floor in an orderly manner. Because the company's scale expanded 2 or 3 times, the workstations were also redecorated. Except for a few professional project departments that have partitions, the rest are basically normal workstation partitions. On the far right, Zhang Qingwan set up a coffee and snack area and a fitness area for employees to have fun and rest. The decoration of the entire floor is quite natural. That's good. Lu Xiao looked towards the office in admiration. How about this? The rent will double next year. Puff. No, Mr. Lu, you don't want the company you invested in to go bankrupt because of the rent, right? When Zhang Qingwan heard Lu Xiao's words, she burst into laughter. The entire building is Lu Xiao's private property, so she certainly wouldn't think that what Lu Xiao said was serious. Ah, just kidding. Starting next year, you won't have to pay rent. After all, I'm the company's largest shareholder. Lu Xiao laughed. He invested 200 million yuan, and together with the previous cooperative investment in fading technology, his total shareholding was 70%. It's just that he only gets dividends from shares and has no decision-making power. But to be honest, this company is really Lu Xiao's biggest business. Really? My major shareholder? Zhang Qingwan's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. I've already invested in you. Why would I be reluctant to part with this little money? Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Thank you for the generosity of the major shareholder. How about I invite Mr. Lu to have tea in his office? Can. Chapter 117, Major Shareholder Lu Xiao. Major shareholder, how about you try this Da Hong Pao? Zhang Qingwan took out the tea set and made a cup of tea for Lu Xiao. It tastes delicious and has a slightly sweet taste. Lu Xiao took a sip and nodded with a smile. This is the second generation Da Hong Pao, 1 gram costs more than 10,000. Zhang Qingwan said with a smile. You don't need much to make tea each time, but it should be around 3 to 5 grams. It costs 50,000 yuan to make tea once. Moreover, this thing is not only expensive, but most importantly, it is rare. Most of the Da Hong Pao on the market are fake, and even if they exist, they are probably 7 or 8 generations old. The second generation of Da Hong Pao is transplanted and grafted directly from the mother tree, and then roasted using a special secret technique. Not much is produced throughout the year. As for the first generation of Da Hong Pao, there are only a few kilograms of it throughout the year, and it is basically bought up by all the major leaders. Even if the Zhang family has some connections, they can't get it. Zhang Qingwan only had a little over 1 or 2 bottles of the second generation Da Hong Pao in her hand, which was enough for her to drink about 10 times. It's really good tea. I'll stock up on some if I get a chance. Lu Xiao nodded. If you want to buy this tea, you basically have to wait until the new tea comes out every year, and you also need special relationships. Now it is almost September, so if you want to buy it, you can only wait until next year. By the way, Qingwan, when was the last time you told me about your family's assessment? We started counting in early October, and there's only 1 month left. Zhang Qingwan replied, her eyes full of smiles. She is absolutely sure to pass this assessment. And with her current achievements, she will have even greater say after becoming the heir to the Zhang family. It can be said that after October, she will be able to do things on behalf of the Zhang family. It really wasn't long then. Lu Xiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. After Zhang Qingwan becomes the direct heir of the Zhang family, he can also let his company cooperate with the Zhang family. By then, Zhang Chang will have his own say. In Dongjiang province, the largest cities are Beicheng and Jiangcheng. As long as we run these 2 places well, won't we be able to live a happy life in the future? Besides, Lu Xiao also has room for development in the capital. Lu Xiao was about to speak when there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Zhang Qingwan didn't mean to avoid Lu Xiao and called out directly. Mr. Zhang, I have already written the Jiangcheng Internet Industry Research Report you asked me to do yesterday. Please take a look. The visitor hurried in, picked up a stack of reports and was about to hand it to Zhang Qingwan, but suddenly saw Lu Xiao sitting next to Zhang Qingwan, and he stood there unconsciously. Lu Xiao was also stunned. Yueshi, you're so fast? Zhang Qingwan stood up with a smile, took the report from Gu Yueshi, and a smile appeared on her face. Because Gu Yueshi was standing and talking just now, she didn't pay much attention to Gu Yueshi's expression. But she had been looking at Lu Xiao, and suddenly she noticed the subtle change in Lu Xiao's expression. Boss Lu, did you see my Yueshi drooling? Zhang Qingwan looked at Lu Xiao very proudly. When she interviewed Gu Yueshi a few days ago, she was shocked by Gu Yueshi's appearance at first. There are not many top beauties like Gu Yueshi in Zhangcheng. She thought Wu Qianqian was already amazing, but she didn't expect to meet another one. After the interview, she also found that Gu Yueshi was very capable and had her own ideas about the company's establishment and development planning. Therefore, she had the idea of making an important use of him. And that internet research report was the beginning of her preparation to train Gu Yueshi well. Yeah, I'm drooling. I'm drooling a little bit, and there's a lot of drool. Little sister, do you want to come into your brother's arms? Lu Xiao smiled and opened his arms towards Gu Yueshi. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He had heard Gu Yueshi say that she wanted to work in the internet industry, but he didn't expect Gu Yueshi to find Zhang Xie. Boss, please stop being such a pervert, I'm still a little girl. When Zhang Qingwan heard Lu Xiao's frivolous words, she immediately rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. But what Zhang Qingwan didn't expect was that Gu Yueshi beside her just hesitated for a moment, then immediately walked to Lu Xiao and let Lu Xiao hold her fair little hand. Yueshi, you. Zhang Qingwan was so shocked that she was speechless. Gu Yueshi has been acting very cold these past few days since she came to the company. She ignored many employees who tried to chat with her. She thought she was an icy beauty, so how come she suddenly threw herself into Lu Xiao's arms? Mr. Zhang, Lu Xiao is my boyfriend. When Gu Yueshi saw Zhang Qingwan next to her, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly turned around to explain to Zhang Qingwan. Boyfriend? Zhang Qingwan was stunned. What about Wu Qianqian? Zhang Qingwan was about to speak, but suddenly remembered. It seems that this is not a strange thing in the top circles. He swallowed back the words he was about to say. I say, you guys are not teasing me on purpose by running into the company to be an employee? Zhang Qingwan looked at the two of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What? I don't know anything about this. Lu Xiao gave Zhang Qingwan a blank look. Mr. Zhang, I really didn't know that you and Lu Xiao knew each other. Gu Yueshi touched her hair embarrassedly. When she was looking for a job, the first thing she thought of was the largest internet company in Zhangcheng. She has absolute confidence and the ability to gain a foothold in it. Zhang Qingwan also recognized her abilities and offered her a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan. This salary is absolutely high in the whole Zhangcheng. And you have to know that she has just started working. After some time, when she makes achievements, her salary can be raised. And the most important thing is that Zhang Qingwan, the boss, is a woman, so there won't be any unspoken office rules, which makes her quite tempted by this. Therefore, after a brief consideration, she came directly to start work. But I didn't expect to meet Lu Xiao here today. What do you mean I know Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao is the company's largest shareholder, but it has never been announced to the public. Zhang Qingwan was both angry and amused. What she was thinking now was whether Lu Xiao was playing some kind of rich second generation pretending to be poor act. But think about it, it shouldn't be like that. After all, Lu Xiao appeared here, and Gu Yueshi didn't seem to have any doubtful look on her face. Ah? Brother Xiao, are you the largest shareholder? Gu Yueshi was stunned. Chapter 118, Giving You the Authority of 500 million. Well, we invested 200 million some time ago. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Gu Yueshi was suddenly speechless. You agreed not to work under Lu Xiao, so why did you turn around and find a job and work under Lu Xiao again? Yueshi, you didn't escape in the end. Lu Xiao laughed and teased. How about this, Yueshi, my investment company is 2 floors down. Why don't you just go there to work and look after the investment company for me? That won't work. Yueshi is mine now. Before Gu Yueshi could say anything, Zhang Qingwan jumped out to defend her sovereignty. What do you mean your people? You are just a lousy boss. I am the real one, okay? Lu Xiao gave Zhang Qingwan a displeased look. If you keep saying that, I'll withdraw my shares. Seeing that Zhang Qingwan was about to speak, Lu Xiao suddenly glared at her. Hearing this, Zhang Qingwan immediately stopped trying. You are awesome, you are noble, you are amazing. Zhang Qingwan snorted and sat aside drinking tea in silence. It was so hard to find someone with such strong ability, but I didn't expect that he would be snatched away by Lu Xiao. Even if she wanted to stay, there was no way. They were a couple, how could she possibly snatch them away? Gu Yueshi was also feeling depressed. I clearly agreed to develop myself, But how come I ended up working under Lu Xiao for no apparent reason? I also looked at fading technology before. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a while, but still wanted to struggle. Fading Technology is one of the top 3 internet companies in Jiangcheng, and its development prospects are also very good. Before Lu Xiao could say anything, Zhang Qingwan, who was drinking tea over there, spat out a mouthful of water. Yueshi, don't be silly. At least I have some shares in my company, but Fading Technology is Lu Xiao's wholly owned company. Are you sure you want to go? Gu Yueshi was simply dumbfounded. So, little girl, just accept your fate. Lu Xiao laughed happily at the side. Why didn't he think of this when Gu Yueshi said she wanted to work in the internet industry? The first and second largest internet companies in Jiangcheng are both his. Xingwan, I'll take the person with me. You can find someone else from the internet planning department later. Lu Xiao stood up, smiled and took Gu Yueshi's hand. Why take her away? If you go to your investment company, you still have to pay attention to my work here. Just let Yueshi work part-time with me. I really recognize Yueshi's ability. Zhang Qingwan shook her head. Although the 200 million yuan was invested in the name of Fading Technology, after Lu Xiao's investment company was established, this investment was transferred to Jianglu Venture Capital. If Gu Yueshi still worked at Jianglu Venture Capital, she would definitely be concerned about the work here. In that case, I might as well continue to be responsible for these matters. But you definitely don't need to write those reports or anything like that, you just need to be responsible for the general direction. What do you think, Yueshi? Lu Xiao looked at Gu Yueshi. That's fine too. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a while, but finally nodded and agreed helplessly. She was completely speechless now. She also knew that if she wanted to develop in Jiangcheng in the future, it seemed that Lu Xiao was an obstacle she could never get around. If that's the case, what is she resisting? Just accept it directly. If Lu Xiao's company could make more money under her hands, it would also be considered as repaying Lu Xiao's friendship. He took Gu Yueshi down 2 floors and arrived at the investment company's office on the 57th floor. Come on, everyone gather together. After entering the door, Lu Xiao clapped his hands and gathered everyone together. Because he had come here once with Wu Qianqian a few days ago, Lu Xiao could basically recognize all the management members. When Lu Xiao came in with a beautiful woman, there was an uproar at the scene. Why does she seem to have such a close relationship with the boss? Doesn't the boss already have a wife? It's not even next year yet. Has the boss really found us another sister-in-law? Oh my god, I thought the boss was joking last time, but I didn't expect it to be true. Everyone started talking about it, but most of them were still amazed at Gu Yueshi's appearance and the relationship between Gu Yueshi and Lu Xiao. Be quiet for a moment. Lu Xiao patted the table. I have something to announce. From today on, Gu Yueshi will be the general manager of Jianglu Investment Company. From now on, any investment below 500 million yuan can be handled directly as long as President Gu agrees. You don't have to come to me. President Gu is also responsible for all normal business matters of Jianglu Investment Company. Do you understand? Understood. Hello, Mr. Gu. As soon as Lu Xiao announced the news, the scene exploded again. Everyone knows what happened at the Beijing branch. The authority Lu Xiao gave to the person in charge in Beijing was only 30 million. But now, the authority given to Gu Yueshi is actually 500 million. To be honest, the trust level of this authority is simply off the charts. If Gu Yueshi wants to do something in the future, she can drive the investment company bankrupt in minutes. Could my boss be a fool? In their opinion, although Lu Xiao is young, he is no less shrewd than those old hands in the industry. After so many days of work, everyone can see Lu Xiao's ability. Since they dared to give Gu Yueshi such great authority, it goes without saying that the relationship between the two is undeniable. Many people were shouting in their hearts, the boss is awesome. But although Lu Xiao and everyone else knew about this, no one would tell anyone about it. Especially for Lu Xiao, this kind of thing definitely cannot be made clear. Therefore, with Wu Qianqian in front and Lu Xiao at the company, they always kept a good distance from Gu Yueshi and did not make any small moves. Okay, everyone, go away. From today on, Mr. Gu's appointment has been issued. I will add Mr. Gu to the group later. If there is anything in the future, report directly to Mr. Gu. Lu Xiao made some further arrangements and then took Gu Yueshi into the general manager's office. Yueshi, this office will be yours from now on. You can go to the chairman's office next to it anytime you want. Lu Xiao smiled and closed the door. Can I refuse? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was appointed general manager as soon as she arrived at the company. That shows how much they think highly of her. According to Zhang Qingwan, although Gu Yueshi is very capable, she is only a junior after all. Unlike Zhang Qingwan, who grew up in a company, she still needs training if she wants to be independent. And Lu Xiao directly promoted her to the position of general manager. To be honest, although I am still quite confident, I can't help but feel a little nervous. And as Lu Xiao just said, her current authority is 500 million. What if you accidentally fail to control your investment and lose hundreds of millions? Chapter 119, Buying a House. Don't worry, no one is born to be a general manager. You will get familiar with the job as you work slowly. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand. As for investment gains and losses, he cares even less. Since it is an investment, there will definitely be gains and losses. Even if the losses are greater, it is not a big deal for Lu Xiao. With the system in place, money will surely increase, and there is no need to worry about the details. Since Gu Yueshi needs to grow, what can help her grow faster than actual combat? Okay, I'll try. Seeing Lu Xiao's attitude, Gu Yueshi felt warm in her heart and finally nodded in agreement. Lu Xiao walked aside silently and pulled down the blinds of the general manager's office. Brother Xiao, what do you want to do? Gu Yueshi suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart and stepped back unconsciously. I didn't mean to do anything. I just wanted to take good care of you. After all, we haven't seen each other for several days. Lu Xiao gave a wicked grin and moved closer to that direction, ready to fight. He stayed in the company until the afternoon and helped Gu Yueshi coordinate things. Then, feeling refreshed, Lu Xiao took Gu Yueshi away from the company. Guess why the blinds in the general manager's office are always drawn? Several female employees looked in the direction where Lu Xiao and Gu Yueshi left with a sly smile. The sun is glaring on a hot day. Pulling the blinds can help protect you from the sun. A girl rolled her eyes at everyone. Come on, catch the pure little white rabbit. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Are there still such pure girls in this day and age? I think you are the pure little white rabbit, right? Another girl next to her looked at the person who was shouting while holding back her laughter. Do you really think sunshine is sunshine and sunscreen is sunscreen, ha ha? Everyone burst into laughter. Ah. Isn't it? Lu Xiao followed Gu Yueshi to the hospital. Yueshi, you should be discharged from the hospital in the next 2 days, right? Well, the doctor will check one last time. If there is no problem, we can go through the formalities. Speaking of this, Gu Yueshi's face was full of relief. In fact, these days, apart from staying in the hospital for a while in the afternoon, she went home to sleep at night. After all, the hospital environment is still too ordinary. Even if it is a high-end ward, it is still a bit uncomfortable to sleep on the accompanying bed. I went out to bring some food to Gu Siyu and delivered it to her at the hospital. Then Gu Yueshi was completely fine. Brother Xiao, why don't you go back to my house? Gu Yueshi saw Lu Xiao sitting next to her looking uncomfortable and panicked. She couldn't help but laugh and made a suggestion. Of course she knew what Lu Xiao wanted to do. I still feel too depressed at noon in the company. After all, there are so many people in the company, and it is really not easy to get something done. Then it won't affect Siyu, right? Lu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't worry, I've been staying at home these days. Siyu is fine now, and the nurse will come often. Gu Yueshi chuckled. Lu Xiao felt relieved immediately after hearing this. Went home with Gu Yueshi. It's said to be home, but this home is just a rented house. The house left by my parents is in the county below and is not worth much. Besides, Gu Siyu's illness can only be treated in Jiangcheng. In order to save money, Gu Yueshi rented a very small house. The area is about 40 square meters. Although the area is small, the kitchen, bathroom and other facilities are very complete. There was only one bedroom with 2 beds, one for each sister. I usually live here, but I live in the dormitory most of the time. Although the room is not big, it is enough. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao somewhat embarrassedly. It's very clean. Lu Xiao didn't seem to mind, instead he looked at him carefully. The 2 sisters made the small house very cozy, daily necessities were arranged neatly, and everything was clean. It can be seen that both sisters love cleanliness. There is a clothes drying rack at the innermost part of the bedroom, with several clothes of the two sisters hung on it, which looks full of life. Yueshi, you are working now, and Siyu will go to school next year. It may not be appropriate for you to live here anymore. Lu Xiao spoke. Well, I'm thinking of moving to a new house. Gu Yueshi smiled and nodded. Zhang Qingwan's monthly salary is 15,000 yuan, and it is easy to rent a house in Jiangcheng. After all, the rent for a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment of 130 to 140 square meters is only 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. After starting to work for Lu Xiao, according to company regulations, the general manager receives an annual salary, and his performance is evaluated based on investment profits at the end of the year. The highest salary is 10 million per year, and the mid-range salary is 5 million per year. Even if she gets the lowest salary, her annual salary is still 2 million, which is enough to buy a small villa, let alone an apartment, in Jiangcheng. Of course, now that she has decided to follow Lu Xiao, money doesn't matter anymore. All she wants now is to create more profits for Lu Xiao. How about this, why don't you just buy one? Lu Xiao spoke while looking at Gu Yueshi. The reason why he brought it up now was because Gu Yueshi had always refused his help before. This time, he never thought that Gu Yueshi would agree. But what Lu Xiao didn't expect was that Gu Yueshi nodded directly after he spoke. Okay. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao with a smile. Since I have decided to be with Lu Xiao, these things don't matter. As far as she knew, Lu Xiao's investment company's first capital injection was 4.5 billion yuan, and it also had many other companies under its umbrella. Adding all these together, the assets are at least over 10 billion. One house is not even enough to pay the interest on Lu Xiao's assets for one day. What's the point of refusing again? Lu Xiao was suddenly surprised. He knew that Gu Yueshi was not at all averse to him now. This is a good thing. If before she was doing it to repay a favor and was not willing to accept those things, then now Gu Yueshi has completely immersed herself in this role and started to consider Lu Xiao wholeheartedly. And this means that he will no longer be polite with Lu Xiao about trivial matters. In Jiangcheng, let alone an apartment, even a villa would cost about 5 or 6 million. For Lu Xiao, it couldn't be simpler. A hint of tenderness flashed across Gu Yueshi's eyes. Looking at Lu Xiao, who was thinking about her wholeheartedly, Gu Yueshi's heart was immediately touched. Brother Xiao. After hearing what Gu Yueshi said, how could Lu Xiao not understand what Gu Yueshi wanted now? Chapter 120, Company Integration. The next morning, Lu Xiao signed in first. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the cash reward, 700 million. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Okay, what luck? Lu Xiao was very surprised. I never expected that this little girl Gu Yueshi is also such a lucky person. Normally if Lu Xiao drew by himself, he would probably win around 200 million to 300 million. After 4 or 5 days of drawing in Beicheng, he only won 2 billion. But now, in just one day, he got 700 million yuan. System, open the data panel. Host, Lu Xiao unique binding. Available funds, 2.7 billion yuan. Company account balance, 2.1 billion yuan. Current system level, level 2. Upgrade progress, 2.45 billion 10 billion. Available for signing in, any asset, any skill. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the time interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets and skills. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 99% for assets below 1 billion yuan, 0.99% for assets above 1 billion yuan, and 0.01% probability of obtaining skills. Current assets, Jianglu Venture Capital, Parks and Building, Tianlai Real Estate, Sky Building, Lijiang Hotel, Jianglu Real Estate, Wu Family Shares, Underground Parking Lot near Jiangcheng University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. The upgrade progress is also okay. Lu Xiao immediately nodded with satisfaction. I haven't looked at the system panel for a while. As of now, I do have a lot of assets and companies under my control. And now, the companies under his control have basically begun to take shape. On the investment company side, the person in charge is Gu Yueshi, and on the real estate company side, it goes without saying that it is Wu Qianqian. The deputies for the real estate and hotel companies are tentatively Zhao Bin and Zhao Ko, and Zhao Ku even has a higher priority. The tentative person in charge of several buildings and residential property management companies is Huang Shi. There is no need to talk about the internet side. At present, there is only Wang Lei from Fading Technology, and Gu Yueshi can barely be considered a part-time worker. Gu Yueshi had indeed exerted a lot of effort yesterday, but she hasn't woken up yet. Lu Xiao did not interrupt him. He stood up and began to take stock of his current assets. If we are to establish a group, there should be 4 subsidiaries. Lu Xiao pondered secretly. The largest subsidiary at present is definitely real estate. The second is investment companies, followed by internet companies, and finally property management. On the real estate side, first of all, there is the behemoth Tianlai Real Estate, with a market value of approximately 45 billion. The second is the Parkson Building in Beijing, with a market value of 10 billion, followed by the Sky Building in Jiangcheng, with a market value of 1.2 billion, the Lijiang Hotel with a market value of 30 million, the Jianglu Real Estate with a market value of 10 million, the market value of Wu Qianqian's family shares is about 12 million, and there are also 5 to 6 million in assets transferred from Li Tian. In other words, the current market value of the total real estate is about 56.3 billion. Lu Xiao nodded. The second is the investment company. There is no doubt about it. Lu Xiao's current investment is 4.5 billion yuan, plus the 200 million yuan investment from Zhang Qingwan before. The current market value is 4.7 billion yuan. Then, on the internet company side, the market value is 70 million. As for the property management company, the property company of Sky Building is not big, with a market value of about 10 million. The property company of Beijing Parkson Building has a market value of 30 million. Together with the property of Yulong Jingjiwen Community purchased before, the market value is 12 million. If the parking lot purchased next to Jiangcheng University is also included, another 2 million will be added. Altogether, it's 54 million. Lu Xiao found a piece of paper and a pen and did a simple calculation, and only then did he have a clear idea of his current assets. Yueshi, I'm going to go to the company first. You should have a good rest. I'll come back in the afternoon and take you to see the house. Lu Xiao woke Gu Yueshi up, gave her some instructions, and then went directly to the investment company. He also called Zheng Xiaoyi on the way and asked her to come over as well. 9:30. Xiaoyi, I'm going to tell you now, please remember it and inform them later. Lu Xiao gave instructions to Zheng Xiaoyi who was standing beside him. Okay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, took out the laptop from the side and created a new document. First of all, the real estate under my control will clearly define Jianglu Real Estate as the main company. The subsequent Parkson Building, Lijiang Hotel, and Sky Building will all be incorporated into Jianglu Real Estate before September. If the name can be changed, it will be completed. Lu Xiao said. Change your name? Zheng Xiaoyi was stunned. This is also for convenience. From now on, Sky Building will be called Jianglu Building, and Lijiang Hotel will also be changed to Jianglu Hotel. This is not mandatory. If you think the name is good, you don't have to change it. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand. He actually did it for convenience. After all, there will be more and more industries under its umbrella in the future. He can still remember the names of these now, but if there are more, he will definitely not be able to remember them. Therefore, Lu Xiao must clarify these subjects. As for the subsidiaries of the subsidiaries below, it doesn't really matter whether they change their names or not. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded to show that she understood. She knew that Lu Xiao was planning to integrate the company. Well, for the real estate company, Wu Qianqian is temporarily appointed as the general manager, and Zhao Bin and Zhao Ku are appointed as deputy general managers. Secondly, for the internet company, Wang Lei is tentatively appointed as the general manager. Then tell Huangxi to set up a Jianglu property management company, and merge all of its current property assets into Jianglu Property. Nothing remains unchanged at Jianglu Venture Capital. Finally, Jianglu Group was established, and the above 4 companies were incorporated into the group as subsidiaries. Lu Xiao told all the remaining arrangements in one breath. Boss, has the group decided on a location? Just here in Jiangcheng, the Sky Building is quite convenient. Lu Xiao said with a smile. When the next round of tenant contracts expire, the Sky Building will no longer be rented out and can be used as the group's office building. After all, in Jiangcheng, there are not many buildings better than the Sky Building. Okay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded and pressed enter. Chapter 121, 64.8 billion. For now. The market value of Jianglu Real Estate will reach 57.3 billion. Jianglu Venture Capital's market value is 4.7 billion. Jianlu Network's market value is 70 million. The market value of Jianlu property is 54 million. Plus the 2.7 billion in cash on hand. The total assets are about 64.8 billion. With assets of this magnitude, he could be considered a top-notch wealthy person, not to mention in Zhangcheng, even in Beicheng. You know, the market value of the largest group company in North City is only at the level of 100 billion. In Jiangcheng, the largest company is Zhang Qingwan's Zhang family, with a market value of about 30 billion. The second is the Lin family, which is engaged in the energy industry, with a market value of a little over 20 billion. The assets of Lu Zhao's family can completely crush the two major families in Jiangcheng. As for the relationships, the ones in the capital have already been established, and Lu Xiao has also integrated into the circle in the North City. Although I am not very familiar with the people in Jiangcheng, but with their overwhelming strength, familiarity is not important at all. Boss, after the merger, you will be the biggest landlord in Jiangcheng. Zheng Xiaoyi covered her mouth and laughed. Before the merger, the companies were scattered here and there were no large enterprises in Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao did not attract much attention from the Jiangcheng circle. If there is anyone who can pay attention to Lu Xiao, the first one would be Zhang Qingwan, the direct descendant of the Zhang family. The second one is Zhang Qingwan's elder brother Zhang Haifeng. After all, when bidding in North City, Zhang Haifeng knew that Lu Xiao was from Jiangcheng. We're just getting started. Lu Xiao laughed, waved his hand and said nothing more. The reason why he established the group and integrated the companies was not to make himself awesome, but to be lazy. The system gives me so many assets, but they always drop suddenly. As long as it is a company, there will be countless things to do every day. From the beginning to now, whenever a new company is established, there will inevitably be a lot more work. This can also be seen from what happened at Tianlai Real Estate. It was fine a while ago, there wasn't much going on in the company. But since taking over Tianlai Real Estate, things have become more and more complicated. If we want to change this situation, we can only increase the number of people working. Rather than saying that the purpose of establishing the group is to become a super large household in Jiangcheng, it is better to say that Lu Xiao established the group because he wanted to find a group of people to help him do his work. With the establishment of the group company, there will be people to assess and audit the industries of the subsidiaries, and Lu Xiao can be completely liberated. Moreover, even if other industries are signed in later, Lu Xiao can just throw them over to the group company and let them merge and handle them. But the only problem is who will be the general manager of this group. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao felt a headache again. This thing can't be hired with a high salary. Although Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi have good abilities, they only have very little management experience before. If they were asked to take charge of the group directly, they would definitely not be able to handle it. But this kind of talent can't be found just by talking about it. Zhang Qingwan is not bad, but Zhang Qingwan wants to inherit the Zhang family, so she definitely won't come to me. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. Zhang Qingwan's abilities are obvious to all. She was able to build an internet company to its current level with 10 million yuan. At the same time, she also manages a series of businesses of the Zhang family. Although she is only a sophomore student, she is definitely a very capable person. Now, the identity of the general manager can only be concurrently assumed by Lu Xiaoxian. Zheng Xiaoyi, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but pout when she saw Lu Xiao was thinking about something and ignoring her. To be honest, she is indeed a little curious about her boss now. He was handsome, rich, capable, and had racing skills comparable to those of a professional driver, which made her admire him almost crazy. And he seems to have a very easygoing temper and never puts on airs. His views on various industries and his understanding of finance are absolutely among the best in the country. Even some of the seniors she had met did not see things as clearly as Lu Xiao. You know, the people she has met are definitely the best in the country, and their perspectives on the development of things are more tricky than each other. For a young man, it was good enough to tie with these people, but Lu Xiao's idea was completely crushing. In Lu Xiao, she did not see any of the bad habits of those rich kids, but instead, a lot of outstanding qualities. She kept wondering what kind of big family could cultivate such outstanding young people. If Lu Xiao didn't have a girlfriend, or if she could be 2 or 3 years younger, she would definitely consider Lu Xiao as her future pursuit partner. But unfortunately, neither of them is satisfied. For now, please notify them first and try to build the general framework before September. We need to recruit people who need to be recruited, and we need to expand the facilities where necessary. Lu Xiao warned. Okay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi stood up, nodded to Lu Xiao, and then hurried out to make a phone call. Lu Xiao stayed in the company for half a day. At noon, Gu Yueshi also came to the company. Yueshi, didn't I tell you to wait for me at home? Seeing Gu Yueshi coming in, Lu Xiao smiled and hugged Gu Yueshi in his arms. I just took over the company, so it's not easy for me to just quit. Gu Yueshi scratched her hair embarrassedly. If she hadn't been so tired yesterday and couldn't get up in the morning, she would have come here early in the morning. And Brother Xiao, I just saw a notification in the group, are you going to integrate the company? Gu Yueshi asked. Well, we need to integrate some companies, but there is nothing to worry about with the investment company. We just need to merge it into the group when the time comes. Lu Xiao nodded. The investment company is still doing normal business at the moment. After all, there are no other industries that can be merged with it. Gu Yueshi looked curiously at the group distribution written by Lu Xiao on the paper. More than 60 billion? When Gu Yueshi saw the total amount circled by Lu Xiao, she was stunned for a moment, and then she was surprised. She knew that Lu Xiao had considerable assets now, but she only thought it was around 10 billion. However, she did not expect that Lu Xiao's assets would be so terrifying. More than 60 billion. If it is successfully built, the Zheng family's position as the number one in Jiangcheng will be slightly behind. At the same time, she also knew why she was looking for a job in Jiangcheng. No matter what she was looking for, she couldn't avoid Lu Xiao. With such a huge industrial chain, anyone who is involved in Jiangcheng's internet and financial circles will definitely have some relationship with Lu Xiao. Chapter 122, Panjin Garden. How's it going? Awesome, right? Lu Xiao laughed. You are so amazing. When we were in school, you lied to me and said you only inherited tens of millions. Gu Yueshi snorted in annoyance. At that time, she was thinking that Lu Xiao might have inherited only about 10 million yuan, and was willing to take out 800,000 yuan to help her, which moved her deeply. But I didn't expect that Lu Xiao's total assets would be so much. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiao smiled. Lu Xiao originally wanted to play in the office, but Gu Yueshi really couldn't stand it anymore, so she slipped out of the office early to familiarize herself with the investment company's affairs. It was not until after 5 in the afternoon that Gu Yueshi finished her work. Yueshi, let's go. Seeing that Gu Yueshi was still planning to work, Lu Xiao quickly grabbed Gu Yueshi's hand and walked out of the company. Xiaoyi, when it's time to go off work, you can still work here tomorrow morning. Lu Xiao shouted towards the office. Okay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi responded, but within 10 seconds, her little mouth started to pout as if there was a soy sauce bottle hanging on it. What a lousy boss. He goes out to pick up girls every day and leaves me here to work overtime alone. Zheng Xiaoyi looked at the thick pile of documents beside her unhappily. It is not that easy to set up a group. A lot of documents need to be submitted and a lot of information needs to be registered. There are so many companies merging. Even if there are people below to do it, the overall outline still has to come from Lu Xiao's secretary. It's so annoying. If this continues, I might as well go home and inherit the family property. Zheng Xiaoyi had a bitter face and complained in her heart. Damn you, skin-peeling boss, can't you hire a few more secretaries? Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, both of you come in and help me with the work. Zheng Xiaoyi opened the office door and shouted outside. Ah? But we have other work to do? When the two men saw that Zheng Xiaoyi wanted to conscript men, their faces turned pale. The most important thing is that Zheng Xiaoyi and the others can't afford to offend them at all. Which is more important, other jobs or the boss's job? Do you want to do it or not? Zheng Xiaoyi glared at the two of them fiercely. If you don't come, I'll tell the boss tomorrow. Seeing that the two hadn't reacted yet, Zheng Xiaoyi directly used her ultimate move. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately became timid. The job at Jianglu Venture Capital is still very good. In Jiangcheng, you can earn more than 8,000 to 10,000 yuan a month, which is already crushing workers of the same level. Moreover, the working environment here is good, and there is basically no overtime. Not to mention that Zheng Xiaoyi's level in the company is much higher than theirs, and Zheng Xiaoyi is also close to the boss. If she was really reported, she would definitely not be able to stay in the company for long. Suddenly, there were two more big enemies in the company who kept cursing in their hearts but never stopped working. Seeing the two people working hard to organize the documents, Zheng Xiaoyi immediately nodded with satisfaction. Sitting in her secretary's office chair, she made a cup of tea following Lu Xiao's example, and drank it while looking at the documents. TSK, it's better to be the boss. Zhang Xiaoyi sipped the tea happily. By the way, Xiao Wang, I'm hungry. Please help me order takeout and buy some spicy noodles or something. I haven't eaten for a long time. Okay, sis. Xiao Wang cursed inwardly, but still quickly smiled at Zhang Xiaoyi. Don't be too upset, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. You think about it, you helped me today, so how can I forget your favor? I'll just mention you two to the boss someday and tell him you're doing a good job. Is a promotion and a raise still a dream? Zhang Xiaoyi seemed to see that the two were not happy, so she ran over and started to feed them some poisonous chicken soup. Real? When the two heard Zhang Xiaoyi say that she wanted to mention them in front of the boss, they immediately became excited. Zhang Xiaoyi's appearance is there, but in fact, there have been many speculations about Zhang Xiaoyi's identity within the company. After all, such a beautiful woman stays in the same office with her boss every day. Once the blinds are drawn, who knows what she is doing inside? They don't believe that their boss is looking for such a beautiful secretary just for looks. In this case, Zhang Xiaoyi must be very important in the boss's heart. If Zhang Xiaoyi could speak up for them, wouldn't their future be bright? Of course it's true. What's my relationship with the boss? I follow him wherever he goes. It's easy for me to say a few words to you, isn't it? Zhang Xiaoyi patted their shoulders with a smile. Don't worry, sister, all these documents are handed over to us. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were both shocked. Brother Xiao, I think you need to add a new secretarial department. There is so much work, and Zhang Xiaoyi is just a little girl. She definitely can't finish it all by herself. On the way, Gu Yueshi was still giving advice to Lu Xiao. Well, it's time to hire a few more people. Lu Xiao nodded. Even if it can be completed, we can't not give Zhang Xiaoyi a holiday for the whole year, right? There must be shifts. Just wait a few days and then recruit some more people. Anyway, the group will be established in these few days. For the past few days, let's give Zhang Xiaoyi a little more salary as overtime pay. Lu Xiao laughed. Zhang Xiaoyi is indeed short of money recently. I'm sure she will be very happy if she knows this. But to be honest, Zhang Xiaoyi's work ability is indeed impeccable. With so many companies, she manages to handle everything in an orderly manner. She is indeed a rare talent. I'll go over there tomorrow morning and help her first. I don't have much to do lately anyway. Gu Yueshi said with a smile. Lu Xiao does not plan to buy this house in Yulong. Although Gu Yueshi knew Wu Chanxian and Wu Chanxian knew Gu Yueshi, it was better to keep things separate. Therefore, Lu Xiao drove the car directly to Panjin Garden, another villa area next to Jiangcheng University. The houses in this villa area are slightly smaller than those in Yulong, but not much smaller. Lu Xiao directly picked an apartment of more than 400 square meters. Brother Xiao, how about buying one that's over 200? Although Gu Yueshi knew that Lu Xiao was rich, a house of more than 400 square meters would cost more than 2 million yuan. She can't live in such a big house, so there is no point in wasting more than 1 million. Just buy this. The basement of this house is very soundproof. I'll buy more props later. Lu Xiao leaned close to Gu Yueshi's ear and said with a chuckle. Brother Xiao. Gu Yueshi's face immediately turned red. What a great soundproofing. When you want to do something, don't you have to send your sister away first? Ha ha ha. Lu Xiao laughed, and when he saw Gu Yueshi blushing, he stopped teasing her. However, after this incident, Gu Yueshi no longer mentioned the size of the house. She stood beside Lu Xiao with a blushing face and agreed to Lu Xiao's payment process. The house is also finely decorated and has all the basic furniture and stuff, so there is no need to buy anything extra. Once you buy the basic daily necessities, bed sheets, quilts and so on, you can basically move in. Of course, it's just for living in. If you want to live comfortably, you definitely have to buy some decorative items. Lu Xiao directly transferred 20 million to Gu Yueshi. Take this money first, and just buy whatever the house needs. Brother Xiao, this is too much, I don't want it. When Gu Yueshi saw the money Lu Xiao transferred over, she suddenly became anxious and pretended to return it to Lu Xiao. Okay, this isn't a lot of money to me, just take it. Besides, there are so many places to spend money in such a big house. If you want to thank me, why don't we go take a look in the basement? Lu Xiao smiled teasingly. Chapter 123, Upgrading? The next morning, Lu Xiao went to the company first. Boss, I have already prepared the main data. Look, this is the document to be sent to various companies. I have printed it all out. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Xiao saw Zhang Xiui walking towards him with a smile on her face, holding a thick stack of documents in her hand. So soon? Lu Xiao was stunned. It was already past 5 when he left yesterday. He was supposed to get off work at 6. Zhang Xiui should have only finished half of it at that time, right? Of course it is impossible to finish most of the remaining work in 1 hour. Could it be that this girl worked overtime last night? Lu Xiao took it and took a look, and found that it really looked quite good. Good job. Did you work overtime yesterday? I took a look at Zhang Xiui and saw that her flawless white face looked a little more swollen, with a small pimple at the corner of her mouth. It wasn't long, it was already past 9 o'clock. Zhang Xiui smiled and stuck out her tongue. She was eating spicy strips the whole time. Because she ate too much, she got a sore throat at night and had a pimple at the corner of her mouth when she woke up in the morning. You'll be given a 5,000 yuan bonus at the end of the month. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Really, boss? Zhang Xiui was still thinking about how to tell Lu Xiao about Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, but Lu Xiao suddenly said this, and Zhang Xiui immediately took back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Of course it's true. When have I ever told a lie? Lu Xiao smiled and patted Zhang Xiui's arm. But you don't have to work overtime anymore. My company doesn't encourage overtime. Okay, boss. Also, find a headhunting company, set up a secretarial department, and recruit a few more people. Do you want girls? Zhang Xiui asked curiously. Well, it would be best if it's a girl. Lu Xiao touched his nose. If a man is a secretary, although this situation may exist, it always feels weird. Girls still give people a more comfortable feeling. Then who will be the manager of the secretarial department, boss? Zhang Xiui looked at Lu Xiao with anticipation, almost pointing at herself by name. Here you go, look at you like that. Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiui a displeased look. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiui cheered. If she recruited a few more people, wouldn't she be completely relieved? By then, you can just sit beside me and crack melon seeds. Wouldn't you be able to earn tens of thousands of dollars a month? So wonderful. While Zhang Xiui was busy, Lu Xiao took a look at the system. I signed another 70,000 yuan this morning, and now I have 3.4 billion yuan in my hands. The investment company has 4.5 billion, and with the remaining 2.1 billion, the system can be upgraded to level 3. If we continue at this pace, it will take another 5 or 6 days at most before we can make upgrading a part of our daily routine. Skills are good things, but it seems that the probability of drawing them is highest in 7 days. Should we take advantage of this period to accumulate some 7-day sign-in opportunities and get some skills? The probability of winning a skill is indeed a bit too low. I started with the 2 skills given in the system upgrade gift package. One is driving proficiency and the other is cloud detection, and I don't have any other skills. Forget it, let's upgrade first. When we reach level 3, I think the chance of drawing a skill will increase. We'll talk about it then. Lu Xiao shook his head silently. Skills don't play a big role for him. The 2 skills that Lu Xiao most wants to draw now are one related to martial arts and the other one related to languages. Needless to say, martial arts are used to strengthen the body. If you can draw a martial arts type, the system will probably strengthen your body at the same time, just like it strengthened your driving skills at that time. Not to mention the language aspect, I will no longer need subtitles when watching movies in the future. You know, for this thing, the mosaic is bad enough, but the lack of subtitles is the most uncomfortable. However, it is still a question whether he can get these 2 items. Even if he gets them, they will not be of much use to him at the moment. Another day passed in the company. In the afternoon, I went to the villa to help Gu Yueshi buy some decorative items and simply decorated the house. The next morning, the 2 got up early and went to the hospital. On the way, Lu Xiao clicked the sign-in button. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving cash, 1.2 billion. Sign-in rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. 1.2 billion? Sure, that way we'll have 4.6 billion, and we're only 900 million away from the upgrade. Lu Xiao was secretly happy. The second level of the system has brought me such a huge improvement. If it is 10 times the third level, wouldn't it be amazing? Currently in Dongjiang province, although Lu Xiao cannot be said to be one of the best, he is definitely among the top 10. But with a market value of 60 to 70 billion, it is still difficult to gain a foothold in Beijing. After all, there are many companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars in Beijing. There are even quite a few large groups with a market value of trillions of dollars. The trillion-dollar oligarchs in Beijing are mainly engaged in heavy assets and electronics industries. The bigwigs of internet companies are concentrated in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. As for investment companies and energy enterprises, most of them are in Shanghai. As for Lu Xiao, he is now involved in two aspects. On the one hand, he is involved in heavy assets such as real estate, and on the other hand, he is involved in investment companies and the internet. Therefore, Lu Xiao will definitely develop these three cities in the future. It seems that I have to invest the money I have in the next 2 days as soon as possible. 4.6 billion in cash and 2 billion in company assets, a total of 6.6 billion. Lu Xiao pondered secretly. Parked the car in the hospital parking lot. You go up and pick up CU first. I'll go and complete the discharge procedures. Lu Xiao said something to Gu Yueshi, who was standing beside him. I'll go. Gu Yueshi hesitated for a moment. Okay, why are you being so polite to me? It's just a formality. It won't take much time at all. Lu Xiao smiled and shook his head. It was just past 7 in the morning, and there were more people at the payment window and the registration queue, but not too many people at the other windows. After waiting in line for about 5 or 6 minutes, he successfully saw Lu Xiao. He took the medical card and the doctor's signature to go through the formalities directly, and the remaining money was refunded. Gu Siyu was finally discharged from the hospital. Chapter 124, Large Investment. When Lu Xiao returned to the ward, Gu Siyu had already changed out of her hospital gown and put on a cute beige JK set. Brother-in-law, do you think my clothes look good? Gu Siyu smiled and turned around in front of Lu Xiao. It's good looking, but the person is not good looking. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Gu Siyu was still a little girl, her body had not yet fully developed. In addition, she had suffered a serious illness, and her weight was less than 80 kilograms. She was just a tiny skeleton. However, he has been recuperating in the hospital for some time and is recovering well, with his complexion looking rosier. What? Brother-in-law, you are really too discouraging. When Gu Siyu heard Lu Xiao's words, she immediately became deflated. This dress of hers was bought for her by Gu Yueshi from Sister JK. It does look good, but the problem is that it only looks good, and it doesn't look as full and plump as when Gu Yueshi wears it. If Gu Yueshi looks sexy and cute in it, then she looks just cute in it. Sister, do you have those cushions? Lend me a few. Maybe they will look better if I use them. Go away, I don't have those things. Gu Yueshi slapped Gu Siyu on the head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I don't believe it, you must have patted it. If you didn't, why would it look so good on you? Gu Siyu shook her head in disbelief and rushed forward as if she wanted to pull Gu Yueshi's clothes off to take a closer look. Your brother-in-law is still here. Gu Yueshi pushed Gu Siyu away with a red face. It's right here. Don't think I don't know. Brother-in-law has seen everything. Gu Siyu stuck out her tongue at Gu Yueshi. In the ward that day, she already knew how far her sister and Lu Xiao had progressed. Moreover, Gu Yueshi had always been unwilling to let her call Lu Xiao brother-in-law, but in the past few days, it seemed that her sister's heart knot had been untied, so she took back the title of brother-in-law. Ahem. Lu Xiao coughed twice quickly. Young people nowadays are so smart. Okay, Siyu, I can prove that your sister is indeed not padding. With your sister's figure, if she really was padding, the size you see would not be this. Lu Xiao smiled and said that he had done a careful check in the morning before coming here. Brother Xiao. Gu Yueshi stamped her feet in embarrassment. Haha, let's go, let's talk about it when we get back. Lu Xiao walked out, holding one in each hand. Lu Xiao truly regards Gu Siyu, this cute little girl, as his younger sister. Moreover, this girl has a very good personality and is not at all shy with me. She is really likable. Bring Gu Siyu to the villa in Panjin Garden. Siyu, the second floor is the master bedroom. You can choose any room to live in. From today on, this is your home. The villa is quite large, with 2 floors. The first floor is the guest bedroom and the second floor is the master bedroom. There are 5 rooms on each floor. Gu Yueshi lived in the one on the left side of the second floor, near the large balcony. What a big house. When Gu Siyu saw the villa in front of her, she couldn't help but open her mouth. She and Gu Yueshi used to live in a small house of more than 40 square meters in Jiangcheng. Although it is not small, it is definitely not big either. It can only be said that it is barely enough for living. But now she realized that the size of each room in this villa seemed to be bigger than the house she lived in before. She had always known that Lu Xiao was a rich man, but she could never imagine what Lu Xiao's life was like. It was not until she saw such a big house today that she realized that her previous imagination was too narrow. By the way, see you, there is a swimming pool behind the villa. You can go swimming when you have nothing to do. Swimming is a very good exercise. It will not cause too much damage to bones and joints, and it will be very helpful for your subsequent recovery. Lu Xiao said with a smile. The private swimming pools here are all cleaned by dedicated staff, so there is no need to worry about hygiene issues. Lu Xiao didn't go there often, simply because he was not very interested in swimming. Then I'll live in that house. Gu Siyu nodded, smiled, and pointed directly to the room next to Gu Yueshi. Okay, I'll just bring a few sets of sheets and stuff up there and we can move in right away. Lu Xiao nodded. Yueshi, help Siyu clean up first. I'm going to the company. Lu Xiao gave a few instructions. Okay, I'll go over after Siyu is settled. Gu Yueshi nodded. By the way, there are still a few days before school starts. You can learn to drive during these few days and get your driver's license after a while. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Gu Yueshi did not learn to drive when she was in college, and now she is still a novice driver. If Gu Siyu wasn't 1 year younger, she could have gone to study with Gu Yueshi. Aha! Gu Yueshi nodded obediently. In modern society, not being able to drive is indeed quite troublesome. If you learn to drive, you can drive yourself to work in the future. When I arrived at the company, the group's office had almost been set up. It's okay. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Oh, Xiaoyi, call Qin Huai and ask him to send me all the projects that he has not invested in yet. Okay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. Qin Huai is currently in charge of all investment matters in Beijing. He had spent a few days with Lu Xiao when Lu Xiao went to Beijing before. His abilities are absolutely impeccable. Originally, Qin Huai could have slowly selected investment projects, but now there is a total of 6.6 billion yuan that needs to be invested, and Qin Huai has limited authority. If he were to do it alone, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. But Lu Xiao didn't plan to wait that long. Half an hour later, Zheng Xiaoyi came over with a folder. Boss, there are a total of 40 projects to be inspected, and each one is bound separately. Good. Lu Xiao nodded and took the folder. Reading novels, online novel IP development project? As soon as Lu Xiao opened the first one, he was surprised. The IP development of novels is definitely one of the future trends. Moreover, this company seemed to require a lot of investment. 51% of the shares cost a full 300 million yuan. Lu Xiao took a closer look and gave a detailed explanation below. The first reason is that the reading company has been established for more than 3 years and has developed many IP projects. These IPs have their own commercial value. The second reason is that the current market retention rate is 15%, which is considered to be a very high proportion in the industry, second only to several large manufacturers. At present, the reading company is also negotiating several big IP projects and is expected to achieve success. Not bad, worth the price. Lu Xiao nodded. Although we can definitely discuss further, I don't think it will decrease much. A little more or less is fine, there is no need for that. Xiaoyi, reply in the investment group, read the company's investment approval, and sign the contract as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Let us eat together. No problem, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. Lu Xiao opened the second one. It is also an internet company that invests in animation. This one, Lu Xiao just took a look and passed it by. It's not that anime doesn't make money, on the contrary, it is very profitable. But it's the 21st century now, and animation copyrights have almost been acquired. If we continue to invest in this area, the returns will be very limited. After all, anime is not like novels. Popular novels can be adapted into film and television, and anime. But animation companies can only produce original works or sell peripheral products. Sure, Qin Huai's control is still fine. Lu Xiao opened another one, which was another internet company. This is exactly the same basic goal that Lu Xiao set at the beginning. After all, Lu Xiao doesn't want to do much investment in the real economy. The project developed by this internet company is a taxi hailing software. Lu Xiao had never heard of this name, and guessed it wasn't very popular. But this kind of investment can indeed be made, and even if it is eventually acquired by a large platform, you can still make a lot of money. After a quick look, I found that the investment requirement is 100 million. Approved. Lu Xiao handed the information to Zhang Xiaoyi next to him. He then looked at several more, and basically, as long as they were similar, Lu Xiao approved them all. As for the amount of investment, Lu Xiao did not go into details. As long as it was within a reasonable range, there was no problem. He just regarded it as a favor. By noon, Lu Xiao had gone through more than 10 projects and the funds spent had reached 1.3 billion yuan. Boss, don't we need to inspect all these projects first? Seeing Lu Xiao spending money like water, Zhang Xiaoyi was secretly amazed. Without even investigating the project, and just looking at an illusory prospect, you dare to invest all your money? Even if we have a top market research team, we would not be so sure about the future market. What are you going to investigate? Are you going or should I go? Lu Xiao gave Zhang Xiaoyi a blank look. When you're free, go downstairs and bring me some food. Lu Xiao gave some instructions and continued to look at the materials. He has to spend all the money in his account within these few days. What kind of boss is this? He even wants me to bring him food. Zhang Xiaoyi became unhappy when she saw that Lu Xiao not only ignored her suggestion but also asked her to go downstairs to buy food. It's okay not to listen to her, but asking her to buy food will cost money. Even if I can get the reimbursement next month, what if she starves to death this month? Can Lu Xiao's meal budget be covered by a box lunch? If she wants to order some food at a big hotel, it would cost at least 3,000 or 4,000. With her current small body, she would collapse immediately. Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes rolled around, and she turned around and went upstairs back to the investment company. Xiaoli, Xiao Wang, come here. Hey, isn't this Sister Xiaoyi? When the two saw Zhang Xiaoyi, they immediately ran over with smiles on their faces. Sister Xiaoyi, do you have any instructions? That's right, sister. We are your #1 paparazzi. Just tell us if you have anything to say. The two men patted their chests, looking as if they were ready to go through fire and water. What do you mean by going through fire and water? Am I that kind of person? Zhang Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at the two of them. I am planning to give you a chance to show your face. The boss is working in the group office downstairs now. He is busy with something and has forgotten to eat lunch. I was originally planning to go to the hotel downstairs to buy a meal for the boss and bring it up to show my appreciation, but suddenly I thought of you guys. If you take the initiative to buy the food for the boss, and then I say that, won't you be able to show off in front of the boss? Zhang Xiaoyi patted their shoulders earnestly. The two of them suddenly brightened up. If you can take the initiative to buy meals for your boss, then you are really showing off your reputation, no doubt about it. Sister Xiaoyi, isn't this stealing your credit? Besides, the boss's meal standard should be quite high, we may not be able to afford it. The two hesitated for a moment. What do you mean by high meal price? Since I'm here, can I not reimburse you? Besides, what's the point of snatching? I've been with the boss for a long time, and I'll have plenty of opportunities to show my abilities in the future. You guys have one less opportunity, so how can I not take care of you? Okay then, Sister Xiaoyi, don't worry, we'll go right away. The two looked at each other, both moved. If you pay now, you can claim it next month. Isn't it the same as not paying anything after accounting? And it also lets the boss know that you paid for the meal yourself. Of course they are willing to do this. Don't worry, I will make sure you perform well. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded with a smile, saying that this boy is teachable. By the way, order a serving for 2 later. The boss lady might come again. Let's buy it for 5,000 yuan. Remember to issue an invoice. I'll reimburse you next month. Don't worry, sister. We know what's going on. The two nodded repeatedly and went straight downstairs to the nearby big hotel. Not long after, the two came back with a lot of stuff. Sister, this is the invoice for the things I just bought. I'll leave the reimbursement to you. The two men handed the invoice to Zhang Xiaoyi with a flattering smile. Don't worry, I will report back to you next month. I'll take the food over and tell the boss about this. Zhang Xiaoyi patted his chest and made the promise. Looking at the large amount of food he bought, his mouth couldn't help but water. We understand. We understand. The two of them nodded repeatedly, their eyes narrowed from laughing, and they couldn't help but look forward to the wonderful life in the future. Zhang Xiaoyi entered the office and saw Lu Xiao looking at some documents there. He quickly and carefully placed the things on the desk. "Boss, we've bought the food. Let's eat it while it's hot." Zhang Xiaoyi wiped the saliva that had just flowed out and trotted to Lu Xiao. "So soon?" Lu Xiao was stunned, and saw the dishes that Zhang Xiaoyi had just opened and placed on the table. He nodded and walked over. "Thanks to Xiaoli and Xiao Wang for helping me carry the things, otherwise I wouldn't be able to carry so many things." Zhang Xiaoyi chuckled and mentioned the two of them politely. "It's indeed a lot. How about eating some together?" Lu Xiao didn't take it too seriously. Isn't it normal for colleagues to help each other get something? Moreover, there were indeed quite a lot of dishes today, probably enough for 2 to 3 people, and it was indeed a bit too much for him to finish by himself. "Isn't this a bit bad?" Zhang Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment. Although she had some money in her hands during her time in Jiangchang, it was still difficult for her to spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars on meals like before, and her mouth was almost tasteless. Seeing the food on the table, Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't help swallowing. "What's wrong with that? I can't finish all these dishes by myself. Let's eat together." Lu Xiao smiled and handed Zhang Xiaoyi a pair of chopsticks. "Then boss, I'm not polite?" Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and she sat down next to Lu Xiao at lightning speed, and started to eat the lobster meat in front of her with her chopsticks. Chapter 126, Let Them Come to the Secretariat. "By the way, boss, Xiaoli and Xiao Wang took the initiative to help me with a lot of work yesterday afternoon. So many documents were available last night, and most of them were done by them." Halfway through the meal, Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xiao somewhat embarrassedly. To be honest, she was still not used to cheating others, and she had no intention of taking all the credit for herself, and she had never thought about how much money she could make. In fact, she didn't have much idea about money, and naturally she wouldn't have the idea of embezzling other people's credit. Therefore, she didn't say anything in the morning because she was afraid that Lu Xiao would know that she had eaten spicy noodles in the office all night and would be scolded. But after eating this meal, she felt a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, I decided to tell them what they had done. After all, they both worked hard for half the night. "They did it?" Lu Xiao was stunned. Of course Lu Xiao knew Xiaoli and Xiao Wang. They were two nice young men and seemed very motivated. "Okay, I got it." Lu Xiao nodded. "Boss, shouldn't we give them a little reward?" Seeing that Lu Xiao didn't say anything, Zhang Xiaoyi spoke cautiously. "They worked for you, so why should I give them a reward? I didn't tell you to finish the work last night." Lu Xiao took a bite of the food and looked at Zhang Xiaoyi unhappily. "If anyone wants to thank someone, you should be the one thanking them. Why don't you treat them to a meal after get off work?" Lu Xiao said with a smile. During this period of time, Lu Xiao also discovered the strengths and weaknesses of this girl Zhang Xiaoyi. There are many advantages. First of all, she has a nice personality and is very likable. Secondly, her figure and appearance are impeccable. The most important point is that she has strong working ability. Zhang Xiaoyi can handle basically all the current businesses in an orderly manner. Even Lu Xiao feels that this is far from the limit of this little girl Zhang Xiaoyi. But his shortcoming is that he always has no good intentions and likes to play mischief. Just like a rich girl experiencing life, she treats getting along with others as a game. Examples include when she took her out to a party and this time when she asked others to help her with work. But overall, Zhang Xiaoyi is not a bad person and can even be said to be very kind. After all, no one is perfect. Rather than saying that this is a shortcoming, it is better to say that this is the innocent side of Zhang Xiaoyi. At least in the eyes of his boss, Zhang Xiaoyi is indeed a very interesting person. Therefore, if Zhang Xiaoyi is willing to stay in his company in the future, Lu Xiao does have the idea of training her. As soon as Lu Xiao said this, Zhang Xiaoyi on the other side was stunned. She originally wanted to tell Lu Xiao about it, and Lu Xiao might reward her like he usually did, with a bonus of a few $1,000s or something. But she never expected that Lu Xiao didn't care about this at all. But on second thought, it seems that what Lu Xiao said is quite right, it is indeed the truth. It's true that I helped her, but there's no need for the boss to pay for her, right? I understand, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded silently. Then boss, can you please have 2 boys come over to the secretarial department you promised me to set up? The next moment, Zhang Xiaoyi leaned against Lu Xiao with a playful smile on her face. As the top-level work of the group, the secretariat is naturally at a higher level than the investment company. You girl, come on, go ahead and do it. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. Wow, boss, you are so nice. I love you so much. Zhang Xiaoyi stood up excitedly and ran out happily. Hey, I'll give you 20 minutes. I still have a lot of things to do. Lu Xiao laughed and scolded Zhang Xiaoyi from behind. Don't worry, boss. I'll be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao sat at the table again and read the introduction of the investment project. A few minutes later, Lu Xiao saw Zhang Xiaoyi walking in with two nervous-looking boys. Xiaoli and Xiao Wang, clean up the table and be careful not to make too much noise. Once the company stamps the seal tomorrow, you will be transferred to my place. Zhang Xiaoyi glanced at Lu Xiao with a smile, and then whispered to the two of them. Okay, sis. The two of them nodded repeatedly, not daring to talk to Lu Xiao who was sitting over there, and went to clean up the table in a hurry. However, their eyes were filled with excitement. The secretariat of the group is the department that liaises directly with the boss. Even if it's difficult to move up in the future, as long as you're in the group, you'll be respected wherever you go. You know, our group is going to be a super large group company with a market value of more than 70 billion in the future. Looking at the whole Jiangcheng, the second and third place combined are actually of this scale. Moreover, the current Secretary General Zhang Xiaoyi has a good relationship with them. Won't she be promoted rapidly in the future? The two of them are truly grateful to Zhang Xiaoyi in their hearts. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaoyi's support, they don't know how long they would have to work on the front line of the investment company before they could make a breakthrough. Although the salary is not low, everyone wants to move up, right? Xiaoyi, sign this media company and try to get 100% control. Lu Xiao also saw the action over there, but did not say much. Instead, he placed a document directly on the table. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi hurried over and picked up the document. In fact, Lu Xiao was quite excited when he saw the investment intention of this media company. The so-called media company is actually an incubation base for internet celebrities. Those internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans in later generations were basically promoted by media companies. Some people who are lucky enough to have made their own fortune will also take the initiative to start a media company to incubate new internet celebrities. In the past 2 years, online live streaming has actually begun to gradually rise. At present, the largest live streaming platform is still YT. The main live broadcast content is not like the female internet celebrities in later generations, but some talent type or sports-related female internet celebrities, who all have real talents, at least some musical or dancing skills. This media company, which is currently offering a price of 50 million, has signed contracts with many internet celebrities from live streaming platforms. As for why I'm excited. Lu Xiao didn't think much of the 50 million, but the female internet celebrity was very nice. But why aren't there any entertainment companies? If there are, it wouldn't be bad to sign one. That's the one that burns the most money. Lu Xiao flipped through it roughly and couldn't help muttering. Compared to internet celebrities, stars are more exaggerated. To make a movie or something like that, the starting cost is several million. To make a blockbuster movie, at least 300 or 400 million yuan will be invested. If I could acquire an entertainment company, the progress of my system upgrade could be slightly accelerated. Of course, the reason why Lu Xiao wanted to invest in this was definitely not because he was interested in female celebrities. Absolutely not. P.S. It's a bit difficult and I need to revise it again. Chapter 127, Zhongcheng Project. Lu Xiao spent another afternoon in the office and basically read through all the 40 or so documents. These documents have basically been selected once and then screened out, and most of them are projects that can make profits immediately or in the long term. Lu Xiao has a rough idea about some of the venture capital companies in the future, and he has basically circled out these companies. Lu Xiao eliminated all those industries that are hot at the moment but will definitely become sunset industries in the future without exception. After all, these companies have almost zero prospects for future development. Even if they can make some money now, they will only lose more in the future. As for some things that he was unsure about, Lu Xiao chose to invest in them all. Where there is risk, there are naturally two options, gain and loss. Lu Xiao's purpose was actually just to spend more money. Therefore, Lu Xiao selected 28 out of the 40 documents, with a total investment amount of 3.5 billion. This ratio is already quite high. There are still 3.1 billion yuan that have not been spent, and there is still a gap of about 4 billion yuan for upgrading. Lu Xiao nodded secretly. This speed is already very fast. Brother Xiao, are you still busy? Lu Xiao was counting the money when Gu Yueshi pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. Hello, Mr. Gu. When Xiaoli and Xiao Wang saw Gu Yueshi come in, they quickly greeted her. Mr. Gu. Xiaoli, it's a bit unfair of you to poach my backbone from my company. Gu Yueshi saw Zhang Xiaoli greeting her and said something teasing with a smile. Zhang Xiaoli scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. Xiaoli and Xiao Wang on the other side lowered their heads unconsciously, looking at the computer screen with some embarrassment. Wait for me a moment, I'll be done soon. Lu Xiao said with a smile. By the way, Yueshi, does the investment company in Zhangcheng have any projects to invest in? Yes, although I am responsible for overall business coordination here, I have also been developing projects recently, but not too many. Gu Yueshi nodded. In the few days since she took over the company, she has basically understood the business, but has not yet officially started operations. She had originally planned to deal with investment matters in Beijing today, but she didn't expect that Lu Xiao would transfer all the business there to handle it personally early in the morning. How about this, have someone bring these materials to me so I can take a look? Lu Xiao thought for a while and said. Zhangcheng is the location of the headquarters after all, but its current foundation is indeed a bit too weak. The most valuable thing is the building under your feet, which is worth 1.2 billion yuan. Secondly, there are some hotels and real estate and so on, all added up, not even 100 million. Internet companies only have 270 million, and the total is less than 1.5 billion. It's a bit funny that a supergroup with a capital of 70 billion has such little investment in its headquarters. It just so happens that there is a lack of investment projects right now, so Lu Xiao thought of developing more projects locally, which would also be a way to support the construction of his hometown. Okay, I'll go right away. Gu Yueshi's eyes lit up and she hurried downstairs to look for information. They stayed in the office until 8 o'clock in the evening, and then they divided up all the projects in Zhangcheng. Brother Xiao, these are the only 20 companies that can be invested in at the moment. The total investment amount is 1.5 billion. However, the problem is that there should be slightly more real estate companies. After all, there are still few asset-light companies in Zhangcheng. It's already pretty good, let's expand it slowly later. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. In Zhangcheng, most of the big projects have been taken over by the Zhang and Lin families. It is obviously unrealistic to expect unlimited expansion in one day. However, it is only a matter of time before the assets in Zhangcheng completely surpass those of the two companies. After all, Lu Xiao has almost unlimited funds for investment, but their two families do not. Get off work. Lu Xiao couldn't help but stretch. Because there is no secretariat office yet, Xiaoli, Xiao Wang and Zhang Xiaoli are now staying in the same office with Lu Xiao. Hearing Lu Xiao's voice, the three of them were shocked. Especially Zhang Xiaoli, if Lu Xiao hadn't been there, she would have almost cheered out loud. Xiaoli, you've worked hard today. Go to the finance department to report your overtime pay. We will pay you according to the highest internal bonus in the company. Lu Xiao looked at the three people with a smile. Wow, thanks boss. Zhang Xiaoli cheered immediately. Her current internship salary is 20,000. The overtime pay for one night is at least 500 or 600. Xiaoli and Xiao Wang were even happier. They already had a lot of policy documents to deal with, but just by working overtime, they could actually get several $100s, which was really exciting. Brother Xiao, then I won't get overtime pay? Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao with dissatisfaction and acted coquettishly beside Lu Xiao. Of course you do, but your overtime pay is a bit high, so I can only give it to you when I get home. Lu Xiao smiled and took Gu Yueshi into his arms. Well, boss, I remembered that the gas at home seems to be on. I'm leaving first. Seeing that the following scene might be inappropriate for children, Xiaoli quickly stood up, said hello, and sneaked out. As he left, he pulled Xiao Wang, who was still immersed in excitement, with him. Hey, there's me too. When Zhang Xiaoli saw the two people running away, she also hurriedly jogged out. Brother Xiao, you're going too far. You scared everyone away. Gu Yueshi looked at Lu Xiao with a red face. This is still in the company. If they are so tactless, they should just resign and leave tomorrow. Lu Xiao laughed and held her tighter. Your overtime pay today is barely 300 million, right? My dear little beauty, do you want to pay the 300 million now or after you get home? Go home. Gu Yueshi blushed. Although there were not many people in the group office, there were still some people from investment companies walking around handling business occasionally. In addition, the chairman's office was decorated with transparent glass. If the sound insulation was not good, it would be completely embarrassing. How was the journey? Lu Xiao teased. The next moment, Lu Xiao only heard a barely audible voice of agreement coming from Gu Yueshi's mouth. When Lu Xiao returned home, Gu Siyu had already prepared a large table of dishes. Sister, why are you so slow to come back? We agreed to take half an hour. Gu Siyu rolled her eyes at the two of them in annoyance. They had clearly said they would be back in half an hour, and even though she had been preparing meal for such a long time, there was still no sign of them. At least an hour has passed, right? Oh, there's a traffic jam on the road. Gu Yueshi blushed. Seeing Lu Xiao still laughing heartlessly over there, she couldn't help but glare at Lu Xiao fiercely. She almost didn't come back today. Thinking about the traffic conditions on the road, she didn't know how Lu Xiao could drive so steadily. Chapter 128, Preparing for School. Okay, let's eat. Lu Xiao smiled and sat down at the dining table. Gu Yueshi also sat next to Lu Xiao. Siyu is better than me, this meal looks delicious. Lu Xiao took a look and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's right. I can cook any kind of food. I'm really good at it. Gu Siyu raised her eyebrows proudly and sat down on the other side of Lu Xiao with a smile. Over the years, she has cooked quite a lot. Brother-in-law, try this cola chicken wing. I just learned how to make it online. By the way, brother-in-law, try this beef. I have been braising it all day. Gu Siyu held the chopsticks and picked up all the dishes on the table for Lu Xiao. Then she looked at Lu Xiao with anticipation, waiting for Lu Xiao's evaluation. Well, this beef is delicious. Is this beef shank? Yeah, the yellow beef I bought is delicious. When Gu Siyu saw Lu Xiao giving her a thumbs up, her eyes narrowed with joy. Thinking of rain. Gu Yueshi on the side suddenly became unhappy. I worked so hard to raise Gu Siyu, how come her little sister's cotton padded jacket has completely leaked out after just knowing her for a few days? Sister, just eat your food, why are you talking so much? Gu Siyu rolled her eyes at Gu Yueshi. Gu Yueshi was immediately choked. Well, Yueshi, you eat too. While waving his chopsticks, Lu Xiao picked up a lot of food for Gu Yueshi. He had just done another round of physical labor from noon to around 9 in the evening, and he was already very hungry. Seeing Lu Xiao picking up food for her, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Gu Siyu, and then ostentatiously put her arm around Lu Xiao's. Seeing this move, Gu Siyu was immediately discouraged. Hey, my beloved sister, I now understand you better. Gu Yueshi shook her head teasingly. Of course she could see that Gu Siyu did not have any special feelings for Lu Xiao. It's a bit like the way a sister treats her brother. Gu Siyu actually understood this in her heart. After all, her sister is already with Lu Xiao, so she certainly wouldn't do such a tasteless thing. In fact, because she has been with Lu Xiao for so many days, she actually regards Lu Xiao as a relative and has no other thoughts. This is also the reason why she can get along so casually with Lu Xiao in front of her sister. After all, she has a clear conscience. And to put it bluntly, she is not yet an adult. The meal was a joyful one. Lu Xiao hasn't had such a warm moment for a long time. I have to say, it is a good thing to have someone who can make noise at home. This little girl, Gu Siyu, is a complete joy bag. Just a word from her can make people happy. Siyu, school will start in 2 days. Do you want me to find you a teacher to help you catch up on the previous knowledge? Gu Yueshi looked at Gu Siyu. No need for extra lessons. I think I know almost everything. Gu Siyu stuck out her tongue. Have you done your final exam papers? I did. I compared it. According to the results published by the school, I can be in the top 10 in the whole class. Gu Siyu giggled and made a face at Gu Yueshi. The two sisters' learning talents seem to be innate. As for common knowledge points, she can basically remember them after just reading them once. Learning is not a difficult thing for her at all. After hearing what Gu Siyu said, Gu Yueshi felt relieved. Jiangcheng University is also considered one of the key universities in China. For Jiangcheng locals, especially local schools, admission scores are naturally preferential. Therefore, as long as Gu Siyu's performance is not too bad, she can basically pass the exam. As for wanting to go to Beijing or Shanghai to study, Gu Yueshi actually had no objection, as long as she could pass the exam. But to be honest, Gu Yueshi still hopes that her sister can stay with her. It would be best to find a boyfriend who is from Jiangcheng, so that the two sisters can meet often. Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw the two sisters playing together. But then again, time does pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, school will start in a few days. And I will be a senior soon, and will graduate in 1 year. Thinking of a few bad friends in his dormitory, Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile and shook his head. I don't know if these guys found internships during the summer vacation. Among the girls in Wu Qianxian's dormitory, Zhang Yan was the only one who had a girlfriend. I saw Zhang Yan chatting in the group a few days ago, and it seemed that they had broken up. So, these 3 guys in the dormitory are all single. Lu Xiao has grown from a net worth of tens of millions before graduation to the chairman of a giant company worth 60 to 70 billion now. To put it bluntly, with this status, Lu Xiao is at the top position even in the entire Dongjiang province. By the way, brother Xiao, are you still going to school now that school has started? Gu Yueshi thought of Lu Xiao again and asked curiously. She actually has no attachment to school. Several of her roommates started dating boyfriends during their freshman and sophomore years. They live together outside all day and rarely return to the dormitory. Their relationship can only be described as average, and with her current job, it doesn't matter whether she goes back or not. She just needs to tell her supervisor and go back to defend and submit her thesis before graduation. But if Lu Xiao wants to go back, then she will definitely want to go back too. Me. Lu Xiao touched his chin. Let's go back and take a look. It's boring to stay in the company all day. I'll finish dealing with the group's affairs in the next few days. Once things are back on track, I'll be a free man. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Once the group gets on the right track and Zheng Xiaoyi takes care of the chores, he will really have nothing to worry about. The only thing to do is to control the general direction of the group's development. But this kind of thing only happens once a quarter at most. Gu Yueshi rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. He was relieved, but they all became workers. She is now in charge of an investment company and has to review and approve at least 7 or 8 deals every day, which involves countless inspections and risk assessments. Wu Qianxian's situation was even worse. She had been visiting her grandparents these days and had already gotten over a lot of things. It also involves things like company mergers and restructuring. I guess I'll be busy again when I get back. The two of them worked very hard, and in the end, not only did all the money they earned become Lu Xiao's, but they also belonged to Lu Xiao. Then Lu Xiao would go back to school like a hands-off boss, and maybe even pick up a new campus beauty or something. It's really infuriating and funny to think about it. Chapter 129, Market Value of 500 Billion. In the next few days, Lu Xiao's luck in signing in was not very good. It took 3 full days of signing to finally withdraw the remaining 900 million. However, for Lu Xiao, it has no impact. After all, with the current scale of his company, it will take a few days to invest the billions he has. On August 30th, Lu Xiao had only the last 300 million left. Xiaoyi, just invest in this company. Lu Xiao yawned and invested the last sum of money. Okay boss, I'll contact you right away. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded. Gu Yueshi was working upstairs at the moment. Zheng Xiaoyi had no intention of sending a notification in the group and just walked all the way up. Xiaoli and Xiao Wang no longer share the same office with him, but have a special secretarial office next door. Lu Xiao waited for about half an hour, and suddenly a ding-dong sound came from his mind. Congratulations to the host, consumption has reached 10 billion, and the system upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to start the upgrade? Upgrade. Lu Xiao was delighted and clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. In order to wait for the system to be upgraded so that he could sign in for the day's reward, he deliberately did not sign in after getting up this morning. The system starts upgrading. As Lu Xiao clicked the confirmation button, the system in his mind suddenly shattered into a ball of golden light. In less than 5 seconds, the golden light reorganized again. Congratulations to the host for upgrading successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving an upgrade gift pack 1. Congratulations to the host, the system level has been upgraded to level 3 final. Final level? Lu Xiao was stunned. He thought the system might have 7, 8, or even 9 levels, but he didn't expect it to end at level 3. But Lu Xiao didn't care too much. After all, for a second level system, the rewards brought by the lottery are already more than enough. In just a few dozen days, his net worth has been raised to more than 70 billion. It is estimated that within a month, the 100 billion level can be reached. If the third level system also increases tenfold, then I may have trillion level assets in just a few months. This asset is indeed invincible on Earth, and there is no need to upgrade it further. Lu Xiao looked at the upgraded system panel with some anticipation. Host, Lu Xiao Unique Binding. Available funds, 100 million yuan. Company account balance, 40 million yuan. Current system level, level 3. Upgrade progress, the system can no longer be upgraded. Available for signing in, any asset, any skill. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the time interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets and skills. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 90% for assets below 10 billion yuan, 9% for assets above 100 billion yuan, 1% probability of obtaining skills. Current total assets, 76.4 billion yuan. System item, upgrade gift pack 1. Sure enough, the level 3 system also increases tenfold. Lu Xiao was delighted. If that's the case, wouldn't you be able to get at least 20 to 30 billion even if you sign in every day? Even if you are not lucky, by receiving the minimum living allowance every day, you can set up the current Jianglu Group in a month. In just 1 year, the assets can be directly increased to about 1 trillion yuan. And you have to know that this is when there is no luck involved. If you are extremely lucky and win assets worth more than 100 billion yuan a few times, you will be invincible. Even so, it's pretty cool. Lu Xiao sighed. What does 20 to 30 billion a day mean? The Zhang family in Jiangcheng has a market value of between 30 billion and 40 billion. Even if we calculate it at 40 billion, current assets account for about 20%, which is only 8 billion. In other words, even if Lu Xiao has nothing, as long as he saves money for a week, he can use his money to destroy the Zhang family in the stock market. And if we compete in investment, it will be an absolute all-round crushing victory. At present, there are not many companies in Beijing with a market value of more than 100 billion yuan, and there are probably only a few with a market value of 1 trillion yuan. In the entire world, there are probably only about $50 trillion companies. Lu Xiao calculated silently. Oh, there's also a gift bag. Lu Xiao turned around and looked at the upgrade gift package. When upgrading from level 1 to level 2, the system's upgrade package directly gave out 2 skills. But after the gift package revealed the skills, Lu Xiao has not obtained any of the other ones until now. But now, compared to money, Lu Xiao is more looking forward to skills. System, opened the upgrade package. Congratulations to the host, the upgrade gift package was opened successfully. With a ding from the system and a burst of gorgeous special effects, a large number of fragments suddenly appeared in Lu Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Mastery of Chinese Martial Arts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Strong and Healthy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring assets, Beijing Airlines. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring assets, Blue Sky Energy Group. All company information has been placed in the host's office desk. Please receive it as soon as possible. With a series of system ding-dong sounds, the system issued 4 rewards in succession. Are the martial arts proficiency and physical fitness skills integrated now? Fusion. Lu Xiao clicked without hesitation. As a warm current flowed through Lu Xiao's body, a flash of enlightenment suddenly came to his mind. Countless martial arts moves appeared in his mind, as if he had been practicing martial arts for years. Lu Xiao felt that as long as he wanted, he could use it at will. The next moment, Lu Xiao's figure gradually became rounder, and at the same time, Lu Xiao instantly felt that his physical strength had greatly increased, and his whole spirit became much better. What a good thing! Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. Sure enough, compared to assets, skills are more useful. These skills, which can help you grow, cannot be bought with any amount of money. Lu Xiao stood up and tried it. He hit it a few times and could hear gusts of wind. You can imagine what would happen if such a fist hit a person. After getting used to the changes in his body, Lu Xiao turned his attention to 2 other companies. Lu Xiao had never heard of Beijing Airlines and Blue Sky Energy Group. But it doesn't matter. After all, the information of the 2 companies is currently on the desk in the office. Lu Xiao opened the drawer directly and took out all the information. Beijing Airlines, a private airline in Dongjiang Province, is also one of the largest airlines in northern China. It currently owns more than 2,000 aircraft and has a market value of about 200 billion? Lu Xiao was stunned. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and looked at the Blue Sky Energy next to him. It's located in Shanghai, and its business scope is nationwide. It's a large-scale cooperative enterprise that mainly builds gas stations. Its market value is 500 billion. Fuck! Lu Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's fine if there's only one Beijing Airlines, but there's also Blue Sky Energy? Chapter 130, Super Large Group. So, my current net worth is close to 800 billion? Lu Xiao was stunned. He just upgraded and hasn't done anything yet, but he's already at the top of China? You know, an aerospace company or an energy-based company are both long-lasting industries. As long as Lu Xiao doesn't do anything stupid, it can be said that there will be no problem with his future status. This upgrade package undoubtedly increased the speed of Lu Xiao's asset explosion by several levels. When Lu Xiao saw the information in his hand, he still felt a sense of unreality. By the way, I haven't checked in for today yet, but now I've reached level 3. How about giving it a try? Lu Xiao suddenly realized something, and quickly entered the system page and clicked on Today's Sign In. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10.4 billion in cash. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. 100 and 400 million? Lu Xiao was not too surprised. After all, from 6 o'clock yesterday morning to 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, a day and a half has passed. The rewards for the lottery would have been larger, and with better luck, it is not surprising to get this number, and it is not a big surprise. But even so, Lu Xiao was already very satisfied. System, check the panel. Host, Lu Xiao Unique Binding. Available funds, 10.5 billion yuan. Company account balance, 40 million yuan. Current system level, level 3. Upgrade progress, the system can no longer be upgraded. Available for signing in, any asset, any skill. Tip, the host can sign in unlimited times. The longer the time interval between two sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality assets and skills. The longest interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 90% for assets below 10 billion yuan, 9% for assets above 100 billion yuan, 1% probability of obtaining skills. Current total assets, 776.4 billion yuan. Current skills, Cloud Detective, Driving Mastery, Chinese Martial Arts Mastery, Strong Body Passive. Not long after, the heads of 2 new companies under him called him. Xiaoyi, these 2 companies are also under my name. You can contact them later and merge them into the group. There is no need to merge them with the previous subsidiaries. Just list them side by side. Lu Xiao handed the information of the 2 new companies to Zhang Xiaoyi, who had just entered the room. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't think there was anything strange and took it calmly. But as soon as he took a look at it, he jumped up. Boss, these 2 companies are also yours? Zhang Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. She had never heard of Beijing Airlines. After all, there were dozens of airlines in the country, and she had not kept careful track of them. But she had heard of Blue Sky Energy. Currently the second-ranked energy company in Shanghai, it is also the second-ranked super energy giant in the country. As for the Lin family in Jiangchang, they are just one of the regional agents of Blue Sky Energy. But such a huge company actually belongs to Lu Xiao? You know, the market value is at least 500 billion. It's mine. Look, is my name on it? Lu Xiao smiled and nodded, motioning Zhang Xiaoyi to take a closer look. Zhang Xiaoyi quickly looked at the information in her hand. When she saw Lu Xiao's name appear on it, she couldn't help but gasp. Boss, you are too awesome. After a long time, Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh. She didn't care too much about this job before. After all, after Lu Xiao invested in so many companies, the total market value of the group was less than 80 billion. But her family is a large heavy industrial group in Beijing, a super giant with a total value of more than 500 billion. And 80 billion and 500 billion seem to be 1/6, but in fact it is not the case at all. There are at least several $100 billion companies, although not countless. However, the status and position of the 2 are completely incomparable. For example, hundreds of billions, 80 or 90 billion, for such a behemoth, let alone. But now, she suddenly realized that the boss she followed seemed to be much more powerful than her own family. Zhang Xiaoyi calculated carefully. If these 2 companies were merged, Lu Xiao would now have 6 subsidiaries. Jianlu Venture Capital, Jianlu Real Estate, Jianlu Network, Jianlu Property, as well as Blue Sky Energy and Beijing Airlines. All added up, it feels like at least 700 billion, almost 800 billion. The most crucial thing is that, except for Jianglu Real Estate, which may have loans, all other companies under Lu Xiao are in a loan-free state. In other words, if Lu Xiao chooses to cooperate with the bank, with the current high-quality assets, it will not be a problem to borrow hundreds of billions. The market value of Lu Xiao's group will reach trillions in the shortest time possible. If it really reaches this level, it will truly be one of the world's super giants. The only ones who can be more powerful than Lu Xiao are probably the large family-owned businesses and oligarchs. But the problem is that those large enterprises and oligarchs are not decided by one person, but by thousands of people in a family, or countless shareholders. As for Jiang Lu Group, Lu Xiao holds 100% of the shares. How terrifying would it be for a trillion-dollar company to have a one-man show? Zhang Xiaoyi no longer dared to think about it. If it weren't for the fact that there was no cooperation between her family's light industrial industry and Lu Xiao's company, she would have wanted to call home and ask them for strategic cooperation. There may be only one thigh like this in the country. Zhang Xiaoyi didn't need to think too much now, she knew it clearly in her heart. Lu Xiao set up the group as headquarters in Jiangchang, Dongjiang Province. In Dongjiang Province, the largest company has a market value of just over 100 billion yuan. Needless to say, Lu Xiao will definitely be greatly taken care of here in the future. And over in the Magic City, with Blue Sky Energy, Lu Xiao's reputation is absolutely unrivaled. In the capital, although Lu Xiao didn't have much foundation in Haiyan, with her as a secretary, it seemed that nothing was too much of a problem. The only flaw is that the internet industry in Shenzhen does not have much foundation. Zhang Xiaoyi sighed and hurried downstairs to contact the business. It is quite fulfilling to witness the birth of a super large group with a value of nearly 800 billion. Especially this super large group, which was planned by her and is a super group that is 100% controlled by her personally. This kind of feeling is something she would never be able to achieve even if she had worked in her family's company for several years. Chapter 131, Ribbon Cutting. September 1st. Early in the morning, the downstairs of the Sky Building was full of people, almost filling up the area of more than 1,000 square meters. But despite the crowd, no one complained. Instead, everyone's faces were filled with joy. At the front, almost all the senior executives of Lu Xiao's 6 companies were present. "Boss Li, why are you here in person? Please come in." When Xiaobin saw the senior leader of Dongjiang Province coming, he rushed forward to greet him. "Ha ha ha, your group is cutting the ribbon. As locals, how can we not come and show our support?" The visitor was also very polite. A large group with a value of nearly 800 billion yuan has emerged in Dongjiang Province, so he will definitely come and take a look. To be honest, he is feeling very anxious right now. Just imagine how many jobs and tax revenues such a large company can create in a year. It's a behemoth. "Boss Lu, this is too unkind of you. I just realized today that you are so powerful." Next to him, Xiao Yang also came over with a large group of people. However, compared with the previous address, Xiao Yang unconsciously changed the address to Mr. Lu and you. A group of people behind also echoed. They knew that Lu Xiao's identity was not simple, but they never thought that Lu Xiao's identity would be so powerful. An extremely large group with a value of 800 billion. Even if you tie all of them together, they probably wouldn't be worth even a single little finger. "Please come in, please come in. You must come for the ribbon-cutting ceremony." Lu Xiao welcomed everyone in with a smile. In the morning, almost all the prominent entrepreneurs and leaders in Dongjiang Province came. In addition, many people even came from the Magic City. Flower baskets and other things almost filled the entire first-floor hall. Compared to everyone in the company who was busy running around, the big boss Lu Xiao had nothing to do. He was just greeting people outside from time to time. It was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that I cut the ribbon with several important leaders. Next, there was a grand dinner party. Of course, Lu Xiao was only accompanying the most important table. After all, with his current status, most people in Dongjiang Province are not worthy of his attention. There was supposed to be an event in the afternoon, but Lu Xiao simply didn't go and let several company leaders host it themselves. He, Gu Yueshi and Wu Qianqian escaped together. "Brother Xiao, you are really too fierce." Wu Qianqian couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She just came back yesterday and didn't know anything yet, but she encountered such a thing. A market value of 770 billion, such a huge asset, I don't know how Lu Xiao did it. This momentum almost shocked the entire Dongjiang Province. I'm afraid that after today, Lu Xiao's name will be known to everyone in the upper circle. "Ha, I didn't expect so many people to come, but the main leaders have left, so it won't be a problem for the others to have them accompany them." Lu Xiao laughed. He and Gu Yueshi were not in a hurry, but Wu Qianqian was only a sophomore this year, so she still had to report. Lu Xiao planned to wait until the afternoon to go there, so he asked Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi to go to the school together first. Shall we give each of the media here today a big red envelope, as well as travel expenses and so on, according to their circle? After sending the two away, Lu Xiao gave instructions to Zhang Xiui, who was standing beside him. Now that the group is so large, it still needs to pay attention to the negative impact. After all, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it is not uncommon for people to have to run around to refute it. If you can spend some money to avoid these things, try to spend it. Okay boss, I've arranged everything. Zhang Xiaoyi nodded with a smile. The secretariat has also begun to expand. Except for the two men, Xiaoli and Xiao Wang, the other 10 or so people are all beauties. She basically doesn't have to do any work now, she just needs to arrange work for them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoyi basically stayed with Lu Xiao all day. During this period of time, she has basically gotten used to being Lu Xiao's secretary and personal assistant. It doesn't feel tiring and she can go out to play often, which is completely consistent with her personality. Boss Lu, you deceived me so much. Lu Xiao was talking to Zhang Xiaoyi when he saw Zhang Qingwan coming out from the other side. She rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao as soon as she opened her mouth. Qingwan, what you said is wrong. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Xiao said with a smile. You still said you didn't lie to me. Didn't you say I'll protect you in Zhangcheng? Zhang Qingwan snorted softly. With the situation today, what else is she going to take care of? His father had already brought all the family members who were able to walk and ran over to flatter Lu Xiao. And the most important thing is that the photo has not been taken yet. With the status of their Zhang family, they can only get in touch with Zhao Ko, who is under Lu Xiao. She felt a little bored inside, so she came out to get some fresh air, and just in time she saw Lu Xiao standing there and talking to Zhang Xiaoyi. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaoyi, Zhang Qingwan was a little surprised. It was the first time she met Lu Xiao's assistant. She really had no idea where Lu Xiao found so many beautiful girls. Wu Qianqian is one, Gu Yueshi is one, and now there's another one? Could it be that all the beauties in Jiangcheng have been gathered together by Lu Xiao? Ha, but I'm not familiar with Jiangcheng. I really can't do it without your protection. Lu Xiao smiled and spread his hands. Until now, he didn't know much about the businesses in Jiangcheng. It's just that he has recently invested in some companies, which has made his company's reputation more prominent, but there is still some distance to go before it can influence Jiangcheng. Moreover, when he said this to Zhang Qingwan, he could only earn tens of millions for signing in every day, which was far from the current level. But of course Zhang Qingwan didn't know about these things. She looked at Lu Xiao with a slightly red face. What she was thinking now was, does Lu Xiao have any purpose in getting close to her like this? After all, with the energy Lu Xiao showed today, let alone doing business with a small internet company like his, even if they were doing business with Lao Ma and Xiao Ma, the two would give Lu Xiao this face, right? But why did Lu Xiao choose to cooperate with me? He even mentioned it himself and took the initiative to invest 200 million in his own shares. Zhang Qingwan felt that, apart from herself, there seemed to be nothing around her that Lu Xiao could care about, right? Lu Xiao definitely has no shortage of money. As for power, although Lu Xiao has no strength in Jiangcheng, as long as Lu Xiao reveals his true identity, who in Jiangcheng dares to mess with him? And Lu Xiao happens to be a pervert. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingwan's face turned red all the way to her neck. To be honest, she had a really good impression of Lu Xiao. But the only problem is that Lu Xiao already has a real girlfriend. But what if Lu Xiao really brought it up? So will she agree or refuse? Chapter 132, Buy a House Quickly. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan in surprise, whose face suddenly turned red. What's going on with this little girl? How can your face get so red when you're just saying something normal? Lu Xiao didn't realize that Zhang Qingwan had misunderstood. But Zhang Xiaoyi, who was standing next to her, was shocked by Zhang Qingwan's reaction. As they were both women, she certainly had some understanding of Zhang Qingwan's reaction. If she hadn't fallen in love, she would never believe it even if you beat her to death. But then again, this is normal. After all, Lu Xiao is indeed an excellent man in all aspects. Whether in terms of height, appearance, knowledge, conversation, career or ability, he seems to be all round. Lu Xiao even has the unique skill of driving a racing car. Looking at Lu Xiao's physique, he doesn't seem like the kind of weak person. Even if he has never practiced martial arts, he is definitely the type of man with maximum boyfriend power. The most important thing is that Lu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan are of the right age. When many people see that Zhang Qingwan is the boss of a company and is in charge of so many affairs of the Zhang family, their first reaction is that Zhang Qingwan is very old. But in fact, if you meet her, you will find that Zhang Qingwan is very young. She is only 20 years old this year and is a sophomore in college. That means she is the same age as Wu Chanqian. No matter how strong-willed a girl of this age is, she will probably have that kind of love mentality in her mind. Even when she meets a boy she likes, she will unconsciously put herself into the boy's fantasy. To put it bluntly, even if Zhang Qingwan is in this state now and has thought about giving birth to a baby, she still believes it. The boss is really a playboy. Zhang Xiaoyi couldn't help but mutter to herself. Of course, she did have some liking for Lu Xiao, but it was just liking. She would be happy if she could become friends with Lu Xiao. What she wants is not a boyfriend like Lu Xiao. She likes someone who is older than her and can tolerate her. But this didn't stop her from thinking Lu Xiao was awesome. Zhang Qingwan forced herself to talk to Lu Xiao for a few more words, but in the end, she felt she was blushing unbearably, so she found an excuse and ran away. Baffling. Lu Xiao looked at Zhang Qingwan, who was running away in panic, and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, Lu Xiao only has admiration for Zhang Qingwan, an absolutely rational woman. After all, it is indeed a bit difficult to fall in love with a woman who is willing to sacrifice herself for revenge. Even so, Lu Xiao is not sure what she is thinking. However, Lu Xiao could see that something was wrong with Zhang Qingwan. To be honest, if Zhang Qingwan could truly fall in love with him, and not for any family power, then it wouldn't matter if she accepted it. Lu Xiao shrugged and went back upstairs to his office. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Xiao drove to the school. Xiaoyi, you can just go home from get off work today. If there's anything going on at the company, just call and deal with it. Lu Xiao gave a warning. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. She knew that her boss was going to school to enjoy life. It's strange. I was chatting with all kinds of business leaders in the morning, but in the afternoon, I walked into school like an ordinary student. I always have an indescribable feeling. As soon as Lu Xiao entered the dormitory gate and walked to the side of the dormitory, he saw 3 people standing at the door, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes staring at him. Why don't you guys come in? Lu Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that these 3 people were suffering from some serious illness? But when I looked inside, I immediately laughed. Yueshi, why are you here? These 3 people all have severe phobia of beauty. Generally, when they see beautiful women, they basically stay away from them. Although Gu Yueshi and the other 2 knew each other, they still didn't dare to enter. I'll come over and make your bed. School has just started today, so girls are allowed into the boys' dormitory. Gu Yueshi said with a smile. Old Pan, the rest of you stop standing outside and come in. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at the 3 of them. Hey, Lao Xiao, you are really a dog abuse guy. You knew there were 3 single guys in the dormitory, but you still brought the beautiful Gu here. Pan Xingwen looked at Lu Xiao with resentment. Do you know how miserable these 3 people are feeling during this holiday? Come on, you guys, I introduced you to a girlfriend before, but you guys didn't live up to my expectations. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes at the 3 of them. Wu Chanxian's roommates are all good people, but none of these 3 can seize the opportunity. By the way, what are your plans for this year? Lu Xiao took Gu Yueshi's hand and sat down on the bed that had just been made. I'm already a senior in college, and I only have my graduation project to do. The rest of my time is basically free. By this year, except for those taking postgraduate entrance exams or civil service exams, most people have to consider their future life plans. Talking about business, the 3 of them became serious. Brother Xiao, I'm going back to the dormitory first. Gu Yueshi saw that the bed was made and thought it was not good to stay in the boys' dormitory all the time, so she whispered in Lu Xiao's ear and got up and left. To be honest, she felt embarrassed to stay here. After all, her first time with Lu Xiao was by the window. Looking at the familiar curtains always reminds her of something. It would be troublesome if it was discovered. Seeing Gu Yueshi leave, Pan Xingwen and the others breathed a sigh of relief and finally let go. As for me, I am planning to try my hand in the financial sector. I have interviewed with several financial companies in Jiangcheng before, and was accepted by one of them. I plan to go and give it a try. From now on, I will have to work 996. Pan Xingwen laughed. He had not originally planned to stay in Jiangcheng, but Jiangcheng has been developing well recently, and he also heard from his family that a super large group company with a value of 800 billion yuan had settled in Jiangcheng, and it would definitely have great potential for future development, so he thought of giving it a try here. By the way, my family is planning to buy me a house in Zhangcheng. I heard that the housing prices in the high-tech zone have been changing every day these days. You guys have to help me with some advice and settle this matter as soon as possible. Lu Xiao was also stunned when he heard Pan Xingwen's words. Only then did he realize that it was probably the influence of the group he founded. It is estimated that the housing prices in Zhangcheng will not be more than 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in the future. Tens of thousands will probably be the minimum. Oh, brothers, if you want to develop in Zhangcheng, I have a suggestion for you: buy a house as soon as possible. Lu Xiao warned seriously. It is best to buy a house now. Otherwise, the salary you earn will never be enough to keep up with the future house price increase. Chapter 133, Esports. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what Lao Xiao said. If you don't buy it now, it will be much more expensive in the future. Pan Xingwen nodded repeatedly. Zhang Yan, what about you? Zhang Yan had been dating the girl for a while, but it only lasted a few days. As for me, I am also planning to stay in Zhangcheng and look for opportunities. It would be best if I could become a civil servant. If that doesn't work out, I'll just work in finance. I can still afford the housing prices in Zhangcheng now. I'll talk to my family and see if I can make a down payment first. Zhang Yan scratched his head embarrassedly. To be honest, there is actually another reason why he is in Zhangcheng, and that is because Lu Xiao is here. After all, everyone knows that Lu Xiao's assets are worth at least tens of millions. If he really can't make it, will Lu Xiao just watch them starve to death? Of course, he would definitely not say this. After all, doing so would be treating Lu Xiao as a meal ticket, which is very unkind, and he would never do such a thing. But to take a step back, if the day comes when he really can't make it, at least there will be someone to back him up, right? Besides, it seems that Zhangcheng is going to develop further now, and you will definitely enjoy the benefits if you stay here. As for me, I plan to play in the youth training for a year. If my strength is good enough, I will play professionally for 2 years. If not, I will just find a job. Xue Xiaosong smiled awkwardly. If you want to play professionally, you have to go to Shanghai. Moreover, he is already 20 years old this year, 1 year younger than Lu Xiao and others. Although he is not old, he is not young in the esports circle. The final time he can play professionally may only be 2 or 3 years, and he doesn't want to waste this time. Among all the people, he is the only one who may leave Zhangcheng. Lu Xiao nodded. Xiao Sonzi, I'm actually thinking about forming an esports team recently. If you're willing, just come over to my place. If you can't play games anymore, you can be an analyst or coach or something like that. Lu Xiao said with a smile. He actually had this idea a long time ago. Jianglu Group's publicity can actually start from this aspect. In the past, those professional teams were basically sponsored by these large groups and companies. And to be honest, the publicity effect is indeed very good. Now that this opportunity came, Lu Xiao simply did it. Besides, the domestic esports environment has been a bit miserable in the past 2 years. Often, 5 people would huddle in a small room and eat instant noodles to regenerate love. Lu Xiao is actually also a game enthusiast. Since there is this opportunity, it would be fine to let him develop the game. Old Xiao, you want to invest in esports? When Xue Xiaosong heard Lu Xiao's words, he was stunned. The investment now is not the same as the investment in the future. In fact, the investment now may only be a few $100,000 in total. We can just pay the players a few thousand yuan, rent a house and buy some equipment and that's it. But even so, few people do it because no one has seen the rewards. Xue Xiaosong also saw no rewards. Even in his mind, investing in esports now is a complete money-losing business. After all, the prize money for winning is only 1 million. After investing so much, if I don't win the prize, I lose everything? Just tell me whether you're coming or not. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Even if he told Xue Xiaosong the specific operation, he probably wouldn't understand it. Lu Xiao was too lazy to explain it. Come on, of course. Xue Xiaosong perked up and nodded in agreement immediately. He played esports to pursue his dream and didn't plan to make much money. Now Lu Xiao wants to do it, so if he goes over, Lu Xiao won't let him starve, right? Okay, go to Jianglu Group tomorrow and find me on the 56th floor. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Building a new one is too troublesome, so it's better to just buy one tomorrow morning. Esports clubs are very cheap now anyway, and it will probably cost a few million at most. Jianglu Group, right? I've made a note of it. Xue Xiaosong nodded repeatedly. I say, Lao Xiao, you are capable. This company can't even satisfy you, so why do you want to join the group? Pan Xingwen came over with some curiosity. A group and a company are definitely two different concepts. They had just returned to Jiangcheng and only knew that a large group had moved into the high-tech zone, but they didn't know that this was Lu Xiao's company. It's all nonsense, nonsense. Lu Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Shui Xiaosong's problem has been solved. Pan Xingwen and Jiang Yan both stayed in Jiangcheng, and Lu Xiao did not intend to help them with anything from the beginning. Anyway, the two of them want to develop in Jiangcheng, and they will definitely not be able to avoid me in the later stage. So many financial companies and investment companies, including internet companies, now have some relationship with Lu Xiao. Let's let the two of them hone their skills for a few more years. If the two of them have good abilities, Lu Xiao would naturally let them handle some of the matters. After all, when it comes to a company, it's better to have someone close to you watching over it. If they were all outsiders, they would easily be tricked and trapped. Now with Gu Yueshi and Wu Qianqian here, there will definitely be no problem in the early stages, but in the later stages, as the company grows bigger, more people will be needed to join in. Lu Xiao is an orphan and has no relatives, so he can only start from his friends. In fact, Lu Xiao has already set his sights on his father-in-law and mother-in-law. We went out to have a meal together. In the evening, Lu Xiao returned to Yulong Jingjuan. Brother Xiao, please be gentle, you are pressing my hair. Wu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Lu Xiao. Remember to go to the real estate company tomorrow and receive all the paperwork. There have been a lot of things going on these past few days, especially regarding the merger of your company. Lu Xiao smiled and took Wu Qianqian into his arms. When it comes to business, Wu Qianqian also becomes much more serious. Brother Xiao, you've handed over such a large real estate company to me. I feel so stressed. Her family's company is only worth 20 or 30 million. But the Jianglu real estate that Lu Xiao handed over to her now is a huge company with a market value of nearly 50 billion. If it weren't for Zhaobin working so hard, she felt that the company would collapse if she relied on herself alone. Relax, the real estate company doesn't account for a large proportion of the group, and Zhaobin's ability is definitely no problem. If you don't know anything, just ask him and learn slowly. Lu Xiao smiled and patted Wu Qianqian's arm. Wu Qianqian nodded. In fact, her parents were completely stunned after finding out yesterday that Lu Xiao had such a large group under his control. Originally, her parents had always advised her not to accept a job at Lu Xiao's company. She actually thought so too, but there was nothing she could do. Lu Xiao didn't have many trustworthy people under him, so she could only bite the bullet and rush forward. By the way, Qianqian, ask your uncle and aunt someday. If they are willing to help, you can merge the company with them. This will make it easier to manage in the future. Chapter 134, Breaking Through the Trillion Mark Ending. Okay, I'll tell them tomorrow. Wu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled and nodded. How could she forget that she still has her father and mother as laborers? Besides, I have a lot of relatives, so I can ask my parents to bring the people over when the time comes. Of course, there cannot be too many higher positions, but these people can fill the middle and lower levels of management. And since she uses her own family, she will feel more comfortable using it. The next morning, Lu Xiao came to the company again. Boss, there are a few people outside who want to see you. They say they are your roommates. The one leading them is Pan Xingwen. Zheng Xiaoyi walked in and hurriedly spoke to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was stunned, but nodded quickly. He had originally made an appointment with Shui Xiaosong, but unexpectedly, all his roommates came. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I asked him to come here today. One is to solve Shui Xiaosong's problem, and the other is to let several roommates know about his current company. Let them in. Zheng Xiaoyi responded with a smile and quickly brought the three people into the office. Not long after, Lu Xiao saw three people following Zheng Xiaoyi with restrained faces, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoyi, you go out first. Lu Xiao gave an order. My roommates are really talented. Whenever they see a beautiful girl, they are more timid than the other. Okay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi also closed the door for Lu Xiao. Old Xiao, was that your secretary just now? As soon as Zheng Xiaoyi walked out, Pan Xingwen's eyes widened. Yes. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. My God, Lao Xiao, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Your sister-in-law doesn't even get angry when she sees you. Zhang Yan secretly smacked his lips. In his opinion, Zhang Shouyi's appearance is no worse than Wu Chanxian and Gu Yueshi. She even looked a bit sexier because she was wearing a skirt. But Lao Shao, tell me the truth. What is the market value of your Jianglu group? If you say it's tens of millions, I definitely won't believe you. Pan Xingwen hurriedly sat down opposite Lu Shao. It was such a large and well-decorated office that the three of them couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when they entered. You didn't watch the news. This is the new landmark of Jiangcheng. Lu Shao laughed. News? The three of them were startled, but then they remembered the arrival of a super large group that had been all over Jiangcheng in the past 2 days. Fuck, it really is the Jianglu group. Zhang Yan stood up in disbelief, holding the cell phone. The ribbon-cutting ceremony of Jianglu Group was just held yesterday. Many people did not pay attention to the name, but only paid attention to the huge crowds of people and the scale of the company that day. Now that Lu Shao said this, the three of them immediately remembered. It's not that they were slow to react, but they never expected that such a large group company would belong to Lu Shao. This is a market value of 800 billion. Zhang Yan opened his mouth wide. What? 800 billion. It's not that much. Lu Shao smiled and shook his head. Xiao Songzi, please take a look at this document. Lu Shao threw the things prepared on the table to Shui Xiaosong. This is an e-sports club I just acquired, but its performance was not good before, and most of the members in this area of LOL have disbanded. I'm handing this over to you now. You usually play a lot in high divisions. If you think anyone is strong, bring them over and form a team. Leave it to the managers to recruit coaches, analysts and the like. Old Xiao, did you write this salary budget wrong? Shui Xiaosong took the document, took a look at it, and hurried to Lu Xiao's side. What's wrong? Lu Xiao said with a smile. Look, you're talking about a team that enters the A-League. All regular team members will have a starting salary of 8,000. If they can enter the LDL, their salary will be over 15,000. If they enter the LPL, their salary will start at 100,000. If they enter the World League, their annual contract fee will be over 500,000. Yes, it's very organized. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. How can it be that high? Currently, the salary for those participating in the world competition is only a few thousand yuan. You? Seeing Lu Xiao talking, Shui Xiaosong became really incoherent. He knew his own strength well. After all, he had been hovering in the high ranks for many years. With his strength, plus the addition of several top players in the country, there would be absolutely no problem for him to enter the LPL. In other words, as long as he plays in the game, he can definitely get a salary of 100,000 in a very short period of time. This salary is much more than what I can earn at work. I'm really not taking care of you. You'll understand later. Lu Xiao signaled Shui Xiaosong not to refuse. All the star players in later generations received signing fees of tens of millions. The 500,000 yuan he gave was actually intended to prevent chaos in the industry. After hearing Lu Xiao say this, Shui Xiaosong really didn't know what to say. Xiao Songzi, just listen to Lao Xiao. What Lao Xiao said must make sense. The two of them also started to persuade him. By the way, if you work in Jiangcheng, please send me a copy of your company's information or something. After staying in the office for a while, the three of them decided to leave. However, Lu Xiao gave Pan Xingwen and Zhang Yan another reminder. Okay, no problem. With Lao Xiao protecting us in Jiangcheng, won't we be invincible? The three of them joked with each other in a playful manner. Alright, get out of here now. Lu Xiao cursed with a smile. After seeing the three people off and returning to the office, Lu Xiao checked in for today again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving cash, 4.2 billion. Cash rewards have been issued, please receive them as soon as possible. Sure enough, it's quite difficult to sign in skills. Lu Xiao shook his head helplessly. He really has no shortage of money now. Forget it, I'll just sign in once every 7 days from now on. I hope I can get a big explosion and get some skills or something. Lu Xiao silently closed the system page. With the current size of his group, even if he does nothing, he will still make a fixed profit every day. After all, it is a super large company with a market value of 800 billion yuan, and its annual basic net profit is basically over 80 billion yuan. On average, that means more than 200 million yuan in earnings every day. He no longer has much idea about cash. For the following period of time, Lu Xiao basically signed in for 7 days. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world-class chip manufacturing factory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world-class mobile phone manufacturing factory. I signed in 4 times in a row in 1 month. The other 2 times were relatively normal, but 2 large companies emerged. One is a chip factory with a market value of 300 billion yuan, and the other is a mobile phone manufacturing factory with a market value of 100 billion yuan. Lu Xiao merged the 2 companies without hesitation. The market value of Jianlu Group has also successfully broken through to the trillion level. Lu Xiao looked at the company assets in front of him and shook his head helplessly. It is possible to go public now. After going public, the company's asset scale will definitely expand again, and it will not be a problem to reach the level of 3 or 4 trillion. But Lu Xiao didn't have that plan. It's better to have this feeling of being in control of everything. Next, just enjoy your life. Lu Xiao sneered. End of the book.